Dear family, I find myself soaring through the skies, and to my astonishment, I witness the whimsical antics of Buggy the Clown dancing exuberantly upon the deck. This tale traces back to over 5 years ago when I first acquired the dragon skin. After consuming a devil fruit, I attained the form of a mighty dragon, diligently honing my flying skills and battling sea creatures. Once I ensured my father's safety, I encountered Buggy. How shall I confront him? Stay tuned. I must tell you, I have never beheld such an abstract spectacle in my life. As I was gracefully soaring through the air, I glanced downward and was struck by the sight of a grotesquely oversized, crimson nose, reminiscent of an unhinged clown, flailing about on the deck of a dilapidated ship. I pondered, who could this be, with such a creative appearance? Upon closer inspection, the skull flag on the ship revealed it to be none other than Buggy the Clown. Can you fathom it? Just as I emerged from the novice village, I stumbled upon a boss. Although he may be a minor boss, a boss nonetheless. But wait, why did I begin with this? Let me recount the events from over 5 years ago when I first donned this dragon skin. At that time, I was merely a child, residing with my father, Tony. I boasted to him, "Father, just wait. Once I decipher the secrets of this treasure, we shall upgrade your and Aunt Lucy's dwelling to a grand estate." My father chuckled at my youthful bravado, unaware that the treasure I spoke of was a legitimate golden opportunity. This extraordinary item appeared as an icon in my mind, akin to an app. One day, it unexpectedly displayed a progress bar. After much experimentation, I discovered that it could unlock rewards. The conditions were simple. I needed to absorb the mysterious power within the devil fruit. You see, it grants superhuman abilities, yet comes with a debuff that renders one an outcast from the sea. Fortuitously, I possessed a fruit at that moment, and without hesitation, I recharged it. My first attempt at unlocking a reward yielded an item called the Eternal Forest Mark, which sounded quite mystical. However, the icon absorbed energy without blossoming the fruit remained intact. I reasoned that the energy must be consumed to activate it. Resolutely, I pinched my nose and, confronting the bizarre fruit resembling an abstract art piece, closed my eyes and took a bite. I must tell you, in that fleeting moment, one thought dominated my mind. Ice cream-flavored excrement is undoubtedly more palatable than excrement-flavored ice cream. The taste was indescribable, beyond words. In the next instant, I was left in disbelief. A line of text flashed in my mind. Lizard fruit, mythical type, dragon form. Goodness, a mythical type and a dragon. Was this not an extraordinary enhancement? Eagerly, I tested my newfound powers through sheer will. My arm transformed into a formidable dragon claw, adorned with fearsome scales, exuding strength like never before. The foundation I built over 5 years with the Eternal Forest Mark paled in comparison to this newfound ability. The world is far from a peaceful era before his demise. Roger's roar transformed the entire globe into a grand battleground. Most pirates, to put it bluntly, are merely a band of scoundrels. I have no desire to board Luffy's ship as an adventurer. My sole intention is to bide my time, honing my abilities before embarking on any quests. Frostmoon Village is not far off, yet I hold little interest in becoming a sword saint. Merely possessing this dragon fruit, which is yet to grant me the ability to swim, is sufficient for a lifetime of amusement. Early the next morning, I strolled to the seaside, aiming to find a misfortunate Solno, rather, a colossal Stenito, test my newfound powers. I struck a pose that I deemed quite impressive before a boulder taller than myself, dramatically exclaiming, "Dragon's might." To be honest, the force of that punch left me bewildered. The stone shattered like a brittle biscuit, splintering into fragments. In that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. With such combat prowess, back in the day, demolition teams would have sought my counsel. This was merely a partial transformation with half-dragon and full dragon forms yet to be explored. The potential to pierce the heavens seemed limitless. Even more exhilarating was the Eternal Forest Mark, akin to a perpetual motion machine. After each training session, my stamina would replenish in an instant, and my physical strength would steadily increase. Though the gains were modest, the accumulation over time was undeniable. Next, I endeavored to try the dragon's signature technique, Dragon Breath. Transforming into a semi-draconic form, I took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent towards another massive boulder in the distance. Boom! The spectacle resembled a C4 explosion, with waves of heat crashing against me and small stones pelting my face painfully. Upon examining the boulder, I found it had evaporated, leaving the ground molten and transformed into a small pool of lava. Goodness, the power and speed of that attack were undoubtedly supersonic. This was not merely science fiction, but a realm of the fantastical. The commotion was too significant. I needed to make my escape. Next on my agenda was to fulfill humanity's ultimate dream flight. I unfurled the dragon wings upon my back, standing at the edge of a cliff, preparing for a stylish leap of faith. Then I began to plummet. Goodness gracious! Can anyone enlighten me on how to flap these wings? Should I swing my arms side to side like walking, or flap them up and down together? That afternoon, the seaside boulders bore the brunt of my clumsiness. Rather than flying, I engaged in a chaotic glide interspersed with frantic hops, shattering countless stones before finally landing, albeit awkwardly, in a small grove. Upon returning home at dusk, I stumbled upon a rather alarming issue. While washing my face by the river, I glanced up to see my reflection-me pupils had transformed into golden slits, akin to a serpent, and I could not revert them. I pondered, if I venture outside without sunglasses, would others not mistake me for a monster and attempt to capture me? Upon returning home, my father, noticing my absence throughout the day, immediately launched into a tirade. I could only partially confess about consuming the fruit, revealing that I had acquired superhuman abilities, albeit at the cost of becoming a landlocked duck. Upon hearing this, my father's voice softened. He remarked that being a landlocked duck was preferable, for it would prevent me from yearning to venture out to sea. Throughout his life, he had witnessed too many friends and relatives lost in pursuit of illusory treasures, never to return. He urged me to wait until I was older to marry my childhood companion, Ellie, take over a family tavern, and lead a stable life. I retorted, teasing him for his lack of decorum, admonishing him not to speak inappropriately to a minor. I had no intention of remaining confined to this small village for eternity. Seeing that I was unyielding, my father resorted to sarcasm, insinuating that my frequent visits to Ellie's tavern meant I had already won her heart. I chose to ignore him and retreated to my room. Lying on my bed, the fervor within me surged anew. The names of the 4 emperors, the admirals, Kaido. Merely contemplating them ignited the dragon blood within me. My destiny must be one of celestial horizons. The following day marked the commencement of my training regimen. During the day, I ventured into town to purchase newspapers, studying the timeline of this world. I calculated that it was the year 1514 of the sea circle calendar, and I was 12 years old astonishingly, a year older than Luffy. Wasn't that a quintessential protagonist trait? A protagonist should indeed be older than Luffy. I devised a plan to secretly sneak out at night to practice flying, while also seeking out any foolish pirate ships to hone my skills. I could not consistently prey on the stones of our village. Even boulders possess their dignity. However, a small incident occurred when I bid farewell to Ellie at the tavern. I intended to inform her that I would no longer be working there, as I needed to focus on my training. Yet, Ellie spoke first, sharing that her mother intended to send her to the big city for her studies, and she might not return. Goodness, it felt just like wanting to break up with a girlfriend, only for her to preemptively declare, "We're not suited for each other. I need to prepare for graduate school." As fortune would have it, I needed not to fabricate an excuse. I told her I, too, was embarking on a journey to become a pirate hunter, dedicated to dealing with those scoundrels who abandon their families. Thus, we exchanged farewells. The ensuing 5.5 years were immensely fulfilling. On a morning 5.5 years later, I emerged from the sea, dragging a fish larger than myself. During these years, I rested by day and transformed into a colossal dragon by night, soaring through the skies, perfecting my flight, battling sea kings, and effortlessly dispatching lesser pirate crews. 3 years prior, old Tony had united with Aunt Lucy, and they welcomed their own child. My father bequeathed our old home to me and relocated. When I visited them, I noticed Aunt Lucy trembled upon seeing me. I understood that my dragon might was growing stronger, rendering me unsuitable for cohabitation with ordinary folk. It was time to depart. I bid farewell to my father, declaring my intention to travel. He exhibited little surprise, merely a hint of concern. I bestowed upon him the savings I had accumulated over the years as a pirate hunter, encouraging him and Uncle Kiangfa's family to relocate to Windmill Town. It is the hometown of the naval hero Garp, a place of utmost safety. Having arranged matters for my father and the others, I felt an unburdened sense of freedom. Then, the scene unfolded as previously described. After settling my father's affairs, I was soaring through the sky when I spotted Buggy's ostentatious vessel. Without hesitation, I executed a swift dive towards it. The henchmen aboard the ship turned pale upon seeing me, their voices faltering in fear. Buggy, mistaking their reaction for mockery of his prominent nose, erupted in furious cries. Yet, when he glanced upward and beheld my golden dragon eyes, which were larger than his own head, he was rendered speechless. Unable to suppress my jest, I teased him. "Ah, is that not the clown Buggy? That bright red nose of yours is quite the spectacle." Buggy, having experienced his share of encounters, recovered from the initial shock but maintained a defiant demeanor, retorting it is Buggy. You scoundrel! How dare you ridicule my nose? Do you wish for your demise? With that, he unleashed his powers, shouting, "Split apart! Pancake!" A flurry of daggers hurtled towards me. What ensued? A cacophony of clinks and clatters, akin to a gentle scraping, yet not a single scale was dislodged from my form. In one swift motion, I seized a portion of his disassembled body in my claw. What? Buggy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he hastily retracted his body. I exhaled 2 jets of fire from my nostrils. The star, with an air of impatience, remarked, "Hey, Baki, is this your way of hosting guests? How utterly rude." With a slight release of my conqueror's hockey, the crew aboard his vessel, including the vice Captain Machi, who rode a lion, rolled their eyes and promptly fainted. Baki, now thoroughly intimidated, looked at me with a dry throat and stammered, "Your Excellency, this must be a misunderstanding." He realized I was the wielder of conqueror's hockey, a rarity among millions, far beyond his capacity to provoke. In a good mood, I refrained from immediate action and transformed back into my half-dragon form, kicking Machi off the lion and taking a seat, crossing my legs as I observed him. Initially, I intended to capture him for a ransom of 15 million berries, but I had changed my mind. Upon hearing this, Baki gritted his teeth and inquired, "What do you know? What is your purpose?" He must have believed I was aware of his status as an intern on Roger's ship. I flashed a grin, no particular aim, merely soaring through the skies. And upon spotting your unparalleled nose, I decided to drop in for a greeting. I gestured towards the crew feigning unconsciousness and called out, "Hey, stop pretending. Get up and pour me a drink. Brat, do you take Baki's ship for a tavern?" Baki fumed, jumping up and down, just as he prepared to continue his tirade. His vice Captain Machi regained consciousness and rushed over, clinging to Baki's leg. He exclaimed, "Captain, you're really tight with red-haired shanks, huh?" I must say, Baki, upon receiving such adulation from his subordinates, puffed up with pride and began boasting, back in the day, he was begging to join my crew. I found the display so awkward that I couldn't help but cringe, thinking how tiresome this pirate game had become. I could no longer bear to watch. So I transformed back in my dragon form and addressed them, "Enough, Baki, stop playing house. I hope our next encounter is on the Grand Line. Don't let me look down on you." With that, I flapped my wings and soared into the sky, ensuring I made a grand exit, bellowing, "Remember this well. I am Kane, the Dragon Kane." The commotion below erupted, with the crew surrounding Baki, exclaiming, "Captain, you are truly one of Roger's crew, a member of the Pirate King." Baki, having had his secret unveiled, first reacted with fury and then burst into his classic laughter. "Ha ha ha, I never thought I could hide it so well." After I departed, I had no specific destination in mind. For the past few years, I had been aimlessly wandering the East Blue, primarily hoping to encounter Nami by chance. Several years ago, I flew to Orangetown, but instead of Nami, I stumbled upon Arlong and his crew causing mayhem. That lot was truly inhumane, and my anger flared, causing my reason to vanish. Without hesitation, I transformed into a dragon and incinerated them all. In doing so, I saved her adoptive mother. And surely, such a life-saving grace would warrant a debt of gratitude, wouldn't it? Thus, I drifted to Lowtown, a place I had nearly become accustomed to, having dealt with most of the pirates in the vicinity, exchanging their heads for some spending money at the naval base. While wandering, I found myself at the entrance of the naval base and unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, the smoke-loving smoker. We had a bit of a history, as I had once captured a pirate, only to find out that after his death, his devil fruit powers had disappeared. When I tried to exchange it for cash, Smoker had given me quite the lesson, leaving me rather embarrassed. After a scuffle, he often sought to recruit me into the Navy, taking every opportunity to mock me. Puffing on 2 large cigars, he spotted me and exclaimed, "Hey kid, what scrappy fish are you trying to catch for cash today?" I shot back, "Aren't the future Marine admirals supposed to be out capturing pirates today?" I had a knack for sarcasm. I asked him about that fellow from the East Blue named Kleeky and how much his bounty had risen. I figure I could claim the head of this East Blue tyrant as my grand debut. Smoker, alarmed, retorted, "You aren't seriously considering becoming a professional pirate hunter, are you? If you want to kill pirates, join the Navy." He boasted that he was friends with Admiral Akiji and could recommend me. I replied, "No thanks, my friend. You know I abhor being controlled." Moreover, upon seeing him, I couldn't help but think that the Navy's average competence was rather lackluster. Smoker, unfazed, took a deep drag from his cigar and said earnestly, "Kid, the strongest Marines are at headquarters. This world is vast, and don't underestimate the sea." As we chatted, I suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm and said, "Smoker, let's go for a drink. Today marks my official debut, and you are my only friend here." You must witness it." He exploded, thinking I was about to declare myself a pirate, brandishing his weapon. "You madman. If that's the case, take it back. I can pretend I didn't hear you." I looked at him with utmost sincerity and said, "Smoker, I merely wish to reach the pinnacle of this world and behold its most beautiful vistas. If you deem that piracy, so be it." After a long silence, he finally uttered, "Just don't do anything reckless. Otherwise, I will personally throw you into impel down." That night, we drank excessively at a tavern. As we exited, I gazed at the sky while he muttered beside me, "I'm doomed. I'll be scolded by Tashiji." Ignoring him, I transformed into a dragon before the entire town and roared with all my might. Listen well. My name is Kane, the Dragon Kane. Afterward, I headed straight to the Calm Belt, a veritable buffet and gym for sea kings. Within a few days, Kleeke's fleet arrived right on schedule, like a package delivery. I tell you, the scene was utterly devastating. I soared above their fleet, unleashed my dragon might, and only two figures stood on the opposing ship, Kleeke and his loyal first mate, Akin. Kleeke attempted to fight back, launching gas bombs at me and charging forward with a large gun. I countered with a swift dragon claw, leaving him only half of a person. I casually twisted off his head. After all, it was money. Akin, eyes ablaze, charged at me like a man possessed. Does anyone understand? He wasn't even the protagonist. Why the outburst? I retaliated with a breath of dragon fire, sending him off to meet his captain, ensuring his demise was dignified. With a flap of my wings and several more breaths of fire, the entire fleet was engulfed in flames. I mused to myself that I had done a good deed. Otherwise, this fellow would soon be hunted down by my hawk, and the spectacle would be rather embarrassing. What if he encountered my hawk, bare-chested, paddling his small boat? Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? To save him from such a humiliating fate, I preserved his honor. Just as I finished my business, the Marine headquarters was inundated with calls. Sengoku instructed Admiral Akiji to personally intervene regarding the Dragon Kid that Smoker reported. "Kazan, you must handle this. We cannot allow a second uncontrollable dragon to emerge while the last one wreaks havoc in the new world." Sengoku's intent was clear. I needed to be retrieved before I could declare myself a pirate. Akiji then contacted Smoker, who warned that I was slippery like an eel and could fly, making me difficult to capture. Ultimately, they decided to have Garp come to stabilize the situation. Akiji called Garp, who it seemed dozed off during the conversation, rambling on about his grandson Luffy's incessant dreams of becoming the Pirate King. The dialogue became quite absurd, leaving Akiji speechless. However, in the end, Garp agreed to come to Lowtown to meet me. At that moment, I was quite content, carrying Kleeke's head as I flew back to Lowtown to exchange it for some cash with Smoker. Gazed at the severed head, his expression remarkably intricate. He accepted the head and then informed me that someone from the West Coast wished to meet me. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Who could it be? Had news of my debut spread, prompting an adorable young lady to seek me out? My heart raced, and even the wings I flapped on my way there felt invigorated. However, upon arrival, I was taken aback. Standing by the seaside was a burly old man draped in a coat of justice, a cigar clamped between his teeth, with a basket of cannonballs at his feet. Goodness, it was the naval hero, Carp. I thought to myself, "Oh no, Smoker, you sly fox. Where's the young lady you promised? This is clearly a trap." Without a second thought, I turned to flee. But the old man chuckled and said, "Hey, dragon boy, you've come all this way, why not chat with me?" With that, he casually picked up a solid cannonball and hurled it at me. As if it were a baseball, I barely had time to react, managing only to deflect it with my tail. Carp, seeing this, became even more enthusiastic. "Oh, you've got some skills." Then, he unleashed a barrage of cannonballs, akin to a meteor shower. I was instantly intimidated and landed, shouting, "Old man, let's talk this out." Carp laughed heartily. What a splendid day for some exercise. As he tightened his fists, I realized there was no escaping this, and my temper flared. I transformed into my half-dragon form, flames erupting from my body as I charged forward. Yet, with a single punch, he sent me flying, dispersing my dragon flames in the process while I cried out, "Hot! Hot!" Just as I was about to create some distance, he closed in with a swift move, landing a series of heavy blows that left me gasping and spitting blood. In desperation, I transformed back into my dragon form, hoping my size would allow me to flee into the sky. But guess what? He soared higher than I could, grasping my dragon tail and smashing me down onto the beach. Left and right like a game of whack-a-mole, my head spun from the impact. He pounded me for a full 5 minutes, and when he saw I was still conscious, he said he would go all out. My bones felt like they were shattering, and I quickly shouted my surrender. Only then did he release me, and I reverted to human form, bloodied and sprawled in the sand. What happened next was utterly absurd. I lay there for barely 2 minutes, and all my wounds healed. I was fully revived. Carp's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, likely astonished by my monstrous recovery. More outrageous than Marco the Phoenix. When I finally stood up, the old man had already sat down and fallen asleep beside me. Just as I contemplated cursing him quietly, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Kid, I sense you're thinking something disrespectful." Startled, I quickly replied, No. It must be your imagination. After our brawl, I was so famished I felt I could devour an entire cow. Eventually, I transformed into a dragon and flew Carp back to Roadtown. We devoured everything in the naval cafeteria, leaving no supplies untouched. The chef was nearly in tears, ushering us out as if we were harbingers of doom. As soon as we stepped outside, Carp's demeanor shifted. He became serious and said, "Kid, it's time to discuss serious matters." My heart sank, and I feigned ignorance. "Huh? Old man, were we just here to settle things?" To my surprise, he burst into laughter, pointing at my nose and declaring, "Kid, stop pretending. I've seen right through you." I thought to myself, what exactly have you seen? But his next words left me speechless. "The old man Sengoku intended for you to wait here for Akiji to formally extend an offer to you. But I believe you have potential. I'm extending the offer on his behalf. The Navy welcomes you." The look in his eyes was akin to that of a proud grandfather admiring an exceptionally hungry grandson. Convinced I was a beacon of justice for vanquishing pirates, without hesitation, I blurted out, "I refuse." "Are you kidding? I've lived a full life, not to merely clock in." Guess what he said next? The old man, not accepting my refusal, astonished me with, "Then how about becoming my grandson?" I was instantly petrified. What kind of invitation is this? Are you changing the terms of engagement? I'm not some kind of adopted child. Seeing my bewildered expression, he chuckled, "Kid, don't be hasty in your rejection. Have you not noticed your own issues?" "Issues? What issues could I possibly have?" I was in peak physical condition, eating heartily. He pointedly remarked, "Your physique is impressively strong, but you don't even know hockey, do you?" Of course, I interjected. "Isn't that just an insult to my two-dimensional essence? Armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. I'm well aware." He grinned widely, his smile laced with mischief. "Then why can't you use it?" I was momentarily at a loss. I understood that knowing about it and being able to wield it were two different matters. Just as I was about to retort, a realization struck me. The old man was dangling a carrot in front of me. I refused to be his grandson. He should give up on that idea. I maintained my stubborn facade. "Don't rush," he said, shifting the subject. "What are your thoughts on the Navy?" What could I say? I could only view it with my eyes. But could I voice my opinions? Absolutely not. I can only respond honestly. I mean no offense. I'm just accustomed to freedom and dislike being constrained. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, adopting a commanding presence. "Your willingness is irrelevant. The real question is whether I want you. Kid, your fame is growing. Do you think your family in the East Blue will remain safe? You're forcing the entire world to turn against you." A chill ran down my spine. His words struck a nerve. Noticing my reaction, he softened his tone. "Here's the deal. Don't think about transforming into a dragon to escape. That will only worsen the situation. Akiji will arrive in a few days. Until then, let me help you refine your martial arts." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Could it be true? The Navy's strongest warrior would mentor me? I could hardly believe my luck. My eyes sparkled, and I immediately agreed. "It's a deal, old man. Tomorrow morning on the West Coast. We'll meet." The ensuing days were nothing short of grueling. I later learned that this entire situation stemmed from Smoker S.'s request. He had asked Carp to keep me in check, fearing I would clash with Akiji and create a mess. Goodness, this guy knew how to handle matters. Meanwhile, I was genuinely intrigued. Carp's punches, infused with an armament hockey that felt as though it had been enhanced, were a constant lesson in humility. Without transforming, I was merely a punching bag. If I turned into a dragon, facing a top swordsman like Mihawk would surely result in me being diced into sashimi, forcing me to make a hasty retreat. The half-dragon form was the future strategic approach. I had to master hockey and the six forms. Thus, the grueling training commenced. After a few days, I felt my primal instincts nearly overwhelming me. One time, driven by hunger, I transformed and devoured a sea king, and from then on, eating sashimi felt as casual as munching on chips. Carp's gaze turned grave as he said, I was becoming increasingly beast-like. I understood. My fruit had been purified by the system, making it distinct from others. Without a semblance of humanity, I would truly become a dragon. Even more distressing was that after a few days of Carp teaching me combat techniques, I could only master one move, an inept roll. Enraged, he roared at me. I've never seen anyone so foolish. Yet your body seems to grow stronger without limits. You, my boy, have serious issues. He even leaned in ominously and whispered in my ear, if you don't improve, I'll send you to Kizura, and the science division will slice you up for research. I trembled at the thought. While I knew he was joking, the imagery was too vivid to push me further. The old man turned up the intensity of our training. He stood at a distance, akin to a shot putter, hurling solid cannonballs at me, grandly dubbing it Chengu Liuxing, Chuangu Liuxing. While I was desperately smashing against the mountains to practice my armed hockey, I also had to dodge the barrage of cannonballs to hone my observation hockey. The pain was so intense that I felt like I could almost sing our merda, yamyedia, internally cursing him 100 times over. Did I still have the strength to speak? It seemed my training was far too lenient. The colossal Chen Guyun Shi Liu Xingqian, Chuan Guyun Shi Liu Xingqian. I was directly overwhelmed by the rain of cannonballs. Once the cannon fire ceased, he shouted to his aide, Wojeka, Wojata. Have Smoker summon every blacksmith in town to forge cannonballs overnight. Keep at it until this kid comprehends hockey. Then he turned to me with a smile. Come on, kid. Feel the love of my iron fist. My screams echoed across the entire West Coast. In just 4 or 5 days, I felt my physical strength multiply several times. I was repeatedly teetering on the brink of death, and the effect was far superior to my years of random training. I began to question my life. What had I been doing all these years? Had I joined the Navy earlier, I would have soared by now. That night, while gnawing on meat, Carp suddenly remarked, Kid, your dual-colored hockey is stirring, just waiting for an opportunity. My heart leaped at the prospect. He continued, starting tomorrow, let his aide-bois Giotto assist you. Huh? Are you leaving, old man? I mumbled with my mouth full. Swallow your food before speaking. He punched me on the head. My grandson is turning 17. I need to return to Finksha village. Grandson? Luffy? I understood perfectly but dare not respond. He added, don't underestimate Bojiata. He will instruct you with a sword, and it can be lethal if not careful. Of course, I knew Bojiata was formidable. He was a heavyweight. Who could understand my predicament? I was torn between wanting to board the ship and feeling too shy to speak up. After much hesitation, I finally managed to utter, old man, for a talented newcomer like me joining the Navy, could I perhaps be considered for a vice admiral position? Immediately, I wanted to smack myself for being so arrogant while seeking a favor. Carp burst into laughter. You haven't even touched the door of the sixth forms, and you wish to be a vice admiral? But after his laughter, he said, however, when you mature, I can grant you a star admiral identity. At that time, making you a vice admiral wouldn't be out of the question. I already have a name in mind. Red Dragon Kyan. I was utterly flabbergasted. Nanny? I had to debut again? What is this? An idle training program. That night, we talked for a long time and finally reached an agreement. I wouldn't have to be his grandson, but agreed to join the Navy and become his disciple. The old man immediately called Akiji, boasting, Kazan, your vacation can continue. I've secured that kid. He is now my apprentice. He then called Sengoku to share the good news, infuriating Sengoku, who scolded him for his recklessness. The next day on the West Coast, Bojiata, that typically quiet man, drew his sword, following the command of the rear admiral. What came next was a life-and-death duel. Use of dragon flame and dragon transformation was prohibited. It was purely physical. His tone was calm, yet a murderous aura radiated from him. I nodded gravely. With a swift motion, Bojiata unleashed a flying slash enveloped in armed hockey. I barely dodged, instantly receiving a deep wound that exposed bone. He gave me no chance to catch my breath, closing in with deadly precision. Within mere minutes, I was drenched in blood. Bojiata showed no signs of stopping, for Carp had instructed him to push me to my limits before my body could grow stronger. After several more exchanges, I was losing too much blood, and my consciousness began to fade. At that moment, Bojiata's voice rang in my ears. Feel your power. Concentrate your will. That is armed hockey. My mind was buzzing, but suddenly a thought flickered. The next strike would aim for my abdomen. I sharply sidestepped and evaded. Observation hockey. Bojiata's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his full force. His speed accelerated, and his strength intensified. He aimed to threaten me with real death. That strike was incredibly swift, carrying the scent of demise, aimed straight at my face. There was no escaping, no time left, just as I thought I was finished. A torrent of memories filled my mind. I thought of my relatives from my past life, of the slumbering Willie Bay of Old Man Tony, of the kindness I had yet to repay to Nami, and of my unfulfilled dreams of reaching the pinnacle of the world. I could not resign myself to this fate. I roared, summoning every last ounce of strength to meet that obsidian blade with my fist. Breakthrough. Boom. The dark fist and the dark sword clashed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent us both flying. In that moment, I was reborn. When I finally emerged from the Navy cafeteria, fully replenished, Smoker approached me with a cigar in his mouth. How does it feel to awaken your hockey? I snatched his cigar and took a deep drag, cursing at him. Huh? You were the one to blame. You tricked me into going to the West Coast. Almost got killed by that old man, do you understand? I could have genuinely died. As we bickered, Dashiji rushed over in a flurry. Colonel Smoker, it's bad, there's a fight in town. Smoker looked baffled. Isn't that Colonel Monka's responsibility? It's Colonel Monka. Who's fighting? Dashiji gasped. He was overpowered by a green-haired swordsman wielding 3 swords. Everyone present, except for me, was stunned. A Navy colonel was defeated right at the entrance of their base. What did that even mean? We hurried to the scene. Sure enough, when I arrived, the one who had taken down Monka was none other than the future first mate of the Pirate King, Zoro. At that moment, our directionally challenged swordsman was surrounded by a throng of Navy soldiers. Goodness, let me tell you, the tension in the air was palpable. Smoker, with his grumpy demeanor, rolled up his sleeves without any hesitation, ready to confront Zoro. He shouted, "You've gone too far. How dare you attack a colonel at the Navy base? Today, I'll show you why flowers bloom." I quickly restrained him. This was the future vice captain, Luffy's first crewmate. If you heard him now, how would the story progress? But he wouldn't listen. His strength was overwhelming, and he was about to break free. In an instant, he transformed into smoke, and, with a puff, he bound Zoro tightly. Zoro, stunned, swung his 3 swords as if slicing fruit, but it was utterly ineffective. He must have been thinking, what in the world is this? A manifestation of white mist? As the situation grew increasingly bizarre, I hurried to smooth things over, saying, "Smoker, I know this guy well. There has been a misunderstanding. We can discuss it back at the base. I assure you, he is not a pirate." Smoker glanced at me, probably thinking that public bondage play was not very dignified, and reluctantly released Zoro. We escorted him back to the base. Upon reaching the interrogation room, Smoker was still rambling, puffing on his cigar like a chimney, insisting on punishing Zoro. I slumped onto the sofa, too lazy to engage, and resorted to provoking him with sarcasm. "Oh dear, Colonel Smoker. You and Monka are of equal rank. Technically, you have no right to interrogate him, right? If only you were a high-ranking officer. What a pity." I could see Smoker's temper flaring. He slammed the table and stormed off to investigate Monka and his son's background, determined to uphold justice. As soon as Smoker left, I sneaked over to the cell door. To my astonishment, Dashiji, that little fangirl, was hugging Zoro's sword, the Wado Ikamanji, her eyes sparkling, nearly drooling over it. I leaned in to converse with Zoro. "Hey there, you must be Roronoa Zoro, the 3-sword style swordsman, right? Why would you want to harm the Navy with such strength?" Zoro scoffed disdainfully. "Such scum could be cut down without reason. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman." No way, this intensity is overwhelming." I nearly lost my composure and felt compelled to remark on how splendid your dream is. I jestingly cleared my throat and gravely stated, "What a coincidence, my dream is somewhat akin to yours." Zoro's eyes widened with surprise. "You wish to become the world's greatest swordsman too?" "No," I shook my head, adopting a more grandiose tone. "I aspire to be the man of the world's most beautiful woman." I must say, the look in Zoro's eyes was one of sheer horror, as if he were gazing upon an unparalleled pervert, retreating quietly to the corner of the cell. The Marines behind him, along with the newly arrived Bogart, cast me looks that were exceedingly complex, as if to say, "You truly are bold to utter such words." I felt a swell of pride, believing they were awed by my noble aspiration, and added with bravado, "I intend to become the husband of the world's most beautiful woman." The crowd responded, "So that's what you meant." After this brief interlude, the atmosphere lightened, and Zoro explained his motivations for taking action. Seizing the opportunity, I pointed at Dazbon and Zoro, saying, "Oh, it seems there's a story worth discussing between the two of you." Dazbon blushed instantly, waving her hands. No, he just says strange things upon seeing me." Zoro then solemnly clarified that Dazbon bore an uncanny resemblance to his dear friend Kana, who had bested him 2,001 times in their childhood. After her untimely death, he inherited her sword and her will, vowing to become the world's greatest swordsman in her stead. As this tale unfolded, silence enveloped the room, and Dazbon was moved to tears. Just as we were getting emotional, chaos erupted outside. A striking girl with orange hair specifically sought me out, claiming to Smoker that I had wronged her before fleeing. I was utterly bewildered. Dear friends, who could comprehend the injustice of this accusation? I spent my days training or lying low. When I have time for misdeeds. Smoker was overjoyed, believing he had discovered my greatest flaw, and gathered the others to witness my public disgrace. Upon entering the hall, I was astonished to find it was Nami. After searching for her endlessly, she had come right to me. In a moment of impulsiveness, I leaped forward, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, please allow me to take responsibility for you." Bang! With a resounding crash, I was sent sprawling to the ground by Nami's punch, stars dancing before my eyes. She wore a shocked expression. "Why do you always say such strange things?" Smoker was gleefully adding fuel to the fire, while Zoro and Dazbon took turns mocking me, declaring they had misjudged my character, discovering I was a shameless rogue. The scene was utterly absurd. I could not wash away this shame, even by jumping into the EC. Finally, I managed to clarify that years ago, I had shattered the Arlong pirates while transformed into a dragon, saving her entire village. She believed my act of kindness should remain anonymous, which led to this uproar. Upon learning the truth, Smoker turned pale, retreating into a shell, muttering he needed some quiet time, presumably to sulk in a corner. Just as this situation concluded, Zoro, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, boldly challenged Bogart, wagering his honor as a swordsman. The following day, the two faced off on the western coast. I assure you, it was not a duel. It was a one-sided display of military training. Bogart stood immovable, unleashing a barrage of attacks, while Zoro's three swords merely grazed against him, creating sparks like a mere parlor trick. Bogart taunted him, claiming his strikes lacked power and speed, inciting Zoro's frustration. Ultimately, Bogart executed a flying slash that sent Zoro tumbling, swiftly moving behind him to point his sword at Zoro's heart, decisively claiming victory. Zoro, however, was resolute, turning to face the blade with his chest, stating, "Leaving a wound on my back would be a swordsman's disgrace." Bogart admired his spirit and sheathed his sword before departing. I hurried after him, hoping he would offer guidance to Zoro, but he flatly refused, asserting his allegiance to the Navy. I returned to the disheartened Zoro and revealed the shocking truth. "You don't truly believe Bogart is a mere nobody, do you? He is Vice Admiral Garp's aide, a fierce warrior who pursued Pirate King Roger for 3 years. Zoro was instantly petrified, his mouth agape, capable of holding an egg. Observing his astonished expression, I seized the moment and approached him sincerely. "To be honest, Zoro, I genuinely admire you." Guess what? He leaped back 3 meters, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword, his face displaying an unmistakable plea for distance. Frustrated, I shouted, "What are you thinking? I admire your conviction and character." "You fool." Seeing his skepticism, I decided to escalate the situation, lowering my voice to a seductive whisper, "If you wish to gain greater strength, come to my room tonight at 3. Zoro's face flushed crimson. "No way. Don't even think about it. I will never betray myself. You wicked scoundrel." I was truly exasperated. Was his thought process a winding mountain road? I quickly clarified that I sought to teach him hockey, provided he agreed to assist me in the future. Tempted by the prospect of enhanced power, he reluctantly acquiesced. After dinner, I hurried to my room. Zoro watched me, his gaze likely concocting a melodramatic narrative. Little did he know, my urgency had nothing to do with him. Rather, it was due to the long-dormant golden finger of mine, the system icon I had nearly forgotten, finally illuminating. This system, I tell you, is straightforward and devoid of the insipid currencies that plague the industry. I was elated, rubbing my hands together in anticipation of discovering what marvels awaited me. However, when I focused my energy, nothing appeared. The special items section was empty. I exclaimed, "What on earth?" Suddenly, a cute, innocent voice echoed in my mind. "I'm not a ghost. Can't let Belle out. Belle is about to suffocate." I was dumbfounded. The voice belonged to the demigod Wally Bell, who had slumbered for centuries in my inventory. Overwhelmed with shock, I hardly registered that the voice sounded like that of a kindergarten child. But in the next moment, my excitement soared. A living, speaking demigod. Was this not a direct ticket to greatness? Without hesitation, I released him, only to fall silent. I gazed at the creature before me, engulfed in deep skepticism. Admittedly, he looked stunning, draped in blue and white fur, glistening as if polished, adorned with a set of dazzling armor and crackling with electricity. Clearly a formidable entity. But why? Why was this creature barely larger than Chopper in his normal form? The little being glared at me with disdain, pouting as it exclaimed, "Cain, don't doubt Bel. Bel is the genuine demigod." Goodness, after conversing for a while, I finally grasped the situation. In simple terms, this fellow had insufficient energy, resulting in an early birth, presenting as a juvenile form, requiring me to nurture him. At that moment, I contemplated returning him, but clearly, the insignia didn't allow for a 7-day unconditional return policy. Well, I suppose I'll just have to treat him as a pet. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, the little creature became anxious. Bayer is just not fully grown yet. The grown-up Bayer is incredibly brave. Oh, Cain. My pupils trembled. Can you hear what I am thinking? We have signed a pact. Our hearts are not one, but our minds are connected. Oh, Cain. As long as you do not refuse, Bayer can hear your thoughts. I refuse. I immediately refuse. I vehemently refuse. I silently repeated this in my mind countless times, and then felt as though the entire world had become tranquil. Good gracious. Isn't this just a mobile surveillance device? How can I complain in my heart from now on? Wait a moment. Our minds are connected? Suddenly, I grasped the crux. Can we fuse together and transform? Can my true identity be OSU Superman? Bayer looked bewildered by my question. There's no fusion skill, Cain. What is Ultraman? I waved my hand, too lazy to explain. All right, what must you eat to grow? That is the key. I do not wish to raise an ancestor. Since we can share abilities, I only need high-energy food. Sharing abilities? I was instantly invigorated. For example, I can utilize the power of your Eternal Force Mark to grow at an accelerated pace, the cost being that I must consume a lot of high-energy food. And you, because of our pact, now possess the power to summon thunder and storms. Wow, I was practically soaring on the spot. I had gained the power of a thunder god for free. What a profitable deal. After conversing with Bayer until midnight, I felt utterly transformed. While Zoro had not yet arrived, I hurriedly checked my golden finger once more. Upon inspection, I leaped out of bed. That grand clock. The object I had mistaken for mere decoration actually indicated it could be charged. Moreover, once fully charged, it could transport me once more. Could I return home? My entire body trembled, and tears nearly welled up. Home. This word felt so distant to me. Although the energy required to activate it was immense, there was finally hope. Beside me, Bayer noticed my excitement, and, with great thoughtfulness, summoned a gentle breeze to help me calm down. Once I settled down, my mind raced. The grand clock required the mysterious cursed energy found within the devil fruits for charging. It seemed I needed to establish my own faction and scour the world for devil fruits. But where could I find people? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, my door was knocked upon. My eyes instantly lit up. Well, wasn't this a gift delivered to my doorstep? You shall be the future world's greatest swordsman. I instructed Bayer to hide beneath the bed and then cheerfully went to open the door. Standing at the entrance was Zoro, his body tense, his hand resting on his sword, watching me warily. Clearly, he was still miffed about my earlier joke. What is the greater power you mentioned? He asked, cutting to the chase. After much effort, I finally convinced him that I meant no harm and then laid my cards on the table. Zoro, I've changed my mind. I wish to invite you to join my team. That's not what we agreed upon. Zoro furrowed his brow, thinking I wanted to recruit him as a subordinate. I interrupted him and began my persuasion. Zoro, would you like to witness a swordsman even more powerful than the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro gave me a look that screamed, are you out of your mind? Isn't the one stronger than the world's greatest swordsman just the new world's greatest swordsman? No, I said mysteriously beyond this world. There exist countless others. Some can shatter thousands of laws with a single sword strike. Some can fly using their swords. And there are even those who can sever time with a single blow. My description left Zoro, who had never seen the world, utterly flabbergasted, yet he remained skeptical. Seeing he wasn't buying it, I unleashed my trump card. I summoned Bayer from beneath the bed and boasted that he was a demigod from another world, accidentally turned into a juvenile form. He possesses a divine artifact that can traverse worlds, but it requires collecting devil fruits as energy. Upon hearing this, Zoro scoffed. Though I may be a country boy, do you really expect me to believe you pulled a bear cub in armor from under your bed and claims a demigod? Who do you think you're looking down upon? I thought, fine, let us show him some reality. With a thought, I urged Bayer to exert his full strength and release a hint of his demigod aura. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure instantly shattered Zoro's nerves. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. When he awoke, the first words out of his mouth were, you actually had a demigod hidden under your bed. The next morning, Zoro, having pondered life all night, emerged from my room with a haggard expression and a dazed demeanor. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Nami, Smoker, Dashki, and even Bogart. A group of people chatting and laughing as they ascended the stairs. Zoro's face turned green. What would his comrades think if they saw him emerging from my room in such disarray? In a flash of inspiration, Zoro devised a terrible plan. He abruptly turned around, pretending to have just arrived, and lightly tapped on my door. When Nami and the others came upstairs, they misinterpreted the situation. "Oh hey, Zoro, you're here to see Kane so early?" Zoro seized the opportunity to casually greet them. "Yes, after sparring with Bogart yesterday. I felt I wasn't strong enough and wanted to seek Kane's guidance. But it seems he is still asleep. I want to disturb him. The plan is working." Zoro internally celebrated his cleverness. Nami, with her hands on her hips, feigned anger on his behalf. How can Kane, that lazy bum, make his friends wait at the door? Just as Zoro prepared to make his escape, my door swung open with a bang. I sleepily poked my head out, seeing only Zoro's back. Zoro, didn't you just go out? Why are you back again? Did something fall into my room last night? Before I could finish my sentence, I leered mischievously and draped my arm over his shoulder. Or have you finally come to your senses and decided to agree with me? Buddy, you're sweating profusely. In that moment, I sensed Zoro's body stiffen like a board. He was internally raging while forcing a smile. Turning around to give me a desperate look, gritting his teeth as he said, "Kane, are you still not awake? If you're not awake, hurry back to sleep." I feigned innocence. "What is wrong with your eyes? Got sand in them?" Just as he was about to push me back inside, a hand slammed against the doorframe. Nami appeared behind Zoro, her expression grave, her voice low. "You too. Are you hiding something from me?" Only then did I notice Nami and the crowd of onlookers behind her, ready to witness the spectacle. The looks on Smoker and the others' faces were laden with meaning, conveying that we all understood, especially since I harbored grand ambitions. Zoro, in agony, closed his eyes as if he could already foresee his impending doom. This social disaster was more painful than being struck down. His last shred of rationality urged him to remain calm. You can't defeat him. Ultimately, he snapped, opened his eyes, and pulled me close. "You scoundrel. Teach me the dual-color hockey immediately. I never want to see you again." With that, he stormed down the stairs, the slight tremor in his hand betraying the turmoil within. Watching him leave, I suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation. Here was a grown man, looking utterly defeated as he emerged from another man's room, surrounded by the latter's romantic interest and a crowd of spectators. Even Naruto would have called this professional. I had no time to explain. I shouted to Nami, "Come to my room tonight, and I'll explain." Then I transformed partially into a dragon, shattered the window, and flew out to chase Zoro. Outside, Smoker, having enjoyed the show, was the first to make his exit. "I heard it's not good to have breakfast on an empty stomach. I'll head back now." Bogart quickly followed. "I've never heard of such a thing." Dashki embraced the still-stunned Nami and departed as well. As the crowd departed, Nami found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions when a youthful voice suddenly echoed through the room. "I'm so hungry." Startled, Nami exclaimed, "Who is speaking? Show yourself." The endearing voice replied, "It's Buyer speaking." Curiosity piqued. Nami stepped into the room and was greeted by a fluffy little bear emerging from beneath her bed. A talking bear. How adorable. Overwhelmed by the cuteness, Nami scooped up Buyer and pressed it against her cheek, almost suffocating the poor creature before it could succumb to hunger. After an extensive conversation, Nami finally understood that Buyer was her companion. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she began to probe. "Buyer, what is going on with Kain and Sualong?" Buyer hesitated, refusing to divulge any information. Nami decided to unleash her trump card. "Oh, Buyer, don't you know? I am Kain's girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Buyer immediately believed her, admiring Nami's beauty in silence, thinking to itself, "No wonder Kain chose such an exceptional partner." However, even with this revelation, Buyer did not betray Kain and cleverly suggested, "Let us head to the seaside. Kain has gone there." Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, a young man stood atop a pirate ship littered with corpses, clutching a newspaper with an expression of exhilaration. "At last, I have found you, the dragon Kain." The sea breeze lifted his hood, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face that could incite envy among women. He closed his eyes, and an invisible ripple emanated from him, creating a hum that enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. I must tell you, this nearly left me in a daze. At that moment, I was near Roga Town when I sensed an outrageous surge of energy. The intensity of this observation was unprecedented. Who was it? Which ancient being had resurfaced? Without hesitation, I leaped into the air, soaring towards the source of the disturbance. You wouldn't believe what I saw. It almost stopped my heart. The one exuding this extraordinary observation was, astonishingly, a mere child, a youngling so tender that one could almost wring water from him. I found myself hesitating. Who could understand the implications of such a prodigy? If he were to stray from the right path, he could very well tear a hole in the heavens. I needed to ascertain his true nature. I descended from the sky, and the boy seemed to sense my presence, yet he appeared preoccupied with finding someone, ignoring me. I called out, "Young one," parading around with such keen observation, isn't advisable. Upon hearing my words, he immediately grasped the situation and replied, "Apologies, old man. But I have urgent matters that necessitate the use of observation." My interest piqued. I thought to persuade him to join the Navy and inquired, "What urgent matter? Share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you." To my astonishment, his next words rendered me speechless. He produced a newspaper and pointed at the dragon illustration, stating, "I urgently seek the dragon Kian. Good heavens! Another one in search of Kian. Is my disciple truly the child of destiny? Why do such extraordinary beings gravitate towards him?" My mind raced with calculations. Whether it was one sheep or two, capturing such a talent could only be advantageous. Clearing my throat, I adopted an air of superiority and remarked, "Ah, you are in search of my disciple?" The boy's eyes lit up upon realizing I was Kian's mentor. I promptly directed him, "At this hour, Kian is likely training on the western coast. You should seek him there." Watching as he hurried away, I stealthily followed, eager for the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, on the western coast, my unfortunate disciple Kian was grappling with an unexpected predicament. After a strenuous pursuit of Swallow, the two were engaged in a heated debate. "Swallow, please let me explain." I refused to listen. "Draw your sword." In the end, Kian managed to pacify Sualong's combative spirit, reminding him of their oath from that beautiful morning. Sualong's face turned pale. "Stop. Don't utter such sensitive words." Sensing the tension, Kian quickly shifted the topic. "All right, let us move on. I shall teach you the dual hockey technique now." What followed was a scene that was almost unbearable to witness. First do this, then this, and finally this. Do you understand? Sualong wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway, questioning, "Are you certain you're not pulling my leg?" Kian, caught off guard, stammered, "I just learned it too, but I understand the concept." "What? You claim you're not toying with me?" No, hold on. Theory alone won't suffice. Practical experience brings true knowledge. I am quite adept with my hands, and will ensure you feel the essence of it. Quiet. Let me explain. I command you to be silent. The two were engaged in a comical dispute when a newcomer arrived. Hay, having followed the energy signature, was taken aback by the scene. Had he not recognized Kian's presence, he might have fled in terror from these two clowns. Kian, perceptive as always, bellowed, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Sualong jumped, hastily preparing to draw his sword. Hay, now confidently stepping forward, gazed at Kian with wide eyes. "Kian Darren." At this juncture, both Kian and Sualong voiced in unison, "Kian Darren." Following Hay's elaborate explanation, Kian finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that this young lad had been saved by Kian inadvertently, awakening his observation ability, and had been in pursuit of him ever since. Unfortunately, he was unable to fly, and with Kian's unpredictable whereabouts, he had only just received word from me to come seek him out. "Kian Darren, please grant my request." With that, Hay promptly knelt before Kian in a traditional Japanese gesture of respect. Who could understand the absurdity? A man more beautiful than most women kneeling before my disciple. Kian's brain nearly short-circuited. "What on earth are you doing? Please rise and speak." He rushed to assist, yet Hay remained obstinate. "Unless you consent, I shall not rise." In the midst of this tug-of-war, another figure appeared. Nami, following her instincts, arrived only to witness Kian bent down, engaged with a kneeling, beautiful boy. The scene was quite the spectacle. "Wait, let me explain. It's not what you think." With one conflict still unresolved with Sualong, now Nami added to the chaos. Furious, Nami paid no heed to his explanations, launching a series of punches that sent Kian tumbling to the ground. The situation became exceedingly chaotic, prompting Kian to finally erupt, shouting, "Everyone, stop. I will explain to each of you, one at a time." This proclamation managed to quell the commotion. What followed was a round of introductions. When Nami discovered that the charming Hay was, in fact, a boy, her astonishment was palpable. Once everyone regained their composure, Kian rose, adopting a serious demeanor, and began his address. "Hey, since you possess the talent for observation and wish to join my team, I see no reason to decline your request. He first calmed Hay, then instructed him to utilize his observation ability to scan the surroundings, ensuring no eavesdroppers were present. Hay reported that there was no one within a kilometer, leaving both Sualong and Nami astounded. I watched in awe as my talented disciple recounted the grand visions of the starry ocean to Sualong, mesmerizing them with tales akin to myth. Hay listened, eyes gleaming, captivated as if hearing a fable. Nami was equally thrilled. Not only could he draw a map of the vast ocean, but he could also chart the celestial seas. Who could resist such a lure? Unsurprisingly, the first to declare his loyalty was the fervent Hay. No matter what, I shall follow in Kayan footsteps. Nami quickly chimed in. Kayan promised to assist me in creating the most complete world map. He cannot go back on his word. This wondrous adventure is one I cannot miss. Finally, all eyes turned to Sualong. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head and offered Kayan a radiant smile, earnestly stating, "If we are to embark on a journey across the starry ocean, it may have to wait until I become the world's greatest swordsman first, Captain." Hooray! Nami and Hay leapt up in jubilation. Kayan extended a hand towards Sualong with a smile, while offering another hand to Hay beside him. Sualong grasped it without hesitation, and Hay followed suit. Nami, in a more audacious display, leaped onto Kayan's neck, exclaiming excitedly, "The giant dragon is taking off." Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from Nami's arms. "Wait, Kayan, there's also Bayer." Both Sualong and Hay were taken aback. Sualong was astonished that Nami had concealed Bayer, while Hay was shocked that someone could evade his senses. Nami triumphantly extracted the nearly squished Bayer and declared that Bayer would be her pet from then on. Thus, this ragtag group was formally established. Kayan suggested they head to a tavern for a drink, and he carried the group towards Rogatown. Along the way, Sualong criticized Kayan for his unreliable teachings on hockey, to which Kayan retorted, "I excel at using my body to help you remember," provoking a simultaneous outcry from both Sualong and Nami. "Stop saying things that can easily be misunderstood." Upon arriving in Rogatown, the four were merrily making their way to the tavern when a rubbery arm suddenly shot out, ensnaring Kayan. Following that, a straw-hatted lad soared over from the other end of the arm. "Wow, you could transform into a dragon. That's so cool. Are you a little dragon? Join my crew. And you, swordsman in the green hat, come aboard my ship too." Luffy's unabashed enthusiasm was truly remarkable. Kayan sighed in exasperation. "I will not be your companion. Let me go. My disciple only thinks of one thing. A troublesome nuisance has arrived." Sualong immediately unsheathed his sword upon seeing Kayan under attack, only to freeze when he realized it was just a rubber man. Nami, equally furious, demanded to know who the Straw Hat Kid was. Seeing Sualong ready to strike, Kayan quickly intervened, exclaiming, "No, the troublesome nuisance I referred to is, I'm the man destined to become the Pirate King." Luffy interrupted with his iconic line. Kayan ignored him and uttered something completely nonsensical. "You little brat, how dare you leave your grandfather to sail without a word? Also, I am Kayan the Giant Dragon. Not a little dragon, you fool." Luffy stood there, bewildered, not comprehending. Kayan then clarified, "My teacher is none other than Mr. Carp, who is also Luffy's grandfather." Upon realizing this, Luffy was initially startled, but then became even more excited. "Hey, little dragon, come be my partner. This will surely be interesting." The four, Kayan, Sualong, Nami, and Hay, unanimously rejected him, declaring, "No, absolutely not." Luffy looked at them, posing an even more absurd question. "Are you three his clones?" Kayan felt overwhelmed. Luffy was indeed dense, and he couldn't fight or scold him. He patiently said, "Luffy, get off me. I'm not used to being embraced by men." Before he could finish, Nami punched Luffy to the ground, shouting, "Baka, get off me." Watching Luffy groaning on the ground, an idea sparked in Kayan's mind. "Luffy, I offer you a chance. Let's make a wager. If you win, I will join your crew. If you lose, you must grant me one condition." Luffy, intrigued by the stakes, eagerly replied, "All right, I'm definitely going to win. Then it's settled. If you defeat me, I will become your partner. If not, you can only say that you wish to become the Pirate King." Sualong interjected, unable to contain himself. "Hey, Kayan, that's a bit much. How can you bully someone who is slow on the uptake?" As soon as he said that, everyone except Luffy burst into laughter. The most amusing part was that Luffy joined in their laughter, completely oblivious to the fact that Sualong was referring to him. Kayan transformed into a dragon, carrying the group over the sea. Luffy was ecstatic, bouncing around. Kayan reiterated their wager, And Luffy seriously responded, "Huh, of course I remember. Don't worry, Kaido." He mistakenly called out the wrong name. "Come on, hit me." Galleon was growing impatient. Luffy wasted no time, launching an attack with Goma Goma no Rocket. The scene was utterly lackluster. Kaion unleashed a breath of fire, causing Luffy to yelp in pain, then followed up with an armed dragon fist that knocked him out instantly. "All right, it's over. You lost." Yet, Luffy stubbornly attempted to stand up, acting as if he had not lost. I still haven't lost. Truth be told, if not for the protagonist's halo, with Luffy's personality, he would have long since met his demise. Kaion, irritated by Luffy's inability to accept defeat, grabbed him and prepared to toss him into the sea. "Straw Hat Kid, you lost." Luffy struggled in the water, refusing to concede. After a minute, Kaion retrieved him, only for Luffy to weakly grasp Kaion's pant leg, insisting, "I haven't lost yet. As long as I'm not dead, I haven't lost." Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Kaion's fury was ignited, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Kid, are you playing games?" At that moment, Hei's expression shifted dramatically. Luffy remained obstinately standing, while the thunder grew more intense and the sea stirred with fierce winds. Kaion's wrath surged, and he prepared to press Luffy back into the water, only to be stopped by Sualong. I expected Sualong to mediate, but instead, he was even harsher, stating, "Let it go. Since he has resigned himself to death, why continue to torment him? Grant him a swift end." Just as Sualong finished speaking, Hei suddenly shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Sualong immediately drew his sword. "On guard. Where are you?" 3 kilometers away on the sea, a man adorned with tattoos hovered in the air. Hei murmured. Sualong was taken aback. 3 kilometers away? With tattoos on his face? Are your eyes equipped with a telescope? Hei added, 10 kilometers is my limit. Upon hearing this, Sualong gripped his sword tightly, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Kaion, however, remained calm. He held the unconscious Luffy, grasping his straw hat, and called out to the sky, "Hey, if you don't come out, I will burn it." After a long wait with no response, just as Kaion was about to lose patience, Hei exclaimed, "He's coming." Within 10 seconds, a tattooed man appeared before them. The world government's most wanted criminal, revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon. Why bother with a child? Hyun Dragon Kaion. Give me a favor and spare him. Dragon attempted to mimic red-haired style. Yet, Kaion made a shocking declaration. "I think you misunderstand. What I intend to burn is this hat. Not your son, Brother Dragon. Nanny. Son. Brother." Everyone except Kaion was utterly astonished. Dragon was equally taken aback that Kaion's single statement had exposed all secrets. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He sought to silence him. All. The killing intent. Kaion grinned. Una fright. Dragon unleashed his full might, while Kaion summoned all his dragon power. With a resounding clash, the skies were torn apart. Sualong drew his 3 swords. Nami trembled in fear. And Hei, the most unfortunate, was instantly knocked unconscious by the overwhelming presence. Let's take this battle to the skies. Dragon accepted the challenge. How fitting. Kaion transformed into a giant dragon and soared upward. The spectacle was akin to a divine battle. Kaion unleashed a breath of fire. But Dragon sidestepped and positioned himself above Kaion, ready to strike with a claw empowered by Haki. Kaion flipped into a half-dragon form, his claw meeting Dragon's claw. With a thunderous impact, Kaion was forced back, his claw tingling with numbness. He leveraged the force to descend, transforming back into a giant dragon, and unleashed another breath of fire. Just as Dragon attempted to summon a hurricane to disperse the flames, he realized his powers had malfunctioned. Meanwhile, Kaion summoned forth a tempest and thunder, delivering a devastating blow. Dova was caught off guard, instantly submerged by dragon breath, a tempest and thunder. By the time he emerged, his entire body was enveloped in a dark hue of Haki, truly igniting his spirit. The two battled fiercely in the skies, creating chaos and devastation. Unfortunately, Kaion was still a bit inexperienced, with dragon blood and scales raining down all around. On the ground, watched with clenched fists, his eyes filled with reluctance. Ultimately, Dolaga seized an opportunity and landed a powerful punch on Kaion's chest, nearly piercing through. With a cry of agony, Kaion transformed back into human form and plummeted into the sea. Dolaga, witnessing this scene, was also astonished. Such strength at such a young age was indeed a shame. Just as his thoughts were processing, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the depths of the ocean. To Dolaga's shock, now fully transformed into a colossal dragon, burst forth from the waves, his scales intact, exuding vitality, showing no signs of injury. How exhilarating! Khan reveled in the recovery of his body and the transformation of his spirit, feeling utterly liberated. Dulava must have been left dumbfounded, thinking to himself, did this kid consume the immortal dragon fruit? Sensing his own abilities of storm and thunder suppressed, he realized continuing the fight would yield no advantage. Casting a deep glance at the ground where Lu Fei lay, he abruptly turned to leave, just as he was caught up in the excitement of battle, ready for another round. Duola Gu fled. This left him feeling quite vexed. Although he understood he wouldn't harm Lu Fei, it was still disheartening that who was surely capable, chose to retreat. As he prepared to make a move, he quickly called out, "Take Lu Fei with you, and tell him to honor his bets. Don't let me lose respect for him." Just as Dua was about to act, a commanding voice echoed through the air, halting him. "Haven't you come to see me, Dula?" I turned around, and lo and behold, it was Liege Kapu. But can you believe it? He no longer possessed even a hint of the Navy hero-esque grandeur. He now appeared as an emo old recluse. His aura diminished. His gaze was complex as he looked at Dova, torn between wanting him to stay and fearing repercussions from the world government. As for Dolaga, he too was a man of steel. He glanced at his father, then at his half-conscious son, and without a word, soared into the sky. Truly, if I ran fast enough, familial drama would not catch up with me. Kapu didn't pursue, instead sighing as he approached me, saying, "I apologize for the spectacle." What could I say? Seeing him age 10 years in an instant, I nearly choked on the words of concern. He waved his hand, stating that new orders had arrived from the Navy headquarters, instructing him to take me to a meeting, then scooped up Lu Fei, his silhouette heavy as if carrying a mountain. Just as they departed, he stirred awake, groaning and clutching his head. I composed myself and approached my beloved crew, shrugging my shoulders, "Sorry everyone. The celebration feast will have to wait." And guess what? Thun grabbed my arm with wide eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately, "If you ever dare to apologize again, even if you're the captain, I will cut you down." Goodness, this damned sense of camaraderie. I understood. He was frustrated for not being able to assist earlier. Na Mei was even more direct, tossing aside the money. Oh no, the berry she held, and leapt in my arms, crying like a flower in the rain. Who among my family could understand such a burden? I felt stiff, gently embracing her, and hastily reassured everyone, "Don't worry. I want to die, for I have no limits." Blushing, chimed in softly, "Sir, my marksmanship is actually quite accurate." Hearing this, I laughed, recognizing his embarrassment from having fainted earlier. I tousled his hair. "All right. Next time, remember to strike at the vital points." And then there was Bayer. That foolish duck was also quacking away in Anya's embrace. I chuckled heartily. Sure, you want to miss out on the meal?" Only then did everyone break into laughter. Before long, we were summoned to the conference room. Kapu regarded our group with a grave expression, likely thinking about how these young rascals could disrupt the seas. He cleared his throat and delivered the mission. Headquarters orders: "You will cooperate with Su Mogu to investigate the warlord, Sakolo Kudar in Alaba Sultan. That fellow has been quite restless lately." Su Mogu, puffing on a cigar, grumbled. I knew none of these pirate scum would behave. At that moment, I decided to tease him, retorting sarcastically, "Then why don't you investigate Hyungyan? Or perhaps go after Do Fulong Minge? We can handle Lao Sha." Silva, upon hearing this, bristled with rage, exclaiming, "Do you want to fight? Are you kidding? Provoking Yingyan is akin to seeking death. Enough of the bickering." Kapu interrupted us. "I will be on standby for you. Prepare to set off." I was taken aback. "Huh? Aren't you coming with us, teacher?" Kapu remained expressionless. "I want to go. Will lead the covert investigation." I understood his intent clearly. He wanted to stay behind to provide Ufoi with special training. But I couldn't let him off the hook so easily. What? Let the heavy smoker lead? Can he even manage? With Huga's skills, he might not be enough for La Sha. Kapu pinched his nose, adding, "Oh, and move quickly. The CP organization is already on the way. Garda's request is to resolve this before they arrive." I exchanged astonished glances with Su Mogu. What? The CP was mobilized? It seemed this matter with Lhasa was far more significant than I had anticipated. Su Mogu's expression shifted drastically. Anything involving CP was no trivial matter. I hurriedly called out to Ku as he was about to leave. "Old man, I would like to request that Sensei guides him. He has decided to join the Navy with me. Indeed, I plan for him and Amori to stay in Jun for specialized training, as this investigation would only require it. Our exceptional radar. You bastard. Who gave you the right to make decisions for me?" Solon exploded, slamming his hand on the table. Ignoring his anger, I grasped his shoulder and lowered my voice. "Time was of the essence. You Inameri must grow quickly. Upon hearing my hint, instantly understood. He fell silent for a moment before gritting his teeth, understood. Before you return, I will absolutely complete my hockey training. Our team thrived on mutual loyalty. He recognized this was not the time for impulsiveness. Namai also comprehended, cradling Bayer silently. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, I smiled at Kapu. Then I entrust this to you, old man. Kapu chuckled heartily in response. And so it was decided. I thought Anthony would embark on our journey. The three of us disguised ourselves and boarded a small vessel bound for Weishuji Sanfa. After all, both of them and I could fly. Bringing along a small boat was merely a ruse. On board, Thuga leaned in to whisper, I don't understand why we have to bring you. Haye, with keen ears, immediately bristled. This naval officer, are you underestimating me? So, awkwardly coughing, lit his cigar and attempted to explain, this is a stealth investigation. Both and I can fly. While I cut him off, don't underestimate him. Once we reach Alabasan, you will see that he is our main asset this time. I refrained from mentioning that FS observation hockey could obscure others. This was our trump card. I patted K and teased, although you haven't officially been promoted yet. You must show respect for the future admiral of the Navy. Hayiv instantly understood. Solemnly bowing to Su Mogua. Oh, I understand now. Daren, Kailan, Sumi Masai, Su Mogua Yuan Sai. You two rascals. Su Mogua fumed, smoke billowing from his head. In this atmosphere of laughter and camaraderie, we reached the vicinity of Weishuji Shan, then abandoned the boat, soaring towards Alaba Sultan. As we flew, I called out, once we reach the capital, activate your observation hockey. Swift action is key to uncovering S crimes. However, not long into our flight, they shouted from my back, there's a small town below. The people there seem suspicious. I inquired of Simo Gu, Commander, what do you say? Ignore them. Simo Gu responded decisively. Since Hai Yi possesses the extraordinary Kin Bunchiko hockey, let us proceed directly above Lao Sha's lair. Upon hearing this, I accelerated to full speed. Throughout the journey, Simo G's mouth was incessantly running, akin to a parrot. I truly fail to comprehend why the Marshal insists on a Shichibukai plan. These pirates ought to be imprisoned and impelled down. It is utterly ridiculous. Don't you agree, Kane? My ears were nearly callous from his incessant chatter, and I couldn't help but retort, yes, you are absolutely right. Why not have the Marshal capture the Yonko as well, and be done with it? You cheeky fellow, are you looking for trouble? Simo G's pride was wounded, and he began to make fierce threats. Are you planning to suffocate me with smoke, or will your devil fruit powers be the cause of my demise? I stood my ground, knowing he could not breach my defenses. Just as he was about to erupt, Haye's voice, as melodious as a celestial choir, rang out, we've arrived. We have located the sand crocodile you mentioned. I must say, the most unfortunate among us was Hai, sandwiched between us, forced to endure our banter while simultaneously concentrating on reconnaissance. I could only imagine he was nearly utilizing his Kinbunchaku to shield himself from our incessant bickering. Where? What is he saying? Simo Gu and I queried in unison. I shot Simo Gu glare. Isn't that obvious? He must be in his lair. Simo Yi, realizing he had asked a foolish question, attempted to maintain his composure. Are you the commander? Obey orders, rookie. Continue monitoring. We both shouted simultaneously. I could almost hear Hai Yi cursing inwardly. Are you two done yet? He hastily interrupted us. Wait a moment. I think I found something. Simo Gu and I immediately fell silent. Hai Yi relayed the information he had gathered, and to our astonishment, it included both Miss All Sunday and the devil child Nico Robin. Most importantly, he had overheard the term ancient weapon, Pluton. After his report, Hai Yi flashed me a V sign, his expression seemingly conveying, got it, finally free from listening to this white-haired chatterbox. Wait a moment, isn't he also white-haired? Upon hearing the mention of Pluton, Simo Gu erupted, pacing the room like an ant on a hot skillet. Damn it, does this sand crocodile intend to destroy Alabasta? I felt dizzy watching him, and I seized him by the arm. Enough of the pacing. If we can't resolve the issue, then let us eliminate the problematic individual. What do you mean? Simo Gu gazed at me. Internally, I scoffed, keep pretending. I slammed my hand on the table. Let's take him out first. Excellent. That suits my intentions. Simo Gu replied instantaneously. I couldn't help but think. So you were merely waiting for my words? Hai Yi quickly interjected. Aren't we just responsible for investigation? Simo Gu hesitated, suggesting we should gather evidence to report to Carp. No way. I immediately dismissed his idea. If the world government were to learn of Pluton's whereabouts, Alabasta would be doomed. Simo Gu fell silent, recognizing the truth in my words. He humbly inquired, "What shall we do then?" I pondered for a moment and deliberately proposed plan A. "How about this? You distract Lao Sha while I set fire to the documents." I emphasized the burning documents part. Impossible. Simo Gu immediately took the bait. "You shall not lay your hands on the ancient weapon." I knew he would think that. Thus, I nonchalantly presented plan B. "Then we shall eliminate Lao Sha together, and you will destroy the documents and bring back his criminal evidence to Lodetown. How does that sound?" Let us proceed with that." Simo Gu, believing he had seen through my cunning, nodded in satisfaction. Internally, I was elated, subtly exchanging a glance with Hai Yi. "Oh, Simo Gu, you might not realize that the true utility of Kinbunchaku is no longer confined to combat. Functionality is paramount. With our plan established, I decided to take a stroll under the guise of gathering intelligence. In truth, I sought to test my luck in finding a sword named Hua Zhou, a gift for Zoro. I intentionally displayed wealth in the streets, adopting a bait-and-switch tactic. To my surprise, it actually worked. A knife-wielding extra collided with me. My heart swelled with glee. "Mr. Zhou is right. What is yours, and what is not yours can still be taken." While feigning concern for him, I cast a fervent gaze upon his blade. The lad, feeling my intense scrutiny, panicked and fled into a narrow alley, abandoning his money after the collision. Just as he caught his breath, a dragon claw landed on his shoulder. I transformed partially into my dragon form, standing behind him, and whispered, "Apologies for the collision earlier. However, could you kindly return my possession?" The poor chap stammered, "Master, I don't recall taking anything of yours. You didn't tea before, but you do now." Those were the last words he would ever hear. I must emphasize, the possessions of the deceased are unclaimed property. I, Kane, retrieved the sword from the ground. "What concern is it of yours, Mr. 11? Wielding the newly acquired Hua Zhou at the alley's entrance, I swung it about in admiration. "When I return, Zoro will surely be overjoyed." Meanwhile, Zoro, far away in Lodetown, inexplicably sneezed, abruptly exiting his state of enlightenment regarding hockey. Upon returning to the small inn, I found Simo Gu scowling, digging sand from his ears. Watching me enjoy a cold cola, he grumbled, "You scoundrel, living so carefreely every day?" I set down my drink and replied, "You're the one who guarded me like a thief. What can I do? If you don't speak, how can I have Hai Yi show you around until next year?" Simo Gu could no longer contain himself, seriously stating, "Kane, do not even think about coveting the ancient weapon." I feigned ignorance. "Come now, brother. I don't even know what the ancient weapon is for. If it's a sword, I must see it for myself. Then let us go together tomorrow." Simo Gu still harbored doubts. Just as I was about to further deceive him, Hai Yi signaled me and spoke. "It's all right. We can observe for another day, allowing us all to rest." That evening, I engaged in a silent conversation with Hai Yi using Kinbunchaku. This method of interaction for traversers is truly advanced. Hai Yi informed me that he had thoroughly scoured beneath the royal capital over the past 2 days and found no substantial vessels. I understood, then, that Pluton's main body was not present here. The following day, I took them both on a leisurely flight, loudly asking, "Hai Yi, have you found the evidence?" Hai Yi responded according to our agreed-upon narrative. "Master, the evidence has been gathered, including dance powder and control over the kingdom." However, regarding the ancient weapon, he had only heard it mentioned verbally. Simo Gu, with a cigar between his lips, declared, "That is sufficient." He was eager to resolve the Lao Sha matter, as Hai Yi's abilities filled him with trepidation. "Excellent," I exclaimed. "Then let us prepare to descend. We shall confront this hero of the kingdom." Before I could finish my sentence, I dove down, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon the sand crocodile's lair, igniting a sea of flames. "Hey, aren't you going to give a heads up?" Simo Gu, astonished, called from behind me. I burst into laughter. "Ha. This is how I greet someone. Why waste words with a villain? It's best to eliminate him before he even has the chance to react." A massive sandstorm swept through as Crocodile appeared mid-air, roaring at me. "You bastard, what are you doing?" What followed was a brutal beating, I assure you. Lao Sha's abilities were truly lackluster. By the time he lay on the ground like a defeated dog, delivering his monologue about dreams, I was nearly lulled to sleep, almost convinced I was the villain. At this moment, Simo Gu stepped forward, clearing his throat as he began reciting his lines. "By the authority of the Navy's secret investigation, your title as a Shichibukai has been revoked, and you are under arrest." How infuriating. It was I who had done all the fighting, yet he took all the glory. Truly, Simo Gu, you never fail to impress. I hastily urged him, "Hurry and burn the documents. If we delay, the CP will arrive." Simo Gu nodded. "You take Crocodile to the waters near Whiskey Peak. Tina's fleet should be arriving shortly. Oh, so you wish to divert me, eh? I am fully aware of the situation. Should he truly wish to destroy the documents, he would undoubtedly refuse to cooperate with him. However, he has no other options and can only bide his time. I was taken aback and asked, when did you report this? Tina had set off early in the morning, while Smoker appeared somewhat frustrated. What was meant to be a covert mission had spiraled out of control. Moreover, Tina, known for her forthright nature, would undoubtedly express her feelings. Upon hearing that Miss Tina was coming, I lost interest in his ramblings and swiftly seized Crocodile from the ground, soaring into the sky, planning to regroup later at Whiskey Peak. Hey, let me finish. Smoker shouted from below, but I paid him no heed. As I reached my destination, I spotted a fleet of warships from afar. Transforming into a colossal dragon, I descended majestically, finding Tina on the deck, her rosy lips agape in astonishment. The sight was simply breathtaking. She adjusted her forehead and exclaimed her signature phrase, "Tina is quite distressed." What was originally Smoker's reconnaissance mission nearly ended with the downfall of a warlord of the sea. I couldn't help but mentally scoff, her phrase reminding me of the prince's mannerisms. I smirked and corrected her. "Tisich, nonsense. Smoker was merely an observer throughout." Huh? What do you mean by an observer? Tina tilted her head in confusion. To my surprise, beneath her commanding exterior lay a certain naivety. I chuckled heartily. Oh, it's just a phrase I use. She instructed her soldiers to escort Crocodile to be treated, and then turned to me, extending her hand with an enchanting smile. "I am Tina, a fellow trainee of Smoker." I quickly shook her hand and complimented. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kane." Tina paused for a moment. You've heard of Tina? Such an honest girl." I rolled my eyes and began to flatter her. Colonel Tina is renowned for her beauty at naval headquarters. How could I not have heard of you? Tina, clearly pleased, pretended to be bashful, covering her face with her hand. "Oh, Kane, you flatter me. But it makes Tina very happy." "Not at all. I speak only the truth." I amused at myself, finding her surprisingly amiable. "However, could you please release Tina's hand? It might make her feel awkward on our first meeting." Realizing I had been holding her hand the whole time, I quickly let go. To ease the tension, I swiftly teased Smoker. "According to Smoker, you are his peer. How fortunate he is to have such a beautiful companion." "Not at all. Kane, you are quite the charmer. Once we return to headquarters, Tina would love to share a drink with you." "Colonel Tina, we have arrived at the port and can now disembark at Whiskey Peak." I must tell you, upon receiving the report, Tina raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased, and issued a stern command. "All troops land. Every single one must be captured." She then turned her gaze toward me, her eyes glinting with intent, clearly asking, "Which team are you with?" What could I say? I immediately showcased my abilities, transforming into a dragon with a roar, and tilted my head toward her. "Miss Tina, please take a seat. Allow me to show you what speed and passion truly mean." Her mouth fell open in astonishment, likely able to fit an egg inside. Although she had seen me fly with Crocodile earlier, witnessing it up close was an entirely different experience. I could feel the overwhelming aura of the dragon and the shock waves emanating from my form, causing her to be momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening her legs. She marveled at my scales as if caressing a rare treasure before somersaulting onto my back, dramatically declaring, "Dragon Knight Tina, charge." "All right, hold on tight," I thought to myself, suppressing a mischievous grin, and with a thought accelerated instantly. The sensation was akin to a rocket launch. I must say, the Navy's sick styles, particularly the moonwalk, pales in comparison to true flight. Tina was exhilarated on my back, screaming in delight as we soared. Upon landing at Whiskey Peak, she dismounted, her legs trembling, her face flushed, nearly losing her balance. I swiftly caught her. To my surprise, she leaned against me, breathing heavily, and said, "Sorry, Kane, this is my first time." I was momentarily stunned. I thought, please don't say that. If someone hears, they might think we did something untoward. I quickly cleared my throat to change the subject, "So, your soldiers will likely take a bit longer to arrive. Shall we find a place to exchange information?" She steadied herself, took a deep breath, and replied, "Sure, let's find a tavern." I understood her curiosity about me. A mythical beast was palpable. The news of my existence had likely spread throughout naval headquarters, perhaps intentionally circulated by that old man Sengoku. We casually selected a tavern, and I called out, "Waiter, a large barrel of ice-cold beer." I then asked, "Miss Tina, is cold beer all right with you?" She nodded, and we clinked our glasses, indulging in drink after drink. After a few rounds, she lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, her gaze scanned me as if she were an AI analyzing data, making me feel somewhat uneasy. "Miss Tina, if you keep looking at me like that, I might get embarrassed." Yet, rather than retreating, she leaned in with a smile. "If you call me Tina directly, I would be even happier." My heart skipped a beat. I thought, goodness, is she getting tipsy and flirting with me? Deciding to play along, I replied, "Then I shall honor your request, Tina," and down another large cup. After a few more rounds, I figured it was time to address serious matters. "Tina, you mentioned you were leading this team. What is the true purpose of your mission?" "It was originally to assist Smoker, but unexpectedly, your prowess led to us taking down the Baroque works in one fell swoop. Now, the mission has shifted to clearing out the remnants." She did not hide the truth from me, likely feeling that since I was taken under the wing of Old Man Garp, I was one of her own. Afterward, she signaled for another barrel of beer and looked at me with bright eyes. "You've asked your questions. Now it's my turn." Seeing her demeanor, I felt a sense of dread. This woman did not appear to be harmless. Was she intent on getting me drunk to pry into my secrets? She noticed my hesitation and cleared her throat to ask, "Kane, is your fruit a red dragon or a giant dragon?" "No," I blurted out instinctively. The air grew tense. She looked at me with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to comprehend. I quickly added, I haven't really looked into it. As a child, I just ate whatever. Who was paying attention to that?" Darn it. I had gotten overly excited, thinking she was interested in me, only to realize she was here for business. The atmosphere was far too intense. Noticing my intense beer drinking, she seemed to understand something, resting her hand on my shoulder with a meaningful expression. "Well then, I suppose you." But before she could finish, a resounding explosion echoed outside, accompanied by a furious shout in a foreign accent. "Baka, you all go to hell." Tina and I exchanged glances, both mentally cursing. So close. We had no choice but to step outside and see what was happening. To our astonishment, the Navy was surrounding a man and a woman. The man was tall and imposing, his arms transformed into blades, causing the Navy to scream in pain. The woman, with a stunning figure, was breaking through towards us while shouting, "Get out of my way." As she spoke, her body morphed into a spiked ball, rolling toward us. Tina, already irked by the interruption, saw the woman charging and immediately unleashed her signature move, the feather barrier, ensnaring the woman with countless iron bars. The woman, now captured, shouted, "Ms. One, over here." Upon hearing this, the blade-armed man rushed over and began hacking at the iron bars. Tina smugly remarked, "That won't work. This is tougher than steel." Just as she finished speaking, a loud clang echoed as the bars shattered. The two of them glided away like skaters. How infuriating. Chase them down. Tina's face turned green with anger as she dashed after them, leaving me behind. As I rested my chin in contemplation, I mused that these must be the two formidable opponents that Zoro and Nami would later encounter. Mr. One, the wielder of the chop fruit, and Miss Doublefinger, who commanded the thorn fruit. Quite the characters indeed. Just then, Tina, having retreated a distance, turned back to shout, "Kane, just stay right there. I will return shortly." At that moment, I was taken aback. Could it be that this lady had developed an interest in me? What a predicament, especially with Nami awaiting my return home. The burdens of blissful dilemmas. Watching them vanish from sight, I shrugged and made my way back to the tavern. I had no intention of following them, as a far more intriguing guest had just arrived at the establishment. With a glass in hand, I approached a young man who was devouring his meal with fervor. "My good fellow, you certainly have quite the appetite. Shall we become friends?" The chap, without so much as a glance, lifted his glass and took a hearty gulp. "Oh, I did not make friends with the dogs of the Navy." I chuckled, noting the white-bearded skull tattoo on his back. "You do not wish to befriend the Navy, yet you have a naval hero as your grandfather? Volgat Diaz." He stiffened, slowly turning to face me, his gaze sharp. How does this esteemed naval officer know of my identity? I understood his concern, while his status as the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division was well known. His connection to Garp remained a closely guarded secret. I laughed heartily and revealed my ties to Garp and Luffy. Mere moments later, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Hey, Kane. Finish your drink. Finish it," Ace exclaimed, his demeanor transformed as he threw an arm around my shoulders and urged me to drink. I recounted a few anecdotes known only to his family, and in an instant, he regarded me as one of his own. What a refreshing turn of events. After Ace downed a glass, he suddenly recalled, "By the way, Kane, you mentioned something about Luffy earlier?" I had to repeat myself. Exasperated, Luffy is not setting sail for the time being. Internally, I lamented the eccentricity of his family. I'd already stated this thrice. ISNT, he always shouting about becoming the Pirate King? How could he give up? Ace exclaimed, his face a picture of shock. I explained. I made a wager with him. He lost, and now he can only aspire to be the king of the seas, not the pirate king. If I lose, I must bring my crew aboard his ship. You must have had a brawl, right? Ace surmised astutely. Not only did I brawl with him, but I also had a scuffle with his father. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Father? You must be mistaken, Kane. As I began to clarify, I hesitated, recalling Sabo's situation. Ace noticed my uncertainty and offered me a drink. If it's inconvenient, you need not say. That's not the case. I downed the drink and leaned in a whisper. Now, listen closely, but do not shout. I needed to prepare him for the revelation, lest he react dramatically. Luffy's father is Dragon. I murmured into his ear. To my astonishment, he blinked in confusion. Is it Kaido? I nearly spit my drink. What sort of logic is that? Does Kaido resemble him in the slightest? Sumimasai. Continue. Ace quickly apologized. I took a deep breath and restructured my words. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Just as he was about to exclaim, I swiftly covered his mouth. Didn't I tell you not to shout? After releasing my grip, Ace was panting. I never would have thought that Luffy's father was him. His eyes sparkled with intent, as if he were contemplating either recruiting me or challenging me. I waved my hands. No, not now. We shall not engage in battle. Then I decided to drop another bombshell. Oh, by the way, I heard that Dragon has taken on a disciple named Sabo, who is now the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Boom. Ace seized my collar, his eyes reddening. What did you say? What is the name of Dragon's disciple? Ace, you ought to pay attention. Rather than asking me, why not investigate for yourself? After all, Luffy is not setting sail for the time being, so you have ample time. I patted his shoulder. Brother, this is all I can assist you with. Ace regarded me earnestly. Kane, whether this is truth or fiction, I owe you a favor. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid. I would wager my life to help you. He then hurriedly handed me a life card before dashing away. Hey Ace, wait. I intended to caution him about Blackbeard, but as the words hung on my lips, I found no suitable reason and let it go. Watching his retreating figure, I murmured to myself, it seems I may need to assist you once more before I can help. Excuse me, sir, your friend has yet to settle the bill. Might you take care of that? The tavern owner approached cautiously. I patted my pocket and realized, regrettably, that I had lost my money while fishing in Alabasta. Maintaining my composure, I pointed outside. Just a moment. I have matters to attend to. Someone will come to settle the bill shortly. With that, I took off running. Family. Who understands? A hero fleeing is not for the sake of avoiding the bill. I sensed a strong surge of combat not far away through Kinbunchikahaki. I merely went to investigate. Upon arrival, I found Tina in a bit of a predicament, being overwhelmed by the two agents of Baroque Works. One wielded a razor-sharp whirlwind, while the other brandished a thorny whip, their coordination impeccable. Just as it appeared Tina would withstand their assault, I saw my opportunity, soared through the air with a roar, unfurling my dragon wings. With two resounding clangs, I perfectly intercepted their attacks, shielding her in my embrace. Held in my arms, Tina was momentarily overwhelmed by the aura of dragon might and masculinity that enveloped me. A hint of pride flickered within me. I had sensed her unease long before and sought to open her heart before proceeding further. She, too, leaned into my embrace, likely contemplating whether this would dispel her suspicions. There we were, each with our own intentions, locked in a pose reminiscent of a heroic rescue, creating quite the picturesque scene. The two assassins nearby appeared utterly superfluous. Easily dispatching the duo, Tina pulled me back to the small tavern. Kane, let us have another drink, she urged with a sly grin. Glug, glug, glug. The drink was refreshing. How delightful. I drained my glass and decided to play along, feigning inebriation to see what she had in mind. Leaning against her shoulder, I slurred, Tina, you are so young and beautiful, and as a high-ranking officer in the Navy, you must. She pouted, not at all. I'm still single. Feigning a heavy breath, I continued, you must be quite wealthy. Do remember to settle the bill later. I forgot my money. Her smile faltered immediately. Yet, she remained focused on her task, pressing on with her inquiries. By the way, Kane, do you truly not recall the name of your fruit? I thought to myself, how could I know, considering I consumed one that had been purified by the system? To avoid revealing too much, I began to ramble nonsensically. I believe I ate a mythical zoan-type, the elemental dragon fruit. Elemental dragon? She looked utterly perplexed. I feigned seriousness. Digging my own pit. Legend has it that such dragons can harness the elements, hence their physical prowess is not their forte. Of course, this lack of strength is relative. merely envisioning my enemies believing my ruse, charging toward me, only to witness my transformation into a muscular titan is exhilarating. Come, let's drink again. Tina raised her glass, thinking, don't just boast, keep drinking. Glug, 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 another round downed. She seemed a bit flushed, unbuttoning 2 of her suit buttons. I tell you, the sight was nearly overwhelming, making me feel ravenous. She sensed my gaze and, despite her urge to maintain professionalism, continued her probing. Tina is curious. What elements have you mastered? That's easy. I leaned in closely, nearly brushing against her, grinning mischievously. You can use armament hockey, right? She nodded. I chuckled. That's good. Get ready. Here it comes. As I spoke, I deliberately pressed against her, releasing a faint current of electricity. Let me tell you, she was already uneasy being so close to me. With the added stimulation of electricity, she could no longer contain herself and let out a sharp scream. That sensation. Well, only those who have experienced it would truly understand. Her face flushed crimson as she shot me a resentful glare, her eyes brimming with indignation. It was evident that she had realized she had been teased by me. She promptly stood up, declaring, Tina needs to take care of some business. I shrugged, observing her hasty retreat, legs crossed, and mused to myself, it seems that indulging in beer leads to frequent nature calls. Surely, she had gone to report to General, likely relaying my absurd claims about the elemental dragon's physique being a weakness. TSK, those old men at the naval headquarters would surely be led astray by my antics. Upon her return, I presumed she had received new instructions, and thus I playfully teased, Tina, you took quite a while in the restroom. Did you have a big one? I wore an expression that conveyed my understanding, implying, I know you had an accident. Let me give you an out. Her face darkened, yet she still took a seat. I promptly moved my chair closer, aligning my body with hers, lifting my glass. Come, Tina, we share a bond. Let us drink until we are inebriated. She was close to me, her body involuntarily shuddering, and she emitted a soft hum. I chuckled to myself, beginning to fervently encourage her to drink. She, likely preoccupied with her mission, had no choice but to raise her glass against mine. Come, finish this drink. There's another awaiting you. Come, finish this drink. There are 3 more to go. I told her, alcohol truly hits hard. Tina, who already had a lower tolerance than I, could no longer withstand the onslaught after several rounds. Ha, Kane, you're done for. Drink up, Tina, finish it all. She was utterly intoxicated, boldly undoing all the buttons of her top and pouring liquor into my mouth. The tavern owner and patrons wisely vacated the premises. I must commend them for their discretion. As the moment seemed ripe, I began to extract information from her. Tina, I'm still unaware of how ranks are classified within the Navy. Would you enlighten me? Today, I must ascertain when your monthly cycle occurs. She, holding on to me, shouted with a drunken slur, Tina finds that so dull. I don't want to talk about it. Gulme. Drink, Kane. Goodness, she still retained a sliver of lucidity. I squinted, realizing that I needed to up the ante to stimulate her further. I told her that merely pouring beer was insufficient, and I swiftly substituted the highest proof rum from a stack of barrels in the corner, using my wind manipulation ability, unnoticed. Let me show you the fusion of technology and ruthlessness. Tina, thoroughly intoxicated, could barely articulate, yet she pounded the table, demanding, fill it to the brim. Give Tina a full glass. A man must not refuse. My heart swelled with amusement. Very well, if you insist. As I filled her glass with rum and ice, I continued my probing. So, where do you think the warlord of the warring states will assign me? My heart is in turmoil. She, with a drunken bravado, pounded her chest, fear not. With Mr. Carp watching over you, you shall not be mistreated. Remarkable. While her words conveyed reassurance, she revealed not a single core secret. Yet, this woman's vigilance was commendable, maintaining her boundaries even in her inebriated state. However, it mattered not. After several rounds, the potency of the rum was no joke. After a few more drinks, the faint electric current in my hands could no longer be concealed. Kane, you're gripping Tina too hard, she said with a whimper, her last vestiges of awareness slipping away. I quickly apologized. Oh dear, my apologies. It's just that we have such a connection. I lost control, while my words expressed regret. The pressure of my hands diminished, though the tingling sensation remained unabated. Finally, after yet another glass of rum, she could no longer hold on, her body going limp, her alertness evaporating as she blurted out, of course, after the assessment, it will be Master ZFA who instructs you. I was reveling in my triumph, when, with a thud, she collapsed into my arms. I quickly loosened my grip, yet she, as if boneless, began to slide towards the floor, compelling me to catch her again. This woman took her time to catch her breath in my embrace, gazing at me with dazed eyes. "Tina thinks you are quite excessive." I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I touched my nose, reflecting on the lengths I had gone to extract information. Yet her next words were, "Tina is drunk. You should help Tina outside for some fresh air." How could I refuse such an invitation? I promptly supported her as we made our way outside. However, as soon as the sea breeze hit her, she appeared even more dazed. I thought I could finally release her, but as I withdrew my hand from her waist, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. I hurriedly bent down to assist her, only to have her wrap her arms around my neck, causing me to lose my balance and topple over, our bodies entangled in a rather compromising position. Just as I was about to rise, her legs wrapped around my waist, and she whispered into my ear, "Tina has taken a liking to you, little Kane." I jolted. This woman was truly out of her mind. Kane was not the type to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. However, when she noticed my lack of reaction, she seized my face, turning it towards hers, clearly displeased. "Why aren't you looking at Tina? Tina thinks you are not manly." Then, she planted a kiss on me. My mind exploded in a cacophony of thoughts. My friends, can you comprehend? Our first kiss just transpired like that. In an instant, two figures appeared in my mind, one clad in white and the other in black, engaging in a fierce debate. The white figure protested, "No, this is taking advantage of her. It is beastly behavior." The black figure retorted with a smirk, "What is wrong with being beastly? It's better than being worse than a beast. Besides, she initiated it. Why didn't you voice your concerns when she was pouring you drinks? Stop being hypocritical." The white figure cleared its throat, adopting a righteous demeanor. "Moreover, look at her in this state. Her breathing is shallow. You are merely performing artificial respiration to save a life. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, I realized, yes, I was saving her. Yet the white figure reappeared, haloed like an angel, urging, "Stop. Is this how a man should behave?" This struck a chord within me. Indeed, I had not acted like a man in the strictest sense. I had an epiphany. The black figure erupted in laughter. You're done for. Once you have an epiphany, you are utterly defeated." At that moment, I steeled my resolve, spreading my dragon wings and lifting her into the sky. Just as I was about to take flight, a beam of sunlight broke through the horizon. That light was akin to divine illumination, awakening me from my stupor. I glanced down, astonished to find that we had been kissing the entire night, our lips swollen. More absurdly, I sensed a slight increase in my strength. What kind of cyber-kissing cultivation was this? As dawn approached, I hurriedly descended behind a sand dune, frantically helping her dress, while rolling in the sand several times to fabricate an illusion that we had merely passed out here after drinking too much. Having completed this charade, I lay down beside her and, astonishingly, fell asleep. When I awoke, I found myself aboard a naval vessel returning to the headquarters. For an entire week, Tina had seemingly vanished from existence, uttering not a single word to me. Bored, I transformed into my dragon form and flew around the ship, only for it to come to an abrupt halt. Upon reaching the deck, I was met with a chilling sight. The pirate graveyard, impelled down. My vision darkened. It was over. The truth had been revealed. This woman wouldn't have reported me to imprison me, would she? I spread my dragon wings, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Oh, Lord Kane, are you preparing to raid Impel Down?" I turned. It was indeed Tina. She regarded me with an air of aloofness, and I instantly comprehended. This was not about punishing me, but rather a show of authority due to my silence for an entire week. "What brings us here?" I asked, desperately seeking conversation. "Sending Crocodile to prison. What's up? Do you want to experience it too?" She shot me a glance filled with annoyance. It seems that deciphering this girl's thoughts is truly a challenge. After disembarking, a fellow donning a pharaoh's hat and wielding a trident approached me, exclaiming, "Welcome to my advanced city." I wondered who he was. To my surprise, he introduced himself as Deputy Director Hannibal, and his ambition nearly overflowed from his eyes. Tina, however, appeared unfazed and promptly introduced me. "This is the Red Dragon Kane, a candidate for Admiral." I was taken aback, thinking, what? I'm a candidate for Admiral now? Since when was I aware of that? Upon hearing this, Hannibal's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He rushed over and bowed to me, calling me future Admiral with an excessive display of flattery. Just then, a tall man with bat wings appeared behind him. It was the actual Director Magellan. However, after uttering only a couple of sentences, his stomach audibly grumbled, and he dashed off to the restroom, clutching his belly. As I observed this pair of characters, I couldn't help but wonder if entrusting old sand to them was truly wise. After a silent journey, we finally arrived at Marineford. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, reminiscent of Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden. As I stood there in awe, Tina let out a disdainful snort and unceremoniously left me at the port. I dare not wander off, so I waited from daylight until dusk, nearly falling asleep, when a tall, slender figure finally appeared. It was Akiji. Upon seeing me sprawled out in slumber, he shook his head in exasperation and conjured a block of ice to place on my belly. Startled awake, I blurted out a remark about his long face. Akiji's expression darkened. "Excuse me, but I possess a standard inverted triangle face, all right?" Realizing it was my brother Kazan, I hurriedly apologized and sought to establish rapport, recalling that old Garp had mentioned he was an ally. Yet, during the brief walk from the port to the Admiral's office, my incessant chatter left Akiji utterly exasperated. My words flowed like a machine gun, unceasing. Who was in the office? Should I salute? Would the Admiral give me a hard time? Eventually, Akiji could no longer tolerate it. Roaring, "Shut your mouth." He encased my lips in ice. With a scowl, he answered all my questions in one breath and then threatened me. If I uttered more than 3 words in the next 300 meters, he would turn me into frozen dragon meat sashimi. I hastily mimed a zipper across my mouth, which seemed to conclude our exchange. Upon entering the office, I was met with a room full of high-ranking officials: Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Vice Admiral Crane, and Kizaru, all casting their piercing gazes upon me like a spotlight. Admiral Sengoku motioned for me to sit, but I dared not, still mindful of Kazan's warning about the sashimi. Observing me frozen like a wooden post, Sengoku proceeded to discuss business, intending to send me to Zifa Sensei's training camp. He paused, clearly expecting me to respond. I was utterly bewildered. When the leader speaks, who am I to interject? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Kazan, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. "Admiral, Kane has several companions who also wish to join the Navy." Suddenly, I realized Kazan was my mouthpiece. I quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. I have a few friends with impressive abilities. I hope the Admiral will accept them." After expressing my gratitude to Kazan with a glance, I noticed his expression had become even longer. Fortunately, Admiral Sengoku seemed unfazed, cheerfully assuring me that old Garp had already notified him, and I could report directly to the recruit camp. As soon as he finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Vice Admiral Crane, signaling that it was her turn. Crane cleared her throat and smilingly said, "Kane, come, let us introduce you to your future colleagues." I promptly turned and bowed deeply to the towering, statuesque Vice Admirals. "Greetings. Senor, my name is Kane. I look forward to your guidance." To my dismay, the room felt eerily silent, the atmosphere akin to a grand social death scene. Finally, a gentleman named Fire Mountain, seemingly kind, broke the tension. "I'm Fire Mountain. We'll be colleagues from now on." The others followed suit with their names, sounding like an AI reciting a list: Squirrel, Doflamingo, Spider. Everyone seemed to understand. Uttering even a single extra word could be considered a workplace injury, right? This atmosphere of cold silence left me utterly flustered. Vice Admiral Crane appeared oblivious, waiting patiently for our awkward introductions to conclude before finally speaking. "Kane, we have heard rumors about you. However, strength is not merely a matter of hearsay. It must be proven through combat. What do you think?" Realizing this was a test of my abilities, I immediately nodded and bowed. I concur with the Chief of Staff as perspective. Oh no, I had inadvertently used an internal term. My heart sank as Crane shot me a surprised glance. I quickly feigned ignorance, inwardly lamenting that I must control my loose tongue in the future. "Since you agree, let us head to the training ground," Crane stated, leading the way. Before exiting, I attempted to signal Kazan for help, but he merely smirked, giving me a look that said good luck. I was doomed. Upon reaching the training ground, Crane queried, "Kane, your strength seems commendable. Who among you wishes to test him?" The Vice Admirals exchanged glances, and finally, the serious-looking Squirrel stepped forward. "I'll do it." The others, seeing someone volunteer, quickly made way. Squirrel regarded me intently, stating, "Though this is a test, it is also a battle. I hope you will unleash your full strength and not take it lightly." As he lectured, my mind wandered. I suddenly recalled boasting to Tina about my lack of physical strength and my inability to engage in close combat. If this turned into a fight, my flesh would be as tough as a monster-s. Wouldn't he that exposed my bluff? My moment of distraction ignited Squirrel's impatience. Ready for an extended lecture, he instead thrust his hand forward, distracted before battle. Finger gun. A fierce gust of wind struck my face. Startled, I instantly activated my dual-colored hockey, extending my dragon claw to deflect his attack. I must admit, the formal training background made a significant difference before he could retract his left-hand finger gun. His right hand swiftly drew a blade, simultaneously attacking me. I swiftly leaped backward, creating distance, and unfurled my dragon wings to soar into the air. Just as I settled into the sky, he chased after me with astonishing speed, attempting to cleave me from above. In that critical moment, lacking time to evade, I hastily enveloped my tail in hockey and swung it with all my might. The clash echoed as my tail solidly blocked his blade. Squirrel was astonished, exclaiming, "Just look at how tough your tail is." His blade darkened instantly, raining down upon me like a torrential storm. Convinced I could not allow him to continue showcasing his prowess, after enduring a few strikes, I executed a swift somersault and transformed into my complete dragon form. My thick, dark tail, imbued with immense power, swept toward him. I named this move the Divine Dragon's Tail Sweep. With a resounding thud, Squirrel was sent crashing from the sky to the ground like a kite with its strings severed. Rising from the pit, he surprisingly laughed. "Kid, quite impressive." I grinned. "Senior, the best is yet to come. It might even lead to fatal consequences." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Huh, you're still far from being able to take me down. Bring it on." "All right, you said it." I soared higher, the sky darkening with ominous clouds and thunder rumbling, transforming into a Gatling dragon. I unleashed a torrent of dragon breath while summoning lightning, making the entire arena resemble the apocalypse. The flying squirrel darted around frantically beneath the onslaught, appearing quite disheveled, yet evading capture. The scene had reached a stalemate, and realizing the urgency of the situation, I gritted my teeth and unleashed my ultimate move, Elemental Trio. With a thunderous roar, the most formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, while I simultaneously conjured the mightiest dragon breath ever recorded, all the while summoning an immense hurricane that enveloped him entirely. The hurricane acted like a barrage of blades, rendering him immobile, almost severing his armed hockey. On the sidelines, Granny Crane turned pale, exclaiming in alarm, "Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, be cautious. Retreat at once." But it was too late. Just as the lightning and dragon breath were about to obliterate him, a languid yet reliable voice interjected. "Bochi Zue." Boom! A colossal ice bird soared through the air, shattering my thunderbolt. It was Kazan. I was puzzled as to how he would block my remaining dragon breath and hurricane, but his subsequent actions rendered me utterly speechless. First, he encased the flying squirrel in an ice ball, thwarting the wind blades, and then, with a swift gesture, he extended an ice path beneath his feet, causing the ice ball to glide smoothly out of the storm's center as if tethered by an invisible string. The moment the ice ball exited, my dragon breath struck the ground, creating a massive crater, the shock wave even propelling the ice ball forward. I must say, from the moment I initiated my skill to when he saved the day, it was less than 2 seconds. This maneuver, this awareness, was simply that of a master among masters. I was thoroughly impressed. The flying squirrel was saved, and a throng of people gathered around him, offering their concern, while I, the grand contributor who had descended from the sky, was treated as though I were invisible. Just as I contemplated making my exit, Kazan sauntered over, languidly remarking, "Kane, your strength is quite formidable." Granny Crane approached as well, her face alight with surprise. "Your abilities have truly astonished me." It seems that Sengoku's suggestion to appoint you as a candidate for admiral was entirely justified. She fixed her fiery gaze upon me, and I could almost sense her thoughts. If only this child were a fool, he would be easier to control. A chill ran down my spine. Granny Crane shifted her tone. "Kane, I perceive that you are fighting instinctively without having learned any techniques. Am I correct? Thus, I propose you engage in another match with Kazan, so I may witness your limits." Goodness, she was intent on exhausting me. Having just battled one seasoned opponent, now I was to face another, even stronger. Kazan wore a look of utter desolation. "Huh? Do I have to work overtime too?" Granny Crane interrupted decisively. "Stop the chatter. Focus on mentoring the younger generation, and begin now." Kazan and I exchanged glances and distanced ourselves. He arrogantly declared, "Kane, I suggest you unleash your strongest form." Just as I was about to retort with a witty comeback, he hurled 2 ice spears at me. In battle, there is no room for banter. "Fine, if that is your wish." Without hesitation, I initiated my grand technique, elemental trio, and guess what? He transformed into pure elemental form, seamlessly gliding through my hurricane, launching an ice-time capsule straight at my face. We exchanged blows, and he quickly realized that my elemental attacks were most potent in dragon form. Thus, he swiftly altered his strategy, sealing off my movements with two enormous ice spears while forming two ice blades in his hands, grinning wickedly as he charged at me. Come, let us engage in a thrilling melee battle, young one. Internally, I was besieged by 1,000 wild thoughts. The bravado I had previously displayed now seemed like a pit I had dug for myself. No matter, I would charge ahead. I roared, rushing towards him. What ensued was akin to an eternal motion machine, our exchanges becoming a rhythm of mutual practice. Kazan's chill had no effect on me. Instead, I found myself invigorated in the frigid air, my strength and speed continually amplifying. Both Granny Crane and Kazan were left bewildered. Could this lad possibly control ice? I was consumed by an exhilarating frenzy, fully immersed in a transcendent state, feeling my hockey boiling within me. We fought from daylight to dusk, and then from dusk until dawn. The training ground was thronged with spectators, including the likes of Sengoku, Zephyr, Kizaru, and Akainu. A marine rookie stood in awe. What kind of monster is battling Admiral Kazan? As afternoon approached, Kazan finally grew impatient, his ice blades now infused with armed hockey, striking relentlessly at my vital points. Let us enter death mode. He cackled. I was already completely consumed by madness, facing his lethal attacks with a smile. Bring it on. Let the storm rage even fiercer. It was in the exhilarating moments of near death that I finally broke through. The world instantaneously became crystal clear. Kazan's movements appeared to slow to a crawl, like I was watching a film. I could perceive every intent behind his attacks, every flow of energy. Even with my eyes closed, observation hockey had transcended. Seeing me lost in thought with my eyes shut, Kazan grew irritated, retreating several meters before unleashing a grand technique. Ice blot beak. The immense ice bird surged towards me, and I merely expanded my palms slowly and pushed forward. Armed hockey is an extension of my mental will and physicality. Empty palms. An invisible shockwave erupted from my hands, obliterating the colossal ice bird mid-air. The terrifying cold burst forth, forcing Admiral Sengoku to transform into his Buddha form to disperse the frigid air. When I regained my senses, looking at the sea of marines surrounding me, and then up at the sun, my mind went blank as I murmured, "It's dawn." With that, my vision darkened, and I collapsed onto a pile of ice shards. Kazan, alarmed, dashed over, only to discover I had merely fallen asleep, snoring loudly. Among the crowd, Tina sighed in relief. But just as I began to speak in my sleep, facial cleanser is the best. Nami-chan, I love facial cleanser. Tina's expression darkened, and a murderous aura surged forth. Had it not been for Kazan's firm restraint, I might have faced a physical reckoning in my dreams. At that moment, at the port of Marine Ford, a ship gradually docked. Is this Marine Ford? Truly magnificent. Nami gazed at the imposing fortress, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Zoro, gripping his sword, appeared disgruntled. "Humph. I hope the strong here do not disappoint." Meanwhile, Belle, with eyes closed, sensed something and excitedly pointed towards the depths of the fortress. Nami, I sense Kane. Yes, just ahead. As soon as Belle finished speaking, we surged forward like we had been injected with adrenaline, only to find ourselves circling around the training camp entrance for ages, not catching even a glimpse of Kane. Smoker was equally bewildered, as it was expected that Kane should have been waiting for us here. Just when we were about to start complaining, a cheeky voice emerged from behind. Well, isn't that the future Admiral Smoker? I turned around, and there was Kane's handsome face. Smoker, elated, rushed forward with a punch, only to recoil in pain, gritting his teeth while Kane remained unfazed. Kane! Nami could no longer contain herself, leaping forward and clinging to Kane like a koala. Zoro, grinning widely, excitedly called out, "Hey, Kane!" Meanwhile, Hay maintained his usual respectful demeanor, addressing him as Lord Kane. Just as we reveled in our joyous reunion, we inadvertently irked some senior figures. A burly fellow draped in a justice cloak approached, bellowing, "Hey, you lot over there, which division are you from? Do you understand the rules? Who cared about him?" At that moment, our focus was solely on one another. Zoro had already begun boasting to Kane, "I've mastered dual-color hockey during this time." His expression was one of pride, as if he were begging for compliments. In response, Kane shrugged and cheekily remarked, "Oh, should I award you a certificate, Zoro-chan? What a scoundrel! What kind of ridiculous nickname is that?" Cayenne laughed heartily, exclaiming that he had made significant strides in his mastery of the dual-colored hockey. Upon hearing this, Zoro perked up, exclaiming that this was commendable, as Cayenne was a figure he held in high regard. Before Zoro could finish his sentence, I swiftly covered his mouth, cautioning him about our surroundings, the Navy headquarters. I warned him that mentioning that term might compel us to enact a desperate escape right then and there. Zoro, displeased, shoved my hand away. During this interruption, an oblivious extra approached, seizing Cayenne's shoulder and shouting, "Bakayuru, did you not hear the senior's question?" Cayenne slowly turned his head, and I must say, his gaze was so icy it could freeze droplets of water. With just 2 words, "What did you say?" The extra was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by an invisible aura of authority. He stammered for a moment, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence, before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. In an instant, the training ground fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a commanding voice boomed, "You bunch of rascals. Assemble immediately. Otherwise, return whence you came." It was Zephyr, the legendary former Marine Admiral, who emerged from the shadows like a specter. His bellow sent shivers down the spines of all present, prompting everyone to rush to form a line. Meanwhile, in the office of Sengoku, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Carp slammed his fist on the table, crumbs from his donut scattering everywhere, expressing his outrage. "Sengoku, why hand Cayenne over to Zephyr? He is my hard-earned disciple." Sengoku, visibly exasperated, explained that this was a prearranged decision, for Zephyr was indeed the most suitable mentor for him. Internally, he likely lamented, questioning Carp's choices and disciples. Carp, still restless, turned to Vice Admiral Tsu, asking, "Tsuru-chan, I heard you arranged for Cayenne to spar with the Weasel. How did it go?" With a sly smile, Tsuru dropped a bombshell. "Not just the Weasel, but also Kazan." Carp froze, quickly grasping the implication. "So, Cayenne triumphed over the Weasel?" Sengoku interjected solemnly, his expression grave, to be precise. "He nearly dispatched the Weasel." Carp leaped to his feet, anxiety etched across his face. Tsuru hastily recounted the events of the day, leading Carp into a contemplative silence. Sengoku issued a warning, stating that there was a reason for entrusting Cayenne to Zephyr, urging Carp not to interfere. Reluctantly, Carp sat back down, muttering, "Fine. Let Zephyr deal with the headache." Returning to the training ground, Zephyr was fervently imparting his ideals of justice. Remarkably, the extra who had been momentarily incapacitated by my glare had regained consciousness and sidled up to me, defiantly asserting, "Don't think your tricks can intimidate me. I merely fainted from the heat." It was a known fact that his bravado was as futile as a cooked duck's. I was lost in contemplation, fixated on Zephyr, ignoring his provocations. This veteran had devoted his life to the Navy, only to be betrayed by the world government. As I pondered this, the extra continued to pester me, demanding to know whether I was even listening. My patience wore thin, and I snapped, "Be quiet, you are quite bothersome." Unfortunately, my remark coincided precisely with the conclusion of Zephyr's speech, plunging the venue into an awkward silence. I felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing I could dig a hole and hide. Zephyr's countenance darkened as he approached me, stating, "It appears you have some objections to my declaration of justice, Dragon Man Ken." My heart raced, and I carefully explained, my perspective is rather straightforward. When encountering unsavory pirates, the solution is to eliminate them. I have yet to consider anything beyond that." To my surprise, Zephyr's anger seemed to dissipate slightly, and he began to organize the trainees. He instructed a Navy soldier to call out, "Those who have awakened Haki or possess devil fruit abilities, stand to the left, the rest to the right." Zoro and I exchanged glances before swiftly moving to the left side. Zephyr scanned the crowd and initially assigned Nami and Heya to specialized training, one in navigation, the other in firearms. Then, he turned his attention to Zoro, intrigued by the swordsman wielding dual-colored hockey. "Your views on justice?" he inquired. Zoro, with his characteristic bluntness, replied, "When encountering unseemly pirates, just cut them down." Zephyr fell silent, likely contemplating another Cayenne. He engaged Zoro in a brief discussion about swordsmanship, emphasizing that hockey was the key to becoming the world's strongest. Zoro promptly inquired about Mihawk, the most formidable swordsman in the Navy. "You mean Guion?" Zephyr responded, "I can certainly guide you." Upon hearing her name, Zoro furrowed his brow and posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Can a woman truly become the world's greatest swordsman? I sensed that he had yet to resolve this inner conflict. Zephyr took a deep drag from his cigar and replied, "You should ask Guion herself. As the closest woman to that position, she has the most authority to speak on it." He then arranged for Zoro to train with Guion. Zoro, invigorated, bid me farewell and hurried off. Thus, the training ground was left with just Zephyr and me. "Kind," he said, fixing his gaze upon me. "It is time we discuss your matters." He gestured for me to follow, inquiring why I had come if I felt no sense of belonging to the Navy. What could I say? That I came to form a team for training and would leave afterward? I feared he might punch me. Instead, I vaguely stated, "I merely detest those pirates who indiscriminately take lives." Zephyr, appearing to possess extraordinary insight, directly asked, "Ultimately, you will leave the Navy, correct?" My guard shot up instantly. However, he disregarded my tension, continuing to probe into my ambitions, even daring to mention Dragon's name. After prolonged silence, I finally responded, "The strong draw their blades against the stronger, while the weak draw theirs against the weaker." Instructor Zephyr, which category do you believe I belong to? Upon hearing my words, Zephyr erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze laden with meaning. "I hope you always remember what you said today." He revealed that Carp had implored him to devote all his efforts to guide me, and he agreed, but with one condition. What condition? I inquired. "Regardless of where you find yourself in the future, do not strike down your former comrades." I retorted, "What if they seek to kill me?" Zephyr replied unequivocally, "Those who seek their own demise are of no consequence." Very well, I consented to his condition. I respectfully addressed him. "Then I entrust you with my training, Master Zephyr." Zephyr smiled. "Work hard, my student, for you are destined to create upheaval upon the seas." After our discussion, he led me to a specialized training area, stating, "To facilitate your breakthroughs, I will provide you with sea-stone handcuffs." Upon hearing sea-stone handcuffs, my DNA reacted instinctively. This device was ineffective against me. I quickly interjected, "Master Zephyr, I need to confide something in you." Seeing my cryptic demeanor piqued his curiosity. I utilized my observation hockey to ensure no one was around, then took a deep breath and prepared for my most explosive revelation of the year. "In truth, I am not afraid of sea-stone." Zephyr furrowed his brow, assuming I had undergone training to withstand it. I gritted my teeth and continued to mislead him. "What I mean is I am not a landlubber." Zephyr appeared momentarily stunned, his expression questioning my sanity. I inhaled deeply and unleashed my ultimate revelation. "Actually, I am not human. I am a dragon. Our kind is unique, allowing us to freely switch between human and dragon forms." Zephyr fell utterly silent, his mind seemingly short-circuited, and after a considerable pause, he finally stammered, "You are a Millennium Dragon?" Clearly, he recalled the legendary tale of immortality, and his expression turned gravely serious. At last, he resolutely declared to me, "This matter must remain confidential, not even shared with your companions. I shall also act as if nothing has transpired." Witnessing his unwavering choice to shield me was quite moving. Yet I retorted, "My companions are entirely trustworthy." Zephyr offered a faint smile and did not pursue the topic further. He then looked at me and proclaimed, "In that case, your initial step in training shall commence with the 6 styles." He inquired about my understanding of combat, and, after a moment of contemplation, I responded, "Well, just hit them." Zephyr's face turned pale, likely cursing that old trickster, Kapu, in his mind. With a sigh, he remarked, "It seems I must employ my iron fist to expedite your growth." Just as he prepared to strike, I hastily interjected, "Wait, what are the 6 styles?" Ignoring my question, Zephyr unleashed a punch. "Prepare yourself." I braced myself against 2 blows, the pain instinctively urging me to transform and flee. But Zephyr's booming voice halted me. "Just like Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, you wish to evade pain with your abilities. Remember, when you become a dragon, you are merely a living target before a master swordsman like Yin Yan." This statement served as a revelation, and I grit my teeth, reverting to my human form. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Now you are embodying true masculinity. Zephyr laughed heartily and began to elucidate the essence of the 6 styles. When I questioned whether mastering Busashoku and Kinbunchaku rendered Tekai and Shiho redundant, Zephyr sighed and imparted a profound insight. The purpose of learning the 6 styles is not merely for the strength of the techniques themselves, but to assist practitioners in completely mastering their own power. It dawned on me. A brute with raw power and a slightly weaker individual who can perfectly control themselves in combat yield vastly different outcomes. Zephyr glared at me and continued his exposition, Shiho lays the foundation for grasping Kinbunchaku, while Tekai accelerates the understanding of Busashoku. Jeppo, Arashaishi, and Shurgan are meant to compensate for your combat deficiencies. As he elaborated on Shurgan, he emphasized in essence Shurgan transforms your fingers into bullets, while Arashaishi trains your legs to slice through the wind. However, Shurgan possesses great potential, capable of developing a technique that can alter fate with a single strike. The specifics you must comprehend for yourself. I must admit, I was utterly bewildered at that moment, yet I could not show weakness. Nodding vigorously, "Oh, I understand completely." To my dismay, Zay-Fa's expression soured instantly. "If you truly understand, then get moving. Today, I shall ensure your body comprehends what the 6 styles truly entail." I let out a wretched cry. Yumyedya. That period was hardly a human existence. Each day consisted of enduring blows, growing stronger, then enduring more blows, only to grow stronger still. My proficiency in the 6 styles had reached a considerable level, merely awaiting an unfortunate soul for practical application. Zoro, that peculiar fellow, had not only mastered the 6 styles, but could now unleash sword pressure with a mere flick of his blade. His Busashoku still required refinement, his body lagging behind. Additionally, there was Hai-Yi, who had drawn the attention of Granny, he due to his extraordinary Kinbunchaku abilities. He was summoned by Sengoku to Roga Town to capture pirates, ostensibly to replace Smoker, but it seemed more like a demotion to the frontier. Until that day, I sparred with the venerable Zay-Fa, inadvertently escalating my power to its utmost. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in the Navy hospital. I reclined on the hospital bed, feeling utterly relaxed, savoring the sensation of near death as I hummed a little tune. On the adjacent bed, Zoro, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, had the audacity to mock me. "Tut, tut, tut. Nearly succumbed to a retired old man, Kane. Are you all right?" I was incensed, sitting up and pointing at him. "Ha! Look at yourself, you pathetic fool. Severely wounded by a woman, and you dare criticize me? Oh, I see. You have a crush on that old lady in Gion." Gion referred to Tao Tu, as Zoro had not only trained with Zay-Fa, but also learned swordsmanship from Tao Tu's day. It was rather difficult not to entertain such thoughts between a solitary man and woman. Zoro's face flushed crimson, and he retorted, "You're talking nonsense. Our relationship is purely platonic." "Huh? A platonic friendship established after 2 drunken nights? Is that so?" We were in the midst of our quarrel when the nurse kicked the door open. "Both of you, be quiet. This is a hospital. Admiral Zay-Fa is still unconscious next door." With a loud bang, 2 doses of sedatives injected, tranquility finally enveloped the room. Within days, I was discharged, only to be intercepted outside and handed a document. "Brigadier General Kane, urgent investigation mission. Please depart at once." I glanced at the document, my anger surging. Having just completed my training in the 6 styles, Sengoku had promoted me to Brigadier General, yet I had been promised a position as a candidate for Admiral, not even receiving a Rear Admiral rank. Was this not a blatant precaution against me? What infuriated me further was that Zoro, the directionally challenged, had also become a Brigadier General and was assigned as Tao Tu's aide. The thought of Zoro spending every day with such a remarkable woman made me envious. Yet I reassured myself, it's fine. How infuriating. I too desired a beautiful older sister as my superior. However, it mattered little. After all, neither of us intended to serve in the Navy for a lifetime. Shaking my head, I opened the task report, muttering, "Let me see which little scoundrel warrants my personal involvement." The next moment, my eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Investigate former Whitebeard Pirates member Marshal D. Teach. Regarding the murder of the 4th Division Commander Sachi's defection. Target location, Bonero Island. Blackbeard. I slammed the report to the ground, cursing vehemently, damn. Is this a death sentence for me? The Navy might be unaware, but I certainly was not. That rotund man had left scars on Red-Haired's face even before consuming his devil fruit. Now, armed with the Yami Yami no Mi, his power was undoubtedly explosive. Moreover, the likelihood of encountering a commander dispatched by Whitebeard to hunt him down was 99%. Was this not a blatant ploy to have me eliminated? However, after venting my frustrations, my anger subsided, and a peculiar smile crept across my face. How fortunate. I was just lamenting my lack of an excuse to assist Ace. This aligns perfectly. The intelligence operative stationed at headquarters likely only knew that Ace was pursuing Blackbeard, but they could never fathom the depth of my bond with Ace. With that in mind, I wasted no more time, retrieved a map to locate Bonero Island, and transformed on the spot into a dragon. soaring into the sky with a powerful flap of my wings. Did they think I required a warship? What nonsense! Were my wings meant for preparing New Orleans-style wings? Upon hastily arriving at Bonero Island, I found myself in the midst of the climax. Ace was half kneeling on the ground, seemingly on the verge of collapse. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful I had not arrived a moment too late. Below, the rotund Teach was reveling in his own hubris. My darkness can attract everything, including the devil fruit users themselves. Dark vortex. In an instant, black mist engulfed the entire town, and with a thunderous roar, everything was crushed and expelled. At that moment, I stealthily soared overhead. Ace seemed to sense something, glancing upwards, yet saw nothing. Teach continued his diatribe, regardless of whether it is Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia. If I touch you, your abilities will be nullified. I swiftly darted back. Teach looked up again, still oblivious to my presence, and continued boasting. I thought this cannot continue. I had flown back and forth 3 times while they engaged in a 2-person performance. The ground shook with their battle, a large bird repeatedly hopping above them, and they remained utterly unfazed. Such an absurd display. Teach likely realized he could no longer delay, and with his palm directed at Ace, he forcefully inhaled dark water. Aisu, in a state of utter disarray, soared through the air, yet he displayed remarkable tenacity as he unleashed 2 flaming spears. Shunhui Buziho, with a resounding thud. The spears pierced through the chest of Dicky, causing the rotund figure to howl in agony. Observing that the outcome between the two was still uncertain, I refrained from descending immediately. Instead, I employed my Kinbunchika Haki to scan the surroundings, and lo and behold, I discovered Dicky's crew lurking in the valley. Watching the spectacle unfold, the sniper, Fan Aoka, was arrogantly narrating the events. Today marks yet another fork in fate. I descended from the heavens, interrupting his incantation with a powerful roar. Indeed, you speak the truth. Today is the terminus of your fate. Who dares? The crew, startled, drew their weapons. I was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with them, and, casting a fierce glare, declared, "My dear friend awaits my rescue. I have no time for your childish games. Allow me to demonstrate an attack capable of incapacitating a former Marine Admiral." Super Elemental Trio. In an instant, thunder, tempest, and dragon breath intertwined, obliterating the entire valley. From a distance, both AIC and Dicky were startled by the commotion, simultaneously shouting, "Who goes there?" Upon exchanging glances, they ceased their hesitation and unleashed their most formidable techniques. De yen jie yen di. Let us see whose flames prevail, yours or mine. I hovered above, observing as the colossal fireball was gradually consumed by darkness, not even stirring a ripple. A pang of dread struck my heart. It appeared that AIC was utterly defeated. A hero always makes his grand entrance last. AIC, I am here to rescue you, I shouted at the top of my lungs. Below, Dicky had just knocked AIC to the ground and was catching his breath, preparing to claim his prize when he suddenly heard a magnetic yet boastful voice. "Do not move, Marshal Dicky." Dicky shuddered, momentarily mistaking the voice for Huang Yuan's. So familiar was the line. Turning around, he was met with the sight of me, clad in the mantle of justice, strolling leisurely while muttering, "Oh dear, what splendid fortune today to have stumbled upon 2 notorious pirates." Seeing a mere youth before him, Dicky exhaled in relief, only to be consumed by a sense of indignation. Who is this naval brat, daring to meddle in the affairs of your Lord Dicky? Have you lost your mind? Are you planning to become the pirate king by mere words? As I spoke, I subtly circled around, inching closer to the unconscious AIC. Dicky was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know I aspire to be the pirate king?" I chuckled inwardly. "Indeed, just like that. If you continue to converse with me, I might just rescue AIC. You are absolutely correct. It is a grand ambition." I feigned enthusiasm, maintaining my pace. However, the astute Dicky quickly grasped my intentions, pointing at me and bellowing, "Your target is AIC. Goodness, you figured it out." Realizing I could no longer feign ignorance, I spread my dragon wings and lunged toward AIC, prompting Dicky to charge after me. Then, the iconic scene unfolded. I seized one of AIC's arms while the rotund figure grasped his ankle, and we were engaged in a tug-of-war. "Release me," I grunted as I strained against him. Have I struck a nerve? You are far too young, naval brat," Dicky retorted, refusing to relent. Those who understand know the predicament. AIC was stretched out between us, and my singular thought was, if this were to tear asunder, Would AIC forever be hindered in his stride? I hoped he could still elementalize, even in his unconscious state. Dicky likely had similar thoughts, albeit with a different intention, if it were to be severed. The ship's doctor could reattach it. In the next moment, we both bellowed in unison. Break free. Dragon claws and hand blades descended simultaneously, and AIC's limbs were instantly severed. Remarkably, they transformed into flames upon separation. Swiftly, I gathered AIC's torso into my embrace, retreating hastily. Dicky, unwilling to concede, inhaled and drew AIC's fiery arm into the black mist. Hey, Navy. Dicky began negotiating. Since we both desire AIC, why not strike a deal? I could even offer you a chance to eliminate one of the 4 emperors, slay Whitebeard, and you shall ascend to Admiral. He examined AIC's body meticulously. The torso remained intact, the legs were present, and as for little AIC, well, that would be addressed later. Confirming that no vital components were missing, I sighed in relief and looked up at him, sincerely suggesting, please refrain from speaking until you have a proper set of teeth. Dicky was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I grinned. Are you in such a rush to become a toothless General Liu? Is your strategy primarily focused on backstabbing? Though Dicky did not comprehend the reference, he understood the mockery, and his expression darkened. You insolent brat. Observing his reaction, my mind raced with calculations. While I could hold my own against a FA, facing the 3 admirals remained uncertain. This rotund figure, having consumed the Yami Yami no Mi, undoubtedly possessed admiral-level strength, making him the perfect test subject. Moreover, I recalled that anything devoured by the Yami Yami no Mi must be regurgitated upon activating its powers. With that thought, we both raised our heads, our eyes locking. Today I must reclaim AIC, complete with his arm. Yet before I could fully commit to this resolve, a hilariously amusing interlude unfolded. At that moment, I was clinking glasses with Suolong in a tavern when an oblivious individual named Jean Ku, a sycophant of Suolong's new superior, approached us. This fellow, emboldened by his association with a prominent figure, began to gesture animatedly toward me. I found it quite amusing and, licking my lips, remarked, Your master isn't even here. Who are you barking like a dog? To my delight, my words struck a nerve. He exploded in fury, pointing at my nose and shouting, You naval wretch, what arrogance! The moment those words left his mouth, the tavern fell into an eerie silence, the onlooking Marines scattering as though they had seen a ghost. Those who understand the feeling of being caught in the crossfire of gossip know it well. My eyes narrowed as I seized the young man's neck, saying, Come now, old classmate, let's share a drink, and you might enlighten me on what your master has been saying behind my back. The lad's face paled in terror, and just as he was about to divulge crucial information, his mouth was abruptly silenced. At the entrance, Qing Ji, donned in his perpetually unchanged sleepwear, drifted over while yawning. He stepped on the now terrified Jean Ku, his tone extraordinarily flat. Yet his words could freeze one in place. Go back and inform your benefactor that if he dares to spread rumors, he shall find himself and impelled down. With that, he kicked the foul-smelling fellow away. I couldn't help but chuckle, calling out to Qing Jia, Kazan, you are truly insufferable. He was just about to reveal the crux of the matter, and you ruined it. Qing Ji ignored me, pulling down his eye patch as if preparing to sleep right there. I hastily urged, Hey, don't sleep. Come join us for a drink. Suolong is picking up the tab. I swear, the moment I mentioned Suolong footing the bill, his eye patch flew open, and he became more alert than ever, following me upstairs while shouting to the proprietor, Bring 2 barrels of the finest liquor, no ice. Upon reaching the second-floor private room, Suolong, upon spotting Qing Ji, couldn't even be bothered to stand, merely waving his hand. Oh, Admiral Kazan has graced us with his presence? Please take a seat. Today I am not footing the bill. Kane is treating. Qing Ji's expression darkened, yet he relented for the sake of the alcohol and sat down. The 3 of us clinked our glasses, reveling in the moment. However, after only a couple of drinks, Qing Ji spoke up, stating he was sent by Zhe Fa to check on us. Upon hearing this, Suolong slammed his glass onto the table, roaring, I was just about to ask, why am I assigned as a subordinate to that woman? Is there a precedent for a colonel serving under a rear admiral? Huh. Qingzhu wore an expression that conveyed a sense of being blissfully unaware of his own good fortune. Gently shaking his empty wine glass, observing the situation, I promptly filled it again, pondering how Zoro seemed utterly oblivious to the subtleties of human interaction. Clearing his throat, Qingzhu began to elucidate. Ahem, that refers to Vice Admiral Crane's intentions. She has always regarded Ji Yuan as a younger sister, and Ji Yuan is no longer a child. You understand? Zoro, in his characteristic straightforward manner, pressed on. So what? Why is that relevant? Both Inger and I found ourselves choking on our drinks. Coughing for quite some time. With a look of exasperation, Qingzhi articulated each word deliberately. She wants to matchmake you, too. Understand? In a flash, Zoro's stoic demeanor turned crimson, resembling a monkey's behind as he clutched his wine glass in silence, feigning profundity. Just as we were about to tease him, the marshal's messenger arrived, stating that Qingzhi's phone was unreachable. Thus, our complimentary drinking session came to an abrupt end. As Qingzhi departed, Zoro and I exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously shouted to the proprietor, "Bring out all the drinks and fill the table. Charge it to General Kuzan." We indulged until we were pleasantly inebriated, with Zoro drunkenly draping his arm around my neck. "Captain, when are we leaving? This naval life is truly dull." "Soon," I responded, having burped from the alcohol just a while longer. I encountered that rascal Teach 10 days ago, and Ace nearly fell into his clutches. Although he escaped, I sense this matter is far from resolved. I recounted the events of the day concerning Ace's near capture. Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment. The captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division is the son of the Pirate King. Indeed, I affirmed with a nod. And that Teach is no simple foe. The seas are about to stir with turbulence. As we conversed, an odd sensation engulfed us when we spoke of going to Wano country. Both of us, grown men, suddenly found tears streaming down our faces like a burst water pipe. Bewildered, I pondered whether this was a new form of emotional resonance. In a flurry, we attempted to wipe away our tears, shifting the blame onto one another. Soon, we engaged in a childish drinking game, where I managed to pin him down and pour half a barrel of wine into him, only for him to retaliate by climbing onto my back and pouring it back into me. At that moment, the door swung open. Kaltu and Tina stood at the entrance, wide-eyed in disbelief at our antics. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Zoro perched on my shoulders, shoving a barrel towards my mouth while I struggled in vain. It was a prime candidate for the 2025 annual award for baffling behavior. I kicked Zoro off and cleared my throat awkwardly. Aren't we a bit too grown up for such games? It's quite childish. Zoro, his face flushed, turned away to drink. To our surprise, the two women took a seat, instantly chilling the atmosphere. Palto, holding a wine glass, smiled at me, her tone laced with insinuation. I heard that Major Kane just concluded a mission and there are some discrepancies that require a report. She informed me that Teach had indeed captured Ace once more and had delivered him to the Navy. Then she fixed her gaze on me, deliberately dropping a bombshell. Port Gasti, Ace, originally named Gold Ace. He is the son of the Pirate King. She expected us to react with shock, but instead, Zoro merely responded with an expressionless "oh." I retorted, my interest waning, and then we proceeded to engage in a rather mundane exchange, adhering to a strict principle of ignorance. Not aware, not interested, not engaged. Talto's beautiful visage nearly cracked under the strain of her frustration. And after a futile attempt to extract more information, she reluctantly left with Tina. Once they exited, Zoro's demeanor shifted. "Hey, Kane, isn't it time to take action?" I nodded in agreement. "Yes, you contact Hay and have him commence. For now, we shall pay a visit to the Moonlight Moria." Before leaving, I made a stop at the office of the old man Garp. He sat with his back to me, his voice tinged with melancholy. Approaching him, I removed my justice emblazoned cloak and thrust it into his hands. "Thank you for your care during this time." Garp grasped my shoulder tightly, his eyes reddening. "You must not act recklessly, Kane." I shrugged off his hand, bidding farewell with a smirk. "See you on the battlefield, old man. Just remember to go easy on me. I would rather not be struck down by your fist." With that, I departed without a backward glance, leaving Garp to grapple with his bittersweet emotions. In the treacherous region known as the Devil's Triangle, the fog was so dense that I flew for what felt like an eternity before locating it. Zoro, already impatient on my back, unsheathed his sword. "Hurry up. Don't kill him in one blow. I want my chance to fight." I understand. "You are more verbose than I replied, and without further ado, I soared over the dilapidated castle, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. With a thunderous roar, half of the castle crumbled. Just then, an odd creature with a massive belly, an elongated neck, and disproportionately short legs burst forth from the ruins. That creature was Moria, who, upon seeing Zoro standing amidst the debris and glancing up at me, appeared completely bewildered. Instead of questioning why we had demolished his home, he curiously inquired, "Are you a dragon knight?" At that moment, Zoro couldn't contain himself, bursting into laughter like a child weighing 200 pounds, slapping my wing. Kane, from now on, please address me as Dragon Knight Zoro. I instinctively aimed to swat him, roaring, "You clueless fool. You are three-sword style Zoro, not some Dragon Knight." Not wishing to engage further, I turned to Moria and unleashed another breath of dragon fire directly at his face. Understand this. I am Rear Admiral of the Navy, here to summon you to the Shichibukai meeting. Moria attempted to maintain his composure, but my fiery spittle came too swiftly. As a shadow user, he hastily dodged, anger flashing in his eyes. What kind of Navy are you? You greet someone by spitting? Seizing the sight of my dragon form, his frustration boiled over. I detest dragons. You shall perish. Shadow Spear. I mused. If he detested dragons, I wonder what he thought of that fellow named Dragon next door. As I deftly evaded his shadowy attack, I gestured to Zoro. This is your fight. Take it easy. Don't finish him off in one stroke. We still need him for the meeting. Zoro was too preoccupied to respond, as the shadow spear was nearly upon him. Narrowing his eyes, he unsheathed his sword just enough to execute a single strike. One sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro's philosophy eschewed defense. His life mantra was simple. If he could cleave the opponent's attack, it amounted to defense. What? Moria's eyes nearly popped out, fully aware of the strength of his own shadow spear. Yet it was effortlessly severed by Zoro's strike. Cut out. What are you dawdling for? Zoro, not granting Moria any opportunity to react, leapt into the air and executed a devastating blow. Three-sword style. 1080 troubling phoenix. Moria, however, let out a mocking laugh, using his shadow powers as a shield to absorb the blow. Zoro looked momentarily stunned, likely pondering, is this the so-called weakest of the Shichibukai? Seeing Zoro's expression, Moria became emboldened, raising his tail triumphantly. My shadow powers can withstand any attack. Ha ha ha. Hand over your shadows. This was a disaster. I could only cover my face with one paw in disbelief. Did this fool really think he could lecture us on skills? If he tried to act tough in front of Zoro today, not even Roger himself could save him. True to my prediction, upon hearing Moria's taunt, Zoro's expression darkened. He already felt humiliated by having his attack blocked, and Moria's mockery was like throwing gasoline on an open flame. Moria continued to provoke. Oh, are you thinking of retreating? Just having more weapons doesn't guarantee victory. As he noted Zoro slowly withdraw, drawing out 2 additional swords while snickering the next moment. Zoro's voice turned frigid. Three-sword style. 1080 troublesome phoenix. Useless, utterly useless. The Shadow Master Moria was unable to withstand even half a second, instantly obliterated by a powerful strike that landed squarely upon him. As I approached, I was taken aback to find a gaping wound on his abdomen, resembling a zipper. I was left speechless. My friend, we had agreed not to use lethal force, and his shadow army had yet to make a move. You nearly sent him off to the afterlife. From the moment Moria began his taunts, Zoro had abandoned any thoughts of retrieving his sword. By the time he regained his senses, Moria was already sprawled on the ground, breathing shallowly. Upon hearing my words, Zoro appeared somewhat embarrassed, defiantly turning away. What does it matter? You keep an eye on him. I'll go find my sword. With that, he strode toward the pile of rubble. Hey, this castle is enormous. Can you really find it on your own? You're hopelessly directionally challenged. Nonsense. I can manage on my own. I hurried after him. Come on, don't leave me behind. I am your steed. How can you abandon your dragon? Zoro's face flushed. Nonsense. Who belongs to you? Seeing him about to explode with anger, I quickly reassured him. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. With that, I unleashed a tempest, sending the entire castle ruins soaring into the sky before allowing them to plummet freely. Zoro squinted his eyes, fervently scanning the debris. Found it. At long last, amid the chaos, we discovered a corpse clutching a sword. I leaned closer and remarked, this sword belongs to the great swordsman Ryuma from Wano, known as the Black Blade, Shusui. It is said that he once used this sword to slay a dragon in the heavens, thus earning the title of Dragon Slayer. A dragon slayer, you say? Zoro picked up the sword, gently caressing it, his gaze akin to that of a man beholding an unparalleled beauty. I tell you, he could sense that possessing this sword would elevate his prowess to an entirely new realm. Ultimately, Moria would certainly miss the 7 warlords meeting, for we had no intention of taking him with us. Zoro hesitated slightly. Are we truly all right with skipping out so brazenly? Nonsense. I shot him a look of disbelief. Do you think bringing this half-dead creature back to the Navy headquarters is wise? Do you believe Admiral Akiji will spare us before executing Ace? Furthermore, at this juncture, there is no need for us to return. Upon my words, Zoro understood. We were effectively defecting. He nodded regretfully. It's a shame to leave that sore behind. The original plan was to return, gather our belongings, and flee after the battle. But plans faltered when Zoro became engrossed in the fight, acquiring a new sword and testing it. Time slipped away in the process. So, shall we depart? Zoro calculated the time. It was time to deal with Ace, and perhaps engage in a spar with Mihawk. One moment, I approached the few captives kneeling nearby. One transparent individual had been dispatched by Zoro. A doctor had his legs incapacitated by me, leaving only the expired lowly Perona with pink hair. You have a choice, surrender or die. Just as I prepared to act, Moria, feigning death on the ground, summoned all his strength to cry out, "Spare them, I beg you. Spare Perona. She is just a child." Upon hearing this, I glanced at Zoro, who pretended to admire the scenery while his ears perked up. I smirked at Moria and said, "I can spare them, but I have a condition. You may speak." Moria, upon realizing he could live, immediately sat up. I suddenly asked, "What is your relationship with this girl?" Moria appeared perplexed, but answered honestly, "I found her and raised her as my daughter." Just what I was waiting to hear. I chuckled mischievously. "Oh, so you are her father? My apologies." With that, I reached out to shake Moria's hand. Zoro, witnessing my antics, quickly rushed over to stop me. But I seized his arm. "Enough, Zoro. I'm the captain now." I turned to Moria and declared, "I have taken an interest in Perona's abilities. If she assists me, I will release you both." "Unthinkable. You shall not." The pair exclaimed in unison. I waved my finger dismissively. "Don't be so quick to refuse. I'm not asking her to join my crew. Once I slay Kaido, I will need her assistance for a particular task." Upon hearing slay Kaido, Moria was taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "You mean that Kaido?" "Of course. There can only be one dragon upon these seas." I replied with authority, then turned to Zoro. "By the way, what do you think of my foolish brother? He is powerful, known as the most handsome Navy officer, and now he is a traitor. Baka." Zoro's face turned a shade of crimson as he struck my head with a blade of his hand. Observing the tense expressions of the father and daughter duo, I burst into laughter. I was merely jesting. Just as they both sighed in relief, I added, "I meant to say that slaying Kaido was a joke." Their expressions conveyed the message that they thought I was utterly inhuman. In the end, Moria and I established a gentleman's agreement. As long as news of my victory over Kaido appeared in the newspapers, he would bring Perona to meet me. Moria was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. As long as I could not defeat Kaido, Perona would remain safe. As for Zoro's predicament, we could address that later. At sea, Zoro, visibly displeased, asked, "Why did you make such a strange agreement with that short-legged girl?" "For reasons unbeknownst to me, slaying Kaido seemed to be my obsession. It must be done," I replied, tilting my head. "You know that's not what I meant." "Really?" I gazed meaningfully at him. "Ask yourself. Do you truly have no feelings for that expired lowly?" Zoro fell silent. I patted him on the back. "Gather your thoughts. You and Cheyenne may not be a good match. She is a soldier, and we are now thieves." Yet this stubborn fool insisted. Nonsense. When have I ever been infatuated with that old woman? What a contradiction. I recall a certain night of drinking when someone was rather stiff in the presence of a facial cleanser. "You scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting?" I was referring to being physically rigid. Where did your mind wander? I sensed that Zoro was contemplating abandoning me as captain. At this moment, only one night remained before Ace's execution. As time swiftly passed, only 3 hours remained before the execution at Navy headquarters in the marshal's office. Garp slammed his fist on Sengoku's desk, causing the plaque of absolute justice on the wall to tremble. "Is this truly necessary? I cannot accept this." His voice quivered with emotion. Sengoku maintained a calm demeanor. "This public execution holds great significance. Garp, as one of the parties involved, bears substantial responsibility." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "And do not forget your esteemed disciple, Garp. Remember what both Ace and Zoro have done." Garp clenched his fists tightly and left in silence. Meanwhile, we had only half an hour left before the grand battle. I carried Zoro as we circled high above, wary of being spotted by some pervert with observation hockey. Zoro, observing the Navy's defensive formation below, excitedly licked his lips. "Kane, this is our moment of glory." I, too, felt a surge of adrenaline. Haha. The Marineford War is my best opportunity for debut. That East Blue Admiral is simply insulting me. To be honest, Rescuing Ace at this moment is not the best strategy. Ambushing the escort ship will be far simpler. But since we've come this far, we ought to engage in the fiercest battle and drink the strongest spirits. Have you located my hawk? I inquired of Zoro. I found him long ago, his voice heavy with seriousness. But now is not the time. Let him linger a while longer atop his throne as the world's greatest swordsman. I was somewhat surprised, as this was unlike him. Ultimately, he stated that now was the time for the captain to undertake significant matters, and he could not jeopardize my efforts by challenging my hawk. I glanced at his serious profile. Your earnest demeanor is truly captivating. Roronoa Zoro. Baka. I'm Roronoa Zoro of the three-sword style. He immediately lost his composure, adding, no matter how I act, I'm always exceptionally handsome. After exchanging a few playful jabs, we began to observe below. Goodness. All 3 admirals and 15 vice-admirals were present, alongside 4 of the 7 warlords. I impulsively nudged Soloru and remarked, your old flame, Chi Yuan, has not arrived. He immediately retorted, humph, your old flame Tina is present, though she appears rather absent-minded. I burst into laughter. Even someone as exceptional as I am finds this quite vexing. Enough chatter, descend lower. Our former superior is speaking, let's lend an ear. We quietly lowered ourselves, tuning in as Sengoku held the phone worm aloft, beginning to enumerate Roger's transgressions. Then he pivoted the conversation. Poor Gasti. Ace, let us discuss the monumental significance of this man's demise here today. Sengoku bellowed towards Ace. Ace, proclaim your father's name. Ace hesitated for a moment before roaring, my father is Whitebeard. Incorrect. Sengoku flatly denied, then unveiled a shocking secret to the world. Ace is the son of the pirate king, Roger. His mother concealed her pregnancy for a full 20 months to evade capture. The revelation left Soloru, who was behind me, utterly speechless. After a lengthy pause, he stammered, so, his mother carried him for 20 months? Indeed, I replied solemnly. Although I had known this in my previous life, being present to witness the Marine Admiral publicly belittling a great mother filled me with rage. Soloru sensed my trembling form and quickly exclaimed, Hey, calm down, Kyan. This is not the time to act. I understood. I forcefully suppressed my fury, listening to Soloru while maintaining our plan. At the opportune moment, I would charge down. You take the oxygen tank and dive in the water. I will provide cover. I had already signaled to Brother Kazan. He should not pose any difficulties for us. The crux of this plan is that I would plunge down like a thunderstorm, serving as a colossal target to draw all fire, while Soloru would take the chance to infiltrate, and we would ultimately regroup at the execution platform. Soloru, feeling the oxygen tank by his side, remarked, in that case, you will have to confront 2 admirals and the admiral-in-chief simultaneously. I grinned. The likelihood is that Kazuru will hold back, and I possess a piece of sea prism stone pilfered from Smoker. They all believe I am a devil fruit user and will be utterly unprepared. Furthermore, we are the surprise troops. The main force will surely be Whitebeard. And what comes after that? Then we shall see if we can endure until reinforcements arrive. I gazed out at the sea, a grin forming on my lips. The red-hair pirates would undoubtedly come. I had also discreetly informed Rayleigh and Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. They would most likely appear. As I spoke, I handed Soloru an item. By the way, keep this close. When we hand over Ace, remember to toss it out. Soloru, with a puzzled expression, tucked the object into his clothing. Just as we were finalizing our plan, Marineford had transformed into an impenetrable fortress. 100,000 elite Marines blocked the port. A sea of heads filled the scene. At the forefront stood my hawk, Kuma, Doflamingo, and Hancock, the 4 warlords of the sea, with the 3 admirals behind them, while Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu presided over the execution platform. Such a lineup would bring tears even to the 4 emperors. As I marveled at the scene, suddenly, I nearly collided with someone in midair. A loud shout rang out, brothers. We have spotted Marine Brigadier, General Red Dragon Kyan, and Swordsman Soloru. All units assumed defensive positions. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to see Sabo riding a large bird, trailing a multitude of hot air balloons filled with Revolutionary Army members. I shouted, hold on. Allies, do not engage. The wind was too strong. The crowd below could not hear me, and they charged forward with fervor. The bird, seemingly exasperated, squawked. What are you all doing? I'm a bird, and he's a dragon. We just said we are not enemies. Eventually, we clarified the situation. Sabo leaped onto my back and exclaimed, so, you're the infamous Red Dragon, Kyan? I suppressed my anger, responding, I am the mighty dragon. Soloru, witnessing the departing bulk of the Revolutionary Army, appeared puzzled. Your companions have left. Are you truly on the same side? Sabo stroked his chin. They have their own missions. I came specifically upon receiving Ace's message. What a way to take leave in the midst of a war. This maneuver nearly fried my CPU. While we conversed, dozens of coated ships suddenly emerged from the sea, surrounding Marineford entirely. Whitebeard's fleet had arrived. Soloru, with keen eyes, pointed toward the direction. There's a small boat. Sabo adjusted his hat, grinning. My brother is in trouble. As his brother, how could I stand idly by? The ship was none other than Luffy, who had fought his way out of Impel Down. Sabo then pointed to another direction. The Pirate King's right-hand man, Dark King Rayleigh, has also arrived. As I witnessed these prominent figures making their entrance, I cleared my throat, gazed into the distance, and stated deliberately, it seems that today's climactic figure is the Emperor, red-haired Shanks. What? Sabo exclaimed in shock. Where? I did not see him. I thought to myself, how would I know? The key is that you two have set the stage, and I can't pretend to be involved as well. At this moment, Sengoku on the execution platform heard the alarm and stood up, bellowing to the world, Fire, Fist Ace. You will undoubtedly become the pinnacle of the next era. Therefore, today, the Navy will execute you here. We are willing to go to war with the 4 emperors if necessary. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Marines below, fueled by fervor, clamored to vanquish the 4 emperors and reclaim the New World. Their momentum was palpable. Yet, almost as soon as his words faded, the world's strongest pirate crew, the Whitebeard Pirates, launched a direct assault. 43 ships emerged boldly upon the waves, with 50,000 fierce warriors, their murderous intent palpable even from afar. The Marines were bewildered. What was happening? How did they get here? But some reacted quickly and shouted a charge forward. However, Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow, sensing that things were not simple. Where's the Moby Dick? Why had Whitebeard's flagship not arrived? The next moment, the answer was revealed. From my vantage point in the sky, I clearly saw a colossal crescent-shaped shadow rising from beneath us. Goodness, Whitebeard's crew had coated their ships, surfacing directly from the ocean floor. This maneuver was truly ahead of its time. 3 Moby Dick ships broke through the surface, and as the man at the bow appeared, the entire scene fell silent. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. There he stood, bare-chested, wielding a massive bicento, radiating an aura fiercer than that of the defenders. He ignored the marine grunts below, his gaze fixated on Ace on the execution platform, and shouted to Sengoku, Sengoku, my old friend, after so many years. Is my dear son unharmed? Sengoku's face darkened. He was at the doorstep of his adversary. Where could he hide his shame? Whitebeard disregarded him entirely and turned to Ace with a tender gaze. Gura, wait for me a moment, Ace. I shall retrieve you home shortly. Ace could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Whitebeard wasted no time. He plunged his bicento into the deck and crossed his arms, gathering strength. I sensed something was amiss. This initial stance was indeed foreboding. With a resounding thud, he unleashed 2 powerful punches into the air. The very fabric of space shattered like glass. Instantly, the waters on either side of Marineford howled in anguish, and with a thunderous roar, 2 colossal tsunamis surged forth, threatening to engulf the entire Marine headquarters. Who among my comrades comprehends this? The waves towered higher than buildings. The Marines below were paralyzed with fear. Would this not result in their collective demise? At that moment, the Admiral Akiji on the execution platform finally moved. He slowly stood up, sighed, and exhaled a puff of white mist, causing me to feel as though the air conditioning had been turned up. The next second, he leaped into the air, unleashing 2 streams of ice that froze the monstrous waves into towering icebergs, blocking out the sun. Observing the prominent figures springing into action, I hastily called out to Soloru on the dragon's back, prepare yourself. Let us proceed as planned. Upon hearing the conversation, Sabo became anxious and exclaimed, What about me? What about me? I glanced back at him and asked, Be honest with me. What is your current level? He swallowed hard, gazing at the catastrophic scene below, and managed to utter, I can hold off a vice admiral for half an hour. I was flabbergasted. What? With that level, you dare attempt to solo? You 3 brothers truly understand the meaning of self-destruction. Sabo, unfazed, adjusted his hat and retorted, if Zoro were surrounded by 3 admirals, would you go rescue him alone? My heart sank, and before I could reply, Zoro, eyes closed, interjected coolly, that day will never come. Just then, Akiji was struck by a punch from Whitebeard, turning him into an ice block that plummeted into the sea, subsequently freezing the entire ocean. This effectively created a bridge between both sides, prompting the Marines and pirates to clash instantly. As I was about to dive down, Sabo grabbed my arm. Wait, if you go down now, you'll be a living target for the three admirals. Despite his reckless nature, he still had his wits about him. Then, the situation escalated. The ice cracked loudly, and a handsome man with white hair emerged from beneath. It was Rayleigh, the master of coding. Sengoku's face turned pale, as he had never anticipated Rayleigh would join the fray. He shouted at Rayleigh, "You relic of the old era, will you stand against the Marines too?" Rayleigh, hands in pockets and seemingly relaxed, replied, "Not at all. A rather interesting Marine sent me a secret report, so I came to see the spectacle." Without further ado, he disregarded Sengoku and unleashed an armed color shockwave that slammed into Akiji's face. Upon hearing the word secret report, cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's back. At that moment, the opportunity one had been waiting for finally arrived. I let out a battle cry that echoed through the skies. Behold, the formidable dragon Kane makes his grand entrance. With a thunderous roar, I unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, creating a massive hole in the ice, and then plunged down heavily. Zoro and Sabo, concealed beneath my wings, dove into the sea with oxygen tanks. Ace, on the execution platform, caught sight of me and was so excited he could hardly speak. Kane. I shook off the ice shards from my body. It's Kane, Ace, this is the third time. Sengoku's face had turned as dark as a pot's bottom, glaring at Carp, who was nonchalantly picking his nose. With no other option, Sengoku turned back to me, attempting to placate. "It seems our Marine Admiral candidate has entered the fray." I retorted sharply. I thought I heard a dog barking. Turns out it was just a celestial dragon's lapdog. My words struck a hornet's nest. Sengoku, infuriated, transformed into a golden Buddha and pointed at me, shouting, "Kizaru, take action. Immediately eliminate the Marine traitor." Goodness, a combination of a fleet admiral and an admiral. Truly a mixed double, right? Unfazed, I stood my ground, exuding an aura of dominance, charging towards that golden giant palm. With a powerful tail sweep, we collided. The shock wave shattered the ice beneath us, and surprisingly, we seemed to have reached an impasse. Unfortunately, the moment was fleeting as a yellow laser shot through my wing. These newcomers are truly monstrous, so terrifying. Kizaru's sly voice echoed, followed by a deluge of lasers and Sengoku shockwaves. I found myself besieged by them, and Whitebeard seized the opportunity, issuing a full-scale assault. Little Oars charged ahead like a massive tank, while Mihawk effortlessly sliced through and Diamond Jozu withstood the blow. On another front, Doflamingo was wreaking havoc, and even Hancock looked at me with a glimmer in her eye, perhaps impressed by my earlier insult to the Celestial Dragons. Seeing the defense about to collapse, Sengoku panicked. "Borsellino, clean up those nuisances." Kizaru, caught up in our skirmish, reluctantly turned at the command and unleashed a powerful attack. The eight-sun shining jewel upon the pirate horde. Little Oars, enraged at the sight of his comrades being targeted, transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the air to absorb the oncoming light orbs. He then flew towards Kizaru, delivering a heavy kick. I must say, Kizaru's acting skills are Oscar-worthy. He was sent flying while creating a massive explosion on his way out, a perfect exit. Sengoku's expression darkened further, and he intensified his assault on me. With Kizaru gone, my pressure alleviated, and I unleashed my armed color to break through a shockwave. Armed color 6 styles, super 1 puncture. I formed my dragon claw into a single finger and lunged at him. Sengoku attempted to evade, but was tripped by my tail, causing him to stumble. With a piercing sound, my claw pierced through his right knee. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Sengoku let out a scream, and the entire arena fell silent. Carp, watching from the stands, clenched his fists. At that moment, Sakazuki, also known as Akainu, could no longer contain himself. He leaped into the air, shouting, "Meteora!" A rain of magma fists descended from the sky indiscriminately. What a fiery temper, Akainu. As I mocked him, I activated my powers, instantly revitalizing myself, and bellowed. Infinite Element Trio. A tempest of thunder and storm surged, colliding with the meteoric magma. The spectacle was nothing short of apocalyptic. "Kane, you traitor. Why do you have to call me brother?" Akainu roared in fury, descending to confront me. I chuckled coldly, discreetly holding a piece of sea stone in my mouth. Originally intended for Kizaru, who had left early. Enough of this banter. I had shown you respect by calling you brother, but without it, you are nothing but a fool. Unworthy of my time. I deliberately used my martial arts to confuse him, exchanging blows. As he became overzealous, I withstood one of his attacks, then spat the seawater-laden sea stone directly at his face. This fool, without a second thought, chose to elementalize. What? By the time he realized his abilities were sealed, it was too late. Come on, brother. I grinned wickedly, wrapping my dragon tail around his body, firmly pressing the sea stone against his face while my other hand transformed into a claw, plunging deep into his abdomen. Just as I prepared to deliver a fatal blow, time seemed to freeze. Ace on the execution platform had long since lost his will to die, watching us with a smile. In the distance, Rayleigh and Akiji were locked in a fierce battle, yet neither bore a single injury, as if they were merely acting. Zoro, hidden beneath the water, saw his chance and leaped out to engage my hawk. Meanwhile, Sabo stealthily climbed towards the execution platform. I was poised to strike down the nearly lifeless Akainu, when suddenly, Carp's iron fist, enveloped in haki, arrived behind me. Tick-tock. Time resumed. Stop it, Kane. Carp bellowed, his face contorted with rage, then with a resounding punch. He sent both me and Akainu flying. I was infuriated, flames of anger igniting within me. I swear I was so close to unlocking the Dog Slayer achievement. But Carp's punch left me dazed. I scrambled to my feet, shouting at him, "What the hell are you doing, old man?" And guess what? He leisurely helped Akainu up, even plucking the sea stone from his face and tossing it to me, saying, "You've already won. Let him go." I fell silent, feeling as if I had just pushed the enemy's crystal in a game, only for my support to suddenly appear and strike me, saying, "Brother, let's slide." I would truly be grateful. Then the old man avoided my gaze, dragging Akainu back while mumbling about being a mentor, a grandfather, a hero of the Marines, and concluding with, "Hurry up, my 2 grandsons on the platform. We just need you, my disciple." Upon hearing this, I realized the old man was trying to play the emotional card. What could I do? I could only wipe away my tears and fly toward the execution platform. Midway, the girl named Tina shouted for me to stop. Please stop. I ignored her completely. As a result, an unexpected sound echoed in my mind, that of a curvaceous sister named Kane calling out to you. Upon hearing it, I realized it was that little rascal, Bayer. Without hesitation, I dove in and pulled him out of the sea. This little imp attempted to feign being an ice block, but I firmly grasped the nape of his neck and, with an expressionless demeanor, informed him, "Little one, ice cubes do not speak. Do you understand?" With that, I promptly silenced him. He must have felt quite aggrieved. Spinning in circles inside, I accelerated to the platform and bellowed, like a lion to the crowd, "Everyone, cease your actions." In an instant, the gazes of over 100,000 spectators fixated upon me, a sensation akin to that of a concert. I approached AC, assisting him to his feet, and with a swift motion of my dragon claw, I shattered the Hailu stone handcuffs. The naval forces below were instantly rattled, questioning why, with 3 admirals present, they were so helpless. Meanwhile, the pirates erupted in celebration, popping champagne. I exchanged a word of regret with Admiral He, who sighed, expressing her intention to resign before departing with an air of nonchalance. And then, the climax arrived. I stood at the edge of the platform and announced to all, "From this day forth, I resign. I am no mere Navy Rear Admiral." Taking a deep breath, I unleashed all the power within me, declaring I am Kane, the Dragon King. As my words resonated, a shockwave erupted, a roar of conqueror's haki. The crowd of minor characters instantly lost consciousness, their eyes rolling back. Below, Whitebeard observed with a grin, proclaiming the birth of a new king. AC was taken aback, murmuring, "So you possess this too?" "Of course, my friend. Not only do I possess it, but I am the epitome of it." I turned to AC with a smile, finally having rescued him. He dashed forward, enveloping me in a bear hug, the sound of his back slapping echoing. Just as we were reveling in our brotherly bond, that rascal Luffy arrived late, climbing onto the stage only to witness AC weeping in my embrace. He must still have been preoccupied with our earlier duel, just as he was about to rush over. Suddenly, an arm locked around his throat, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out, "Luffy, you've been slacking off lately." Luffy froze, trembling as tears streamed down his face. It was Sabo. Turning to face him, he promptly burst into tears, sobbing like a child. AC chuckled beside us, ruffling Luffy's hair, calling him a crybaby. I must say, this scene was undoubtedly the most heart-wrenching spectacle of 2025, yet regrettably, I had not captured it on my phone. As I was lost in thought, a sudden shift in atmosphere alerted me. A formidable presence was approaching. My expression shifted, and I shouted, "Run! Something big is coming!" transforming into a dragon. I scooped up the two brothers and hurled them onto Whitebeard's ship, speaking rapidly as though at double speed. AC, gather everyone and retreat. I will take a different path. Before they could react, Whitebeard called out to me, manfully declaring, Dragon boy, even if you do not wish to be my son, I will protect you. This is for the bond of manhood. AC chimed in, urging, indeed, Kane, you have no place to go. Come aboard our ship. My heart swelled with warmth. But now is not the time for sentiment. Matters of the future could wait. They needed to evacuate quickly, for I was the larger target. I nodded to the old man, flapping my wings as I soared into the sky. As I passed by Akiji, I called out, Kazan, stop playing around, we are retreating. A dangerous entity is approaching. I then sped toward the battlefield, where Zoro and Mihawk were engaged. Upon my arrival, Zoro was on the brink of collapse, bloodied and barely conscious, yet still reciting, in the mountains and seas, I am unyielding. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, Mihawk shattered his sword, leaving a gaping wound on Zoro's chest. He collapsed, murmuring, as expected, I'm still not enough. I had anticipated this. The moment Mihawk took him seriously, Zoro would falter. Just as I intended to assist him, Mihawk spoke up, Kid, it seems you are in trouble. Pausing momentarily, he added, This lad wields two fine swords, yet possesses mediocre skill. I shall train him for a time to prevent him from tarnishing the reputation of these blades. Once I am done, you shall have a true swordsman. I was taken aback. Truly, the master and apprentice shared a striking resemblance in demeanor. This was for the best. Having a mentor was far superior to aimless practice. I must tell you, the war on the top was soon dubbed the Farce War by the onlookers around the world. Why, you ask? Allow me to elaborate. On the Navy's side, an army of 100,000 with a star-studded lineup. Yet, 3 admirals nearly faced defeat, and the admiral's reputation was tarnished. The heroic Carp merely coasted through the event, aside from saving Akainu, announcing to the world that it was his grandson and apprentice causing the ruckus, ensuring everyone knew of his exemplary upbringing. The 7 warlords were even more absurd. Kuma stared blankly at Whitebeard, the Empress was smitten with me, and Doflamingo was merely fishing. Mihawk's actions were the most outrageous. He took my crew member as his apprentice right before the world's eyes. This incident left the Navy's reputation in tatters. I, Kane the Dragon, became an instant sensation upon the seas, particularly the Big Mom, who, after watching the live broadcast, reportedly drooled, exclaiming she wanted to capture me to devour her wedding cake. My goodness, who could withstand such a temptation? As the Navy retreated, I pondered my escape when suddenly, I turned to find myself surrounded by a group clad in black suits. The leader, the chief of CP0, tall and imposing, brandished a sword and began to recite my biography, detailing how my father was devoured by sea kings 3 days after setting sail, how my uncle raised me, how I acquired my powers, married, had children, and where I resided, all laid bare. Concluding, he smugly waved the paper, declaring, we possess all information about you, Kane the Dragon. I thought to myself, what a joke. Do you even know how to solve a linear equation? When I remained silent, he resorted to threats. You have 2 options. Come with us. I interrupted, not waiting for him to finish, as my body began to transform into that of a dragon. They thought they could manipulate me through my family, but alas, they were mistaken. I had already relocated them, transforming into a dragon. I unleashed a devastating elemental assault upon him. In the sky, Kizuru dodged my attack while making snide remarks, truly ruthless. It dawned on me that from Sengoku to Kizuru, this entire group was fixated on my wings. They intended to cripple my mobility. The CP0 had come prepared, brandishing Hylu stone chains to bind me. However, I am a dragon. Such things have little effect on me. I shifted into a half-dragon form, charging into the crowd and wreaking havoc. I wielded the 6 styles with the grace of a dance, my finger pistol striking like a Gatling gun, leaving them in tatters. Seeing his subordinates quickly falling, the chief panicked, launching a flying slash on my wings. I thought to myself, how truly despicable. I quickly retracted my wings to evade. He was bewildered, likely questioning why I was unaffected by the Hylu stone. Not allowing him time to ponder, I seized him and unleashed a relentless assault. However, the issue was that in a frantic state, he might call for reinforcements. I had no desire to experience the Navy's summoning technique. Thus, I decided to preemptively summon my own. I bellowed at the chief, you are the chosen one, unyielding thunder, Wooly Bayer. I then hurled the blue and white bear cub, Bayer, into the fray. The chief stood there, stunned, likely pondering whether I had lost my mind. In the next moment, a cataclysmic pressure descended. and Bayer transformed into a colossal bear demigod, crackling with a storm of lightning. With a roar, I am the demigod Woolly Bayer. The heavens shifted. The chief had no time to flee, obliterated by a surge of furious thunder. The chief of CP0 perished on the spot. Upon noticing the precarious situation, the Huang Yuan in the sky made a swift escape at light speed, its movements a testament to its proficiency. I called out, Bayer. There's another Huang, ho up in the sky. With a powerful leap, Bayer struck the elemental Huang Yuan, sending it plummeting from the heavens. Did you think your elemental form rendered you invincible? Before the divine, you are merely a child. As the Huang Yuan was cast away, the storm clouds above dispersed. Exhausted from exertion, Bayer transformed back into a little bear and fell. I hurried to catch it. It gently touched my face with its paw before drifting off to sleep. I planted a firm kiss on it, saying, "Rest easy, my dear. I shall handle the remainder." Once I dealt with those rascals, I promptly made my way to the clandestine base agreed upon with Hay. Inside lay a trove of treasures he had left for me, several modified rapid-fire firearms, a triad amphibious manned aircraft he had developed, and a letter. Let me tell you, I had long devised an escape route for myself. From now on, I shall be the arms emperor, Kane. Upon opening the letter, I discovered that Hay had successfully relocated my family to safety. Next, he intended to focus on the airship and the formidable Ivan. The Revolutionary Army had also made contact, expressing keen interest in our new weaponry, even offering to trade the whereabouts of the Pluto blueprint for their cutting-edge cola-powered technology. Family, powered by cola. Which genius conceived this? Was it you, Frankie? The letter concluded with a note about an orange that had transformed into a devil fruit. By goodness, what serendipity! After reading the letter, I excitedly struck the aircraft. With these resources, I could swiftly initiate my arms empire plan. First, I would sell the new weaponry to various factions, inciting competition among them. Once they were embroiled in conflict, I would introduce an upgraded version, compelling them to spend further. Short on funds? Not a problem. Trade me a devil fruit. I shall accept them all. Anyone who dares default will face the consequences meted out by the 3 admirals' kidneys and the former marshal's knees. As I reveled in my future plans, I suddenly spotted the front page of a newspaper. Its colossal headline reading, "The 4 emperors invite the newly crowned sovereign Kane to form an alliance." I must say, my initial reaction to this invitation was quite nonchalant. After all, I am indeed the newly crowned sovereign with a bounty of 2.5 billion. My prestige speaks for itself. Yet in the next moment, I regretted my calmness as I turned the page and was utterly taken aback. That old crone, Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, with a face that could scorch a beauty filter, was leering at me with a sinister grin. The newspaper boldly proclaimed her desire to wed me. Family, who understands this? I could almost smell the rancid odor through the paper, and I involuntarily exclaimed, "What a travesty!" This was no mere alliance. It was a death sentence. There was no way I could go to Big Mom. Doing so would surely jeopardize my very existence. Red-haired Shanks likely had no shortage of resources. My meager arsenal might not even pique his interest. Thus, after some deliberation, the optimal solution emerged: the Whitebeard pirates. They had just endured a fierce battle during the Marineford War. Though their reputation soared, they were acutely aware of their own losses. With half of their crews decimated, they were in dire need of replenishing their armaments. If I approached them now, it would be like offering a lifeline, and, simultaneously, I could take the first step in my arms empire. For the time being, I wished to avoid provoking that mad dragon, Kaido, and practice on a softer target, like that scoundrel Doflamingo. For some reason, I felt there was an account to settle with him. Without further ado, I mounted my amphibious motorcycle and swiftly descended upon the Moby Dick. What a sight! Old Man Whitebeard stood at the bow, bellowing like thunder. Gurra-la-la-la, children, let us welcome the mighty dragon, Kane. In the next moment, I was tossed into the air by a group of burly men. The cheers of Kane, Kane, ringing in my ears. Once I regained my footing, I exchanged a profound gaze with Whitebeard. In comparison to his stature, I felt like a mere figurine. With a warm smile, he remarked, "The last little brat who dared stand before me like this was Shanks." This compliment was overwhelmingly high. It placed me on the same pedestal as Red-haired, leaving me feeling rather bashful, only able to scratch my head and grin sheepishly. However, the next statement from Old Man Whitebeard was a bombshell. "Kane, although you have already expressed your intentions, I must ask again, will you be my son?" My heart skipped a beat. Who wouldn't he want to join such a divine family as Whitebeard's? Loyal, responsible, and infinitely superior to Big Mom's plastic familial ties. Yet, I could not betray my vow to Zoro. Our dream was to conquer the seas, and I could not bring my brothers to serve another. Thus, I steeled myself to refuse. Old man, I cannot join your crew. Ace, immediately alarmed, rushed over to me. Kane, are you mad? The entire world wishes to see you dead. Big Mom, Kaido, the Navy, how can you survive without an ally? His concern was genuine, and he turned to Whitebeard with those puppy dog eyes, silently pleading, Old man, even if he doesn't become your son, you must protect him. And who is Whitebeard? The strongest in the world. Could he not comprehend his son's intentions? He let out a hearty laugh. Gura la la la. Even if you do not join my crew, Kane shall forever remain a friend of the Whitebeard pirates. There will always be a place for you aboard the Moby Dick. With those words, he effectively granted me a get-out-of-jail-free card. Ace's eyes glistened with tears. The old man waved his hand. Stop standing there. Let's hold a feast. Let us drown our esteemed guest in fine wine. The atmosphere instantly ignited. Basil Hawkins approached with a bowl larger than my face to toast. Then, with a curious expression, inquired, Kane, what of your formidable swordsman companion? Had he not taken Hawkeye's place during the Marineford War, I fear he would have met his end. As soon as he spoke, everyone perked up their ears. I downed a large bowl of wine, wiped my mouth, and replied, Oh, him? He has been noticed by my hawk, who insists on taking him under his wing for personal training due to his extraordinary talent. Nanny, the entire ship, save for Whitebeard, dropped their jaws in astonishment. That was Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, personally mentoring him. Such an honor would surely launch Zoro into the stratosphere. As the festivities escalated, I spotted the immortal bird Marco sneaking around, curiously examining my motorcycle. He circled it, poking and prodding, until he eventually removed the seat. My word, what dexterity! He gazed at the empty compartment, looking bewildered, likely pondering how this contraption could fly without an engine. Finally, he exclaimed, Could it be that this thing has consumed a devil fruit? I nearly spewed my drink in laughter. At that moment, Marco accidentally pressed a button, triggering my motorcycle's blaring alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Marco panicked, his face turning crimson. Ace leaned in to investigate. What kind of strange creature is this? Diamond Jozu chimed in, analyzing gravely, I understand. This must be a motorcycle that has consumed the flying fruit. I was nearly overcome with laughter, intentionally remaining silent, relishing their overwhelming curiosity. Old man Whitebeard, ever the sage, noticed my unperturbed demeanor and chuckled. Kane, my boy, this must be some remarkable technology. The opportunity had arrived. I stood, approached the motorcycle, and dramatically opened the trunk before everyone's eyes, retrieving several new rapid-fire guns. I then walked to the edge of the deck, disengaged the safety, and unleashed a barrage into the ocean. Bang, 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 bang. The tranquil sea erupted into a flurry of splashes. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, especially Captain Kuro and Captain Izo, whose eyes nearly popped out of their heads. I passed the guns around for them to examine, then turned to Whitebeard, stating plainly, Old man, I actually came here to discuss a business proposition with you. Whitebeard chuckled, having anticipated my intentions. You wish to engage in the arms trade? I raised a firearm in my hand. Indeed, with these new weapons, coupled with the aircraft, the power of this combination is something you surely comprehend. Marco nodded vigorously beside me, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was not merely something to be underestimated. It could indeed sway the tide of war. As I observed their solemn expressions and was about to make a bid, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the lookout tower. It's the red-haired. The red-haired is coming. All personnel, remain vigilant. Goodness, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The Whitebeard pirates had just emerged from a fierce battle, now in a state of vulnerability, and Shanks chose this moment to make an unsolicited entrance. What could this mean? Father remained composed, nodding at me, since the red-haired has arrived. We shall discuss the details of the arms deal later. Upon hearing this, my heart relaxed. This deal was destined to materialize. Just as the words left our lips, Shanks, with his flaming red hair, swaggered onto the Moby Dick. Whitebeard exploded with fury, seizing the nearby Great Nodachi and stepping up to confront him. You little brat, do you wish to perish on my ship? Without exchanging a word, the two clashed, their conqueror's haki colliding with a thunderous force. I must tell you, the sensation was akin to two colossal, invisible mountains bearing down upon me, igniting my own conqueror's haki in an instant. Impossible, Shanks exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was taken aback by the intensity of my haki as a newcomer. In the next moment, his razor-sharp conqueror's haki surged toward me, clearly intending to gauge my strength. Could I possibly back down? I immediately summoned all my power and pushed back. A magnificent convergence of our conqueror's haki, Shanks, Whitebeard, and I, caused the very heavens to tremble. Dark clouds swirling with flashes of lightning. This immense pressure even compelled Ace, standing nearby, to unleash his own conqueror's haki uncontrollably. The entire sea transformed into a tempestuous ocean of haki. One moment, Shanks' sword energy swept across the battlefield. The next, Whitebeard's mountainous presence loomed, while my own haki summoned thunder. As if the apocalypse had descended. This was no mere greeting. It was akin to an appetizer before a divine battle. The grandeur of the scene far surpassing the imagination of ordinary folk. As the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, we four simultaneously withdrew our haki. Shanks scratched his head and chuckled at Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. No need to be tense. Unleashing Conqueror's haki upon meeting a strong opponent is merely basic etiquette. ISNT it? At that moment, I was utterly dumbfounded, internally berating them. Goodness, you call this etiquette? This encounter nearly dismantled the ship. I learned something valuable. From now on, I shall unleash my haki upon meeting formidable individuals. The tempest subsided, transitioning into a celebratory feast. Marco pulled me aside, swiftly finalizing the arms order. As I gazed at the list in my hand, we both wore wide smiles. This was indeed an order from the Whitebeard pirates. With this prominent endorsement, will my future business not flourish beyond measure? Upon witnessing our discussion conclude, Ace approached with a perplexed expression, raising his cup. Cain, with your strength. A mere call would summon people to your side. Why toil away at business for profit? I looked at his innocent demeanor and chuckled. Your perspective is rather limited. My dear nephew, berries? Who cares for such trifles? Leaning closer, I'll lower my voice. Let me tell you, all of this is to amass wealth, to collect every devil fruit in the world. That boundless fortune is my true ambition. Ace was left dumbfounded, his expression questioning my sanity as he gazed at me. I leaned in closer to clarify. Brother, do you think I'm engaging in charity? Not everyone possesses the wealth of the four emperors, you know. What I am doing is high-end custom warfare brokerage. It revolves around a financial closed loop. Ace still appeared bewildered, so I painstakingly explained. You see, first, I find an ambitious individual, or perhaps a misfortunate soul, being beaten down, and I generously provide them with a batch of weapons. Once they begin to push back against their opponents, what do you think will happen? Their adversaries will panic. They will come seeking me for weapons, and at that moment, I 1T ask for payment. I'll offer them on credit. Ace questioned the utility of this approach. I roll my eyes, wondering how he could possibly be the second in command. Listen carefully. Once they VE fought enough, I'll promptly release an upgraded version of the weapons. At this point, those who previously held the advantage will surely fear being outgunned and will come looking for me. Yet, I will only market to the weaker side, still on credit. Just think, if I'm not asking for money, who would refuse a chance to win if they happen to emerge victorious? Marco, the skeptic, interjected, but what if they lose? Well, if they lose, they lose. The victors will savor the spoils and will only seek to purchase more arms. The losers, as long as they are not completely annihilated, will wish to turn the tide with my weapons. By the time their foolishness has led to ruin, their treasury will be empty, yet their hatred will linger. At that moment, I will be their lifeline. Should I agree to loan them, they will eagerly purchase new weapons. Ace still didn't comprehend. What does this have to do with your all-in-one service? I nearly wished to pry open his head to see if it was filled with flames. This is merely the beginning. Once the war concludes, it will be time to collect debts. No money? Not a problem. I will claim land, populace, and mineral resources, everything. You are the victors. You have wealth? Even better. Let me calculate the costs. Service fee 20, interest 3. Oh, and by the way, interest is calculated daily. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll calculate it hourly. In short, I will ensure you cannot repay. As I spoke, I paused to unveil my true ace. However, I shall leave them a backdoor. They can repay their debts with devil fruits at double the valuation. As my words settled, Marco had already begun to silently calculate how many devil fruits were aboard their ship. His expression was priceless. Of course, I hadn't revealed my most cunning strategy. While these nations were embroiled in conflict, guess who was there to scoop up the spoils? The Revolutionary Army. With Dragon piloting his airship, he swiftly evacuated the populace. After all, people are the foremost productive force. Otherwise, how would he have provided me with such invaluable information? We call this a win-win. After hearing my plan, Ace's face turned pale, looking at me as if I were some ultimate villain. He lamented, "You might as well go rob them." I burst into laughter, throwing my arm around his shoulders. Darling, there's no faster way to wealth than this. Besides, what would I do with the money? I seek the devil fruits. What do you need so many devil fruits for? Do you relish that flavor? As Ace spoke, his face contorted in distaste, he instinctively distanced himself from me. Exclaiming in revulsion, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Keep your distance from me. I dismissed this theatricality with a turn, only to meet the gaze of Shanks, who had been observing me intently. What could this mean? Perhaps my direct stare had caught his attention, as he paused mid-drink and called out to me. Hey there, young man. Care to join me for a drink? My heart skipped a beat. It seemed he was addressing me. I refrained from unnecessary banter and strode overconfidently, downing a large bowl of alcohol while locking my gaze on him. Red-haired, speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. Whitebeard watched with amusement, bursting into laughter. Gurara, truly a man worthy of kingship. Shank's expression darkened. Such arrogance. Am I so old that even the younger generation dares to call me by name? Spare me the empty words. State your purpose. I retorted straightforwardly. He finally dropped the pretense and got to the point. I've heard you hail from the East Blue. Do you know Monkey D. Luffy? I thought to myself, not only do I know him, but I am well acquainted with his father and grandfather as well. Yet, I simply replied with 2 words, I know him. Upon hearing Luffy's name, I instantly understood. Shanks had sacrificed his arm to save Luffy, betting everything on him. I smirked. You've come for Luffy. Haven tea you? Ha. Not entirely. Shanks chuckled. I happened to see you while at sea, so I decided to drop by. Beside us, the white-bearded captain, visibly displeased, pounded on the deck, exclaiming, Hey, you 2 youngsters, cease this riddle play. I stood to clarify. Initially, I made a wager with Luffy, where the loser must concede to one demand from the victor. What was your request? Inquired the captain. I shrugged. I insisted that he refrain from declaring his ambition of becoming the Pirate King until he defeats me. Upon hearing this, the captain burst into hearty laughter. Gwahaha, with your antics, that little rascal Shanks' arm was surely rendered useless. Gwahaha. Shanks was immediately incensed, retorting, Is it not somewhat underhanded for you to wager such a bet against Luffy, given your prowess? Good heavens, it appeared he was coming to question my honor. I felt irked and replied, Oh, Senior, if you cannot play, then do not engage. If you cannot wager, then do not bet. What did you say, brat? Shanks unsheathed his renowned sword, Griffin, and declared, Let us wager as well. The loser must forfeit their life. Before he could elaborate, the white-bearded elder interjected, swiftly positioning his colossal naginata against Shanks' sword, causing the entire ship to tremble. Shanks, do you dare draw your weapon aboard my vessel? Are you tired of living? The captain's voice was chilling. Shanks gritted his teeth. I do not recall that the mighty Kane is under your command. Do you remember? Who do you think you are? The captain retorted, preparing to unleash his devil fruit powers. I quickly intervened. Hold on. Father, if you employ that move, the Moby Dick shall be no more. Just as it seemed the 2 emperors were about to clash, Shanks suddenly sheathed his sword and turned to me, ominously warning, Your affair with Luffy is far from over. I hope I do not encounter you upon the seas. Did he intend to depart just like that? I would not allow it. I pointed towards a distant, uninhabited island. My expression stern. Why let it go? Let's practice. On a deserted isle in the New World, I transformed into my dragon form, glaring fiercely at Shanks. My gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Shanks stood firmly, his expression unyielding, stating, Today, I shall spare your life, when Luffy ultimately defeats you. That shall be your demise. I could not help but chuckle at his audacity, Should I commend you for being one of the 4 emperors? Your bravado surpasses your might. Allow me to see if your resolve is as strong as others. With a roar, I took to the skies, challenging, Come at me if you dare. To my astonishment, he disdainfully remarked from below, Truly, it is fitting for one who uses strength to overpower the weak, even in duels. You employ such underhanded tactics. I was at a loss for words. Who among my peers would heed the rules of engagement from a notorious pirate? I dismissed the banter and unleashed a trio of elemental assaults upon him. With ease, he countered my strikes with his sword energy, then soared into the air, delivering a full-powered slash towards me. Did I evade? I did not. I braced myself with my formidable, beastly armor. Clang! The sound resounded, rendering those around us speechless. Even Shanks was taken aback. Such formidable hockey. Shaking my head, I felt the surge of power within me and laughed. What a sharp strike. Let me see if your stamina matches your skill. With an upgraded barrage of elemental attacks, I engulfed him in a tempest of power. The scene was far more ferocious than my previous encounter with Teach. The isle was demolished, crumbling into the depths of the ocean. After several hours of relentless bombardment, I finally paused, gasping for breath. I felt rejuvenated, my strength heightened. In stark contrast, Shanks, though somewhat disheveled, remained unscathed. I landed on a rocky outcrop. Reverting to my half-dragon form, observing him closely, he casually adjusted his wind-blown coat, as if to imply, "Is that all? You have not even disheveled my attire." I rolled my neck, irritated. Regrettably, I have no suitable weapon at hand. Shanks, intrigued, queried, "Do you possess skill in swordsmanship?" "No," I replied, shaking my fists and grinning. "I merely have considerable strength." Teacher Zay Fa once said, "When your hockey and strength are the world's finest, anything you wield becomes a weapon." Shanks, visibly agitated by my arrogance, snapped back, "Do not become too cocky, boy. Your hockey is rather mediocre." Though he feigned disdain, I could sense he was likely cursing me as a monster in his heart. As we continued, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, who is this esteemed teacher? Chiyu?" I waved dismissively, "Just nonsense." "Senior, shall we continue?" Shanks glanced around, finding no solid ground to stand, and shook his head. "There is no need. A warrior of your caliber would not stoop to bully children. There must be some misunderstanding. Behold, this is what it means to possess the grace of a master." By the time we returned to the Moby Dick, night had fallen. Everyone raised their cups once more, and Shanks took a hearty swig before asking, "Kane, how did you manage to defeat a Kainu at Marineford and nearly kill him?" I reluctantly explained that Sakazuki relied heavily on his elemental form, which I shattered with a single blow imbued with haki. As for Sengoku, having served the celestial dragons for too long, his mindset faltered and his haki diminished. Thus it was only fitting that I incapacitated him. My words stripped the Navy of its final veil of modesty, and Shanks' eyes sparkled with interest as he pressed on. "What is your perspective on the Pirate King?" I regarded him with peculiar eyes, wondering if he doubted Luffy's potential and sought to elevate me as a substitute. "Not much." I promptly declined. "I have no interest in conquering the seas." Shanks appeared utterly disheartened, slumping to the ground in despair. Observing his defeated demeanor, I kindly urged, "Though Luffy may falter, Ace is still commendable." A legacy continued. "However," he murmured, "I wonder how much longer it will take for Luffy to defeat Kane." "Defeat me? Has Shanks not awakened from his slumber?" I was not pleased, reiterating that a wager is a mutual agreement. If he cannot accept the loss, he should simply forfeit. Shanks hastily covered my mouth with his cup. "What does it matter, Kane? Is not the elder meant to be surpassed by the younger? Look at me. I endured several hours of your onslaught without retaliating. I nearly choked on my drink, pushing him away. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely a few months older than Luffy. How does that make me an elder?" As soon as I finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, Shanks and Ace simultaneously emitted piercing screams. "What did you just say?" Ace yanked me close, his features twisted in disbelief. "How is it possible? A monster like you is merely 18 years old." Meanwhile, Shanks stood frozen, regaining his senses only to clutch my neck and shake me violently, shouting hoarsely, "Impossible. Tell me this is not true. Quickly, say this is not true." Everyone scrambled to rescue me from his grasp, while Shanks lay on the deck, utterly defeated. Muttering in despair, "This monster is the same age as Luffy. What does that make my wager with him?" At that moment, the Emperor Whitebeard held a colossal wine bowl, tears of laughter streaming down his face, his guffaws echoing as if he might laugh away his entire lifetime. I, feeling disgruntled, swatted away Ace's persistent hand, turning to the defeated Emperor sprawled on the ground, and remarked, "What does it matter? Had I not engaged you for hours without even disheveling your clothing, I would scarcely believe you were a Emperor. And guess what?" This red-haired fellow remained undeterred. He stood up from the ground, his expression serious, gazing at me intently, and I thought he might challenge me once again. Instead, he inquired, "Kane, do you not wish to know what the One Piece truly is?" As he spoke, the crew aboard Whitebeard's ship had their eyes widened, resembling a multitude of searchlights, eager to see what transpired between us. Yet I felt an inner calm, almost amused. The red-haired man, undeterred by my indifference, raised the stakes, declaring, "As long as you pledge to aim for the title of Pirate King or deliberately concede to that kid Luffy, I shall reveal to you the ultimate secret of Raftel. Who understands the implications of this? Is this not an overt temptation?" I chuckled, responding, "Brother, that is rather intimidating, don't you think? Your words only dampen my curiosity further." "The secret of Raftel? Can it nourish me? Can it procure a few devil fruits? I think not. I unleashed my thoughts candidly. Shanks, let me tell you, you lot are rather peculiar. You constantly speak of the will of D and the blank century, merely seeking someone to persistently challenge the world government and expose their misdeeds. Am I wrong? Simply put, you are in search of a chosen one. Yet, I harbor no interest in the annals of history. I prefer to forge my own future. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. The dreamers of the Pirate King title turned pale. I felt as though I had inadvertently shattered their faith. Observing Shanks' speechless face ignited my fervor. To be frank, your ideology does not resonate with me. The so-called legacy of D is nothing but your own concoction of bloodline theory. Dig a few hundred or thousand years back. Were we not all mere mortals? Victors can declare even a fart as truth. Losers, even the sun's warmth invites scorn. I offered you a chance, yet your schemes are too outdated to be effective. As I reached the conclusion of my outburst, I felt a surge of passion. My conqueror's hockey erupted uncontrollably, causing several crew members to collapse like wheat being harvested. Silence prevailed aboard the Moby Dick that night. Ultimately, it was Whitebeard who broke the quiet, his voice heavy. Kane, the truth of the world is not as simplistic as you perceive. I turned to him. Father, you must truly be aging. It is hard to believe such words from the mouth of the strongest man in this world. Remarkably, the old man did not take offense. Instead, he asked, Kane, what's your dream? I took a deep breath, gazing at those few who remained on deck. I merely wished to return home. I was on the brink of giving up, but now I had secured my ticket home. There was no way I would abandon it now. Shanks interjected, home? ISNT your home in the East Blue? I cut him off. That is my second homeland. I pointed towards the boundless sea, articulating each word in my homeland. There is an ancient adage, nobility and commoners, who has the right? Upon hearing this, Shanks wore a bitter smile. No wonder you only recognize the strong. It seems you grew up with such teachings. It appears the rumors about your true identity hold merit. Goodness, he even knew I was a descendant of the dragon. Such information travels fast. At this point, concealing my identity was pointless. I nodded and laid my cards on the table. Indeed, no more pretense. My identity is that of the dragon's heir. That night, the influx of information was staggering. I suspect Whitebeard had never experienced such a shock in his life. By the time I concluded my passionate speech, dawn had arrived. After a night of excitement, feeling sticky and disheveled, I dove into the sea for a refreshing cleanse. The moment I submerged, I heard Ace shouting, hey, Kane is a devil fruit user. He jumped into the sea. Quick, save him. Who understands the simplicity of that creature? Marco was nearly driven mad, shouting at him, he's a dragon, a real dragon, not merely a descendant. When I leisurely flew back onto the deck, seeing Ace's bewildered face, I couldn't help but laugh. You cannot explain this to him. You must tell him I am not human for him to comprehend. After creating enough commotion, I decided to take my leave, telling them, gentlemen, if all is well, I shall take my leave. I have numerous matters at home. To my surprise, Whitebeard and Shanks spoke in unison. Wait, I wish to make a deal with you. Oh, the big shots are making a proposition? My interest piqued. I sat cross-legged. All right, father, please proceed. Whitebeard produced a small box from his pocket. Presenting it to me, Marco mentioned you are collecting devil fruits. Consider this a token of gratitude for saving Ace. Initially, I felt disdain, thinking, what fruit could possibly be worthy of such significance to you? I'm dealing in bulk. After all, however, upon opening the box and glancing at the contents, I was astounded. My pupils dilated, and I hastily closed the box. My voice transformed. Father, is this fruit truly so perilous? This cannot be regarded as a mere customary gift. I quickly asked, what are your terms? Whitebeard smiled, though his laughter carried a hint of melancholy. I hope that when the Whitebeard pirates face difficulties in the future, you will lend a hand. I instantly understood. The old man felt his health waning and was paving the way for his sons. My heart warmed. Rest assured, Father, even without this transaction, as long as I am present, I will never stand idly by. Whitebeard nodded, promising that his crew would assist me in gathering devil fruits, coordinating with Ace. Afterward, he departed, leaving the deck to Shanks and me. I turned to the red-haired man, jesting. Surely you do not require my assistance, do you? You're still quite young. Shanks chuckled. My proposal concerns you personally. His gaze was piercing. You mentioned obtaining your ticket home. Collecting devil fruits is your fare, correct? Goodness. He had seen right through me. He continued, you do not need to truly become the Pirate King. You merely need to strive toward that goal. I will guide you in wielding Haki, especially Conqueror's Haki, which will thoroughly compensate for your current lack of offensive power. I must admit I was tempted. The offer was too alluring. Nevertheless, I needed to maintain my composure. I shook my head, feigning difficulty. This is a matter of great significance concerning my dreams. I clear my throat. I must ask for more. Goodness, Shanks, that cunning fox, must have eavesdropped on my transaction with Whitebeard. He promptly stated, the red-haired pirates can also assist you in gathering devil fruits. My mind began to wrestle internally. Observing my hesitation, he swiftly raised the stakes, extending a finger. I guarantee the first batch will consist of no fewer than 10. Boom! Those words struck me like a thunderclap. I hesitated for merely half a second before slapping my thigh decisively. Deal. It's settled. It was not that my resolve wavered. He simply offered too much. I quickly amended. You can inform Luffy that our wager has changed. It is now a competition for the title of Pirate King. That child has never been the sharpest tool in the shed. You can rest assured. He will not suspect a thing. Shanks observed my rapid change of face, smiling with satisfaction. Pleasure doing business. The arms dealing on Arms Island had once become so bustling that vessels from various factions surrounded the island, with the person in charge tirelessly scurrying about to secure weapons ahead of their rivals. At that time, Kane was undergoing a critical mental transformation, unable to divert his attention elsewhere. In desperation, he had to enlist Dorag's help, secretly sending Sabo for support. However, the Revolutionary Army was inherently clandestine, and while it may not have raised immediate suspicion, over time, the truth could not remain concealed. Fortunately, Dorag had somehow intertwined with Alabasta, and in the process, he recommended an administrative talent to Kane, the Princess of Alabasta, and also the future heir, Nefertari Vivi. And Vivi, true to her experience with Baroque works, effortlessly facilitated transactions among these major powers with Kane's military backing. Thus, what was originally intended to alleviate urgent needs, Wei Wei, has thoroughly transformed into the chief steward of the Arms Island. To return to the main topic, Wei Wei glanced at Kane, whose expression revealed no trace of anger or delight, and responded, currently, there is not a single reserve fruit left on the island, and moreover, the promised devil fruits from our clients have been persistently delayed, except for the fruit you personally specified for safekeeping. That is of no consequence. The devil fruits have now entered a period of saturation, Kane shrugged. Though ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits are not particularly rare, their value is contingent upon quantity. Individuals like the Great Clock and L, who consume devil fruits as if they were common fruits, could take all the devil fruits in the world and still convert them into energy in an instant. It appeared that Wei Wei wished to say something but hesitated, appearing hesitant. Kane, observing her reticence, found it amusing. Wei Wei merely intended to remind him to fulfill his promises, yet was reluctant to speak directly due to his formidable presence. Although Kane held little regard for the lands and populace promised by those factions, the Revolutionary Army was indeed covetous of these scarce resources. You may inform Dorag that the final stage of training with Zoro is complete. It is now time to fulfill our initial promise. Kane had previously assured Dorag that upon the completion of his training, he would collect debts from those influential factions that had defaulted. The primary motivation for Dorag was his desire for population and territory. In exchange, Dorag was to provide Kane with essential materials and invaluable research data, even the design blueprints for the king of the underworld. Now that Dorag's promises had far exceeded expectations, and with Kane's training concluded, it was indeed time to deliver on those commitments. Upon hearing Kane's words, Wei Wei was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply, expressing gratitude on behalf of those who had suffered greatly. Afterward, she joyfully set off to contact Dorag. Kane watched her departing figure, reflecting that Dorag truly deserved the title of revolutionary leader. Unbeknownst to him, he had indoctrinated the heir of 20 queens into a loyal servant, a truly formidable tactic. However, Kane was indifferent to the Revolutionary Army taking control of his Arms Island, as his ultimate objective was merely to empower the Great Clock, with the island serving only as a convenient means. Once he and Zoro had honed themselves to the pinnacle of this world, the mere pirate world would be insignificant. As Kane contemplated his gains while awaiting Zoro's arrival, he decided to meticulously assess his rewards. Great Clock. Charging complete. Status. Random traversal. Specific coordinates can enable pinpoint traversal. Note: coordinates must represent the most iconic object or figure of that realm. Upon completing the charging of the Great Clock, Kane was eager to traverse immediately. But the notification he received doused his excitement like a bucket of cold water. He had been elated at the completion of the great clock's charging, only to be confronted with such a disheartening outcome, which was initially difficult for him to accept. However, having regained his composure, Kane begrudgingly acknowledged that although it was a random traversal, it still offered a glimmer of hope, certainly better than having none at all. With enough journeys, he could eventually find his way home. Continuing his review, War Libel, in slumber. There was no need to elaborate on Bell. Kane had previously compelled Bell into a complete form to avoid entanglement with the world government. Although Bell was once again asleep, Kane's recent offerings suggested that awakening was not far off. Special item, Eternal Forest Mark Complete State. This item requires no further mention. It is the cornerstone of Kane's existence. Whether he can keep pace with Teacher Chiyu now hinges upon it. Special item, Void Mark 14. This was a new mark recently acquired through a fortune bag. Distinct from the complete state of the Eternal Forest Mark, the Void Mark requires Kane to bind teammates to maximize its potential. The Void Mark can convert the holder's attacks into true damage. 14 enables the conversion of 20% of the holder's attack into true damage. 24 allows for 50%, 34 for 80%, and 44 for 100%. Only 4 teammates can be bound within the same world. Teammates enjoy equivalent enhancements. Note, once bound, teammates cannot be exchanged except in the event of death. Even having seen it once, Kane could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon reviewing this. His initial reluctance to traverse immediately stemmed from the fear of landing in a realm of saints. Now, with this item complementing the Eternal Forest Mark, his future adversaries would merely be fodder, while other humanoid beings would no longer pose a challenge. He must swiftly fulfill his commitments to Dorag and others. As he beheld Zoro approaching on a flying device, Kane's impatience grew. Chapter 73. Reconciling Accounts, Additional Update. Acknowledgements to the esteemed Xiaoyu for the support, hence the additional update. Another day filled with excitement. Kane rose from the floor, stretched lazily, and promptly awakened Zoro. Yesterday, while conversing with Zoro, they had delved into discussions about taverns. Upon learning that Kane had completed the preparations, Zoro could hardly contain his eagerness to accompany Kane in debt collection, hoping to expedite their traversal. Observing Zoro's excitement surpassing his own, Kane promptly halted him and inquired about Zoro's training progress. Zoro's response astonished Kane. He could now injure Mihawk. It was clear from Zoro's words that he had come to regard Mihawk as a second master, with his first being Shimatsuki Yasuhiro. According to Zoro's account, during their initial battle, Mihawk had to exert his utmost effort to defeat Zoro and even sustained injuries in the process. Although Zoro currently lacked the strength to kill Mihawk, he was merely short on the experience of facing true power. Furthermore, following their initial battle, Zoro's understanding of swordsmanship had reached new heights. Now, Mihawk could only kill Zoro, not defeat him. Upon hearing this outcome, Kane was filled with both astonishment and joy. Astonished by Zoro's capabilities, which had far exceeded those in the original narrative. He had now entered the ranks of the world's top combatants. With just one more true life-and-death battle, he could undergo a transformation. His joy stemmed from Zoro's strength. For with such prowess, Kane could confidently bind Zoro and take him into the next world. Without further ado, let us commence our mission. Kane, looking at the fully awakened Zoro, exclaimed with excitement. Zoro, grinning at Kane's enthusiasm, nodded and replied, "That's exactly my intention. My blade has been thirsting for action." Subsequently, Kane instructed Wei Wei to bring forth a thick stack of invoices, commencing the selection of unfortunate clients. This will not do. It is far too weak. The Revolutionary Army can resolve this matter themselves. Moreover, in a country where even using the restroom incurs attacks, it is only a matter of time before the populace rises up against the regime. Kane was the first to exclude the list from the Goya Kingdom. Although he has dealings with Dorag, it does not imply that he intends to assist Dorag with trivial matters. Let this go. The red-haired one has personally intervened, placing the burden of the expenses on his own shoulders. Zoro casually tucked away the bill from the buggy pirates, indicating that he would double both the principal and interest upon repayment. When Kane presented the dragon loan plan to Zoro via the snail phone, Zoro was initially shocked, then declared, this plan would bring tears to any capitalist's eyes. You only owe 5 million berries, yet a year later you must repay 100 million. Even the celestial dragons would be unable to settle your account. This is unacceptable. You owe only 80 million berries, with interest at 100 million berries. We shall count the interest towards the principal. Kane tossed the bill aside, while Vivi, drenched in cold sweat, timidly reorganized these priceless documents and solemnly placed them into a sealed bag. This is also unacceptable. The thought of using a princess to settle debts is absurd. 2 princesses equate to a single devil fruit. And who does not know that fellow births a dozen children each year? Zoro disdainfully glanced at the promissory note from a small nation, exclaiming, "I do not engage with children." As the two sifted through the documents, what once resembled a towering mountain of bills dwindled to just a few sheets. This is good, this is good," Kane exclaimed with gleaming eyes at the sight of the bill, astonished to discover that Don Quixote Doflamingo had purchased arms from them, all on credit, seemingly with no intention of repayment. After becoming the arms king, Kane found that the most affected party was indeed Doflamingo, for rivals are often adversaries. However, to take goods worth hundreds of millions of berries on credit is somewhat excessive. Kane could not help but mutter to himself, "This guy absolutely intends to take advantage." Given Kane's current influence on the seas, ordinary powers would not dare to take goods on credit. Only 2 types of individuals would do so: those who genuinely cannot afford it, resorting to extreme borrowing in hopes of turning the tide through war, and those who believe themselves sufficiently powerful, seeking to exploit Kane's goodwill. After all, Kane had previously declared that any who dared to take goods on credit, even if the Navy arrived, would still receive weapons. The first group includes individuals like Doflamingo, Germa 66, and the underworld of the West Sea. The second group comprises Whitebeard, the Revolutionary Army, Alabasta, and Fishman Island. The former has no intention of repaying their debts, having taken weapons valued at billions of berries without spending a single berry. As for the latter, Kane has no desire for repayment, as these factions share a complicated relationship with him. While they may not be precisely allies, they are not entirely strangers either. Fishman Island established a connection with Kane through Whitebeard, who, aware of his limited time, entrusted Kane with the hope of raising the banner of the Arms King for Fishman Island. Kane had no obligation to comply, as he owed nothing to Whitebeard. On the contrary, the Whitebeard pirates had considerable debts to Kane, both financial and in favors. However, the fruit gifted to Kane by Whitebeard 2 years prior was exceedingly precious, and given Kane's long-standing desire for the Sea King, he reluctantly accepted. Just when Kane thought he had been exploited once more, after forming an alliance with Fishman Island, he realized the arrangement was indeed advantageous. Following their collaboration, Fishman Island provided a substantial workforce of ordinary fishmen. Although these fishmen may not be formidable in combat, they proved invaluable as factory workers. Just as Kane was lost in reverie, Zoro's sudden exclamation interrupted him. "Damn. Your former lover has accumulated a debt of over 30 devil fruits, and the promissory note bears the signature of Kane's ex-girlfriend, without even a full name." Upon saying this, Zoro seized Kane by the neck and accused him. "Are you rekindling old flames with your ex?" Kane, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose. After parting ways with Tina, he did indeed engage in some questionable activities, but they were innocent. When Kane was training at sea and Vivi was momentarily unreachable, Tina resorted to both coaxing and tantrums, leaving Kane with no choice but to sign her a promissory note. Little did he expect that after 2 years apart, the interest would balloon to over 30 fruits. Subsequently, a frustrated Kane retorted, "You have the audacity to accuse me." The bill from Guion was personally signed by her. "Do not tell me you did nothing but spar with her." Zoro, turning red with embarrassment, stammered, "I just had a bit too much to drink." It was not only Tina who came to collect. Guion had taken away goods worth 200 million berries in one go, with the signature also belonging to Rorinoa, Zoro's ex-girlfriend. At this moment, Vivi interjected, "It was not just once. These 2 gentlemen have come repeatedly with your sign bills to collect goods. The rest of the bills are in the office. Would you like me to retrieve them for your review?" Hearing this, Kane and Zoro exchanged glances, then in unison tossed the bills aside and resumed their search on the ground. After much deliberation, they finally organized the essential bills and arranged them in order of priority. The West Sea Mafia owed 50 million berries plus 1 devil fruit. The berries had been repaid, but 5 devil fruits remained outstanding. Germa 66 owed 2 devil fruits, totaling 10 with interest. Doflamingo owed 800 million berries. The Beast Pirates did not owe anything, yet their underlings had repeatedly attacked the Arms Island, resulting in losses exceeding billions of berries. "That's all for now. Let us divide the tasks," Zoro suggested, stretching lazily as he surveyed the bills. "I propose we call Hay over to expedite the process. I am eager to get started." Chapter 74. all assembled after 2 years. Hay has also matured, especially after consuming that fruit discovered by Old Man Tony. His power now rivals that of an admiral. If we speak of the embodiment of luck and color in the original story, it must be the great Buggy. However, since Kane's arrival, the aura of the conqueror's haki seems to have shifted onto him. Old Man Tony has intervened only twice, once discovering the giant dragon fruit that Kane consumed, and another when he found the superhuman energy fruit that Hay ingested. Shortly after consuming the fruit, Hay developed energy blocks containing immense energy, a stable and high-energy solution that directly addressed the airship's energy system issues. The weapons originally equipped on the airship were discarded by Hay in favor of laser weaponry and the weapon systems utilized by the Pluton. When Kane shared the blueprints of Pluton with Dorag, he promptly ordered the entire Revolutionary Army to mobilize, ultimately locating it within Frankie's body. However, Frankie firmly refused to join the Revolutionary Army. Unable to compel him, Dorag had no choice but to detain him, as he believed that Frankie was inferior to Hay, and thus lost patience with him. After obtaining the blueprints for the Pluto, Hay discovered that a portion of the designs was unfeasible, yet fortunately, the weapon system was intact. Subsequently, at Kane's suggestion, Hay once again modified the airship, equipping it with the weapon system of the Pluto and upgrading it into an aerial fortress. The foundation of this achievement was, of course, the high-density energy blocks developed by Hay using energy fruits. With the emergence of the aerial fortress, Dorag was finally equipped to challenge the world government. The aerial fortress served as a fleet, and since this operation was divided into separate missions, the main ship remained at home, on standby. Lord Kane, the aerial fortress has assembled, and the Revolutionary Army is ready to receive the ordinary citizens. Kane looked at his most trusted subordinate, nodding in satisfaction, and said, "Proceed as planned. You and Zorro will go to Germa 66 and the Mafia to collect debts. I will personally handle the Navy." After saying this, Kane ignored Zorro's disdainful gaze and pretended to contact Kazan with a snail phone. Zorro, observing Kane's feigned seriousness, couldn't help but complain to Hay, "I think this guy Kane is just being greedy. Let us not say that. Lord Kane must have important matters to attend to." Hay replied, still defending Kane, remaining his most loyal admirer and making excuses for him. Seeing that Hay and Kane were in cahoots, Zorro, feeling foolish, was about to board the airship when Kane called out to him, "You two, wait a moment, come over here." Zorro, who initially intended to mock Kane, suppressed his words upon seeing Kane's earnest expression and followed him to a distance. "The promise I made to you is about to be fulfilled. Although I received your affirmation before, I would like to ask you once more, are you willing to venture forth with me to conquer the stars and seas, and even traverse alternate dimensions?" Kane intended to bind the void mark to Zorro and Hay, leaving the vacant position for later discussion. Upon hearing Kane's words, Zorro scoffed. "This is a man's promise, Kane. When did you become so sentimental? I swear to follow you to the death." Hay replied straightforwardly, giving Kane a definitive response. Seeing their attitudes, Kane ceased his hesitations and directly bound the void mark to both of them. "If you have any questions, ask quickly." Observing their astonished expressions after receiving the mark, Kane reminded them that similar occurrences would undoubtedly happen in the future, and they must learn to adapt quickly. Upon hearing Kane's words, Zorro furrowed his brow and asked, "I understand the percentage, but what exactly does real damage entail?" Zorro's inquiry mirrored Hay's curiosity. Both were natives of the pirate world and had never encountered online gaming, hence they could not comprehend the meaning of real damage. Real damage ignores defenses, Kane explained. In simple terms, regardless of how strong the enemy's defenses are, as long as we hit them, they can only withstand it with their bodies or block it in other ways. What about against a Logia user? Is it still effective? Hay posed a technical question. Hearing this, Kane shook his head and replied, "I cannot confirm that at the moment. My visit to the Navy is to seek answers." Kane had also contemplated this issue deeply. The elementalization of Logia should be considered as evading attacks. The void mark represents real damage, but is not guaranteed to hit. Yet attacks infused with haki can strike Logia users, provided they have not elementalized their bodies beforehand. This raises certain contradictions. However, the devil fruits that have emerged in the world are predominantly gathered within the Navy. Thus, when Kane speaks with Kazan, he might obtain an answer. Watching the two deep in thought as they boarded their respective fleets, Kane said nothing further and transformed into a dragon, soaring towards Marineford. "Brew brew, moshi moshi. This is Kazan." Upon seeing the snail phone transform into Kazan, Kane greeted, "Long time no see, brother Kazan. How have you been lately?" After the call was connected, Kazan, upon recognizing Kane, unleashed a torrent of curses. You bastard! How dare you call me? Do you know how much you've ruined me? During the Marine-Ford War, Kane had indeed put Kazan in a precarious position. The Marine High Command had suspected Kazan of being lenient. But since Kazan adhered to a lazy justice and was engaged in battle with Rayleigh, they did not deem him excessive. However, after the war ended, Kane had publicly mocked Kazan during a live broadcast. Brother Kazan, stop throwing the match. Gather the troops. Trouble is coming. This statement thrust Kazan into the limelight, as the world government was still concerned with its image. In truth, Kizaru, another of the three admirals, was also slacking off but managed to do so discreetly. While Kazan was publicly accused of throwing the match, which was essentially the same in nature. At this moment, the Navy was leaderless, and Sengoku, having lost the support of the world government, chose to resign from his position and spend his days boasting with his old friend Garp, particularly Sengoku, who would often tell people that he was once on the verge of becoming the supreme commander of the three armies. Claiming he relinquished his position to avoid conflict with his friend, Sengoku. Listening to Kazan's tirade, Kane remained unfazed, instead grinning and saying, "Don't be like that, Brother Kazan. I heard you're not doing well at Marine headquarters. How about we have a drink and chat?" After a moment of silence, Kazan replied in a muffled tone, "Where are you? I'll come find you." "Of course, up in the headquarters. It's best to drink at the tavern there. I've been longing for the tavern owner's fine wine," Kane responded. Upon hearing Kane's audacious reply, Kazan completely lost his composure. "Damn it. I can't possibly remain an admiral anymore." Chapter 75. You actually left me here. Come, bring all the wine. Don't chill it. Kazan, for reasons unknown, boldly sat with Kane in the tavern on the first floor, even at the Marine headquarters tavern. The tavern owner trembled as he brought wine with the tavern mistress. Upon seeing Kane's face, quivered and asked, "Am I seeing things?" "Isn't that Rear Admiral Kane? Didn't he explicitly resign from his position? How could he be here with Admiral Akiji?" "Don't speak nonsense. Are you looking for death?" The owner quickly silenced the mistress to prevent her from saying anything reckless. After all, Sakazuki was currently on a mission. If these two went on a rampage, could they rely on Kizaru to stop them? Hey, what are you two dawdling about?" Kaien called out, urging them to hasten the delivery of the wine. Kazan glanced at the self-serving patrons within the tavern and remarked with a hint of irritation, "Why must you come to my headquarters for a drink? Are you suggesting that my rank makes me an easier target, or that I am slower to meet my end?" Since the war at the summit, Kazan had been the subject of suspicion due to the Navy's defeat, which prompted many to turn to piracy, leaving the Navy in a precarious position. Even Colonel Smog, known for his smoking habit, was tirelessly venturing out to capture pirates, while Kazan, a vice admiral, seemed to languish idly at headquarters. This situation starkly illustrated the world government's lack of trust in him. "Ah, the familiar fragrance," Kaien declared after downing a generous cup of fine wine. "I heard that you, Kazan, had a duel with Sakazuki, that foolish dog." Kazan, about to sip his drink, felt his mood darken at the mention of the topic. "TCH, it's all because of you. Originally, Fleet Admiral recommended me as his successor before his departure, and now I find myself compelled to duel Sakazuki for the position of Fleet Admiral. Stop fooling around, even without my interference. You wouldn't attain the rank of Fleet Admiral," Kaien scoffed. In the original narrative, Kazan did indeed engage in a duel with Sakazuki, leading to a fierce confrontation that resulted in Sakazuki emerging victorious and becoming a vice admiral. However, this time, Ken had not caught wind of any rumors. He only gleaned bits of information from Tina, indicating that the two had clashed, yet the position of Fleet Admiral remained vacant. Upon hearing Kaien's words, Kazan fell into silence, increasingly pouring himself drinks. "Are you aware of Zifa-sensei's situation?" Kaien inquired, observing Kazan's taciturnity. "I wonder if the world government has lost its senses, daring to enlist Edward Weevil as a warlord of the sea." Bang! Kazan slammed his cup down onto the table, fury evident in his voice. "Kaien, if you've come to simply drink with me, then I am pleased. However, if you harbor ulterior motives, we may as well end our conversation here." Kaien, taken aback by Kazan's rising anger, thought to himself, "This isn't right. This character in the original story left the Navy without hesitation after his defeat by Sakazuki. Why is he deviating from the script now? It can't be because of me, can it?" A sudden realization struck him as he observed Kazan, laden with baggage. "Come to drink. Are you still not awake, Kazan? Don't you understand why I left the Navy?" As he spoke, Kaien noted that Kazan's anger had subsided, and he continued, Perhaps my departure was for personal reasons, but what about Zifa-sensei? He dedicated his life to the Navy, only for the world government to bring his enemies into the warlords of the sea. What meaning is there in remaining in such a Navy? I cannot acknowledge this form of justice. A nameless Navy officer in the shadows echoed his sentiments. In truth, Kazan had long contemplated leaving the Navy. Otherwise, how could he be found drinking with a traitor at headquarters? However, as a man who held a belief in justice, leaving the Navy without a valid reason was not an option. He needed a worthy pretext. At that moment, Kazan seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations through Cayenne, thus facilitating his departure from the Navy. As he finished the last drop of fine wine, Kazan rose and proclaimed, "Where is Edward Weevil? The one who gravely injured Zifa-sensei and killed countless trainees?" Ken, witnessing Kazan's resolve, responded with a smile, "Tisich, I could never allow such a scoundrel to reach Navy headquarters alive. When the summons for warlords was issued, I had already dealt with that fool." Kazan addressed the gathering Navy personnel, his voice resonating with conviction. "If being labeled a traitor to the Navy is the price I must pay, so be it. But I wish to convey to all my comrades that true justice lies in protecting the weak, not bowing to former pirates." At this juncture, Kazan's fervor was palpable. "I cannot accept this notion of Navy justice." The surrounding officers erupted in shock at Kazan's declaration. The arriving Kizaru interjected humorously, "Oh dear, Vice Admiral Kazan must be intoxicated. Spouting nonsense. Someone, please assist him to rest." Yet Kizaru's remarks garnered no response. All eyes remained fixed on Kazan, even as the hurriedly arriving Karp went unnoticed. Kazan's gaze transcended Kizaru and landed on Karp. "Mr. Karp, I'm grateful for your guidance throughout my journey. I shall now pursue true justice, and I hope that when we next meet, we shall not be adversaries." After bowing deeply, Kazan turned to his former comrades and proclaimed, "Until we meet again." This declaration was undoubtedly his farewell to the Navy, a departure from a place that had become a source of sorrow. Observing Kazan's determination, Cayenne remarked with sarcasm, "Are you kidding me? I traveled all this way to counsel you, and, in the end, you leave me behind?" Cayenne had hoped to draw his former mentor closer to his side, but instead, Kazan had turned the tables on him. Faced with the increasingly hostile gazes of those around him, Cayenne nervously addressed Karp, "Teacher Karp, would you believe me if I said I came to drink with Vice Admiral Kazan? Brat Cayenne, how dare you entice a Vice Admiral to defect? Prepare to face my loving iron fist." As Karp launched a sudden attack, Cayenne dodged clumsily, exclaiming, Hey, if you keep this up, I might just fight back. TCH, let me see what you have achieved since leaving the Navy." Cayenne understood that Karp wished to test his strength and immediately engaged him in combat. Huff, Cayenne. "You can now inflict damage upon me," Karp panted, observing the calm demeanor of Cayenne. "You have finally matured. Have I grown old?" Cayenne did not respond to Karp's musings, but instead bowed deeply, his expression a mix of complex emotions, before soaring into the sky. This time, Kizaru refrained from intervening, either deeming it unnecessary or fearing the repercussions from Bairu. With the enhancement of the Void Mark, Cayenne now felt unafraid of any formidable opponent upon the seas. A being like Karp, a close combat warrior, was perfectly countered by him. Now, even if Big Mom, the iron balloon, were to appear, Cayenne was confident in his ability to shatter her with a single iron fist. Chapter 76. What power could such a small bomb possess? P.S. An additional note. I wish all students preparing for the college entrance examination great success, as Kane engaged in playful antics at the naval headquarters. Hey, and Sauron were not idle either. Location, North Sea. Characters, Sauron's airship and the fleet of the German kingdom. After Sauron and his companions decided to act independently, he followed the clues provided by the Revolutionary Army and discovered the assembled fleet of German kingdom in a certain area of the North Sea. The German kingdom is a unique maritime nation without a fixed territory, operating through dozens of ships that, when united, form the kingdom. Its citizens are predominantly male soldiers, constituting the fearsome army known as Germa 66. Amidst the fleet, a voice echoed, "You have been encircled by me. Surrender immediately." Upon hearing the foolish proclamation broadcasted, Sauron instantly recognized this as Kane's handiwork, who would audaciously demand surrender from the onset. He glanced at the technicians steering the airship and remarked, "Such scum will never comprehend our good intentions. Let us proceed with full force." Given the unique nature of this maritime nation, which essentially lacks civilians, Sauron was unrelenting in his approach. However, Master Sauron The most potent weapon aboard this airship is the Dragon's Breath Bomb. Its power. The technician worriedly interjected, fearing Sauron might be unaware of its capabilities. The Dragon's Breath Bomb surpasses even Master Kane's most formidable strike. He has instructed us to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. The Dragon's Breath Bomb was a new type of explosive developed by Hay through research into Kane's Dragon's Breath. This bomb was based on the concept of Da Yuan, further enhanced by Hay's imitation of Kane's Dragon's Breath. If Hay were present, he would likely hesitate to deploy such a bomb, as it was specifically designed for annihilating nations and instigating world-class warfare. Although this bomb, built upon Kane's Da Yuan foundation, did not possess the true might of Da Yuan, it was certainly not something the modest fleet of Germa could withstand. Regrettably, Sauron was neither a scientist nor a traveler of time. I do not understand this. Follow standard procedures and utilize the most powerful weapon. I do not wish to waste time here, he commanded casually before heading to the training room aboard the airship to warm up. Clearly, Sauron did not believe that an explosive could resolve the situation with the Germa kingdom. At that moment, aboard the flagship of the Germa fleet, Vince Smock Katakuri had donned his battle attire, scrutinizing the airship above from the deck. Such a magnificent aerial combat vessel. It is perfect. Katakuri marveled at the airship, ascending higher, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. As the patriarch of the Vince Smock family and the uncrowned king of the North Sea, Katakuri was well-versed in genetic research. Although he lacked expertise in machinery, it did not prevent him from recognizing the true value of the airship. In fact, he found himself coveting it intensely. Such a flawless airship in the hands of that brute is a tremendous waste. Katakuri ordered his fleet to assemble for battle, while also contemplating negotiations with those aboard the airship. If he could acquire such a vessel from that brute, it would certainly be worth offering a substantial number of devil fruits in exchange. Just as Katakuri pondered whether to repay Kane's loan to facilitate better terms with him, he suddenly spotted a comical dragon-headed bomb descending from the sky. Is this a declaration of war against the Germa kingdom? He scoffed at the trivial bomb, barely 3 meters in length, with a rotund dragon head and absurd wings, dismissing it with his final words. What power could such a tiny bomb possibly possess? Boom! With a brilliant flash of white light, a massive explosion enveloped the entire Germa fleet. In the aftermath of the blast, the Germa kingdom had vanished from existence. Sauron, in shock, observed the vaporization of everything on the surface of the sea below, then rushed to the command tower to contact Hay. What on earth is this Dragon's Breath Bomb? What kind of monstrosity have you and Kane concocted? It was no wonder Sauron was astonished. He had previously regarded the technological endeavors of Kane and Hay with disdain. In Sauron's eyes, the path of the sword was the ultimate discipline. However, today, this unprecedented explosion delivered a resounding slap to his face. When Hay received Sauron's call, he answered without hesitation, only to be met with Sauron's grim silence. Hello, Sauron. You haven't annihilated the Germa kingdom, have you? Upon hearing Sauron's frantic voice, Hay realized Sauron had inadvertently unleashed the Dragon's Breath Bomb. Sauron, breathing heavily, did not respond to Hay, but seemed overwhelmed. For a swordsman, killing was as routine as eating and drinking. Yet, the thought that mere technology could extinguish tens of thousands, or even millions, of lives with the press of a button was a shocking revelation for someone like Sauron. After a prolonged silence, Sauron rasped, "Is this weapon derived from the designs of the Pluton?" Unable to fathom that this was a creation of Hay, he could only attribute it to the ancient blueprints. "No, it is not," Hay clarified, noticing Sauron's composure returning. "This weapon pales in comparison to the systems mounted on the Sky Fortress." The implication that this was not the pinnacle of power caused Sauron's pupils to constrict in alarm. If this was not the most formidable, what might the weapon systems aboard the Pluton entail? In any case, return to the Arms Island. I will hasten back once I have dealt with matters here. There are things you may choose to overlook, but knowledge is paramount. Hay intended to enlighten Sauron about the power of technology upon his return, simultaneously sounding a warning bell that far more terrifying black technologies awaited during their conquests of alternate dimensions. Typically, during conversations between Kane and Hay, Sauron would listen intently to discussions on the mystical power systems, but would find the technological side tedious, opting instead to practice his swordsmanship. This led to Sauron being enamored with the extraordinary feats of the mystical realm while remaining utterly ignorant of the technological advancements, such as genetic modifications and planet-destroying weaponry. As the communication was abruptly severed, Hai began negotiations with the Mafia's godfather, Ka Peng Beiji. The depiction of the explosion was rather lackluster. Despite having found a plethora of literature and principles online, I hesitated to elaborate too much, fearing the wrath of the censorship deities. If one is truly intrigued, a simple search for Tsar Bomba on Baidu will suffice. Chapter 77. What power can such a small shell possess? I have come to reclaim what is rightfully owed to us from Gun Island. Hai proclaimed from the airship, shouting through a megaphone. Ka Peng Bei cast a dark glare at the white-haired youth aboard the vessel, secretly plotting. This situation has taken a turn for the worse. Despite having visited Gun Island numerous times, I have never encountered such an aircraft. Confident in his ability to intimidate the so-called new ruler, he had never intended to pay for the arms, knowing well that Gun Island was notoriously gullible and flush with cash. However, he mused, young man, the repayment date is not inscribed on the IOU. After a moment of contemplation, Ka Peng Bei resolved to bide his time, seeking an opportunity to seize control of the airship. In the world of pirates, airships were formidable weapons. The infamous Captain Shurji, known as the Golden Lion, had roamed the seas for many years, largely due to the powers granted by his Mera Mera no Mi fruit. Although his fate took a turn when he recklessly challenged the Marine headquarters, had he not been foolish, it would have been nearly impossible to capture him. Observing Ka Peng Bei's obstinacy, Hai scoffed. Do you not have a sense of urgency regarding the repayment date? As he spoke, Hai gestured to his crew, who quickly approached and whispered, the Revolutionary Army has relayed that all civilians capable of evacuation have been relocated. The only valuable asset remaining here is the land. Pondering this information, Hai turned to Ka Peng Bei and declared, You have 5 minutes. I shall grant you only 5 minutes. Ka Peng Bei, momentarily taken aback by Hai's ultimatum, erupted in fury. What do you take me for? Although confused by the audacity of Gun Island, known for its previous amicability, he was determined not to appear weak. If I choose to repay you in the 6th minute, then so be it. It will be a withdrawal. Ka Peng Bei. Allow me to remind you, you now have only 3 minutes left. Hai responded, given Ka Peng Bei's demeanor, it was evident he had no intention of repaying. Thus, Hai saw an opportunity to assert his authority, especially since he had numerous debts to collect. Are you mocking me? Ka Peng Bei's voice dripped with malice. Just moments ago, there were 5 minutes. How is it that only 3 remain? 2 minutes. Hai retorted, converting minutes into seconds, for there was little point in conversing with those unwilling to settle their debts. Observing Ka Peng Bei's deteriorating expression, it was clear he possessed no devil fruit. Furthermore, if the Godfather truly intended to repay with a suitcase full of currency, Hai would feel awkward. What would he do with such a sum? Purchase property? Do not underestimate me. Ka Peng Bei. Sensing that Hai was not genuinely intent on collecting the debt, but rather seeking trouble, prepared to take matters into his own hands. 1 minute remained. Hai remained unfazed as he watched Ka Peng Bei readying his abilities, continuing the countdown. The airship was not only equipped with an arsenal, but also possessed an energy barrier capable of withstanding a full-force assault from an admiral. The castle explodes just as Ka Peng Bei was about to unleash his powers against the airship. He was interrupted by a subordinate. Godfather, urgent intelligence has arrived. Initially prepared to reprimand the foolish underling, Ka Peng Bei's attention was drawn to the document in the subordinate's hands. The new ruler, the Dragon Cane, has engaged the Marine headquarters, enticing former Admiral Akiji to defect from the Navy. An airship emblazoned with the emblem of Gun Island has launched a surprise attack on the German kingdom, annihilating the nation with a single mysterious bomb, resulting in the death of all but the eldest daughter, Reiju. The German kingdom has now been erased from the seas. According to the intelligence, the assailant responsible for the attack on the German kingdom is none other than the three-sword style master, Roronoa Zoro. This intelligence was not derived from newspapers, but rather gathered by Ka Peng Bei's own intelligence operatives, while lacking the authoritative weight of a publication. Its reliability was exceedingly high. As he absorbed the information, Ka Peng Bei broke out in an unusual cold sweat. The first piece of intelligence, though shocking, contained echoes from a farcical incident 2 years prior. After all, Kane, Zoro, and Hai were all former Navy members, making Akiji's defection somewhat plausible. However, the second piece of intelligence left him utterly astonished. The airship's mysterious shell had completely obliterated the German kingdom. Despite being a maritime realm without fixed territory, the destruction wrought by a single shell was utterly outrageous. with beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Ka Peng-Bei-Ji looked up at the impassive Hai Yi and swallowed hard. I will retrieve the money immediately. Just as he prepared to personally fetch the funds, Hai Yi called out from the airship, "Do you possess a devil fruit? If you repay with a devil fruit, your debt will be halved." This question was deliberately posed by Hai Yi, although he could not see the document in Ka Peng-Bei-Ji's possession. The expression on the latter's face suggested the unfolding of dire events. At this juncture, Ka Peng-Bei-Ji was typically honest, especially when confronted with Hai Yi's seemingly benevolent suggestion. "I currently have no devil fruits. However, if Gun Island requires them, I can arrange for my subordinates to search for them immediately. Moreover, I can assure you that the next transaction will be settled entirely with devil fruits." Seeing Ka Peng-Bei-Ji suddenly becoming accommodating, Hai Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the potential price of the airship. "There's no need for that," Hai Yi remarked, shaking his head in mild disappointment at Ka Peng-Bei-Ji's unrelenting ambition. "What?" Ka Peng-Bei-Ji, momentarily taken aback, mistakenly assumed the airship was not for sale. He quickly added, "I can offer more." With a look of pity towards the ambitious Ka Peng-Bei-Ji, Hai Yi pressed a button on the control panel. As the airship ascended, the pounding of Ka Peng-Bei-Ji's heart quickened. Wait, were we not enjoying a pleasant conversation? As the airship rose, the structures below dwindled to the size of matchboxes. "Sayonara, Godfather," Hai Yi murmured softly. In despair, Ka Peng-Bei-Ji gazed at the dragon-headed shell plummeting from the sky, screaming in a frenzied manner, "Do not underestimate me. What power can such a small shell possess?" With that, Ka Peng-Bei-Ji prepared to unleash his devil fruit powers, attempting to absorb the seemingly ludicrous dragon-headed shell into his being. However, the shell detonated before it even breached his range of influence. In a blinding flash of white light, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, signaling the demise of the flame tank pirate group, following the obliteration of the German kingdom. It seemed the Godfather's final words would not leave the world in shock. Although the bomb was meticulously crafted by Hay and had undergone numerous test explosions, it is only through actual combat that the true power of the bomb can be fully appreciated. Witnessing the aftermath of the explosion relentlessly impact everything around, Hay felt a surge of emotions within him. From this day forth, the rules of warfare in this world will be dictated by Lord Kyan. Chapter 78. An Unexpected Encounter with Titch. Please be sure to read the author's note at the end of this chapter. Today marks the launch. No comments, 10 updates. After completing his mission, Hay returned directly to the secret base to record the data of the Dragon's Breath bomb, as these combat data are incredibly valuable. Meanwhile, Zoro, on his way back to the Weapons Island, unexpectedly encountered several intriguing individuals. What just flew past us? Zoro, deep in contemplation of the sword path within the airship, suddenly sensed an unusual presence beneath him through his observation hockey. Upon hearing Zoro's query, the technician aboard the airship hastily operated the control panel to activate the monitor. Approximately several dozen meters below the airship, a fire-breathing wyvern was soaring with two individuals aboard, heading towards the Weapons Island. Observing the two on the back of the wyvern, Zoro felt a sense of familiarity. Could that chubby little figure be Titch, as mentioned by Kyan? The wyvern below was none other than one of the three calamities, NTI, and on its back were none other than Blackbeard Marshal Titch and another individual who appeared to be a user of the mouse fruit. Having confirmed their identities, Zoro, with keen interest, suggested, "Let's greet them, but remember not to use the Dragon's Breath bomb." Following the command, the technician quickly maneuvered the airship to launch several cannonballs towards NTI. A barrage of missiles, interspersed with beams of laser, sped towards the fiery NTI. Darkhole, Titch, seated atop NTI, sensed the incoming projectiles and, without hesitation, unleashed his powers to absorb the incoming threats. The prowess of the dark fruit was indeed remarkable. Zoro, witnessing Titch envelop the attack in black mist, excitedly exclaimed, "Let's force them down to a nearby island. My sword has been yearning for a worthy opponent." Ever since departing from Mihawk, Zoro had been seeking a rival of equal caliber to test his strength, but had been thwarted by the absence of suitable opportunities, thus suppressing his combative spirit. The sudden encounter with Titch and NTI had ignited Zoro's desire for battle, prompting him to disregard the return to the Weapons Island to regroup with Kyan, opting instead to engage in combat first. With Zoro's command, the airship unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, adjusting its trajectory in an attempt to force NTI down onto a nearby island. At this moment, NTI also sensed the attacks from above, Although Titch managed to intercept some, several others struck NTI, causing it to roar in pain. Why are there lasers in the attacks? Could it be a new type of pacifist weapon developed by the Navy? NTI, while evading, pondered. Although the attacks were not lethal, as a flying ability user, NTI preferred to evade enemies from the skies. Unfortunately, the relentless onslaught seemed to have locked onto the trio, making it impossible for NTI to shake off the assaults. Titch, seated atop NTI, grew increasingly restless. Although his stamina was sufficient, fully exerting his powers would undoubtedly affect NEI as well. Naturally ambitious and fiercely protective of his life, Titch would not risk his safety. He urgently urged, "Descend. It seems inevitable that we shall face a fierce battle." Hearing Titch's words, NTI hesitated, torn between the command to swiftly return Titch to Onigashima and the imminent threat. Noticing NTI's indecision, Titch, desperate to avoid plummeting into the sea, devised a clever tactic. Are the Beast Pirates truly cowards unwilling to fight? The Beast Pirates were known for their ferocity. Titch's words provoked NTI's ire. Daring to insult the Beast Pirates? Even if you're the captain's guest, you will regret it upon reaching Onigashima. While claiming to teach Titch a lesson, NTI obediently flapped its wings and began descending towards the island. The Beast Pirates were not cowards unwilling to face challenges. Seeing that NTI had indeed fallen for the provocation, Titch breathed a sigh of relief and then kicked the trembling Wells beside him. "Kid, lift your head. Stop cowering like a frightened mouse." "Captain, I'm a mouse," Wells timidly replied, lifting his head at Titch's words. Titch, infuriated, thought to himself that had it not been for the unfortunate demise of his carefully recruited comrades at the hands of Cayenne, he would never have brought such a weakling aboard. Wells was an accidental find, a user of the ordinary mouse fruit, capable of transforming into a hamster form. Titch had chosen him for his commendable navigation skills. Due to Cayenne's interference, Titch had ultimately been unable to retain Regent Queen Katarina and her companions. And without the Gura Gura, know me from Whitebeard, Titch had only one fruit power to his name. It is no exaggeration to say that Titch was undoubtedly the weakest Titch in all realms. Zoro, observing the wyvern land on the island, commanded the technicians, "Stay alert in the air. I shall return shortly." With that, Zoro leaped from the airship. "Who dares to attack me?" NTI sneered at the green-haired figure descending from the sky. Is the Navy intending to wage war against the Beast Pirates? Curious about the inquiry directed at him, Zoro scrutinized NTI, noting the rarity of meeting another with a similar fruit ability, albeit one being an ancient type and the other a mythical type. Titch, standing aside, recognized Zoro immediately and growled, "You are that bastard Cayenne's partner." Ignoring Titch's query, Zoro, filled with excitement, turned to NTI and declared, "Ha ha ha. It is rare to encounter someone with a fruit power similar to that guy's. Let me test your mettle." At this moment, NTI sensed something amiss, especially upon hearing the name Cayenne, leading him to suddenly realize, "You are the Navy traitor Rorinoa Zoro." It was no wonder NTI was taken aback. After all, there was another Navy traitor within his team, and encountering yet another one was quite surprising. Contemplating this, NTI remarked with interest, "Is it true that the Navy is so unpopular that capable individuals are defecting one after another?" TCH. Zoro did not respond to NEI's comments. Although his and Cayenne's motives for joining the Navy were never pure, the fact remained that the three had indeed defected from the Navy. "What do you intend by blocking our path? Do you wish to fight?" NTI, inflamed with rage, transformed into battle mode and declared, "Then prepare to die. It appears not only are your eyesight and judgment lacking, but your intellect is as well." Zoro disregarded the furious NTI and drew his sword, proclaiming, "This is not a mere skirmish. This is a slaughter." Zoro had just acquired the Void Mark from Cayenne, perfectly positioning himself to wield the blade renowned for its defensive capabilities and vitality, a weapon belonging to a formidable beast-type warrior. This was not merely a contest of strength. It was an execution. Observing Zoro's audacity, Teach remarked with a sinister tone, "Kid, after training with the world's greatest swordsman for 2 years, you think you've become the world's greatest swordsman yourself." While Teach still regarded Zoro with some esteem, his attention was primarily fixated on the airship that had previously attacked them. Although Zoro's prowess was commendable, Teach was confident in his own strength. "Come with me to Wano." Kid, Jean, now partially beastified, rasped, "I advise you to abandon your resistance." Ever since Jean learned of Zoro's allegiance to Cayenne, he had devised a new plan. His superior subordinates had persistently assaulted Cayenne's arms island, Yet they were consistently repelled by ordinary fishmen and feeble foes, thanks to the innovative weaponry of the Arms Island. This had led the 100 Beast pirates to covet Cayenne's territory for quite some time. Jean regarded Zoro as a fortuitous opportunity, a mere solitary child. Zoro, observing the slow-witted Jean, extended his finger and declared, 3 swords. With 3 strokes, I shall cleave you in twain. Infuriated by Zoro's implication, Jean shouted, you brat. I'll make you pay. Witnessing Zoro assume an offensive stance with unabashed confidence, Jean bent slightly and drew his katana from his hip. Jean was a swordsman as well. As Zoro completed his charge, Jean lunged towards him like a cannonball, exclaiming, fall before me, brat. It must be noted that while Jean appeared brutish, he was indeed methodical in his actions, still contemplating the capture of Zoro to leverage against Cayenne. However, not all scenarios unfold as imagined, particularly when the Void Mark unexpectedly intervenes. Shave, One Sword Style, Black Blade, Dead Lion Song. Zoro enveloped the Wado Ikemanji in haki, utilizing Shave to instantly close the distance to Jean. Teach, feeling an inexplicable restlessness since Zoro had drawn his sword, was puzzled by the disquieting sensation. Although this feeling was somewhat ethereal, it had undoubtedly saved Teach countless times. Presently, Zoro, even without the Void Mark, posed a threat to Teach and Jean, albeit they would have to endure a fierce battle. Contrary to expectations, when Zoro's Wado Ikemanji clashed with Jin's 6-meter-long katana, it did not produce a thunderous sound. Instead, the blades emitted a faint metallic clang, and a shockwave emanated from their point of contact. Curse it, I can't see anything, Teach exclaimed, shielding himself from the dust kicked up by the shockwave, his irritation mounting. Teach could no longer contain his inner turmoil. The psychological scars left by Cayenne loomed large in his mind. He cast a grave glance at Zoro, internally strategizing, we are not far from the Arms Island. Cayenne could arrive for support at any moment. The best course of action is to swiftly eliminate this green-haired brat and proceed to Wano. Just as Teach prepared to strike, he noticed the dust beginning to settle. To his disbelief, he beheld Zoro with his right hand gripping the sword, the Wado Ikemanji held in a deadlock with Jin's katana, while Zoro's left hand drew out the autumn water. Two-sword style, aye aye. As Zoro executed his aye aye strike, Jin let out a shriek, hastily enveloping himself in haki in a futile attempt to withstand Zoro's attack. Unfortunately, this proved ineffective. Under the influence of true damage, all defenses were rendered meaningless. Jin's haki-clad body was cleaved in 2 by Zoro, and as Zoro sheathed his blade, Jin's towering form collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. Why has my haki failed? Despite possessing formidable vitality, Jin did not perish immediately. This very vitality became a torment in his current state. His upper half writhed on the ground, hands desperately attempting to reinsert his disemboweled innards. The sight astonished not only Teach, but even Zoro, who was taken aback by the sheer horror of 80% true damage. While Cayenne had elucidated the concept of true damage to Zoro, he had never fully grasped its terror until now. However, Zoro was presented with an impeccable opportunity to test his blade. Observing Jin's convulsions, Zoro mused, if that is the case, as long as I can strike my opponent, I shall surely inflict injury or death. Third sword. As Zoro lifted the Wado Ikemanji from below, a purple cutting wave swiftly flew forth, cleanly slicing through Jin's neck and ending his agonizing struggles. Witnessing Zoro dispatch his adversary with such ease, Teach instinctively turned to flee, even as he clutched Wells, who had buried his head in the dirt with his rear end protruding. Having just returned from the euphoric experience brought about by the Void Mark, Zoro, noticing Teach's attempt to escape, mockingly raised the Wado Ikemanji and said, I wonder if the Yami Yami no Mi truly cannot manifest into an elemental form? In that moment, Teach, in a frantic retreat, quickened his pace upon hearing Zoro's taunt, muttering curses. Although Teach was indeed powerful, the peculiar nature of the Yami Yami no Mi rendered nearly all non-devil fruit users as his nemesis, particularly swordsmen. Now, with the formidable 3-sword style Zoro on the scene, Teach felt as though Cayenne's entire clan was a divine retribution sent to punish him. Observing Teach's rapid escape, Zoro activated Shave 6 times in succession, pursuing him relentlessly. Teach, realizing Zoro was in hot pursuit, furiously shouted, we have no direct conflict. Why must you come after me? Huh. Zoro retorted with a chilling smile. Do you think being a warlord makes you immune? Mashad de Teach. Upon hearing Zoro utter the fateful D, Teach's pupils dilated. Damn it. Your goal is the Pirate King too. What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop, and let us discuss this over drinks. One could only commend the adage. One is influenced by their company. Having spent considerable time with Cayenne, Zoro's demeanor had transformed, becoming more jovial. Teach, hearing the teasing tone in Zoro's voice, pushed his legs to their limits, leaving Zoro momentarily unable to keep pace with him. Regrettably, no matter how swiftly two legs may run, they cannot catch up with those soaring in the sky. Upon witnessing that Tiki dared not engage in combat, Sualong gestured an attack towards the airship. Following Sualong's command, the airship unleashed a barrage of firepower upon Tiki. The crew aboard the airship, concerned that the dust from the explosions might affect Sualong, opted instead to employ energy beams. It hurts. Tiki, frantically fleeing, suddenly felt a sense of despair. He couldn't even outrun the long-legged figure on the ground. And now there was an airborne assailant as well. In the second chapter, the 80th chapter, this text contains garbled content and missing sections. The complete and latest chapters will be updated here. Hipswalanzukoakom 010 PZC9I. The 100 Beast Pirates. In a desperate attempt to escape, Tiki refrained from using his devil fruit ability to absorb the energy beams, yet he realized that the airship showed no signs of relenting. Moreover, in order to evade the energy beams, he was forced to reduce his speed. This situation was untenable. Observing Sualong drawing nearer, Tiki clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Utilizing his hidden abilities, Tiki hurled Wells aside and swiftly activated his power, enveloping Sualong in a vast expanse of black mist. You little brat, come to me. Although Sualong maintained a mocking demeanor, he never underestimated Tiki. The power of the dark fruit, which had garnered high praise from Cain, was far from simple. As the dense black mist surged towards him, Sualong instantly recalled Cain's warning. The black mist released by Tiki would draw in everything it touched into a black hole. If one were to be sucked in without sufficient physical strength, they would be crushed to pieces. Witnessing Tiki's actions, Sualong adeptly leaped into the air and adjusted his position. Three-sword style, black rope tornado. Fearing that his aerial slash would be absorbed by the black mist, Sualong surrounded Tiki with a tornado, attempting to break through the shroud of darkness. Futila. My black hole can absorb everything. Tiki enveloped himself in black mist, preventing Sualong's tornado from striking him. Unperturbed by Tiki's taunts, Sualong continued to adjust his position while unleashing waves of slashes from his feet and hands. As Sualong relentlessly unleashed ranged attacks, Tiki found himself too intimidated to disperse the black mist, resulting in a temporary stalemate. In truth, the black mist surrounding Tiki had effectively created a sealed space. At this moment, Sualong could have returned to the airship and unleashed a cloud explosion to severely injure Tiki. Unfortunately, Sualong's pride as a swordsman forbade him from relying on external forces, and he was unaware of the existence of such an explosive. Observing Sualong's unwavering commitment to his aerial slashes and the airship aiming its cannons at him, beads of cold sweat began to form on Tiki's brow. Damn it! The worst has come to pass. Tiki thought ominously. His greatest fear was that the situation would remain stagnant. If he and Sualong were to become locked in confrontation, it would not be long before the colossal dragon would arrive. The memory of Cain's infinite elemental bombardment still haunted Tiki, as he had narrowly escaped death by mere seconds. I must find a way to break this deadlock. Tiki gritted his teeth, determined to change the situation. However, he ultimately underestimated the true nature of the void mark. Tiki suddenly expanded the black mist to its maximum extent, forcing Sualong to retreat. Utilizing the cover of the mist, Tiki surged towards Sualong. Die, you detestable green-haired swordsman. Tiki burst forth from the black mist, his hands claw-like as he attacked Sualong, aiming to deny him any opportunity to wield his sword. Yet, Sualong was not only adept in armament hockey, his observation hockey was equally formidable. In the face of Tiki's relentless assault, Sualong deftly evaded or parried the attacks with his sword. Meanwhile, Tiki adhered to the principle that the best defense is a vigorous offense, becoming increasingly ferocious in his onslaught. You shall perish. As Sualong and Tiki clashed, an imposing ship appeared on the distant sea, its flag emblazoned with a skull and horns, boldly proclaiming, "The 100 Beast Pirates have arrived, and those of ill intent should vacate immediately." The airship above promptly detected the arrival of the 100 Beast Pirates. But without Sualong's command, the technicians hesitated to take action and hurriedly informed Cain. On the deck of the pirate ship stood 7 formidable figures, with the 6 behind being the 6 true disciples of the 100 Beast Pirates, the 6 sons of the sky. The cat fruit, ancient type, saber-toothed tiger form, Fusifu. The dragon fruit, ancient type, special dragon form, X. The spider fruit, ancient type, Goliath bird-eating spider form, Black Maria. The dragon fruit, ancient type, triceratops form, Zoro. The dragon fruit, ancient type, Giganotosaurus form, Ultai. The dragon fruit, ancient type, spikeback dinosaur form, Pejuan. And standing before the 6 disciples was one of the calamities with a bounty of 1 billion berries, Drought Jack. At this moment, the 100 Beast pirates remained unaware of the demise of their comrade and continued their leisurely approach towards the island. That wretched arms dealer. I shall one day take his head. Jack glared at Sualong from the bow of the ship, declaring, today, I shall start by severing his right hand. Since Sualong had aligned himself with Cain against the Marines, the world had dubbed him the right hand of the arms dealer, akin to the right arm of the Pirate King. Is the left hand of the sea Hay? No, it is not. Hay's title upon the seas is the genius closest to Vegapunk. Following him is the brain of the arms dealer. Yes, you read that correctly. It is indeed the brain of the arms dealer, for without a capable aid, the muscle-brained, directionally challenged, sword-obsessed Sualong could never reach this stage. As Jack observed Sualong engaged in battle with Tiki, the expressions of those behind him were varied. Ultai and her companion remained expressionless, though their eyes betrayed a fervent fighting spirit. Fusifu and Zoro regarded Jack with disdain, seemingly eager to push him overboard. Only Black Maria cast a discreet gaze towards Drake. Meanwhile, Drake regarded Sualong with complex emotions. Though they had never met, he had heard much of this exceptional marine while undercover within the 100 Beast pirates. It was merely the defection of Cayenne and another individual, who at that time was not particularly notable, that left him feeling disheartened once more towards the Navy. Observing Drake's tumultuous emotions flash briefly, the dark-hued Mary remarked with a sardonic tone, it seems that among us, there are those who are not entirely willing to partake in the task of eliminating the Arms King's right hand. Upon hearing her words, the gazes of the remaining 6 individuals converged upon Drake. Even Jack, who stood at the bow of the ship, cast a fierce glare in his direction. After all, Drake hailed from the Navy, and when Kaido had initially summoned him to join the 6 of the Sky, there had been considerable dissent, but ultimately, it was the leader's command which brooked no opposition. Faced with the scrutinizing and hostile stares from his comrades, Drake maintained his composure and declared, "Then I shall take it upon myself to eliminate him." In response to Drake's assertion, Jack spoke with a grim tone, "If you were to take action, I sincerely hope you do not give me any leverage against you. For even if the captain were to arrive, I would not hesitate to end your life." Jack articulated this threat, yet the expressions of the other 5 varied significantly. Faz and Sasaki exchanged wary glances before silently acknowledging one another, while the siblings Ultai and Page 1 diverted their attention to the ongoing battle on the island. The dark-hued Mary, who shared a uniquely intimate relationship with Kaido, scoffed disdainfully, seemingly harboring strong reservations towards Drake's naval background. Although the group remained unsympathetic toward Drake, their hostility had lessened, indicating his adeptness at espionage. As a mere phrase had dismantled the adverse situation he found himself in. Now, let us shift our focus from the Beast Pirates to the protagonist, Zoro. At this moment, Zoro and his opponent were both acutely aware of the feral aura encroaching upon them. With a face brimming with wild delight, Teach exclaimed, "Reinforcements from the Beast Pirates have arrived. Today, you shall perish here." Despite the arrival of enemy reinforcements, Zoro remained unfazed, declaring that no number of them could withstand his blade. Indeed, having acquired the Void Mark, Zoro exuded an audacious confidence. Teach, due to the peculiar nature of his devil fruit, was able to engage Zoro in combat. But the monstrous beings accustomed to physical confrontation would likely prove insufficient against Zoro's prowess. "I have no time to play with you. I must seek out more formidable opponents," Zoro remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he observed Teach's exuberance. In an instant, Zoro absorbed Teach's assault and retreated, elevating his momentum to its zenith. As he withdrew, his 3 blades transformed into 9, fueled by an overwhelming aura that surged through him. The combined might of his haki and the ominous energy enveloped his blades as he unleashed the 9-sword style, Azura's blade of the fallen. In response to Zoro's sudden and formidable offensive, Teach retaliated with his conqueror's haki, simultaneously raising his palms towards Zoro, laughing maniacally. The strongest must surely be the darkness." As Zoro exerted his strength, Teach activated his dark hole ability. However, It appeared that the power he had always prided himself on was suppressed by an unseen force. Sorrow remained unaffected by the gravitational pull, and as they exchanged blows, Teach stared in disbelief at the myriad wounds festering on his body. Feeling the insistent pangs of pain wash over him, unable to endure any longer, Teach collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from a massive wound that nearly severed him in half. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he emitted weak groans, recalling how Sorrow had employed this very technique to injure Kaido in the original narrative. Now, Sorrow's strength had surpassed that of the original text manifold, especially with the enhancement of the Void Mark. Had it not been for Teach's dark fruit ability, he would have met a fate akin to that of Jean, being cleaved in two on the spot. Observing the bloodied Teach, Sorrow shook his head and remarked, Hiske, had it not been for Kin providing me with that advantage, defeating you would have truly required considerable effort. The term advantage was one taught to Sorrow by Kin, implying a means of circumventing the rules. Although Teach was unaware of Sorrow's ability to bypass defenses, the ferocity of Sorrow's strike cleaving Jean in half was indisputable. Without thorough preparation, Teach stood no chance of contending with Sorrow's ultimate move. Regrettably, Sorrow's ominous energy had locked onto Teach, and before the dark mist could envelop Sorrow in a black hole, his blade had already struck Teach. Sorrow then turned his attention to the distant ship, now revealing its flag, suppressing his fervent battle spirit as he approached Jin's lifeless body, thinking to himself, soon, there shall be an even more satisfying target for me to cleave. Unbeknownst to Sorrow, his ability to pierce through Teach's dark mist was not solely attributed to his armament haki and ominous energy. The Conqueror's haki he unleashed inflicted significant psychological harm upon Teach, impairing his capacity to wield his powers effectively. The most compatible force with the Void Mark was not armament haki nor aerial strikes, but rather the enigmatic Conqueror's haki. This mysterious power, which could only be countered by Conqueror's haki under the aegis of the Void Mark, could directly assault an enemy's psyche. Should the user's Conqueror's haki contact a tangible object, the adversary would sustain equivalent damage, rendering defenses futile. As Sorrow ventured further, Teach, feigning death upon the ground, began to stir. Wells. Teach weakly called out for his subordinate, whom he had never forsaken. Teach retained Wells not for his strength, but rather because of his diminutive nature. The abilities granted by Wells' devil fruit, combined with his aptitude for burrowing, constituted Teach's contingency plan. Originally, Teach planned for Wells to excavate an escape route in the event of encountering an overpowering foe, yet he had never anticipated the day he would be cleaved in two. As he felt his body weaken and his consciousness blur, Teach cursed, Cayenne. He did not blame Sorrow for his grievous injuries. Instead, he attributed it all to Cayenne. Had it not been for Kin, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament, relying on the acquisition of Ace to negotiate with the Navy. Had it not been for Cayenne, he would have already secured his father's Tremor fruit in Marineford. Had it not been for Kin, he would not be lying here, grievously wounded, with only Wells to rely upon. Just as despair settled within Teach, a small mound of soil suddenly rose beside him, and a shadowy rodent head emerged. Captain, in your current state, can you still escape? Wells said hesitantly, gazing at the nearly lifeless Teach. Teach squinted at the scheming Wells and deceitfully uttered in an enticing tone, "Do not worry. I am merely incapable of movement. If you assist me, we can depart directly. I have buried a substantial treasure in Wano, sufficient for our resurgence." Upon hearing of the vast treasure and his own incapacity, greed flickered in Wells' eyes. "No problem, Captain. I shall take you away at once." Subsequently, Wells minimized his movements, slowly dragging Teach into the earth. "Ha. You wretched cripple. Once buried, this realm belongs to me. Your treasure shall be inherited by me, my esteemed captain." Though Teach was acutely aware of the gluttony in Wells' gaze, he found himself bereft of better options. The thought alone incited a wave of irritation within him. It must be this way. Once Wells had dragged Teach into the ground, he uneasily excavated several more meters, making numerous turns. Upon reaching a secure location, Wells could no longer restrain his greedy desire and grasped the collar of his coat, saying, "Captain, why not reveal the location of the treasure? I am the most loyal, and if you disclose its whereabouts, I shall exert myself to ensure your escape." Observing Wells' unabashed avarice, Teach feigned generosity, exclaiming, Ha. Of course, my dear Wells, come closer, and I shall divulge the treasure's location." As Wells neared with ill intent, Teach suddenly exerted force, seizing Wells by the throat. You despicable rat. Do you truly believe I would spare your life if not for the unforeseen? Wells, taken aback by S remaining strength, attempted to break free, only to feel a wave of weakness wash over him. He can still activate his devil fruit powers. As S grip tightened, Wells' consciousness began to fade. Become my sustenance, Wells. On the surface of the sea, the wind intensified, and, as the tempest dispersed the mist, a sight greeted Jack that made his eyes widen in horror. Brother Gene. Upon nearing the shore, Jack and his companions beheld the body of Gene, severed into 3 pieces. Though Jack was inherently decisive, bold, and impulsive, he remained devoted to the pirate crew, holding profound respect for his brothers, Gene and Queen, as well as the Governor Kaido. Seeing the dismembered body of his beloved brother Gene, Jack lost his sanity. I will kill you. I will kill you. In a fit of rage, Jack leaped from the ship to the shore, transforming into a mammoth as he charged toward Zoro. Unfazed by Jack's madness, Zoro brandished his sword, poised to intercept Jack's charge. No one shall stand in my way today. I will end you. As Zoro blocked Jack's tusks with his sword, Jack spoke in a deep voice, no matter who comes today, they cannot prevent me from avenging my brother. As Jack spoke, the 6 flying swords landed on the island, observing the gruesome scene before them, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. At that moment, regardless of ambition, both the unambitious and the overly ambitious, such as Fuzzfu and Sasaki, stared at the remains in disbelief. It cannot be. The foremost of the calamities, Gene, has perished just like this. Fuzzfu gasped. Though he had often clashed with Gene and Queen, this was an internal strife. Gene's beheading was an unacceptable reality. Black Maria gazed gravely at the long trail of blood beneath Jin's corpse. Gene must have been bisected, struggling for some time before ultimately being decapitated by the enemy. The weakest among them, Pegwan, who typically exhibited a gentle demeanor, trembled as he urged, "Quick, notify the governor." Under ordinary circumstances, Sasaki, who often belittled Pegwan, would have ridiculed him for his cowardice. Yet in this instance, he was not in a better position. Sasaki, who prided himself on being equal to the calamities, found himself questioning his own fate upon witnessing Jin's cleanly severed body. The typically unstable Ultai could no longer restrain herself, transforming into her thick-headed dragon form and charging toward the clash between Jack and Zoro. "Sister, do not go," Pegwan cried, transforming into his spiked-back dragon form in an attempt to halt Ultai. Jack detested interruptions during battle, and should Ultai reach him, the enraged Jack would likely eliminate her first. Having lost all reason, Jack glanced at Ultai, rushing toward Zoro, suddenly exerting force to throw Zoro aside before swinging his trunk, sending the thick-headed dragon Ultai flying. "Get away. I will avenge Brother Gene myself." Zoro, witnessing Ultai being tossed aside, casually unleashed a flying slash that knocked Pegwan, who was on the verge of losing his sanity, to the ground. Although Zoro's strike was casual, its sharpness combined with the unyielding void mark nearly cleaved Pegwan in 2, while the resilient Ultai was merely knocked away. The sight of Zoro's effortless strike severely injuring Pegwan caused everyone to retreat a step. It was then that they began to comprehend why Gene, the so-called foremost of the calamities, had been so easily slain. Such a terrifying slash rivaled even the world's greatest swordsman. Jack, observing the injured Pegwan revert from his spiked-back dragon form, quickly transformed into his half-beast form. Faced with someone capable of effortlessly cleaving ancient beasts, remaining in the cumbersome mammoth form would lead to his swift demise. "Did you truly kill Brother Gene?" Jack softly inquired, standing opposite Zoro. For someone as reckless and furious as Jack, few things could halt his assault and restore his reason. Previously, only Kaido's Kanabo could do so, but now there was another, 3-sword-style Zoro slash. "I have heard that mammoths are not known for their intellect, but I hadn't realized their vision was equally lacking." Zoro chuckled at Jack, who seemed to regain his senses, albeit partially. "I've heard your bounty is a staggering 1 billion berries, yet I see your strength is wanting. Surely, your tusks alone cannot account for 990 million of that bounty." "Oh no." The others, including Sasaki, realized Zoro had touched upon Jack's greatest insecurity, and they inwardly lamented the situation. "I have already informed the governor. You 4, restrain him together. We must not allow this swordsman to kill Jack," commanded Black Maria, a woman with mysterious ties to Kaido. Her composure shattered as she raised her voice to the remaining combatants. Upon hearing the words of Hey Malia, Wu Ti and Lei Ku unhesitatingly entered combat mode, ready to hold back Swallow. However, Zazwamu and Fu Zifu lingered, reluctant to engage in battle. These two had long coveted the positions of the three calamities, and now that Jean had been slain by Solong, it seemed that Jack would soon follow. Observing their hesitance, "Hey Malia," sternly admonished, "do you two wish to betray Governor Sama?" Upon hearing her words, Zazwamu and Fu Zifu shivered in unison, secretly cursing themselves for being blinded by greed. Even if they yearned for the positions of the three calamities, they could not betray their comrades. As they looked at the transformed beasts surrounding them, and then at the frenzied Jack, Sualong let out a fierce smile and entered his demon state. It seemed as if he had received the signal to commence battle, and the beasts encircling him, upon witnessing Sualong's transformation, let out a collective furious howl and launched a fierce attack. Facing the overwhelming assault of the beasts, Sualong remained calm and shouted, three-sword style, "Black rope great tornado." As the tornado erupted from Sualong's sword, the beasts realized that he was targeting himself. Just as they were taken aback, Sualong unleashed the killing move he had comprehended under Kane's guidance, Sword Blade Storm. Following the tornado's motion, countless black sword energies erupted like torrential rain from a vortex. Without the void mark, this technique would likely be unsuitable against these tough-skinned, armed beasts, but with the enhancement of the void mark, the situation changed dramatically. These robust beasts had never imagined that there were slashes in this world that could ignore defenses. They cried out in agony as they were struck by the sword energy. Little did they understand, if someone knowledgeable were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Coach, this lad is cheating." As the tornado grew increasingly violent, the number of slashes emanating from Solong's sword multiplied, and the beast could no longer withstand the onslaught, retreating from the dense storm of sword blades. Noticing that the crowd no longer surrounded him, Sualong promptly ceased the tornado and directed a fierce assault towards the clustered Zazwamu and Fu Zifu. Invoking Demon Chi 9-sword style, Ashura Yin. With the demon energy, Sualong dashed towards the two, and Fu Zifu, who was closest, was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Meanwhile, Zazwamu fled in a panic, six-fold sky. Fu Zifu is finished. After reducing Fu Zifu to a blood mist, Sualong exited his demon state and sheathed his sword. Yet he did not pause, chuckling. What if he ran a mere 40 meters? One sword style, Ma Goe. This time, rather than engaging up close, Sualong emulated Kane's technique. Utilizing a flying slash to cleave Zazwamu in two, Kane had employed a gale kick, while Sualong used his sword. As Sualong delivered his final strike, the blade he had acquired from an unknown source could no longer endure the pressure and shattered. At this moment, Kane, who had been missing for 5 chapters, was being pursued relentlessly by a cadre of formidable figures from the world government. Chapter 83. The protagonist of the missing 5 chapters. Kane flapped his wings to accelerate while shouting back at his pursuers, "Wait. I refuse to believe you won't separate at some point. My underlings will be here shortly. So don't leave after school." Due to the brazen actions of Sualong and Hai Yi, Kane, as the leader, had drawn the attention of the world government. Observing the powerful figures encircling him, Kane awkwardly scratched his nose and said, "If I claimed the matter regarding Kazan was a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" 6 individuals, including one beast, surrounded Kane. One was a familiar figure in black sunglasses and a black suit, CP0's chief, yet another iteration. Another familiar face was that of his senior, Sakazuki, who glared at Kane with an intense expression while clutching his waist. Fujitora, in full admiral attire, stood atop a gigantic griffin, clearly not alone. As the griffin gazed at Kane with eager eyes, the other 2 needed no introduction. One was Ji Yuan, Sualong's former lover, and the other was Chawa, Ji Yuan's suitor, both of whom were vice admirals in the Navy. Upon hearing Kane's somewhat pale explanation, Sakazuki was about to speak when he was interrupted by the chief, Dragon Kane. "If you turn back now, the world government can fulfill all your conditions, including absolving you of guilt." When the chief uttered these words, the expressions of the 3 Navy officers turned grim. Such a promise was akin to a slap in the face to the Navy. It would be better to directly appoint Kane as a warlord of the sea. Kane shook his head with a laugh. "Let us not speak nonsense, Chief. Just say what you mean. No need for circumlocution." Kane scoffed at the chief's words. "Fulfill all conditions? Can I become a celestial dragon? If not, please refrain from releasing unknown gases. It stinks. If you do not agree, it matters not. If you wish to continue your business as an arms dealer peacefully, then hand over the blueprint of the Pluto," the chief stated. His unflinching demeanor left the surrounding Navy officers dumbfounded. Chahua exclaimed, "When did this lad develop the Pluto? He isn't going to blast me with a cannon, is he?" Peach Rabbit pondered, "I wonder what Sualong is doing right now." The Griffin thought, "I desire to consume this dragon." Sakazuki fumed, "The Pluto blueprint. Damn it, this rebellious power is growing stronger. Should I agree?" A smile spread across Kane's face as he observed the chief finally reveal his true intentions. Mocking, "There is no blueprint for Pluto, but there's a passage to the underworld. Would you like it?" Upon hearing Kane's taunting words, the chief's composure visibly faltered. However, recalling the true purpose of the five elders, he gritted his teeth and said, "That is not something you can possess. If you can hand it over, the world government will support you in becoming the new Yonko." Upon hearing this, Sakazuki could no longer contain himself. The chief's words were a direct affront to his unwavering belief in justice. "Shut up. The Navy will never negotiate with pirates. Today is Kane's day of reckoning." Saying this, Sakazuki unleashed his ultimate move, Meteor Volcano. Seeing his senior's fervent enthusiasm upon encountering him, Kane reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. "Huh. Are you trying to warm me up, senior? Let me add some fuel to your fire." As Kane exhaled his dragon breath, the previously chilly air transformed into searing heat. The others, faced with Kane's dragon breath, did not dare to underestimate it and hastily scattered. "Goodbye." Kane observed them dispersing and decided not to prolong the confrontation, directly flapping his dragon wings to depart. "Cunning rascal. Stay here. Gravity Blade. Fierce Tiger." As the force of Yixiao surged forth, Kane suddenly felt as though he were being crushed by a monstrous weight, rendering him helplessly plummeting downward. He had momentarily forgotten about this blind man, a grave oversight indeed, realizing that Yixiao's gravity was binding him. Kane hastily activated his haki to counteract the neutralizing pressure. Alas, while haki proved effective against defensive assaults, it was insufficient to withstand the sheer force of gravity, which required physical resilience. Kane discerned that haki had limited effect on Yixiao's abilities and decided to unleash his Conqueror's haki in an attempt to disrupt Yixiao's performance. Boom! The Conqueror's haki, which should have been silent, erupted under Kane's command, compressing the surrounding air with a thunderous roar. As Kane exerted his full strength, Yixiao felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer, his body enduring excruciating pain. This overwhelming agony temporarily hindered Yixiao from fully utilizing his devil fruit powers, providing Kane with a precious opportunity to flap his dragon wings and escape. Observing Kane breaking free from Yixiao's restraint, several powerful figures swiftly mounted the griffin's back, directing it to pursue him. The griffin lamented, "Why must you ride me?" In truth, even Shank's Conqueror's haki could not possess such formidable offensive power. It was merely enhanced by the Void Mark, granting it a semblance of real damage. With the Void Mark's augmentation, Conqueror's haki transcended mere intimidation, acquiring the ability to deliver direct, defense-ignoring strikes. Kane sensed that Yixiao had nearly sustained grave injury under his Conqueror's haki, and, in a moment of clarity, realized that his own haki was also bolstered by the mark. However, the situation was dire, and Kane could not afford to experiment with the power of his haki. He urgently flapped his dragon wings toward the direction of Gunpowder Island. He had received a warning via communicator that the Beast Pirates had already engaged with Zoro, and any delay could result in Zoro's demise at the hands of Kaido. The individuals on the Griffin's back pursued Kane relentlessly, yet the leader appeared somewhat distracted. "It is all Sakazuki's fault. Kane is about to fall into my trap. I knew bringing this foolish dog was a mistake, and the Gorosei have grown senile." The aspirations of the progeny of the creators were about to be dashed. The colossal dragon, capable of immortality, lay within reach. How infuriating! It became evident that the leader's true target was not the design of the Pluto, but Kane himself. Ever since the world government discovered Kane's true nature as a dragon, they erroneously believed him to be of the thousand-year dragon lineage. The term thousand-year implied that it could at least live for a millennium, perhaps even longer. Once the world government confirmed that Kane was impervious to sea stone and seawater, they mistakenly solidified their assumptions about his identity, prompting the Gorosei to order a blockade against him. However, the Navy remained unaware of the true mission dictated by the world government, believing instead that Kane had transgressed their justice and needed to be apprehended and returned to Impel Down. Reflecting on this, how could a master divulge his true intentions to his servants, or rather, to his loyal hounds? Watching Kane fly further into the distance, the leader clenched his teeth and activated a secret communicator. Chapter 84. A gathering of forces noticing the Griffin exerting all its strength to chase him. Coupled with a distress signal from the airship bearing Zoro's name, Kane gritted his teeth and began to contact Heya. Heya informed the aerial fortress of Zoro's location. We may need to confront the world government sooner than anticipated. Although Kane understood that these individuals would not easily relent, he still wished to struggle against fate. Stop pursuing me. If you continue, I shall not hold back. We can discuss matters amicably later. I have urgent business to attend to. In the rear, Sakazuki scoffed at Kane's cries, arms crossed, dismissively declaring, "Today marks the end for you, traitor." Sakazuki's hatred for Kane far surpassed that of his other adversaries. Only Blackbeard could rival it. Sakazuki's disdain stemmed not only from the issue of his kidney, but also from Kane's defection from Navy. Sakazuki, who adhered to the doctrine of absolute justice, could not tolerate pirates, let alone those who had betrayed the Navy to join their ranks. Kane regarded Sakazuki's taunts from behind and retorted with a cold snort. "Are you still unable to grasp the situation, foolish dog? No matter where you pursue me. The leader beside you will intervene if I choose to surrender. You are nearly 50. It's time to awaken to the truth, brother. While many in the Navy may embody justice, the world government certainly does not." Sakazuki felt the sting of Kane's words and found himself at a loss for a response, resorting to a mere command to silence him. Since the Marineford War, Sakazuki and Kuzan had engaged in a fierce rivalry for the position of Fleet Admiral. Ultimately, Sakazuki sustained injuries from Kane that hindered his performance, yet Kuzan, the victor, did not ascend to the Admiral's throne. Instead, it was Sakazuki, the loser, who garnered the favor of the world government. Sakazuki understood the reasons behind this. Had it not been for the lack of support from many high-ranking officials and former admirals in the Navy, Kazan would have undoubtedly assumed the role of Fleet Admiral by now. In a sense, Kazan had been coerced out of the Navy by the world government, despite it not being his intention. Observing Sakazuki's momentary speechlessness, Kane seized the opportunity to press on. "Brother, you have witnessed the true nature of the celestial dragons. Pirates may not be virtuous, but under the leadership of the world government, how has the Navy fared? The lower-ranking brothers in the Navy are innocent. They too fight daily for justice. They have shed blood for the weak. The Navy should not be this way, nor should the world." The leader, witnessing Sakazuki wavering in response to Kane's words, hastily interjected, "Sakazuki, remember your station. The one ahead is a traitor to the Navy and an ally of the Revolutionary Army. You have yet to ascend to the Admiral's throne. You." Sakazuki, hearing the leader's reprimand, clenched his fists, struggling to contain his rage as he declared, "I, Sakazuki, will never coexist with pirates." Upon hearing Sakazuki's declaration, the blind Ishiao sighed inwardly, and the expressions of the two admirals in training became somewhat awkward. As one of the three admirals of the Navy and a prospective fleet admiral, it was distressing to be so easily reprimanded by the head of a spy organization. From Sakazuki's words, it was evident what he meant. He would not tolerate pirates. But was it merely pirates he opposed? Although Kane could not see the subtle expressions of those behind him, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. "Jiun, my current destination is where Zoro awaits. If you insist on pursuing me, know that Zoro is not one to show mercy to women." Upon hearing Kane's words, Jiun felt no stir within, even suppressing a chuckle. As a vice admiral of the Navy, renowned for my charm, how could I possibly be swayed by a mere traitor? I merely wish to personally apprehend him. Yes, I only wish to capture him. There are no ulterior motives. The admiral gazed at the Navy, shaken by Kane's actions, and inwardly cursed them for their incompetence, muttering, "What a useless dog." For the Tenryubito, everything in the world exists to serve them, and the world government exists solely because of them. The Navy is merely a violent organization established for their convenience to manage the seas. Why does the Navy claim to act in the name of justice? Aren't there many who seek to maintain a facade while engaging in unscrupulous behavior? Now that the Navy, this dog, has become unmanageable and is pursuing true justice, it is of no consequence. A disobedient dog has no place in existence. Although the admiral looked down upon the Navy, he still acknowledged the necessary decorum, especially considering the events surrounding his predecessor. "I am aware that you were once comrades, even fellow disciples, but he has turned against the Navy. He is now a pirate. You must understand. The individual before you is now an ally of the greatest enemy of the world government, a notorious arms dealer, and may even become the next pirate king. I hope you do not allow your weakness to lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing the admiral's words, The expressions of several individuals varied, but the mention of the potential pirate king struck deep like a thorn in their hearts. Indeed, despite Kane's eloquent words and the world government's tarnished reputation, he is merely a villain now. Observing the serious expressions on their faces, the admiral secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not wish to end up like his predecessor, who had underestimated a certain admiral and was left in pieces as a result. As time passed, various factions approached the small island where Zoro was located. Switching scenes, the island was in disarray. After slaying 2 members of the Flying Six, Zoro did not relent, but continued to charge at the recently recovered Page 1, in a desperate attempt to save her brother. Ultai tried to shield him from Zoro's relentless strikes with her body, but it proved utterly futile. The reason the attack was named Flying Slash was not only due to its aerial nature, but also its astonishing speed. With an arm severed, Ultai wept bitterly, cradling her brother's dismembered body, while Black Maria lay nearby, her abdomen pierced, struggling to recover from her injuries. Jack, as the leader of this mission, clearly received Zoro's special attention, having had his tusks severed 3 times by Zoro's blade. Zoro, observing Jack collapse on the ground, pondered whimsically, perhaps I could have Heya collect these tusks and fashion them into a magnificent sword. Wouldn't that be splendid? After experiencing Heia's advanced techniques, Zoro began to admire him. Just as Zoro was lost in thought, the sky darkened ominously. Sensing the overwhelming conqueror's haki, Zoro's expression shifted to one of concern. This was bad. A formidable adversary was approaching. Descending from the clouds was Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, known as the strongest creature in the world. Chapter 85. Zoro in peril. Zoro watched nervously as Kaido transformed into his human form, his hands trembling slightly. It was not that Zoro was afraid. Rather, he was trembling with excitement. After 2 years of training under Mihawk, Zoro had come to grasp what it meant to be the world's greatest swordsman. If Zoro were to challenge Mihawk, it would only be to the death. A man of honor like Zoro could never bring himself to harm his mentor. Moreover, he was not currently a match for Mihawk. Yet now, Zoro felt that an opportunity to become the world's greatest swordsman was within reach. Throughout history, humans have harbored an inexplicable obsession with dragons. The great swordsman Ryuma was celebrated for slaying a dragon, earning the title of Dragon Slayer. Countless swordsmen thereafter took pride in leaving scars on Kaido. If Zoro could slay Kaido, it would be a monumental achievement. Faced with such temptation, Zoro instinctively tightened his grip on his treasured sword, ready to draw it in attack when a sudden realization struck him. He was down to only 2 swords. Kaido, observing the scattered limbs and severed arms around him, abandoned his usual fury and spoke calmly. I initially thought that Kane was nothing to worry about, but it seems his mere subordinate has decimated my forces. He had planned to recruit them, but now it appeared impossible. While Kaido is a notorious pirate, he is not unkind to his subordinates. Rather, he is known for his relaxed demeanor, often disregarding their complaints and quickly joining them for a drink. Witnessing the carnage, particularly the decapitated head of Jean, Kaido felt deeply the immense suffering his subordinates endured before their deaths. Zoro anticipated that Kaido would unleash his wrath upon him. But to his surprise, even this infamous pirate mourned for the fallen. Just as Zoro prepared to express his astonishment at Kaido's display of emotion, the pirate unexpectedly launched an attack. Coach, this is not how the script was supposed to go, he thought. You malicious little swordsman. You shall pay for the deaths of my subordinates. Thunderous Bagua. After a brief lament for Jean and his comrades, Kaido seized the opportunity to strike Zoro with a fierce assault, revealing the true nature of a pirate. The grandiose ideals of camaraderie and heroism are mere illusions. Not all pirates embody the noble qualities of Shanks and Whitebeard. Most are characterized by ambition, treachery, cunning, and ruthlessness. These terms, often viewed negatively by ordinary folk, serve as the highest praise among pirates. In this moment, Zoro, without the need for haki, could feel the ferocious gale of Kaido's attack barreling towards him. No, it was not merely a gust, it was a tempest. Without hesitation, Zoro drew his mighty sword and unleashed his 3-sword style, attempting to counter Kaido's onslaught with a balance of strength and finesse. However, Zoro quickly realized the perilous nature of his approach, for the 3-sword style requires 3 blades, and he was attempting to wield it with only 2. Unsurprisingly, Zoro was sent flying by Kaido's thunderous Bagua, but fortunately he sustained only minor injuries, as his 2 years of training had not been in vain. Observing Zoro rise unscathed after taking the blow, Kaido exclaimed in disbelief, Why? Why is such a talent not on my side? As Kaido began to weep, Zoro, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of emotion, found himself at a loss. What was wrong with this man? Before he could comprehend the situation, Kaido suddenly hoisted his kanabo and bellowed, "There's an opening," with a deafening sonic boom. Zoro realized he had fallen for Kaido's trap once more. Zoro was not so fortunate this time, as he was sent flying by Kaido's direct blow, barely having time to defend himself. The impact caused Zoro to crash into a small hillside, shattering it as he coughed up blood. The rubble fell silent. "Damn it, has that little brat died?" Kaido panted angrily. Just as Kaido turned to collect the bodies of his subordinates, he suddenly heard Zoro's robust voice behind him. "Itoriu, oshi no tachi." This technique was specially devised by Zoro to combat large foes, concentrating all his might into his blade, infusing it with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki for a devastating strike. This move represented Zoro's utmost effort. After its execution, he would be left utterly drained. If it failed to slay his opponent, it would cost Zoro his life. Unfortunately, Zoro had not had the opportunity to employ this technique in their previous encounters. Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Kaido turned around, laughing heartily. Haha, even the disciple of the world's greatest swordsman resorts to such tricks? However, Kaido's amusement was short-lived, as a painful wail escaped his lips. "No way. How can you injure me, you brat?" It turned out that Kaido was fully aware Zoro was unharmed and had deliberately exposed his back to toy with him, relishing the despair in Zoro's gaze. Yet, Kaido was utterly unprepared for the fact that Zoro was a man who had activated a cheat, and this attack, which ignored defenses, had nearly carved a massive hole in Kaido's abdomen. Although Zoro had made every effort to expand the cutting wave, he could not compare to his master. Had Mihawk wielded his true damage, this tremendous slash might have claimed Kaido's life. Enraged, Kaido gazed at the deep scar left on his abdomen after the wound had healed. He raised his kanabo and transformed into his dragon form, leaping into the air. In midair, Kaido spun his kanabo, enveloping it in Conqueror's Haki, and launched an attack from above. With Kaido's strike, black lightning crackled from the kanabo. Rai no Seseta. As Kaido descended, Zoro felt a wave of despair wash over him. How had great swordsmen like Mihawk and Shanks managed to escape from such a monster? Ever since Zoro had acquired the defense-ignoring cheat bestowed upon him by Kane, he had become somewhat overconfident. Indeed, with the ability to bypass defenses, theoretically, there should be no one he could not injure. However, Zoro had forgotten that true damage only bypassed defenses. It did not guarantee an instant kill. While it was true that Zoro could potentially slay Mihawk, given a moment's negligence, Mihawk could just as easily overpower Zoro with a full-force strike. Gazing at the kanabo infused with Conqueror's Haki in the sky, Zoro smiled as he raised his blade. Wado Ikamanji, and murmured, "Kuina, I'm truly sorry. It was so close." Super Conqueror's Armament. Ordinary strike. Just as Zoro prepared to face death with a smile, a furious roar echoed from the heavens. With this roar came a series of violent explosions, followed by tremendous shockwaves. When Zoro opened his eyes amidst the raging winds, he beheld a colossal dragon unfurling its wings. This ordinary strike is incredibly powerful. I dared not label it as a serious strike for fear of obliterating the entire pirate world. It should be noted that this ordinary strike was benchmarked against the power of Saitama. Chapter 86. A Serious Fist, Pseudo. A seemingly ordinary island was now a stage for the convergence of formidable forces, as various factions made their presence known. Hot on Kane's heels were the 6 members of the world government and 1 beast. Upon landing, the commander noticed the conspicuously massive Kaido, but remained silent. Not far away, the Moby Dick approached, with Whitebeard unleashing his Conqueror's Haki from a distance, signaling that the world's strongest man had arrived. Mihawk and Shanks appeared in unison, seemingly there to support their disciple. Although the interaction between Kane and Shanks was merely a transaction, Shanks had indeed provided far more than expected. Were it not for Kane being the protagonist of this narrative, he might have eagerly proclaimed Shanks as his master. Mihawk needed no further introduction. Regardless of any familial ties to Zoro, he was still a master to him. Both he and Shanks possessed an enigmatic status, seemingly intertwined with the world government. Given the scale of this world-altering battle, their attendance was inevitable. These powerful beings preparing to land on the island were merely the visible forces. Numerous hidden powers were also present, such as the Revolutionary Army, which had stationed a flying fortress at an altitude of 10,000 meters, ready to support their ally Kane at a moment's notice. Under Jinbei's leadership, Many fishmen also approached the waters. In truth, a figure of Jinbei's stature would never sneak around. If he were to arrive, it would be with great fanfare. Perhaps he was responding to directives from a certain unnamed Kaido-like figure. The skies and seas surrounding the island were bustling, but the underground was no less active. Teach had utilized the unique properties of the Yami Yami no Mi to seize Wells hamster fruit, barely managing to salvage his life thanks to the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Zoan-type fruit. On the other side of the island, a group of shadowy figures clad in black, belonging to the secret forces of the world government, prepare to capture Kane at all costs. Kaido, that bastard, dares to lay hands on my people. Just wait, I will turn you into sashimi. Kane arrived just in time to save Zoro from a dire fate, feeling an immense sense of relief as he observed Zoro lying on the ground. Kaido had nearly had his soul knocked out of him by Kane's tremendous blow and was left astonished at the sheer strength of the attack. Suddenly, he heard Kane speak, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. You bastard, are you looking to start a war with the Beast Pirates? Kane, eyeing Kaido's robust demeanor, retorted, You owe me a debt from the Beast Pirates. I haven't come to collect yet, and now you dare threaten your creditor? Kaido was infuriated by Kane's words, his anger reaching new heights. You bastard, your men killed my most prized subordinate, and I shall demand his life as tribute. Upon landing on the island, Kane headed straight for Zoro, having no time to assess the chaos around him. It was only after Kaido's provocation that Kane took a moment to survey the scene, a gruesome spectacle of dismembered bodies. Not far away, a head adorned with a mask and goggles rolled on the ground, separated from its torso by several meters. Further afield, two mangled halves of body lay scattered, and in the distance, ground meat was strewn about, reduced to a state beyond description, more fragmented than filling for dumplings during the New Year. As I bypassed the two mounds of dumpling filling, I noticed a girl with a mask and twin horns, her arms severed, lost in thought while cradling a pile of meat chunks, as if she had been utterly broken. Nearby, Jack, whose ivory was worth a staggering 990 million berries, lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, surrounded by severed tusks that seemed to silently accuse someone of a grave offense. Observing the grim scene, Kane awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, I believe I can provide an explanation. Huh, I certainly do not require your explanation, Kaido retorted, refusing to accept any form of apology. This matter could not be resolved with merely a bow. As Kaido prepared to raise his club, Kane quickly stepped in front of him, exclaiming, Wait, I have a question. What question? Kaido asked, puzzled. Oh, have you eaten? Kane suddenly inquired without context. Huh? Kaido was momentarily taken aback by Kane's question. Just as he contemplated whether Kane had lost his mind, his observation haki suddenly blared an alarm. Super Barracan Weizhuang Longquan. Seizing the opportunity, Kane delivered a punch without hesitation, catching Kaido off guard and piercing his abdomen. Wow, that's the second time my stomach has been punctured today, Kaido remarked. I'll remember this debt. Seeing Kaido fall for his trick, Kane shamelessly added, What I meant was, if you haven't eaten, take a punch from me. Kane had never expected to defeat Kaido with one blow. After his initial success, he transformed into his dragon form and lunged at Kaido. You scoundrel! Kaido, who was accustomed to being the one to toy with others, was infuriated by Kane's actions. Upon witnessing Kane's transformation, Kaido wasted no time in retaliating. Come on, 100 Beast Kaido. After today, there shall only be one dragon upon the seas. Ha ha, that is precisely my intention. At that moment, a giant and a dragon cast aside all techniques and abilities, engaging in combat through the most primal means. There were no flashy moves, merely pure strength clashing. Each attack from the man and the dragon was capable of shattering small mountains, and the shockwaves produced by their colliding tails and iron rods were akin to explosions. Let us fight. Kane's combat fervor was fully ignited, and he unleashed his Conqueror's haki upon Kaido without restraint. I awakened my Conqueror's haki before you were even born. Upon sensing Kane's haki, Kaido let out a furious roar and activated his own. The collision of their haki unleashed thunderous sounds, with shockwaves shaking the entire island to its core. Again, come on. They both roared simultaneously as dragon claws and iron rods clashed once more. Boom, boom, boom. This battle was devoid of any technical finesse, purely a clash of brute force. The black armament color leaving deep gashes on their foes. As they separated once more, Kaido, panting heavily, shook his head and said, What a thrill. I'm going to get serious now. Interesting, very interesting. Kane observed Kaido, who had just regained his breath, now brimming with vigor, and smiled. Come at me quickly. I've been eager for this. As he spoke, Kane surprisingly transformed back into his human form. Things are getting more intriguing. Kaido's eyes widened, revealing excitement. Is this a sign of surrender? To be honest, since acquiring that item, my human form has become my strongest state, Kane declared, closing his eyes as if gathering all his strength. Seeing Kane's aura surge dramatically, Kaido, undaunted, grinned and lifted his iron rod. Super Thunder 8 trigrams. Serious punch, fake. A small fist met the pitch-black wolf Fong rod in midair. I crave Saitama-sensei's serious punch. Chapter 87. Have you eaten or not? Long before Kane and Kaido began their battle, the various factions on the island had no choice but to evacuate in advance. The crew aboard the airship had already taken the exhausted Zoro to safety. On the airship, as they observed the two monsters engage in combat, sinking the entire island in mere moments, Drago could not help but reflect. The new emperor is about to rise upon the bones of the old. The drenched Jinbei nodded gravely, in full agreement. Let us depart. It is time to announce our existence to the world, Drago commanded, inhaling deeply while gazing at the fully transformed aerial fortress on a monitor. Notify all airships to gather here. Understood, Commander. I've been eager for this. The Revolutionary Army members, hearing Drago's words, expressed their excitement. Standing beside Drago, Jinbei cautioned, Drago, is it not a bit premature to declare war? Some countries are still no need, Drago replied, stroking the control panel of the airship. The aerial fortress alone can bridge any gap. Originally, the Revolutionary Army's plan was to unite with most countries to resist the world government's rule, significantly compensating for their lack of mid to low-tier combat power. However, ever since obtaining Kane's support in the form of the aerial fortress, Drago could no longer suppress his ambitions. This fortress could launch attacks from tens of thousands of meters in the air. Moreover, those eager to join had already established cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. The remaining nations were merely opportunistic bystanders. Seeing Drago's confidence, Jinbei refrained from further comment. For only by truly overthrowing the world government could the fishmen breathe freely under the sun. As Jinbei's thoughts wandered, Drago suddenly exclaimed, "The outcome has been decided." Upon hearing Drago's words, Jinbei hurried to the monitor to observe the battle. No way. How could this be possible? Kaido was floating face down on the sea, while Kane stood triumphantly atop Kaido's massive form, as if declaring to all powerful factions, the new emperor has ascended. In truth, had Kane engaged Kaido in a genuine battle, they could have fought for days and nights without a clear victor. However, facing the overwhelming Kane, Kaido could only helplessly lie on the ground, singing a song of submission. Initially, Kaido had attempted to suppress Kane, but Kane's eternal forest mark constantly replenished his stamina and wounds. Though Kaido did not activate any cheats, he himself was a cheat-level powerhouse capable of rapid recovery. The difference lay in the fact that Kaido required stamina to restore his injuries, whereas Kane not only healed his wounds, but simultaneously increased his strength. With the aid of both marks, Kane quickly closed the gap with Kaido, and Kane's true damage completely disregarded Kaido's armament color. This resulted in Kane being able to severely injure Kaido with every full-powered strike, while Kaido had to expend a significant amount of stamina to recover from his injuries while relentlessly attacking Kane. Thus, beneath the shifting tides of fate, Kaido found himself embroiled in a battle that was doomed to fail from the outset, yet he inadvertently provided immense assistance to Kane's growth. Standing atop Kaido's head, Kane playfully tapped on the latter's skull, inquiring if he could now reveal whether he had eaten. Regrettably, the already unconscious Kaido was unable to respond to Kane's taunts, even as Kane insultingly placed his foot upon Kaido's head without eliciting any reaction. Kane, you have emerged victorious. Why continue to belittle your opponent? Shanks interjected. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Kane looked up sharply, realizing that formidable figures from various factions had gathered around him. Observing the myriad expressions on their faces, Kane grinned widely. Addressing Shanks, have you come to present me with a devil fruit? Shanks shook his head, refraining from answering Kane directly. Instead, it was Whitebeard who spoke up. Gurura, young Kane, I did not foresee your capability to defeat Kaido. No wonder you had no intention of joining my crew. When Kane initially declined Whitebeard's invitation, the latter assumed it was due to Kane's regal demeanor that prevented him from settling for a subordinate role. However, Whitebeard was utterly unprepared for the fact that Kane ascended to the throne of the Four Emperors merely 2 years after parting ways with the Marines. What are your plans now, Kane? Shanks asked, observing Kane as he gestured atop Kaido's head, seemingly selecting the most advantageous spot to strike. He quickly advised, "This colossal figure cannot be killed just yet. His ties with the world government are murky, and eliminating him could lead to significant repercussions. For my sake, could you refrain from slaying Kaido here? The seas are chaotic enough as they are." With that, Shanks pointed to the news bird overhead, indicating that Kane should maintain a low profile and avoid provoking the world government. Here it comes, the ability of the face fruit user is activating. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Kane shrugged and replied, "Shanks, why do you assume that I fear the world government? I can spare his life for now, not out of respect for the world government. But for you." Kane chose not to kill Kaido for a specific reason. He coveted Kaido's fish fruit. Although Teach currently possessed the dark fruit, Kane was willing to wait for his opportunity, as he believed he could defeat Kaido again if necessary. Furthermore, Kaido would never have the chance to defeat Kane in this lifetime. If he sought redemption, he would have to hope for a rebirth in a more favorable realm. Seeing Kane so readily agree, Shanks was taken aback. "It's nothing. Though it is a transaction, the bond between you and me cannot be feigned." Kane feigned nonchalance. "Perhaps you could bestow upon me a few more devil fruits out of guilt." Predictably, upon hearing Kane's words, Shanks was moved to tears, grasping Kane's hand tightly. "Kane, I never imagined I held such significance in your heart. I always believed our relationship was merely transactional. On the contrary, you are practically a mentor to me. By the way, how many devil fruits did you bring me?" Kane inquired with a grin, his demeanor shifting when the subject of money arose. "Perhaps 5 or 6. All of high quality," Shanks replied somewhat sheepishly. "Ensure you are certain before you speak," Kane cautioned. "Ah, I almost forgot, there are also a few ordinary zootypes. So that adds up to around 5 or 6 as well." "That is more like it," Kane said as he snatched the bag containing the fruit from Shanks, weighing it in his hands. "The quantity lately has been insufficient." Shanks looked at Kane, who wore a shrewd merchant's expression, feeling both amused and exasperated. Nearby, the seasoned Whitebeard observed the two with disdain, muttering, "What a sordid transaction." He then called for Ace to hand over all the devil fruits collected by the Whitebeard pirates to Kane. Chapter 88. A surprise prepared for Zoro. While Kane beamed with delight, the commander harbored a sense of dread. Initially, he believed that Kane's confrontation with Kaido was a fortuitous opportunity. Once both were exhausted, he could swoop in with his subordinates and seize victory effortlessly. Unfortunately, reality dealt the commander a harsh blow. Not only had the forces of the world government arrived, but the formidable Shanks and Whitebeard had also joined the fray. To make matters worse, Kane, despite being genuinely fatigued, had somehow fully recovered before he could rally his subordinates to attack. "What manner of creature are you? A dragon or an immortal phoenix?" The commander seethed as he watched Kane jovially engage in a transaction with the two emperors. Grinding his teeth, he resolved to launch a full assault with his men. Brew, 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 brew. The phone bug continued to ring incessantly, but the commander paid it no heed, preoccupied with calculating the odds of victory in this conflict. "Sir, bad news." A subordinate stammered, clutching an urgent telegram. "What is it?" The commander snapped, seizing the telegram. "What? How dare those criminals?" At that moment, he disregarded his plans to confront Kane and swiftly ordered the fleet to return for support at Mariewa. Meanwhile, Kane, having just acquired a batch of devil fruits, was unconcerned with the commander's retreat. The world government could contend with Drago. He was about to embark on a new journey. Suddenly, Kane spotted a small, rotund figure floating on the sea. Marshal D. Teach. This was the official designation, though many claimed the D was self-imposed. Regardless of whether he was Teach or D. Teach, it did not alter Kane's plans. It seemed that even the fortunate could exhaust their luck. Observing Teach adrift in the ocean, Kane remarked with interest, "Today has not been kind to Teach. He almost met his end at Zoro's hands. And after narrowly escaping with his life, he now finds himself caught in the clash between Kane and Kaido. Buried beneath the earth, Teach had no ship to land upon. After the island was sunk, he was thrust into the sea, and while he had not drowned, he was soon to be retrieved by Kane. Ace, eager for vengeance, declared, "I am well acquainted with the art of retrieval. Allow me to finish him," as Ace transformed into flames and soared toward Teach. Kane recognized that others would also notice Teach's predicament. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates had spotted Teach adrift during the battle. However, Teach was now Zoro's prize. And though Zoro had retreated to recuperate, Kane remained. Hold on," Kane exclaimed as he intercepted Ace's advance. "This little chubby fellow is still of use to me. Once I am done with him, I shall return him to the Whitebeard pirates." Upon noticing that AC did not respond to Cain's words, Marco, who was standing nearby, hurried over to persuade AC. After all, this is Cain and his comrades' hard-earned spoils. Moreover, Cain is your benefactor. Having him eliminate Teach can be seen as avenging Sachi. With such compelling arguments laid before him, AC, a man of reason, could only nod in agreement. Once the transaction was completed, AC gazed at the box beneath his feet, filled with an abundance of devil fruits, suppressing the excitement within him as he prepared to return to the Arms Island with Teach and Kaido. To prevent any altercations between the two, Cain had no choice but to sever their limbs. Upon Cain's return to the Arms Island, Hay was already there, waiting with Zoro, who appeared rather dejected. Seeing Zoro's forlorn expression, Cain couldn't help but chuckle. What troubles you today, the world's greatest swordsman? Under normal circumstances, Zoro would have leapt up to retort fiercely, but presently he was mired in the aftermath of defeat, dismissively waving his hand as he muttered, "I'm just a bit tired." Cain and Hay exchanged a hearty laugh at the sight of the disheartened Zoro. Today had indeed dealt Zoro a heavy blow. He had thought he was closing the gap between himself and the world's greatest swordsman, but was sorely mistaken. Observing Zoro, who resembled a wilted eggplant, Cain approached him and said, "You always position yourself as a swordsman with high attack power but low endurance. I have long told you that a man must be resilient. True strength lies in fortitude. Don't say such suggestive things. It could lead the children astray," Zoro retorted, lifting his head in annoyance. Cain had previously advised Zoro not to solely focus on swordsmanship and brute strength, but to aspire to be a versatile warrior. Unfortunately, Zoro had been too fixated on the notion that absolute offensive power was paramount, dismissing all else. Noticing Zoro's wavering conviction, Hay stepped closer, holding an ivory object, and encouraged him, "You cannot go wrong by heeding Lord Cain's words. Once my experiment succeeds, it may resolve your physical issues." At Hay's remark, Cain quickly stood up, inquiring, "What experiment?" Hay had previously delved into the secrets of the rebirth of devil fruits. Although his research was incomplete, he had made some progress. Indeed, the particle locator has been established. While as a one-time use, we have captured Teach. Hay responded, "Excellent. This is wonderful," Cain exclaimed, his joy surpassing even that of defeating Kaido. Over the years, Cain's forces had captured numerous capable rogues, but had been unable to extract the powers from the devil fruits, thus confining them within the sea stone prison. Hay's particle locator was designed to lock onto the mysterious particles within the devil fruits. It is well known that once a devil fruit user passes away, the fruit will randomly reincarnate. However, whether it reincarnates to a nearby fruit had always been uncertain for Hay. The particle locator's purpose was to place the devil fruit user into the device and eliminate them, ensuring that the rebirth particles emitted by the devil fruit, once locked, could only reincarnate into a nearby fruit. The chief flaw in this plan was that one crucial material for constructing the particle locator was a one-time use item, and only a limited quantity was available. However, with Teach in their possession, the situation changed. The Yami Yami no Mi itself was the perfect devil fruit particle locator. At this moment, Zoro, who had been hanging his head, couldn't help but light up upon overhearing their conversation. Although a swordsman must cleave through all with his blade, consuming a purified, mythical Zoan devil fruit would enhance a swordsman's physique. Moreover, isn't a renowned sword also an augmentation of a swordsman's offensive prowess? Seeing the spark in Zoro's eyes, Cain and Hay exchanged knowing glances, sharing a mysterious smile. Cain had previously captured a pirate who had unwittingly ingested a mythical Zoan fruit, a fruit perfectly suited for Zoro. Unfortunately, upon setting sail, the pirate had been too arrogant and attracted the ire of Arms Island, leading Cain to subdue him and imprison him in the sea stone prison. Now, they awaited the successful experiment to surprise Zoro. In truth, there were many fruits suitable for Zoro, but they may not be readily accepted. For instance, giving him the Suk no Mi would render combat against him futile. Even if he were to slow down for just 3 seconds, Zoro could sever your spine. Alternatively, giving him the Hoya no Mi, the one belonging to Robin, would transform Zoro's 9-sword style into a 1,000-sword style. If all else fails, perhaps a centipede fruit could be fashioned for him, granting him numerous limbs, although that may be too much to accept. There are also many other fruits, such as the Kamikaze, Jean, and others that hold great potential, yet none possess the grandeur of this one. Chapter 89. The decline of Teach. Hay had commenced the experiment, while Cain was recharging L, preparing for one final push to open a fortune bag. 1-2. Cain sat in a secluded chamber, watching as L's progress bar steadily ascended, his heart surging with excitement. Although the L icon required the consumption of numerous devil fruits to unlock a fortune bag, each time it opened, it provided Cain with tremendous assistance. The golden finger of his transmigration brought forth the fortune bag, a modified version of the eternal forest mark. This item was essential for Cain's existence. Without it, even 100 dragon fruits would not suffice to empower him. The first fortune bag he opened yielded a novice gift pack, the Great Clock and Woolly Bell. Although these two items seemed rather underwhelming at first, time proved their worth. Bell had become Cain's ally, while the Great Clock was his ticket home. Though this vehicle lacked a defined destination and could only depart randomly, it was nonetheless a glimmer of hope, was it not? The last fortune bag opened was the modified version of the Void Mark. This item had propelled Cain's team to a qualitative leap in attack capabilities. In simple terms, it meant that you could be as tough as you wished, but one strike could spell your doom. The energy required to open each fortune bag escalated exponentially. As Cain observed the fruits nearing depletion while the energy bar remained unfilled, he couldn't help but lament in despair. This truly touched upon my knowledge gap. To illustrate, if the base is 2, the first opening requires 4 units of energy, the second requires 16, the third requires 256. I'm unsure how this pattern is calculated. Cain had long believed his golden finger was quite benevolent compared to those of his predecessors, clearly not produced by the Goose Factory. However, after the last fortune bag opening, he sensed something amiss. Yet he remained inwardly grateful that the Great Clock had been part of the novice gift pack. As Cain tossed the final devil fruit into L, the energy bar finally reached its peak. Come forth, my darling. Let me see what splendid treasures you can unveil. As Cain gazed at the resplendent lucky bag awaiting his eager hands, he quickly rose to wash his face, taking the opportunity to light 3 incense sticks before the portraits of the illustrious Euro emperors he revered. The wall before him was adorned with his artistic renditions of these esteemed figures: Yi Yuan Xing, Xiaolon, Xian Wuming Run, Jiucheng Li Do Satan, and Aizawa Sanai. For those intrigued, a search would reveal that these individuals truly embody the essence of Euro emperors. And there are many more whom I cannot enumerate here. May the divine bless me. May the Euro emperors bestow upon me their luck. After reciting this respectful incantation, Cain felt a mysterious power enveloping both his spirit and body. Let's commence, my lucky bag. You are the chosen one. Fortunately, he was alone in this secluded chamber. Otherwise, such ostentatious proclamations would have surely led to his social demise. The lucky bag presented him with a rather lackluster skill: Scurvy Cure. Upon release, it allows the user and their bound allies to rapidly recover from injuries and dispel all negative statuses, including but not limited to slow, stun, fear, illusion, and mental shielding. Damn it, what use do I have for this? I'm not even focused on active skills. Why give me something so useless? And it's a healing skill. No less. Cain had anticipated that, in keeping with the usual standards of the lucky bag, he would receive at least a potent mark, or at the very least, a commendable passive ability. Even a dark harvest would have been acceptable. Yet from the heights of joy to the depths of despair, Cain, whose mind was in turmoil, overlooked the fact that it could eliminate all negative statuses. Despite his reluctance, he found himself with no recourse. After all, returns were not supported. Frustrated, Cain exited the room, intended to check on high ES progress. If all went smoothly, perhaps the abilities of the devil fruit users imprisoned in the Hylustone prison could allow for another lucky bag opening. In that moment, Cain resembled an avid gamer, willing to pay any price to draw the card he desired. Meanwhile, Hai-Yi and Zoro were engaged in the final step of their experiment, placing the figure of Blackbeard into what appeared to be a sealed chamber. How was it going? Cain dared to speak only once Hai-Yi and Zoro had closed the chamber door. Startled by the sudden voice behind him, Zoro turned to find Cain and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Everything is proceeding smoothly here. What about you? You rushed off with a pile of devil fruits to the chamber. What was the outcome? Upon hearing Zoro's unwelcome reminder, Cain's already dark expression deepened. Noticing Cain's dismal demeanor, Zoro and Hai-Yi refrained from further provoking him. Now that the chamber is sealed, what method shall we employ to eliminate this rotund villain? As Hai-Yi activated the apparatus, Zoro suddenly remembered that Blackbeard was still very much alive. Not to worry, once the targeting device is activated, it will release a unique toxic gas. This gas will not only dull the resurrection particles of the devil fruit, but also pose a lethal threat to the human body. With Hai-Yi's authoritative statement, Zoro ceased his chatter and focused intently on the experiment's outcome. Kane, intrigued, circled the instrument, contemplating the significance of such an impressive device. The next opportunity to see it might be far off, though the dark fruit would render the targeting device unnecessary. This was undoubtedly Hai Yi's labor of love, and its significance was akin to that of a floating fortress. As time passed, the glass dome atop the chamber revealed Blackbeard's twisted expression. "Release me, Kane. Let me go. Don't you wish to be Pirate King? I can be your most loyal dog. My dark fruit holds great secrets. You cannot kill me." As the toxic gas steadily eroded his body, Blackbeard's desperate cries escalated. He was willing to divulge the secrets of the dark fruit to sway Kane. Unfortunately, his words held no sway over Kane, who had targeted Blackbeard precisely for the power of the dark fruit. Otherwise, this rotund villain would have met his end on Bonero Island. Seeing Kane's indifference, Blackbeard's expression morphed into despair, leading him to recklessly bash his head against the glass in a final attempt to resist. Instead of futile struggles, "Perhaps you should contemplate your final words. I shall ensure they are conveyed." Though Zoro harbored no sympathy for Blackbeard as a swordsman, he preferred to grant him a swift end. However, given the circumstances, he could do no more for this former adversary. "Damn you all. Your fate will be 1,000 times worse than mine." Accompanied by his vile curses, the toxic gas ultimately claimed Blackbeard, simultaneously delivering 2 pristine devil fruits to Kane: the perilous Logia-type dark fruit and an ordinary Zoan-type hamster fruit. Chapter 90, The Forgotten Nami. As expected, upon witnessing the 2 fruits drop from the chamber's base, Hai remarked with an air of certainty, "I had a feeling something was off with Blackbeard. He was nearly bisected by Zoro, and Wooden-T have returned to life. There was no reason for him to survive." Hai deduced Blackbeard's anomaly from Zoro's brief remarks. To be cautious, he had placed 3 fruits in the chamber's dark compartment. Success is sweet. The internet-obsessed youth Kane picked up the dark fruit, his mind racing with thoughts of the lucky bag. Come fort. I can hardly contain my excitement. As previously agreed, this fruit shall be mine without reservation. Hai declared. As a researcher, the utility of this dark fruit far surpasses that of cultivating a combatant. After hearing Hai's words, Kane hesitated. It wasn't that he was unwilling to use the fruit, although he could absorb the cursed power within, thus purifying it. He thought it better to find another to consume it. "I still harbor doubts," he stated. "Should everything go smoothly, that would be ideal, yet if issues arise, losing Hai is something I cannot accept." His reservations stemmed not solely from Hai's scientific prowess, but also from their camaraderie. Kane's initial plan was to have an ordinary person consume the purified fruit, then follow with the purified dark fruit, making the outcome evident. Regrettably, the targeting device was a one-time use, leaving Kane momentarily flustered. "No need. I am fully confident," Hai resolutely declared as he seized the dark fruit. "There is no risk of death from consuming both. I have thoroughly researched the sample you provided. Any fruit purified by your hand can no longer be deemed a devil fruit. It is more aptly described as an angel fruit." As Hai was about to bring the enin fruit to his lips, he thought that even if he were to perish, it would be worth it to sacrifice himself for Lord Kane's grand design. Indeed, that was the essence of existence. Sensing the thickening atmosphere, Zoro seized Hai's arm and exclaimed, "What sentimental drivel are you spouting? Kane can simply procure 2 ordinary devil fruits for purification, and then have someone consume them to ascertain any potential issues." Kane and Hai were taken aback. Even the wisest of men can err, and the foolish may stumble upon fortune. It is not surprising that a clever individual like Hai can make mistakes, just as it is remarkable that Zoro could conceive such a brilliant solution. After hearing Zoro's words, Hai cast an awkward glance at Kane, feeling frustrated that this green-haired fellow had spoiled his opportunity to express loyalty. "Just wait. When you consume that fruit, I shall ensure it is filled to the brim with dung." Upon hearing Zoro's suggestion, Kane's eyes lit up as he swiftly picked up a nearby hamster fruit, declaring, "Here we have a perfect specimen." Kane's base was teeming with devil fruits, although the last batch had been absorbed. Countless ships from various factions continued to deliver a plethora of these fruits to Kane. Truth be told, the leaders of these factions had initially intended to default on their debts, but in just a few short days, Zoro and Kane had decimated the Capone family of the Mafia, the German kingdom of the North Sea, and the formidable Kaido of the Four Emperors. With such an impressive record before them, Even those emboldened by Kaido would not dare to renege on their obligations. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army had declared war on the world government, with Drago and his men launching frenzied assaults on Marie Joyce, while the Sepian Navy lacked the capacity to retaliate against the airborne fortress high above. It was also noted that the airship of the Revolutionary Army bore the emblem of Arms Island. Rumor has it that the world government has even sought negotiations with Drago, invoking the name of Drago's father. Time flies. For specifics, please refer to your holidays. Observing the pirate who transformed between a mouse and a black cat, Kane nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it appears that both cat and mouse can coexist within a single form. Thus, the amalgamation of energy and darkness poses no issue. Since the coexistence of fruits was assured, the moment to reap the rewards had arrived. The trio each held a fruit compendium, selecting from a nearly overflowing stock of fruits in a warehouse. How utterly pathetic, Kane remarked, both amused and exasperated as he regarded the mountains of devil fruits. These leaders of great factions, despite my prior offer to settle debts at half price with fruits, insisted on paying with berries and even left debts unpaid. Now that I have triumphed over the dragon, these powerful figures hastily deliver a bounty of devil fruits as an ostensible congratulation for the ascension of the new emperor of the sea. Kane scoffed. Look at these sycophantic faces. I find it amusing. Enough of this idle chatter. We are running out of time. Zoro observed Kane's alternating expressions of fury and lechery, then delivered a sharp retort. Haven't you absorbed a batch of energy today? Did you acquire anything intriguing? Kane's ability to absorb devil fruits was merely an excuse he had concocted, as they would not comprehend the complexities of his explanations. He simply attributed it to his racial heritage. Upon hearing Zoro's inquiry, Kane frowned and replied, "You truly have a talent for bringing up the most inconvenient topics. Let me enlighten you." He then elaborated on the new abilities he had recently obtained, expressing his frustration at the outcome. After diligently gathering energy, he was left with an ability that felt both lackluster and precious, as it closely resembled the mark of his eternal forest. Meanwhile, Hay, being a researcher, held a different perspective on this intriguing ability. One cannot interpret it in such a manner, my lord. Presently, we are in a position of advantage, so it seems inconsequential. However, we shall eventually confront a myriad of formidable foes in the vast cosmos. At that juncture, an array of bizarre abilities may emerge, including those governed by rules. An ability capable of dispelling negative states is nothing short of divine. Upon hearing Hay's insight, Kane scratched his head, feeling somewhat dejected. Perhaps my previous abilities were too remarkable, leading to this feeling of underwhelming. Before Kane could finish his thought, Zoro, brandishing his sword, startled him. What the hell? We were having a perfectly good conversation. Why did you suddenly draw your weapon? You may not perceive the strength of your own recovery abilities, but I would dearly love to possess a robust self-healing capability. Nevertheless, this isn't so bad. Let me see how much injury this orange can heal in one go. With that, Zoro raised his sword to his palm and made a swift cut, urging Kane, "Quick, unleash your ability and let me witness its effects." Kane observed the slender line of injury on Zoro's palm, which barely dripped any blood, and sighed in resignation. I suppose I must hasten, lest it heal on its own. As Kane released the treatment for scurvy, a warm orange glow enveloped the three of them. Kane, Zoro, and Hay exclaimed in unison, "Nami!" Chapter 91. The forgotten name panting heavily, the three exchanged bewildered glances, each lost in contemplation. Wait, let me gather my thoughts and ascertain what transpired. Kane gestured for silence and began to count on his fingers. Initially, when we joined the Navy, there were 4 of us. When did it shift to 3? After their collective entry into the Navy, the small group of 4 gradually transformed into a trio, seemingly without their awareness. It was when Nami was assigned to Commander Crane's command. Hay articulated the pivotal moment, recalling, that was when I was dispatched to the East Sea. As the trio delved deeper into their memories, Zoro recalled the details from that day. On the day Hay was reassigned, Kane commenced his plans and concealed Bell. Kane had a valid reason for hiding Bell. The Navy headquarters was filled with masters of observation hockey, and Nami, carrying a bear cub that could not be detected by such abilities, posed an eventual threat. Moreover, Nami was reassigned to serve under a commander renowned for his intellect, compelling Kane to exercise utmost caution. As they continued to piece together their memories, Zoro suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. During our drinking session at Navy headquarters, Kane inexplicably broke into tears. On the eve of their departure from the Navy, The two had shared drinks, and Kane's tears were a subconscious reminder of their forgotten companion. But why did Nami vanish without a trace? Hay pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. It seemed that they had all forgotten everything regarding Nami. No need to elaborate. Kane clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. I now know who is behind this. Upon hearing Kane's revelation, Zoro and Hay turned to him in unison. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Kane growled through gritted teeth, uttering the name of the former celestial dragon. Tian Yacha possesses such remarkable abilities? Is he not a user of the Cien fruit? Zoro pondered, his brow furrowing in confusion. Hai, evidently more knowledgeable than Zoro, promptly interjected, it must be a rule-type devil fruit. Hai's conjecture was indeed correct. Under the command of Don Quixote Doflamingo resided a girl whose powers could only be described as terrifying, the wielder of the toy fruit, Sugar. This extraordinary fruit enables the user to transform those they touch into toys, with the variety and design of the toys dictated entirely by the user's preferences. Those transformed into toys, particularly individuals connected to them, such as relatives or friends, will lose all memories related to the person who has been turned into a toy. Logically, such a game-breaking ability should never be forgotten by someone like Kane. Yet due to his traversal, Kane was already privy to these concealed secrets. This resulted in Nami being transformed into a toy, while Kane was compelled to forget about the toy fruit due to some mysterious rule. As Kane elucidated this to Zoro and Hai, a chill of apprehension gripped them. Did this imply that anyone touched by the toy fruit would be entirely forgotten by the world? After hearing Kane's explanation, Zoro found it hard to believe. Such an ability was far more terrifying than merely killing someone. If a person is murdered, no matter how much time passes, some may still vaguely remember that a life was taken. However, if someone is turned into a toy, regardless of their wealth or strength, the world would completely forget about them. Given that this little girl possesses such power, does that not render Doflamingo invincible? Zoro asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. If, indeed, once transformed into a toy, whether one were Yonko or the Pirate King, they would be at the mercy of this girl, and the world would remain oblivious. How could one possibly change this fate? With such formidable abilities, surely there must be weaknesses, right? Hai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. There must be some unknown vulnerability or stringent requirements for activating her powers. Otherwise, with Doflamingo's ambition, he would have long since dominated the seas. Upon hearing Hai's words, Kane nodded slightly, affirming that there were indeed weaknesses, and they were quite evident, despite the potency of Sugar's abilities. Her vulnerabilities were stark. Her mysterious powers must remain unknown to outsiders. Otherwise, over half of the strong individuals in the sea would pursue her relentlessly, for no one wishes to become a puppet. Furthermore, the ability user cannot lose their powers or fall unconscious. Should they do so, all those transformed into toys would instantly revert to their original forms. Listening to Kane's analysis, Hai nodded thoughtfully. So we merely need to eliminate this little girl to rescue Nami. Am I correct? Lord Kane, I suddenly have a brilliant idea. Observing the expression of surprise morph into delight on Hai's face, Kane could surmise his thoughts. Such a powerful ability as the toy fruit should undoubtedly be secured in one's own hands. Previously, without the dark fruit, this would have been difficult. But now that Hai had mastered it, subduing a girl who relies entirely on her powers would be a simple task. To be frank, Sugar's strength lay in her capacity for ambush. If everyone were aware of her existence, even an ordinary pirate adept in hockey could easily deal with her. In fact, if Sugar were unguarded, even a sharpshooter could effortlessly take her down. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and slay that girl named Sugar, Zoro exclaimed, eager for action. However, Kane raised a hand to pacify him. Not so fast. Nami is currently safe. We should first devise a thorough plan. Killing Sugar is not a daunting task, as Doflamingo would never anticipate the existence of a time traveler. Yet, if we hastily eliminate Sugar and then retreat, we risk losing a great deal, especially since Doflamingo possesses a tantalizing treasure trove, the technology for artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo has even leveraged this technology to become an ally of Kaido. Moreover, while the Don Quixote family has been denounced by the celestial dragons, their lineage as descendants of the 20 kings cannot be altered. Should Kane eliminate Doflamingo, who knows whether it might trigger the sensitive nerves of the celestial dragons, especially considering the revolutionary army is currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the world government? Cain harbors considerable trepidation towards the Gorosei and the enigmatic I'm Sama. Taking all these factors into account, Cain resolved to meticulously plot their next steps. Nami must be rescued, but before that, there is another matter we must address. Cain raised the devil fruit, proclaiming, "After this operation, we may very well need to venture into other worlds, and leaving these devil fruits behind would be a tremendous waste. Besides, there is a colossal threat outside. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. If we do not extract Kaido's fruit soon, he may escape our grasp." Cain feared that even if Kaido were to lose his limbs, he would still possess the capacity for resistance and even self-recovery. To prevent Kaido from causing chaos, Cain reluctantly decided to have Zoro cleave Kaido in half once more. At this moment, Kaido was truly on the brink of collapse. Chapter 92, A New Fortune Bag. According to the agreement with Dragon, he would provide Cain with an unlimited supply of devil fruits, while all the weapons and military equipment developed by Hai Yi would belong to the Revolutionary Army. Although this agreement may not sound entirely fair, what truly mattered to Cain were not the technological products already at his disposal, but rather the devil fruits and Hai Yi's development. Without territory to conquer, without materials to gather, and even without an aerial fortress, Hai Yi could still recreate everything. Yet all of this must be founded upon strength and capability. Thus, when Dragon initially proposed this request, Cain unhesitatingly agreed to his terms and even offered to gift the Arms Island to the Revolutionary Army as their stronghold. The prerequisite was that Dragon would unconditionally support Hai Yi's research endeavors, supplying Cain with all necessary literature and precious materials without reservation. Indeed, Cain could have acquired these invaluable documents independently. He had even guided Dragon in the design of the Pluton blueprint. But what of it? Would Cain forsake the golden opportunity to enhance his strength in pursuit of trivial scientific data? Was the North Blues ruler, Germa 66, truly formidable? Was the West Blues mob boss, Capone Beach, truly impressive? Were they not both vanquished by Hai Yi and Zoro's leadership? If one were to claim that these two factions were dismantled through technological might, then what of Kaido? Among the Yonko, Shanks is the most enigmatic. Whitebeard is hailed as the strongest in the world. Big Mom is the most deranged. Yet Kaido is reputed as the most indomitable. He is officially recognized as the strongest creature in both land and sea. If such a formidable entity as Kaido could be defeated by Cain, does that not affirm the validity of Cain's plans? There's no need to overthink. The primary objective is growth. Cain had already regretted the years wasted in the East Blue, which is why he later even joined the Navy for the sake of progress. Initially, when Cain acquiesced to Dolige's request, even expressing his willingness to bestow the Arms Island upon the Revolutionary Army, Dolige was left astounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. However, upon further contemplation, Dolige realized that Cain had not suffered any loss at all. Cain regarded the Revolutionary Army merely as a logistical supply unit. What significance did Arms Island truly hold? Had it not been for Cain's intervention, it would have long been annihilated by Kaido. Moreover, Arms Island was once an inconspicuous island. With Hei's brilliance, Cain could effortlessly reconstruct a new Arms Island in no time. As for Bailey and the technological products, they were of even lesser consequence. Currently, Cain was essentially the creditor to all factions across the seas. Acquiring Bailey was almost too easy. Technological products were hardly noteworthy either. The challenge lay in their development, but once capital was secured, what materials were beyond reach? Nevertheless, the trade was mutually beneficial for Dolige and Cain. Without Hei's unparalleled genius, even an abundance of documentation would be futile for Dolige, serving no purpose whatsoever. Cain was disinclined to divert his focus in search of these items, especially since he was in a crucial phase of enhancing his strength. The Revolutionary Army was, fortuitously, a perfect tool for him. Returning to the matter at hand, after some deliberation, Cain and his companions unearthed two intriguing devil fruits, while others such as Garfield, green-haired turtle, and frog were utterly nonsensical. The most absurd was the fish fruit, which boasted clownfish, ribbonfish, and octopus. What benefit would there be from consuming a fish fruit that rendered one incapable of swimming? It must be noted that others lacked Cain's unique ability to purify fruits. One could only wonder if they were oblivious to the value or simply deranged to part with such promising fruits. Observing the three devil fruits before him, Cain smacked his lips in satisfaction. The snake fruit, ancient type, Titan Python. This should belong to the Boy Day family. Let's leave it as is. Writing it as Python would only invite ridicule. The fish fruit, ancient type, Great White Shark. These two fruits, one amphibious and the other a marine dominator, held considerable potential post-Cain's evolution. However, one must admit that the Titan python was merely decent, as the great white shark would likely perish from hunger in the water. These fruits held little practical utility, and frankly, the outside world seemed far more promising. Zoro remarked that, to be honest, ancient-type devil fruits were already quite impressive in the world of pirates, yet having traversed alongside the protagonist, he found these trifles beneath his notice and wished to discard them lest they tarnish his vision. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Hay also exhibited an excited smile, hinting that the sea was not limited to just one emperor. Considering Hay's cryptic statement, Cain couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. If one were to venture out in search of devil fruits directly, the odds of discovering a valuable fruit were indeed slim. After all, did not Teach wait decades for news of the dark fruit? However, hunting down already manifested fruits could prove to be exceedingly rewarding, such as Big Mom's Soro fruit, Trafalgar Law's Ope fruit, or even Kuma's Nikyu fruit, if one were to be utterly shameless. The old man was unlikely to last much longer, and soon enough, the Gura fruit would be up for grabs. The mere thought sent a chill down Cain's spine. He mused that the little black man might emerge once again. Enough of these musings. Zoro and Hay would go to retrieve Kaido's fruit and those in the prison, while I shall remain here to attend to some pressing matters. Upon hearing Cain's words, Hay and Zoro exchanged a glance and silently departed. Cain's hysteria was manifesting again. This could not continue. Although Cain had been conducting mysterious rituals in a hidden chamber, a mere room could hardly conceal anything from Hay, a master of observation haki. May the divine grant fortune. May the luck of the emperor bless me. I choose to place my faith in you. Although the last item procured was not a powerful mark or the like, Cain understood that this active skill was likely what he needed most at present. In the future, Cain would traverse the vast cosmos and myriad realms. At that juncture, a skill capable of bewitching minds and illusions would prove immensely beneficial. Furthermore, should the energy provided to L be of the same type, it would likely increase exponentially. Thus, one could only await the next world to acquire new energy. For these reasons, Cain sincerely chose to pay homage to the luck of these celestial beings, eager to discover what treasure awaited him this time. Fortune Bag. Modified Lord Sword. Unbound. Hex deck from novice to master. Gazing at the mysterious radiance in his hand and the book, Cain felt somewhat bewildered. He understood what unbound meant. It merely indicated the need to find an actual sword, and he comprehended the thirst for slaughter, having played games before. However, this left Cain perplexed. The book was written in the official universal language of the Valoran continent. The book was manageable. He could simply pass it to Hay later and have Bell teach him to read. Yet now was not the time for such considerations. Akin to the grand clock of yore, when the time was right, its purpose would reveal itself. Chapter 93. The distinction between sword and blade. Upon seeing Hay holding the Qinglong fruit, Cain realized the reign of the old emperor had come to an end. Oh, is this the Qinglong fruit? It doesn't appear particularly remarkable. After Cain took the Qinglong fruit from Hay and scrutinized it, he smirked, initially expecting the Qinglong fruit to have some distinctive features. It turned out to be just an ordinary mythical beast-type fruit. Was this truly the legendary treasure? Cain shook his head vigorously, as if to cast away such a ludicrous thought. Would you like to eat it, Zoro? This fruit would greatly enhance your hardness and endurance. Zoro replied, I refuse. In truth, Zoro had been slightly tempted by this legendary mythical beast-type fruit, yet the very words from Cain's mouth twisted its meaning. And upon recalling that this fruit was freshly extracted from Kaido, he suddenly felt averse to it. Upon hearing Zoro's response, Cain discreetly signaled to Hay, who narrowed his eyes in understanding. Oh, I just recall that there's a fruit that seems perfect for Zoro. I'll fetch it right away. Watching Hay hurriedly dash out, Zoro found the situation somewhat odd, but harbored no doubts about his companion. Here, take this as a gift to celebrate your ascension as the world's greatest swordsman. Cain, seeing that Hay had gone to prepare, seized the moment to present the Lord's sword to Zoro. What is this? Zoro inquired, perplexed, as he looked at the glowing orb in Cain's hand, unsure of its nature. This is a legendary divine sword. However, only the sword spirit remains, so we must find it a vessel. Gun found it too troublesome to explain to Sualong. So he fabricated a backstory for the legendary sword to avoid Sualong's incessant inquiries. A legendary divine sword, you say? Sualong's eyes widened at Cain's words. Though I hail from the countryside, Do not underestimate my worldly experience. You pull a glowing orb from your pocket and claim it to be a divine sword. A legendary one at that. In essence, it was merely an exceptionally powerful sword, and Cain, eager to enlighten him, continued, "Listen closely, and you will understand." Observing Sualong's skeptical expression, Cain attempted to mend one lie with another. Simply put, after slaying an enemy, this sword's power increases, the extent of which depends on the strength of the foe it vanquished. This unembellished characteristic was sufficient for the sword to earn its title as a divine weapon. After grasping the sword abilities, Sualong tenderly caressed the glowing orb, eager to meld it with his treasured blade. He Dao, Iwenzi. Stop right there. Cain interjected, alarmed by Sualong's reckless intent. He Dao, Iwenzi is already an unparalleled blade. Using it as a vessel for a divine sword might be a waste. After a moment of contemplation, Sualong replied, I wish for He Dao, Iwenzi to accompany me throughout my journey. I do not wish to abandon her halfway. Sualong's reasoning held merit. Ever since he became aware of the formidable beings beyond this world, he had been concerned about having a reliable weapon. Particularly after Cain narrated the legend of the Zhu Xian sword formation, Sualong's confidence in his sword and swordsmanship had plummeted. However, Cain pressed on, have you considered that He Dao, Iwenzi carries her own spirit? If you let her become the vessel for the Lord's sword, will she still be He Dao, Iwenzi? Not receiving a response, Cain continued, moreover, true sword wielders must possess a sword tailored to their needs. Although the Lord's sword currently lacks a physical form, you could have Hai Yi forge a sword specifically for you, taking into account your height, arm length, leg length, and even your fighting style. Cain's concern was clear. He feared that the Lord's sword would cause He Dao, Iwenzi to lose her original spirit, as it is widely believed that divine swords possess a soul. Even if your strength increases rapidly, we will encounter many realms in the future where master blacksmiths abound. By then, enhancing He Dao, Iwenzi should not pose a significant challenge. Even without altering her spirit or forging materials, there are numerous ways to aid her ascension, from the little blacksmith to Keylight, or even Sister Kelly. If all else fails, the Dragon Balls could suffice. Ultimately, Cain's persuasion bore fruit. In truth, Sualong did not insist on enhancing He Dao, Iwenzi. It was merely the Lord's sword's potential for growth that intrigued him, leading to his desire for her eternal companionship. As Sualong came to this realization, he and Cain engaged in a fervent discussion about the vessel templates for the Lord. However, with one question resolved, new inquiries arose. Why not forge the vessel to resemble the Zhu Xian sword? Sualong exclaimed in frustration. No, have I not told you? There's a distinction between swords and blades. At this point, Cain was at his wit's end, attempting to clarify the difference between the two, but Sualong remained obstinate. Though my education may be lacking, I am nonetheless a formidable swordsman. How dare you, who have scarcely touched a sword, debate the topic of blades with me? Cain had forgotten that the context of the Pirate King world was not akin to the Celestial Empire. Heaven knows that in that realm, swords and blades are often referred to by the same term. Could their kitchen knives also be called kitchen swords? Desperate and cornered by Sualong's stubbornness, Cain resorted to sketching a type of sword in the dirt, which finally dissuaded Sualong from his notion of forging the vessel to resemble the Zhu Xian sword. I've said it before, your techniques are not suited for a sword, but if your intention is merely to channel sword energy, then I have no objections. At this, Sualong ceased his argument with Cain and instead crouched down, intently examining the shape of the sword, attempting to discern an appropriate method of attack. As Sualong entered his sword-obsessed mode, Cain signaled to the newly arrived Hai Yi. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, Cain mischievously remarked, Come, Sualong, this fruit is perfect for you. Nanny, a fruit suited for me? Sualong inquired, puzzled. Hai Yi, appearing somewhat sheepish, quickly interjected, to be precise. It is most fitting for swordsmen, the Zoan type, mythical beast fruit, the eight-armed Azura. Chapter 94. Eight-armed Azura. In legend, there exists an entity that stands in opposition to Buddha, known as the Azura. The eight-armed Azura is the mightiest among the Azura clan, gifted with 8 arms and an almost immortal physique throughout history. Every eight-armed Azura has been a master of weapons, with a green face, sharp fangs, 3 heads, and 8 arms, shrouded in a menacing aura. The eight-armed Azura is the apex of the Azura clan. Listening to Cain's exposition, or rather, his embellishment, of the eight-armed Azura's legend, Sualong's eyes sparkled with fervor. Alas! Aside from the menacing aura and near immortality, the rest were mere fabrications by Cain. When Cain first received news about the Azura fruit user, this so-called powerful being had just endured a minor tsunami and was despairingly awaiting death at the ocean's depths. However, upon Cain's arrival, he discovered that the Azura's body was still vibrant and full of life. To test the Azura's limits, Cain remained underwater for 3 days and nights, waiting for him to reach the brink of collapse. Even more astonishing was that as soon as the Azura emerged from the water, he engaged Cain in a fierce exchange, with Cain employing hundreds of techniques to subdue him. Upon interrogation, Cain was astounded to learn that this unfortunate soul had once been a mere fisherman, just an ordinary person. Yet after obtaining this fruit, his fighting style and prowess indicated that he was a formidable force capable of dominating the seas. The fisherman even claimed that had his weapon not been swept away by the waves, he could have held his ground against Cain for a while longer. After such an outcome, Cain yearned for the fruit himself. Fortunately, he later thought of his good friend, Nine-Sword Lu Suolong. The later Suolong would indeed become Nine-Sword Flow, in the state of Ghost Chi. This incredibly potent fruit made Cain realize 2 important truths. Firstly, the notion that only the weakest fruit users exist, while there are no weak fruits, is sheer nonsense. Those who utter such statements likely possess no satisfactory abilities. Secondly, mythological creatures and mythological beings are vastly different. The 8-armed Ashura is evidently a warrior among warriors. To return to the main topic, upon hearing the tale of this fruit, Suolong could not help but tremble with excitement as he brought it closer to his mouth, eagerly anticipating the exhilaration of experiencing the might of the Ashura clan's strongest. It is crucial to consume the entire fruit, as it is said that only then can its full potential be unleashed. Wash it down. Might our reminders be too overt? Seeing both Cain and Hay simultaneously cautioning him, Suolong, unacquainted with the fruit, mistook it for a gesture of goodwill and, feeling touched, swallowed the entire fruit in one gulp. Chewing it vigorously, this fruit had been enhanced by Hay, but not with conventional ingredients. Rather, it was a novel seasoning he stumbled upon while developing a potent toxin. This seasoning bore no flavor of its own, yet had the extraordinary ability to amplify the essence of the food to its utmost. To illustrate, if a plate of braised meat tasted delightful, this seasoning would elevate that delight to astonishing heights. However, Hay initially believed it could only serve as a mere condiment, until Cain's reminder led to an unexpected turn of events. Ugh, I consumed it. Cain and Hay, witnessing Suolong gulp down the fruit so swiftly, rushed over to restrain him. Ha ha, hurry. Hey, assist Suolong in chewing, he is in dire straits. Cain laughed maniacally. After consuming the fruit, Suolong's complexion turned ashen, unsure whether it was due to choking or the revolting taste. Nevertheless, Cain asserted that as a good brother, one must prioritize the safety of their companions. Regardless of the cause, they treated it as choking. As Cain and Hay aided Suolong in chewing and swallowing, his pallor deepened. Ultimately, Cain and Hay were flung away by Suolong, whose complexion shifted from blue to black and back to blue, as a menacing wave of conqueror's haki surged forth. You 2 scoundrels, how dare you betray my trust? Cain and Hay exchanged glances, both feeling the sting of their spirit, and could only manage a wry smile. They had forgotten that under the influence of the Void Mark, Conqueror's haki was impervious to defense. Moreover, it was unavoidable and could only be endured. Truly, they had brought misfortune upon themselves. Hay, gazing at Suolong with a blue visage and fearsome fangs, said somewhat nervously, Cain was right. This fruit is incredibly powerful. Indeed, Cain nodded vigorously, almost like a chick pecking at grain. And look, you now possess 3 heads, with diligent development. You might even evolve from 9-sword style to 11-sword style. Enough with the chatter. Today, I demand your awakening. At this moment, Suolong stood with 3 heads and 8 arms, his form enveloped in a dark aura that was both ominous and terrifying. Observing Suolong's wrath, Cain and Hay were instantly frightened and fled, fearing he might pursue them. As the trio engaged in playful chaos across the arms-dealing island, Suolong ultimately refrained from harming Cain and Hay. It was not that he hesitated. Rather, since acquiring the Void Mark, they were no longer suitable sparring partners. After all, every strike from Suolong now inflicted genuine damage. Even Kaido would struggle to withstand it. You 2 are truly insipid. Once their antics subsided, Suolong sat on the ground, fuming. Although this prank did not physically harm him, the psychological impact was profoundly overwhelming. In simpler terms, the taste of the devil fruit was magnified 100-fold. It was a stroke of fortune that Sualong did not meet his demise at their hands. Ha ha! I never anticipated this seasoning would possess such potency. After all, we usually treated it as mere monosodium glutamate. Cain observed Sualong's still pale visage, reflecting on the past. Had a mishap occurred previously, he mused. Consuming something so potent during a barbecue could have led to an immediate aversion to it. Speaking of the fruit's taste, no, I mean, its abilities. How significant is the enhancement to your strength? Cain inquired. Jests aside, the elevation of one's power is a matter of utmost importance. Upon hearing Cain's query, Sualong grew serious, nodding gravely as he declared strong. Incredibly strong. I feel that in a moment of inspiration, I could fell Kaido. Cain, hearing Sualong's renewed confidence, could not help but mentally scoff. Not again. Had I not intervened last time you fell inspired, you would have been devoured by that beast. You remind me of that Uchiha brat, you know? As long as you grow stronger, that's what matters. Now we merely need hay to forge a vessel for your lord's sword, and we shall be ready to embark. Though Cain silently criticized Sualong for his resemblance to the Uchiha, he understood that Sualong's character would never allow him to boast without merit. The three-headed, eight-armed form is inspired by Nez's three-headed, eight-armed manifestation. I meticulously researched this on Baidu, and indeed, such a form exists. Furthermore, a friend inquired why I did not consume more Zoan fruits to enhance physical strength and recovery speed. I neglected to mention that only the highest values are taken. For instance, if one were to consume an immortal bird and an Ashura, only their distinct traits and peak values would be considered. The most coveted are the Logia and Paramecia types, as they are unaffected by seawater and haki after purification, effectively transforming the devil fruit into an awakening of extraordinary abilities. Chapter 95. Rescue Nami on the journey to Dressrosa. Ever since Hei developed the airship, Cain no longer needed to endure the arduous task of serving as the legs for various deities. I say, Sualong, are you truly certain that transforming the vessel in this manner poses no issues? Cain gazed at Sualong, who was toying with the Lord's sword, filled with concern. When Hei instructed Sualong to select a weapon vessel, he unhesitatingly sketched a design resembling a Chinese sword, and Cain's attempts to dissuade him were in vain. It is not that such a sword is inferior. Rather, in Cain's eyes, this design truly epitomizes a sword. The dilemma lies in the fact that Sualong has never learned the art of swordsmanship. He has not studied techniques, energy manipulation, or even the basics. No problem. Sualong, brandishing the newly acquired sword, exclaimed excitedly, I have practiced swordsmanship for many years, though this is my first encounter with such a weapon. Do not underestimate my insight as a swordsman. Cain, gazing at the sword in Sualong's hand, could not help but express his exasperation. At the very least, consider my advice. Have you chosen this template so hastily? It is not unreasonable for Cain to be exasperated with Sualong, as this sword serves as the vessel for the Lord's sword, and it possesses the potential for growth. Should Sualong struggle to wield it, it would be a waste of such a magnificent artifact. I have already told you not to underestimate my insight. Besides, Hei has optimized it based on the model I provided. Even if you do not trust me, you must trust Hei's expertise. Sualong replied without lifting his gaze, further emphasizing his own acumen, as Cain noticed that Sualong had ceased to pay him any attention. His gaze shifted to Hai Yi, who was deftly maneuvering the airship. Reluctantly, he chose to place his trust in his companions. Very well, your happiness is priceless. As long as you are content, all is well. Just as Cain was speaking, he suddenly heard Sualong shout, watch out for the sword energy. Instinctively reacting to Sualong's warning, Cain prepared to evade, but realizing they were inside the airship, he gritted his teeth and braced himself to endure the onslaught of Sualong's sword energy. Ouch, that hurts, he lamented, feeling the piercing pain in his back. We were having a pleasant conversation. Why did you unleash sword energy out of nowhere? Sualong, having sheathed his sword, approached Cain to clarify. That sword energy was not unleashed by me. Upon hearing Sualong's explanation, Cain retorted incredulously. Huh? If it wasn't you, then who unleashed it? Indeed, it was the sword itself. Sualong affirmed with certainty. The sword unleashed it by itself? Both Cain and Hai Yi echoed, somewhat perplexed. While the Lord's sword was indeed a divine artifact, it was hard to believe it possessed such autonomy. Observing their incredulous expressions, Sualong elaborated, this sword is extraordinarily sharp. Even an ordinary person wielding it can release slashes akin to those produced by a master swordsman. Cain, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment. realizing the terrifying nature of the blade. Just as he was about to fully experience the majesty of this legendary sword, Hai suddenly interjected. "We have arrived at our predetermined landing site." Aware they had reached their destination, Cayenne abandoned the discussion regarding the sword. His subordinate was still laboring under Sugar's command. According to Cayenne's original plan, he would confront Minggu under the pretext of collecting a debt, while Hai would take the opportunity to locate Nami in Dressrosa. After finding the doll-like sister of Nami, they would protect her and notify Cayenne via the communicator, signaling that the time to act had come. Subsequently, Cayenne would fabricate a reason to engage Minggu in battle. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Hai and Sualong would escort Nami to confront Sugar, hoping to acquire the Hobby fruit. If they failed to locate the doll that resembled Nami, they would regroup with Cayenne, seeking an opportunity to incapacitate Sugar and then confront Minggu. After all, once Sugar was subdued, all the dolls would revert to their original forms, making it easier to find Nami. Very well, let us proceed according to plan. After the trio confirmed their strategy, Cayenne gestured grandly, ready to initiate their assault. However, confidence seemed to have clouded Cayenne's memory, as he appeared to have forgotten that his plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. As the old adage states, plans are meant to be altered. Unfortunately, Hai was a blindly loyal subordinate who would never challenge Cayenne's schemes. Sualong, on the other hand, exhibited a level of foolishness that surpassed even Hai, now merely hoping that Nami would prove to be a wise individual in the future. Fu. The Arms Emperor Cayenne has unexpectedly graced us with a visit, leaving me rather unprepared. It was evidently clear that as soon as the trio entered the royal capital of Dressrosa, they were spotted by Minggu's spies. Observing the trio, who clearly harbored ill intentions, even Minggu, known for his arrogance, began to perspire slightly. What do these three harbingers of doom suddenly want on my turf? Surely they aren't here for a drink, are they? No, that is utterly impossible. I must have been rattled by Kaido's defeat to entertain such a ludicrous thought. Stay focused. You are Joker after all. Oh, it's nothing. We were just passing through your territory and thought we might drop by for a drink. Cayenne declared. You bastard. Do you truly think I would let you treat me like a fool simply because I am called Joker? Ming ye retutid. What not welcome? Cayenne wayeth. Observing Ming ye's hesitant de mi honor. He then menacingly continued. Doflamingo, I have heard that your ally Kaido has been defeated. You wouldn't happen to lack the ability to repay your debt to me, would you? Upon hearing Cayenne's blatant threat, Minggu licked his parched lips, responding, Fu. Who on the high seas does not know that it was you, the Arms Emperor, who vanquished the beast Kaido? How could I possibly owe you anything? Bastard. Who doesn't know that you defeated that monster Kaido? You are threatening me, aren't you? I can assure you, I am not intimidated by such tactics. Unfortunately for Minggu, he had yet to receive news of Kaido's demise. Otherwise, he surely would not have emerged to face Cayenne, nor would he have attempted to assert his dominance. Upon hearing Minggu's words, Cayenne nodded in satisfaction and remarked, as long as you have the funds, why not invite us to your domain for a drink? After all, the debt you owe me, principal and interest combined, is no trifling sum. Minggu feigned generosity while inwardly cursing. Damn it, had I known this monster would come to collect, I would never have incurred such a debt. Who knows how his interest is calculated? I heard that in some kingdom, a king had to send his princess as collateral. Cayenne appeared to swagger confidently behind Minggu, all the while listening intently to Hai-Ye's report through his earpiece. I have spotted Sugar, who is holding a doll, but I have yet to see the owner of the snow fruit you mentioned. Truly, you have a keen sense of foresight, my lord. As Hai-Ye relayed the situation, he discreetly showered Cayenne with praise, struggling to suppress a chuckle at Hai-Ye's flattery. Cayenne waved his hand, whispering, Monet is not important. Let us proceed according to plan. Just as Hai-Ye prepared to offer more praise, he suddenly heard Sualong's disdainful tone through the earpiece. What plan? That little girl is holding a doll of Nami. Hai-Ye retorted, Damn you, Lu Sualong. I think I may have underestimated the mess within your fruit. Chapter 96. Birdcage all units. Do not move. Listen to my orders. What the hell are you doing, Sualong? Just as Cayenne intended to direct the two through the earpiece, he was taken aback as Hai-Ye suddenly dashed toward Sugar. While Hai-Ye's impulsive action was somewhat reckless, it was still part of the original plan to incapacitate Sugar and create chaos. However, Sualong's actions were far more nonsensical. He drew out his sword and bit down on it, holding one sword in his left hand and the Lord's sword in the other, clearly preparing for a fight. Seeing his subordinates so determined, Cayenne disregarded the supposed strategy and exclaimed through the earpiece, Sualong, Unleash your ultimate move and take down that fiery bird in one stroke. I have long been displeased with his pink hair and his swagger. Realizing that plans were falling apart, Cayenne contemplated striking Ming Ge from behind, hoping to seize the opportunity to infiltrate Ming Ji's secret factory amidst the ensuing chaos. However, Su Long's reckless actions left Cayenne utterly flabbergasted. Come, Doflamingo, face me directly. As Su Long boldly called out to Ming Ge, Cayenne felt an unspoken frustration. I know you are a swordsman, but why engage in a moral discourse with such scum? We fought alongside each other against Kaido, did we not? Wouldn't a righteous backstab be more satisfying? When Doflamingo escaped from Hei, he sensed that today would not end well. However, upon realizing that Hei was headed towards the location of Sugar, his heart raced with anxiety. Gun King, what do you mean? Do you wish to wage war against me? Doflamingo felt a surge of urgency regarding Sugar's situation. If her predicament were to be revealed, it could spell the end for him. Thus, upon witnessing Zoro brandishing his sword and making a bold declaration, Doflamingo contemplated a desperate struggle. This is meaningless, Kane remarked, having reached a point where he saw no better course of action. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, I'll go support Hei. Upon hearing Kane's words, Zoro's mouth curled into a smirk. Now that sounds like it, Captain. As Kane's foremost combatant, Zoro yearned to eliminate any obstacles for his captain. Though he had previously lacked strength, relying on his captain for support to survive, the situation had now changed. If Kaido were to revive, Zoro was determined that he would not be able to escape unscathed. Doflamingo looked grimly at Zoro, filled with regret. Why did I ever get involved with loans? I have no need for money, and now I find myself pursued by Kane and his underlings. Even at this moment, Doflamingo failed to realize that Kane's arrival was not for debt collection, but for sugar. It was hardly surprising, as Doflamingo himself had forgotten about Nami after Sugar transformed her into a toy. Had it not been for Kane accidentally acquiring the ability to undo her transformation, he might have already been wreaking havoc in another world with Zoro and Hei. It could be said that fate favored Kane, not you, Doflamingo. Hee. I had heard you were the disciple of the world's greatest swordsman, yet here you are, a mere lackey. Doflamingo's words struck deeply. Now, the entire ocean knew that Kane's true form was that of a colossal dragon, and those who followed him were nothing but the dragon's minions. Zoro, initially intending to engage in a war of words before battle, found his expression turning serious upon hearing Doflamingo's taunt. Do not insult my captain. Without allowing Doflamingo to continue, Zoro activated his Shura form and charged forward. Observing Zoro's advance, Doflamingo wisely chose to evade. Using his invisible strings hanging in the clouds, Doflamingo ascended swiftly into the sky. As Doflamingo cunningly took to the air, Zoro employed Moonwalk and launched an attack. In an instant, the clash of blades and black strings ignited sparks in the air. 5 colored strings. Doflamingo controlled the fine strings single-handedly from the clouds, while his other hand formed a claw to strike at Zoro. Even without using Kinbunchaku, Zoro could see the sharp strings infused with haki. 3-sword style, Wolf Fawn. This rare technique of Zoro's, combining offense and defense, allowed him to easily parry Doflamingo's 5-colored strings. Is that the clouds in the sky? Watching Doflamingo's body sway with the wind, Zoro keenly discerned the secret of his flight. If he relies solely on the clouds for flight, that won't suffice. Upon uncovering Doflamingo's secret, Zoro unleashed his Conqueror's haki. No way. Though Doflamingo was not surprised by Zoro's haki, the dispersion of the clouds was a significant setback for him. If that's the case, I shall bring this battle to an end. Just as Zoro prepared to conclude the fight, an uproar erupted throughout Dressrosa, previously filled with toy soldiers and stuffed toys. Dressrosa was suddenly crowded with a myriad of people, those transformed into toys by Sugar. Doflamingo landed on a tall rooftop, his expression twisted with despair as he gazed at the eclectic crowd. My ambition, my kingdom. It was no wonder Doflamingo felt such despair. The individuals turned into toys included not only the army and royalty of Dressrosa, but also members of the world government, the navy, and bounty hunters. They all shared a common trait. They were obstacles to Doflamingo's ambitions. Anyone who hindered Doflamingo had been transformed into toys by his schemes. If their actions remained undiscovered, all would be well. However, once exposed, Doflamingo's power would face catastrophic repercussions. This isn't over yet. The thought of being torn to shreds by these enraged individuals sent Doflamingo into a frenzy. Observing Doflamingo's madness, Zoro did not hesitate to launch a powerful attack, aiming to finish him off in one blow. Is it a puppet? Zoro questioned, watching as Doflamingo's body transformed into threads. Where's the real one? Before Zoro could ponder too long, the Doflamingo above provided an answer. My ambitions cannot be restrained. All of you shall perish. It turned out that upon realizing Sugar's ability had failed, Doflamingo had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he had secretly left behind a puppet using his string manipulation while he soared into the sky once more. With Doflamingo's final desperate act, the entire royal capital was enveloped in sharp white strings. From above, these strings formed the shape of an inverted birdcage. Chapter 97. The Second Dragon Hunt. It seemed that Doflamingo had been cornered by Zoro. Observing the white strings above, Kane maintained his composure. These sharp threads will gradually constrict, slicing everything within into minuscule fragments. Let me give it a try. Hey, standing behind Kane, spoke eagerly. To be honest, since following Kane, Hay's contributions had mostly revolved around technological advancements. In truth, since obtaining his fruit, Hay had never truly showcased his own strength. Seeing Hay's eagerness, Kane nodded. Nami is still unconscious. Let's regroup with Zoro. Doflamingo has gone mad. At this moment, Dressrosa was entirely shrouded in Doflamingo's birdcage. As Doflamingo intentionally activated his ability, the cage began to slowly shrink. Meanwhile, Akainu had just received news of Kane's assault on Dressrosa, prompting him to lead the aerial mobile force to the island. This airborne combat unit was a newly established force, created with the assistance of the world government after Akainu's ascension, and was directly commanded by Admiral Fujitora, a user of the heavy fruit. Admiral, our forces have entirely surrounded Dressrosa, but the soldiers cannot breach the white strings, a soldier reported to Akainu. Upon hearing this, Sakatsuki nodded, yet refrained from issuing new commands. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to exit first. The Navy had nearly split into two factions, one led by Sakatsuki, the hawkish faction, and the other established by Zifa, the Neo Navy. Initially, the Neo was not recognized by the world government, but the sudden declaration of war by the Revolutionary Army and the Navy's consecutive defeats compelled the world government to reluctantly acknowledge the legitimacy of the Neo. It was unavoidable. Several high-ranking officials and more than half of the soldiers had defected to Zifa under Kazan's leadership. If the world government did not concede, the Navy would suffer a direct loss of half its fighting power. As for whether Sakatsuki, the newly appointed admiral, would hold differing opinions after acknowledging the Neo Navy's legitimacy, that was a matter the world government need not concern itself with, unless Sakatsuki himself wished to resign. Observing the remaining high-ranking officials, Sakatsuki sighed and spoke solemnly, "Gentlemen, share your thoughts." Though the Navy was divided, Sakatsuki's convictions were upheld, as nearly all who chose to remain were his direct subordinates, save for the two newly promoted admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, who had been exceptionally elevated through the world as conscription. Upon hearing Sakatsuki's words, Ichiji was the first to express his opinion. Regardless of how rampant the wicked pirates may be, the ordinary populace remains innocent. Ichiji's statement effectively countered Sakatsuki's thoughts, as Sakatsuki's disposition might lead him to conduct indiscriminate attacks to eradicate the pirates. Witnessing Ichiji's unwavering stance, Sakatsuki instinctively retorted, "If we wait for Doflamingo to regain his abilities, everyone trapped within the birdcage will perish. Then let us attempt to break the birdcage from the outside." Ichiji countered, standing his ground firmly. Sakatsuki remained silent, merely expressing his stance with a cold snort. Green Bull, sensing the escalating tension in the atmosphere, quickly stood to mediate. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must shatter the birdcage that envelopes the entire royal capital. Is it not the essence of our navy to protect the weak?" Seeing Green Bull attempting to ease the situation, the previously silent Shuan also voiced his opinion. "Gather all those skilled in swordsmanship. These threads, no matter how sharp, are merely threads. We shall sever them." The assembly brightened at Shuan's remark, but just as they were about to respond, the ground trembled, followed by a cacophony of noise. "Calm down, what is happening?" Sakatsuki bellowed upon sensing the commotion outside. "Admiral, the threads enveloping Dressrosa have suddenly vanished. Moreover, many individuals are rushing out from the royal capital." Upon hearing the Marine's report, Sakatsuki hurriedly led the high-ranking officials outside to assess the situation. "It is the arms dealer's crew." As Sakatsuki stepped onto the deck, his eyes immediately fell upon his old acquaintance, Kane. After all, a dragon of such immense size atop the roof was not easily mistaken, unless one were like Ichiji, a person of peculiar disposition. Kane, after gathering his four companions, Kane anxious about the still unconscious Nami, decided against seeking benefits from the factory. After all, the residual value of the devil fruit was now linked to awakening one's powers. These are threads. Logically, using fire should be an effective method, right? Zoro suggested. Regardless of the method, we must hasten. I sense a massive naval warship in the skies. Heya interjected. Upon hearing Heia's words, Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. Since when did the Navy possess airships? Not an airship. Kane, cradling the still unconscious Nami, squinted and replied, "It is Admiral Fujitora, the user of the gravity devil fruit." It seemed that Shiwan, the candidate for promotion to admiral, had not succeeded after all, Heya remarked thoughtfully. At this moment, both Kane and Heya exchanged a knowing glance at Zoro, yet unfortunately, Zoro was in his sure state and could not discern their expressions. Such a pity, they both thought. Zoro and Shiwan shared an ambiguous relationship. While Zoro consistently denied any impropriety and insisted that he and Shiwan were innocent, who could truly ascertain such matters? Noticing Kane and Heia's gaze upon him, Zoro understood Kane's subtle intentions and threatened, "Humph, some people ought to be mindful of their actions." Catching the underlying threat in Zoro's words, Kane displayed a fleeting expression of discomfort. It was uncertain whether Zoro and Shiwan were innocent, but there was no doubt about his own innocence with Tina. Previously, Kane had overlooked Nami's plight when she was transformed into a toy, but now that Nami had returned, he feared Zoro might act irrationally and create difficulties for him. The very thought sent a chill down Kane's spine. If Zoro were to expose the foolish things he had done, he could only feign that they were all part of his wings, but Nami would likely sever those wings. Just as the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, Heya suddenly shouted, "I found Doflamingo!" Kane, who was at a loss for how to change the subject, seized the opportunity to respond. "Let us take revenge for Nami." With that, Kane transformed into a dragon, gesturing for Heya and Zoro to climb onto his back. Zoro scoffed. "I'll let you off this time. Doflamingo, do you have anything left to say?" Zoro asked as he brandished his sword at the bloodied Doflamingo. Kane cautioned, "Think carefully before you speak. These may be your last words." "Fufufu, Dragon Kane, your triumph will be short-lived. The world government will not spare you." Hearing Doflamingo's incessant ramblings, Kane impatiently dug at his ears. "Is this your grand pronouncement as a celestial dragon? It sounds no different from that of Teach, the rat who lurks in shadows." Under normal circumstances, Kane might have engaged in conversation with Doflamingo, given his previous status as a celestial dragon, hoping to glean some secrets. However, witnessing Nami showing signs of awakening, Kane lost his patience for Doflamingo's chatter and signaled Zoro to take action. Fufufu. Ambition does not fade with the curtain of life. Chapter 98. Let us bring this to a conclusion next. Should we eliminate the Navy first or return to Arms Island? Zoro, with his fearsome visage and multiple arms, tossed Doflamingo's head onto the airship and inquired, although Zoro framed it as a question. His ferocious demeanor and refusal to exit combat mode indicated that he was ready to kill. In truth, as their powers had increased, Zoro had experienced a period of awkwardness. After acquiring the Void Mark, the disparity between his attack and defense was substantial. With such overwhelming offensive capability, Zoro was led to believe he had no rivals. As a swordsman who could ignore defenses was not far from becoming the world's greatest swordsman. This is evident from a last encounter where Zoro effortlessly dispatched the 3 disasters and the 6 sky suns. During the battle between Zoro and Teach, although Zoro swiftly bisected him, there was an inherent risk involved, as Teach could have absorbed Zoro into a black hole, rendering him helpless. However, Teach was so taken aback by Zoro's decisive victory over Jean that he failed to unleash his true power. It was not until Kaido joined the fray that Zoro truly faced a heavy blow. Although he was capable of injuring Kaido, he could not bring him to his demise, as Kaido's regeneration rate was remarkably swift. Now, having consumed the formidable Shura fruit, Zoro no longer fears adversaries of Kaido's caliber. Furthermore, the newly acquired Lord Sword requires the blood of powerful foes to flourish, which explains Zoro's eager disposition for battle and carnage. As for whether Zoro might lose himself in the throes of slaughter, there is no cause for concern. He is, after all, an extraordinarily skilled swordsman, whose prowess is matched only by the strength of his spirit. Observing Zoro's fierce demeanor, while also anticipating Nami's imminent awakening, Kane found himself in a quandary: how to choose. On one hand, there was Zoro yearning to fight alongside him, and on the other, Nami, whom he had not seen in ages, was about to awaken. How could he hesitate over such a straightforward dilemma? Ultimately, he chose his brother. Nami could wait for another time, but if Zoro, who was notoriously directionally challenged, were to lose his way, it would not be a matter of days to find him again. With this thought in mind, Kane reluctantly placed Nami on the airship and instructed Hei to take her away as high as possible, declaring, "I will accompany Zoro to stir up trouble." While the saying goes that brothers are like limbs and women like garments, Kane simply wished to express, many lose limbs on the streets. Yet how many are seen running about in the nude? Hearing Kane's words, Zoro was so astonished that he dropped his sword to the ground. "Are you Kane? Are you still the Kane I know? Speak quickly, have you been possessed?" Just as Zoro was about to confront him, Kane swatted Zoro's hand away and said, "Enough of this nonsense, let's break through." It was not surprising that Zoro reacted strongly. Kane's lecherous nature had been imprinted in his very DNA. As a child, Kane was quite the lecherous boy, a fact Zoro had already discerned during their conversations. Now grown, Kane had indeed become a young man of similar inclinations. And Zoro could confidently predict that when Kane grew old, he would undoubtedly be labeled a lecherous old man. Now, seeing Kane, who could pass on his proclivities to the next generation, forgo such an opportunity to indulge and instead opt to join him in battle, left Zoro quite astonished. "You are truly remarkable." After boarding the airship, Zoro perched on Kane's back, adding with mock acidity, "Now that Nami is saved, you are no longer alone." "Umph, what foolishness is that? I was never alone." Kane, fully aware of Zoro's underlying message, chose not to respond directly. This time, Zoro refrained from retorting and instead rested his arms behind his head, asking, "Do you remember our original pact?" "How could I forget?" Kane, upon hearing Zoro's words, grew serious. Initially, Kane had taken on Zoro's dream, vowing to traverse the world with him once Zoro achieved the title of the greatest swordsman. Kane had also promised Nami to help her create the most complete map in existence. After the battle, "Will you accompany me to Xuanyue village?" Zoro murmured. Although his voice was barely audible, to Kane's ears, it resonated like an explosion. "You rebellious disciple. Have you finally resolved to confront your master?" Seeing Kane revert to his playful demeanor after a brief moment of seriousness, Zoro could no longer contain his emotions. "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to bid farewell to Sensei Genshiro." Becoming the world's foremost swordsman was not solely Zoro's obsession. It was also a burden he bore in honor of Kuina's will. This journey was more about saying farewell to the deceased Kuina. After wandering with Kane for so long, Zoro no longer clung to the aspiration of being the greatest swordsman in the pirate world. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the powerful beings beyond this realm. Moreover, Zoro had heard from Kane about a formidable swordsman in a distant alternate world who also relished in dismemberment, igniting Zoro's immense curiosity. What was his name again? It sounded like Ace? Wait, did I misremember? Isn't Ace the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates? Before they could converse further, Kane, soaring through the sky, sensed a tremendous gravitational force pulling him downward. Realizing he had been detected by a smile, Kane descended to Dressrosa. Oh dear, while there are many familiar faces, there are also numerous unfamiliar ones. Observing the navy encircling himself and Zoro, Kane remarked leisurely. As he beheld the likes of Sakazuki, a smile, Gion, and others, Kane mused, "So there are this many vice admirals. I hope the rest haven't followed Kazan to the Neo Navy. Today marks your rebellious end." Although Sakazuki had ascended to the position of admiral through the backing of the world government, it did not diminish his uncompromising nature. The original work presented a mixed appraisal of Sakazuki. While he was cold and adhered to absolute justice, this was merely a facet of his character. When it comes to contributions to the Navy, the merciless Sakazuki undeniably deserves the title of admiral. "Brother, do temper your anger." Kane gestured as Sakazuki's molten fist transformed before him. "Let us be honest, aside from my actions during the Marineford War, do I truly deserve to be called a pirate?" Upon hearing this, Sakazuki refrained from retorting Kane's words, though his molten fists remained poised. Standing beside Kane, Zoro understood that Kane was reluctant to act against his former comrades. Despite their current opposing allegiances, these former colleagues had genuinely protected the ordinary denizens of the sea. "All right, let me handle the unpleasant words," Zoro interjected, stepping in front of Kane, drawing his sword to bring matters to a close. Chapter 99. There's no going back. Let us bring matters to a close. The Navy, witnessing Zoro's intimidating demeanor, erupted in fury. The hot-tempered Guizhou even manipulated his hair, wrapping 8 swords to charge at Zoro. As Guizhou made the first move, Sorrow grinned wickedly and entered his Shura form. Come on, let me see whether your 8-sword style is superior to my 9-sword style. With Guizhou initiating the assault, the other vice admirals wasted no time in joining the fray, and soon the area was enveloped in a tempest of sword energy and slashing waves. A traitor is indeed a traitor, capable of unsheathing his blade without hesitation against former comrades. I am truly fortunate to be blinded, thus evading this ghastly scene. With a mirthful glance, or rather, an acute perception, I observed Salong unsheath his blade towards his once allies, all the while feigning nonchalance. As he drew forth his long sword, a colossal shadow loomed above us, an ominous meteor descending. I cannot allow you to disturb my companions. Kane squinted at the meteorite in the sky, his voice steady. And how do you intend to intercept my meteor? Upon hearing Kane's words, Salong promptly swung his sword at Kane, executing the gravity blade, Fierce Tiger. Perceiving the oncoming pressure and impact, Kane shook his fist and remarked, I suspect you have forgotten that my first mentor is known as the Iron Fist. As he spoke, Kane enveloped his fist in haki and struck the meteor with a powerful blow. The ordinary fist of the Overlord. As Kane's fist connected, an invisible shockwave struck the meteor, resulting in a thunderous explosion as a meteor capable of obliterating a small island was thus neutralized by Kane's mere punch. Infernal Hound. Seizing the opportunity during Kane's moment of vulnerability, Sakazuki unleashed his swiftest move. Boom! A hissing sound echoed as Infernal Hound struck Kane's chest, enveloping him in a thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Kane utterly unscathed. Oh, brother, your Infernal Hound has become even swifter. Noting that Kane only commented on the speed of his attack without mentioning its power, Sakazuki snorted disdainfully. What do you have to call me, brother? D. Canine Bite. Crimson Lotus. As Sakazuki's attack was about to land, Kane remained unfazed, arms crossed. Instant slash. A sharp blade of light severed Sakazuki's molten arm, and as he reformed it, he discovered it was Salong who had thwarted his assault. What nonsense about life and death is this? I cannot allow you to harm my captain. Upon seeing Salong intercept him, Sakazuki could not help but glance sideways. At that moment, the injured commodores lay scattered across the ground, the most irritable and foul-mouthed of them, the ghost spider, reduced to a mere husk. Witnessing the dire state of his comrades, Sakazuki gritted his teeth. Salong, how long do you intend to spectate? Taking advantage of Sakazuki's diversion, Kane discreetly inquired of Salong, surely you haven't killed your old flame? Salong cast a glance into the distance and replied, I have no idea what transpired with that woman. I hadn't even exerted myself before she collapsed. Hearing Salong's words, Kane could not help but draw a sharp breath, astonished by the terrifying prowess of the current Salong. She fell before you even tried. If you had unleashed your full strength, she would surely have ascended. Admiral, I believe we must retreat. Upon hearing Sakazuki's query, Salong pointed to the fallen comrades and declared, their lives hang by a thread. If not treated promptly, they may perish at any moment. Upon hearing Salong's suggestion, Sakazuki not only disagreed, but retorted furiously. Cease your nonsensical chatter. To perish in the struggle against evil is the greatest honor for the Navy. In this instance, Salong refrained from responding to Sakazuki's words, instead using his abilities to lift several commodores and turning towards the city. Some tasks simply must be undertaken. Observing Salong's retreating figure, Sakazuki exhaled deeply. Though he was known for his cold demeanor, it did not signify a lack of concern for his subordinates. Rather, in Sakazuki's view, the duty to capture evildoers superseded all else, including aiding comrades, while Salong defied orders and exhibited signs of desertion. Perhaps the lives of the gravely injured comrades could be spared. Let us proceed. It is time I acted upon my convictions. As Sakazuki noted Salong's departure, he roared and charged towards Kane and Salong. Understanding Sakazuki's resolve, Salong mused, let your former junior see you off. Faced with two adversaries, Sakazuki opted for his multi-strike technique. Great Fireball. With Sakazuki's attack, a massive molten fist engulfed Kane and Salong. In the midst of his Shura form, Salong surged forward, unleashing a tremendous slashing wave that collided with the molten giant's fist, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! 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 As a molten fist shattered, countless volcanic projectiles rained down upon Salong. 9-sword style, Crow Demon Hunt. This technique, an evolved form of Salong's 3-sword style, Crow Demon Hunt, allowed him to effortlessly intercept the deluge of volcanic projectiles. Although the current Salong, having consumed the Shura fruit, could withstand such an attack. His long-standing battle instincts led him to adopt this method. After deflecting the volcanic projectiles, Salong did not cease his advance, but continued charging toward Sakazuki. Dimonoha, 9-sword style, Azura penetration. Faced with Salong's formidable strike, Sakazuki, unable to evade in time, chose to preemptively elementalize his body. Despite having elementalized in advance, Sakazuki involuntarily gasped as Salong's strike connected. Conqueror's haki enveloped him. As he witnessed Salong turn back after passing through him, Sakazuki realized he would likely not escape this day. Supernova, volcanic eruption. Accepting his fate, Sakazuki forsook evasion of Salong's onslaught and instead wildly swung his fists toward the heavens. Kulme, let my convictions be buried in this inferno of molten rock. As Sakazuki unleashed his colossal molten fists, the entirety of Dressrosa was shrouded in a rain of magma. While Salong and Sakazuki clashed fiercely, Kane was not idle. Smoker, do you still intend to arrest me? Observing the incapacitated Smoker beneath him, Kane chuckled, bemused. Tell me, how is it that, despite being of the same elemental type, you are so vastly outmatched by the Admiral? Smoker, gazing at Kane perched upon his back, replied weakly, Kane, I have long declared that should you act recklessly, I will undoubtedly bring you back. Just as Kane was about to retort, he suddenly noticed a missing piece from the sea-stone handcuffs, the very fragment he had pried off earlier. To his surprise, it was still absent. Observing the enduring gap in the handcuffs, Kane retrieved the sea-stone fragment from his inner pocket and pressed it down firmly. There's no turning back. Upon hearing this declaration, Smoker could no longer restrain his emotions. Kane, oh! Listening to the anguished cries of Smoker, Kane reluctantly turned his head away and delivered a swift strike to the back of Smoker's neck. I am truly sorry, my dear friend, for having to betray your goodwill. Chapter 100, A New Journey, Volume 1 ends. The secret base of the EC since you were transformed into a doll by Sugar. You have missed many splendid events. Upon arriving at the secret base ahead of time, Nami awoke, and Hei chose to recount the events of the past 2 years to her. It was during one of his outings that Admiral Tsuru suddenly decided to transfer me from the Navy headquarters. Fortunately, it was Grandfather Garp who intervened, allowing me to come to Roadtown to take over Smoker-S duties. As Hei gradually explained, Nami began to piece together the timeline of her memories. Initially, when Admiral Tsuru intended to take me out on a mission, I did not think much of it. Little did I know that the destination was the territory of the Tenryu Bito. As they spoke, Nami seemed to drift into her recollections. At that time, Nami had accompanied Tsuru to the base of Doflamingo. Everything appeared normal. Nami was simply tasked with a secret investigation into Doflamingo, alongside several Marines. She was responsible for uncovering more evidence against Doflamingo's secret base. Just when they were at a loss, a user of a paramecia fruit unexpectedly blocked their way. The Marines had no intention of clashing with this woman affiliated with Doflamingo, and as they prepared to leave, Monet and Sugar launched a sudden attack. The ensuing events are well known. Nami and the others were transformed into dolls, and due to her cuteness, Sugar kept Nami by her side daily. After listening to Nami, Hei stroked his chin and said, no wonder we always felt something was amiss. It was due to the absence of a companion. What about Kane? What happened to him at the Navy headquarters? Nami inquired urgently. Well, Hei paused for a moment before continuing. Kane mentioned that Ace had been captured, and he and Zoro decided to cause a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. In the end, they successfully rescued Ace. Hei intended to elaborate further to Nami, but inexplicably, his observation haki began to alert him. Oh hey, you must know what I'm about to ask, Nami said meaningfully. Hei's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he realized what Nami was hinting at. Nami, disregarding Hei's visible discomfort, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, I knew that old witch suddenly assigned me to her direct unit for a reason. It must be because the Navy intends to use a beauty trap on Kane. Initially, Nami had enrolled in Zifa's training program, declaring herself a combat personnel when she joined the Navy. Even though Nami excelled in navigation, it was unlikely she would be transferred to Tsuru's unit. Was it conceivable that the fleet of the esteemed Vice Admiral lacked navigators? When I first joined the Navy, I heard rumors about Kane's inappropriate relationship with that unscrupulous woman. What are they up to now? At this point, Nami's worry was palpable. After all, Kane had forgotten her for 2 years. Given Kane's notorious reputation, even being by his side daily did not assure her of her ability to keep him in check, especially considering he had forgotten her for 2 whole years. Hei wiped the sweat from his face inwardly lamenting his predicament. How should I say this? Should I mention that Lord Kane and that directionally challenged green-haired fellow each received a Navy-issued wife? Or should I tell Nami that Lord Kane spent a night with Tina and Alabasta? Oh no, several nights, although Lord Kane has consistently denied any impropriety? In truth, he could inform Nami that Lord Kane had not crossed any boundaries with Tina. It was entirely a ploy by the Navy. Yet, what if Kane returned and exclaimed, "You are all my angels"? At that point, Hay would find himself in an unenviable position. Humph, Hay, do not think that remaining silent will spare you when Zoro returns. I will still find out. Seeing Hay's reluctance to answer, Nami began to threaten him. In reality, her threat to wait until Zoro returned was merely a ruse to intimidate Hay. Zoro himself was not without his own secrets. During their time in Tsuru's unit, Nami had often heard the female soldiers speak of Zoro. With such a history, how could Nami possibly ask Zoro? Furthermore, by the time Zoro returned, Kane would likely be back as well, and if she continued to pursue the matter relentlessly, a wise woman would never humiliate her man. Hay continued to falter. Witnessing Hay's firm resolve not to reveal the truth, Nami lost her temper momentarily. Fine, if you do not wish to speak. I shall not force you. As soon as Nami finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang from outside. Not willing to say anything, upon hearing this voice, Nami's body froze. Before she could turn around, she felt a pair of strong arms embrace her from behind. Welcome back, Nami-chan. Feeling the warmth and familiarity of the voice, Nami trembled uncontrollably, then immediately turned and threw herself into Kane's embrace, weeping openly. Seeing this, Hay and Zoro exchanged knowing smiles and quietly exited the room. Outside, Zoro retrieved a cigar from a drawer, gestured to Hay. However, Hay waved his hand, indicating that he did not need one at that moment. After taking a deep puff from the cigar, Zoro remarked, "No wonder Kane wanted that fruit from Whitebeard. None of us had any desire to consume it." Zoro referred to the Paramecia-type calamity fruit that Kane had acquired aboard Whitebeard's ship. This fruit, which had been closely guarded by Whitebeard, was indeed worthy of its name, Calamity. Perhaps this was a subtle reminder from the great will of the universe, indicating that another companion lacked a suitable ability. Hay took Zoro's cue and reflected. The ability to control calamities would be perfect for Nami. She aspires to be an exceptional navigator, and acquiring the power to control calamities would be nothing short of flawless. After all, controlling calamities does not merely entail summoning disasters. It also encompasses the ability to suppress impending calamities. Just as the two were about to delve deeper into this topic, Hay's communicator suddenly buzzed. "Moshi Moshi, this is Hay. This is Sabo, leaving a message for Kane. Please relay it to him immediately upon receipt." Upon hearing Sabo's message, Hay and Zoro exchanged alarmed glances. This was serious. After all, Sabo had made it clear in his message that the Gorosei were personally leading the charge. What strength and capabilities do the Gorosei possess? Even someone like Kane, who has access to unique intelligence, is uncertain. However, one thing is for sure. Kane harbors a deep-seated apprehension towards the Gorosei. I must inform Lord Kane. Haye, oblivious to the tender moment shared by I was eager to relay the news. "No need, I've already heard it." Upon hearing this voice, I turned to Sin, entering the hall, accompanied by whose face bore traces of tears. Swiftly, unpondered, I anticipated their interest. But I never imagined the world government would be so desperate for me. As he stroked his chin, he reflected on the relentless pursuit by the world government. Not merely for the absurd legend of immortality, but perhaps more so for the secrets of the Bingwang and the airship's power system. Although these technologies resided with capturing her, whose observation skills were astoundingly acute, seemed a far-fetched task. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army, fortified by their aerial fortress, was making significant strides against the world government, and it seemed the true rulers among the Kun could no longer remain passive. With this in mind, Kun inquired, "Have we gathered our precious resources?" The precious resources referred to by Kaiyan included several promising devil fruits, Tianzai Guoshi, Qinglong Guoshi, Jushi Sha Guoshi, Taitan Zhimang Guoshi, and the recently acquired Pengqu Guoshi. Aside from these, the only other valuable items were treasured research materials, which I had long memorized, and the physical copies had already been destroyed. "Everything is ready," declared Haye, producing the Tianzai Guoshi. This fruit should be specially reserved for Miss Namari. It seemed that even though he had forcibly erased his memories of Name, his subconscious still harbored a concern for her. Song interjected, "Damn it, I let that kid succeed again. Upon hearing Haye's exuberant remarks, Kain secretly commended her. With an retching sound, the quartet welcomed another powerful ally. Observing the fully equipped team, Anne nodded with satisfaction, stating, according to our original plan, we must assist him in becoming the world's greatest swordsman, and help Namai chart the most comprehensive world map. Before he could finish, Anne and Namai interrupted in unison. What is the world's greatest swordsman? My goal is to become the greatest swordsman across all realms. However, I suddenly feel that creating a map of the stars and oceans is far more intriguing than merely charting the world. Looking at his companions, Kun felt deeply moved. The world government was relentlessly pursuing him, and without a comprehensive strategy, it was unlikely they could operate in the pirate world. With this thought, Kun took a deep breath and proclaimed, "All right, since there are no objections, let us embark on a new journey." At that moment, a whimsical voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind, "I'm so hungry, is there anything to eat?" Thus, the first volume came to a close, perfectly concluding with 100 chapters. Although I could have continued writing, the numerous plot holes left by Anne proved overwhelming. To avoid further complications, I decided to allow Helen to transition to the next world ahead of schedule. The pirate world will return, and when it does, new tales and adventures shall unfold for everyone. Volume 2, Prologue Inside the Great Clock. And gazed at the luminous portal standing at the center of the space. Stroking his chin as he remarked, "It appears this is our passage to another world." Before them stood an oval-shaped portal, suspended above the ground, radiating a brilliant azure light. Kay, who had joined them, adjusted her glasses and said, "Although I've heard the adults speak of this countless times, witnessing the interdimensional portal firsthand is still astonishing." As a researcher, they had possessed the greatest capacity for understanding. Yet her curiosity was equally vast. After all, boundless curiosity is the hallmark of a true scientist. While they were engrossed in their examination of the time-space portal, Nani and were captivated by a colossal bubble nearby. This bubble, resembling a television screen, displayed various scenes and occasionally switched channels on its own. Some scenes depicted warriors charging forward with colossal swords against a legion of skeletons, while others showcased a group of sword-wielding warriors clad in flowing black garments, engaged in battle against monstrous foes. One scene even featured a small boy with a tail and spiky hair, blissfully asleep on a bed, completely undisturbed. Eventually, the images flickered and settled on a swordsman. The man donned blue attire, with hair styled like a broom, and his resolute face wielded a sharp sword as he cut through enemy lines. Surrounded by an aura of wind, he seemed to transform into a tempest, effortlessly weaving through enemy ranks, leaving countless soldiers to meet their demise in his wake. As the battle intensified, the swordsman appeared to gather his strength to its limit, shouting, "Pasavi!" A massive whirlwind ensnared countless enemies. Just as they were entranced by the spectacle, Burr suddenly spoke up. "This world feels so familiar." Upon hearing Burr's words, turned to him in surprise, then awkwardly averted his gaze. "Come out and speak." It turned out that Burr had been nestled in Na's embrace since awakening. He leapt onto his shoulder and pointed at the still active bubble, stating, "I may not know who this person is, but his enemies are the infamous Thali Dinton, affiliated with the No Kurisasu faction. This bubble is certainly extraordinary. I can sense a divine power emanating from it, although that power has waned significantly." Before Burr could finish, S exclamation cut through the air. Upon hearing an S outcry, everyone rushed towards him, only to be halted by his urgent command, "Stay back. There's something amiss." In a swift motion, by the collar and flung her toward her. Observing Kent's grave demeanor, the others hesitated, while Burr looked on in astonishment, seemingly grasping some extraordinary news. A minute earlier, Kent had been enthusiastically discussing the dimensional portal with Ye when he was abruptly startled by a series of alarms in his mind. Realizing that circumstances had changed, he instinctively tossed Haye towards Bayar. "You carry the burden of Kayan. Bayar will ensure their safety." Sayonara. Kane had not finished his words when a luminous bubble behind the three of them emitted a radiant light. As Lord Bel's sword and Hay's hex tech device floated, the three individuals vanished into the internal space of the Great Clock. Upon hearing the Great Clock's notification, Kane hastily attempted to communicate with it, but the useful information he received was minimal. It was confirmed that Zoro and his companions were classified as special individuals. Realizing the situation had already unfolded, Kane sat down to analyze it slowly. This was not difficult to comprehend. After all, they were natives while he was a traveler. The Sword of Lord Bell and the Hextech device must be the fixed coordinates of Valoran. At this point, Cain couldn't help but express his frustration. Wasn't Bell bound to me? How could it be categorized as belonging to Nami? Furthermore, did the coordinates required for traveling differ for each individual? Those who had coordinates could travel, while those who didn't could only go randomly. There were too many points of contention, and for a moment, Cain was at a loss for which to address first. That mysterious signal source couldn't possibly be related, could it? After venting his frustrations, Cain pondered with a hint of trepidation. If that were the case, it would not be surprising for the Great Clock to urgently send them away. The entity Cain was referring to was a certain mysterious force, devoid of consciousness but governed by a predetermined program. He even feared to utter its name, lest he draw its attention. Observing the now vacant Great Clock, Cain could only dust himself off and gather the scattered items on the ground. A few devil fruits, Zoro's sword and Xiao along with Hei's energy sniper rifle. Thankfully, his clothes had been taken along. Otherwise, he would have been left vulnerable. At this thought, Cain instinctively touched the top of his head. Hearing a prompt in his mind, he quickly shouted, "Do not absorb! Do not absorb!" The devil fruits, Hei's sniper rifle, and Xiao were manageable. But if the sword were absorbed, Zoro would certainly come after him upon his return. After all, the sword was Zoro's beloved. With resignation, Cain gazed at the devil fruits on the ground, ultimately selecting the Qinglong fruit. It would be truly lamentable if something went awry with it. With that, Cain closed his eyes and took a decisive bite of the Qinglong fruit. Ugh! The only reason it could be called a devil fruit was due to its taste. Amidst a wave of retching, Cain's body gradually transformed into that of a divine dragon. Upon becoming the divine dragon, Cain was astonished to discover that he could alter his size at will. It seemed Kaido preferred the larger form. Cain mused mischievously. Before he could fully experience the powers of the divine dragon fruit, he felt an immense pulling force. Let S traverse in divine dragon form, hoping it isn't. As Cain's prayer resonated, a beam of light enveloped him, and when the radiance faded, the Great Clock's interior was left deserted, save for a few scattered fruits. 2 swords and a gun. Chapter 1. Mashimihoa in the world of Naruto, at Myobo Cousin, atop the mountain. A large toad adorned with a doctorate cap and a string of prayer beads, which enclosed a pale purple cat's eye stone inscribed with oil characters, was speaking in a languid tone. This world is on the brink of significant transformation. Fate has already been altered. The speaker was none other than the revered sage of Myobo Cousin, the great toad sage, Fukasaku. Standing before Fukasaku were the sage Shimizu and Jiraiya, both listening attentively to his words. As Fukasaku's speech trailed off into slumber once more, Shimizu poked Shimizu's side and remarked, "The old fool has fallen asleep again." Upon hearing Shimizu's words, Shimizu turned his head in discontent, retorting, "Respect the great sage." Before Shimizu could express further irritation, the imposing Fukasaku suddenly opened his eyes again. "Everything will be well," he murmured. Witnessing Fukasaku's apparent slumber, Jiraiya, bewildered, turned to Shimizu and inquired, "Sage Shimizu, could you please elucidate the Great Toad Sage's prophecy for me?" Each time, the Great Toad Sage would only utter part of the prophecy before drifting off, leaving Jiraiya in a haze. This time, Jiraiya decided to directly seek clarification from Shimizu to avoid further confusion. "The Great Toad Sage has his reasons. I cannot offer you too many hints regarding the prophecy, for I know as much as you do," Shimizu replied, observing the young yet silver-haired Jiraiya and silently thinking. Poor little Jiraiya. The key is that I cannot comprehend what this old fool is trying to convey. Ever since Jiraiya became a disciple of Myobo Cousin, the Great Toad Sage seemed to hold him in high regard, even stating that he would be the guide to the Child of Destiny. This had led Jiraiya to engage in perilous journeys for the sake of an elusive title, often placing him in danger. Just as Jiraiya was about to pose another question, the Great Toad Sage suddenly opened his eyes. "You there, the white-haired lad, what is your name?" Upon hearing the Great Toad Sage's inquiry, both toads and Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. The Great Sage either fell asleep and began to prophesy or woke up and became dazed, never managing to speak coherently. "Old fool, have you developed dementia?" That asked little Jiraiya. "You summoned him here for the new prophecy." Shimizu, possibly experiencing her own hormonal shifts, grew increasingly irritable, and when confronting the somewhat confused Great Toad Sage, she did not hold back. A menopausal woman is not to be trifled with, especially a menopausal female sage. While Shimizu berated the Great Toad Sage without hesitation, the meek Jiraiya dared not. Hearing the great toad sage's inquiry, despite his reluctance, Jiraiya respectfully replied, I am Jiraiya, a disciple of sages Shimizu and Fukasaku. After unexpectedly arriving at Myobo-Kuzan, Jiraiya became the contractee of the mountain. Once he began practicing sage techniques, he was taken under the wing of the two sages, thus rightly calling himself a disciple of both. Oh, is it Jiraiya? What was that again? It's Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya what? Jiraiya. Oh, Jiraiya what? I am Jiraiya, the toad sage of Myobo-Kuzan, also known as the great toad sage Jiraiya. Listening to Jiraiya's exclamatory pronouncement filled with embarrassment, sages Shimizu and Fukasaku could not help but cover their eyes with their paws, their shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. We have undergone professional training at Myobo-Kuzan. No matter how amusing it is, we shall not laugh. Observing the trembling shoulders of the two immortals, Jiraiya shrugged nonchalantly, accustomed as he was to such situations. After introducing himself, he was eager to seize the opportunity to pose some questions while the great toad sage was still awake. However, before Jiraiya could utter a word, the great toad sage languidly remarked, he came. Upon hearing this, Jima and Shinzwa could no longer contain their laughter, clutching their bellies as they erupted into hearty guffaws. Ha, little Jiraiya, the great sage is probably not quite awake yet. I suggest you return for now. Jiraiya gazed at the chaotic scene before him and sighed in resignation, preparing to take his leave. I shall take my leave then, and by the way, it is Jiraiya, not he came. Just as he was about to depart with the two immortals, he suddenly heard the great toad sage sigh behind him. I said, he came. Unable to hold back any longer, Jiraiya leaped onto a nearby rock beside the great toad sage, exclaiming, I am Jiraiya. Although he often endured playful banter from the great toad sage, today he felt an unusual unease and an indistinct sense of impending danger, reminiscent of a previous brush with death. Under the weight of this foreboding, Jiraiya appeared particularly agitated. After shouting this proclamation, just as he was about to say something further, a loud shout echoed from afar, followed by a tremendous crash. I have come! Jiraiya exclaimed, is this never-ending? Sensing a terrifying aura emanating from the distance, Jima and Shinzwa exchanged glances and promptly jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders. Something's amiss, little Jiraiya. Enter sage mode immediately. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, even Jiraiya, who was typically carefree, understood that something was wrong. He clasped his hands together, channeling his sage energy as he rushed towards the source of the commotion. Watching the hurried departure of the trio, Gamamaru sighed. I know your name is Jiraiya. I meant to say, he has arrived. With that, Gamamaru closed his eyes, seemingly drifting back into slumber. Regrettably, the anxious trio did not hear Gamamaru's sigh. Perhaps due to the abundant natural energy of Myobo-Kuzan, Jiraiya astonishingly entered sage mode in just a few short seconds, his already prominent nose becoming even larger, adorned with distinctive spots, a hallmark of sage transformation. In sage mode, Jiraiya's physical capabilities surged, his previously swift pace now imbued with even greater speed. As they approached the site of the incident, an array of toads of varying sizes converged, led by Jiraiya's companion, Gamabunta. Upon witnessing Jiraiya in sage mode, Bunta hurriedly inquired, Mom and Dad, what on earth happened? Is there an external threat invading Myobo-Kuzan? I don't know, but be cautious. The visitor may not come in peace. Shinzwa, the sage, replied gravely, prepare for battle. Upon hearing Shinzwa's words, the assembled toads exchanged apprehensive glances, yet they heightened their vigilance. When they finally reached the scene of the incident, the sight that greeted the three immortals was nothing short of astonishing. A creature with features resembling those of a deer, a camel, a rabbit, a snake, a clam, a fish, an eagle, a tiger, and an ox. Is a divine dragon, Jima exclaimed in horror. Chapter 2. The legendary Eye of the Five Villages conflict. When Cain was drawn into the space-time portal by the colossal clock, he felt enveloped by a mysterious and formidable force, followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Unable to move, Cain could not utilize the power of the dragon to fly, and could only float aimlessly within the portal. Inside the space-time portal, enveloped in white light, Cain felt as though centuries had passed, yet it also felt like mere moments. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of chaos, he suddenly felt a lightness throughout his body, and the portal expelled him like a squeeze from a tube. Whoosh! Ah, am I in the heavens again? Before he could breathe in fresh air, Cain realized he was plummeting rapidly. He quickly attempted to harness the dragon's power to ascend, but to no avail. I must have just emerged from the portal. My body cannot temporarily access the power. Despite his inability to summon strength, he felt no weakness, and thus he was not concerned about being sealed away. As he closed his eyes, breathing in the fresh air, Cain thought, thank goodness, as long as I can breathe, it signifies a normal world. Do not question why I can breathe freely at high altitudes. This is a world of the strong. You wouldn't understand. I have come. Boom. The moment Cain shouted, he felt an intense pain. This is likely more than 10,000 meters high. Falling from such a height, Cain was struck hard by the tremendous impact, leaving him disoriented. Amidst the surrounding noise, Cain attempted to rise but found himself unable to do so. There's no choice now. I might as well lie down for a bit. I didn't anticipate the pressure from the space-time portal to be so great that it would severely injure me. Fortunately, my current situation is relatively favorable. Now devoid of the strength to even open his eyes, Cain could only lie still and wait for the effects of the eternal forest mark to take hold. At this moment, Jiraiya, in sage mode, approached Cain along, hard object in hand, poking at Cain. Who is poking me? It tickles. Feeling the prodding, Cain squirmed, attempting to evade it. It appears to be a dragon, but it doesn't seem to be dead from the fall. Jiraiya mused. Regardless, even if it is a divine dragon, it cannot remain in the toad oil. I must pull him out. With that, Jiraiya grasped Cain's tail, dragging him from the toad oil. As Cain emerged from the viscous substance, his dragon form quivered slightly. Jiraiya spoke gravely. It is about to awaken. Everyone, remain alert. Wait, that voice. Could it be from the Otto clan? Will I finally meet Lady Jin? Hearing the familiar voice, Cain felt something was amiss, just as his injuries began to heal. Wow, how ugly. The moment Cain opened his eyes, he was met with a face riddled with bumps, causing him to reflexively whip his dragon tail. The dragon's tail struck Jiraiya's chest with tremendous force. I thought today felt eerily familiar. Jiraiya was sent flying, and just before losing consciousness, he finally understood what was wrong that day. Long ago, Jiraiya had once been gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. But that time was due to peering at a certain cow bathing. After sending the peculiar uncle flying, Cain panicked inwardly. Oh no, I hope I didn't kill him. To understand, Cain indeed possesses the void mark. With the enhancement of his true attack, it was only at this moment that he had the opportunity to carefully observe his surroundings. Frogs of various sizes were glaring at him with hostility, and among them, a large frog, brandishing a short knife at its waist and holding a pipe in its mouth, spoke in a menacing tone. You dare to attack Miamu Mountain? As Cain surveyed the familiar yet strange scene around him, he finally discerned which world he had arrived in. The legendary eyes of the Five Villages Brawl. To his astonishment, it was indeed here. Cain recalled his previous training in the pirate world, where he had used the tranquil methods of Miamu Mountain, and thought to himself, I never expected to find myself here. Hey kid, I know you can talk, so stop pretending to be mute. Seeing Cain scanning the area without uttering a word, Wentai, feeling irritated, drew his short knife. No matter what, even if you're a dragon, I will cut you down today. Wait, this might be a misunderstanding. As Wentai prepared to strike, Cain quickly raised his claw and said, I mean no harm. Unfortunately, the hot-tempered Wentai, already provoked, paid no heed to his explanation and charged at Cain with his knife, exclaiming, Take my blade. Sensing Wentai's aggressive demeanor, which, although fierce, lacked significant power and speed, Cain could only dodge while attempting to clarify, I truly harbor no ill intentions. Please calm down. Let's resolve this without a fight. Observing Wentai's relentless pursuit, Cain reluctantly prepared to unleash his conqueror's haki. Wait, where's my true attack? Upon this realization, Cain swiftly opened his interface to check, void mark on or off. Upon seeing this, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, it appears I have evolved. Otherwise, meeting my idol would only be possible through impure world reincarnation. The idol Cain referred to was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin whom he had just sent flying. In his previous life, Cain had admired Jiraiya greatly, for this seemingly carefree and frivolous old man possessed an abundance of brilliance. Despite being a notorious pervert, it did not tarnish his illustrious life. Heroic Jiraiya, Wentai, noticing Cain's audacity to space out during the battle, shouted in exasperation, Kid, do you think so little of me? As Cain was lost in thought, Wentai interrupted his contemplation. Upon regaining focus, Cain did not retaliate immediately, but glanced at the two sages, Shinzua and Jima, who were observing him intently. It seems they are testing me. I'll say this once more, I truly mean no harm. If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to fight back. Understanding the sentiments of Miamu Mountain, Cayenne felt some relief. After all, he had inadvertently disrupted their sacred training ground, and it would be unacceptable to injure one of their children. Hey, kid. You, before Wentai could finish, Kin, irritated by being called kid, activated his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire Miamu Mountain. Observing Wentai, who could not withstand the pressure of the Haki, Cayenne sneered inwardly. I thought you were formidable. I expected you to last a few rounds against me. As the surrounding frogs fell unconscious, the immense sense of oppression emanating from Cayenne prompted the two sages to stir. Using only your aura? Little Wentai, just as Shunzhua and Jima prepared to intervene. A voice echoed from afar, that of the great sage frog. Visitors from afar, please come and sit with me. Upon hearing the great sage frog's invitation, the two sages exchanged glances, while Cayenne boldly made his way towards Frosam. They merely fainted. They will awaken shortly. Upon hearing Cayenne's words, the two sages breathed a sigh of relief, for those lying on the ground represented the future of Miamu Mountain. Chapter 3. My boss is Nine-Sword Roronoa Zoro. At this moment, Cayenne faced the great sage frog in his dragon form. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, Cayenne stated, "Let me be clear. It was that large frog who attacked me first." With a smile, the great sage frog replied, "Young dragon, may I ask what brings you to Miamu Mountain?" Although the great sage frog was known for its prophetic abilities, it could only glimpse vague images in dreams, not truly foreseeing the future. It merely perceived fragments or potential paths ahead. I am but a wandering traveler who accidentally stumbled upon Miamu Mountain. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your understanding. In the face of the wise and cunning great sage frog, Cayenne chose to be polite, recognizing that the more one knows, the more cautious one must be. Typically, with his assertive personality shaped in the pirate world, Cayenne would never speak so courteously as a junior. Yet, the great sage frog showed no ill intent, and given its ambiguous ties to the Sage of Six Paths, Cayenne was wary of being overly brazen or arrogant, lest Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly appear, grinning menacingly, and ask, "Which mountain do you worship to act so recklessly in my domain?" The mere thought sent a shiver down Cayenne's spine. My boss is Nine-Sword Roronoa Zoro, the great sage frog, Shunzhua and Jima. Child, have you gotten yourself into some trouble? The great sage frog inquired with concern. At this moment, the great sage frog was somewhat puzzled. It merely asked about Cayenne's purpose in Miamu Mountain, yet the child's expression shifted from dark to solemn. Upon hearing the great sage frog's words, Cayenne realized he was indeed at Miamu Mountain and quickly shook his head, saying, No, I was just recalling some happy memories. Shunzhua remarked, "That does not sound very happy." In response to Cayenne's explanation, the great sage frog insisted, "Since you were a guest from afar, why not stay and rest at Miamu Mountain?" Seeing the great sage frog so readily inviting this mysterious creature to stay, the two sages quickly objected. "Great sage, is this appropriate? Miamu Mountain has always been isolated from the world. Moreover, Miamu Mountain, in the context of ancient Chinese mythology, was akin to the great hermit sex, and how could an unknown dragon be allowed to reside so easily? Before I ask for your name, young dragon." The great sage frog clearly did not wish to heed the two juniors' concerns, as though he were merely a golden toad for them to command. "Oh, my name is Cayenne." Cayenne replied eagerly, nodding in acknowledgement of the great sage frog's goodwill. When the great sage frog extended the invitation, Cayenne felt a surge of joy. After all, possessing a legitimate identity in this world would greatly facilitate his endeavors. Despite the fact that with his current prowess, Cayenne could easily challenge several major ninja villages, or at least come close to doing so, he remains an outsider. If Cayenne were to stir up trouble here, the Otsutsuki clan would undoubtedly teach him a lesson in humility. After all, rivals are often enemies. Observing the slumbering giant toad, Cayenne looked on with exasperation at the seemingly oblivious Frosamaru. "Pray tell, what is so commendable about my name? Since the great sage has graciously permitted you to stay, you might as well enjoy a few days as a guest here." Although the two sages earlier displayed a rather brusque demeanor, Cayenne is indeed a guest of the great toad sage, and Myobo Kuzan has always upheld its decorum. "I am most grateful to both of you." Before Cayenne could engage in further conversation with the two sages, a rough yet commanding voice interrupted. "Jiraiya, the scoundrel who ambushed you should be nearby." This coarse yet authoritative tone instantly conjured the image of a streetwise enforcer. As Cayenne floated above, he glared at the brash Wanta, who was attempting to rally his comrades for a confrontation. "Should you dare to call me kid again, I shall turn you into spicy fried bullfrog." Wanta, who was on the verge of leading Jiraiya to seek revenge, was taken aback by Kane's threatening tone. What on earth is a spicy fried bullfrog? And I'm a toad, not a frog. Although Wanta did not grasp the meaning, he recognized the hostility in Kane's voice, and his bulging eyes indicated he was ready to retaliate. Enough. Kane is a guest personally invited by the great sage. You two should treat him with more respect. Sannin Shinzo, noticing that if he did not intervene, a farcical scene would unfold before the great sage, swiftly stepped in to mediate. Dear, please take Kane on a tour of Myobokuzen while I discipline these two unruly boys. After expressing his apologies to Kane, Sannin Shinzo turned to the two miscreants. I am deeply sorry. My children have been spoiled by me and my wife. Please bear with us. Although he chastised Jiraiya and Wanta, it was evident that he wished to distract Kane from the situation. Kane waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. It is of no concern. I am eager to admire the beautiful scenery of Myobokuzen. With that, Kane followed Sannin Shima as she guided him towards Myobokuzen. Watching Kane depart, Sannin Shinzo turned to the two and said sternly, Follow me. Jiraiya and Wanta exchanged glances, then obediently followed Sannin Shinzo to an open area. I suspect that the altered fate the sage mentioned pertains to this dragon. Sannin Shinzo began, dropping a bombshell on Jiraiya. How can that be? It is merely a dragon. Jiraiya struggled to comprehend that the destined child he had sought so diligently might not be human. Moreover, I have already taken on a disciple in Konoha, who appears to have significant potential to alter the ninja world. Sannin Shinzo shook his head at Jiraiya's rebuttal. Little Jiraiya, the sage has his reasons for acting as he does. Besides, who says the destined child can only be one? Sensing that Sannin Shinzo was on the verge of a revelation, Jiraiya quickly inquired if the sage had shared anything with him. Sannin Shinzo looked at Jiraiya in surprise, as if taken aback by the boy's sudden sharpness. Indeed, when I brought Kane to meet the sage, he conveyed through a secret technique that this dragon is extraordinary. Before he could elaborate, Wanta interrupted, You must be losing your mind. It is a divine dragon. Of course it is extraordinary. Sannin Shinzo shot Wanta an irritated look before continuing. The sage has indicated that Kane and Myobokuzen will share a bond as master and disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya exclaimed, What? The sage intends to take him as his disciple? You fool! Who told you the sage is personally taking him on as a disciple? Sannin Shinzo jumped up and gave Jiraiya a light smack on the head. If the sage intended to take him on as a disciple, wouldn't he have announced it publicly? Why would he need to whisper it to me? Observing the bewildered expressions on Jiraiya and Wanta, Sannin Shinzo sighed, lamenting. I had hoped for a successor worthy of Myobokuzen's legacy, but I never expected it to be such a simpleton. As he pondered this, he also thought of Kane, who had become a child of the sage, and felt a wave of melancholy. Is this truly a child? Whose child can annihilate a multitude merely with sheer presence? While Sannin Shinzo was engaged in discussions with Jiraiya and Wanta, Kane found himself rather bored. This was a place for toads to cultivate their skills, a playground for young toads. Just as Sannin Shinzo could receive instructions from the sage, so too could Sannin Shima, who had evidently begun to consider Kane as half of her own dragon. It was not that Sannin Shima lacked vigilance. Rather, the sage was simply too remarkable. So remarkable that even the sage of six paths had once received guidance from him. Thus the toads always heeded the sage's commands. As Sannin Shima elaborated on the various locations within Myobokuzen, Kane feigned interest, responding with a lackluster, really? Seeing Kane's disinterest, Sannin Shima felt a tinge of frustration. After all, Myobokuzen was the most suitable habitat for toads, while Kane was a dragon, naturally disinclined to be captivated by the surroundings. Could one truly expect a dragon to scavenge for insects as a toad would? Kane, let me take you to see the toad oil waterfall. Sannin Shima suddenly clapped her hands, having thought of an excellent destination. That was where the toads practiced their sage arts, and, incidentally, where Kane had descended from the heavens. Sannin Shima figured that since Kane would likely become a disciple of Myobokuzen, it would be prudent to show him the most wondrous sight in the area. In truth, Sannin Shima had run out of options. She could hardly take Kane to observe the mating rituals of toads. Upon hearing Sannin Shima's words, Kane's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Is there a lot of oil in that little waterfall? When Kane had fallen from the sky, he had landed there and found himself immersed in toad oil, which had fervently prompted him to believe he possessed an energy infusion system. Now, Upon hearing that Sunnin Shima intended to take him there, Kane suddenly felt that his energy source was within reach. How does Kane know that Myobo-Kuzan wishes to nurture him? He cannot be certain, yet he surmises that Frosamaru must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, how could these ancient beings, having lived for millennia, be so accommodating? If Kane had been of no use to them, Frosamaru would have surely rolled up his sleeves and welcomed Kane as a valuable specimen amidst laughter and merriment upon his arrival. Since Kane is deemed useful to Frosamaru, everything becomes manageable. Where there is demand, there is a market. Where there is a market, there are transactions. Kane is least afraid of being utilized by others. For it is when one is deemed useless that one becomes most perilous. As Jima led Kane through the jungle, he once again beheld the tadpole oil waterfall. Gazing at the modest pool below, from which a continuous stream of tadpole oil flowed from a frog statue above, Kane inquired with curiosity, "Is this spring water?" This query had lingered in Kane's mind from his previous life, as the persistent flow of tadpole oil seemed to maintain a constant level in the small pool. Upon hearing Kane's question, Jima shook his head and clarified, "This is tadpole oil, not water." Suddenly recalling that Kane might not comprehend these matters, he elaborated. The tadpole oil is congealed through a unique process. Its true purpose is to enhance the user's sensitivity to natural energy, which is notably enriched here in Miyamu Mountain. Natural energy, unique to Miyamu Mountain? Kane immediately grasped the essence. Yet he pondered, is not natural energy ubiquitous in the world? Jima, surprised by Kane's query, glanced at him but refrained from further probing, considering Kane's identity as a dragon. Natural energy permeates the world, but the essence in Miyamu Mountain is exceptionally potent and possesses distinctive qualities. At this revelation, Kane understood that Jima was essentially conveying that Miyamu Mountain is a realm of fortuitous energies, where the natural energy surpasses that of the outside world. Just as Jima was about to further elucidate the relationship between natural energy and chakra, Shinzo arrived with Jiraiya and Wentai. It seems Kane greatly enjoys Miyamu Mountain. Shinzo remarked with a grin as he observed Kane hovering above the tadpole oil. Since you're so intrigued by the tadpole oil, I wonder if you have considered remaining in Miyamu Mountain? Am I not already here? Kane thought to himself. Yet he quickly realized their intentions. They sought to recruit him due to his youth and prowess, wishing for him to join the ranks of Miyamu Mountain. The ancient giant frog, having lived for over 1,000 years, surely knew whether dragons existed in the ninja world. Were there indeed dragons? The old serpent in the dragon cave would surely have gone mad for naming a serpent's lair after a dragon reveals its ambition. Although the giant frog had once speculated about Kane's true identity, after personally interacting with him, it concluded that Kane was indeed a true dragon. Since Kane was a genuine dragon, his origins and motives were of no concern, for destiny would provide the most reasonable explanation. Miyamu Mountain simply needed to align itself with the unfolding of fate. Observing Kane feigning ignorance, Shinzo remained unfazed and continued, "What I mean is, have you considered becoming a disciple of Miyamu Mountain?" Seeing Shinzo's intentions laid bare, Kane decided to drop the pretense and replied directly, "What are the benefits?" A refreshingly straightforward young dragon. Shinzo chuckled at Kane's candidness. "It appears you are not well versed in chakra usage." Kane nodded, acknowledging that while he understood the principles of chakra, he had unsuccessfully attempted to harness it in the world of pirates. Now, in this realm, Kane had yet to try refining chakra, nor did he believe he could succeed without guidance from a master. By joining Miyamu Mountain, you will be one of us. And the mountain will wholeheartedly instruct you in the usage of chakra and senjutsu. After uttering this, Shinzo reiterated the sage's directive. From now on, your identity will be that of a disciple of Miyamu Mountain. Chapter 5. What on earth is this breed? Shinzo did not comprehend why the sage had insisted on that final statement, but since the sage had decreed it, he felt compelled to comply. Meanwhile, Kane was taken aback by Shinzo's last remark, his dragon whiskers standing on end in surprise. This old fellow must know something. The world of Naruto is not devoid of outsiders. On the contrary, the greatest protector and the most formidable adversary are both outsiders, the Otsutsuki clan. It is evident from the original narrative that the progenitor of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya Otsutsuki, had her own memories of being an outsider. In simpler terms, they are extraterrestrials and the descendants of extraterrestrials. Upon deciphering the implications of the giant frog's words, Kane realized that the giant frog likely suspected him to be an extraterrestrial dragon as well. However, the giant frog would never fathom that Kane was not only an extraterrestrial dragon, but also a dragon from another dimension, even a time-traveling dragon. Since the giant frog could assert that his identity would henceforth be that of a disciple of Miaomu Mountain, it meant that he was unconcerned about Kane's origins. This thought stirred something within Kane. After all, in this world, the identity of sacred land heir is far more esteemed than that of mere villagers named after fire. In that case, I look forward to your guidance. As the advantages of joining Miaomu Mountain became apparent, Kane resolved to cast aside his hesitations. After all, one cannot feast while maintaining an air of superiority. Upon hearing Kane's eagerness for guidance, Shinzo mysteriously extended his frog fingers and gently shook them twice, saying, "It is not so simple to join Miaomu Mountain." In truth, this decision was entirely Shinzo's initiative, driven by a clear intent to assess Kane's strength before determining under whose tutelage he would fall. After all, Kane's mysterious background posed a risk. What if he turned out to be a dragon of no merit? Upon hearing Shinzo's words, Kane snorted softly, his displeasure evident as he retorted, "I may be young, but I am a renowned master in my homeland." Although Kane needed to seek assistance from others and thus join Miaomu Mountain, this did not imply he would allow anyone to underestimate him. Unaware of Kane's clandestine dealings with the giant frog, Shinzo assumed Kane was simply a novice with an inflated ego. "Let me see what you are capable of." Shinzo intended to test Kane's abilities before making further plans. But before he could finish, a long, drawn-out sigh echoed from a distance. Sigh. Although the giant frog appeared to be asleep, it had been closely monitoring the situation to prevent its descendants from acting recklessly around Kane. Hearing Shinzo's unilateral decision, the giant frog felt relieved for having kept watch. This young dragon, despite his youth, exuded a formidable aura that could not be feigned, while Shinzo had certainly been blinded by arrogance. Since its establishment, Miao Mushan has held a transcendent position in the shinobi world. Jiraiya mastered a rudimentary sage mode here and earned the title of the three legendary ninjas. Naturally, Shinzwa, who has long resided in Miao Mushan and gained fame, cannot easily let go of the sanctity of this place. Although the sigh of Gamma Maru fell silent thereafter, Shinzwa was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. "This is bad. I might have done something foolish." Facing the furious Kane, Shinzwa licked his parched lips and said, "What I meant was, let me take a look at your birth chart, and then I can choose a suitable auspicious day for you to join Miao Mushan." Following the warning from the great sage, Shinzwa's attitude underwent a complete transformation. "I understand your intentions. However, I consider myself an apprentice showcasing my skills. It would not be inappropriate." Despite the admonition from Gamma Maru, this did not deter Kane from flexing his muscles, for it is only those with strength who earn respect. Coincidentally, he had just obtained the Qinglong fruit and had yet to test its powers. Kane had his own calculations. After acquiring the Qinglong fruit, he had not truly unleashed its capabilities. Although he had once engaged in a life-and-death battle with Kaido, some experiences are best understood through personal endeavor. This would also serve to intimidate these frogs of limited perspective. With this thought, Kane soared into the air, announcing, "Be careful. I'm coming." Witnessing Kane transform from an innocuous figure into a colossal form enveloped in flames, Shinzwa felt a mix of astonishment and dread. Is this truly a young dragon? Is this merely a child? No wonder the great sage tried to prevent me from testing him. As Kane assumed his complete form, a potent aura of conqueror's haki enveloped Miao Mushan. Unlike his deliberate restraint during his encounter with Wentai, Kane now fully unleashed his conqueror's haki. Just as Kane hesitated on whether to moderate his strength, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "Young one, if you wish to showcase your prowess, there is no need. For neither I nor Miao Mushan harbor any ill intentions towards you." Startled by the sudden voice, Kane's massive form trembled. He hadn't expected this old toad to possess such capabilities. "Moreover, your presence has already instigated changes in this world. I merely hope for Miao Mushan to forge a friendship with you." "So is this a trade?" Kane inquired in his mind. "If you wish to consider it a trade, then the currency would be the sage arts of Miao Mushan and my friendship." Gamma Maru responded without hesitation. "What is it that you wish to gain from me?" Upon hearing Gamma Maru's terms, Kane thought, "I am familiar with this pattern." Whitebeard and Shanks exchanged glances, both expressing their discontent. Gamma Maru, clearly catching the underlying meaning in Kane's words, replied, "We seek nothing. Your friendship is sufficient." "Really? I find that hard to believe." Kane retorted, "Ha ha ha. Change is indeed a good thing." After uttering this, Kane continued to beckon in his mind, but Gamma Maru remained unfazed. It seemed he had retreated into a shell. Seeing Gamma Maru ignore him, Kane idly floated in the sky. This isn't right, Cain thought, observing the flames swirling around his form, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. How could I be mistaken? I cannot truly be a divine dragon. Authentic dragons soar through the clouds with an ethereal grace, yet Cain, while capable of cloud travel, appeared as a fearsome dragon wreathed in flames. At least I am fortunate not to have ended up in a Xinxiao world. Cain felt a sense of relief at being in the world of Naruto. Given his current appearance, if he were to venture into a Xinxiao realm, it wouldn't be long before some sword-wielding old sage shouted, "Evil dragon, perish," and Cain would become their guardian beast. With this thought, Cain shook his body, transforming his divine dragon form into that of a colossal dragon. With a thunderous roar, Cain spread his wings and unleashed a sound that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. This feels exhilarating. Why pretend to be a proper divine being? As Cain roared, the gathered toads and Jiraiya were left dumbfounded. What on earth is this creature? Chapter 6. Wentai's Crisis. Gazing at the soaring dragon above, Jiraiya was thoroughly perplexed. Could it be that it has employed some advanced transformation technique? It was no wonder Jiraiya thought this way. He had never encountered a divine dragon, let alone witnessed Cain's transformation from divine to colossal dragon. I recall that the world of Naruto should have legends of Western dragons. Right before the other toads could voice their opinions, Cain flapped his wings and landed before them. Shinzua, has your ancestor given you any new directives? Cain asked. Taking a deep breath, Shinzua, visibly shaken, approached Cain and said, "The great sage has informed me that you have reached an agreement with Miao Mushan. In the future, for ease of travel, you are permitted to declare the name of the sacred land. The ancestor also mentioned that your status in Miao Mushan is not that of a junior. You may address anyone as a junior, even the great sage himself, and be regarded as an equal." Shinzua was thoroughly convinced, although he was a renowned master in his own right, facing Cain, whose mere size rivaled that of a tailed beast. He understood that Cain might only desire a title. Therefore, Gamma Maru specifically advised Shinzua not to provoke Cain and conferred upon him a position of great esteem. Cain not only had the freedom to traverse the shinobi realm and proclaim the name of the sacred land, but also, should he call for assistance, the sacred land would be obliged to respond. However, it appeared that seeking aid was out of the question. It would be more plausible for Miao Mushan to seek Cain's assistance. That's good. Upon hearing Shinzua's words, Cain exhaled through his nose and approached Wentai, saying, "I heard you are the leader of Miao Mushan. I am the giant dragon Cain. My master is Nine Swords Roronoa Zoro. Let's have some time to bask in the sun." The moment Wentai caught a whiff of the sulfur emanating from Cain and witnessed the sparks erupting from his nostrils, his rotund body trembled slightly. "Elder, you jest." Initially, Wentai's arrogance may have been due to Cain's smaller stature, but now, facing Cain, it was clear that it would be unrealistic to challenge him. Though size does not always equate to strength in the natural world, larger creatures generally exert dominance over their smaller counterparts. Oomph. Cain noted Wentai's cowardice and shook his head, then extended his neck towards Jiraiya. Since their close encounter with Cain's colossal form, Jiraiya had been rendered speechless, his eyes vacant and drooling slightly, seemingly lost in thought. In truth, Jiraiya was not contemplating anything particularly advantageous. He was merely impressed by Cain's formidable strength and youth, awakening a desire within him. "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Cayenne observed Jiraiya's indifference towards him, coupled with an expression of unrestrained desire. He quickly deduced that Jiraiya was lost in thought. "Apologies." It seems Jiraiya was preoccupied with some matter, as Cayenne had even gotten close enough to his face without eliciting a reaction. "Ah, esteemed sir, you truly exude magnificence. I never imagined that not only are you youthful, but your strength is also formidable. Just look at this majestic dragon form, with wings that block out the sun and claws as sharp as daggers. Oh my, behold this robust tail. Should it strike, even a tailed beast would tremble in fear." Cain, Wentai, Shinzua, and Jima. "Little Jiraiya, are you infatuated?" Cain, somewhat dazed by Jiraiya's unabashed flattery, scratched his head with a claw and replied, "Oh no. No, I've long heard of your reputation as a great hero. It is indeed an honor to meet you." Whenever he received compliments, Cain would become bashful, a trait he could not shake. Upon realizing how agreeable Cain was, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy. "Ah, but Cain, you being so young, possess the bloodlines of two divine dragons. Truly, you are the child of destiny. Ha, just call me Cain." The frogs watched in amusement as Jiraiya and Cain exchanged compliments, and if not for their size difference, they might have been seen linking arms. They exchanged glances in bewilderment. One small frog remarked, "Is this the sordid adult world?" Yet Jiraiya's praise was not merely flattery. It served as a subtle test of Cayenne's character. It appeared that Cayenne was not a difficult dragon to get along with. This realization provided Jiraiya with the opportunity to pursue certain schemes of his own. "Cayenne, do you enjoy drinking? You know, that exquisite beverage that makes one feel light and ethereal?" Jiraiya inquired. He worried that Cayenne had never tasted alcohol, so he took the liberty to briefly explain what it was. "Of course I have," Cayenne retorted with an eye roll. "I may be a dragon, but I have not been sheltered from a world." "What do you mean by that expression?" "Ah, I was being presumptuous. I merely wished to invite you for a drink, accompanied by some delicious roasted meat." Jiraiya, the social butterfly of Konoha, displayed no embarrassment in the face of Cayenne's disdainful glance. Instead, skillfully shifted the topic to diffuse the tension. Gurgle. This time, Cayenne did not speak, but his actions clearly communicated his desire for food. During his time in the pirate world, from ambushing Doflamingo to slaying Zoro, and finally hastily returning to his secret base, Cayenne had hardly consumed anything. Though he could go a month without food, it did not mean he no longer needed to eat. Initially unaware of his hunger, Jiraiya's words stirred a sense of longing within Cayenne's belly. Jiraiya chuckled to himself upon hearing the rumble from Cayenne's stomach. The books were right. Dragons, such mythical creatures, cannot resist the allure of roasted meat and fine wine. What did I read that? As Cayenne and Jiraiya deliberated on where to enjoy a drink, Wentai quietly slipped away from this precarious situation after overhearing their conversation. "Dragons, I assume, do not consume frogs, right?" Cayenne was not inclined to engage with Wentai, viewing the creature as little more than a potential backup snack. At present, beyond his need for sustenance, he was primarily concerned with the progression of the narrative. Had the plot even begun? However, Jiraiya, who had promised to provide him with a full-service spa experience, now seemed somewhat off. Observing Jiraiya's fluctuating expressions, Cayenne felt a twinge of anxiety. "Hey, you aren't short on funds, are you?" Before Jiraiya could respond, Shunzwa approached to assist him in forming a hand sign. Watching as Jiraiya vanished in a puff of white smoke, Shunzwa explained, "Little Jiraiya left another frog in the shinobi world. He must have received some critical intelligence. To be precise, it seems the circumstances of the war have shifted." Jima added from the side, "War." Upon hearing this word, Cayenne fell into a reverie. If it is war, then the fourth Great Ninja War is out of the question since Jiraiya is still alive. The second Great Ninja War? The third Great Ninja War? Which could it be? Noticing Cayenne's contemplative state, Shunzwa urged, "Ken, if little Jiraiya can spare the time, he will come to find you soon. Until then, why not allow me to teach you the training of Senjutsu? Let's eat first." Cayenne insisted. Wentai is in danger. Watching the frogs around him scatter in panic, Cayenne scratched his head, pondering whether Mount Mayaboku had nothing but insects to offer. Chapter 7. The Art of the Married Woman. It had been an entire month since Jiraiya's sudden departure. Although Shunzwa assured him that Jiraiya would return shortly, Cayenne had yet to receive any news from him. Even the contract scroll he had drafted had been taken away through the summoning technique. "If I hadn't read the original work, I might have thought you were dead," Cayenne lamented, lounging on the grass while allowing the small frogs to hop about on him. Through their days together, the frogs realized that not only was Cayenne easy to get along with, but he was in fact a remarkably kind dragon. After initially fearing him, the little frogs gradually grew bold enough to approach Cayenne. Eventually, under the guidance of Frog G and Frog Long, they began treating Cayenne's dragon form as a playground. "Please, enjoy some tea." Wentai, though still wielding a short blade, exhibited an attitude that was now vastly improved compared to before. Indeed, strength begets respect. Cayenne cast a sidelong glance at Wentai, then shook himself and declared, "Let us return home for dinner. Our time here is over." "Oh, we're going home. Can we come back tomorrow, Lord Cayenne? I will surely find food beyond insects to bring you tomorrow." Following Cayenne's orders, the little frogs hopped eagerly back home. Observing the departing frogs, Wentai expressed envy. "Truly, you are remarkable, Ken, able to slather yourself with an infinite amount of frog oil." Frog oil is a sacred substance of Mount Mayaboku. When applied to the skin, it enhances the user's perception of natural energy and accelerates its absorption. However, if the user's strength is insufficient, this so-called sacred oil can petrify them. Since Cayenne had yet to master Sage Mode, the natural energy flooding in after applying frog oil would be wholly absorbed by him. Furthermore, the frog oil could not corrupt Cayenne's body. This resulted in the little frogs lingering near him, as the natural energy would first coalesce around Cayenne before being absorbed. Thus, Kain, entirely coated in frog oil, became the optimal sanctuary for training in senjutsu. Kain disregarded One Tai's flattery, rising weakly to lift the tea bowl and downing its contents in one gulp. Is it tea again today? I feel as though I'm turning into a green dragon. There is no food suitable for normal beings in Miamu Mountain. Even a prince from the future would have to obediently consume insects if he wished to survive. Naturally, Kain could not accept eating insects. Thus, after exhausting all the remaining wine of Miamu Mountain, he could only rely on tea to sustain himself. I apologize, Uyaji, but I have already sent the frogs, Guang and Jian, to explore farther afield. Observing Kain's lackluster demeanor, Wen Tai continued, Uyaji, why not force yourself to eat a little? The insects of Miamu Mountain are not your ordinary insects. No need, Kain directly declined Wen Tai's kind offer, stretching out his claws. To say that the insects of Miamu Mountain were extraordinary was merely Wen Tai's exaggeration. They were simply more nutritious due to their long-term existence in a place rich in natural energy. However, this did not alter their inherent nature as insects. If one were to suggest that they could be boiled or fried before consumption, what difference would there be between ice cream-flavored excrement and excrement-flavored ice cream? Upon noticing Kain's clawed gesture, Wen Tai hastily withdrew his pipe and respectfully lit it for Kain. Uyaji, do you need me to take a puff first? Get lost. Understood. Hearing Kain reject his goodwill, Wen Tai felt somewhat wronged as he stood by, watching Kain exhale smoke. Surely, it is basic etiquette to light the pipe and take a puff for someone of higher status. Has Uyaji not considered me one of his own? Kain held the pipe in one claw, exhaling smoke, while the other clutched the tea bowl, drinking deeply, seemingly like an immortal, yet his heart was filled with sorrow. When will these cursed days come to an end? Jiraiya, you scoundrel, if you do not help me find a contract partner soon, I shall perish. The truth is, Kain's current predicament was entirely of his own making. Although Miamu Mountain was secluded, it was not devoid of means to leave. However, the only method Kain could currently employ was summoning contracts. By first utilizing summoning techniques to send the frog, Ian, away, he could then summon Kain, allowing him to depart from Miamu Mountain. Yet herein lay the issue. Could one truly expect a colossal dragon like Kain to be summoned by a mere frog? Kain firmly stated, I'm sorry, I cannot accept that. If it comes to that, I'd rather eat the frog. Feeling his body grow increasingly feeble, Kain hastily halted his thoughts, ceasing all actions that would drain his energy. Meanwhile, Wen Tai, observing Kain's impending slumber, could only apply frog oil to Kain's body once more and sit cross-legged to guard over him. Who would sign such a contract? At that moment, Shinzo and Shima were embroiled in a debate over the summoning contract drafted by Kain. I, the esteemed guest elder of Miamu Mountain, possessed strength on par with the first Hokage, crossed out the first shadow. Therefore, to contract with me, the following conditions must be met. 1. I shall only contract with individuals of potential or sufficient strength. 2. I must have absolute freedom of action. 3. The contractor must be responsible for all my dietary needs, including but not limited to fine wines, crossed out, as long as I am well fed. 4. I do not require a salary, but each time I assist the contractor, they must compensate me with a certain amount of wealth, gold, silver, and jewels preferred. 5. As I am a connoisseur of beauty, I have exceedingly strict standards for the appearance of male contractors, aside from charming young ladies. Please refer to the appearance standards of the Namikaze clan. 6. Once summoned, unless I choose to return voluntarily, I refuse to go back to Miamu Mountain. 99. Should a family faction wish to contract with me, they must provide recent financial statements. At that time, I will consider maintaining a long-term cooperation with that family. Reflecting on the lengthy contract that filled over a dozen pages, Shinzo felt his frail body stiffen even further, particularly at the 5th condition. Shima, the sage, could not help but deride the 5th clause. Just say you want to contract with a young and beautiful girl. Indeed, a lustful dragon. Oh, keep your voice down, old lady. Shinzo interjected, glancing around nervously. Little Jiraiya has already found a suitable contractor. Upon hearing Shinzo's words, Shima was taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually agreed? Initially, Jiraiya had proposed that Minato and Kain sign a contract. However, Minato had now become a leading candidate for Hokage. Given the stringent conditions of the contract, even passing Hiruzen's scrutiny would be a challenge. Not little Minato, but someone else. Shinzo, sensing the situation, whispered, It's Minato's fiancé. Upon hearing Shinzo's words, Shima was left astounded, yet soon realized it made sense. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina possessed sufficient strength and potential. Moreover, as a princess of the Uzumaki clan and an orphan, her resources could adequately support Kane's daily needs. Most importantly, Kushina was a young and beautiful lady. I hope Elder Kane won't go mad after being summoned by a young and beautiful wife. Contemplating Kane's true might and the potential chaos that could ensue, Shima felt a chill. Kushina was indeed young and beautiful, but she was already with Minato. No, I think it will only make him more excited. Chapter 8. Finalizing the contract. This contract is unacceptable, Jiraiya. Observing Jiraiya's distressed expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe. Minato is a candidate for the 4th Hokage. If he contracts with such an unruly summoning beast, he will become the laughingstock. You scoundrel, is this not treating Konoha like a fool? Hiruzen lamented, gazing at the contract scroll piled high on his desk, which stood nearly half a meter tall. The conditions alone comprised 99 clauses, had the scroll permitted. He suspected it could have been written even thicker. As for the scroll's opening claim of possessing strength comparable to the first shadow, Hiruzen dismissed it outright. Strength of the first shadow? Perhaps at age 8, the first Hokage's power was somewhat credible. That is not the point, old man. After all, he is a colossal dragon with 2 bloodlines. Upon hearing Hiruzen's rebuttal, Jiraiya hastily enumerated Kane's feats. Moreover, he dispatched both me and Wintai with a single blow. Granted, I was careless and did not evade, but Kane likely struck with little effort. To secure a suitable contractor for Kane, Jiraiya was willing to lay bare his own embarrassing moments. Originally, Jiraiya need not have exerted himself for Kane, but after receiving guidance from the great sage, coupled with Kane's astonishing strength, he couldn't help but feel enticed. Most importantly, Minato and Kushina were both his students and daughter-in-law, so there was no risk involved. In truth, Jiraiya could easily reveal the true strength of Kane, as it was acknowledged by the great sage himself. However, he feared that should he disclose Kane's prowess, the elders of Konoha might harbor ulterior motives against him, potentially jeopardizing the agreement between Kane and Kushina. How about this? You could inquire if he's willing to leave a bloodline in Konoha. If he agrees, I shall represent Konoha in establishing a collaboration with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the aging Hokage, interjected, "Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya was taken aback. Even though Kane was not human, he possessed both complete rationality and formidable strength as a dragon. How infuriating it was to suddenly envy this scoundrel Kane. Suddenly, Hiruzen recalled that the individual before him was his own disciple and hastily attempted to clarify. Cough, cough. Where are you taking this? I simply meant you should ask him if he is willing to settle in Konoha. Did you not mention that the great Toad Sage secretly informed you that he has the ability to transform into human form? Regarding Kane's potential for transformation, Hiruzen speculated based on Jiraiya's words, recalling that most mythical creatures and legends possess such capabilities, so there was no reason a dragon could not. Although no truly mythical beings had ever appeared in the ninja world, advanced transformation techniques did exist. Hiruzen was indifferent to whether Kane could turn into a human. His denial of Kane's strength was merely a negotiating tactic. Who will sign the contract? Jiraiya suddenly inquired. I think a sumo would suffice. After uttering this, Hiruzen instantly regretted it, realizing he had let slip his true thoughts. Are you not aware of the nature of your foolish son? Jiraiya retorted, setting aside his strength. Just his appearance alone would likely cause Kane to view him as mere spare rations. Observing Jiraiya's peculiar expression, Hiruzen, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, Do not look at me like that. I was quite the handsome youth in my day. That may be true, but it is evident that Asuma resembles my sensei, Jiraiya remarked, pinching his nose in disdain. The issue is, even though Asuma might look acceptable now, his potential. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen fell silent. To be honest, Asuma's potential was reasonably good, but as the child of a Hokage, he simply did not measure up. He could not compare to Minato, let alone Kushina. Are you not aware of Kushina's status? With Hiruzen's decisive conclusion, the negotiation fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Urgent news from the front lines. Hearing this, Hiruzen hastily dismissed his previous discussion with Jiraiya. Come in. Upon seeing the hurried and somewhat disheveled messenger, Hiruzen exchanged a knowing glance with Jiraiya. Hokage-sama. Urgent reports from the front indicate that our reconnaissance team has discovered traces of the AB combination in the land of hot water. The messenger reported succinctly. Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling for the messenger to withdraw. As Hiruzen pondered the implications, Jiraiya seized the moment. "Old man, are you still hesitating?" While Kushina may not be suited for battle, Kane is undoubtedly capable, although the messenger had not explicitly mentioned the tailed beasts. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood what the AB combination entailed. Kushina is the Jinchuriki. There could be no room for error. Horizon attempted a final protest. Observing Horizon's wavering resolve, Jiraiya pressed on. "What is the issue? With Minato's strength combined with Kane's, we need not fear the AB combination. Moreover, Kushina excels in suppressing large creatures, and Kane is not merely a beast of slaughter." As Jiraiya enumerated Kane's advantages, Horizon's internal defenses began to crumble further. "These are not the points I wish to hear." With Horizon's defenses on the verge of collapse, Jiraiya lowered his voice and added, "Let me present 2 more points. First, Kane's lifespan rivals that of the great Toad Sage. Second, Kane is capable of flight." Upon hearing this, Horizon did not appear more satisfied. Rather, his agitation intensified. "Jiraiya, I'm not inquiring about that." Jiraiya comprehended Horizon's unspoken question, which revolved around Kane's flaws or shortcomings. While it was unlikely to find any deficiencies in Kane's strength, there were other aspects to consider. As Jiraiya was about to reveal the crux, Horizon's breathing quickened. "Fine wines, exquisite cuisine, and alluring beauty. Strictly speaking, these could not be classified as weaknesses or flaws. They were merely Kane's preferences. Yet, from the perspective of a politician like Horizon, these were significant enough. It was well established that Kane had a taste for fine wines and gourmet food, but Jiraiya's assertion that Kane was a womanizer was purely speculative. "What is your basis for this?" Horizon questioned. "Please refer to the 5th clause of the contract scroll. I'm a connoisseur of beauty, hence apart from charming maidens. I have exceedingly high standards for male contractors. Konoha boasts numerous beautiful women, but there are only a handful of handsome men. The only one who could rival Minato is undoubtedly Kakashi." Although Jiraiya was uncertain where Kane had acquired this information, it did not impede the connection between an old lecher and a young rogue. "Very well, it is settled then. Arrange for Kushina to sign the contract with Kane at the earliest opportunity." After stating this, Horizon bent over his desk, beginning to write and draw, seemingly recording something. Even individuals with weaknesses can be exploited. What more can we say of a colossal dragon? In another part of Konoha, Jiraiya tirelessly worked on Kane's contract. While at Myoboku Mountain, Kane felt utterly drained. "Wentai, bring me a large bowl of tea," Kane called out, his claws trembling slightly as he spoke to the vigilant Wentai beside him. Awakened from his meditation by Kane's voice, Wentai turned to find Kane sprawled on the ground, resembling someone on the brink of enlightenment. "Oh no, this is not good. If this continues, you must eat something." "Impossible." "Absolutely not." Kane vehemently refused the suggestion of consuming insects. Yet, feeling the weakness of his own body, he gritted his teeth and shifted his gaze towards the toad oil. "Bring me that." Upon hearing Kane's demand, Wentai was taken aback. This was pure Myoboku toad oil. Consuming it could be fatal for a dragon. "No way. I will not allow it." Just as Wentai prepared to force-feed Kane some insects, he suddenly caught sight of Kane's intensely unfriendly glare. Wait, what do you mean by that look? Is it a gaze filled with desire? Kyan disregarded Wentai and instead mustered all his strength to rise slowly, approaching Wentai's side. Leaning his head close to Wentai's ear, he whispered, "It's nothing, Wentai. I have treated you well, Haven Ti. But Jiraiya, you rascal. If you do not help me find a contract partner soon, I fear I shall succumb to my primal instincts and devour something raw." Feeling the searing heat emanating from the back of his head and noticing Kyan's sharp claws poised dangerously close, Wentai felt a surge of despair. Just then, accompanied by a flash of white eyes, Jiraiya appeared before the two. Did I interrupt something?" Jiraiya looked bewildered at the sight of Kyan nearly sprawled over Wentai. His expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Could be, is Kyan really inclined towards this? Will Myoboku Mountain soon harbor a dragon frog? Goodness, Wentai is a male. Realizing this, Jiraiya hurriedly interjected, "No, Kyan, you mustn't tea. I mustn't tea, you old fool. Kyan Plaith." Tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he lunged toward Jiraiya with all his remaining strength, tackling him to the ground. "Jiraiya, em famished. Is there food? Please, hurry." Jiraiya, pinned beneath Kyan, was taken aback by the urgency of his request. "You haven't eaten in days, have you?" During his training at Myoboku Mountain, Jiraiya had also experienced food shortages, and though the taste of insects was far from delightful, one could grow accustomed to it. You rascal, do you have any food? Please. Noticing Jiraiya still in a daze, Kain began to paw wildly at him. No, don't. Just as Jiraiya was about to explain he had no food and to discuss the summoning contract, Kain suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. The summoning contract has been established. Once Kain was summoned away, Wintai cautiously emerged from the nearby bushes. That was close. I nearly lost my life. Jiraiya, you are quite the capable one, managing to find a contract partner for me so swiftly. Observing Wintai limping towards him, Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled. I hope Kain will be pleased with the choice, and I trust Minato One Team Mind. After all, I don't intend to leave Myaboka Mountain anytime soon. In Konoha. I never expected that Jiraiya-sensei, that old lecher, would actually find me a mythical dragon as a summoning beast. This peculiar woman, known for her strange catchphrases and her tendency to speak rapidly, was none other than Konoha's second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, Kushina stood in Konoha's third training ground, surrounded by alert ANBU and high-ranking officials. I've never heard of a dragon existing in Myaboka Mountain, spoke Shimura Danzo, the first Hokage, with a piercing gaze fixed upon Kushina. Regardless of whether it was Kushina, the Nine Tails, or the Ken she was about to summon, he desired them all. There is no need for that, Danzo. Restrain your covetous gaze. Kushina is about to become a bride. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed his ambitious former friend and peer, subtly rejecting Danzo's advances while digging a pit for him. Danzo, you fool. Hiruzen, just wait. The surrounding high-ranking officials and ANBU members discreetly retreated a couple of steps, particularly a certain advisor who, despite being older, still exuded charm. Before the Hokage could counter, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Kuchiyose no Jutsu. With a crisp sound, Kain collapsed to the ground amidst swirling smoke. Although the crowd had anticipated Kushina summoning a legendary dragon, their astonishment remained palpable upon witnessing Kain's arrival. Is this dragon on the verge of death? Kain had exhausted all his strength just to tackle Jiraiya, and before he could extract any rations from him, he felt an overwhelming pull. What a predicament! I didn't even have time to deliver my prepared lines. At this moment, Kain was too dazed to perceive his surroundings. Yet for the sake of dignity, he managed to shout his premeditated phrase, "You are indeed my sworn enemy." Crash! Initially, when Kushina summoned Kain, she believed she would conjure a formidable ally, only to be met with this comical sight. To her irritation, the dragon even dared to insult her. How dare you? Never one to endure such disrespect, the fiery Kushina retaliated with a swift punch. Cackles erupted from the crowd, the source unknown, soon followed by the muffled laughter of the ANBU members, their shoulders shaking in amusement. Danzo, who had eagerly awaited the summoning of a divine dragon, was instead confronted with this farce. Indeed, Kushina had summoned a colossal dragon, yet its lack of prowess left Danzo sorely disappointed. Glancing at Ken, who had been knocked unconscious by Kushina's punch, he shook his head in dismay. Hiruzen, I'm leaving. Oh, do you wish to hand over this dragon to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Danzo a sidelong glance. Konoha's roots have no need for useless beings. With that, Danzo stormed off without a backward glance. Chapter 10. The Grumbling Kushina. Konoha's roots have no need for useless beings. With that, Danzo stormed off without a backward glance. Watching Danzo depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. It was worth the wait to have Kushina summon him. As Hokage, Hiruzen considered matters far more deeply than others. Given that Kain was a proud dragon, and recalling Jiraiya's past grievances about subsisting on insects during training, one could only conclude that Hiruzen's capability as Hokage was no mere coincidence. Danzo, you and your roots are only fit to dwell in the shadows of Konoha. Do not harbor dreams of basking in the light. Just as Hiruzen was calculating his next move, a sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. P.S. Rising. What incredible strength. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of foreboding at these words and quickly followed the sound. Kushina, put him down. It turned out that in her fury, Kushina had delivered a heavy blow to Kain, who might have been a mere plaything, causing him to lose consciousness. The proud Joexin Nai could hardly tolerate such indignity. Upon witnessing Kain being easily knocked unconscious by her, she immediately intended to carry him away for a swift and merciful end. Stop right there, Joexin Nai. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly approached her to prevent her from committing a foolish act. Hearing her name called, Geo X&I dropped Kane heavily to the ground and crossed her arms, turning her face away in a sulky manner. Recognizing that Geo X&I was still saving face for him, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly waved his hand for the Umbu to withdraw. Once the Umbu had retreated, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the two advisors had also left alongside Danzo, without him realizing it. Haha, this is for the best. Now only Kane, Geo X&I, and the fourth Hokage remained in the training ground. Old man, why did you stop me? With everyone else gone, Geo X&I, feeling wronged, tugged at Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothing and shouted, Jiraiya-sensei, that big fool clearly has ill intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Geo X&I's pitiful expression, chose not to comfort her. Instead, he pulled out a specially made food pill from his sleeve and placed it into Kane's mouth. How does it feel to be in Konoha, revered Elder Kane, inheritor of the sacred Myobo Kuzan? Yikes! Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Geo X&I quickly jumped back, keeping a wary eye on Kane. What do you mean? I almost got killed by this little girl. In truth, Kane had been conserving his strength. Although starved, he still had the capability to fight if necessary. At the very least, the current individuals present could not detain him, as Kane could fly. When Geo X&I summoned Kane, he had initially prepared a grand entrance. However, upon spotting the figure of Danzo amidst the crowd, he suddenly changed his mind. Just then, Geo X&I, mistaking Kane for an easy target, carelessly struck him, and Kane simply laid down in response. You. Geo X&I was startled by Kane's robust voice. It's an honor to meet you, revered Elder Kane. Not at all. The legendary third Hokage, the strongest of all time. The individual beside Geo X&I, alongside a dragon, ignored her completely, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an incongruous sound interrupted. Cluck, cluck, ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily upon seeing Kane sprawled on the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, Elder Kane is a guest. We cannot allow our guest to go hungry. He then gestured for Geo X&I to retrieve the storage scroll he had given her that morning. Confused by Sarutobi Hiruzen's indication, Geo X&I took out the scroll, forming hand seals as she exclaimed, What on earth is this so mysteriously? As she completed the hand seals, a plethora of exquisite wine and delicacies erupted from the scroll. What? How can this be? Kane feigned calmness as Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and made a gesture inviting him to partake. Unable to resist the sight of the towering piles of roasted meat before him, Kane lunged forward like a ravenous dog. Enjoy yourself, Elder Kane. We shall discuss the remaining matters once you have regained your strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, watching Kane indulge with a smile before gradually exiting the training ground. Relish the wine and food. As Sarutobi Hiruzen left the training area, he signaled to two Umbu, who immediately knelt before him. No one is to approach this place. Report any developments to me immediately. Having completed his tasks, Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed a tune as he walked towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Geo X&I sat on the ground, propping her chin in her hands, chattering away at Kane. Why did you seem so weak when you first appeared? Was it because you were hungry? If you didn't have enough to eat, I could find more for you. Did you grow up in Myobo Kuzan? Do you know Gamabunta? I don't like him. He is quite fierce. Why did you scold me earlier? Do you not like me? Is your name really Kane? Juicy Nai. How old are you? How many dragons are in your family? Kane, thoroughly exasperated by Geo X&I's incessant prattle, found her peculiar accent even more grating than that of the prince. Unable to endure any longer, he summoned a gust of wind to silence her. Be quiet. I will answer your questions one by one. But you must not speak while I am eating. And please, try not to use that accent. I'm somewhat allergic to it. Seeing Kane respond, Geo X&I eagerly nodded and mimed a zipper motion across her mouth. A certain handsome fellow with a horse-like face thought, this storyline feels so familiar. I am Kane, and from now on, we are partners. Kane, having answered her questions, resumed his feast, finally understanding the difficulties faced by his elder brother Kazan. At that moment, Geo X&I had just removed the wind from her mouth and was energetically signaling to Kane that she had something to say. I can only ask one more question. With Geo X&I raising her hand to signal, Kane reluctantly nodded in agreement. You still haven't answered me. Do you dislike me? Upon receiving Kane's affirmation, Geo X&I eagerly posed her pivotal question. Kane remained silent for 2 seconds before grumbling a response. Unfortunately, such an answer failed to satisfy Geo X&I. What does it mean? Does it mean you like me? Oh, are you shy? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Are dragon girlfriends also dragons? Would you like a human girl? How about I introduce you to a cute girl? Uh, uh, Why have you gone silent again? Cain thought to himself, Jiraiya, you better stay in Myobo Kuzan for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I will surely lock you up with a lustful wild boar. Having been thoroughly duped by Jiraiya, Cain was now nearing the brink of despair. I wanted to find someone beautiful, and you went and introduced me to a married woman? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but gnaw on the roasted meat while silently contemplating virtue, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Just as Cain was feeling disgruntled, he suddenly noticed the exuberant Jio Xian Nai gathering meat chunks nearby. I think the big sister is quite nice, coach. I want to change my name. Chapter 11. Danzo, the Sage of the Hidden Leaf. I am Cain, and from now on we are partners. Kun, with a voice low and resonant, whispered a phrase while gazing at the vibrant and spirited Jixinai. A sudden pang of compassion struck him as he reflected on the life of Jixinai. Often dubbed Little Chili in the original narrative, she was in truth a girl beset by misfortune. Orphaned in her youth, she sought refuge in Konoha with her relatives, only to soon become the vessel for a monster. At the moment of her transformation into this vessel, she lost her last remaining kin. Jixinai, drenched in sweat, paused in shock upon hearing Cain's words. Partner, she murmured, her face adorably dazed. In a swift motion, Cain opened his mouth wide and devoured the remaining meat. I hope to rely on you henceforth. Jixinai, savoring the weight of the word partner, excitedly embraced Cain's neck, exclaiming, Then we are partners from this moment on. Since becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Jixinai had not experienced such joy. Although Konoha had concealed the news of her status as a Jinchuriki remarkably well, and despite her adeptness at suppressing the Nine Tails within her, Jixinai remained trapped in solitude, particularly with her beloved Minato unable to be by her side due to the ongoing war. Now, with someone who overlooked her identity and was willing to be her partner, despite being a monster, she felt an unexpected surge of happiness. With a childlike exuberance, Jixinai leaped on Cain's back as he motioned for her to do so, saying, Come aboard. I have heard the scenery of Konoha is exceptional, and I have yet to explore it in detail. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, Jixinai inquired, Is that all right? Before Cain could respond, her lively spirit propelled her to jump onto his back, urging him, Hurry, I've never flown before. Once Jixinai steadied herself on his back, Cain grinned and flapped his dragon wings, proclaiming, Fear not, Hokage. We shall return shortly. The surrounding Umbu, witnessing Cain take off with Jixinai, exchanged glances in astonishment. Shimizu, report to the Hokage. The rest of you follow. With the commanding officer's orders, the Umbu swiftly mobilized. In that moment, Jixinai, perched on Cain's back and gazing at the beautiful Konoha, joyfully shouted, Cain, thank you. The wind was too strong for Cain to catch her words, but it did not hinder his flight. As he soared and performed aerial acrobatics, Jixinai gasped in delight at each twist and turn. Watch me do a mid-air spiral. Suddenly, Jixinai shouted in Cain's ear, We should head back. Cain, lost in thought about which daring maneuver to attempt next, was momentarily taken aback. Now, must we return? Jixinai replied, Yes, we must go back. Cain had anticipated that the long-restrained Jixinai would wish to explore outside the village. Yet unexpectedly, it was Jixinai who suggested returning. Noticing Cain's momentary daze, she chuckled softly and explained, We are already near the village and the barrier surrounding it. If we linger any longer, it could cause trouble for you. Indeed, while it would be acceptable for Cain to fly a loop above Konoha, venturing beyond the village boundaries could lead to severe repercussions from the Council of Elders, given Jixinai's unique circumstances. Without the Hokage's express permission, no one could approach her. Surprised by Jixinai's perceptiveness, Cain realized her understanding was unexpectedly mature. That's fair. We've had our fun, so let's return. With that, Cain turned back towards the village center. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo was fervently advising Sarutobi Hiruzen, I suggest we handle this matter with utmost seriousness. That dragon attempted to abduct a Jinchuriki. We cannot let him escape unscathed. Sarutobi, interrupting Danzo's fervor, spoke earnestly, Cain is a descendant of the sacred Mayaboka mountain, and I trust you understand the true significance of that title. Danzo, initially filled with indignation, found himself momentarily speechless. The other advisors began to concur, with Sarutobi suggesting, Danzo, your considerations seem lacking this time. Although Sarutobi disapproved of Cain's actions, he firmly believed that as a descendant of Mayaboka mountain, Cain would not act recklessly. It's merely youthful exuberance, There's no need for excessive alarm. Yet, Danzo's sentiment had merit. The presence of instability around a Jinchuriki could pose significant risks. However, casting punitive measures upon Kane seemed untenable. Contemplating the situation, Sarutobi stroked his chin, acknowledging that while the safety of Konoha's Jinchuriki was paramount, the elders from Mayaboka Mountain were equally essential. From this, it could be inferred that the dragon was still quite young, which could be seen as a silver lining. Just then, an Umbu burst in to report. The dragon and the Jinchuriki have returned to the heart of Konoha and are currently hovering above the Hokage building. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi stood and clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, everyone, let us go welcome our two young friends home." Danzo, incensed by Sarutobi's casual reference to Kane and Jikusenai as children, erupted in fury. The other advisors echoed his discontent, insisting this cannot be treated as mere childish antics. Even a Jinchuriki requires vigilant oversight. Sarutobi, irritated by Danzo's persistence and the advisor's incessant complaints, raised his voice, "Enough," observing the crowd subdued by his authority. He shook his ceremonial robe and exited the Hokage building, stating, "It is time to welcome our two young friends back home." Although Sarutobi did not explicitly state his intent, his actions conveyed a clear message. "I am the Hokage. You are overstepping your bounds." As he left, Danzo snorted and trailed behind, contemplating the necessity of accelerating their collaboration with Sarutobi. Meanwhile, high above, Kane noticed a gathering of leaders emerging from the Hokage building. With a flutter of his wings, he descended toward them, exclaiming, "Oh dear, so many leaders. You startle me." As Kane reluctantly descended from his perch on the ground, he then transformed his form to match that of an ordinary human. This ability, discovered by Kane after obtaining the Qinglong fruit, allowed him to alter his size, although he still could not use two fruits simultaneously. However, he noticed that some abilities, which require transformation to manifest, seemed to have changed. The devil fruit, once stripped of its curse, undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Observing Kane's effortless ability to shift his form, Sarutobi Hizashi realized he had underestimated this legendary creature, daring to attempt the abduction of a Jinchuriki. While the onlookers were still contemplating how to confront Kane, the formidable guy, Tsunade, began to provoke hostility. The assembly harbored some dissatisfaction with Kane's actions, yet, intimidated by Sarutobi's authority, they hesitated to act. Tsunade's actions inadvertently aligned with the sentiments of the majority. Sarutobi, initially irked by Tsunade's lack of respect, suddenly perceived it as a fortunate turn of events. Tsunade's overwhelming presence could serve to placate and rally support against Kane, while Kane's strength could simultaneously counter Tsunade's audacity. How delightful it was to be Hokage! Just as Kane shrank his body, he heard Tsunade's furious rebuke. Before Kane could explain himself to Kushina, Tsunade continued his tirade, branding Kane as a heartless beast that must be subdued. With Tsunade inciting maximum hostility, he commanded the surrounding Umbu to attempt capturing Kane. Sarutobi interjected, questioning Tsunade's audacity to command the Umbu as if he were Hokage. While Kane intended to clarify that he meant no harm, merely taking the young lady for a ride. However, upon hearing Tsunade's excessive remarks, Kane narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Before any actions are taken, I must clarify a few points. First, Kushina and I share a contract. Regardless of her status in Konoha, she is my foremost concern. Second, what did you just say?" As Kane voiced the first point, the audience felt a sense of relief, believing that this elder from the Holy Land was reasonable, perhaps merely indulging in youthful folly with Kushina. But upon hearing the second point, all eyes shifted to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi. Unfortunately, Sarutobi paid no heed to the conflict between Tsunade and Kane, content to await the unfolding drama. "Do you not understand Kushina's identity?" Tsunade observed Sarutobi's unflappable demeanor and realized he had been outmaneuvered. However, knowing Tsunade's character, he pressed on, determined to show resolve. Kane shook his head, enlarging his form and shielding Kushina beneath his wings. Witnessing Kane's hostile gestures, Sarutobi felt compelled to intervene. Kane exclaimed, "Nanny," after sheltering Kushina. He did not afford the high-ranking officials of Konoha an opportunity to speak, unleashing his overwhelming presence. "Am I not granting you the respect you deserve?" The sheer force of Kane's aura sent the surrounding Umbu plummeting from trees and rooftops like dumplings. Observing the unconscious Umbu, Sarutobi, caught off guard by Kane's might, hastily performed hand seals to manipulate the earth, not to attack, but to safeguard the hidden Umbu below. This action averted an unnecessary conflict. Kane, initially expecting Sarutobi, the so-called master of ninjutsu, to attack, realized instead that he was merely ensuring the safety of those beneath the ground. It became evident that despite the narrative of human darkness, some truths must be witnessed firsthand. Sarutobi Hizashi had sparked considerable controversy in his past, and Kane had once doubted his character. However, witnessing his actions now revealed that some matters cannot be judged superficially. After Sarutobi rescued the buried Umbu, Tsunade finally extricated himself from Kane's overwhelming presence. "You dare openly defy arrest. What are you waiting for, Hizashi?" As he surveyed the fallen Umbu, Tsunade could no longer conceal his desire to subdue Kane, regretting not having acted when Kane had appeared vulnerable. "Enough, Tsunade!" Sarutobi rebuked, then turned to face Kane. "Elder Kane, this incident is merely a misunderstanding. I implore you to quell your anger." Recognizing Kane's extraordinary power, Sarutobi wished to solidify an alliance. Unlike Tsunade, he noted the detail of Kane protecting Kushina, understanding that sometimes bonds could be more effective than force. Tsunade, incredulous at Sarutobi's concession, shouted, "Hizashi, are you insane?" Ignoring Tsunade, Sarutobi continued, explaining that Tsunade was typically impulsive and hoped this trivial matter would not jeopardize the friendship between Mayaboka Mountain and Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tsunade understood he had been deftly outmaneuvered once again. Infuriated, he struck his cane and declared, "Hizashi, you will regret this." With that, Tsunade turned and left the venue, pondering why he remained to rouse someone feigning slumber. Watching Tsunade depart, Sarutobi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Tsunade, as long as I draw breath, you shall remain beneath my influence." After releasing his overwhelming presence, Kane took a moment to observe the discord among the high-ranking officials. Witnessing Tsunade's unsteady retreat, Kane comprehended the extent of Sarutobi's authority over the Elder Council. It was no wonder he could ascend to the position of Hokage, while others could only play the role of Tsunade. Kane chose not to pursue Tsunade's indiscretion, but instead praised Sarutobi. "Ah, third Hokage, you possess remarkable strategy. I am truly impressed." Surprised by Kane's compliment, Sarutobi hadn't anticipated that a successor from the Holy Land would grasp these intricate dynamics. "Ha, you flatter me." Amidst their laughter, a multitude of ninjas finally arrived on the scene. "Third Hokage, what is happening here?" As they surveyed the fallen Umbu and elders, the leader of the Hyuga clan asked. Visibly perplexed, with this inquiry, the other ninjas began to voice their concerns, creating a cacophony of speculation. The astonishment was palpable, for before them stood Kane, a dragon, a creature of myth and legend. Faced with the inquiries from various clan leaders, Sarutobi Hizashi refrained from providing an immediate response. Instead, he turned to the leader of the Uchiha clan and requested that the members of the guard team go and pacify the frightened civilians, emphasizing that it was wartime and that they should not incite panic among the populace. Observing the smiling Sarutobi Hizashi, the representative from the Uchiha guard team felt an overwhelming urge to consume him whole. Having just arrived at the scene and still unaware of the events that had transpired, the Uchiha leader cast a reluctant glance at Kane before departing with gritted teeth. Once the Uchiha had vacated the premises, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded with satisfaction and introduced, "May I present to you all this esteemed elder from the sacred land of Mayuboku, Kane." With this introduction, the discussions among the attendees ceased, and their gazes reluctantly shifted from Kane to the Hokage. "This is the leader of the Hyuga clan." Before Sarutobi could continue with the introductions, a disheveled figure rushed in from the distance. "Lord Third, urgent news from the front lines." The communication ninja hesitated, overwhelmed by the sheer number of onlookers, unsure if he should divulge the military details. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi Hizashi seized the opportunity to rally the spirits of the crowd, as they were the backbone of Konoha. The messenger, seeing that the leader had given the go-ahead, no longer hesitated and proclaimed loudly, "A four-man team, led by the Jonin Namikaze Minato, has discovered the whereabouts of the A and B teams from Kumogakure and are already in pursuit." Minato, initially sheltered under Kane's wings, Kushina let out a startled exclamation upon hearing the news. "What?" The audience, startled by the sound of Kushina's voice, yet unable to see her, speculated if the dragon had devoured her. Before they could ponder too long, Kushina emerged from beneath Kane's wings, her voice trembling, "Third Hokage Minato." Her cheeks flushed with a red chakra. Seeing Kushina's emotional state due to her concern, Sarutobi Hizashi quickly reassured her. Do not forget what Minato excels at. Indeed, Namake's Minato's greatest prowess was speed, especially after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. He was hailed as the swiftest in the ninja world. Among those present, perhaps no one understood this better than Kushina herself. In truth, Kushina was also flustered with worry. Given Minato's strength, there was no doubt he could escape alone, even with several comrades. As this realization settled in, Kushina gradually calmed down. But the nine tails within her was far less composed. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their sealing techniques, and their bloodline was particularly suited for sealing-tailed beasts. Seizing the opportunity when a young girl was emotionally unstable, the Nine Tails surged with power once more. Oh no, it's the Nine Tails. Quick, SEAL team. Everyone retreat. The crowd, witnessing Kushina's condition, braced themselves for a fight, with some clan leaders even preparing to flee. Silence. Saru immediately informed the sealing team. Sarutobi Hizashi observed the expressions and actions of those around him before instructing the one Umbu who had not been overwhelmed by his intimidating presence. No need. It is not that complicated. As Kane unexpectedly spoke up, the crowd turned their attention towards him. Let me communicate with it. Perhaps, as fellow legendary creatures, it might grant me some favor. Seeing Kane's demeanor, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression grew serious as he inquired, but that could be. Although Kane possessed formidable strength and hailed from Mayuboku, what lay sealed within Kushina was none other than the strategic weapon of their village, the Nine Tails. It will be fine. Kane waved his paw, interrupting Sarutobi's concerns, and then pressed down on the pained Kushina. I just need to focus, right? Kane mumbled, attempting to concentrate his mental energy on Kushina's abdomen. As a wave of dizziness overcame him, Kane found himself in a place reminiscent of a sewer. I'm in human form here. Kane marveled at his hands and feet, surprised. Oh right, even though I've consumed 2 types of fruits at the core of my being, I am still human. Just as Kane was lost in thought, a gruff voice interrupted. Hey, you little brat. The voice belonged to the Nine Tails, confined within its prison. Noticing the Nine Tails calling out to him, Kane approached with curiosity. A tailed beast, the Nine Tails, how fascinating. This is my first time seeing one alive. Are you here to seek your demise, little brat? The Nine Tails mocked, sensing Kane's apparent intimidation. However, Kane did not respond, instead pondering a different approach. I recall that suppressing tailed beasts is not the best method. Communication is key. Why so silent? Are you stunned? Truly a useless human. The Nine Tails, noticing Kane's silence, continued to provoke him, trying to elicit a reaction. I remember the elders would often engage the Nine Tails in conversation, coaxing it to reveal its name. Do you wish to die? With the Nine Tails growing angry at Kane's indifference, it threatened, once you utter my name, this foolish fox will be utterly astonished, then become all arrogant. Roar, you are nothing but a fool. The Nine Tails, seeing Kane's unflinching demeanor, mistakenly believed him to be dim-witted. Are you male or female? Kane suddenly asked, seemingly curious about something amusing. The Nine Tails, poised to unleash chakra upon Kane, froze at the unexpected question. Observing the Nine Tails' bewildered expression, Kane chuckled. Your intellect truly is lacking. Let me see how powerful you really are. With that, Kane enveloped the Nine Tails in his overwhelming presence. What did you say? Damn it. The Nine Tails, realizing the threat, attempted to retaliate, but was met with a formidable mental pressure. No, this cannot be. It hurts. Kane had activated his Conqueror's Haki, along with the Void Seal, and even the Nine Tails, a chakra conglomerate, could not withstand the onslaught. I thought you were formidable, yet you are merely this. Kane observed the Nine Tails wailing in distress and intensified his aura. As Kane gradually increased his pressure, the Nine Tails eventually succumbed and lay silent on the ground. Observing the subdued Nine Tails, Kane was certain it was not dead, for his instincts continually provided him with warnings. Let me tell you, refrain from causing trouble in the future. Consider this a warning. Kane declared, Kid, if you have the guts, kill me. Despite the torment inflicted upon it from the depths of its soul, the Nine Tails remained defiant. Unless you kill me, I will not let that little girl go. Although the nature of the relationship between Kane and Gyo Xinai remains unclear, it does not hinder the QB from discerning that Kane is indeed concerned for Gyo Xinai. Standing opposite the QB, Kane, upon hearing its words, once again unleashed his Void Conqueror's Haki, having just retracted it. Firstly, I shall not tolerate threats. Secondly, do not presume that I am ignorant of your intentions. While you may perish and be reborn, you lack the ability to resurrect Gyo Xinai. Lastly, I shall not take your life, but I can certainly inflict torment upon you. With each utterance, Cain intensified the pressure of his haki, delivering a genuine blow to the QB, which left its form flickering faintly. Satisfied, Cain nodded and withdrew his haki. Behave yourself. It is in our mutual interest. If you do not think I lack the means to eliminate you entirely. This time, Cain was not merely issuing a threat. Rather, when the QB's chakra encroached upon him, El had alerted him to the immense energy source present. Upon receiving this prompt, Cain swiftly altered his course of action, realizing that a one-time resource was far superior to something that could regenerate. The gravely injured QB lay on the ground in silence, unsure if it was due to fear or the severity of its wounds. Cain, indifferent to whether the QB was heeding his words, left with a parting remark to take care of itself, leaving behind a certain fox that felt utterly despondent. Although considerable time had passed in the mental realm, merely a fleeting moment had elapsed in reality. All was well. As Cain merely blinked, the crimson chakra surrounding Gyo-Xi vanished without a trace, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to beam with delight, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Splendid, splendid, what a remarkable technique. Chapter 14. A loss of dignity for Hiruzen Sarutobi in Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having returned to his duties, seemed to embody the authority befitting the third Hokage, stating, "Given your extraordinary prowess, Cain, I shall not hold back. Feel free to speak your mind. After all, I am merely a traveler lost alongside my companions, with no pressing matters at hand." Upon hearing Cain's response, Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, but remained silent, mentally noting the terms companion, lost, and traveler. "Are you not familiar with the shinobi world, Cain?" Seeing Hiruzen's inquiry, Cain guessed his intent and nodded earnestly. "Not that I am familiar. I would say I am utterly lost." Hiruzen, taken aback by the audacity of this youth, thought of how he would have reprimanded his own son for such a response. Cough, cough. Being unfamiliar is indeed a concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen's question was rather superfluous. How could a newcomer from the Holy Land possibly navigate the shinobi world? The battlefield between Konoha and Kaminari no Kuni lay some distance from the village. If tasked with providing support, one must know the way. Observing Hiruzen's exaggerated demeanor, Cain could not help but scoff inwardly. What being lost? Furthermore, when did I ever agree to assist Konoha in battle? Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. I wager your next statement will be about having a suitable candidate. While their strength may be lacking, they can certainly guide the way. An unrefined suggestion from the elder, Hiruzen paused. Just as I have a suitable candidate, their strength may not be formidable, but they can offer direction. Cain! See, I knew your political machinations would be dubious. Without Hiruzen saying it, Cain could already surmise that the individual he intended to recommend would either be named Sarutobi or Asuma, and not too far in age. Cough, cough. Hiruzen observed Cain's knowing expression, feeling increasingly embarrassed. How did this lad manage to convey such vivid emotions with his dragon-like visage? Enough. We are all straightforward individuals here. Third Hokage, please do not beat around the bush. Noticing Hiruzen's discomfort, Cain decided to speak plainly. While I have made a pact with Gyo-Xi, my initial intention was to contract with Minato Namikaze. Upon mentioning this, Cain could not help but harbor resentment toward Jiraiya. Was it not agreed that without Minato, a maiden would suffice? I even specifically indicated a family pact in my method. Yet, you found me a married woman? Upon hearing Cain's words, the third Hokage lamented. What a pity. Minato is destined to be the next Hokage. At this juncture, both individuals had essentially acknowledged that neither was to be trifled with. Cain's implication was clear. I remain neutral, yet I am willing to fight for Konoha, contingent upon what you are prepared to offer. Conversely, Hiruzen believed that Cain could not withstand the stark solitude of the Holy Land and sought to descend the mountain for entertainment, as novels often depict. The heir of the Holy Land, descending to encounter charming maidens and youthful figures. Alas, had Cain contracted with Minato, he would have become Konoha's ultimate combatant, fostering a bond with Minato, thereby ensuring an additional powerful guardian for the village. Now, however, with Gyo-Xi binding herself to Cain, the contract shifted from that of the village's shadow to that of the Uzumaki clan. While it may seem inconsequential, given that Gyo-Xi is destined to become Minato's wife, hence the Hokage's lady, one must not forget that Cain had explicitly stated in the contract, if it is a family pact, please provide the recent financial records. Even more regrettable, The old man's appearance has not aged well. This comment from the third Hokage was merely a jest at Kane's expense, especially since Kane had boldly inscribed appearance conscious in the contract. Some matters are best implied rather than overtly stated. Surely, understand? Look at those age spots on your face. How dare you speak of appearance? Now, tell me who will guide me. This time, consider it a complimentary service. Kane disregarded Hiruzen's jest. What age spots? Have they consumed your rice? Young man, I was once. Listening to Kane's impudent remarks, Hiruzen suddenly bristled with indignation. Very well. Before selecting a guide, I must inquire. Kane, how does your lifespan compare to that of the great toad sage? Hiruzen was well aware of that ancient toad, reminding himself that the summoning contract was signed with the Monkey King. Upon hearing Hiruzen's question, Kane understood the underlying inquiry, merely wishing to ascertain how long he might endure and whether he could serve as a protector for the Sarutobi clan or Konoha. I do not know. In any case, I have no trouble outlasting the toad. Kane replied confidently. Hiruzen, upon hearing Kane's response, momentarily froze before realizing who Kane referred to as the toad sage. There is a secret, an undeniable great secret. Hiruzen contemplated Kane's words, narrowing his eyes. Since you are so forthright, Kane, I shall not dilly-dally. Henceforth, all your needs, including sustenance and requirements, will be privately managed by the Sarutobi clan on behalf of the Uzumaki clan. As long as Gyo Exionai lives, you shall remain her contracted partner. What say you? Upon hearing the unabashed ambition of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kane jested. Should I take it to mean that you regret allowing Kushina to form a contract with me? Undoubtedly. If my foolish son possessed even half the charm of Minato or a fraction of his potential, you would be bearing the name Sarutobi by now. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen entertained such thoughts, he feigned politeness, replying, Nonsense. Kushina is, after all, my junior. However, the land of whirlpools has long been obliterated by the sands of time, and Kushina would likely be unable to afford the exorbitant costs. Kane was not inclined to engage Sarutobi Hiruzen in discussions about the past negligence of Konoha, as those not directly involved lacked the authority to judge. That may be so, but it is insufficient. Upon hearing Kane's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat perplexed. Do you truly have an affinity for gold and jewels? The avaricious dragon is drawn to glittering treasures. I have heard such tales long ago. But if that is the case, then it is indeed troubling. Observing the lascivious expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Kane realized he was holding back his amusement and retorted, I too am capable of growth. And recently I have just mastered the application of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Kane's claws in astonishment. Could it be that he is a genius dragon? In the realm of shinobi, there are numerous creatures possessing chakra, but those capable of utilizing ninjutsu are quite rare. If that is the case, then it complicates matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, for I cannot allow you to peruse the Book of Seals. It belongs to Konoha, not the Sarutobi clan. Here it comes, Kane thought maliciously, as Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a grandiose demeanor. However, I can impart all the ninjutsu I possess to you. Upon finishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a profoundly meaningful, melancholic expression as he regarded Kane. Damn! Despite having anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's unscrupulous nature, Kane found himself somewhat underestimating him at that moment. Chapter 17. Senior, I humbly request your guidance. Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen, you ask? He is lauded as the strongest Hokage, further renowned as a master of ninjutsu. While the title of strongest Hokage may be self-proclaimed, the moniker of ninjutsu master was bestowed by his adversaries. Kane initially believed Sarutobi Hiruzen would only agree to impart some basic ninjutsu or techniques of B rank or lower. But he was utterly unprepared for the fact that this old monkey was truly shrewd. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to fully share his extensive knowledge with Kane, it would indeed be a remarkable boon. Moreover, his promise included all that he knew. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's squinting, aged visage, Kane felt a profound sadness for the generations of Hokage. Perhaps future selections should be determined by lottery. It's a deal. With such favorable terms, Kane promptly accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions. Although the Book of Seals is the true compendium of forbidden techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen's own knowledge could likely form a substantial tome on sealing techniques. Watching Kane's decisive demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely stroked his beard and smiled without uttering a word. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inscrutable demeanor, Kane sighed. Well then, Let us hasten to find someone familiar with a ninja world map. I fear that if we delay further, Kushina may become a widow before she even arrives. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. I have heard that there's a youth named Sarutobi Asuma in Konoha who has conducted considerable research on the ninja world map. Ah, I am truly humbled by Elder Kane's praise. My incompetent son is unworthy of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interjected as he noticed Kane's rising irritation. Let it be him. While his strength is mediocre, he is quite familiar with the ninja world. Enough, enough. Where's he? I shall fetch him. Kane impatiently interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's insincere pleasantries. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a surprised glance at Kane, secretly noting that he was indeed a novice, to the point of not even requesting a deposit. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Those daring enough to incur debts with Mayuboka Mountain had likely yet to be born, especially since Kane himself was a formidable expert with the ability to fly. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from sending Kane to fetch Asuma himself, and instead stated he would summon Asuma. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's composed demeanor, Kane realized he had already set a trap, just waiting for him to step in. However, Kane felt no anger. After all, in transactions, both parties are willing participants with mutual needs. Moreover, while others might perceive participation in war as perilous, Kane held a different perspective. This opportunity allows me to observe the complete form of the tailed beasts. Aside from the 10 tails, Kane was unimpressed by the other tailed beast strengths. How formidable could they truly be? Stronger than Kaido? It was the very concept of the tailed beasts that piqued Kane's interest, a conglomerate of chakra. In the world of pirates, the sole means of replenishing energy is through devil fruits. Yet in the world of Naruto, the possibilities are more varied. Natural energy and chakra are both excellent sources of replenishment. Perhaps there are even more undiscovered methods. This time, I cannot afford to traverse recklessly. I must first gather ample resources. The last time, due to insufficient coordinates, Kane became separated from Zoro and the others. Fortunately, Bell was counted as a coordinate held by Nami. Otherwise, had Nami been alone, who knows where she might have randomly traversed to. While Kane was contemplating future plans, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Kumin, without needing to ask, he knew it was Asuma arriving, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even raise his head to greet him. Old man, Asuma Sarutobi entered the room, initially intending to greet Hiruzen boisterously. But upon seeing Kane, he was so startled that he stammered and could not articulate a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in disappointment at Asuma's reaction. This is Elder Kane from Mayuboka Mountain. Elder Kane is not very familiar with the ninja world, so you shall guide him during this time. What? The once curious Asuma, upon hearing his father's words, immediately exploded with anger. I have already accepted a mission to transport supplies to the front lines. You cannot expect me to abandon it. Before Asuma could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your first destination is the front lines between the land of lightning and the land of fire, to assist the Golden Flash. Although Asuma was displeased at being cut off, he quickly suppressed his frustration upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. Understood, Hokage-sama. No problem, Hokage-sama. Asuma is the second son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, born later in life. Perhaps he has been overly indulged, or perhaps every boy possesses a desire to surpass his father. This led to Asuma constantly finding fault with his father, the Hokage, both in his personal and professional life. Had it not been for the Hokage's authority to suppress Asuma's rebellious tendencies at work, he might have already acted out. Asuma has always believed that, being the son of the Hokage, he should be on the front lines or undertaking more perilous missions. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen consistently assigned him to the rear guard, either to execute trivial escort tasks or other inconsequential duties. This dissatisfaction left Asuma, who had yet to experience the harsh realities of society, displaying a rebellious demeanor even as a chunin. Upon learning that his mission was related to Kane, Asuma bowed deeply and said, Senpai, I am Chunin Asuma. I look forward to your guidance. Kane, who was engrossed in watching a family drama, was taken aback by the sudden show of respect and hurriedly replied, just call me Kane. That is out of the question. You are an elder of Mayuboka. To call you senpai is an honor for me. Asuma bowed again. Kane became flustered. Was this the upbringing of the Hokage? Seeing Asuma's behavior, Kane glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping for a reprieve. Hiruzen, acknowledging Kane's plea for help, nodded with a mix of appreciation and resignation. If you can accept this child's call to you as senpai, it is indeed a compliment to him. despite Asuma's rebellious nature. It was primarily directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. In other aspects, he was undeniably commendable, exhibiting only the typical clumsiness of a novice. Kane, observing this peculiar father-son dynamic, found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not allow Kane to feel awkward and stated, "Asuma, please wait downstairs. I need to discuss some details with Elder Kane." Upon hearing this was about the mission, Asuma refrained from opposing his father further and nodded at Kane before exiting. After Asuma departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply while lighting his pipe. "I apologize for the embarrassment, Kane." "No worries. I find your son quite mature," Kane remarked. Though he had never been a father, he had been a son and understood these matters as merely the adolescent rebellion and precociousness every child experiences. "I almost forgot. You are not that old yourself." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen could only see Kane's dragon-like visage, he could deduce from Kane's voice and manner of speaking that he was no older than 18. Chapter 18. Arrival at the battlefield, perhaps due to Kane's prolonged lifespan from binding with Bel, or perhaps influenced by the Eternal Forest mark. Kane's appearance and voice seemed eternally fixed at the age of 16 or 17. Not only his appearance and voice, but even Kane's personality appeared to have ceased evolving. He forever retained the vigor, impulsiveness, courage, and passion of a 17-year-old. This led those who encountered Kane to believe he could not be very old. In reality, Kane had lived over 40 years across 2 lifetimes. While it was difficult to determine his generation in relation to the third Hokage, he certainly had a brotherly bond with Jiraiya. To return to the matter at hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a self-deprecating chuckle, stood up and approached Kane, saying, "I entrust Asuma to you. I hope you can keep our transaction confidential." Of course. You can ask around. I, Kane the Great Dragon, am known for my integrity." Perhaps recalling his previous life, Kane answered somewhat distractedly. "Foresees?" Sarutobi Hiruzen paused at this unfamiliar term, but did not press for clarification. "As for the items you need, I will prepare them once you depart. Ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, I will compile them into scrolls, and when Jiraiya returns, I will ensure he delivers them to you at the earliest opportunity." After receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's assurance, Kane nodded. "Then please take care of Kushina, who remains in Konoha." "Naturally, Kushina is a treasure of Konoha," Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed without hesitation. Kane nodded and gestured behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is there something else?" Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly did not understand Kane's meaning. "Open the window." "Oh, my apologies. My age has dulled my memory." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen boast about his age, Kane couldn't help but smirk. "If you're getting on in years, perhaps you should step back and focus on teaching your son. Just look at what he has become." While internally critiquing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kane took to the skies, perhaps truly unable to bear the parting due to his age. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to accompany Asuma, but stood by the window, silently watching them. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Kane carrying Asuma high into the sky, he sighed deeply and returned to his desk. "Senpai, I have yet to inquire." Clearly unsettled by being at such a lofty height, Asuma nervously stroked Kane's dragon back, chattering incessantly. "Inquire? There's nothing to inquire. I must accelerate." Kane was puzzled. Why did every young person who rode on his back chatter incessantly and fidget? Kushina was the same, and so was Asuma. Alahite. Startled by Kane's brusque tone, Asuma quickly agreed, although he couldn't chat with his senpai. Enjoying the scenery was still pleasant. After indicating the direction to Kane, Asuma found himself somewhat idle and chose to lie on Kane's back, gazing downwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They sped onward. Although they were racing from one country to another in support, the ninja world was not vast. Before long, Asuma alerted, "Senpai, we are nearing the borders of the fire country." While admiring the landscape, Asuma remained vigilant in his duties. As they approached the border between the fire and water countries, he hastily called out to Kane. "So soon?" Although Kane was prepared for the ninja world's small territory, he was still surprised by how quickly they arrived. "This is even shorter than the distance from Windmill Village to Whiskey Peak." "Indeed, sir, but we must heighten our vigilance. I can see ninjas below." Upon hearing Asuma's words, Kane gently shook his body and lowered their flight altitude. "Do we need to eliminate them?" Although the reduced height limited their range of vision, it did enhance clarity. "Aren't we tasked with supporting Jonin Minato?" Asuma replied. "Try to contact Minato and see if you can establish a connection." Kane encouraged Asuma. "Oh, all right." After a series of hand signs, scrolls, and secret techniques, Asuma ultimately dejectedly stated, "It's no use, senpai. I cannot establish an effective means of communication." Kane has long found the technological level of a Naruto world rather peculiar. Despite the existence of steam locomotives, films, and even televisions, communication technology remains rudimentary, lacking even the simplest mobile phones. It is curious that Nagato can remotely command the 6 paths of pain through chakra, showcasing an advanced form of control. However, Kane does not dwell on these inconsistencies, recognizing that scientific research is not his forte. It is Orochimaru who excels in that domain. Not being able to establish contact is of little concern, for Kane has devised a clever plan. Observing that Asuma, influenced by an inexplicable will, was unable to reach Minato, Kane quickly tempted him with the idea that although their mission was to support Minato, they could also alleviate his pressure, thus indirectly fulfilling their objective. Asuma found some merit in Kane's reasoning, yet he felt a twinge of unease. Noticing Asuma's hesitation, Kane pointed out that the troops below were continuously advancing, and surely one faction must belong to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Asuma glanced below, and, indeed, 2 groups of shinobi had emerged, drawing ever closer. This spurred Asuma into action, and he urged Kane to assist their comrades. Observing Asuma's impulsive demeanor, Kane thought to himself that youthful exuberance certainly had its advantages. If it were a more seasoned Chunin, they would undoubtedly prioritize the mission over their companions. It is not a matter of cold-bloodedness. Rather, the essence of a shinobi is to place the mission above all else. Their dedication to tasks often surpasses everything, making them willing to sacrifice even their comrades and lives. One need only recall the legendary Konoha White Fang, who faced condemnation from villagers to the point of suicide after a mission failure, an act committed for the sake of his comrades, no less. This simple truth is evident even to Kane, a mere observer of anime, and it is clear that Asuma, being young, has yet to grasp it fully. Are we truly charging in like this? Asuma stammered as they neared the lightning village shinobi, his nervousness palpable. Sensing Asuma's anxiety, Kane chuckled and reassured him that it sufficed for him to confirm the identity of the enemies. Asuma, still inexperienced, had only participated in missions under the guidance of seasoned jonin. Moreover, as the son of the Hokage, Konoha regarded him with utmost importance, second only to the Jinchuriki. The higher-ups feared that if Asuma were captured, it might impact the Hokage. This concern contributed to Asuma's lack of exposure to significant challenges. Let me confirm once more. They are indeed enemies? Kane asked as he surveyed the crouching figures below, seeking reassurance from Asuma. After all, shinobi excel in disguise. And if those below were Konoha as hidden operatives, Kane's fiery breath would lead to an embarrassing blunder. I would not mistake them, senior, Asuma replied resolutely, adding with clenched teeth, even if they turned to ash, I would recognize them. Kane, upon hearing Asuma's fervent declaration, deduced that there must be a personal vendetta involved, likely linked to fallen comrades. After receiving Asuma's confirmation, Kane grinned, thinking that if he were mistaken, it would simply be a matter of misfortune for the others. With that, he dove towards the unsuspecting shinobi. As Asuma, perched on Kane's back, braced himself to coordinate an attack, he suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. Fearing he might plummet, Asuma quickly channeled chakra to his feet. Slow down. I'm about to fall, senior. Once he steadied himself, Kane soared back to a higher altitude, leaving a scorched earth below. Even from hundreds of meters above, Asuma could sense the intense heat radiating from the ground. Upon finally viewing the scene below, he gasped in awe. Is this truly the extent of your power, senior? A single strike comparable to an S-rank fire technique. This is not my true strength, Kane remarked, adjusting his altitude as he sought the concealed Konoha shinobi, attempting to sow discord within Sarutobi Hiruzen's household. It is clearly stated in the scroll that I possess the power of the first Hokage. Who knew your father would entrust my contract to a young girl? His words were partly true, but sufficient to provoke Asuma. Hearing Kane's insinuation, Asuma's eyes widened in shock. You are a summoning beast. Kane, irritated by the term, retorted, I'm a contract partner. My apologies. Asuma quickly corrected himself, sensing Kane's shift in mood. I'm sorry, senior. I misspoke. Kane, feigning annoyance, huffed and ceased to engage further with Asuma. Meanwhile, Asuma felt a potent urge to rebel against his antiquated father and usurp his position as Hokage. How infuriating. The senior possesses such might, yet my father relinquished the contract scroll to... Although Asuma was unaware of the identity of the girl Kane referenced, it did not diminish his dissatisfaction with his father. Perhaps she was stronger than him, even possessing greater potential, but with the senior by his side. He could seize the world. If Jiraiya were to overhear Asuma's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly, questioning how he could aspire to contract the elders of the summoning realm when his chakra reserves were so limited. Furthermore, with his lack of resemblance to either parent, even if he could summon Cain, it was likely that Cain would disdainfully regard him as mere backup sustenance. We are all looking out for your best interests, Junior. At this moment, both Cain and Asuma were lost in their own thoughts, while the Konoha shinobi below were thrown into disarray. What was that? A giant dragon? Exclaimed a startled Genin. I must be mistaken. That looks like Asuma on the dragon's back. Speculated another, likely a peer of Asuma's. Indeed, the filthy Hokage and his sordid politics lamented a disillusioned shinobi. Hinata Hayashi, the reconnaissance team leader, surveyed the chaotic scene and barked an order for silence. Upon hearing the sound of Richa, several lower-ranked shinobi seemed to have found their anchor, quickly turning their gazes towards him. The nature of Richa, whether friend or foe, remained uncertain, so they maintained their vigilance, ensuring to leave clues for the main force. After uttering these words, Richa, feeling somewhat weakened, took out a hemostatic pill and swallowed it. After enduring a series of fierce battles, even the reconnaissance team had sustained considerable injuries. Yet, it was undeniably Asuma on the dragon's back. As a fellow student of Asuma, the onlooker asserted that he had not mistaken the identity. Silence. Upon hearing the insubordination of his subordinates, Richa was filled with rage. As members of the reconnaissance team, do you not even know to be wary of transformation techniques? You fools! If you cannot comprehend such matters as a ninja, it would be better for you to perish in this war, as that would truly reflect your worth. Even the lower-ranked shinobi could see that it was Asuma on the dragon's back. How could Richa, hailing from a clan known for its ocular techniques, not perceive this? However, Asuma's intervention in such a manner required discretion. Unless he personally acknowledged it, no one should speak of it, whether due to duty or the Hokage's personal sentiments. Asuma's sudden possession of such a formidable summoning beast was not a topic for common shinobi to speculate upon. Observing that his subordinates remained silent, perhaps intimidated by his authority as their captain, yet their expressions betrayed their dissatisfaction and indignation, Richa realized that they would likely not survive this war. Before Richa could recuperate, a shadow with wings appeared on the ground, growing larger by the moment. Everyone be on guard. Although he suspected it might be Asuma, Richa chose to adopt a defensive stance. Noticing his subordinates' obvious lack of energy and relaxed demeanor, Richa sighed inwardly, hoping they would understand his earnest intentions. Unfortunately, until Cain landed before them with Asuma, the trio of young lower-ranked shinobi failed to respond appropriately. Captain Richa, Asuma seemed oblivious to the discord among the four. Cheerfully greeting Richa, "Halt! Secret orders." Since they were already playing a role, Richa decided to fully commit to the act. After all, a slight tremor would not matter. Upon hearing Richa's words, Asuma, who had visibly relaxed, intended to touch his nose to ease the awkwardness but quickly lowered his hand, fearing that Richa might misconstrue it as an aggressive gesture. He nodded and began verifying the secret orders with Richa. Once Asuma completed the verification, Richa led his subordinates closer to Cain and Asuma. In a world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 20. High-profile conduct. I did not expect to encounter you here, Master Asuma. Richa observed Asuma's slightly excited demeanor and found himself at a loss for words. The age difference between Richa and Asuma, compounded by the ongoing war, placed the relations among the Hokage and clan factions in a sensitive state. For a moment, Richa could merely exchange pleasantries with Asuma, wary of saying too much, as verbosity might lead to missteps. Yes, what a coincidence. Asuma, too, noticed Richa's deliberate aloofness. And being somewhat emotionally intelligent, he understood the underlying reasons. In truth, Asuma's enthusiastic greeting stemmed from a desire to showcase his connection to such a remarkable senior, as not everyone had the opportunity to embark on a mission alongside such a distinguished figure. When Asuma attempted to greet the three peers, they merely nodded dismissively, and those who did respond wore a sycophantic smile, clearly meant for the elder. All right, enough of the pleasantries, Asuma. Let us exchange intelligence swiftly. Cain discerned Asuma's awkward situation and seized the opportunity to prompt him, providing a much-needed exit. Hearing Cain suddenly direct him, Richa cast a surprised glance at Cain. A summoning beast capable of independent action? This beast leads the team? Ah, understood, senior. Responding to Cain's prompt, Asuma promptly produced the hand scroll given to him by the third Hokage and sought information from Richa. Richa, already harboring suspicions regarding Kane's identity, confirmed his thoughts upon reading the contents of the third Hokage's message. With Kane's assistance, Namake's Minato repelled the Cloud Shinobi. This was the Hokage's decree, and the simplicity of the words conveyed a clear message. With the aid of this dragon, Namake's Minato possessed absolute confidence in repelling the Cloud Shinobi and potentially securing victory in the war. After reading the decree, Richa began explaining the current battlefield situation to Asuma, while discreetly sizing up Kane with his peripheral vision. Perhaps due to Richa's ocular techniques or his injuries preventing him from perfectly concealing his presence, Kane found Richa's furtive glances quite bothersome. That cataract. What are you staring at? Do not think that your lack of pupils means I cannot detect your prying. Richa did not expect Kane to be so perceptive. He had only stolen a few sidelong glances at Kane, yet Kane had caught on. Upon hearing Kane's remark, Asuma shot a disapproving look at Richa. Captain Richa, please focus on the intelligence transfer. Although Asuma's words bordered on audacious, as Kane held the true authority over this mission both overtly and covertly, Kane's unique status rendered him not entirely a conventional Konoha shinobi. Thus, in certain crucial moments, Asuma's identity as the Hokage's second son proved exceptionally advantageous. This time, Richa refrained from engaging with Kane and Asuma further, instead swiftly transferring information to Asuma before preparing to lead the quartet on their reconnaissance mission. However, as Richa was about to depart, he suddenly turned to Kane with a solemn expression. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Dragon. I mean no ill will. I am simply a bit curious, after all. You are a legendary being. If I survive this war and return to the village, I shall personally apologize to you. With that, Richa bounded away into the forest with his subordinates. Observing Richa and his team's retreating figures, Kane poked Asuma with his tail, saying, TSK, did you see that? This is the demeanor and cunning of a scion from a prominent family. But what a pity he is wasted. Asuma, hearing this, curled his lip in disdain and replied, Senior, I can tell he is deliberately trying to draw your attention with such antics. You are quite perceptive, forgetting that you too are a child of a clan. Kane chose not to pursue the discussion further, but instead soared back into the sky with Asuma. Richa's actions may have seemed like a clumsy offense to a powerful being, followed by a profound and polite apology. Yet the reality was far from it. Originally, Richa had completely suppressed his curiosity about Kaien in his heart. After all, as the son of the Hokage, he dared not harbor any ill intentions towards the Hyuga clan summoned beasts. However, upon hearing Asuma's overly polite tone and his address to Kaien, combined with the hand decree that Asuma presented, Richa could no longer resist making a few subtle moves. He first allowed his curiosity to show without disguise, then, upon sensing Kaien's slight anger, he reined it in, ultimately offering a sincere apology. Following this sequence of actions, by the time the war concluded and he returned to Konoha to meet Kaien again, he might even have the opportunity to rekindle their friendship. Even if that did not materialize, at the very least, he could glean insights into Kaien's temperament and character, as well as his tolerance for unusual scrutiny. These seemingly inconspicuous bits of intelligence could prove invaluable in the future. Gathering intelligence is a fundamental skill for a ninja, applicable to both foes and allies. Senior, we are approaching the combat zone. Should we reduce altitude? Asuma inquired after verifying the intelligence, beginning to report to Kaien. According to Senior Richa's description, after discovering the AB duo from Kaminari no Kuni, Minato-sensei has been on guard in this vicinity to prevent the AB brothers from breaching Konoha's rear. Upon hearing Asuma's report, Kaien asked, so Minato may not necessarily be at the forefront, but instead be targeting the AB duo? Indeed, Minato's team may not be stationed here, Asuma replied. Kaien pondered momentarily before continuing. Do you think the Hokage will inform our allies about my deployment to the battlefield? Asuma hesitated. That's hard to say, considering it's a secret mission. Kaien contemplated that if the third Hokage did relay his involvement to Konoha, he would wait at the Konoha base for Minato. If not, even if he went to the command post station on the battlefield, he would have to patiently await confirmation from the temporary commander before receiving any intelligence regarding Minato. After all, on the battlefield against the Land of Lightning, Minato is the primary commander. If Minato is absent, the temporary commander would likely be unable to make decisions. Without that authority, they would not provide him with any intelligence or assistance, even though he was acting alongside the Hokage's son. War is no trifling matter. The time wasted in verifying identities could be considerable. Upon realizing Asuma's evasive response, Kaien understood that he had no choice but to resort to a more audacious approach. In that case, let's act with greater prominence. Kaien declared. Prominence? Ashuma queried, somewhat puzzled by Kaien's intent. Minato is currently leading a team to target the AB brothers. Yet one of the main reasons the AB brothers have entered the battlefield is also due to Minato. Both parties share a common trait. They pose a significant threat to ordinary ninjas. We simply need to act conspicuously. Both the AB brothers and Minato will be compelled to seek us out. At this point, Asuma fully grasped Kaien's strategy. Konoha and Kaminari no Kuni each possess a squad of elite combatants. If an unknown elite force appears on a battlefield, both sides would converge towards Kaien to eliminate any potential instability. After all, an elite force can determine the course of war. In a world of pirates, there could be only one dragon, 21 chapters in, and the elder brother has other subordinates? Asuma exclaimed, exhausted to the point of incoherence. After all, gathering forehead protectors is quite the physical endeavor, is it not? Since Kaien decided to act boldly to attract powerful figures from both sides, he led Asuma in various assaults against Kaminari no Kuni. It is often said that air superiority is paramount, for it is crucial to dominate the skies. As Kaien soared with Asuma high above, no matter how well one might hide below, they would inevitably reveal themselves from such heights. Moreover, after each assault on the ninjas of Kaminari no Kuni, Kaien always left one survivor to return with news. Now, both Kaminari no Kuni and Konoha are aware of the remarkable feats of the third Hokage's son, who has made significant contributions in just a few days on the battlefield alongside his elder brother, the mighty dragon Kaien. Yes, you heard that right. Elder brother. It must be said that while Asuma may not possess great looks, his aspirations are indeed lofty. His actions have been commendable. After spending these days with Kaien and learning that Kaien would be a permanent fixture in Konoha, Asuma has practically become Kaien's devoted admirer. Throughout their journey, he diligently hunted and grilled meat for Kaien. Whenever they encountered a stream, he would invite Kaien to bathe, not out of personal desire, but rather to scrub Kaien's back. Had there been garlic, Asuma would undoubtedly have transformed into a garlic-peeling assistant during their barbecues. The son of the third Hokage, a master of ninjutsu, Tsurutobi Asuma, has indeed succumbed to being Kaien's lackey. Given Asuma's remarkable attentiveness, Kaien chose not to mind Asuma referring to him as his junior. However, one wonders how Konohamaru's father would feel upon discovering this. Returning to the matter at hand, observing the weary Asuma, Kaien gently nodded, shrinking his form to that of an ordinary person. Let us rest here, he suggested. Here? In this place? Asuma replied, glancing around at the desolate scene, and then at the head of a Jonin nearby, still unblinking. All right, elder brother, no problem. Seeing Asuma's reluctance, Kaien decided not to tease him further. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a gust of wind to clear the area, then laid down to meditate. During this time, Kaien had gained considerable understanding of chakra and natural energy, and he utilized every opportunity to attempt entering Sage Mode without relying on toad oil. If he could maintain Sage Mode permanently, he would have no concerns about energy in the world of Hokage. While Asuma took a break, Kaien immersed himself in L. The energy bar for L had reset upon arriving in the world of Hokage, thanks to Kaien's frenzied absorption of energy in this brief period. Along with considerable gains from the Nine Tails, he was close to triggering the next round of rewards. However, L indicated that he had entered an upgrade state, causing some unease in Kaien. Please do not evolve cognitive abilities. Just remain a handy tool. Brother. After what felt like an eternity, Asuma's trembling voice roused Kaien from his concentrated state of chakra refinement. Kaien responded, about to inquire what was amiss when his observation haki provided a warning. Upon receiving the alert, Kaien swiftly enlarged his form, shielding Asuma beneath his wings, just as a fleeting yet ominous voice echoed, "Danger!" A flash of golden light appeared, and a handsome young man with golden hair materialized beside Kaien, pressing a radiant blue orb against the assailant. With a resounding explosion, the orb and the assailant's fist clashed for a few moments before both retreated, propelled by the force of the impact. Kaien watched Minato, who had jumped back and was now on high alert, thinking to himself, this shouldn't be happening. I recall that Mizu no Kage could hold his own against the AB brothers, so why is his right hand trembling after this encounter? Let us revisit the timeline. Mizu no Kage and the AB brothers arrive at the resting place of Kaien and Asuma almost simultaneously. However, both sides were uncertain about the identity of the colossal dragon within the arena. Just as Mizu no Kage hesitated. The AB brothers recognized Asuma's face and opted for a surprise attack. Upon witnessing from the AB brothers launch a sneak attack on Asuma, Mizu no Kage immediately activated his Flying Thunder God technique for urgent support. In the heat of the moment, Mizu no Kage, unaccustomed to direct confrontation, was forced to engage in a hard clash with the future fourth Reikage, resulting in a slight injury to his right hand. Ibsidabing Gaien, who was effortlessly shielding Asuma beneath his wings, Mizu no Kage couldn't help but silently lament. Had I known your wings were so formidable and could expand, I would not have recklessly confronted that brash fool A. In truth, Mizu no Kage's uncertainty about Kaien's identity did not imply he was unsure of Asuma's. Meanwhile, a demonstrated remarkable intelligence by choosing to ambush Asuma instead of Kaien. This meant that regardless of Kaien's affiliation with Konoha, Mizu no Kage had no choice but to confront him directly. After all, if the son of the Hokage were to perish before Mizu no Kage, it would be an insurmountable scandal. Upon noticing the tremor in Mizu no Kage's right hand, Ken subtly inched closer to him, questioning, "Why do you feign ignorance of my identity? Did that fool Jiraiya fail to inform you who I am?" The audience gasped at this revelation. This man and dragon were evidently acquainted. Asuma, trailing behind Ken, looked utterly astonished, unable to comprehend that his elder brother had other subordinates. As a participant in this battlefield, Mizu no Kage, upon hearing Kaien's inquiry, chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. "This is a battlefield. I must exercise utmost caution. I hope you understand." "Impossible. I do not believe you," Kaien retorted skeptically upon hearing Mizu no Kage's somewhat forced explanation. Faced with Kaien's doubtful expression, Mizu no Kage chose not to elaborate further and instead walked toward the edge of the battlefield. "What can I say? Should I confess that it was Master Jiraiya who instructed me to stall you, feigning ignorance of any prior contact? Or should I reveal that Kushina has already uncovered your little secret?" In truth, Mizu no Kage had been privy to Kaien's information long before, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had communicated it to him after Kaien's departure. However, Sarutobi had subtly implied that Asuma's safety was guaranteed while following Kaien. Understanding the underlying message from his superior, Mizu no Kage resolved to avoid Kaien and create opportunities for them. As anticipated, after evading the duo of man and dragon, Kaien and Asuma launched a ferocious assault against the forces of Kaminari no Kuni, swiftly earning the title of Catastrophic Beast. This title stemmed from Kaien's elemental manipulation abilities, Storm, Thunder, and Flame. Each of these powers unleashed by him was akin to a natural disaster. Mizu no Kage's avoidance of Kaien had another rationale. Earlier, he had received a secret letter from Jiraiya, in which Jiraiya mentioned finding a powerful ally for Kushina, a dragon named Ken, whose strength rivaled that of a tailed beast but possessed a volatile temperament. Jiraiya had instructed Mizu no Kage to feign ignorance upon meeting Kaien and to never disclose that he had been in contact with him. After perusing Jiraiya's letter, it was not difficult for Mizu no Kage to deduce that his foolish teacher had likely led Kaien into a predicament, resulting in Kaien's current pursuit of vengeance against him. While it was possible that Jiraiya had ensnared Kaien, Mizu no Kage, as a dutiful student, felt compelled to safeguard his teacher's secret. The world of pirates can only harbor one dragon. Chapter 22. The hero emerges at this moment. The war between Hai no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni was nearing its conclusion, poised to reach its final climax. The protracted conflict had nearly exhausted the economy of Kaminari no Kuni. Though the daimyo of Kaminari no Kuni was a martial figure, he was compelled to urge the Reikage to expedite the cessation of hostilities with Konoha due to the nation's dwindling strength. During the Third Great Ninja War, Hai no Kuni had engaged in battles with 4 nations simultaneously. Had it not been for the pursuit of the strongest village title, Konoha would have sought peace with another ninja village long ago. Unfortunately, Konoha was established by the revered ninja deity Senju Hashirama, and under such circumstances, it would neither seek nor could it afford to request peace from other villages. This was the last vestige of dignity for Konoha as the most formidable village. Konoha had already lost White Fang, and Orochimaru had been summoned back to the rear by Sarutobi Hiruzen for specific reasons, while Tsunade roamed with Shizen. Currently, Konoha's top-tier experts were dwindling. The arrival of Kaien instilled immense hope in Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Kaien could assist Mizu no Kage in repelling the forces of Kaminari no Kuni, the unfavorable stalemate for Konoha would be shattered. Even if Kaien chose not to re-engage in warfare afterward, Mizu no Kage, as a superlative expert, could then redirect his efforts toward resolving the conflict with the Sand Shinobi. In truth, Konoha's current predicament was entirely self-inflicted. Tsunade's departure from Konoha was entangled with sordid politics, and Orochimaru's return to the rear was a different matter altogether, given his notorious reputation. While Jiraiya still occasionally traversed various battlefields, he unfortunately spent more time seeking inspiration than he did in Konoha. Kaien gazed at the AB duo before him, already cognizant that the resolution to the war against Kaminari no Kuni was imminent. Yet, the victor remained contingent upon the outcome of the clash between Mizu no Kage and the AB brothers. You are the son of the third Raikage, A. Filled with an insatiable competitive spirit, Mizu no Kage declared with an air of confidence as he readied his technique. Kaien did not hinder Mizu no Kage's advance. Instead, he nudged Asuma to retreat with his tail, allowing Mizu no Kage to bask in a moment of bravado. The AB brothers, however, had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with Mizu no Kage as they charged forward, unleashing his lightning release chakra. In the face of A's sudden assault, Mizu no Kage remained unflustered, casting a kunai. Just as A's fist was about to land, Mizu no Kage teleported to a nearby tree. At this moment, Kaien's muscles tensed, and his sensory perception heightened. What incredible speed in the Flying Thunder God technique. What astonishing swiftness in A's lightning release chakra mode. Even Kaien, equipped with his augmented abilities, was captivated by the breathtaking clash between Mizu no Kage and A. The hero emerges. Kaien, prepared for the impending spectacle, braced himself. Within Kaien's perception, Mizu no Kage had returned to the position of the kunai near A, while Killer Bee's tail was poised for action. There is an opening. Kaien's Chowteeth. As Chi La Bai was on the verge of rescuing AI, Kain let out a monstrous roar, with a speed rivaling that of the lightning release chakra mode. His colossal dragon form surged towards Chi La Bai. Ola ola ola. In an instant, Kain reached Chi La Bai's side, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Meanwhile, the kunai wielded by Minato struck AI from behind. Despite AI's desperate attempts to evade, the kunai merely shifted its point of impact from the back of his head to his back. With a swift slash, a deep gash was carved into AI's flesh. Gripped by the searing pain, AI remarked gravely, "Such sharp wind released chakra." At this moment, AI could no longer afford to concern himself with Chi La Bai, who was being mercilessly assaulted by Kain. With the speed of both himself and Minato, a mere distraction could lead to his untimely demise. Minato remained silent, tossing aside the kunai in his hand, which had been enhanced with wind release, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. Where? Before AI could locate Minato's position, the latter had already appeared behind him, waiting eagerly. "I've been anticipating your arrival." Hellstab, anticipating an attack from behind, AI swiftly turned to launch a counteroffensive. Upon realizing the failure of his ambush, Minato opted not to lament, but instead teleported to another nearby tree. Kain's interference had prevented AI from immediately recognizing the effects of the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving him still grappling with Minato's tactics. As AI and Minato engaged in a stalemate, the battle's tide shifted elsewhere. "Bakayero, Kumye-Alu, Xiaoba, come with me." The rapper, having just summoned the Eight Tails after enduring a brutal beating from Kain, was once again sent flying by Kain's tail. AI witnessed his brother being humiliated by the dragon and was about to rush to his aid when Minato intercepted him. Distracted in battle, with a flash of golden light, Minato's chilling voice lingered in the air. He had already left the kunai with a seal at their initial point of attack, and, after injuring AI, he had placed another seal behind him. Observing AI's distraction, Minato teleported to the seal behind AI, launching a feigned attack. Just a little trick, only capable of backstabbing. Believing Minato was merely repeating his previous tactics, swiftly turned to retaliate, only to find emptiness behind him. "Be careful." This warning came from Chi La Bai, who was currently being pummeled by Kain. "Wonderful," Kain marveled, continuing his assault on Chi La Bai. "This is bad," was AI's inner monologue. After executing his feigned attack, Minato realized AI had indeed fallen for the ruse. Without hesitation, he shifted to another kunai, which was fortuitously positioned right in front of AI. Everything was within his grasp. With a whisper, Minato drove the kunai directly into AI's abdomen. AI, a seasoned ninja, instinctively sought to retaliate while the opportunity was ripe. Lightning release, Flying Thunder God. Before AI's strike could land, Minato once again utilized the Flying Thunder God to reposition himself behind AI. Rasengan. This time, Minato refrained from using the kunai, as it had only struck AI twice before being severed by the violent lightning release chakra emanating from him. Lightning release chakra is indeed practical. A perfect blend of offense and defense, Kane noted as he continued to pummel the Eight Tails while perceiving the situation through his observation hockey. With a resounding crash, AI was struck by Minato's Rasengan, causing the wound on his back to widen further. He was propelled backward until he collided with a massive tree, finally coming to a halt. Brother. Chi Bai, witnessing his sibling being toyed with by Minato, roared in fury, determined to break through Kane's assault to aid AI. Kane, observing Chi Bai maneuvering the Eight Tails in an effort to escape his grasp, mockingly seized the tail of the Eight Tails. What big brother? With a forceful motion, Kane swung the Eight Tails down like a mighty hammer, crashing it into the ground. What are you shouting about? In a scene reminiscent of the grand battles from the Fourth Great Ninja War, this moment was now being reenacted in the world of Naruto. The rapper, unable to continue his performance due to Kane's relentless blows, could only lie on the ground, emitting mournful cries. Observing the rapper's anguished and furious wails, Kane scoffed. If mere yelling were sufficient, why bother with strength? In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 23. The end of battle today was destined to be a day of humiliation for the AB duo. First, the future Fourth Raikage AI was toyed with like a dog by the future Fourth Hokage. And then the esteemed perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails was brutally beaten by an enigmatic dragon, even failing to fully condense the tail beast bomb before having his mouth forcibly shut. After Kane had swung the Eight Tails down with great force, it attempted to ensnare him with its tail and gather the tailed beast bomb for an attack. However, inexplicably, the tailed beast bomb vanished before it could fully coalesce. The Ninja World Rapper? The Killer Bee Chi Bai? The perfect Jinchuriki? At this moment, Kane, having absorbed the energy of the tailed beast bomb, pressed one claw against the upper jaw of the Eight Tails and another against its lower jaw, forcing Chi Bai's mouth open wide with sheer power. If I were RPA, would you love me? Speak, would you love me? Kane taunted while tormenting the Eight Tails. Ilavi, having just endured the agony of being unable to open his mouth, now faced the dilemma of having it forced open too wide. After enduring a prolonged period of torment, Chi Bai ceased his resistance, fully relaxing his body and allowing Kane to do as he pleased. Seeing Chi Bai surrendering to his whims, Kane lost interest in playing and began to lift the Eight Tails, absorbing its energy while contemplating profound questions. Why is chakra so miraculous? What about tailed beasts makes them known as chakra conglomerates? In his past life, Kane had learned from myriad of sources that the 9 existing tailed beasts were perceived as a threat by Otsutsuki Kagaya due to the immense chakra of the 10 tails. Consequently, she absorbed the chakra of the 10 tails into her own body and dispersed it into 9 tailed beasts to diminish their power. With each tailed beast possessing independent consciousness capable of refining chakra autonomously. Thus, the first question arose. According to this explanation, the 9 tailed beasts are composed of individual chakras. Is chakra truly that remarkable, capable of creating consciousness and form? However, this question ultimately circled back to the essence of chakra and the soul. Having little to do with the tailed beasts, studying tailed beasts merely yielded peripheral insights. Later, as Kane refined chakra on his own, although he had yet to learn ninjutsu, he gleaned some inspiration from the process of chakra refinement. Firstly, chakra possesses a temporal quality. Once you refine a portion of chakra, if you do not utilize it, it will soon dissipate back into the cosmos. The attributes of chakra are indeed perplexing. Although Kane possesses the innate ability to command storms and thunder, and the dragon's very form is capable of unleashing fiery breath, upon attempting to sense the attributes of his chakra, he discovered the absence of the fire element. Instead, he found himself aligned with water and earth. While he could accept the association with thunder and wind, as those powers were granted to him through a contract, the lack of fire was disheartening. Fire, after all, was Kane's forte. Moreover, he was astonished to uncover that his chakra exhibited remarkable restorative capabilities, not just for himself, but also for others. This revelation evoked thoughts of the legends surrounding the yang attribute, though it seemed that everyone possessed yin and yang attributes, albeit in varying strengths. This led Kane to a significant conclusion. The influence on chakra is not solely derived from the body. Rather, the soul likely plays a dominant role. With a chakra that seemingly resembles the extraordinary yang attribute of Hashirama, Kane suspected a profound connection to the mark of the eternal forest. Discussing the origins of chakra is essential. It is said that chakra was first acquired by a princess during the Warring States period, who partook of the divine fruit from the god tree, thus becoming the first to wield chakra. However, as a time traveler, Cain recognized these tales as mere fabrications, concocted by Kuro to deceive the naive. In truth, chakra has existed on this planet since its inception, with the Otsutsuki clan being latecomers. The god tree itself was cultivated by them. The so-called princess, Otsutsuki Kagaya, after indulging in the forbidden fruit, feared retaliation from her clan and sought to create the infinite Tsukuyami to defend against them. However, she was sealed away by her own sons, rendering her years of plotting and scheming futile. Realizing her sons had grown beyond her control, Kagaya expended her last efforts to create her third son, Kuro. Under Kuro's guidance, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, fell into conflict, drastically altering the intended narrative from one of heroic endeavors to a tale of familial strife. However, this was merely the backdrop. What truly piqued Cain's interest was his brief encounter with the Nine Tails during his incursion into Kushina. The reminder from El about the Nine Tails being a high-energy conglomerate fueled Cain's curiosity further. Although he could not currently manipulate the Nine Tails, he found himself with an opportunity at hand. In the original narrative, tailed beasts would bleed when injured, yet could swiftly recover, even quicker than the rapid healing depicted in four-panel comics. Would a pure, elemental entity bleed? Initially, Cain intended to experiment on Killer Bee, but upon seeing him exhausted and reverted from the Eight Tails form, he decided against it. With the Bee of the AB brothers already defeated, only A remained. Contemplating this, Cain turned to assess Minato's situation. Cain, lost in thought, was startled to find that Minato had already concluded his battle. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the fastest in the ninja world. Observing how effortlessly Minato had subdued A and even utilized sealing techniques to contain him, Cain couldn't help but express his admiration. However, such swiftness in a man could present its own challenges. Minato, slightly bashful at Cain's praise, scratched his head and remarked that it was thanks to Cain's assistance. Without it, he doubted he could have subdued the AB duo alone. Cain, acknowledging Minato's humility with a meaningful glance, chose to remain silent and instead called for his subordinate, Asuma. Asuma, the battle is over, come forth. After several calls yielded no response, a sense of dread washed over Cain. Had he misplaced this young man? Just then, a small mound of earth erupted, and Asuma appeared, panting heavily. Apologies, big brother. I delved too deep underground and nearly couldn't resurface. It turned out that Asuma, overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle, had opted for safety by utilizing earth techniques to burrow underground, only to find himself nearly trapped due to depleted chakra. Upon hearing Asuma's explanation, Cain gestured for him to approach. Once Asuma was near, Cain placed a claw on his shoulder and draped his tail over Minato, initiating the transfer of chakra. This is impossible. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Asuma, unaware of the intricacies, assumed Cain was simply unique in his ability to heal and replenish others with his chakra. While surprised, he did not dwell on it. However, Minato, having risen from humble beginnings, had honed his intellect and understanding of essential truths. Witnessing Cain's extraordinary ability to replenish chakra and feeling his own wounds gradually heal, left Minato in a state of astonishment. Is this a bloodline limit? No, this is merely a pure transfer of chakra, connecting Cain's unique ability to that of his fiancée. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Minato's expression shifted to one of intrigue. After assisting Minato and Asuma in replenishing their chakra, Cain observed Minato's contemplative demeanor and realized his plan had succeeded halfway. Curiosity can be a double-edged sword, my young friend. Oh, I too have only just discovered the peculiarity of my chakra, though the cause remains elusive. After uttering these words, Cain noted Minato's thoughtful expression and deftly shifted the topic. Asuma, with the support mission for Minato-sensei completed, will you await orders of the main force or accompany me on my next endeavor? With the battlefield secured following the capture of the AB brothers, victory seemed imminent. Once the village confirmed the news, the main force would surely be summoned back to Konoha, leaving only a handful to maintain vigilance. As Asuma contemplated the prospect of returning with the main force, greeted by the jubilant cheers of the villagers and hailed as a hero, a surge of warmth filled his heart. Yet, the remnants of reason reminded him that accompanying Brother Kain was the path to sustenance, for apart from guiding the way and collecting some protective gear, He had accomplished little during this expedition. Having reconciled this thought, Asma resolutely declared, "I shall act alongside my brother." However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he inquired, "Brother Kyan, are you not waiting here for the village to issue new mission directives?" Before Kyan could respond to Asma's query, Minato approached after completing communication with the village. "The new directive is for Kyan and me to escort the AB brothers back to the village ahead of schedule. Young Master Asma, you must return with the main force." Upon hearing this order, Asma, despite his reluctance, could only nod in acquiescence. Subsequently, Kyan led several individuals towards the command center stationed at the battlefield in Kanehagakure. At the Kanehagakure encampment, the leader of Kimogakure was captured, and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails was also taken prisoner. Is this colossal dragon one of our own? It is said to be a disciple of Lord Jiraiya from the sacred land of Mayaboku. Minato, the esteemed Hokage, commands great respect. Truly, he deserves the title of the Golden Flash. Observing the ninjas cheering for Minato, Kyan comprehended the reasons behind Minato's ascension to the esteemed position of the fourth Hokage at such a young age. His military achievements were remarkable, and public sentiment was firmly on his side. Although Orochimaru, a prominent contender for the position, possessed immense charisma, his brooding nature dampened his appeal. In contrast, Minato, akin to a radiant sun, brought light and hope to the people, embodying the true essence of the prevailing tide. "Ladies and gentlemen," Minato called out, commanding the attention of the crowd. As silence descended, he began to relay the village's orders. "Please remain in place for a brief respite, and thereafter, immediately consolidate the main force at the borders of the Land of Fire. Once the consolidation is complete, leave 4 reconnaissance squads stationed at the border, while the remaining personnel shall return to Kanehagakure." After announcing the village's directives, Minato proceeded with further arrangements. "Once the village's orders are finalized, I will accompany Elder Kyan in escorting the AB brothers back to the village, while the command will be temporarily handed over." After Minato completed the organizational tasks, the ninjas in the camp were overwhelmed with emotion. Following a prolonged silence, a young ninja, trembling, asked, "Lord Minato, has the war truly come to an end?" This question echoed the sentiments of all the ninjas, who yearned to voice their hopes, but hesitated to do so. Observing the young ninja's quivering form, Minato approached, resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and softly replied, "It is over." Turning to face the crowd, meeting their hopeful gazes, Minato raised his hands and proclaimed, "We are victorious." At last, Kanehagakure had embraced victory. The years of conflict had drastically reduced the number of ninjas in the village, and this was not merely a statistic. It represented the loss of lives, husbands, and sons. At this moment, the ninjas, buoyed by Minato's affirmation, could no longer contain their exhilaration. Although the war with the Land of Lightning had concluded, the formidable nation had been defeated, and the dawn of ultimate victory was not far off. As he watched the revelry unfold, Kyan shook his head and withdrew to a quieter corner. "Va?" Asma did not join the jubilant throng, but quietly approached Kyan and remarked, "Brother Kyan, why do you not celebrate? Your arrival was pivotal in securing this crucial victory. You deserve a share of the spoils." "No need," Kyan replied, his tone somber. Having traversed through 3 worlds, he had grown somewhat numb to the experience. Although uncertain of when his next journey would commence, he was certain it would come eventually. The world of Naruto differed greatly from that of One Piece. In the latter, Kyan enjoyed the companionship of Roronoa Zoro, the friendship of Smoker, and the unwavering loyalty of Simon, alongside Nami and the seemingly serious yet mischievous Frankie. However, upon finding himself alone in the world of Naruto, he had lost the desire to integrate into this realm, focusing solely on accumulating energy to unlock the Fukabukuro, charging the great clock before departing. Sometimes, he even found himself forgetting his initial aspirations. Deep down, Kyan understood that the wish to return home was likely a distant dream. Reflecting on this, he lifted his gaze to the jubilant crowd, a twinge of envy glimmering in his eyes. "I once possessed such joys." Observing Kyan's melancholic demeanor, Asma sensed his friend's sadness but found himself at a loss for words of comfort, choosing instead to remain silently by Kyan's side. "Elder Kyan, young Master Asma," a warm voice called from behind, breaking their contemplative silence. "Why not celebrate together?" Upon hearing this voice, Kyan did not turn around but replied to Minato over his shoulder, "It's nothing." At that moment, Kyan felt a hand resting gently upon his head, and he promptly shook it off in annoyance. Do not pat my head. I still wish to grow taller. Minato, undeterred by Kayan's reticence, continued to stroke his horn and asked, "Is it because of your companions?" Noticing Kayan's silence, Minato stepped closer and softly expressed, "Thank you for being a friend to Kushina and for taking care of her." It seemed Minato was already aware of Kayan's assistance in helping Kushina suppress the Nine Tails. It's no trouble. After all, I was the one who proposed the contract. Hearing the exchange between Minato and Kayan, Asuma finally realized that the promising girl Kayan had mentioned was none other than Minato's fiancée, Uzumaki Kushina. However, this was not surprising, as there were only a handful of capable and promising women in Konohagakure. The others, while commendable, paled in comparison. With this revelation, Asuma stood up and bid farewell to Minato. "Brother Kayan, Senior Minato, I see some friends from my cohort. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for response, Asuma hurriedly departed, aware that lingering might lead to overhearing unwarranted conversations. As Asuma's departure did not impact their discourse, Minato settled beside Kayan and remarked, "Though I know not where Elder Kayan hails from, it must surely be a distant land." Minato, being a contract holder of Mayaboku, possessed an understanding of its significance, no less than Jiraiya himself. "Indeed, it is quite far. My companions have ventured to another world." Kayan reminisced about his 3 companions who had likely arrived in Valoran and were causing stir. His tone grew increasingly somber. It was not intentional. Upon hearing Kayan mention that his companions had ventured to another world, Shuei Min mistakenly assumed they had passed away and hurriedly apologized to him. "It's all right." Kayan did not feel the need to explain to Shuei Min, for to an ordinary person, the separation of 2 worlds was no different from the divide between life and death. "Surely, Elder Kayan cannot be too old?" Shuei Min hesitated, clarifying, "I do not mean to pry. This is merely a conversation among friends." Shuei Min possessed a secret means of contacting Jio Xinai, and since Kayan had subdued the Nine Tails, Jio Xinai had learned from the beast that Kayan's soul was that of a youth. Naturally, after communicating with Jio Xinai, Shuei Min was also privy to this revelation. Upon hearing the word friend, the tail behind Kayan swayed slightly, and Shuei Min, observing Kayan's somewhat awkward demeanor, chuckled and narrowed his eyes. Kayan gazed at Shuei Min's face, which could make even the most reserved women smile, and muttered, "Friend? Since we are friends, there is no need to call me elder. Simply address me as Kayan." He was somewhat unaccustomed to being referred to as elder by Shuei Min, feeling it made him appear like an old man. "I was originally in my 20s, but due to certain unforeseen events, I became 5 or 6 years old. Later, it seems my age was fixed at around 16 or 17. Kayan was referring to his age before his crossing, which was in his 20s, then 5 after the transition. And later, after acquiring the Eternal Forest mark and forming a contract with Bayer, his age appeared to be frozen at 17. Shuei Min found Kayan's experiences perplexing and was momentarily bewildered. "Is that so? What a convoluted tale." Kayan tilted his head, chuckling softly as he explained, "Just consider me eternally 17. After all, I cannot grow any older." Noticing that Kayan's mood seemed to have lightened considerably, Shuei Min joked, "Then you are still a child." Indeed. An eternally youthful child is in much better spirits," Kayan responded. "What is not to like? 17 is the most beautiful age in one's life." "Oh, I apologize. I forgot you are a dragon," Shuei Min tentatively probed. At that moment, Kayan relaxed his guard and playfully replied, "The more people I meet, the more I enjoy my non-human form. You can transform into a human. After all," Shuei Min exclaimed in astonishment. Kayan, who had inadvertently let slip, blinked innocently, attempting to feign cuteness to divert attention. Shuei Min, observing Kayan's deliberately cute antics, swallowed hard and asked, "Pardon my curiosity, but are you male or female? I mean, are you a male dragon or a female dragon?" "I am female. It must be female," Shuei Min fervently hoped in his heart. After all, his fiancée had formed a contract with Kayan. If Kayan was merely a dragon, that would be one thing, but if he could indeed transform into a human, that posed a different problem. The thought of this made even the easygoing Shuei Min feel a twinge of jealousy. Who could accept their beloved signing a contract with another man? Faced with Shuei Min's eager gaze, Kayan expressionlessly delivered a heavy blow. "I'm a boy." Shuei Min promptly inquired, "Can a summoning contract be cancelled once it has been signed?" "Not that I have any ulterior motives. I just think Jio Xinai might be better suited for another summoning beast. It's rather urgent." "Damn, I seem to recall that dragons and legends are often male." Upon this realization, Shui Min wished he could immediately reverse summon to Myobo-Kuzan and sternly question his teacher. Kaiyan observed Shui Min's shifting expressions from green to greener, and quietly blamed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya. I had hoped to form a contract with you. But who would have thought those two old lechers would give my contract scroll to Gyo Xi? You understand her temperament better than I. She is just a girl who never grows up and suddenly hears I'm a dragon. At this moment, Shui Min was no longer in the mood to listen to Kaiyan's words. His mind was consumed by a single thought. I'm tired. Let it all end. If one were to cut open Shui Min at that moment, they would undoubtedly find darkness within. Seeing Shui Min fall silent, Kaiyan continued to mercilessly poke fun. We all know Jiraiya is a lecher, but who would have guessed Hiruzen is too? I clearly stated on the scroll that I wouldn't mind forming contracts with others. But I have a slight preference regarding appearances. I recall your disciple Kakashi is quite the handsome fellow. ISNT? Alas, the filthy politics. Although Kaiyan spoke with a facade of righteousness, internally, he was grumbling. How infuriating. I hinted so clearly. Konoha has so many lovely ladies. Yet you two old fools found me a married woman. Even Tsunade. Well, let us leave that aside. Although our actual ages are similar, a younger person taking on a more mature role is ultimately unsuitable. Suddenly, Shui Min seriously grasped Kaiyan's wing and said, Kaiyan, since you can transform into a human, do you prefer humans or, of course, I prefer charming young ladies? Upon hearing Shui Min's question, Kaiyan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But my dragon form is more suited for travel and large-scale battles. When you return to Konoha, please allow me to introduce you to a girlfriend. By the way, you wouldn't prefer someone older, would you? No, I actually prefer older. Kaiyan first made a cheeky remark in his mind, and then elaborated. Rest assured, Shui Min, we are friends now. And as the saying goes, one should not take liberties with a friend's wife, especially since my relationship with Gyo Xi is merely contractual. Kaiyan's explanation was not superfluous. He did not underestimate Shui Min's subtle thoughts. Do not assume Shui Min is as upright as he appears. That is merely his facade. If analyzed carefully, it is evident. Shui Min learned from Jiraiya, who in turn learned from Hiruzen, and Shui Min's disciple is Kakashi, whose student is Naruto. Following this lineage, it is clear that none of them are paragons of virtue. They are all lecherous in their own ways, with only Shui Min appearing to be a gentleman. Is that even plausible? Moreover, Shui Min learned from the most debauched Jiraiya, who has the very essence of lechery ingrained in his DNA. In such a context, how could Shui Min possibly be an upright gentleman? Thus, the only conclusion is that Gyo Xi is quite strict. So, it is indeed better to seek a partner who is not overly domineering. While elder sisters have their merits, they also possess many tricks up their sleeves. Although the exchange between Kaiyan and Shui Min was somewhat awkward, the outcome was favorable. Kaiyan gained his first true friend in the world of Hokage, unlike when Tai and Asuma, who were mere lackeys. And Shui Min preserved his Golden Flash title. Why is called the Golden Flash title is left to one's imagination. In the end, the two engaged in a spirited discussion on the profound social topic of what type of opposite sex is more suitable for survival in the ninja world, ultimately arriving at a definitive conclusion. The largest is not necessarily the most suitable for survival, but the most suitable for survival must certainly be substantial. The remarkable character known as Yao Shogun Tang, a medical prodigy and one of the legendary Sannin, serves as an exemplary figure in this narrative. As the fervent discussions between Minato and Kaiyan unfolded, Sarutobi Hiruzen received encouraging news from the front lines. The Land of Lightning has acknowledged its defeat. Bring the captives back to Konoha. Upon learning of this development, Minato, accompanied by the AB brothers, urged Kaiyan to hasten their return to Konoha with the prisoners. Observing Minato's anxious demeanor, Kaiyan contemplated how he had indeed learned from Jiraiya. In the sacred grounds of Mount Myoboku, since Kaiyan was summoned by Kushina, Jiraiya had refrained from venturing into the shinobi world for quite some time. It was not that the esteemed sage of toads feared Kaiyan, but rather that he dreaded confronting Minato and Kushina. Upon his second visit to Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya received certain prophecies from the great sage. First, Kaiyan had been confirmed as an ally of Mount Myoboku. Whether he would be an ally of Konoha depended on Konoha's attitude and actions. Second, the great sage, through visions of the future, beheld a striking young man with red hair transforming into a colossal dragon. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya trembled in fear. mistakenly believing that Kain and Kushina had become romantically involved, given the shared traits of red hair and the dragon transformation. Just as Jiraiya was engulfed in regret for Minato, the great sage revealed a third piece of news. This 17-year-old red-haired youth was indeed Kain himself. Before Jiraiya could revel in this revelation, ominous tidings followed in the visions. Kain, transformed into a dragon, led countless shinobi into battle against a monstrous entity with 10 tails. Although the outcome of this fierce confrontation remained unseen, it was evident that Kain was destined to be a pivotal figure in this grand conflict. After delivering these prophecies, the great sage seemed to exhaust all his energy and fell into a deep slumber. Jiraiya chose not to disturb the sleeping sage and resolved to return to Konoha to relay this critical information to the third Hokage. Driven by a fear that some misguided elders might covet Kain's power and commit irrevocable acts. In a world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. In Chapter 25, the themes of opportunism and betrayal emerge. Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled at the AB brothers being escorted to the dungeon by the Umbu, genuinely impressed by Minato's capabilities. The thought of the protracted Third Shinobi World War nearing its conclusion stirred excitement within him. Now, it was merely a matter of determining the victor against the Rock Shinobi. The situation with the Mist Shinobi would be more manageable thereafter. Yet, Hiruzen hesitated, as the current circumstances indicated that Minato had garnered sufficient prestige to assume the role of the fourth Hokage. Perhaps Orochimaru should be reassigned to the battlefield against the Mist Shinobi, thus preserving more of Konoha's vital forces. When Orochimaru returned victorious with his shinobi, he was met not with the adoration of villagers and flowers, but rather with suspicion from the higher-ups. It was then that Orochimaru realized that the position of fourth Hokage was no longer within his reach. Disheartened, he witnessed his mentor sever their bond and subsequently turned to the realm of science, embarking on a path of transformation that led him away from his former self. Hiruzen was somewhat aware of Orochimaru's unsavory dealings, yet he did not fully comprehend the extent of his actions. Nor did he anticipate that Orochimaru would dare harm the shinobi of the village. Thus, Hiruzen continued to harbor feelings of guilt towards Orochimaru, having bestowed high hopes upon his disciple only to snatch them away. The third Hokage, Elder Kain, and Minato are still waiting for you in your office. The Umbu leader, noticing Hiruzen's reluctance to move after the AB brothers were taken into custody, offered a gentle reminder. Ah, very well. Hiruzen was roused from his thoughts by the Umbu leader's words, and after a brief pause, he made his way to the office. It was time to meet the esteemed hero of Konoha. Minato, you have done exceptionally well, surpassing all our expectations. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen gazed with pride at the young man before him, genuinely expressing his admiration. Minato had not only led the shinobi to victory, but had also captured the Reikage and the current Jinchuriki of the Land of Lightning. The senior officials present recognized that Minato was indeed the best candidate for the next Hokage, without question. As the executives praised Minato, one voice stood out, bluffing Minato. According to reports from the front lines, how do we sustain such severe losses among our shinobi? Everyone understood that Minato was already designated as the next Hokage. Yet Danzo could not overlook the opportunity to criticize. Elder Danzo, Minato began to respond to the inquiry, only to be interrupted by Hiruzen. Danzo, victory has been achieved, Hiruzen asserted firmly, casting a glance around the room. It was under Minato's leadership that we triumphed. That does not obscure the grim reality of our casualties. Danzo's retort was irrefutable, yet it did not signify that he would relent easily. He had spent his entire life yearning for what Minato effortlessly acquired at such a young age, and he could not accept this. Hiruzen, observing Danzo's relentless demeanor, felt his expression darkening. As a longtime friend and rival of Danzo, Hiruzen understood his motives. Allowing Danzo to grow in power was merely a means to an end, and now that Minato was poised to ascend, the council would no longer tolerate someone who might defy their wishes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an incongruous voice broke the uneasy silence of the Hokage's office. Oh dear, have you all finished? I'm still waiting to be fed. Who dared to display such insolence in the Hokage's office? Danzo, already on edge, could hardly believe someone would challenge him so brazenly and reprimanded the individual. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen instinctively frowned. Do you presume yourself to be the Hokage? However, Hiruzen chose not to reprimand Danzo, for the one capable of addressing him had already arrived. Kain, disinterested in the political machinations, chose to hang upside down like a bat outside the window of the Hokage's office. To his dismay, He waited in vain for Minato to emerge. With no sign of Minato, Kaien decided to investigate the situation himself, only to overhear Danzo's tirade. Unable to suppress a quip, Kaien interrupted, resulting in the scene that followed. Upon realizing who had spoken, Danzo immediately regretted his outburst, muttering to himself, "Oh no, not this monster." On that day in Mai, Kaien, relying solely on his overwhelming aura, caused a multitude of Umbu and 2 elder advisors to succumb to unconsciousness. Even Danzo himself felt considerable pressure, and the extent of Kaien's true strength could easily be deduced from such an impressive feat. To add to this, intelligence from the front lines revealed that both Shumen and I had triumphed in their individual battles, while Kaien went even further, depleting the chakra of the tailed beast renowned for its vast reserves. As a result, Kaien had become a figure not to be trifled with on Danzo's list. Unexpectedly, he exclaimed, "What arrogance! Even the leader of Mayaboka Mountain would not dare speak to me in such a manner." Seizing the opportunity, Kaien bellowed that since he had chosen to reside in Mai for a while, it was time to eliminate certain nuisances. Kaien was not known for his patience. Upon finding an opening, he unleashed his Haushika Haki, enveloping Danzo within its grasp. As Danzo contemplated how to respond to Kaien, he was suddenly struck by a powerful mental blow. With a thud, he collapsed, unable to withstand Kaien's might. It was uncertain whether he fainted due to Kaien's Haki or if he simply felt the need to succumb. Although Kaien's Haki was directed solely at Danzo, its residual waves caused the occupants of the Hokage's office to groan in discomfort. "Kaien, cease this at once," Shumen exclaimed, witnessing Danzo's fall. Kaien, however, disregarded him and intensified his Haki, eager to test whether the enhancement granted by the Void Mark could eliminate an adversary. Sarutobi Hiruzen, though astonished by Kaien's mental assault, refrained from any significant reaction, instead harboring anticipation that Kaien could incapacitate Danzo without resorting to murder. Days prior, Jiraiya had relayed the words of the great sage to Hiruzen, who had hesitated for mere seconds before deciding to place his trust in Kaien. Especially after Kaien effortlessly dispatched the 8 tails, Hiruzen felt even more assured of his choice. Let the chaos unfold. The greater the disturbance, the better. At this juncture, Hiruzen was even prepared to clean up after Kaien's mess. Observing Danzo convulsing on the floor, the other elders huddled nearby, trembling in fear. The division of responsibilities between Hiruzen and Danzo had been established for quite some time, and given the current circumstances, it seemed Hiruzen was poised to dispose of Danzo. In the world of pirates, there could only be one dragon. Chapter 26. Danzo in the Special Care Ward. If an uninformed individual were to enter the Hokage's office at that moment, they would witness an exceedingly peculiar scene. A beast attacking an innocent elder, while the elder's contemporaries and fellow disciples looked on coldly, with only a young man with golden hair attempting to intervene. "You truly are audacious. Even Kadu would not dare to act this brazenly in my presence." Observing Danzo, who had succumbed to a mental blow, Kaien prodded him with his tail, and, upon realizing that Danzo had transitioned from feigning unconsciousness to genuine oblivion, nodded in satisfaction and rose. "Elder Danzo is merely fatigued. Have someone escort him to the Special Care Ward." Seeing Kaien's satisfaction, Hiruzen understood it was time to clean up the aftermath. He gestured for 2 Umbu to take Danzo away to avoid further disruption. However, when Hiruzen mentioned the term special care, he seemed to emphasize it slightly. Soon, a tall Umbu and another female Umbu entered, nodded to Hiruzen, and proceeded to escort Danzo to the ward. Shumen stood by with an impassive expression, witnessing the entire affair. Once the 2 Umbu departed, Shumen turned to Hiruzen and said, "Hokage-sama, Kaien and I have not had a drop to drink since returning from the battlefield. I hope you can." "Ha, it was my oversight. You both should go eat. I will send someone to deliver the reward for your recent missions and the village's compensation shortly. Oh, and regarding the promised reward for Elder Kan, I will ensure Shinobu delivers that as well." Then we take our leave. With that, Shumen gently tugged at Kaien's wing, signaling him to accompany him. Hiruzen watched the pair depart with a benevolent smile, resembling a caring elder watching over his juniors. Once Shumen and Kaien were out of earshot, Hiruzen's expression darkened. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Elder Danzo is no longer fit to oversee the route." With Shumen's ascension to power now an established fact, and Kaien's acceptance of Asuma referring to him as elder brother, Hiruzen felt no need for further restraint and directly targeted Danzo. The elders huddled nearby quivered slightly upon hearing Hiruzen's words, yet none dared to speak first. Ultimately, it was Mizuho Minin, a fellow advisor and ally of Hiruzen, who stepped forward to express his stance. Hiruzen, Danzo has indeed gone too far. His actions have become indiscriminate, disregarding both the occasion and his status. Mizuho's words opened the floodgates, prompting several other elders and representatives of minor clans to voice their agreement, stating they were merely colleagues with Danzo and had no personal ties. In contrast, another high-ranking advisor, Torin Koharu, was even more ruthless, insisting on Danzo's outright demise. I have heard that Danzo disrespected the remains of the first Hokage in collusion with Orochimaru. I propose we place him under house arrest until the matter is clarified. The assembly recoiled at Koharu's vehement declaration. Is that truly the case? You were once close friends. How can you be so cruel? Koharu's words were heavy, and even Hiruzen, who was eager to remove Danzo, found himself momentarily at a loss, hesitating. Disrespecting the remains of the first Hokage? Such an accusation was shocking. Yet in reality, after the passing of the second Hokage, none among the upper echelons of Konoha, from the Hokage to clan leaders, had refrained from coveting the power of wood release. Danzo's audacity in tampering with Senju Hashirama's remains was only possible with Hiruzen's tacit approval, all while feigning ignorance. Now, while Konoha might still require a scapegoat, it could no longer be Danzo, who would dare use their own chamber pot in the kitchen, let alone attempt to turn it into a dining vessel. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen nodded, indicating that the matter would need to wait until a thorough investigation was conducted. Observing Hiruzen's lingering compassion for Danzo, Koharu and Mizuho could no longer remain passive. We risk offending others by standing with you, and yet you still harbor feelings for that old comrade? Remembering Danzo's tactics and demeanor, the two exchanged glances, shivering in unison. This cannot stand. Danzo must die today. Just as they prepared to further tarnish Danzo's reputation, Hiruzen leisurely picked up his pipe. You may all return for now. Regarding today's events, please maintain strict confidentiality. The assembly exchanged uncertain glances at Hiruzen's words, but dared not defy his command, methodically retreating. Yibun Furujan squinted as he puffed on his smoking pipe, observing the crowd disperse. When Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Mito Minyan prepared to leave, he tapped his pipe on the table and called out, "Gentlemen, please stay a moment." Upon hearing his words, both advisors halted, cold sweat beginning to bead on their foreheads. Was it possible that Rijan intended to eliminate all senior advisors in one fell swoop? Had he lost his mind? As the two advisors trembled, Rijan rose and staggered towards them, saying, "I recall that you both have been quite close to Danzo. Have you heard of the curse of the tongue? The stamp that eradicates it?" Boom! Upon hearing Rijan's words, both advisors shuddered in unison, though it was unclear whether it was due to the terror of his statement or the sudden clap of thunder, as flashes of lightning illuminated his face. Rijan appeared particularly sinister. After leaving the office building, Minato and Kaien were soon met with a fierce wind and a torrential downpour that enveloped Konoha. Observing the villagers hurriedly rushing home, still casting curious glances their way, Kaien shook his head and remarked, "Minato, let us find a quieter place." Minato, sensing Kaien's displeasure, nodded in agreement. "How about barbecue Q? It has been ages since I last enjoyed some grilled meat. By the way, Kaien, can you drink?" "Huh, when I drink, even the tavern owner trembles in fear." Kaien replied dismissively, "Oh, I believe the tavern owner is more concerned about you getting drunk and leaving without paying." Minato teased, "Nonsense. I can drink without a care, but you only have 3 fingers. How do you know my dragon claw doesn't have a middle finger?" Thus, the two engaged in playful banter as they made their way to Barbecue Q. Just as they were nearing their destination, Kaien abruptly halted. "Is it truly all right for you to be out with me right after returning? Shouldn't we involve Kushina?" What was initially a simple question made Minato react as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. "Of course not," he quickly added, glancing around and noticing Kushina was absent before continuing. "What I meant was, aren't we supposed to discuss matters? Besides, an old friend is coming today." "Old friend? Is it someone I know?" Kaien inquired, intrigued. "Yes," Minato replied somewhat evasively. Kaien chose not to press the issue further, recognizing that life was already fraught with challenges, and there was no need to expose a man's nervousness. However, Minato's mention of an old acquaintance piqued Kaien's curiosity, as he had only a handful of familiar faces in this world: Jiraiya, a host of frogs, and Asuma. This line of thought led Kaien to surmise who the old acquaintance Minato referred to might be. Chapter 27. To be continued. Haha. Lord Kaien, you indeed possess great fortitude. In all my life, I have never yielded to anyone, but this time I shall yield to you without support, Jiraiya exclaimed, grinning as he raised a barrel of sake and drank it in one gulp. Huh. Kaien ignored Jiraiya's flattery and turned to clink glasses with Minato. Cheers, Minato. Let us celebrate your ascension to the Hokage's throne in advance. Coughing in surprise from Kaien's somewhat audacious remark, Minato sputtered. Jiraiya, seated nearby, felt no embarrassment, filling his own cup and sipping contentedly while checking the soundproofing barrier. Once he confirmed it was intact, he leaned closer to Kaien and explained, "Don't act like that. Kaien, I have complied with your contractual request. Look, she is beautiful, powerful, possesses great potential, and is quite wealthy. Indeed, Kushina was a beauty of exceptional grace. And as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her potential and strength were unquestionable. As for the wealthy part, Minato was certainly capable, having completed numerous S-rank missions, the reports of which towered higher than a person." Jiraiya's explanation only served to infuriate Kaien further. "You are truly a genius. Has your mind been muddled by Tsunade's blows? How could such a brilliant idea arise?" Hearing Kaien's sharp remarks, Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. "I apologize, Kaien. I merely wished to help Minato find a strong supporter for his rise. I did not anticipate you could transform." Minato, realizing Jiraiya was about to disclose the fact that Kaien could change form, quickly covered Jiraiya's mouth. "Stop right there. Jiraiya-sensei, Kaien, let us drink together in celebration of Konoha's hard-won victory." "My apologies. I misspoke. Jiraiya soudainement réalisé, il faut pas." Kaien observed the sly duo of master and disciple, stretching his body with some effort. When he unfurled his wings, he nearly toppled the barbecue grill. Although this was the largest private room at Barbecue Q, it still felt quite confining for Kaien. Though he could shrink to human size, he still retained his wings and tail. Thinking of this, and having indulged a bit too much in drink, Kaien decided to revert to his human form. Much better. Now in human form, Kaien sprawled on the ground, stretching languidly before rolling around like a cat. Jiraiya and Minato, witnessing a once fearsome dragon transform into a striking young man with red hair, were momentarily taken aback despite their prior preparations. "This is you?" Jiraiya stammered, pointing at Kaien, struggling to find his words. The handsome youth, with his crimson locks and youthful visage, was indeed a sight to behold. The prophecy of the great sage had proven true. "Quit stuttering. Haven't you seen a handsome boy before? Quickly raise your cup." After many days, Kaien returned to his human form, reminiscent of the formidable warlord of the New World. Minato, observing the 17-year-old with a youthful demeanor yet exuding an aura of authority, felt a surge of curiosity regarding Kaien's true identity. However, despite his curiosity, Minato had no intention of prying into Kaien's secrets, believing that true friends should accept one another. Yet, Kaien's striking red hair stirred an unusual feeling within Minato. After setting down his cup, Kaien suddenly caught sight of Minato's somewhat lewd expression, prompting him to retreat in alarm. "Hey, calm down, Minato. I merely happen to have red hair. It is widely acknowledged that in the world of Hokage, tomato scrambled eggs are a standard dish. Just look at how heartbroken the prince was when rescuing Gaara. He wept as if his heart were shattered, even more than when Sasuke left the village. The whispers of rumor suggest that this transcendent friendship once inspired Ai Luo to ascend to the esteemed position of Fengying. After all, if one cannot stand by your side, one must at least gaze upon this cruel world from an equal height." Following this brief interlude, the bond among the three rekindled, and amidst the clinking of cups, a faint blush appeared on Jiraiya's face. "I tell you, I am Jiraiya, the wandering sage of the wind and dust. The reason I can pen such extraordinary works is intricately linked to my early experiences." As he spoke, a slightly inebriated Jiraiya brandished a specially customized book from his pocket, waving it in front of the two. However, the woman on the cover appeared rather voluptuous, and she seemed excessively warm. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's reckless display, Minato recognized that he was intoxicated and could only offer a wry smile while discreetly tucking the customized edition into his own attire. Nearby, Kane, observing Jiraiya's grandiloquence, emphatically set down his cup on the table and remarked, "Go ahead and boast." Yet who was it that attempted to spy on an aging woman and nearly faced dire consequences? Kane referred to the incident when Jiraiya was caught peering at Tsunade, almost facing her wrath. Is that true? I was unaware." Initially somewhat tipsy, Jiraiya felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate upon hearing Kane's words. sitting upright to vehemently deny the accusation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How does that brat know about this? Did Winta inform him? Winta is utterly unreliable. Jiraiya mistakenly assumed that Cain had learned of this embarrassing incident from Winta. There's no need to dwell on such matters. Let's raise a toast, Jiraiya declared, lifting his cup. Observing Jiraiya's attempt to evade the topic with a toast, Cain was not inclined to let him off easily. Jiraiya, you're no longer young. Have you ever considered? Cain began, gesturing with his thumbs in a playful manner, implying something deeper. Minato, catching Cain's hint, eagerly probed, indeed, sensei? Have you contemplated settling down or remaining in Konoha? Minato understood Jiraiya's character well. He was a notorious flirt, yet deeply passionate, a quintessential wanderer of the world. Minato did not expect Jiraiya to settle down and lead a conventional life. Rather, he hoped that Jiraiya's presence in Konoha would alleviate many challenges once he ascended to the position of Hokage. After all, the experience in Hokage's office had left a profound impact on Minato. Having more allies would be beneficial once he became Hokage. Cain's comments were met with Jiraiya's disregard, while Minato's words prompted a momentary silence from Jiraiya. Let us discuss this another time, Minato. Witnessing his teacher's refusal once more, Minato felt a tinge of disappointment but did not dwell on it, recognizing that Jiraiya's wandering was rooted in deeper, special reasons that could not be changed overnight. However, the previously harmonious atmosphere now felt subtly strained. Just as the tension threatened to escalate, the door of the private room trembled slightly. The door had been secured with a soundproof barrier by Minato, indicating that someone was knocking. Someone's coming. Minato, sensing the movement, stood alert, while Cain reverted to his dragon form upon hearing Minato's words. Chapter 28. Sarutobi, Clan Leader. Is that you, Xing? Jiraiya inquired, looking at the masked man and woman before him with uncertainty. The masked Xing was the Umbu who had escorted Danzo to the special care ward earlier that day, and the petite woman beside him was his wife, the mother of Sarutobi Kinomaru. Sarutobi Xing, the eldest son of the Hokage. It is known that the third Hokage has such a son, and both parents serve in the Umbu, acting as Sarutobi Hizashi's right hand. Although the original narrative lacks any plot details, so I shall take creative liberties without excessive elaboration. At this moment, the Umbu known as Xing did not respond to Jiraiya, but instead handed a large envelope to Minato. Minato-senpai, this is your mission reward. Upon receiving the bag from the Umbu, Minato promptly stood up to accept it, speaking respectfully. If you have finished for the day, why not? Minato intended to invite Xing and his wife for a drink, but halted upon seeing Cain in dragon form. Xing did not acknowledge Minato's invitation, but turned to Cain instead, stating, Elder Cain, the third Hokage wishes to see you. After a brief pause, Xing glanced at Jiraiya and Minato before continuing, it's a private discussion. With Xing's words, the already delicate atmosphere in the room grew tense, prompting Jiraiya to stand in indignation. Cain is an elder of the Holy Land. Our relationship with Konoha is merely one of cooperation. Jiraiya assumed that Sarutobi Hizashi had lost his senses and sought to intimidate Cain, hastily invoking the title of Holy Land Elder to deter Xing. However, Xing remained unfazed, patiently awaiting Cain's response. Cain, not wishing to leave Xing waiting, stood up, flicking his tail as he reassured the two. I have some minor matters to discuss with the third. Do not worry, it's all good. With that, Cain followed Xing out of the private room. But just as they reached the door, Cain added, You two stay put. I shall return shortly. After hearing Cain's reassurance, Jiraiya and Minato settled down, awaiting Cain's return to continue their revelry. At the Sarutobi clan's residence, Sarutobi Hizashi sat prominently in the courtyard, a tea table before him, with two steaming cups indicating that the clan leader was ready to receive guests. The entire Sarutobi clan had been placed on high alert, with all guarding ninjas being elite members of the clan, leaving no outsiders present. An Umbu, masked, swiftly appeared beside Sarutobi Hizashi, kneeling to whisper a few words into his ear, to which Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in understanding. Upon receiving the signal from Sarutobi Hizashi, the kneeling Umbu formed a hand sign and vanished from the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Cain arrived alongside Sarutobi Xing at the Sarutobi clan residence. Clan leader, Elder Cain has arrived. After announcing this, Xing exited the courtyard, leaving Cain alone with Sarutobi Hizashi. Hearing Xing's proclamation, Sarutobi Hizashi rose and smiled. Everyone else, please leave. Elder Cain and I have urgent matters to discuss. After his statement, there was no visible commotion, But Kane sensed that at least several dozen presences had distanced themselves from the courtyard. Oh dear, third Hokage, your current authority is far greater than the Hokage office. Maintaining his dragon form, Kane reclined before the desk, teasing Sarutobi Hizashi while grasping a teacup with his claw. Haha, Elder Kane, you flatter me. As the Hokage, I simply wield the authority granted to me by the entire Konoha village. There is no need for grandiosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen only spoke half of the truth. Yet Kane paid it no mind. Since we are here to discuss matters, it is best to clear the room entirely. With that, Kane subtly unleashed a hint of his conqueror's haki, enveloping the lingering presences nearby. Observing the few remaining skilled individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands. And as the last few departed, he chuckled, "My cup is still a bit small. I hope you can forgive me, Elder Kane." The fact that Kane can transform into human form is no longer a secret, whether deduced by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself through ancient texts or relayed later by Jiraiya. T-Sage, since you were aware, why did you not greet me properly? With that, Kane shifted from his dragon form back into human shape. Kane's reference to the lack of a proper greeting was not about the teacup, but rather the hidden masters around them. For the time being, Kane preferred not to have too many people know about his dual forms. Upon witnessing Kane, who had suddenly transformed into a red-haired youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. The Uzumaki clan? It is no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen was mistaken. After all, Kane's crimson locks resembled those of Kushina, the vibrant hue undeniably indicative of a robust vitality. You may say what you wish. Kane flexed his fingers slightly, then lifted his teacup towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, signaling, "I drink, you may indulge at your leisure." Observing Kane's human form, which exuded even more authority than his dragon form, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his teacup in agreement. Having established an open rapport, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed a scroll on the table without further ado. All the forbidden techniques I am aware of are recorded here. As for the basic ninjutsu, we can exchange them at a later time. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's generosity, Kane took the scroll and placed it beside him with a smile. "Thank you, clan leader Sarutobi." Upon hearing Kane's address, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled knowingly as he raised his teacup. "I should be thanking you for your care of Asuma." "Not at all. Asuma and I get along splendidly. It feels as though we are long-lost brothers." However, Kane paused. Due to generational differences, I must refrain from pursuing that thought. This remark left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Kane to be so agreeable. Typically, in negotiations, one would seek to gain the upper hand while the other bears the burden. To his surprise, Kane was remarkably straightforward. "How could that brat Asuma call you big brother? Would that not disrupt the hierarchy? If Elder Kane does not mind, perhaps it would be more fitting for Asuma to address you as uncle." Hearing such an audacious comment from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kane felt his assessment of him had once again been recalibrated. No need for that. No need for that. Let's each have our own titles. Noticing Kane's slight embarrassment from his own words, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely smiled and continued to sip tea, engaging in light conversation. Chapter 29. A small measure is not worthy of a gentleman. A man without poison is not a true man. Clan leader Sarutobi. It is getting late, and I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Kane prepared to rise and take his leave. Wait a moment, Kane. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Kane to pause. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had more to say, Kane resumed his seat, curious about his next words. "Something is on its way. Considered a welcome gift for your joining Konoha," Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, having stopped Kane for this reason. The matter of joining Konoha had just been settled. As Kane did not wish to remain in dragon form all day, certain matters were indeed more convenient in human form. Given Kane's inclination, Sarutobi Hiruzen readily agreed. For being human makes it easier to forge bonds. A gift? Kane was momentarily perplexed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Just as Kane pondered this, Sarutobi Shino appeared in the courtyard, leaving a scroll behind, and did not depart but stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Open it. I hope you'll like it." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to Kane, urging him to unveil its contents. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's mysterious demeanor, Kane took the scroll, tore it open, and 2 cards fell out. Identification. Name, Uzumaki Kane. Age, 16. Hometown, descendant of the land of the whirlpools. Currently a ninja of Konoha. Ninja ID, 009700. The top of the card even bore Kane's human portrait. After reading the card, Kane gently tucked it into his pocket and looked up, saying, "The third Hokage truly possesses remarkable skills." From the moment Kane transformed into human form until now, Hardly an hour had passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already prepared Kane's identification in that brief time. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having observed Kane's comfort after his transformation, deduced that Kane likely preferred his human form over the dragon form. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have taken the initiative to procure a ninja identification for Kane, complete with his portrait. Most importantly, through his observation haki, Kane sensed that aside from himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen, there were no other life forms in the vicinity. Haha, no need for such humility. I'm glad that you appreciate it. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed oblivious to Kane's underlying tone, stroking his beard and lighting his pipe. Kane, I am an old man now, perhaps only capable of one last battle. You have seen the strength of the Sarutobi clan. My eldest son is of limited ability, which is why I have placed him in the Umbu as my right hand. As for my second son, Asuma, upon mentioning his second son, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Kane, since you harbor favorable sentiments toward Konoha, I shall be forthright. There are some matters I must address. My disciple's disciple is also my grand disciple. It brings me great joy that you have formed a bond with Minato. However, Minato does not bear the Sarutobi name, and his wife is an Uzumaki. At this juncture, Kane had already surmised what Sarutobi Hiruzen was hinting at and interjected. Though this generation of the Sarutobi clan may lack outstanding descendants, it does not mean that the Sarutobi clan will forever remain without. I assure you, as long as your clan can produce an individual worthy of the Hokage title, I will wholeheartedly support his ascent to the Hokage position. At this point, Kane paused, raising the scroll in his hand as he continued. Minato is a person of deep emotions. Once he ascends to Hokage, I believe he will never act against the Sarutobi clan unless the clan instigates a rebellion. Hearing the word rebellion, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, saying, You jest. After all, the Sarutobi clan was among the first to contribute to Konoha. How could there be any talk of rebellion? Kaien understood the implication behind Sarutobi Rishin's words, and the two tacitly bypassed the sensitive topic of the rebels' treachery, resuming their tea. As Kaien savored the freshly brewed tea made by Sarutobi Shino, he inquired with curiosity about Danzo's condition, wondering if the somber elder was doing well in the Hokage's office that day. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Rishin spoke of Elder Danzo, describing it as a rather tragic tale. It appeared that Danzo had succumbed to a chill and had fallen into a deep slumber from which he could not awaken. Dead? Upon hearing that Danzo was unable to awaken, Kaien momentarily thought that Sarutobi Rishin had been responsible for his demise, exclaiming in shock. After all, it was well known that Kaien had clashed with Danzo in the Hokage's office, and now, just after their confrontation, Danzo was dead. When had this old monkey become so decisive? Just as Kaien was astounded by Sarutobi Rishin's apparent ruthlessness, the elder waved his hand to clarify that Danzo was not dead, merely incapacitated by the cold that had seemingly clouded his mind. Kaien pondered Sarutobi Rishin's rather flimsy explanation, wondering if perhaps his own true damage had caused Danzo's mental collapse. His overwhelming conqueror's haki, an unavoidably real mental assault, had surely taken its toll. Under the full force of the void conqueror's haki, it was a feat if Danzo managed to retain even a semblance of sanity. Sarutobi Rishin gestured for Kaien to change the subject, suggesting they discuss more cheerful matters. Your old comrade is on the brink of death, yet you wish to speak of happiness? Truly, you are incorrigible, Sarutobi Rishin. Kaien remarked, observing the elder's lack of genuine emotion, which led him to imagine Danzo's unfortunate fate. No, I mustn't think about that. Noticing the teasing expression on Kaien's face, Sarutobi Rishin understood that the young man had not entertained rosy thoughts about him, yet he remained unfazed. A man of stature should not be petty. One without poison is not a true man. Kaien, you are not so young anymore. During the Warring States period, men of your age often had 2 children. Sarutobi Rishin's words resonated with a playful jest. What? 2 children? But I'm still a child myself. Kaien protestive. But we cannot speak so lightly. After all, love is the most beautiful emotion in the world, is it not? At this, Kaien began to grasp Sarutobi Rishin's underlying intentions, a desire to bind him to Konohagakure with promises of riches and companionship. No, I'm not inclined towards that just yet. Please, let us not dwell on such matters, Kaien exclaimed, seeing Sarutobi Rishin's demeanor suggest that he would go to great lengths, even to fetch a princess for him. Sarutobi Rishin, undeterred, stroked his beard and assured Kaien that there was no rush. They could discuss it later. Chapter 30. The Hokage drawn by lottery Cayenne found himself in an awkward situation due to Sarutobi Rishin's relentless enthusiasm, hastily declaring that they would discuss it another time before dashing off to continue drinking at the barbecue. Tea could not compare to the allure of wine. Inside the private room, Jiraiya mused over the identification Sarutobi Rishin had provided, pondering, so the old man has acknowledged your legitimate status in Konoha? Not just that. I have something rather intriguing to show you, Cayenne replied, producing a scroll from behind him. Jiraiya's eyes lit up with mischief as he exclaimed, "Is it a photo of a swimsuit model?" "Not at all. It is something given to me by the third Hokage," Cayenne retorted, unable to suppress his irritation at Jiraiya's suggestive demeanor. "Hey, the fact that it was given by the old man makes it even more likely to be a swimsuit photo," Jiraiya quipped, his words striking the core of Minato's soul. How could the third? Minato, aware of the third's somewhat lascivious tendencies, was nonetheless incredulous at the thought of a swimsuit photograph. "No, I refuse to accept such a notion." "How could you not? Don't you recall the telescope technique?" Cayenne shot back, revealing one of the third's greatest secrets. Minato. He recalled that the telescope technique had been passed down through generations of Hokage, and in that moment, he felt an insatiable desire for the position. As Minato contemplated his future, Jiraiya, leaning in to view the scroll Cayenne held, gasped, "Did you steal the Book of Seals?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's alarm and the mention of the Book of Seals, Minato approached with curiosity. Damn, Minato, renowned as the fastest man in the ninja world, managed only a brief exclamation before realizing that this location might have ears, quickly rising to reinforce the seals. He established soundproofing, vibration dampening, and even a miniature version of the 4 purple flames barrier to prevent anyone from intruding, followed by a chakra sealing technique to cut off external access to their private space. After completing these preparations, Minato solemnly addressed Cayenne. "You must flee with the Book of Seals." Jiraiya, equally alarmed, began to assist Cayenne in forming seals, insisting, "Return to Mayuboka Mountain. If you make it back, even if the first Hokage is resurrected, he will be powerless to act." Witnessing the concern from his mentors, Cayenne felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. He was touched that they, as Konoha ninjas, were so considerate of his well-being, even in light of the possibility that he had stolen the Book of Seals. Yet, he found it amusing that one was a Hokage's apprentice and the other a future Hokage, and they treated him, a potential thief of the Book of Seals, with such urgency. Reflecting on Sarutobi Rishin, who seemed entirely oblivious to propriety, Cayenne could not help but internally critique, "Are you really the candidates for Hokage? Is the village leader chosen by lottery? Or is a complete lack of shame an essential quality for a Hokage?" As Jiraiya was nearly finished with the sealing process, Cayenne abruptly pressed his hand down, urging him to remain calm. "No need to panic. How can I remain calm?" Jiraiya retorted, even as he was interrupted, his face a mask of frantic concern. "You've really gotten yourself into trouble." After a brief moment of astonishment, Minato began to piece things together, realizing that Cayenne lacked both the time and ability to stealthily steal the Book of Seals. Coupled with the fact that Cayenne had been called away by Shino to meet the third Hokage, Minato arrived at an incredible conclusion. The scroll filled with forbidden techniques had indeed been given to Cayenne by the third Hokage. This absurd notion soon amused Minato, pondering how the third Hokage could possibly act in such a manner. After all, he was the Hokage. Cayenne gazed calmly at the frenzied Jiraiya, then turned to the contemplative Minato, recalling the words of the third Hokage. "Keep this to yourselves," Jiraiya exclaimed. "Cayenne, have you drunk too much of that fake sake? You're beginning to speak nonsense." Minato responded, "Indeed, the third Hokage. You scoundrel, you served me counterfeit liquor." With that, Cayenne lunged at Jiraiya, both of them becoming a whirlwind of chaos. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Minato, feeling a headache coming on, picked up a scroll, suppressing his desire to glance at it, and separated Cayenne and Jiraiya. Enough of this ruckus. By the time Minato intervened, Jiraiya was already in a disheveled state, crouching behind Minato, muttering indignantly. Seeing Cayenne raise his fist, Jiraiya quickly retreated further behind Minato, exclaiming, "Should I have even attended this gathering?" As the two calmed down, Cayenne began to channel chakra through Jiraiya's arm. Despite his minor injuries, Jiraiya was astonished when he felt Cayenne's chakra aiding in his recovery. "Stop with the you, Cayenne said, noticing Jiraiya was regaining his strength. He released Jiraiya's arm, intending to discuss his plans with Minato and Jiraiya, with Cayenne about to address serious matters. Jiraiya emerged from behind Minato and sat properly at the table, ready to listen. You need not inquire too deeply about the origins of this scroll. Just tell me, keep it a secret. Although Jiraiya was often frivolous and Minato somewhat cunning, their core qualities remained steadfast. Particularly Minato, who, after the loss of his wife, chose to remain loyal to his feelings, indicating he was more emotionally driven than rational. As for Jiraiya, his title as a great hero spoke volumes about his noble character. We will maintain confidentiality regarding the scroll, but what is your plan, Cayenne? With Cayenne having revealed the scroll's origins, Minato's curiosity shifted towards Cayenne's intentions. As he elaborated, the master and disciple grasped the nature of Cayenne's pact with the third Hokage. You actually agreed to protect Konoha? Jiraiya expressed surprise, as this was not typical behavior for Cayenne. So, you will live in Konoha under the name Uzumaki Cayenne? Minato exclaimed joyfully, as he had a favorable relationship with Cayenne, who was also a comrade of Kushina. This would mean that in the future, hold on. Let me explain this step by step, Cayenne declared, raising his drink before downing it in one gulp. He proceeded to elaborate. First, in response to Jiraiya's question, I not only aim to safeguard Konoha, but I also bear the responsibility to ensure that the Sarutobi clan does not fade into obscurity a century after the third Hokage. At this point, Cayenne gestured towards a scroll. This is the reward the third Hokage bestowed upon me. Jiraiya, displeased to see Hiruzen using public resources for private transactions, muttered under his breath. TCH, that old man is so reckless. After expressing his frustration, Jiraiya sulked at the table, drinking quietly. Observing Jiraiya's gloom, Cayenne exchanged glances with Minato and continued. That is of little consequence. What matters is that I have mastered the forbidden techniques. Unmoved, Jiraiya seemed somewhat disappointed in Hiruzen. However, Cayenne perceived Jiraiya's disinterest in forbidden techniques, which made sense. At Jiraiya's level, merely one or two such techniques would hardly pique his interest. Perhaps a forbidden tome would be more enticing. What about my question? Minato reminded Cayenne, still present in the conversation. Yes, aside from necessary circumstances where I will transform into a giant dragon for battle. I will otherwise live in Konoha as a remnant of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing Cayenne's affirmative answer, even Minato, with his calm and rational demeanor, couldn't contain his joy. Wonderful. This means Kushina will have another family member. Being the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina would find it impossible to ignore Cayenne's presence in Konoha. However, Jiraiya, having overheard their exchange, stood up to caution Cayenne. The identity of the Uzumaki clan will attract many envious eyes. Understandably, Jiraiya's hesitance stemmed from the Uzumaki clan's renowned chakra reserves and sealing techniques, which were prime material for becoming a Jinchuriki. Minato nodded in agreement, recalling that Kushina had been captured by an enemy ninja, which had given him the opportunity to connect with her. Yet, Cayenne seemed unconcerned as he retorted, Oh really? As Jiraiya prepared to warn him, he suddenly recalled a series of events that had transpired since Cayenne's arrival. He had nearly obliterated Myobo-Kuzan with sheer presence, wiped out the guards of the Hokage's office in a single move, and effortlessly captured the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki in the Land of Water. Reflecting on Jiraiya began to question whether the legendary Senju Hashirama was truly as formidable. Let's not forget that Cayenne possesses another dragon form. Jiraiya mused, recalling how, in Myobo-Kuzan, Cayenne had transformed into a divine dragon, enveloped in blazing clouds, his voice resonating like thunder, and his breath conjuring violent winds. What kind of combat prowess would such a form yield? Observing the sudden silence from his mentors, Cayenne raised his cup triumphantly, declaring, I care not for the covetous gazes of outsiders. Instead, they should be wary of their own clan's secret techniques, bloodline limits, and even their tailed beasts. Cayenne, your strength is evident. It is hardly an exaggeration to say you can reign over the ninja world, Jiraiya remarked, lifting his cup in reflection. Once you join Konoha, the other 4 villages will surely face dire consequences. Minato raised his cup in agreement, and, as the 3 clinked their glasses, he cleared his throat and said, We must remain vigilant. Have you forgotten the elder who scolded you today? He oversees the roots of Konoha, and their power rivals that of the ANBU. Jiraiya reacted strongly. Yes. Cayenne, you must be cautious. That old man is no good, employing underhanded tactics. As he spoke, Jiraiya was reminded of the former Konoha White Fang, whose tragic demise was likely linked to that old ghost, Danzo. Oh, are you referring to Danzo? Cayenne's chirag nonchalantly. The third Hokage informed me earlier that Elder Danzo has been afflicted with a cold, resulting in a loss of mental capacity and has been rendered ineffective. Rendered ineffective? Both Jiraiya and Minato echoed, their minds momentarily blank. Indeed, ineffective. Kayendi iteratif. Jiraiya ineffective? This is simply unscientific. Upon reflecting on the astonishing downfall of the once mighty leader of the dark faction of Mai, Jiraiya found it hard to believe. Minato was equally speechless. This defied all logic and the principles of a ninja. With the arrival of Kane, victory in the war was secured, and the elders fell silent. Minato thought to himself, what is the point of being Hokage when Kane could easily take that role? Ending the war is about repelling external threats, while quelling internal strife is about maintaining peace. Suddenly, Minato realized that possessing strength was indeed advantageous. No wonder there was no elder council during Senju Hashirama's reign. Just as Kane was about to speak, Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, since Danzo has been neutralized, what are we waiting for? It is time for Minato to ascend to the Hokage position. Although Danzo had engaged in many underhanded dealings, it was undeniable that he was a notorious figure in the ninja world, a name capable of silencing even the most unruly of children. Danzo's root was the most formidable killing machine in the ninja realm. With his defeat, nothing stood in the way of Minato's promotion. At this moment, Jiraiya had completely cast aside his good friend Orochimaru, only thinking about how Mai could return to its former glory with Danzo's demise, allowing Tsunade to regain her faith in the village and return to Mai. Hey, you aren't actually trying to force your master to abdicate, are you? Kane thought to himself, quietly mocking Jiraiya, who appeared to be calling for a people's uprising. Minato, observing Jiraiya's exuberance, quickly advised, Teacher, the war is not entirely over yet. Jiraiya then recognized his own impulsiveness and awkwardly sat back down, chuckling nervously. I was just too overjoyed, or rather, overwhelmed by sadness and couldn't pull myself away. Kane, is that sadness? Kane retorted, please, could you at least tone down that grin? Your teeth are practically on display. As Jiraiya and Minato calmed their emotions, the conversation shifted back to Kane. What are your plans moving forward? Jiraiya inquired. First, I will study this scroll, though I am not well versed in ninjutsu. It may take quite a while, Kane replied, lifting the scroll. Moreover, I have some uncertainties regarding my own body, which will require exploration to reach conclusions. Kane referred to the chakra he had refined. He now suspected that after mastering the nature transformations of water and earth, he might be able to create would release. Powerful yang release water and earth. Isn't that precisely the formula for combining Senju Hashirama's abilities? Upon hearing Kane mention chakra, both Jiraiya and Minato became intrigued, engaging in a lively discussion with him. I believe Kane's chakra is linked to his dual dragon bloodlines. Jiraiya speculated. Not quite, Kane shook his head. The forms of these two dragons are rather unique and should not be considered at the moment. Kane understood the source of his remarkable vitality, but he felt no need to disclose the mark of the eternal forest to the two, attributing it to his own uniqueness. In fact, Kane's chakra could be effectively categorized into two distinct aspects, which would clarify things. Minato, realizing it wasn't due to the dragon bloodlines, began his own analysis. Firstly, Kane's chakra exhibits conductivity. This has been achieved by others before. While rare, it does exist in the ninja world, and some special secret techniques can accomplish this. Secondly, Kane not only can replenish chakra for others, but also possesses an innate ability to heal injuries. This is a manifestation of the ultimate yang release. Combining these 2 points brings to mind a very special existence. At this juncture, Minato's expression grew serious. Who? Jiraiya had already guessed the name Minato was about to utter, though he found it hard to believe. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya murmured the name, recalling the legends surrounding Hashirama. Who was he? The leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of Konoha, the first Hokage of the Land of Fire. The elder brother of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, adept at using the wood-release bloodline limit, capable of controlling tailed beasts, pacifying tumultuous eras, and even defeating Uchiha at the Valley of the End. He was revered as a legendary ninja and hailed as the god of ninjas. At this realization, Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Kane, as if he had connected the dots. Kane, what is your chakra attribute? He asked urgently. Minato, upon hearing Jiraiya's question, also exclaimed, Yes, Kane. What is your chakra attribute? Under the expectant gazes of the two, Kane shrugged, not wishing to disappoint them. Water and earth. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya leaped to his feet, pacing back and forth in the cramped room with his hands behind his back, exclaiming, It is indeed water and earth. truly water and earth, although Minato had predicted it. Hearing Kane confirm it filled him with excitement. Water and earth, and your chakra has the innate ability to heal injuries. In truth, most individuals in the world of Naruto were unaware of the wood-release combination formula that Senju Hashirama possessed. However, Minato had diligently studied the subject. Initially, many believed it to be simply a combination of water and earth. Yet, harsh realities had proven otherwise. The bloodline of the god of ninjas was not so simple. Furthermore, various signs indicated that wood release was certainly not merely a straightforward fusion of water and earth. There were indeed bloodline limit users in the ninja world who could fuse water and earth, such as a young girl from the Mist Village who could use dissolution. Additionally, Konoha had its fair share of ninjas with innate water and earth abilities. The third Hokage had even mastered all 5 elemental natures, but had never developed any bloodline limits. If the third Hokage was deemed unworthy, then what of Tsunade and Senju Tobirama? One was the sibling of Senju Hashirama, and the other his granddaughter. There was no reason they should be incapable. In summary, Minato concluded that wood release could not simply derive from water and earth. It can only be said that water and earth were essential components. Moreover, chakra has a time limit. Water created through water release quickly dissipates once the chakra supply ceases. But what about the vast forests surrounding Konoha? Many of those trees were indeed created through wood release, and logically, they should not have survived to this day. Yet, they had thrived and grown even taller. Since existence is reasonable, even the most astonishing answers must be accepted. Thus, it could only be inferred that the wood release bloodline was intricately linked to the ultimate yang release. And the ultimate yang release coincidentally mirrored the peculiarities of Kane's chakra. As for Senju Hashirama, Minato was not entirely certain, but he was absolutely convinced regarding the nature of yang release. Though not a professional researcher, Minato had delved deeply into the study of chakra properties and transformations. After all, coming from a common background, one must engage in research to rise above. Observing the swaying Jiraiya and accompanied by Minato's incessant chatter beside him, Kane felt dizzy and nauseous. Could you two please calm down? If you have something to say, let us sit down and discuss it properly. Upon hearing Kane's words, Jiraiya crouched down and grabbed Kane's arms, exclaiming, "How could we possibly remain calm?" While glancing around, Jiraiya lowered his voice despite the soundproof barrier. "How could we be calm? That's the wood release that determines the fate of nations." Minato, sitting nearby, nodded vigorously, seemingly affirming Jiraiya's statement. Observing their anxious demeanor, Kane realized he had underestimated the significance of wood release. Perhaps Kane was not afraid of it. Or perhaps he believed he could defeat Senju Hashirama, which led him to regard wood release as merely a useful ability. After all, Kane was not only a transmigrator with a golden finger, but also a well-read enthusiast of fanfiction in his previous life, a master of verbal prowess. However, the reality was that the world of Naruto had only seen about 40 to 50 years since the establishment of the ninja villages. At this moment, Hashirama had only recently passed away, and his legend still echoed throughout the ninja world. What gave Hashirama the authority to define the chaotic eras, establish the ninja villages, and even keep tailed beasts as pets? Was it not due to his formidable wood release? This notion was deeply ingrained in the minds of all ninjas in the shinobi world. Yet, Kane possessed knowledge beyond theirs. He understood that Hashirama was not that remarkable. Ashura and Indra were the truly exceptional ones. In fact, aside from their father Otsutsuki Kagaya, there were even greater beings on the moon. Due to this disparity in information, Kane found their exaggerated reactions quite irksome. "Kane, you must conceal the uniqueness of your chakra well," Minato urged solemnly. "You may be powerful, but never underestimate the maliciousness of human hearts." Kane, touched by Minato's concern, felt a wave of emotion. The last person who cared for him like this had already departed to another world. He referred to Zoro and others who might have gone to Valoran, but Minato was unaware of this. Hearing Kane's ambiguous words, Minato awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled. "Really?" Kane added, "Besides, I'm not actually proficient in wood release. You two are making it seem as though I can summon it at any moment." Kane raised his hands in exasperation, stating, "I merely mentioned that my chakra is somewhat special. It's you two who have been speculating and shouting." Minato and Jiraiya were taken aback. After this diversion, Minato regained his composure. "Regardless, once you grasp the nature of your chakra, you will find out for yourself." Minato remained persistent, as wood release held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. What intrigues me more than what you've mentioned are those forbidden techniques. Kane shook his head, expressing his thoughts. My raw strength is currently sufficient, but I need to diversify my methods. Kane's raw power was indeed formidable, enough to dominate the shinobi world. However, when it came to techniques, he felt somewhat constrained. Transformation jutsu, shadow clone, multi-shadow clone, various jinjutsu, and even flying thunder god. While these jutsu may not directly enhance Kane's raw strength, a rich arsenal of techniques sometimes bears no relation to sheer power. For instance, although Kane's full-speed burst could rival the flying thunder god in an instant, the fact remains, a flash is merely a flash, and a sprint is just a sprint. These are two distinct concepts. Of course, if we discuss combat prowess, the best way to enhance it would be through the Eternal Forest Mark. But when it comes to diverse techniques, the various jutsu in the Naruto world can certainly handle most situations. 3 days later, in the Hokage's office, the situation was urgent. The specifics of the intelligence left little time for explanation. Yesterday, Minato had used the Flying Thunder God to leave ahead, and now the battlefield in the Land of Grass required Kane and Asuma's aerial support. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, handing Kane the urgent intelligence received from the front lines the previous night, then gave Kane a knowing look. Noting Hiruzen's implied gesture, Kane silently formed an okay sign. Everything was understood. Third Hokage, I should remind you that it's time for Asuma to head out. Kane prompted. Hearing Kane's words, Hiruzen nodded. Asuma, you may go first. I have some matters to discuss with Elder Kane. Asuma replied, am I your biological son? With a loud bang, Asuma closed the door behind him, and Kane felt considerably more relaxed. Shall we proceed with the usual protocol? Kane was unaware of the meaning of politeness, rummaging through Hiruzen's drawer while conversing, searching for cigarettes. Kane, don't you know minors are prohibited from smoking? Although he said this, Hiruzen still pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Kane, along with a refined lighter. Enough of that. When you all grow old and die, I wonder if I can even reach 18. Kane lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then continued. Haha. Hearing Kane's banter, Hiruzen smiled. That's even better. May you remain 17 forever. Now, let us discuss the specifics. Kane inquired directly. Hiruzen surely had something pressing to discuss with Kane. Otherwise, he would not have sent Minato off early. What could possibly be accomplished in just a day or two? At most, they could rescue that fool Obito. Noticing Kane's seriousness, Hiruzen ceased his lightheartedness, resting his chin in his hands, his tone heavy as he stated, although you and Minato won a tough battle, Konoha has already suffered heavy losses in this war. For certain reasons, I do not intend to allow Orochimaru to return to the battlefield in the Land of Water. Upon hearing this, Kane raised his hand to interrupt. Is it because of Minato? Hiruzen shook his head. No, it's due to Orochimaru's own issues. Without a doubt. This was related to the discovery of Orochimaru's dealings after dealing with Danzo. Orochimaru was in for some trouble. Kane was well aware of Orochimaru's situation, but it was a matter between their master and apprentice, and he did not plan to interfere. Hiruzen did not elaborate on Orochimaru's issues, but continued discussing the war. With Minato having left ahead, you and Asuma should also depart. I've already prepared supplies for you. Regarding this mission to the Land of Earth, I have only one request. At this point, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of lethal intent. Eliminate anyone you encounter. In considering the adversaries of Konoha, one might assert that the entire shinobi world is indeed its enemy. However, when it comes to the one that Sarutobi Hiruzen despises the most, it is undoubtedly Iwagakure. There is no particular reason for this sentiment, except that the gruff old man Inoki is someone Sarutobi knows all too well, compared to the merely combative Kimogakure. Iwagakure poses a far greater threat to Konoha. Observing the fierce demeanor of Sarutobi, Kane shrugged, indicating his indifference. No problem. I am completely fine with this, after all. Having received such a grand gift from you, it is only right that I assist. Pleased with Kane's attitude, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction and continued. I plan to send Jiraiya to the battlefield against Kirigakure. He has already consented. Once you have dealt with Iwagakure, I will need your assistance there as well. These matters are trivial, no need for constant reminders. Do you have any further questions, old man? Upon hearing Kane's somewhat disrespectful address, Sarutobi's face broke into a beaming smile, for it signified that Kane regarded him as an ally. Actually, there's a small matter. Are there any techniques that pique your interest? Sarutobi inquired. Why the sudden question? You have already shared everything you know with me. Kane momentarily paused. Noticing Kane's hesitation, Sarutobi subtly remarked, is like this, after the war concludes. I intend to resign from the position of Hokage, and at that time, Minato will succeed me. Upon hearing this, Kane comprehended Sarutobi's intentions. He perceived Kane as a person of integrity and deep emotional ties, and thus he was prepared to invest further in him. After all, with Minato's upright character, he would not recklessly distribute Konoha's shared assets to Kane. As for the bargaining chips, everything Konoha possesses Sarutobi could offer. After a moment of contemplation, Kane finally spoke. I would like to learn Mokuton. Although I'm uncertain of my ability to master it, I wish to give it a try. In truth, apart from Mokuton, there was little else he desired. Sarutobi had chosen to place his bet on Kane without holding back. He had essentially provided him with all the knowledge contained within the Scroll of Seals. The Mokuton techniques had been withheld initially as Sarutobi deemed them unnecessary. But now that Kane expressed interest, he readily agreed. Upon your return, I shall provide you with that as well. Sarutobi pondered for a moment before adding, additionally, I possess insights regarding Mokuton, left behind by the first Hokage, which I shall also share with you. Seeing Sarutobi's generosity, Kane nodded vigorously and smiled. Old man, I must tell you, this time you have truly made a fortunate investment. Upon hearing Kane's words, Sarutobi's face lit up with joy. That's right. That's right. Once their discussion concluded, Kane wasted no time lingering and swiftly leaped out of the window, taking Asuma, who was standing below, along with him. Kane, hold on tight. I'm about to fall. Asuma shouted, clutching onto Kane's arm. Haha, if you fall, just use Doton to safely enter the earth. Kane jested. Nonsense. How could there be such a ridiculous method? Asuma retorted. Sarutobi watched the two, who were playfully bantering, as they flew further away, feeling increasingly satisfied. Kane truly possesses a pure heart. He is unlike us corrupt politicians. This time, I have finally made the right decision. Throughout my life, I have erred many times. But this particular decision was indeed correct. What uses it to keep forbidden techniques locked in scrolls? The most valuable forbidden techniques, if merely resting in scrolls, are nothing more than a collection of words. Haha, at last, I, the old man of Konoha, feel I have justified my actions to you. In the land of grass, Minato-sensei, has the war with the land of lightning finally concluded? Despite having confirmed this with the three youngsters multiple times, Obito could not suppress his curiosity. Yes, it has concluded. Now, we must put an end to Wagakure's ambitions, Minato stated, glancing towards the distant Kaminari Bridge. Kane's elder brother, are we following the usual protocol? Asuma inquired, nearly shouting due to the strong wind. No need to be so loud. I'm a dragon, not deaf. Kane replied, shaking his head, feeling as if Asuma might deafen him with his volume. This time is different. We shall not indiscriminately kill everyone we see, but we must be cautious when collecting forehead protectors. The IWNine are a crafty bunch. Kane instructed Asuma, who he did not bother to check if he was listening, and he flew towards the land of grass with determination. Another squad of IWNine below, Asuma observed, having learned from past encounters. He refrained from shouting and spoke to Kane in a normal tone. Haven't you eaten? The wind is so strong up here that had it not been for my keen hearing, I might not have caught what you said. Kane replied while descending. If only I could match your strength. Asuma lamented. As before, Kane utilized his observation haki to identify all enemies, then summoned a tempest of lightning to eliminate them swiftly. Asuma descended to collect the forehead protectors. Then, they proceeded to the next location. Why not use Dragon Breath? Brother, if a blast of several thousand degrees were to hit, there would be nothing left of the forehead protectors, Kane remarked, having promised to let Asuma accompany him to earn merit. He believed in providing adequate aftercare. Once the surrounding IWNine were cleared, Kane and Asuma found a place to rest and eat. However, unlike their hurried trip to the land of soup, Asuma had come well prepared this time. An array of seasonings, a chopping board, and even a precious storage scroll containing a large iron pot. To ensure they would not struggle to find wild game, he had also stored a significant amount of meat in another scroll. Observing Asuma acting as a cook, Kane felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. All right, Asuma, this situation is different from the last. We only need a simple meal. Just as Asuma was about to start a fire, Kane hastily intervened. Isn't this situation different from the last? Asuma replied, puzzled by Kane's words. We kill the enemies, collect the forehead protectors, and then continue. There is nothing different about that. Kane insisted. Let's just eat some soldier pills. Upon hearing Kane's directive, Asuma relented and, after packing away the cooking supplies, handed Kane a large, specially made soldier pill. Here, this is a soldier pill specially crafted for you by the Nara clan. Kane accepted the pill, tossing it into his mouth while chewing and casually chatting with Asuma. How many forehead protectors have we collected? Have we sorted them by rank? Hearing Kane's inquiry, Asuma could not help but scoff. Numerous forehead protectors. The scroll is nearly full. By the way, brother, how can we distinguish between Jonin and Chunin when you leave no complete corpses? They are either reduced to mush by the storm or char by lightning. As Asuma lamented his grievances, Kane scratched his chin in perplexity. How was this typically calculated? Before Asuma could respond, a clear voice floated from afar. Detach the head and place it in the scroll, or carry the head back to the base. If the situation is urgent, you may have to return and document it clearly in the task log. Kane, momentarily oblivious to the fact that the speaker was not Asuma, continued to chew on his food pills and remarked, "Oh, I see. Quite troublesome indeed. Huh, Minato." It was not the first time that Kane had failed to notice someone approaching him. This was understandable, as Kane preferred not to activate his Kinbunchaku at all times. To trigger it passively, he needed either a formidable enemy or a presence that exuded a sense of threat or murderous intent. However, prior to any attack, Kane's Kinbunchaku would undoubtedly provide a warning, much like during his encounter with the AB duo. Regaining his focus, Kane observed Minato approaching with 3 young children, and he was somewhat astonished. "I didn't anticipate running into you here, Minato." Meanwhile, the oblivious Obito had recklessly dashed toward Asuma. Disregarding whether Asuma was an enemy in disguise, even ignoring Kane, the colossal dragon, Kane and Minato exchanged subtle glances, both aware of Obito's complete lack of caution. Then Kane whispered to Asuma, "Asuma, teach this kid a profound lesson so he understands the perils of the battlefield. Remember to use that." Upon hearing this, Asuma nodded gently and quietly formed a tiger seal. Minato, standing not far away, also intended to educate Obito, but upon seeing Asuma prepare a tiger seal, he hesitated. Kane recognized the misunderstanding in Minato's expression, as the typical tiger seal was associated with fire release techniques. Understanding this, Kane subtly gestured to Minato. Upon catching Kane's eye, Minato relaxed. However, Kakashi, watching Asuma's tiger seal, seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Konohagakure's secret technique, 1,000 Years of Death. As Asuma's ominous voice echoed, Obito was transformed from a reserved boy into something else entirely. Just as Obito approached Asuma, the latter suddenly accelerated, circling behind Obito, hands forming the tiger seal, and delivered a resounding 1,000 years of death. Ah! After being struck, Obito fell silent for a moment, then emitted a sound of both pain and unexpected pleasure, collapsing to the ground as if utterly defeated. The onlookers watched, sweat beading on their brows, as Obito lay there, legs squeezed together and groaning. Kakashi remarked, "As expected." Rin added, "How could Asuma attack Obito there?" Kane interjected, "Oh boy, you really struck hard. Obito might need adult diapers for the rest of his life." Minato lamented, "I should have stopped Asuma." Once Obito regained some composure, Minato sat beside him to impart some wisdom. "Obito, this is a battlefield. You were far too careless. If it had been an enemy, you wouldn't just have lost face, but possibly your life." Obito responded with weak groans, appearing as if he were on the verge of collapse. Observing Obito's condition, Minato inferred that he had learned his lesson and ceased his lecture, allowing Asuma and the others to huddle together for a private conversation. With Kane present, Minato felt no need to set traps for precaution. After casually scattering a handful of kunai, he settled beside Kane to exchange intelligence. Through their conversation, Kane gradually comprehended the current situation, due to his unexpected intervention. The Land of Lightning had completely withdrawn from the Third Great Ninja War, and now Kyomogakure was solely focused on retrieving their Kage and Jinchuriki. Sunagakure had long signed a peace treaty with Iwagakure. Despite suffering significant financial losses, there was little choice, as their own Kage had gone missing amid the chaos. However, according to rumors, Sunagakure had quietly dispatched envoys to Konohagakure upon learning of Konoha's victory over Kyomogakure. Currently, only Iwagakure, Konohagakure, and Kirigakure remained active on the battlefield. The Land of Earth and the Land of Water bordered the Land of Fire, placing Konoha in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed, declaring such matters trivial, as they had faced 4 enemies at their peak, and now they had Kane on their side. Though ninja recovery rates could not rival those of the monsters in the world of pirates, they were not particularly slow either. As everyone regained their composure, Minato prepared to invite Kane. Kane, we are set to execute a mission to sever the supply lines. If it doesn't conflict with your task. Upon hearing this, Kane shook his head in refusal. Not really. We are likely not headed in the same direction. Although the mission to disrupt the Wadakure supply lines was significant, Kane was bound by the third Hokage's instructions for a more pressing operation. Understanding Kane's position, Minato shrugged in acknowledgement. Gather up Kakashi, Rin, Obito, as Minato called his subordinates. Kane waved to Asuma, signaling him to come over. I wish you a successful operation. Minato, noting that everyone was prepared and Obito had regained his mobility, bid farewell to Kane. Ah, wait a moment, Minato, Kane suddenly called out. Is this upgraded kunai still used in the same manner as before? Kane had initially planned to have Asuma accompany Minato, as he had nearly gathered enough forehead protectors. However, reconsidering, he realized that despite altering the timeline with his intervention, Minato had been freed up to lead Kakashi and the others. Nevertheless, there was no harm in being cautious. Should anything happen to Asuma while accompanying Minato, Kane would find it difficult to explain to the third Hokage, especially since the old fox had meticulously plotted for so long, and Minato alone could not thwart his resolve. Thus, Kane requested an upgraded Flying Thunder God kunai from Minato, ensuring a safety net for any unexpected circumstances. Upon hearing Kane's inquiry, Minato nodded. If it's your chakra, try to supply as much as possible. As he spoke, Minato exchanged a knowing glance with Kane, who narrowed his eyes in understanding. Due to the unique nature of Kane's chakra, if it was infused into the kunai's technique, Minato could instantly replenish the consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique upon its transfer. This was a delightful outcome from an unintentional experiment conducted a few days prior. Now that everything was in place, Kane ceased his hesitations. Expanding his form, he waited for Asuma to climb aboard before soaring into the sky. Kakashi and the others gazed up at Kane, who soared through the heavens, their eyes filled with envy. Asuma has indeed stumbled upon incredible fortune, being able to accompany such a formidable summoning beast. Dato gazed enviously at Kane, who soared higher and farther into the sky, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Dato's politically naive remarks, Kakashi could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Have you never considered that Asuma's prowess is linked to his surname? However, Kakashi kept this thought to himself, as the death of White Fang had rendered him increasingly aloof. No, Minato interjected seriously after overhearing Dato's comments. First and foremost, regardless of strength or age, Kane is your senior. You must show him the utmost respect in his presence. Furthermore, while you may consider Kane a contractual partner or a battle companion, do not utter the words summoning beast in front of him. I fear for your safety. Teacher, I heard from Asuma that Lord Kane hails from the Holy Land and is currently honing his skills in the shinobi world. Is that true? Rin clasped her hands over her heart, her large, captivating eyes sparkling with yearning. If only Lord Kane could take me for a flight. I long to see the vistas of the sky. Seeing Rin's desire, the ever-enthusiastic Dato immediately jumped in to flatter her. No problem. Once the war is over, we can soar through the skies together. Dato boasted, completely disregarding the gravity of the situation, confidently asserting, I am well acquainted with Asuma. I can easily ask him. Kakashi, observing Dato's unbridled enthusiasm, could not resist dampening his spirits. Asuma is one thing, but if Rin truly wishes to fly, she might be better off requesting our teacher, especially considering his apparent bond with that colossal dragon. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Rin's gaze shifted to Minato. Is teacher close with Lord Kane? Although Minato had been conversing with Kane, Rin had assumed they were merely sharing intelligence, unaware of the depth of their relationship. With a gentle smile, Minato ruffled her hair, saying, well, I am quite familiar with Kane, but there is someone who knows him even better. If she were to make a request, I am certain Kane would not refuse. She? The trio exclaimed in unison, having spent their time on the battlefield and being unaware of Kane's relationship with Kushina. Their surprise palpable. Indeed, Minato affirmed it is Kushina. Kane and Kushina are contractual partners. Wow. Rin and Dato gasped in unison. The information regarding the Jinchuriki was not something of their level to know, and learning that Kane was partnered with Kushina left them both astonished. In any case, if you perform well, after this mission, you could realize your dream of becoming a dragon rider, albeit for a brief moment. Minato expertly painted a grand picture for the trio. With that, he raised his arm and declared, let's depart. Meanwhile, Kane, having flown a distance with Asuma, descended onto a tall tree. Asuma, the forthcoming mission may pose some dangers for you, so I must inform you beforehand. After all, you are merely a guide. Asuma sensed the seriousness in Kane's tone, but resolutely replied, and what of it? Aren't ninjas on the front lines facing dangers? Besides, I am accompanying you, my elder brother. Seeing Asuma's unwavering determination, Kane's prepared words were effectively silenced. Very well. After this mission, you will need to significantly enhance your strength. Asuma, puzzled, responded. Isn't strengthening one's abilities a long-term goal? Why do you say this now? Oh, I mean to say that a Jonin should not possess such feeble strength. Kane replied lightly, adding, especially not a special Jonin. Upon hearing this, Asuma suddenly felt a sense of dread, having just recently advanced to Chunin. He wondered how monumental a feat it would require to achieve the rank of Jonin. Wait, brother, may I inquire about our objective before making a decision? Kane did not grant Asuma the opportunity to reconsider, using his dragon tail to sweep Asuma onto his back, declaring, it is too late to back out now. We must first seek out the Four Tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, Kane took off again, and Asuma realized he could not retract his words, thus stubbornly muttering. So, it's merely a Jinchuriki. I thought we were hunting the Tsuchikage. Given Kane's already demonstrated prowess, Asuma felt a sense of relief upon learning that their target was merely a Jinchuriki. After all, if Kane could easily subdue the Eight Tails, how could the Four Tails, who was weaker than the Eight Tails, be a match for him? How do you know our target also includes the Tsuchikage? Kane teased Asuma, adding, you've hit the jackpot this time. Even two combined would struggle to slay a Kage in the shinobi world. During this time, Kane had also contemplated his own strength standing, deducing that it was no less than that of Hashirama. Although Hashirama's would release could absorb chakra, Kane's confidence stemmed from his monstrous physique, which he believed was superior to chakra manipulation, which had yet to be fully developed. Thus, Kane's assertion about ambushing the Tsuchikage was not a mere jest. While Inoki's dust release was formidable, even breaking Madara's Susanoo, Kane's Busashoka Haki was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Kane possessed the Void Conqueror's Haki, a supreme trump card that had previously caused even the formidable Marine Admiral to meet his end. Are you joking, brother? Asuma, unaware of Kane's true power, assumed Kane was merely jesting. However, Kane did not respond to Asuma's question. Instead, he focused intently on flying forward. As his Haki had detected a high energy source ahead, Kane observed the large bearded figure leaping through the jungle, intrigued as he hovered above him, remarking, I have heard that the Four Tails Jinchuriki excels in lava release. I wonder if it is an innate bloodline limit or a power acquired after becoming a Jinchuriki. In truth, the old man had already noticed Kane hovering above him, but he did not reveal his awareness. Upon hearing Kane's words, he abruptly halted on a branch, exclaiming, the legendary dragon, the calamity beast of the Konoha faction, and your target is me? Kane's fearsome reputation had already spread throughout the shinobi world. Renowned for effortlessly subduing the Eight Tails, and the old man dared not underestimate him. You still have not answered my question, Kane said, growing bored as the old man entered his lava release chakra mode. Are you so eager for battle that you wish to forego conversation? There is nothing to discuss with the people of Konoha, perhaps overconfident in his own capabilities, or perhaps aware that two legs cannot compete with two wings. Lao Zi chose to confront Kane head-on, despite his recent victory over the Eight Tails. As Kane observed Lao Zi, whose body was enveloped in searing molten lava, he was reminded of Sakaski and nostalgically remarked, you bear a striking resemblance to a dear old friend of mine, though regrettably, he is no longer among the living. Lao Zi, misinterpreting Kane's apparent indifference to his lava release chakra as arrogance, sneered, then go keep him company. In that moment, Lao Zi's fist struck decisively against Kane's neck, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow. The sizzling sound of lava meeting flesh erupted, accompanied by thick, white smoke. While the impact was reminiscent of Sakaski's might, it lacked the same potency. Kane, feeling a slight sting at his neck, expressed his dissatisfaction. Not enough force. When he had withstood Sakaski's onslaught, it required the full extent of his armed Haki and even the utilization of iron to barely endure. In contrast, this time, Kane had merely relied on his dragon scales to deflect the attack, revealing a significant disparity in their strengths, likely exacerbated by Kane's rapid ascent in power. Alarmed by Kane's relaxed demeanor, Lao Zi promptly executed a backflip to create distance, forming the serpent seal mid-air to unleash his lava release, flowing lava technique. Hesitating momentarily, he then entered full-tailed beast transformation mode. Oh, how familiar this feels. Kane mused as he gazed at the molten sphere before him, recalling Sakaski's fiery breath. Though it still fell short in comparison. Unfazed by the lava sphere, Kane activated his armed haki and shielded Asuma, who was feigning death on his back. With a roar, Lao Zi, now transformed, capitalized on the cover of the lava sphere to charge once more, leaping midway to execute a flying kick. However, Kane was not one to allow such an assault unchallenged. He had no habit of receiving such strikes to his face. The earlier encounter with Lao Zi's lava was merely a nostalgic tribute to his fallen master in another realm. You think you can kick like Bruce Lee? Kane taunted as the massive foot neared his face. His dragon tail deftly ensnared the ankle of the charging four-tailed beast, executing a flawless series of maneuvers. As the rhythmic strikes echoed, Asuma poked his head out and cheered, "Big brother, you are magnificent." "Silence. Do not interrupt while I am in battle," Kane retorted, startled by Asuma's sudden outburst, causing him to loosen his grip momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the four-tailed beast broke free and leapt backward. Realizing he had inadvertently caused a setback, Asuma awkwardly chuckled before resuming his charade of feigned death. Lao Zi, communicating anxiously with the four tails, advised against a direct confrontation. "We cannot match his strength. This dragon possesses an abnormal amount of power. Use ninjutsu to attack." The four tails, feeling the strain of their prior engagement, quickly suggested, "I heard this dragon once capture the eight tails. Use tail beast ball to buy time and retreat. This dragon is too enigmatic." In truth, had Lao Zi felt confident in outrunning Kane, he would have fled long ago, especially after Kane had so effortlessly subjugated him in his fully transformed state. Now, fortified by the Four Tails Council, Lao Zi disregarded the potential futility of the tailed beast ball against Kane, recognizing it as a means to buy precious time. Observing the four tails gather chakra, Kane immediately recognized the intent to escape. Silence. Kane charged forward. Kane's massive dragon form exhibited an agility that belied its size. Before the four tails could complete their tailed beast ball, Kane's claws forcibly shut their mouth, causing the partially formed chakra sphere to dissipate. As the chaos unfolded, Lao Zi, having expended his chakra, reverted from his tailed beast form. Just one more attempt would suffice. Kane mused, eyeing the almost full progress bar with anticipation for the first reward from the world of Naruto. Is that all there is to it? As silence enveloped the battlefield, Asuma, driven by curiosity, peered out and was astounded by the sight before him. The four tails, like a defeated dog, lay in Kane's grasp, evidently drained of chakra. The entire confrontation from start to finish had lasted mere minutes. As a side note, do not dismiss Asuma as a burden. Kane has always honored his transactions with others. In the next chapter, Asuma will join Kakashi and Obito for an adventure, intending to challenge Inoki. Speaking of which, Inoki's dust release is quite peculiar. Chapter 37. Tailed Beast Ball after capturing the four-tailed Jinchuriki. What the hell? Inoki, you old fool. When did you catch up to me? At that moment in the sky, a small old man soared upon a mass of rock, chasing a colossal dragon that was frantically fleeing. Yet, to describe the dragon's flight as frantic would be misleading. It was evident that the dragon had moderated its speed, occasionally turning to unleash a torrent of dragon fire, teasing the old man. Shortly after Kane had subdued Lao Zi, he flew to the rear of a Wagakure, and in the spirit of making the most of his visit, he unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks. Just as Kane reveled in his destruction, a small old man appeared from nowhere, raising his hand to unleash a blinding white light. Initially, Kane, confident in his armed haki, attempted to withstand the assault, but reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Kane's tail was severed by the dust release. Catastrophic dragon. You have slain countless ninjas from a Wagakure. Now I demand your life in payment. Inoki, seething with rage, had long been aware of Kane's presence on the battlefield. However, before he could react, Kane had already wreaked havoc in the land of grass, slaughtering IWA ninjas. Just as Inoki hurriedly approached, he received news of Kane having captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki. By the time he rushed to the scene, further reports indicated that Kane was rampaging in the rear of the IWA ninja battlefield. Fortunately for Inoki, he encountered Kane just as he was causing chaos. Something feels off about this old man's dust release, Kane thought, carefully assessing his newly regrown tail. Thankfully, he was not severely injured, but his expression darkened as he realized he could not afford to withstand another direct assault. He had underestimated the potency of dust release. This revelation struck Kane like a thunderbolt. His time in the world of Hokage had not been short, and throughout this period, he had navigated smoothly, undoubtedly growing somewhat arrogant. Particularly after his resounding defeat of the Eight Tails and the capture of the Four Tails, Kane began to underestimate the prowess of other heroes, thinking that Senja Hashirama was merely at this level. After all, capturing tail beasts was a common feat. The recent display of Inoki's dust release served as a stark reminder that he was still merely immortal, and there were far greater forces to contend with in the future. If Kane continued with this nonchalant attitude, he was sure to face dire consequences. Just as Kane pondered whether he should distance himself from Inoki, Minato suddenly appeared behind him, apologizing. "I'm a bit late." Having just utilized Hiraishin to teleport onto the dragon's back, Minato was startled to see a blinding white light approaching from behind. "Dust release. Have you provoked the third Tsuchikage, Inoki?" There was no time for further explanation. Upon sensing Minato's arrival, Kane swiftly dodged the dust release while channeling his own chakra to empower Minato and escort Asuma away. "Today, I will confront him." Hey, don't be reckless, Kane." Minato, unfamiliar with Kane's strength, assumed Kane was making a last stand. Despite the challenge, it was still feasible to perform Hiraishin together. Minato's mastery of Hiraishin had nearly reached perfection, and even the second stage was taking shape. The only thing limiting him now was chakra. "You take Asuma and go. I can handle this. With him here, I can't unleash my full power." As he spoke, another wave of dust release surged towards Kane. Just as he prepared to evade, he realized this attack was different from the previous ones. It turned out that the keen-eyed Inoki, despite his age, had noticed the presence of a young man with golden hair on Kane's back and immediately associated him with the time-space ninjutsu master, the Golden Flash. "I can eliminate you both at once. None of you will escape today." Dust release, dust displacement technique. The scale of this dust displacement technique was immense, with a lasting effect. Should Kane attempt to withstand it, he would likely meet his demise in mere moments. Damn it, Void Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Kane disregarded the potential harm Asuma might suffer from the Haki's side effects. If he did not unleash his ultimate move, he would be doomed. Just as Inoki's technique took shape, he suddenly experienced a powerful mental shock. With his spirit destabilized, his chakra output faltered, preventing the newly formed technique from reaching its full potency. Hiraishin, Thunder God's guidance. Although the dust displacement technique lacked a follow-up, the already formed dust release was still formidable. Upon witnessing this, Minato gritted his teeth and released Hiraishin to redirect the residual dust release. "Kane, be careful. I'll take Asuma and the Four Tails Jinchuriki and leave." After transferring the remaining dust release, Minato noticed that Inoki seemed to be suppressed by Kane's mental assault. Without hesitation, he declared, "I'll come back to support you," before vanishing with Asuma in a flash of golden light. Sensing the disappearance of Minato and Asuma's presence, Kane relaxed his neck and exhaled deeply, then minimized his form, chuckling sinisterly. "Ha, old man, I previously mentioned that if our roles were reversed, you'd come to understand what true ruthlessness entails." At this moment, Inoki was drenched in cold sweat, struggling against a mental onslaught, but it proved utterly futile. The Void Conqueror's Haki was an unavoidable mental affliction. One could either endure it or escape its range. This cannot continue. I must distance myself from his mental attacks. As Inoki felt his consciousness clouding, he had neither the energy nor the focus to contend with Kane, internally lamenting his predicament. Kane observed the rock that bore Inoki retreating rapidly and sneered, "Old man, the tides of fortune change every 30 years. Though Kane in his normal form lacked the raw power of his complete transformation, he was far more agile in this state, and his chakra manipulation became effortless. Unperturbed by Kane's taunts, Inoki focused on maneuvering the rock swiftly. After a relentless chase, Kane cornered Inoki in a narrow valley. Seeing Inoki vanish into the thicket, Kane contemplated shrinking his form to pursue him, but then thought, why not seize this perfect opportunity to validate his hypothesis? Kane had long been curious about the unique properties of tailed beast balls. After all, was it not simply the manifestation of yin and yang chakra? He believed he possessed both. I recall the yin-yang ratio is 2:8, correct? As Kane concentrated on gathering yin-yang chakra before his mouth, a dark purple sphere began to form, only to shatter before it could fully coalesce. Observing the dissipating yin-yang chakra, Kane, determined not to waste any, absorbed it. That doesn't count. Let's try again. Cursing, Kane shook his head, slightly disoriented, and resolved to make another attempt. However, after several consecutive failures, he grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, one last try. If this fails, I shall obliterate this place with elemental bombardment. Indeed, Inoki was trapped here, but one must remember that he was the Tsuchikage. While flight was out of the question, burrowing underground was merely a matter of moments. At this juncture, after concealing himself in a valley, Inoki realized that Kane had not pursued him, which left him somewhat frustrated. Such formidable strength and vigilance make him difficult to handle. Just as Inoki contemplated emerging to investigate, he suddenly sensed a powerful and familiar chakra fluctuation. Looking up, he saw a dark purple chakra ball hurtling towards the valley. Tailed beast ball. Even with Inoki's vast experience, the sight of the fully formed tailed beast ball shook him to his core. How is this possible? Where did this tailed beast come from? Prior to Kane's arrival, there had indeed been numerous large ninja beasts possessing chakra, but none could unleash a tailed beast ball. The 2:8 ratio seemed straightforward, yet in reality, many ninja beasts lacked the requisite mastery of yin-yang energy. Furthermore, not everyone knew that tailed beast balls were initiated with a 2:8 yin-yang chakra composition. Without utilizing secret techniques, ninjas could not actively manipulate yin-yang chakra. As the tailed beast ball drew closer to his valley, Inoki clenched his teeth and forced his hands to his chest. As the white conical shape formed between his palms, the tailed beast ball hovered above him. Dust release, dust realm displacement technique. A dark purple sphere collided with a white conical form, resulting in a blinding flash of light accompanied by a shockwave that engulfed the entire valley. Boom, boom, boom. Kane realized that the moment the tailed beast ball was launched, it was intercepted by the dust release, confirming his suspicion that the old man had malicious intentions, likely lying in wait for a surprise attack. As the smoke cleared, the once tranquil valley lay in ruins, shattered by the shockwave. Had Inoki's dust release not intervened, this valley would have undoubtedly transformed into a crater. Would he be dead? Gazing at the silent valley, a hint of frustration crept into his voice as he murmured, "This shouldn't be the case. We have barely begun." According to the principle of no smoke, no harm, he was certain that no one would be injured in this explosion, yet he could not ascertain whether anyone had perished. Just as he prepared to unleash his dragon's breath to clear the surroundings, Minato suddenly teleported onto his back. How could it be so small? After employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had anticipated landing upon a broad dragon's back, only to find that Kane had significantly reduced his size, now standing upright. Caught off guard, Minato found himself awkwardly perched on Kane's back, his legs clinging to Kane's waist for balance. Turning his head, Kane locked eyes with Minato. Observing Kane's impassive expression, Minato awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, this makes me a dragon rider, doesn't it?" Kane let out a dismissive sound, intending to respond, when he suddenly noticed Minato's rather disheveled appearance. "What happened to you?" At this, Minato seemed to recall something unfortunate, his expression darkening. "We've encountered a formidable enemy." Upon hearing Minato's words, Kane's face fell. There were only a few individuals in the current ninja world capable of eliciting such a reaction from Minato, but the sight of Minato in such disarray raised concerns. Considering the peculiarities of the land of grass, Kane quickly pressed on, "What about Asuma?" Losing Asuma or letting something happen to him would make it difficult for Kane to face Sarutobi Hiruzen upon their return. "Asuma is fine. Kakashi and Rin have also been relocated to safety. However, Obito has encountered an accident and is now trapped under some rubble, missing from sight." With Minato's response, Kane surmised that they had indeed fallen victim to the machinations of the old man, though he was uncertain whether it was the man himself or the black and white Zetsu who had intervened. "You must tell me precisely what transpired." As he spoke, Kane guided Minato to a large tree. At this moment, Kane could not afford to worry about Inoki. The old man had likely taken advantage of the explosion's aftermath to escape. Once settled on the tree, Kane began channeling chakra to recharge Minato while listening intently as Minato recounted, "I was ordered to lead Kakashi's squad in severing the Rock Ninja supply line. Initially, everything went smoothly. At this time, Kakashi was a Jonin, and I must scrutinize the timeline closely. If there are discrepancies, please disregard them or contact me." Let's rewind slightly to a cave. Raikiri, a sphere of lightning coalesced in his hand, invigorating his cells with lightning release. At that moment, Kakashi was a veritable god of death, effortlessly dispatching numerous foes in an instant. This time, unlike the original narrative, Minato accompanied him throughout the mission, and no unforeseen incidents arose. Despite the flaws in Kakashi's Raikiri, with Minato providing support, the mission proceeded smoothly. Excellent work, Kakashi. After defeating all the enemies, Rin, while tending to Kakashi's injured hand, could not help but express her admiration, prompting a disgruntled response from Obito nearby. What's the big deal? When I awaken my Sharingan, I'll be even stronger than Kakashi. Are you going to awaken your Sharingan, Obito? Rin asked, slightly taken aback. Looking at Rin, who gazed at him with anticipation, Obito responded uncertainly, I'm not sure, but my eyes have been feeling fiery lately. Upon hearing this, Minato hurried over to examine him more closely, ultimately concluding, You have a mild corneal inflammation, commonly known as heat. Huh. Rin couldn't stifle her laughter at Minato's remark, and upon seeing Obito's dejected expression, she quickly covered her mouth in apology. Oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Although Rin verbally apologized, she couldn't help but let out a series of giggles. Meanwhile, Kakashi, masked and stoic, subtly shook with suppressed laughter. Observing the group struggling to contain their amusement, Obito's frustration deepened. Go ahead and laugh. As the sight of Obito's misfortune became too much, they erupted into laughter. It's all right, Obito. Perhaps one day you'll unleash fire release from your eyes. Indeed, the fire release ninja, Uchiha Obito, Rin could no longer muster any retorts, only leaving behind a cascade of melodious laughter. Initially disheartened, Obito found solace in the goddess's joyful laughter, realizing that being the jester wasn't so bad after all, especially if it could bring her happiness. With a sigh, Minato observed the joyful camaraderie among the group, feeling as though the shadow that had loomed over him since receiving the mission for the Kamui Bridge had begun to dissipate. Just as Minato prepared to lead the four young ones in completing their task, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Wait, who is that? On the verge of setting off, Minato was taken aback to discover that their original 5-member team had inexplicably increased by 1. Upon hearing Minato's astonished exclamation, the others were equally bewildered. 2 Obitos. Kakashi astutely noted the presence of an additional Obito, and as he spoke, he summoned a sphere of lightning in his hand. Witnessing Kakashi, who had just been sharing laughter, suddenly unleash Raikiri, both Obitos cried out in unison. What are you doing, Kakashi? Hey, why are there 2 of me? Who are you, and why are you pretending to be me? Faced with the 2 identical Obitos, Minato's expression grew grave as he shielded Rin and Asuma behind him. Who are you really? Chapter 39. The grief of Obito, who are you really? Hearing Minato's inquiry, both Obitos wore expressions of panic as they attempted to explain, Minato-sensei. I am Obito. As they spoke, one Obito moved closer to Minato, seemingly wishing to allow him a better view of his face. Kakashi, vigilant and poised, positioned his already formed Raikiri before the 2 Obitos. Stop right there. If you are the real Obito, do not take another step forward, or I will not hesitate to act. Upon seeing Kakashi's menacing demeanor, both Obitos displayed disbelief. Kakashi, do you intend to kill me? Kakashi remained silent, fixated on the 2 Obitos without diverting his gaze towards Minato. Standing nearby, Minato appeared to be on guard against Obito, yet his attention was primarily focused on the surrounding environment, unable to discern the true identity of the imposter. He noted that their chakra signatures were indistinguishable. If the enemy resorted to transformation techniques, it indicated their lack of proficiency in direct combat or an attempt to create an opportunity for a companion. Thus, this false Obito was not the crux of the matter. There must be others lurking nearby. Minato, displaying his remarkable intellect, swiftly deduced the enemy's intentions. Strange, this is exceedingly peculiar, despite the various shortcomings of transformation techniques. The 2 before me appear entirely genuine, leaving Asuma and Rin, who have not faced such trials, at a loss. As time trickled by, the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly tense. Rin could barely steady her kunai, and beads of sweat began to form on Asuma's brow. As the emotions of the crowd reached a breaking point, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One of the doppelgangers of Dai, 2, suddenly lunged towards Mizukage, exclaiming, I found you. Without hesitation, Kakashi kicked the assailant away and decisively pierced the other with Raikiri. Rin screamed upon witnessing the sudden attack. Do not move. The one who died is the false Dai 2. Mizukage, concerned for Rin and Asuma's composure, shouted to regain their focus. Why? The doppelganger, with a lightning ninjutsu embedded in its chest, stood motionless, displaying an expression of disbelief. I did nothing. Kakashi ignored the words of the false Dai 2, drawing his hand back and leaving a remark, Go ask the king of hell. He once again gathered chakra, wary of the other Dai 2, fearing both might pose a threat. Dai 2 was known for his carelessness and impulsiveness, Under such circumstances, even Asuma found it challenging to remain calm, let alone Dai to himself. Drawing from his understanding of Dai 2, Kakashi deduced that he would take the initiative to create distance from the false Dai 2 and act accordingly. Thus, when Dai 2 suddenly moved, Kakashi instantly discerned the true from the false. Upon seeing Kakashi pierce the false Dai 2, Mizuki's attention shifted, now more anxious as he sensed the surrounding environment. Why is there no movement? Could it be merely a scare tactic? Just as Mizuki pondered, the deceased Dai 2 underwent a transformation. Cracking sounds echoed as a segment of tree trunk sprouted from the corpse of the false Dai 2, which rapidly morphed into a tree brimming with foliage within mere breaths. Would release. Kakashi and Asuma gasped at the sight of the transformed remains, while Mizuki's focus involuntarily fixated on the tree. Oh no! Just as Mizuki realized he was distracted, a swarm of Dai 2 emerged from the ground, launching a frenzied assault. Kakashi, ever vigilant, declared, "Let me handle this." Mizuki commanded Kakashi with urgency before unleashing a barrage of shuriken. In a flash of golden light, all the Dai 2 were neutralized. Observing the wooden figures barely reaching the level of a chunin, Mizuki felt bewildered, unable to grasp the enemy's intentions. Just then, the situation shifted once more. A voice, indistinguishable in gender or age, initiated an earth-style technique, causing the entire cavern to tremble ominously. Oh no, the cave is collapsing. As Mizuki witnessed the Dai 2 emerging towards him, he realized the enemy had thoroughly understood his tactics. Just as Mizuki prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with the others, he suddenly found himself disconnected from the technique's formula within the cave. With the cavern beginning to crumble, Mizuki could only seize Asuma's arm, determined that he must not come to harm. After ensuring Asuma's safety, Mizuki returned to the cave, only to find Dai 2 buried beneath the rubble. While Kakashi's left eye had transformed into a Sharingan. At this point, Kane interrupted Mizuki's recollection, exclaiming, "Wait, what does this have to do with the eyes?" Initially, Kane thought the narrative had deviated, yet he was astonished that Kakashi had indeed lost one eye. How could White Zetsu possess such formidable combat prowess to blind Kakashi? This is not Kakashi's fault. According to Rin's recollections, when numerous false Dai 2 attacked Kakashi, in a moment of peril, Dai 2 awakened his double Tomo Sharingan and worked alongside Kakashi to eliminate the adversaries. Unfortunately, Dai 2 was pinned under falling debris, and after Kakashi dealt with the enemies, Dai 2 requested Rin to give the remaining Sharingan to Kakashi as a gift for his promotion to Jonin. As Mizuki recalled this, a wave of melancholy washed over him. I remember stating that Kakashi's Raikiri had significant flaws. If his dynamic vision were insufficient, the user could find themselves in grave danger due to blurred sight. I lamented that if Dai 2, awakened with the Sharingan, were to utilize Raikiri, he would undoubtedly excel beyond Kakashi's capability. However, Kane refrained from responding, choosing instead to remain silent. Observing Kane's quiet demeanor, Mizuki presumed he was simply unfamiliar with Kakashi and the others, unwilling to voice an opinion. Meanwhile, Kane wrestled with conflicting thoughts in his mind. If Mizuki takes me there now, I might still have a chance to encounter the old man. However, doing so would not only risk my own information being exposed, but it would also alter the narrative. But what if I do nothing? Suddenly, Kane chastised himself internally, realizing, how foolish of me. Even if I don't take action, my information will inevitably be uncovered. Besides, what is the narrative? Haven't I already altered it? The AB brothers are still imprisoned in Konoha. Just as Mizuki intended to take Kane back to Kaminarizukiyo, he noticed Kane's fluctuating expressions, oscillating between gloom and sudden realization. Assuming Kane was injured during his battle with Oanoki. "Hey Kane, are you unwell?" Seeing Mizuki's concerned expression, Kane shook his head and transformed into his human form. "Let's go back and search again. Perhaps we can still find Dai Tuesday. It's unacceptable to have no trace of him." Kane's words resonated with Mizuki, who also found it hard to believe that Dai 2 could simply vanish. However, Mizuki was perplexed as to why the false Dai 2, despite appearing relatively weak, could disrupt his Flying Thunder God technique. Destroying Shuriken is simple, but dismantling the Flying Thunder God formula is no trivial feat. This conundrum had become a source of anxiety for Mizuki. Meanwhile, Kane, eager to engage with the old man, neglected to explain the source of his intelligence and directly educated Mizuki. "Just merge Yin and Yang release chakra. We can experiment thoroughly once we return to Konoha." In Chapter 40, would release chakra. When Kane and Mizuki arrived back at the collapsed cavern, they were unexpectedly met by Kakashi and his companions. Mizuki approached quickly, asking Kakashi, why had he returned here? His original intention in sending them away was to protect them from unknown enemies, but now he felt a surge of anger at their return. Kakashi remained silent, his bloodied hands and the shattered shuriken silently conveying his determination. Sighing deeply at Kakashi's resolute gaze, Mizuki declared, let us search together. Just as Mizuki prepared to move, Kane, standing behind him, suddenly interjected, let me handle it. Kane's words drew the attention of the three young ones, particularly Rin, who was astonished by Kane's striking red hair. Wow, such vibrant hair, just like Sister Kushina's. Indeed, individuals with crimson hair are quite rare in the shinobi world, and the most renowned among them is the long-extinct Uzumaki clan. Thus, the sudden emergence of a red-haired youth has genuinely astonished several onlookers. I am Uzumaki Kaien, the boy declared, disregarding the three individual surprise, and proceeded to survey the terrain alongside Minato. Upon hearing Kaien's name, the trio could not help but huddle together, whispering amongst themselves. He shares the same name as my elder brother, Kaien, Asuma remarked skeptically. It must be a coincidence, Rin suggested, while Kakashi remained silent, turning back to his task of digging stones. Minato, however, felt a sense of unease as he pondered the situation, recalling that Kaien seemed to have arrived with a purpose directed toward Obito. In truth, both Zetsu and Madara were compelled to resort to such drastic measures. The original plan was to make everyone believe this was merely an accident. Yet, due to Kaien's unexpected intervention, Minato concluded the war with the Land of Lightning prematurely and remained by Kakashi's side, forcing Madara to rethink his strategy entirely. Unless Minato were a fool, he would eventually uncover that Zetsu's true aim was Obito. Kaien preferred not to dwell on this matter with Minato, as it was not a subject easily articulated. Instead, he opted for action, stating, what good does all this talk do? Let us just move these stones. As he spoke, Kaien thrust his arm, imbued with haki, into a massive boulder. With a sudden exertion of force, the rock shattered into countless fragments as if it were but tofu. Such incredible physical strength and a remarkable technique. Minato exclaimed in awe at Kaien's display. While such feats might be commonplace among the powerful in the pirate world, here in the Naruto universe, it was nothing short of astonishing. Hearing Minato's exclamation, Kakashi and the others rushed over, witnessing Kaien transform into a human demolition machine, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this something a person can even do? Asuma gasped in astonishment. Kakashi, observing Kaien's glistening black arm, pondered whether it was a manifestation of some powerful secret technique. Was that colossal dragon truly unrelated to this red-haired youth? Seeing Kaien's abilities in human form, Minato quickly summoned Kakashi and the others to assist in clearing the rubble, ensuring Kaien could carve a path through. With Kaien's explosive manual efforts, they eventually cleared the passage and navigated around the trees, returning to the site where Obito had last been seen. Obito is gone, Kakashi exclaimed, staring at the massive stone that had once pinned Obito, now merely resting on a pool of blood. He rushed over for closer inspection. Kaien had no interest in the stone, for he was already aware of Obito's fate. Instead, he was utilizing his kin Bunshiku to keenly sense the information beneath the surface, searching for traces of Madara. After a brief examination, Minato could discern nothing amiss and called upon Kaien for assistance. Kaien, can you move this boulder? I'm concerned that shattering it might obliterate any clues. Seeing Minato's persistence, Kaien could not reveal the truth directly. Instead, he stepped forward and lifted the enormous rock effortlessly. What immense strength! While experts might acknowledge Kaien's earlier maneuver as a display of skill, those unfamiliar with such feats were left astounded by his ability to lift the boulder with ease. Once Kaien cleared the massive stone, Minato and Kakashi crouched down to meticulously inspect the area for any signs or traces. There are no indications of Doton, Kakashi concluded with certainty after his investigation. Minato, shaking his head in confusion, echoed, it shouldn't be possible. Obito was clearly trapped here. The blood remains. Yet he has vanished. Moreover, there are no signs of the boulder being shifted. Could it be some kind of secret technique? Asuma speculated, joining the discussion. Perhaps akin to that strange individual who can transform into a tree. Asuma gestured toward the surrounding trees. Upon hearing Asuma's words, Minato seemed to recall something and pulled Kaien aside for a hushed conversation. Kaien, use your chakra to sense. If it is Mokutan, I suspect there will be a reaction. Kaien's eyes sparkled at this, realizing it was a rare opportunity to test his abilities. Minato implied that Kain might possess a latent affinity for Mokuton. Should he resonate with the trees, it would substantiate the connection between Kain's unique chakra and the wood release. Just as Kain reached out to touch the trees, Minato grasped his wrist, cautioning him, "Wait, not yet." Understanding Minato's intent, Kain quickly withdrew his hand. Minato, seeing Kain had comprehended, approached Kakashi and the others, stating, "From here on, Kain and I will handle matters. I will first escort you all to a safe location. We must deliberate on Obito's situation, as he would not simply vanish without cause." Without awaiting their agreement, Minato employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them one by one. Once the others had departed, Kain placed his hand upon a tree, inquiring of Minato, "Where did you send them?" "To Konoha," Minato replied, adding, "The situation is too peculiar. I intend for them to return to the village while Kain and I complete the remaining task." The task Minato referred to was the disruption of the IWA Shinobi supply line, which had been interrupted midway due to their recent encounter. "I believe it is unnecessary," Kain remarked, observing the rapidly growing tree spurred by his chakra. Turning to Minato, he stated, "Asuma and I have already eliminated over 100 IWA Shinobi, and the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails has also been captured. I severely injured Oanoki, and IWA Shinobi likely lack the strength to resist." Chapter 41, Awakening of Mokuton. Gazing at the increasingly verdant trees before him, Minato found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. The greater Kain's strength, the more significant the assistance he could provide to Kushina. Particularly, if Kain could master Mokuton, it would serve as a formidable weapon against the tailed beasts. "Wait a moment," Kain interjected, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged on the ground, placing his hand upon the tree to sense its essence. Though faint, the residual chakra within the great tree could be definitively identified as Mokuton. This was not surprising, considering that the white Zetsu were birthed from the god tree. These towering trees were essentially weakened branches of the god tree, with the tailed beasts coalescing into the 10 tails. It was entirely plausible that Mokuton could suppress the chakra of the tailed beasts. As Kain felt his refined chakra mingling with the lingering Mokuton chakra, he sensed it stirring with intent and promptly shouted, "Minato, get back." Upon hearing Kain's shout, Shuemin had no time to react before witnessing colossal trees erupting from the ground. As the number of these giants multiplied, Shuemin reluctantly retreated outside the cave. Standing at the entrance, he felt the tremors beneath his feet, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Was this display truly excessive? If the earlier frenzy of tree growth was attributed to Kain's chakra, then the subsequent emergence of trees could only be explained by the awakening of a bloodline limit. As the earth quaked more violently, Shuemin dared not take it lightly and swiftly turned to flee down the mountain. Observing the towering trees that suddenly sprouted around him, he could only seek refuge on a kanai at the foot of the mountain. What a magnificent sight! Was this the wood release that pacifies chaotic realms? Standing at the base, Shuemin marveled at how the previously barren landscape was now adorned with towering trees, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. This was merely the passive activation of the awakening bloodline limit. If ninjutsu were to be employed, or if one were to utilize sage mode, what spectacle might unfold? Sensing that the trees had ceased their emergence from the mountainside, Shuemin realized Kain had likely completed his awakening and hurriedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the cave. At this moment, after merging with the wood release chakra, Kain did not relent, but instead harnessed the trees that had sprouted to voraciously absorb the surrounding natural energy. Observing the faint patterns on Kain's forehead, Shuemin felt a surge of envy for the sage mode. If there were to be a singular flaw in Shuemin, it would indeed be the sage mode. His chakra levels were not particularly exceptional, merely sufficient. Without a substantial chakra reserve, the advantages of sage mode would dissipate. To enter sage mode, one must blend their chakra with natural energy in a precise ratio of 1:1:1, thereby condensing sage chakra. In essence, the duration of sage mode is contingent upon the amount of sage chakra available, which in turn is determined by the practitioner's chakra levels. Given the necessity of a 1:1 ratio, the amount of natural energy one can absorb is limited to their own chakra levels, lest tragedy ensue. As the surrounding natural energy settled, Kain fully transitioned into sage mode, his fair visage adorned with a small green sprout-like pattern on his forehead, comprised of slender branch and 2 large leaves. When enveloped in a colorful glow, the sprout radiated brilliance, harmonizing splendidly with Kain's vibrant red hair. evoking an anime aesthetic. Had an expert in the field witnessed Kane's visage in Sage mode, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, Jiu-Yong-sun. Upon completely entering Sage mode, Kane exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, only to find Shuaimin nearly upon him, startling him into a backward lean. How peculiar! As he leaned back, Kane sensed an unusual shift in his body. If his previous speed was supported by formidable physical prowess, now his movements felt fluid and seamless. Moreover, amidst this smoothness, there was an illusion of being propelled forward, prompting Kane to recall the phrase, "When the time comes, the heavens and earth lend their strength." Kane was unaware of how others felt upon entering Sage mode, but he personally felt as though he had merged with the world around him. No, it was more accurate to say he had come to master the entirety of existence. As he contemplated, he realized that mere seconds had passed since he had leaned back. Yet Schumann's expression remained one of envy, while Kane had completed his motion. It was evident. Not only had his speed increased, but his dynamic vision and neural responses had been significantly enhanced. Completing his backward lean, Kane felt as though time itself had slowed. Perceiving minute fluctuations in the air and the dust seemingly frozen in place around him. It was not the world that had slowed down. Rather, Kane had reached an unparalleled velocity, even his thoughts racing alongside him. His observation haki had undoubtedly amplified, and the armed haki was unmistakably potent. He felt an overwhelming power threatening to burst forth. The fusion of sage techniques and haki, two apex powers from disparate realms, elicited a wondrous reaction, supporting and influencing one another. Evolving in concert. Wait, what is that? Through the evolved perception of his observation haki, Kane discerned something lurking beneath the ground. As Kane's focus snapped back to reality, the pace of the world quickened, and Shuaimin's expression shifted. Watching Kane evade him with a backward lean, Shuaimin likely never expected that Kane experienced what felt like minutes in a realm of thought. It seems your bloodline limit has awakened. Compared to Sage mode, Shuaimin's attention was primarily on the wood release. However, Kane had no time to converse with Shuaimin about such matters. Instead, he urged him to flee, for within Kane's perception, the entity concealed beneath the earth had begun to move at high speed. There was no time to explain. I have discovered the enemy underground. As Kane's urgent voice rang out, he whisked Shuaimin away. They must have realized I awakened the wood release and rushed to inform the old coot. Noting the seriousness on Kane's face, Shuaimin surmised that the lurking enemy was certainly not from a Wagakure, but rather the very culprit behind Abito's disappearance. After exiting the cave, Kane transformed into a colossal dragon and pursued the trail of the enemy, guided by his observation haki. Was it the same foe that had attacked them earlier? Shuaimin attempted to enter Sage mode while riding on the dragon's back, but alas, the preparation time was too lengthy and the duration of Sage mode was too brief. After weighing the cost-benefit ratio, he had to abandon the endeavor. Upon hearing Schuaimin's inquiry, Kane contemplated. It would be unwise to keep everything hidden, so he decided to disclose only the surface-level information, concealing the secrets of Kuroji. The creature beneath the earth is called Ju. It is said to be the manifestation of Uchiha Madara's will when he awakened the Rinnegan. Currently, he employs the fleeting technique, allowing him to merge with the earth. This entity is both black and white, capable of separating and merging, each possessing independent thought. Whether it is hermaphroditic, I cannot say. When masquerading as Abito, he likely employed the transformation technique, capable of directly replicating the chakra signature of the one he impersonates. Finally, worried that Shuaimin might pry further, Kane added, "Do not inquire about other information. I have special channels I'm unable to disclose. Just know this, and I shall elaborate once you become Hokage." Chapter 42. Led in circles thus, Ju burrowed underground while Kane, relying on his sage observation haki, trailed him at a safe distance to avoid detection. "Kane, we are nearing the borders of the land of grass. Are you certain he is not leading you in circles?" Shuaimin, seated upon the dragon's back, remained perplexed as to why the assailant targeted Abito. Was it merely for one Uchiha? Yet, Abito had only just awakened his eyes. Being led in circles is unfavorable. We must not fall for it. As Faye, soaring through the sky, meticulously recalled the unfolding narrative, he exclaimed in astonishment, though the original text offered scant details. One fact stood resolutely clear. Ban now teetered on the brink of death. Should he sever the connection to the chakra supplied by the outer path's golem, his demise would be imminent. Furthermore, the cave's collapse was a consequence of Doton, and he could not have executed such a ninjutsu skill. Ban and the outer path's golem lingered near that mountain, while the creature lurking beneath the earth was not there to deliver a message. Its true intent was to divert him. With this realization, Faye urgently instructed Mizukage, attempt to activate the flying thunder god kunai left near the cave. We may have been deceived. Upon hearing that they might have been tricked, Mizukage hastily endeavored to activate the kunai, but alas, the sealing technique inscribed upon it had been compromised. Observing the failure to activate the flying thunder god, Faye promptly pivoted to retrace their steps, but Mizukage halted him, saying, "Wait, when I was at the mountain's base, I secretly inscribed a technique. Let me try again." It turned out that Mizukage had been on guard ever since discovering that the foe Abido possessed the ability to disrupt the flying thunder god technique. Little did they know it would prove invaluable now. Upon hearing Mizukage's words, Faye transformed into his human form, and Mizukage placed a hand on his shoulder. With the activation of the flying thunder god, the two returned to the mountain's foot. "Splendid, Mizukage. You truly are remarkable." Seeing Mizukage's backup plan come to fruition, Faye lightly thumped his shoulder, simultaneously replenishing Mizukage's energy. Truth be told, Faye found himself increasingly eager to traverse a genuine path of growth as a ninja. Presently, Faye's raw strength and intellect in combat were commendable, yet he introspectively acknowledged that his strategic foresight and planning paled in comparison to Mizukage and the others. While it was admirable to possess the might of a one-punch man, Faye recognized that he still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving such prowess. Enhancing his own abilities was imperative. However, while an abundance of techniques is beneficial, an excess of cunning can weigh one down. In Faye's perception, numerous life forms continued to traverse beneath the earth, particularly after he and Mizukage returned, these beings scattered in every direction. The same trick can be employed against the Saint Seiya only once. Faye now comprehended that since awakening his Mokutan bloodline, these white Zetsu had been preparing to counter him. This time, Faye disregarded the white Zetsu, instead leaping through the forest alongside Mizukage, gradually attuning himself to the anomalies beneath the earth. As Faye bounded through the woodland, his aura began to meld with the surrounding trees, as if each tree had transformed into an eye for him. Realizing that Mokutan held such capabilities, Faye seated himself upon a tree trunk, closing his eyes and merging his spirit with the forest. "Become my eyes and ears." At that moment, the trees appeared to transform into relay stations, as Faye's Sage Mode sensory perception leaped from one tree to another, extending its reach. Although his sensory perception had distance limitations, by utilizing the trees as relay points, each one assisted Faye in conveying information, effectively expanding his perceptual range. Faye dubbed this extraordinary state of enhanced perception unity of man and nature. Where could they be? As the entire mountain was scoured without uncovering Ban or the Outer Path's golem, Faye found himself momentarily perplexed. This shouldn't be. The wretched Ban was on the verge of demise. How could he possibly muster the strength to relocate with the Outer Path's golem? Surely, they couldn't be in the sky. He was no Anoki. Anoki's subterranean realm. Ban was indeed in a cave, but it was one excavated deep beneath the earth. With this insight, Faye suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Though his sensory perception was extensive, it still had its limits. If Ban were hidden deep enough underground, it would be no surprise that Faye could not detect him. Realizing this, Faye swiftly exited his unity of man and nature state and inquired of Mizukage, "When you were assaulted in the cave, did you hear a male or female voice?" Unable to distinguish the gender, Mizukage shook his head, but noted the profound weariness in the voice, indicating it belonged to someone of considerable age. Indeed, someone of great age. Faye's right hand formed a fist, striking his left palm emphatically. "We must return to the mountaintop at once. The enemy lies beneath the cave, or rather, beneath the mountain itself." Witnessing Faye's urgent transformation into dragon form, Mizukage promptly mounted the dragon's back, asking, "Are you certain the enemy is indeed beneath the mountain?" Faye nodded gravely. "But if the enemy is beneath the mountain, why are we heading to the mountaintop?" Mizukage queried, somewhat bewildered. In response to Mizukage's question, Faye revealed a fierce grin. "It has been far too long since I encountered a formidable foe. I had nearly forgotten the prowess by which I once made my name across the seas." Make a name across the seas? Was Faye once a denizen of the land of water? Did he originally belong to both land and sea? Such thoughts were ones Mizukage dared only entertain internally, for Faye now appeared more human than dragon. To call Faye amphibious might provoke his ire. As Faye contemplated various matters, he paced atop the mountain with Mizukage, conjuring a storm of thunder. Mizuki, while our bond is strong, you have yet to fully comprehend my true capabilities. Allow me to demonstrate my authentic prowess. Upon hearing Fei's declaration, Mizuki appeared somewhat puzzled, saying, Fei, ninjas do not inquire about one another's abilities, even among close friends. Indeed, the greatest distinction between the world of pirates and that of ninjas lies in the disposition of their people. The former are often forthright and candid, while the latter are masters of subterfuge, often harboring secrets. Nonetheless, the pirate world is not devoid of cunning characters like Kaido and Teach, just as the world of ninjas has its own unpretentious heroes like Jiraiya. As Fei continued to roam the mountaintop, the impending thunderstorm approached its climax. Mizuki, hesitating, contemplated whether to enter sage mode, as the proximity to the heavens had caused his hair to stand on end due to static electricity, giving him an almost Super Saiyan appearance. Fei, perhaps I should descend first? Mizuki suggested, sensing that Fei was nearing the culmination of his preparation. Or I could seek refuge elsewhere until your technique is completed. Mizuki, unless you venture beyond the confines of the divine Wubi Bridge mountain range, you will be safest upon my back. Kane did not intimidate Shuemin, for he intended to utterly flatten the entire mountain range where the Shinwupi Bridge was located. It is noteworthy that this mountain range is quite a distance from here, and when calculated, the area of the entire bombing zone would likely surpass that of Konoha by a significant margin. In truth, Kane had a more effective alternative, such as transforming into the Qinglong form of the Yu fruit, subsequently utilizing the flame clouds to elevate the entire mountain range, thereby achieving the same objective. However, Kane opted against this choice, favoring instead the annihilation of the area. Do not inquire why. The answer lies in his capability and fearless disposition. Since his arrival in the world of Hokage, Kane had been enveloped in a profound solitude. When loneliness reached its zenith, he yearned for an excuse to vent his frustrations. Lacking companions, friends, or lovers, he was surrounded only by seemingly familiar strangers, various anime characters. Although Kane had shared heartfelt conversations with Shuemin and found some solace after a drink in Konoha, it was still insufficient. Thus, what Kane craved most at that moment was an exhilarating battle. Yet, with no adversaries of that caliber in sight, he could only regard the mountain range as his target for release. At long last, after Kane relentlessly unleashed the powers of thunder and storm bestowed upon him by Baru, the entire mountain range of Shinwupi was engulfed. The Sage Art, Super Infinity Triple Element Bombardment. As Kane launched his assault, countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, instantly surrounding the mountain range, accompanied by colossal tornadoes that reached the skies. Observing the mountain cloaked in this tempest of thunder, Kane cackled maniacally, exclaiming, "Not enough. Still not enough." With that, he maximized his form and began to unleash torrents of dragon breath, striking the boulders and triggering violent explosions. Shuemin, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, could not help but entertain an absurd thought. What immense power is this? Is Kane a deity? The very fact that the usually rational Shuemin entertained such a ludicrous notion attests to the terrifying display Kane was exhibiting, gazing at the mountain shrouded in thunder and flames. Shuemin suddenly recalled Konoha. In the wake of such an assault, what significance does the village's barrier hold? Even the tailed beasts would find it exceedingly difficult to survive such an onslaught, would they not? No, in the face of this attack, what are the tailed beasts worth? Even the god of ninjas would surely meet defeat against such overwhelming force. What if Obito is down there? Shuemin was struck by the thought of Obito possibly being beneath the chaos, but upon seeing Kane's frenzied gaze, he could only silently pray for Obito's safety. My apologies, Obito. If you still have a complete corpse, I shall ensure you receive a grand burial. Otherwise, I can only establish a memorial for you. As Kane continued his relentless assault, 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour, 3 hours, the original mountain, after enduring the cleansing of thunder and dragon breath, was reduced to scattered stones of varying sizes, tumbling downwards. Just as it seemed on the brink of a catastrophic collapse, the debris was further shattered by lightning, melted by intense heat, obliterated by explosions, and even some boulders were ground into dust by the sharp winds, scattering into the air. Once the lower part of the mountain was leveled and transformed into a basin, Kane adjusted his position, redirecting his attacks toward the neighboring mountains. As he beheld the destruction of the mountains, Shuemin, who was clinging to Kane's back, transitioned from astonishment to terror, ultimately succumbing to numbness. Now, only one thought lingered in Shuemin's mind. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? What is the meaning of life? And what is the significance of my existence? Just as Shui Min attempted to contemplate the essence of life to attain enlightenment, he suddenly sensed that Cain seemed to have ceased his onslaught. Is it over? When the thunder and storm finally abated, Shui Min stood up, intending to assess the state of the mountain, only to discover that he could not find the mountain he once remembered. Not only had the mountain below vanished, but the entire range was gone. What lay before Shui Min was an immense chasm, a gorge stretching thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters deep. With a sigh of relief, Cain let out a strange cry, as if expressing his elation in this manner. Having released his pin-up energy, Cain paid no heed to the altered landscape, instead summoning a series of moderately strong storms. As the winds he conjured swept through, the oppressive heat in the air seemed to diminish considerably, yet it was followed by a deluge of rain. The initial droplets were small, evaporating before they even reached the ground due to the scorching temperature. However, as the torrential rain descended, the former mountains, now a basin, were enveloped in a veil of mist, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Perhaps it was Cain's bizarre cry that roused the dazed Shui Min. Or perhaps the downpour interrupted his thoughts. Regaining his senses, Shui Min patted Cain's dragon back and remarked, "No wonder you wanted me to witness your strength. With such power, you need not worry about being targeted by enemies. The primary purpose of a ninja concealing their strength is to avoid becoming a target. Yet with Cain's extraordinary level of attack, even foreknowledge would avail little. One might as well choose a prime burial site in advance." "Huh, you flatter me too much," Cain humbly responded upon hearing Shui Min's praise. "There are many who surpass me. Legends speak of deities who can boil rivers and seas without issue." Upon hearing Cain's modest words, Shui Min could not help but glance at the basin that was evolving into a lake, then chuckled ruefully. What difference is there between this and boiling rivers and seas? Moreover, the divine beings in myths merely exist in tales, while you have truly accomplished this. Cain shook his head, disagreeing with Shui Min's assertion. What is boiling rivers and seas? There are those who can even alter the very heavens. However, Cain saw no necessity to dwell on this matter with Shui Min, instead turning to soar through the sky with him at high speed. Just now the earth's cover limited my perception. Now that the land is gone, I refuse to believe you can hide so effectively in the ocean. Do not let me find you. If I do, I shall make you regret it." Cain harbored a lingering resentment over being outwitted. However, White Zetsu lacked the intellect to conceive such a strategy. It must either be Black Zetsu or that old fool. Chapter 44. The Dance of the Mad Laughter of the King of the Beasts. In truth, after the bombardment, Cain no longer needed to rely on Kenbunchaku to sense the presence of a Beto and the Ten Tails vessel, for the target lay directly beneath Cain and Shui Min. Below them, the decaying wood was the colossal outer path golem, humanoid in form, possessing 9 eyes, its color resembling that of withered wood, as it was originally the divine tree, with 10 pillar-like protrusions on its back. As the cavern that served as a refuge for Ban and the outer path's golem lay in ruins due to a violent explosion, Ban, weakened and at his wit's end, was left with no choice but to allow Ju to take a Beto away, while he remained with the golem. Realizing his exposure, Ban donned the swirling white attire of Ju and the whirlpool mask, subsequently manipulating the golem to surface. Although the golem was the vessel of the Ten Tails and the cornerstone of the infinite Tsukimi plan, exposing it was a risk Ban was willing to take to protect a Beto from being revealed. Thus, amidst the chaos of the mountain's bombardment, Ban had strategically placed a pre-prepared Genjutsu Sharingan into a Beto's eye, allowing Ju to escape with him while Ban faced Cain alone. In midair, Cain observed the figure of Ban, clad in the swirling white attire, atop the golem's head. Though it was their first encounter, it felt oddly familiar. Meanwhile, Minato, having scrutinized Ban, shifted his gaze to the golem. The invisible pressure it exuded was palpable. After all, the golem was the embodiment of the Ten Tails, which in turn was the manifestation of the divine tree. Thus, exerting dominance over ordinary ninjas was entirely to be expected. There was no reason for Minato to appear unusual. Before the Ten Tails, one was either in the complete sage mode or wielding the powers of the 6 paths. Otherwise, they were merely categorized as ordinary ninjas. "You foolish youngsters, what have you done?" Ban seethed, suppressing his fury as he confronted them. What was once his secluded haven had transformed into a spectacle for all to behold. Even the most patient of souls would find such an ordeal intolerable, let alone one who had once reigned supreme in the ninja world. Faced with Ban's formidable presence, Kane and Minato exchanged silent glances, as if deliberating whether to strike first or extend a greeting, given Ban's seniority. Bon, noticing their lack of response and their covert exchanges right before him, huffed disdainfully, his Sharingan spinning furiously. It was not surprising that he lacked the Rinnegan. After all, it had been transplanted into Nagato, and his Sharingan was likely borrowed. Kane muttered something under his breath, which Minato failed to catch, prompting him to ask for clarification. Bon, perceiving Minato's inquiry as mockery, felt insulted, for it seemed he was the only one speaking since their arrival. Despite the resemblance of Ban's current appearance to Obito's early days, anyone with discerning eyes could easily distinguish between them. The disparity in their auras was stark. Ban, though his face was obscured save for his crimson Sharingan, radiated an undeniable aura of dominance even as he sat atop the golem. In stark contrast, Obito, regardless of his strength, would never be mistaken for Uchiha Ban. A husky may bear resemblance to a wolf, but they are fundamentally different creatures, especially when the husky is still a pup. Seeing that Kane and Minato remained unresponsive, Ban coldly inquired what they were doing there. I'm searching for someone. Do you believe me? Kane answered, a sudden spark lighting his eyes as he concocted a fitting retort. In truth, while this may be your hideaway, a ninja from Konoha has gone missing here. Hence our extensive search. Upon hearing Kane's words, Ban's Sharingan contracted sharply, and an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from him. There are no other ninjas here. Instead, you have desecrated my sanctuary. Are you prepared to face death? You insolent old fool. Your arrogance rivals that of a foul odor. Kane retorted, I suspect Obito is hidden by you. What of it? Ban's temper flared, and Kane, unable to endure Ban's haughty demeanor any longer, challenged him. You think you're so grand? Hiding here? Today, I shall ensure you cannot speak again. What did you say? Kane interrupted, coldly demanding Ban to repeat his previous statement. Sensing the impending confrontation, Ban eagerly licked his lips. Beast. Roar. Although transforming into a dragon was an advantageous combat form, Kane loathed being referred to as a beast. Ban had stirred a hornet's nest. Just as they were about to clash, Minato, who had been a silent observer, interjected with a crucial question. Who are you? I'm Uchiha Ban. Upon this declaration, Ban's spiral mask opened to reveal an aged visage. Though time had etched its marks upon his face, Minato recognized him instantly. The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Ban, despite Kane's earlier mention, hearing it firsthand left Minato in disbelief. After all, Senja Hashirama had perished decades ago. Before Minato could pose further inquiries, Ban formed fire release seals, his hands positioned before his chest, unleashing a torrent of chakra that dwarfed even the mightiest of princes. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The sheer force of the technique shook Minato, nearly destabilizing him atop Kane's back. Minato, if you seek Obito, head to the land of rain immediately, and beware of the red-haired youth, Kane suggested, sensing that Ban would likely direct the golem to the land of rain. Without hesitation, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, eager to reach Obito first. Unperturbed by Kane's safety, his only concern was that Ban might overpower Kane in this state. Once Minato departed, Kane transformed into his humanoid form and charged at Ban. Cool me. Let me see just how formidable a Shura of the ninja world is, standing at the same level as the god of ninjas. Kane refrained from activating his void mark. If he did, the already dwindling Ban would have no room for error. Ban puffed out his chest and expelled a massive fireball imbued with searing heat. Upon striking the water's surface, the fireball morphed into a towering inferno, the concentrated heat distorting the air and shrouding the area in mist once more. In his humanoid form, Kane disregarded the raging inferno, fully unleashing his haki, cleaving the advancing flames in two. Although Ban had not intended to resolve their conflict solely with fire release. Witnessing Kane dismantle his technique with mere presence brought him a moment of joy. Such caliber, such tangible presence. Ah, come, dance with the winds. It seems that the long-lost fervor has been rekindled, or perhaps the ancient spirit of Uchiha Obito has finally settled within him. At this moment, Madara's battle spirit soared high. With a single hand forming a seal upon his chest, the outer path golem behind him trembled violently, and the tubes that conveyed chakra to him expanded significantly, as if to deliver an abundance of chakra. Chapter 45. The twilight of an era. Kane stood several dozen meters away from Madara, the thick fog failing to impede his combat prowess. Under the influence of his observation haki, Kane sensed waves of concentrated energy entering Madara's body. as the mist gradually dissipated. The outer path golem completed its final mission, and with a resounding bang, it seemed to be summoned away to another realm. What a long-lost sensation. After the disappearance of the golem, Madara appeared to revert to his youthful state. However, the silver strands of his hair and the unusual flush on his face indicated to Cain that this elder had resorted to forbidden techniques and was now prepared to fight with all his might. In this youthful guise, Madara cracked his neck and gazed at his powerful hands, grinning wickedly at Cain in his humanoid form. "Youngster, is this truly your most formidable form?" Madara was well aware that Cain could freely shift between his humanoid and dragon forms. After all, with Ju present, there were no secrets in the ninja world. "This may not be my strongest form, but it is the most suitable one." Cain's humanoid form may not possess the greatest strength, nor the agility of his half-dragon form. And even the newly developed Sage mode surpassed both beast forms. Nevertheless, Cain's pure humanoid form was his original state and would serve as a template for his future as a punch-hitting hero. Red hair. I recall that the Uzumaki clan also has red hair. Madara squinted as he approached Cain, his speed gradually increasing. He had little time for idle chatter. Cain observed Madara accelerating towards him, cracked his neck, and enveloped his torso and arms in gleaming black armor. "You seem quite envious of red hair. Fear not. Once you're dead, I shall dye your white hair red with your blood." "Umph, is that all you can utter? Then allow me to test your mettle." As Madara reached Cain, he summoned a ninja blade with a swift motion. With a flick of the blade, sharp chakra enveloped it. Clang! Facing Madara's blade, Cain neither dodged nor retreated, allowing the chakra-infused weapon to strike his chest. Observing the sparks that erupted upon impact, Cain casually grasped the blade's edge and remarked, "Old man, time is of the essence, yet you choose to engage in a physical contest with a dragon. I wonder if I should commend your confidence or chastise your arrogance." Seeing Cain unscathed, Madara's eyes narrowed, then transformed from 3 tomo into a peculiar pattern. As Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Cain's crimson eyes, Cain felt his consciousness waver and was drawn into a realm of darkness. "Youngster, allow me to introduce you to the pride of the Uchiha, the Mangekyo." Cain surveyed the void surrounding him, a realm of darkness, and, somewhat disinterestedly, replied, "Mangekyo? Jinjutsu? Is that all?" Hearing Cain's derision, Madara remained unfazed as his vision was stripped away, followed by his hearing, smell, taste, and touch. With each command from Madara, Cain's senses gradually faded. Yet he felt little discomfort. Rather, he harbored a sense of disappointment. Is this what the ninja world Asajura has to offer? Is Senju Hashirama merely of this caliber? Cain understood that, although Madara appeared to have regained his youth, he had yet to unleash even 1% of his former glory, let alone that of the future 6 paths Madara. Moreover, at this moment, Madara lacked his own eyes, relying solely on borrowed Mangekyo to exhibit such power, which was already commendable. Realizing this, Cain felt a sense of relief. It was not that he was overly strong, but rather that his adversary was exceedingly weak. Henceforth, he must continue to strive for improvement. Enough of this back and forth, old man. Let us step outside and converse meaningfully. After coming to this conclusion, Cain spoke directly within the dark expanse, unaffected by the deprivation of his senses. Madara, surprised that Cain was impervious to the effects of the Mangekyo, felt irritation rise within him and unleashed a technique to cure his ailments. As a flash of orange light illuminated the void, the space collapsed due to the loss of its target. "Oof. Even the Mangekyo cannot constrain you," Madara grunted, clutching his bleeding Mangekyo as he delivered a kick to Cain's chest, utilizing the recoil to create distance. "Is that a question or a statement?" Cain teased, observing Madara's tone of certainty. Truly, a former titan of the ninja world, unfazed by the dissolution of his abilities. Had the youngest of the 4 heavenly kings encountered such a situation, he would have activated a Sharingan in a fit of rage. Madara disregarded Cain's mockery and regarded him with nostalgic eyes, reminiscing that the last individual unscathed by the Mangekyo had been Hashirama. "Youngster, do reveal your name." "Cain." "Cain? Not from the Uzumaki clan?" Madara mused, but discarded the thought. "Regardless, tell me, what do you think of the current ninja world?" At this juncture, Madara's youthful visage began to wither once more, his body swaying precariously. "The current ninja world?" Cain, perplexed by Madara's inquiry, replied, "I hail from Iobo-Kuzan and have only just ascended the mountain less than a month ago." Upon hearing Cain's response, Madara's spirit jolted, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He realized he could neither defeat Cain nor manipulate him as he had hoped. He had not anticipated that this brat was a descendant of the Holy Land. Isn't his true form human? Furthermore, the Holy Land only houses ninja beasts. Could it be that the dragon is this lad's true essence? Young man, do you yearn for peace? Madara, regaining his composure, clung to hope. Although Kane had just descended from the mountain a month prior, the ninja world was still embroiled in conflict, and Madara sought to persuade him further. I yearn for milk. No, I crave power, Kane declared, teasingly addressing Madara. Weren't you about to say something? Don't underestimate me, just because I am older. I, too, once knew youth. The thirst for power. Madara contemplated Kane's seemingly frivolous demeanor, then abruptly thrust his hand into his own eyes. Seeing Madara's action, Kane was taken aback. Hey, I haven't attacked you at all. Don't go breaking the fourth wall. Laughing heartily, Madara ignored Kane's banter and, after his fit of laughter, tossed a pair of eyeballs to Kane. Youngster, the abilities of these eyes do not merely control the five senses. You must experience their true essence for yourself. As Kane hesitated to accept the Mangekyo, Madara fervently urged, Go forth to the Uchiha clan's shrine. There lies a stone tablet where I have inscribed everything, including greater power and even immortality. Though uncertain of Kane's true motives, Madara remained undeterred in his attempts to ensnare him. Since Kane had expressed a desire, there lay a vulnerability. Bon sought to exploit his yearning for greater power, luring him into donning the enhanced shin, believing that once Kane succumbed to his desire, he would inevitably be drawn to the stone tablet. In this manner, Bon's high-stakes gamble before his demise would not be in vain. Regrettably, Bon spent the latter part of his life scheming, ultimately ensnared in the web of others' deceit. Furthermore, he could not have anticipated the existence of beings from other realms. Young one, he remarked, as a predecessor, I must remind you that true strength begets a certain dignity. Bon was referring to the fact that although Kane was undeniably powerful, he often indulged in frivolous banter. It was touching to witness the old master imparting wisdom to the younger generation even in his final moments. Fire release, great fire destruction. With that, Bon unleashed a colossal fireball, aimed not at Kane, but at the water surface upon which he stood. This fire technique was more ferocious, transforming the moment it struck the ground into a raging inferno, impervious to the surrounding water. Damn, why was I not hailed as the strongest? Even the title of the greatest bannerer would suffice. As he watched Bon's silhouette vanish within the flames, Kane continued his playful commentary. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. In the 46th chapter, the transfer of the kaleidoscope, the legacy of the first generation's pressure was evident. As he transitioned into his half-dragon form, he scrutinized the kaleidoscope in his possession. What a generous individual, he mused. But isn't it supposed to be stored in saline solution? Holding it like this is hardly practical. Yet at that moment, Kane had no saline solution at his disposal. He was merely a 3-no individual, lacking ninjutsu, ninja tools, and knowledge. All he possessed were unparalleled external enhancements and extraordinary strength cultivated through rigorous training. It appeared there was no alternative. Reluctant to let this precious kaleidoscope be destroyed in his hands, Kane carefully placed it upon a leaf and performed hand signs. Kuchi, yo che no jizi. As a massive cloud of smoke billowed forth, a large toad, adorned with a short blade and smoking a pipe, materialized before him. Oh no, I must have overdone it. Realizing it was Wakara who had responded to the summoning, Kane scratched his head awkwardly. This was his first attempt at summoning, and he had miscalculated the chakra required. Despite his efforts to minimize chakra output, he had misjudged the amount needed, perhaps underestimating his own chakra reserves. Upon landing, Wentai cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of foes, he expressed his displeasure. Why summon me if there are no enemies? Seeing that Wantar did not recognize him, Kane had to remind him from beneath the toad's feet. Of course, it is Dulaya. It is Oyaji, mistakenly believing he was summoned by Ulayir for battle. Wintad was surprised to learn that it was actually Kane who had called him forth. Although Kane was in his half-dragon form, it did not hinder Wen's ability to sense his presence. Oh, Yai, is there something of great importance for summoning me? Despite their long separation, Wen's professionalism remained intact. He promptly refilled the pipe for his elder brother. Do you need me to help you first? Get lost. After being reprimanded by Kane, Wen sulked to the side. With a contented puff from his pipe, inquired, How can I summon Senjoa Shanrun? Long ago, during his time in Baomushan, Senjoa Shanrun had entrusted him with the highest level summoning contract from Baomusan, yet he had never found the opportunity to utilize it. Upon hearing the elder's query, Wen Tai quickly replied, "Oh yeah, Ji. Do you remember my father's scent?" "No." Leaning against Fukade's leg while puffing on his pipe, Kun responded. "Ah, I see," Wen Kai said, slightly exasperated. To summon a specific toad, one either needed to sign a contract with that individual or remember their scent. Forget it. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Kun concluded, "Just take this back to Ryo Musan and give it to your father to keep it safe." As he spoke, he picked up the leaf upon which the blood-rich Nen lay. Kaleidoscope. Upon observing that the pattern on the Nen was not the typical tomo, but rather a small circular ring, it exclaimed in surprise. Noticing Wen Tai's astonished demeanor, Kun realized that Ryo Musan's education on history far surpassed the average level in the ninja realm. Azunka was aware of the kaleidoscope's significance. "Yes," Kaiun affirmed. Then instructed when, if Shanzhou Shanrun specializes in these matters, it would be wise to let him study it as a valuable material. In truth, Kun was curious about the true abilities of this kaleidoscope, especially since it were words spoken by Bond before his demise, surely not fabricated. Although this was merely a standard kaleidoscope, and not an eternal one, having awakened, dementia would not suffer blindness from its use, at worst experiencing a rejection response. Besides, with the young Sin Yinji, as long as his head remained intact, he had no reason to fear disability. If anyone is adept at research, my mother is the true expert of Ryo Musan. Wen Kai carefully accepted the leaf and offered a reminder, Tung. Oh, this revelation surprised Kun, though considering Zhuma Shanrun was a woman. It was not unusual for her to excel in such meticulous tasks. Then I shall trouble Zhuma Shanrun. By the way, please send my regards to the little toads. Whether it was Zhuma Shin or Shinzhou Shannon, since there were those skilled in research, it would certainly reap the benefits. If Ia were still around, this would have been much easier. However, things were still quite good. He had made new friends, acquired a new little brother, and gained new abilities. When they met again, it would surely astonish them. Noticing him lost in thought, Wen Tai hesitantly spoke, "I shall take my leave now. It would be best to preserve this as soon as possible." Kun waved his hand, signaling Wen Tai to depart while he retrieved the Fei Lei Shin Ku Wu gifted to him by Soimun. He wondered how Soimun was faring. After infusing chakra into the kunai, he set it aside to avoid it jumping back to him when Fun arrived. However, Ken held little hope for Sun's findings compared to the Aidao Wushang. He believed Soimun was more likely to locate Dawn. After all, finding Jamun relied on luck, whereas discovering the Aidao Wushang would require an incredible stroke of foolishness to leave it exposed on the surface. Regarding Jamun's age, there are various theories, but let us assume Jamun is 5 years younger than Soimun, as this is the most widely accepted answer. Sitting upon the ground, and waited, yet Soimun did not arrive. He began to suspect that Soimun might have encountered difficulties or was engaged in something critical. Contemplating this, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, picking up the kunai and setting his sights toward the land of rain. I recall that the land of rain should be situated to the south of the land of grass. If it were on the ground, I might require a precise map. However, if it were in the sky, a general direction would suffice. Kane soared through the skies at great speed until he began to feel an uncomfortable stickiness on his body, prompting him to deduce that he had indeed arrived in the land of rain. Was it already evening? Upon reaching the land of rain, Kane casually sought refuge in the branches of a large tree, making no effort to shield himself from the rain. Simply lying atop the tree and gazing at the sky in a daze, intending to wait for Mizukage to join him. However, before he could enter a state of contemplation, a sound of weeping reached his ears. Hearing someone cry, Kane couldn't help but utter a remark. No wonder Payne claims this is a land of tears. I have barely arrived, and already I hear someone sobbing. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, Kane leaped from the tree to investigate. The sound appeared to emanate from a child. Chapter 47, Arrival in the Land of Rain and the Weeping Child. Hey, what is your name? Kane approached the filthy child sitting beneath the tree, who was in tatters, and inquired. Startled, the child, likely too engrossed in their sorrow to notice their surroundings, did not even rise to their feet, but instead scooted backward on the ground. I am sorry to disturb you. I shall leave at once. As the child prepared to depart, Kane stood directly in front of him, rendering any attempt to escape futile. The child, too frightened to ask Kane to move, simply lowered his head and trembled. Are you covered in wounds? Kane observed the exposed skin of the child, noting the multitude of scars adorning his body. What a truly wretched world this is, Kane muttered in frustration. Although the child could not comprehend Kane's curse, he instinctively dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. Sir, please spare me. I am but a lowly refugee. Killing me would only soil your hands. Witnessing the child's familiar yet heartbreaking actions and hearing him refer to himself in such a demeaning manner ignited Cain's anger. Is this all for the sake of survival? As he watched the child continue to bow fervently, even to the point of drawing blood from his forehead, Cain felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Though irked, Cain remained resolute. If he lingered in his daze any longer, this child might not endure. Rise, I'm not a villain. Cain stepped forward to grasp the child's shoulders. Yet the child ignored him, persisting in his frantic bowing, still pleading, Sir, I am merely a wretched refugee. Please, I ask you to let me live. I just want to survive. Is this all for the sake of survival? Cain questioned his own soul once more. If you wish to survive, then stand up. With that, Cain exerted force, pulling the child to his feet. Although the child ceased his tears, he continued to shake uncontrollably. I have told you, I'm not a bad person. Observing the child's blood-streaked face, Cain's tone softened considerably. If you keep bowing like that, you truly will perish. Perhaps Cain's gentle demeanor had an effect. Or perhaps it was the innocence reflected in his youthful visage, but the child finally ceased his sobbing. In my encounters with adults, as long as I bowed fervently, those in good spirits would let me be. If they were in a foul mood, they would merely strike me. Recognizing that Cain likely bore no ill will and was not like the formidable ninjas he had encountered, the child summoned the courage to respond. Well, it seems you have had some good fortune. Come, sit down. Remaining in the rain will surely lead to illness. Upon noticing the child relax his guard, Cain invited him to sit beneath the tree. Hesitating for a moment, the child quickly settled beside Cain, exclaiming, But getting sick can lead to death. The downpour continued relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. Cain, having urged the child to seek shelter from the rain, found himself lost in thought, gazing at the raindrops as they pooled on the ground, creating little splashes. After a prolonged silence, the child, emboldened by the sight of Cain's clean and neatly arranged attire, unblemished by the rain, ventured to ask, Are you a ninja? Huh? Cain, momentarily caught off guard by the child's question, took a moment to respond. I suppose that is accurate. The third Hokage did provide me with an identification card, so I should not be considered an illegal resident. Although Cain's reply was somewhat uncertain, the child appeared increasingly nervous. But that means you are a ninja, capable of taking lives at will. Oh dear dog Flower Chi-Chi and Dashin were all killed for failing to bow. Observing the child tremble at the mention of his possible ninja status, Cain chuckled softly and encouraged, Come a bit closer. The rain is intensifying. Is that all right? The child hesitated, glancing at his filthy appearance, unsure of whether to approach. Indeed, Cain nodded emphatically. Come closer. Your back is already soaked. Thank you so much. Finally convinced of Cain's benevolence, the child stood and bowed deeply, then moved closer. What gentle adult you are, he thought as he sat across from Cain, secretly admiring his handsome features. Noticing the child's furtive glances, Cain found amusement in the situation and playfully reached out to ruffle the child's hair. The child jumped at Cain's gesture, but upon realizing it was merely a gentle touch, he bashfully scratched the back of his head. I apologize, sir. I am simply too sensitive. That's quite all right. Cain replied casually, then added, It seems your forehead is still bleeding. The child had managed to survive in this war-torn era, but without caution. He surely would have perished long ago. Oh no, the child exclaimed, panic setting in. I thought it was merely a trickle, but why is it still bleeding? He quickly grabbed a nearby leaf, still damp, and pressed it against his forehead. This should work. It might help. Is this a medicinal herb? Cain observed the child's actions with curiosity. Isn't this just an ordinary leaf? It's not a medicinal herb, but it's what we do when we get hurt. The child seemed unconcerned about his injury, as if he believed it would heal on its own. But this method seems to only help me. It doesn't work for others. He expressed this with a hint of disappointment. It's not that they cannot be helped. Rather, it is because you are special. The leaves hold no utility for you. Your recovery relies solely on your own strength. Cain cast a meaningful glance at the child. From a moment the child mentioned that merely bleeding a little would suffice, Cain sensed an extraordinary nature within him. Furthermore, upon hearing the child assert that only he was capable, Cain was nearly convinced that the child possessed some unique constitution. Allow me, Cain declared, grasping the child's hand and cautiously channeling a modicum of chakra. However, as Cain took hold of the child's hand, the child flinched slightly, which Cain attributed to his timidity and dismissed it. To his astonishment, the wound began to heal. After the infusion of chakra, the child was surprised to discover that the blood on his forehead had ceased flowing, and even old injuries on his body were gradually mending. Chapter 48. Rubbish. Introduction of book friends. Sir, Is it truly all right? The child inquired, trailing behind Cain. Although the rain had ceased, Cain remained concerned about the child catching a cold, so he decided to shed his own clothing and lend it to the child, walking ahead with his bare torso exposed. Yet, the child, clad in Cain's oversized garment, looked particularly comical. It's quite lovely. The child gazed at Cain's well-defined muscles from behind, his cheeks flushing slightly, though his naturally painted face concealed the blush. I've told you my health is exceptional. You, on the other hand, look as frail as a kitten. If you catch a cold, you're doomed, Cain remarked without turning back. Although he had the omnipotent chakra, Cain was hesitant to gamble on its efficacy against illness, as he himself was merely a novice on the path of chakra. Oh, the child noticed Cain's apparent displeasure, and his voice grew softer. Cain, upon hearing the child's feeble response, didn't he pay it much mind. After all, a child struggling as an orphan in wartime possessing such perceptive skills was a silver lining. Thus, Cain strode ahead, bare-chested and resolute, while the child, swaddled in Cain's clothing, stumbled along in his wake. After traversing a distance, Cain placed his hand on his forehead, gazing at the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, seemingly from someone cooking. That must be the town ahead. Upon hearing Cain's words, the child rushed to his side, straining to tiptoe for a better view. It's not a town, merely an unnamed little village where refugees who have wandered here reside. Oh, Cain was slightly taken aback by the child's response. Then why don't you live there? The child did not answer, but instead lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation of his own toes. Observing the child's demeanor, Cain surmised that those living there were likely not of noble character. Indeed, in such a wretched era, virtuous souls seldom endured. Let us proceed together to procure some food. Cain chuckled and advanced toward the small village. Seeing Cain's determination to approach the village, the child grew anxious. Sir, they are not good people. I've heard they have significant ties with a group of wandering ninjas. We should avoid them. Upon hearing the child's words, Cain chuckled lightly and turned to him with a serious expression. Ah, you are mistaken. I suspect they are indeed good people. Without heeding the child's concerns, Cain boldly continued his strides toward the village. The child, observing Cain's stubbornness, though reluctant, gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Sir, with your appearance, it could be perilous. I must follow. Perhaps I can assist you. With that thought, the child tightened his grip on Cain's garment and hastily caught up with him. Sensing the child's presence behind him, Cain's steps grew lighter. I never expected you to be so grateful. However, if you accompany me, any danger that may befall you will likely only manifest in the grand finale. The child, unaware of Cain's true strength, still chose to follow, evidently resolved. They say that the journey is arduous. When Cain first noticed the smoke rising from the small village, dawn was merely breaking. Yet, upon reaching the village, the sun had fully ascended. It turns out there are only 3 or 4 households here, Cain observed, feeling as though he had come for naught. The structures hardly qualified as houses. They were merely a few wooden planks huddled together, with a single wooden post at the center, topped with leaves, a makeshift shelter against the rain. Is anyone alive? Come out and show yourselves. Cain called out, his voice echoing through the village. However, his calls went unanswered, and just as he was about to express his frustration, he suddenly felt a tug at his garment. What is it? Cain looked down to find the child pulling at his sleeve. Sir, the child pointed toward a nearby area resembling a pigsty. Cain followed the child's gesture and noticed several eyes peering from behind a wooden plank, cautiously observing him. Hey, do you think hiding behind that plank makes you invisible? My dear friend, your backside is quite exposed. Cain chuckled at the sight of an exaggeratedly protruding rear. Fear not. I'm neither a good person nor a bad one. Come forth and speak. Upon hearing Cain's words, those hiding in the pigsty grew even more hesitant. After all, who would claim to be a good person? And to make matters worse, he was shirtless and rather pale. Noticing their reluctance to emerge, Cain began to feel something was amiss. Didn't he, the child, say they had connections with a band of wandering ninjas? Why are they so timid? In truth, Cain was falling into a cognitive trap. The so-called wandering ninjas were merely a group of refugees who had somehow acquired chakra extraction techniques, with some not possessing chakra at all. Just as Cain was about to lead the child away, a cacophony of voices approached from the distance, growing increasingly audible. TCH, I heard you found a fat sheep. I'll tell you, if it's not a fat sheep, I'll flay you alive, boasted a brash man. Yes, indeed. This time we truly have a fat sheep, followed a lecherous voice, punctuated by slurping sounds. Don't be careless, how Do you not remember how ere met his demise? This voice belonged to a rather indifferent man. Got it, Lin Mo. How E replied disdainfully. What could possibly come from this wretched place? How E, initially disgruntled at being dragged out so early, had a change of heart upon laying eyes on the bare-chested Cain. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Come closer and let me have a look. How E gazed at the pronounced Adam's apple in Cain's throat, feeling a surge of excitement. However, How E seemed oblivious to the fact that his companion, Lin Mo, had quietly distanced himself. What a fool How E is. He has truly landed himself in trouble. Lin Mo, much like How E, was a mere scrap of existence in the ninja world, yet unlike How E, the seemingly aloof Lin Mo was a keen observer of the shifting tides of fate. At that moment, Cain stood brazenly bare-chested in the center of the village, exuding an audacity that even the most discerning onlooker could perceive, while only the likes of How E and a few lowly peasants remained ignorant of its implications. Particularly audacious was this young man, who also accompanied a little brat. Seeing the longing in How Yi's eyes made Cain feel somewhat nauseated. It was truly repulsive. With a flick of his wrist, Cain summoned a sphere of lightning. Prepare to cleanse the filth of the ninja world. Not far away, upon witnessing the electricity crackling in Cain's grasp, Lin Mo lunged forward, tackling How E to the ground before drawing a dagger from his waist and plunging it into his throat. How E, it seems we have provoked someone we should not have. Let your life ignite my hope for survival. With that, Lin Mo twisted the dagger viciously several times. Chapter 49. Inya, my lord, this is all a misunderstanding. Please forgive my rash actions. I simply could not endure this fool's disrespect towards you. Observing Lin Mo's demeanor, Cain was utterly astonished by how swiftly the winds had shifted. How perceptive indeed. If Madara was deceived due to his brother's death, and Obito was misled because of Rin, then perhaps Nagato's deception can be attributed to this as well. A nation lacking a backbone, or rather, one whose spine had been shattered. Perhaps this wretched nation truly requires a deity for salvation. Cain's interest in sightseeing in the land of rain had waned. Now, he merely wished to locate Minato and depart. Since Nagato intended to become the god of this group, let him fulfill that role. Child, do you wish to accompany me? Cain disregarded Lin Mo, who was kneeling on the ground, and turned to the child. Leave? What do you mean by leave? Are we heading to a larger town? The child inquired, puzzled. No, we're going to another country, where there's an even worse village, but I believe it will soon improve. Cain replied. The village he referred to as worse was Konoha. At this point, Danzo was likely nearing his end, and Minato was poised to ascend. As long as Minato survived, Konoha would undoubtedly flourish under his leadership. I am willing. Upon hearing that they were going to another village, the child nodded vigorously, not even considering whether it would be worse. Could it possibly be worse than this nation that had been weeping incessantly? Very well, Cain nodded in agreement, then took the child's hand and walked away into the distance. As they walked towards the rising sun, Cain and the child engaged in a question-and-answer session. I never had the chance to ask you. What is your name? My lord, I do not have a name. When I was with Deshaun, I was called Xiao Shan, and with Godan, I was called Xiao Go. Oh, now that you are with me, I am Cain. Come up with a name for yourself, but let me be clear. Names like Xiao Mao or Xiao Go will not do. So your name is Cain. Then I shall be called. But Cain does not suit me. No, that name will bring misfortune. Oh, think of another. I'm not particularly skilled at naming. Then I shall be called Inya, as in grace, so I can always remind myself that my benefactor is Lord Cain. Does it not sound lovely? Lord Cain? Fine, that sounds good, though it is somewhat feminine. Lin Mo remained on his knees for quite some time after Cain and the child had departed. Eventually, as the clear sky began to rain once more, Lin Mo cautiously rose from the ground. Damn it, that fool How E. I cannot stay here. I must leave. Although Lin Mo did not believe that someone as powerful as Cain would return for revenge, his inherently suspicious nature urged him to vacate the area swiftly. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo cast a glance at the gathered villagers. The villagers regarded Lin Mo with a cruel gaze, gasping in astonishment. Oh, forget it. Ultimately, Lin Mo remembered how he had survived thus far, relinquished his dagger, and left. You all should leave here as well. It will soon become unsafe. With that, Lin Mo did not look back. Seeing that Lin Mo appeared to have genuinely departed, the villagers gave no thought to his warning. Instead, they rushed towards How Yi's corpse, frantically searching for anything of value. Damn it, I was the one who acted first. Ha, money. So much money. You lot, get away from me, it's all mine. Why does Howie have a piece of paper on him? Can he read? Never mind, I'll just use it to wipe. Unbeknownst to anyone, the rain had intensified. Cain led Enya eastward until the rain began to pour even harder. Considering Enya's well-being, Cain had no choice but to find a place to shelter from the downpour. This wretched weather, it just starts raining without warning. After a considerable time, the rain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it continued to pour. Enya seemed to be in good spirits, cupping her hands to catch the rainwater and washing the blood from her face. This country has been crying, Lord Cain, she explained. Perhaps it was because someone was willing to take her in, or perhaps she had found a sense of purpose. Despite being hungry, her mood remained unaffected. Rather, she cheerfully tidied up her appearance. When Cain noticed Enya washing away the blood from her face, he exclaimed, "You are a girl. No wonder you chose a feminine name for yourself." Yes, she giggled, covering her mouth. Alone, wandering girl must be cautious. If her face remains dirty, it can be quite dangerous. Indeed, a solitary beggar is already in peril, especially if she is a beautiful girl. Reflecting on this, Cain gently cupped Enya's face. Scrutinizing her closely, he noted that despite being thin to the bone, her protruding cheekbones did not detract from her beauty. Rather, they lent her an air of fragility that invoked compassion. As Cain held Enya's face, her bright, enchanting eyes blinked at him, devoid of any shyness typically associated with girls, which in turn made Cain feel slightly bashful. After a lengthy silence, Cain lowered his hands and stroked her head, inquiring, "How old are you?" Enya, relishing the gentle gesture akin to a kitten enjoying a scratch, suddenly recalled Cain's question and furrowed her brow. "I do not know how old I am. I grew up in an isolated valley, and since leaving there, I have been wandering for several years." "Several years? You have been wandering alone for years?" Cain was somewhat taken aback and quickly inquired about her adoptive parents. Hearing Cain's question about her guardians, Enya's small face displayed a hint of fear as she replied, "They are not my adoptive parents. Those who escaped with me claimed they were part of a cult. Subsequently, they suddenly left en masse, taking only a few individuals with them. After that, we seized the opportunity during a heavy rainstorm to flee." The notion of a cult intrigued Cain as he pondered. A cult? It seems the shinobi world has only one such organization, the cult of the evil god. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a weight on his back, followed by a warm sensation. Realizing the unusual yet familiar sensation, Cain furrowed his brow. "Damn, I forgot to take the flying thunder god kunai from my lower back." Ever since he infused chakra into the kunai, he had kept it secured at his waist, always wary of the possibility of Minato's sudden appearance. However, in a moment of distraction, he had been caught off guard by Minato's unexpected arrival from behind. Chapter 50, a matter of principal Cain, Enya, Minato. This young girl, though her entrance was rather ungraceful, showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, Minato turned to inquire about Cain. "I am Enya, a subordinate of Lord Cain." Not only was she eager to please, but upon seeing Minato, Enya appeared slightly nervous. Hearing Minato's question, she quickly stood and bowed deeply. "Subordinate?" Minato scrutinized Enya's delicate features, which, despite being somewhat gaunt and pale, still hinted at beauty. He subtly raised an eyebrow at Cain. Unfortunately, Cain was entirely oblivious to Minato's gaze, as he was still positioned behind him. "Could you step aside? I feel rather unsafe with you behind me," Cain remarked, feeling the kunai pressing uncomfortably against his back. "Oh, my apologies. I used to stand behind Kushina, and she said it made her feel secure. I thought you might feel the same." Minato replied as he stepped out from behind Cain. "How can that possibly be the same? Well, we both have red hair. You clearly lack the ability to distinguish between genders. And are you certain you're not driving me into a corner?" Cain Tortif. Upon Minato's emergence before him, Cain noticed that he appeared somewhat disheveled. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "What happened to you? Did you engage in battle with the Sage of Six Paths?" In response to Cain's inquiry about his injuries, Minato's expression turned grave. "It was not the Sage of Six Paths. I uncovered a formidable faction in this nation, and these injuries were sustained while battling their leader." After a moment, he added, "If their leader had not retreated so abruptly, I would have been forced to flee. By the way, that man with the circular eyes claimed to be a god. To be honest, even with Minato's prowess as the fastest ninja in the shinobi world, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed by this self-proclaimed deity, who not only adeptly wielded all mainstream ninjutsu, but also possessed a pair of peculiar dojutsu. Regarding this individual claiming to be a god, I suggest you inquire further with Jiraiya when you have the chance." Cain, wishing to remain uninvolved in their brotherly affairs, recognized that Nagato had not actively provoked him either. Perhaps Nagato's intentions were initially noble, but under the manipulation of Obito and the deeper schemes of Kagaya, one could argue that Nagato's tragic fate was sealed from the very beginning. You were aware of this? Minato was initially inclined to share information about this so-called god, but was surprised to find that Kai-in already possessed knowledge of it. Yes, I mentioned that I have access to unique sources of information, but for certain reasons, I cannot divulge too much. Kai-in deflected Minato's curiosity and swiftly shifted the topic. Do you think Obito will be in the Land of Rain? The narrative had already been altered, and Kai-in was uncertain about where Obito had been taken. In the original storyline, Obito was responsible for monitoring and guiding Nagato, but now the situation was uncertain. Moreover, the IWA shinobi dispatched to assault Konoha, numbering 1,000, had not even made it out of the Land of Grass before being sent back home by Kai-in's elemental symphony. The subsequent battle at Jeking Mountain, where Konoha was defeated, had thus been averted. According to the original plan devised by the first Hokage, Obito was supposed to undergo brainwashing first, then covertly manipulate the mist shinobi to abduct Rin, followed by orchestrating Obito's severance of his emotional ties. Now, one could only hope that Kai-in would not master time-space ninjutsu. Once he did, if Obito were to launch a night raid on Kushina, it was likely that Minato would be unable to prevent Kai-in from seeking vengeance against Obito. After all, how could the esteemed elder of the Holy Land allow a mere junior like Obito to insult his beloved magical girl? Minato's expression darkened at the mention of Obito. Sigh, there has been no news about Obito, and the conflict between our village and the Mist Shinobi continues. Then let's not pursue it for now. Where there's a will, there's a way. Even if the house is lost, one can dwell on the streets, regardless of the enemy's motives. As long as they have not killed Obito, there will surely be another opportunity to meet. After all, Obito was merely going through a phase of personal growth, which could be viewed positively. In Konoha, Obito could only develop into a husky while following Kagaya. He might still retain a glimmer of hope for a return to his ancestral roots. Upon hearing Kai-in's somewhat dismissive consolation, Minato forced a smile, albeit a strained one, and nodded in understanding. In truth, Minato was not unable to come to terms with his own feelings. After all, a ninja was accustomed to the realities of life and death. The deaths of teammates and even family members were a daily occurrence for shinobi. If Obito were to perish, Minato would inevitably experience sorrow, but ultimately he would carry on. Yet, it was evident that Obito was still very much alive. Enough about Obito. What about you, Kai-in? Minato inquired, attempting to lighten the mood. After collecting his thoughts, he teased, "It seems you truly have a preference for the petite." What kind of nonsense is that? Kai-in immediately defended himself. I simply felt pity for Enya and wished to offer her some warmth. Do not falsely accuse me. Indeed, you are quite wonderful, Minato replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing Kai-in's slightly flustered defense, Minato couldn't help but smirk, internally mocking him. Still warmth? Spare me. You are merely captivated by the girl's beauty. Try engaging with an ugly hag, and see if you can manage more than a single word with her. I, Namake's Minato, will eat my own words. Are you thinking of something inappropriate? Kai-in asked suspiciously, noticing the peculiar expression on Minato's face. Seeing Kai-in's incredulous look, Minato was taken aback. Wait, is Kai-in not oblivious to my thoughts? How could he possibly hear my inner musings? Not at all. You've misunderstood. I was merely acknowledging your kindness in my mind. Minato promptly clarified. Next time, just praise me openly. Who can hear what you think in your heart? Even if I can't hear it, you should share it with others. Kai-in dismissed Minato's concerns, for although Minato shared his mentor's tendency towards oblivion, he was also a genuine warm-hearted individual. Kai-in, having made up his mind, did not dwell further on the matter. Enya, observing the dialogue between Kai-in and Minato, kindly shifted to the side, signaling her disinterest in her lord's secrets. Regrettably, it is uncertain whether the young girl possesses an innate sensitivity in her hearing or if Kane and Minato are simply too reckless. Certain words, such as innocence, were clearly heard by the young girl, causing her ears to flush a vivid red with embarrassment. As Enya contemplated this, she lowered her head and discreetly glanced at the tattered cloth binding her chest. It was time to address serious matters. Noticing Kane's escalating shamelessness, Minato hastily interjected, attempting to steer the conversation back to a more appropriate topic. With IWA Shinobi having retreated, it was likely that peace negotiations with Konoha would soon follow. Would Kane return to the village with his new subordinate, or accompany Minato to the Land of Water? Is it that urgent? Shouldn't you first return to the village to see Kushina? Kane found it perplexing. After the battle in the Land of Lightning, Minato had only spent a single day and night in the village before rushing off to the battlefield against IWA Shinobi. Now that matters with IWA were settled, Minato seemed eager to head straight to the Land of Water. Such dedication. Kane, would call you the most devoted Hokage. I want to have a child with Kushina. Minato whispered into Kane's ear. What? Kane was somewhat taken aback. I said, I want to have a child. Kane looked at Minato with a mixture of confusion and incredulity. Well, you should pursue that. Why are you telling me? Just to clarify, if there's anything I can assist with, I will, but if I can't, I absolutely will not. That is a matter of principle. Chapter 51. The inherently hard-working Toad. Kane, I don't understand why you would take in that young girl. It doesn't quite align with your character, Minato inquired. Indeed, while Kane had acknowledged Enya as his subordinate, it was evident to any discerning eye that the young girl was suited only to the role of secretary, lacking the qualities of a true subordinate. For no particular reason, Kane replied curtly. Seeing that Kane seemed reluctant to confront the issue directly, Minato jested. You can't possibly be attracted to her looks, can you? Not at all, Kane retorted. Now enough of this nonsense. Let us set out and conclude this war swiftly, so you can embrace your child. Kane himself was unsure why he had chosen to save Enya. Perhaps it was her fierce desire to survive, or perhaps it was simply an act of benevolence on Kane's part. Regardless of the motivation, it was certainly not due to any carnal desire, especially since Enya had been a filthy beggar when Kane decided to take her with him. To prevent the young girl from being frightened by Kane's dragon form, he first requested Minato to escort Enya back to Konoha before they proceeded to the Land of Water. As for Enya's destination, Kane had already arranged for her to be sent to the home of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Danzo out of the picture, Kane was not overly concerned about anyone using Enya as leverage against him. Besides, where else could she go? To Minato's home? That was out of the question. Kushina was a Jinchuriki, and it was not appropriate for a girl from another village to be in her presence, even if she was Kane's charge, at least for the time being. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen indicated that it was no issue, as they could simply arrange for the young girl to attend the ninja academy. After all, Konoha had taken in many war orphans from other villages, and one more or less made little difference. As they traveled, Kane remarked, if you wish to have children, you should do so properly. Why must you wait for the war to end? You're setting yourself up for trouble, you know? It could result in disaster. Kane continued to ramble on while flying, seemingly displeased with Minato's fervent enthusiasm. Since Minato had not established the Flying Thunder God technique in the Land of Water, Kane had to carry him throughout their journey. I want to wait until I can be Hokage before having children, Minato explained, concerned that Kane might not understand. He continued, moreover, you know Kushina's identity. If I do not become Hokage, I worry that unsavory individuals may target the Kyuubi. Becoming Hokage won't change the fact that people might still target your wife. They dare to attack a Jinchuriki in Konoha. Do you think they care whether you are Hokage or not? However, Kane refrained from voicing these thoughts, as revealing too much could jeopardize his sources of information. After all, knowing certain secrets was one thing, but possessing the ability to foresee the future was quite another. Could it be that my true form is that of a great toad, and the dragon is merely my guise for protection? Minato, puzzled by Kane's silence, suddenly thought of his single status and quickly sought to comfort him. Don't be too disheartened. When we reach the village, I'll have Kushina help you find a few suitable young women. While they may not be perfect matches, there are plenty of good girls in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kane turned to glare at Minato. Why drag me into your matters? You can't manage your own romantic pursuits without involving me? Ending the war, getting married, having children, and returning home. These are all major taboos. Noticing Kane's growing irritation, Minato cleared his throat and attempted to shift the topic. Look, there's land ahead. Let's pause here so I can set a technique. Kane nodded in agreement, though a sudden question arose in his mind. By the way, how did the Land of Water provoke Konoha from such a distance? Did they truly consider Konoha a soft target? In truth, even Kishimoto himself could not adequately explain this. It was simply a matter of narrative necessity. After landing in a Land of Water, Kane observed Minato crouching, searching for a suitable location to deploy his technique, and found the situation somewhat odd. I recall that canines tend to mark their territory, indicating ownership of the area, right? All right. Once Minato had successfully set his technique, he clapped the dirt off his hands. Jiraiya-sensei is the commander here. We should find him and regroup. Sarutobi Hiruzen had ultimately prevented Orochimaru from landing, and Minato's dispatch of Jiraiya was a clear indication that Orochimaru was likely finished. merely a matter of time. The erasure of the accomplishments of a loyal servant could be interpreted as being too successful for their own good. But allowing a general to remain home in times of pressing battle was beyond mere political maneuvering. You contact Jiraiya. I haven't sensed the presence of the toads from Maiboka Mountain. Just don't bring back any strange toads. Kane offered Minato some space as he prepared to contact Jiraiya, especially considering the recent events. Minato wasted no time, biting his finger and forming the necessary hand seals. Summoning technique. With a plume of smoke, Toad Gakio appeared before them. As Toad Gakio materialized, Kane seized the opportunity to memorize his details, recognizing that this toad was responsible for communication and would be quite useful in the future. Although summoned by Minato, Toad Gakio did not address him, but immediately turned to greet Kane. Toad Gakio pays respects to Elder Kane. Since Kane had formed a bond with Toad Maru, the sage had conveyed Toad Maru's will to all the toads in Maiboka Mountain. Now, Kane's status there was second only to that of the great sage. Thus, upon seeing Kane, Toad Gakio hurriedly greeted him to avoid a severe reprimand from Toad Bunna later. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Kane nodded in acknowledgement, then made space for Minato, while moving aside to contemplate the intricacies of the summoning technique. Is this so-called aura merely the chakra frequency of Ganma Xiangjie? Kane sat on the ground, meticulously recalling the intricate details of the summoning technique, and realized that the essence of remembering a particular toad's aura was simply to remember its chakra frequency. If one were to perform the summoning technique without a precise target, the outcome could only be determined by the amount of chakra input and the summoner's own authority, thereby deciding which toad would appear. Kane, lost in thought, was approached by Minato. Having just communicated with Ganma Xiangjie, was astonished to see Kane engaged in rare contemplation. Goodness, Kane is actually thinking. Although Minato had not known Kane for long, the latter's formidable strength and straightforward demeanor had left a profound impression on him. Typically, a powerhouse like Kane would not require such deliberation. He would simply charge ahead. Observing Kane seated in contemplation, Minato felt he had underestimated him. Upon opening his eyes, Kane immediately noticed Minato's incredulous expression and retorted, "Just contemplating life." Minato responded, "You are truly thinking. Please continue." Ganma Xiangjie has already gone to convey the message to Jiraiya-sensei and will return shortly. With that, Minato refrained from disturbing Kane, recognizing that this might be one of the rare instances of deep thought in Kane's life. Should he interrupt this flow, the consequences would be dire. But then Kane pondered, how would Ganma Xiangjie notify Jiraiya? Did not toads have a restriction preventing them from leaving Maibokuzen? Kane called out to Minato, seeking clarification on this persistent query that had troubled him in his previous life. After all, once Minato had provided the information to Ganma Xiangjie, how would Jiraiya receive the message? Was it that Jiraiya summoned Ganma Xiangjie at regular intervals? If that were the case, the toad would surely have a busy existence, destined to labor endlessly. However, before Kane could dwell on this for too long, Ganma Xiangjie suddenly appeared before them, stating, "Elder Kane, here are the coordinates from Jiraiya. I have military matters to convey, so I must take my leave." Chapter 52. Preparations before battle. The moment of victory is upon us. Everyone must exert their utmost. When Kane and Minato arrived at the Konoha camp, Jiraiya was conducting the final mobilization before the impending battle. It seemed that Konoha had just emerged victorious from a recent conflict. Observing Jiraiya's rare seriousness, Kane casually remarked to Minato, "It appears we are not about to engage in battle. Rather, the Mist ninjas are too intimidated by your reputation as a calamity to accept the challenge." Minato explained, "In the shinobi world, secrets are almost non-existent, especially during wartime. You have just obliterated an entire mountain range, and the major ninja villages have already deemed you an insurmountable force." That was swift. Kane mused, could it be that a Wagakure deliberately leaked my information to the Mist? Minato, seemingly anticipating Kane's thoughts, chuckled and shook his head. The Wagakure suffered losses and would not disclose your information. They're likely hoping for the Mist to also endure significant setbacks. Minato hesitated, pondering why the information had spread so rapidly, suspecting spies and scouts. However, he acknowledged that the speed was indeed abnormal. Moreover, some secrets are known only to Konoha's upper echelons, such as the fact that Kane is actually human. Yet now, virtually all major ninja villages are aware of Kane's human form. How is this possible? Although Minato was perplexed by this, he refrained from discussing it with Kane, planning to investigate further after assuming the title of Hokage. Had Kane been privy to Minato's contemplations? He would have quickly surmised that such swift dissemination of information could only belong to one source. The will of fire endures. Victory is within reach. With Jiraiya's resounding voice, the emotions of the ninjas reached their zenith, invigorating even the clan ninjas standing nearby, who yearned to charge onto the battlefield and engage in combat. Minato, why does Jiraiya sound so intense? Kane asked, crossing his arms and nudging Minato's shoulder with his elbow. Intense? Oh, you mean his tone resembles that of the third Hokage, right? Minato initially did not grasp this novel term, but soon understood with contemplation. It is not Jiraiya who has changed. I've heard that since Elder Danzo passed away, Jiraiya has undergone a significant transformation. Moreover, I've heard that Lady Tsunade intends to return to Konoha. Here? From whom? Kane inquired, curious as to how Minato seemed to know everything, especially real-time gossip, despite being on the battlefield. Oh, I heard it from Kushina. Minato inadvertently revealed his secret. In truth, Minato had been utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to secretly rendezvous with Kushina. However, possessing a strong sense of responsibility, Minato had always felt that this was akin to abandoning his post. Hence he kept it hidden until today when he accidentally let it slip. You, Kane, observing Minato's conflicted expression, teased, you did not learn the Flying Thunder God technique merely to woo girls, did you? Just as Minato awkwardly stammered a response, a deep, magnetic male voice came to his rescue. The Flying Thunder God is the painstaking creation of the second Hokage. It is essential to learn it, as it embodies the resolve of a future Hokage. Without needing to see the person, Kane recognized Jiraiya's arrival by his voice. I can tentatively accept the Flying Thunder God, but how do you explain the telescope technique and the accompanying crystal ball? Aha! That technique is undoubtedly a super artifact, and a super ninjutsu that must be inherited upon becoming Hokage. Indeed, Jiraiya's seriousness rarely lasted beyond a second. Exceeding that threshold often led to mischief. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya transformed from a charismatic low tenor to an exceedingly lecherous figure, one that could provoke a desire to deliver a punch to his aged visage. Teacher, Minato greeted Jiraiya upon noticing his approach. Hearing Minato's salutation, Jiraiya waved dismissively. It is wonderful that you both arrived in time. The current situation with the Mist Ninjas is exceedingly tense. Tense? Kane pondered this term and asked, isn't the Mist embroiled in internal strife? They were recently defeated by Orochimaru. How could the situation be tense? That is not the correct interpretation. Kane did not wait for Jiraiya to respond, as Minato provided the answer. The so-called Blood Mist Village, despite its internal conflicts, has produced exceptionally formidable ninjas in such an environment, and their combat prowess and strategies are exceedingly fierce. Besides, they possess those 7 blades. Jiraiya seamlessly added to Minato's explanation. The 7 ninja swordsmen have arrived on the battlefield. These 7 do not separate, and their strength and teamwork make it exceedingly difficult for our ninjas to even escape. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Kane's eyes lit up, seizing the crux of the matter. So they do not separate, which means if we can locate one of them, we can simultaneously acquire all 7 ninja blades? Kain, an individual devoid of any affiliation, has become obsessively fixated on blades. Even if Kain does not require them, he relishes the sensation of concealment, possibly influenced by the innate nature of the dragon. It is not so simple, Jiraiya remarked with a wry smile. The 7 of them have never separated, solely to avoid being picked off one by one. Jiraiya is quite troubled by these 7 swords, and, as a commander, he cannot act recklessly. He truly wonders how Orochimaru managed to push the Mist Ninjas into retreat. That is not entirely accurate, Minato interjected, a rare contradiction to Jiraiya. Have you forgotten that your hardships are predicated on Kain not coming to your aid? Upon hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya's eyes brightened like 2 electric bulbs. Indeed, how could I forget? Even the tailed beasts falter against Kain's might. Now, not only has Kain arrived, but you are here as well, Minato. While the 7 ninja swordsmen are not intimidated by the tailed beasts when united, Kain is far more formidable, and he possesses the ability to fly. Once those 7 swords are ensnared by Kain, there will be no escape. Let us not forget that Minato is regarded as the fastest man in the ninja world. Realizing this, Jiraiya could not help but clasp his hands together, preemptively mourning for the 7 ninja swordsmen. By the way, Minato, I recall you excel in sealing techniques, correct? Kain, reveling in the joy of acquiring 7 ninja swords, then posed a crucial question. When the time comes to eliminate the wielders of the swords, be sure to seal them promptly. Yes, Jiraiya chimed in. The wielders of the swords have perished before. yet the swords remain in Kirigakure. They must have inscribed summoning techniques upon them. While Kaien was uncertain of such things, it is always wise to be cautious. One should not allow both the wielder and the sword to vanish at the same time. Chapter 53. The final deployment at the Konoha command post in the Land of Water. Jiraiya addressed the group. Now we have the yellow flash in. He glanced at Kaien and the ever-steadfast Uzumaki Kaien. It is time to launch the final assault. The arrangement of Kaien's identity had been pre-discussed between him and Jiraiya. And Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously hinted that living in the ninja world brings greater joy in human form than in dragon form. Additionally, Kaien's various forms are no longer a secret among the higher echelons of each ninja village. The informant can easily be inferred by Kaien. It must be the man-eating plant that consumed the pig's cage fruit. Upon hearing Jiraiya's declaration, the assembly did not eagerly respond, but instead directed their curious gazes toward Kaien. After a brief pause, Hinata's battlefield leader, Hinata Hizashi, spoke uncertainly. Kaien-senpai? Although he had received word that Kaien was, in fact, human, witnessing Kaien in his humanoid form made Hizashi's address feel somewhat forced. Kaien, sensing Hizashi's hesitation, realized there was no need for pretense and nodded affirmatively. Hizashi. It is good to see you again. Upon hearing Kaien's confirmation, Hizashi expressed his excitement. Indeed, although our parting in the Land of Water was brief, your prowess, Kaien-senpai, truly opened my eyes. With Hizashi's words, the remaining clan leaders, regardless of their intellect, could deduce that Kaien was indeed the dragon capable of capturing the Eight Tails with ease. Given Kaien's unique status, the clan leaders regarded him with fervent gazes, recognizing this as an opportunity to alter their fates. Kaien, now able to face those eager eyes with equanimity, noticed a young boy with a round nose who captured his attention. Round-nosed Shunshin no Mizu. Although Kaien possessed a method to eliminate all afflictive states, upon seeing Shizun, he could not help but feel a fleeting pang of anxiety. Damn! The kaleidoscope that rewrites one's will. You possess such power, and yet you dare to inform those politicians? If I were Danzo, I would not spare you. In the myriad of ninja techniques, only the rules are the most grotesque. The kaleidoscope of Shizun may have been glorified by readers of the future. But would you dare to gamble? Winning against Shizun merely costs you an eye, while losing could mean the forfeiture of your very will. Furthermore, under the influence of such high-level genjutsu, one might believe they have triumphed only to discover they have unwittingly lost. Lord Kaien, is there something amiss? Shizun inquired gently. Perhaps Kaien's thoughts had wandered too far, as he momentarily failed to avert his gaze. When everyone else was looking at Kaien, he remained fixated on Shizun, prompting even the mild-mannered Shizun to inquire about the reason. Just as Kaien was lost in thought, Shizun interrupted him, leaving him to scramble for a clumsy excuse. No, I was merely taken aback by such a unique nose, Though Kaien's words lacked politeness, Shizun did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled while touching his round nose. I also find my nose quite special. It seems that Lord Kaien and I get along splendidly. While Shizun wore a warm smile, a frenzied thought began to stir within him. Opportunity. This is an opportunity. If I can befriend this powerful figure from Ivoka Mountain, perhaps our clan can extricate itself from its current predicament. The Uchiha clan is presently in a most awkward position within Konoha. While it does not compare to the imminent rebellion of the future, the hearts of the clan members are already in turmoil. To Shizun, Kaien, a formidable expert from the Holy Land, represents a godsend. If the clan can recognize Kaien and forge a bond with him, the higher-ups in the village would be compelled to consider this powerful figure's perspective before attempting to suppress the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Shizun harbored no concerns that his clan might dismiss Kaien. Rather, he feared that the formidable Kaien might look down upon the Uchiha clan. After all, no one wishes to associate with a group of arrogant lunatics. Seeing Kaien's words create an awkward atmosphere, Jiraiya swiftly nudged Minato forward. Everyone, let my disciple, the Yellow Flash, arrange the detailed deployments from here on out. With that, Jiraiya threw an arm around Kaien's shoulders and exited the tent. Hey, why did you provoke Shizun? Did you not see how red his clan's eyes have become? Outside the tent, Jiraiya, dripping with cold sweat, questioned Kaien. To the onlookers, Kaien's banter with Shizun seemed harmless. However, to the Uchiha, it was a blatant provocation. After all, Shizun is currently the clan's top genius and serves as the temporary squad leader on the battlefield in the Land of Water. If not for Kaien's strength and status, they would have likely reprimanded him to apologize to the Uchiha. It is not as severe as you claim, Kaien retorted, brushing off Jiraiya's hand. I observed that young round-nosed boy found me quite intriguing. Perhaps he harbors some unique thoughts. Thoughts? Jiraiya gasped upon hearing the word. I have not heard that Uchiha Shizen favors such relationships. Kain, you rogue, if you could temper your innuendos, perhaps Tsunade would have already succumbed to your charms. Upon hearing the name Tsunade, Jiraiya feigned nonchalance and remarked, It is simply that I do not wish to pursue her, otherwise. Otherwise what? Kain pressed, eager to witness Jiraiya's boastful rhetoric. Otherwise, I would already be a father. Jiraiya, feeling Kain's relentless inquiry, took a deep breath and exaggeratedly proclaimed, Oh! Kain responded with a knowing tone, then suddenly pretended to be astonished, saying, Why is there a cow standing behind you? Nanny? I was merely jesting. Tsunade, it has been so long since we last met. How have you been? Perhaps intimidated by Tsunade's prowess, Jiraiya dared not turn around, instinctively adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Cuckoo. And you think you can be a father? You must be joking. Kain chuckled. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Jiraiya was enjoying light-hearted banter with Kain, while inside, Minato was engaged in serious strategic planning. Although our forces outnumber the Mist Shinobi, this is their home turf. Advancing recklessly could lead to ambushes. Therefore, given the current stalemate, I have decided to initiate a decapitation operation. Minato focused intently on analyzing intelligence, while the various clan ninjas beneath him harbored their own thoughts. After all, if Kain merely inspired friendly sentiments among them, Minato was the one they truly needed to appease. Rumors within the village regarding Minato's ascension to a higher position had intensified, and rather than quelling these tales, the third Hokage and the Elder Council appeared to encourage them, even subtly fanning the flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions essentially pointed at the clans and declared, Stop speculating. The Hokage has already been decided to be Minato. I assure you, even Danzo cannot alter this. Chapter 54. Departure. Once Minato concluded his deployment strategy, the reconnaissance teams began their methodical movements. Kain and Minato each led a decapitation squad, observing Minato's equitable arrangements. Kain couldn't help but admire him, thinking that not having him as Hokage would be a loss for Konoha. Kain's squad comprised Uchiha Shursui accompanied by 2 proud clan members, a ninja from the Inuzuka clan and his partner, and a communications ninja, presumably belonging to the communications unit. The number of ninjas was modest. Including Kain, they totaled 6 individuals and a dog, as an excessive number would be inappropriate for a decapitation mission. In contrast, Minato's lineup was significantly more lavish. 2 medical ninjas of civilian origin, a jonin also of civilian background, Narashaku accompanied by 2 members from the branch family marked with caged birds, 2 Uchiha jonin, a reconnaissance ninja from the Yamenka clan, and a communications ninja from Kain's clan. At first glance, both configurations appeared sound. However, upon closer examination, subtle nuances emerged. Since victory was assured, Minato had meticulously selected his personnel. Kain, needing not to ingratiate himself with too many civilians, was assigned only a handful of clan ninjas for support. Meanwhile, Minato, being of civilian origin himself, ensured the inclusion of several from the same background, while not neglecting the ninja clans. How could Kain command such a force without considering these factors? He could easily leave the majority of the troops back and take on the entire Mist Shinobi alone. Given that this might be the final battle, the merits gained in this campaign were of paramount importance. Minato was determined not to shortchange the ninjas willing to support him, and the few Uchiha included were merely to placate them, especially considering the higher-ups in Konoha had dispatched Uchiha skilled in fire release to fight in the land of water. A rather audacious move, with Minato now at the helm, and Kushina fostering good relations with Uchiha Mikoto, he would naturally extend his consideration towards them, though their gratitude was of little concern. What truly mattered to Minato were the opinions of Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Jiraiya also retained a considerable number of civilian ninjas to guard the base, anticipating desperate measures from the Mist Shinobi. Is everything satisfactory, Kain? Minato inquired, adjusting his gear and noticing the odd silence among Kain's squad. Hey, what could possibly go wrong? The 7 ninja swordsmen aren't a match for me. 7 Kages would be a different story. Kain's reference to Kages was not about elite masters, but rather the 7 legitimate Kage themselves. The ninjas following Kain exchanged glances, bewildered by his audacity. Are you serious? 7 Kages? I think you might be riding one instead. Minato recognized Kain's nonchalant demeanor and realized he had missed the point. Smiling wryly as he rubbed his nose, what I meant was, aren't you going to greet your comrades? Kain nodded, feigning indifference. Understanding that Kane needed no such strategies to build rapport, Minato ceased his attempts to persuade him. After everyone completed their preparations, the two teams departed in separate directions based on the intelligence provided by the reconnaissance unit, each selecting a likely approach for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Following Minato's departure, Kane nonchalantly returned to his squad, ready to lead them into the final battle of the Third Great Ninja War. Sir, I'm Uchiha Shursui, skilled in fire release and Jinjutsu, with decent proficiency in body flicker technique. I look forward to your guidance. Noticing Kane's reluctance to engage in conversation, Shursui, despite his clan members' protests, was the first to introduce himself. Once Shursui, the squad leader, spoke up, the other two Uchiha felt compelled to introduce themselves as well, albeit reluctantly. I am Uchiha In, proficient in fire release and swordsmanship. I am Uchiha Nyen, adept in fire release and Jinjutsu. Observing the haughty demeanor of the two Uchiha, Kane chuckled lightly. Well, I am Kane, proficient in chakra sealing techniques and ninjutsu, with a record of capturing the 8 tails and 4 tails. Having previously battled Inoki in the Land of Grass, and later destroying the only mountain range in the Land of Grass. After Kane concluded his self-introduction, the others were left speechless by his formidable achievements. You must be joking. Is Inoki, the Tsuchikage, the same one? Stammered the Inuzuka ninja responsible for reconnaissance. Kane did not respond directly, shrugging casually as he replied, I share this not to boast, but to remind you not to be too arrogant. The ninja world is vast, and you never know when a dancing old man might emerge to give you a run for your money. This time, no one dared to question Kane's words, for if they were lies, the truth would reveal itself upon their return to the village. Conversely, if they were indeed factual, even the two proud Uchiha could not maintain their arrogance, as Kane's demeanor suggested that his encounters with the 8 tails and 4 tails were no mere fabrications. At that moment, the communications ninja suddenly spoke up. It's true. Lord Kane's prowess has been acknowledged personally by Lord Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage. As a result, the few individuals hesitated to speak, for the news from the communications class was always the most reliable. If even he acknowledged it, then their gazes instinctively shifted toward the remarkably youthful visage of Kane. At such a tender age, to have achieved such accomplishments, one might imagine that even the original Hokage was not unlike this. Kane did not afford them much time for admiration. He immediately transformed before their eyes into a colossal dragon form. There is no need for us to search meticulously. We have 3 Uchiha comrades with us, so you may activate your Sharingan directly, he declared. The fact that Kane was willing to let them ride upon him left them in disbelief, and they hesitated to approach. It was not merely a matter of one individual. Even a powerful shinobi beast would not readily permit strangers or the weak to mount its back, for it was a matter of the strong's dignity. Furthermore, the Inuzuka clan's ninja was accompanied by a dog. Observing their indecision, Kane understood their concerns and flashed a broad smile, saying, It is of no consequence. I am a rather pragmatic individual. Moreover, true respect is not earned through such ephemeral matters. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances and, under Shusui's guidance, cautiously climbed onto Kane's back. Uchiha, activate your Sharingan. My speed will be swift, so remain vigilant of the situation below. With that, Kane vigorously flapped his wings, soaring into the skies. Shursui, tasked with reconnaissance below, was not as composed internally as he appeared on the surface. What astonishing magnanimity! Is this the demeanor of a true, strong man? He thought, observing his 2 fellow clansmen, who were thoroughly convinced. Shursui mused that after this battle, Kane's formidable charisma might resonate throughout the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 55. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Have we yet to uncover the whereabouts of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? Kane, accompanied by the others, continuously altered their position in the high skies. They had visited all the necessary locations, even encountering Minato several times on the ground, yet the 7 blades remained elusive. This is implausible. The entire battlefield has been meticulously searched. It cannot be. Uchiha In and Uchiha Nyen had long since closed their Sharingan due to insufficient chakra and were now resting with closed eyes. Shursui was no better off, despite his talent. His age limited his chakra reserves, and he was also struggling. If we do not find them after another sweep, we shall venture over the Hidden Mist Village. Kane resolved to retrace their path. To the Hidden Mist Village? The Inuzuka clan's ninja hesitated, saying, The Mizukage is still present. Do we truly wish to? However, his words garnered no attention. Kane was the leader of the execution squad, and the command had been issued, there was no room for dissent. The reconnaissance ninja subtly cast a glance at the young shinobi, thinking to himself, to voice doubts against the captain, "Young man, your future is in jeopardy." Just as Kane was about to widen the search area, a communications ninja from Minato's team delivered good news. The 7 ninja swordsmen were planning a surprise attack on the Konoha camp and had stumbled upon a patrolling squad, which was currently under siege. Minato had already led the execution squad to the battlefield. Upon hearing this news, Kane's spirit surged. No wonder they were nowhere to be found. They have gone to raid the home. With accurate intelligence in hand, Kane wasted no time and soared directly towards the camp. After closing his Sharingan, Shursui pondered strategies with Kane. "Lord Kane, once we locate our target, what will be our specific battle plan?" "There is no particularly detailed battle plan," Kane replied without turning his head. "Just remember one thing. Do not stand in front of me." Upon hearing Kane's words, the group felt a warmth in their hearts. What an excellent leader. Where could one find another like him? In truth, they had misunderstood Kane's intention. He merely meant not to obstruct his path. Unfortunately, as they had only heard of Kane's achievements, but had yet to witness his prowess firsthand, they were moved to confusion. Had it not been for the certainty that Minato was the next generation's Hokage, they might have considered casting their votes for Kane. As they hastened their journey, it was not long before Kane and his companions reached the coordinates provided by Minato's squad. "They're already engaged," Kane remarked, observing the tense atmosphere below. On a modest patch of ground, the 7 ninja swordsmen lined up in pursuit, while a trio of shinobi desperately fled ahead. I hadn't anticipated that after the plot twist, these same individuals would encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kane mused. It was not that Kane had a clear view, but rather that the fleeing Konoha shinobi were evidently weak, particularly a certain watermelon-headed one. Fortunately, Konoha was prepared this time. As soon as the trio was attacked by the 7 ninja swordsmen, they promptly emitted a distress signal, and the execution squad was already converging on their location. Today was a day of misfortune for Might Guy, Ebisu, and Noera Kakashi. Though the war could conclude after today, they had the misfortune of encountering the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was also a stroke of luck for them, for Kane was hovering above, watching over them. Initially, the 3 had been patrolling under their leader's guidance, but alas, misfortune often strikes before tomorrow arrives. Just as they were diligently executing their patrol duties, a sudden, thunderous crash descended from the sky. The team leader perished before even having the chance to engage the enemy. Regaining their senses, the 3 fled in a frenzy, disregarding their formation entirely. For behind them trailed the merciless and sadistic 7 ninja swordsmen. Rather than mere flight, it was more akin to a cat-and-mouse game. The swordsmen, known for their brutal and twisted nature, did not hastily end the lives of the trio after dispatching their leader, but instead took pleasure in tormenting and toyed with them. "Damn it, we cannot continue running. They are merely toying with us. My youth does not permit me to evade," Guy exclaimed, stomping his foot into a puddle. "Stop being foolish, Guy. We are not running away. We are merely buying time. The distress signal has already been sent, and the 2 lords of the execution squad will arrive shortly," Kakashi urged. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and echoed Kakashi's sentiments. "Stay calm, Guy. This is the end of the war. Preserving our lives is the primary task." However, Guy gazed at the grinning enemies behind them, unwilling to relent. "But the comrades who came to our aid have already perished at their hands. If we continue to delay, we risk losing even more allies." Hearing Guy's discontent, Ebisu proposed, "Let us split up. If they pursue us separately, perhaps our comrades coming to assist will have a chance to survive." After all, the execution squad was already en route to provide support. No one would be content to allow their comrades to perish without resistance. "No need," Kakashi abruptly interrupted Ebisu. Pointing ahead, "I believe they have already lost their patience." As the 2 individuals followed Xuanjian's finger, they discovered that Li San Chuanwan and Wu Li Shanba had inexplicably blocked their path, with the others halting behind them, encircling the trio. Why must they encircle them? It was exceedingly tedious. I'd hoped to prolong this game a little longer. Observing the 3 who had surrendered, Li San Chuanwan slowly drew the long blade, Feng Zhun, from behind his back. "TCH, they're still alive, aren't they? Don't be too ruthless. Perhaps we can play until dusk." Wu Li Shanba chimed in, unsheathing his beloved Fei Mo Dao. This character, cold and cruel, often partnered with Li San Chuanwan, and this occasion was no exception. Although this was a coordinated effort by the 7 ninja swordsmen, the leading duo remained unchanged. "Oh no, this is dire. We are doomed," Ibai Shu stammered before stumbling and sitting in the muddy ground. "Don't disgrace the village of Muyi." To die in battle is a ninja's noblest fate. Xianjian, clutching a stack of explosive tags, pondered if he could seize an opportunity to take out an enemy. With this thought, he tightened the bundle strapped to his chest, murmuring, excellent, I have plenty. Kai remained silent, standing resolutely before Hebai Shu, his not-so-broad back providing an inexplicable courage to Hebai Shu. This courage, born of camaraderie, emboldened Hebai Shu to rise and retrieve his kunai, re-establishing their formation alongside his comrades. It seems we have been away from the ninja world too long. Even the lower-ranked ninjas of Mu Yi wish to test their strength against me. Shi Guashan He Tangue observed the trio with commendable spirit, licking his lips as he contemplated targeting their vulnerable spots. You want their heads, Jiaoji? That's not permissible. If they die instantly, the fun is over. Sensing Jiaoji's discontent, Shi Guashan He Tangue affectionately caressed Jiaoji, soothingly murmuring, which sent a chill down Pai Ba Shi Zhang's spine as he leaned against his decapitating blade. Chapter 58. The ceiling of the ninja blades begins truly deranged. Shi Guashan He Tangue. Pai Ba Shi Zhang observed with revulsion as Shi Guashan treated Jiaoji as one would a lover, his own hands unconsciously caressing the decapitating blade. The most deranged is you. After all, muttered the owner of the double-bladed flatfish, being the weakest among the seven, chose to remain a spectator, lest he disrupt his elder brother's enjoyment. Silence. Your voice has no place here. Heavily dissatisfied, He Chue Leia coldly rebuked him. He viewed the owner of the double-bladed flatfish with disdain. Weakness was one thing, but his cowardice was pitiful. Ha ha ha, I will take their lives. Whoever dares to contest me will be the first to die. Eager for action. However, not everyone was swayed by his bravado. In fact, only the owner of the double-bladed flatfish refrained from engaging him, while the others dismissed him entirely. More audacious was Shi Guashan He Tangue, who boldly lifted Jiao Ji, aiming it at Tong Chao Yerin. You bastard, I shall kill you first. As a member of the seven ninja swordsmen, Tong Chao Yerin was unafraid of Shi Guashan He Tangue, raising his own weapon to block Jiao Ji. His expression feral. Witnessing the escalating tension, Pai Ba Shi Zhang exchanged a glance with the relatively level-headed Wu Li Shenba, then charged toward Kai and his companions with their blades drawn. You two take your time. I'll claim this delicious meal first. Seeing their intended prey being snatched away by a comrade, both Shi Guashan He Tangue and Tong Chao Yerin disregarded their quarrel and lunged at Kai and his companions. Bastard, they're mine. High above, Kai observed the unfolding scene, realizing that Dai would likely not make an appearance today. His aerial vantage point afforded him an excellent view, and he had yet to detect Dai's presence, while Minato had already approached nearby. Goi-sama. As the companions from Mu Yi were about to be attacked, Ji Shui, perched on Kai's back, expressed his anxiety. Kai offered no response, instead diving down, seizing the closest target, Wu Li Shenba, as an eagle would its prey. Enemies abound. The remaining blades halted in their tracks, retreating to a safe distance upon witnessing Kai's sudden appearance. Wu Li Shenba, captured by Kai's grip, displayed little panic. Instead, he unleashed a fervent assault using the explosive blade, Fate Mo, against Kai's claw and leg. Under the explosive powers, Kai's leg became enveloped in a fierce surge. Boom! After the explosions and smoke cleared, the onlookers beheld not a heavily injured Kai, but Wu Li Shenba, impaled by Kai's dragon claw through his collarbone. TCH, what a waste. He Chue Leia remarked, watching his comrade fall without attempting to intervene, rather spitting in contempt. Do not underestimate him. That is the calamity of Mu Yi, cautioned the owner of the double-bladed flatfish, which provoked scornful retorts from his comrades. Bastard, how could you be so cowardly and still be a member of the seven ninja swordsmen? Shi Guashan He Tangue chastised, while others chimed in with mockery. I heard he's riding on some elder's coattails. Haha, who knows? He might even be a candidate for the next generation of Kage. If this kid is considered for Mizukage, we might as well defect. Under his leadership, Kirigakure will surely meet its demise. Faced with his comrades' jeers, the owner of the double-bladed flatfish remained silent, tightening his grip on his dual blades. Ji Shui, you and the others protect your comrades. Kai commanded those who had descended, then transformed into his humanoid form. Hey, it seems your allies have no intention of rescuing you. The humanoid Kai crouched beside the wounded Wu Li Shenba, scrutinizing the explosive blade, Fei Mo. It resembles a large scroll with a handle. The other blades were momentarily stunned by Kai's actions, which quickly turned to fury. Bastard, are you looking down on us? You dare to exit battle form. Seizing the moment while Kai was examining the explosive blade, Tong Kuya swung his weapon at Kai, shouting, "D. Noisy." Kai glared at the ranting Tong, Chow, Yi air run, raising his left palm towards him. Luing Luo Xianwan. This technique was a novel move developed by Kai, combining the strengths of his might and chakra, both capable of striking at an enemy's interior, thus amplifying the power of the spiral sphere. Tong Chow Yi air run, witnessing the cherry blossom-colored sphere hurtling towards him, made no move to underestimate it, raising his weapon to defend. Unfortunately, it was utterly futile. Upon impact, the Lu Ing Luo Xianwan unleashed a tremendous spiral force, causing Tong Chow Yi air run to lose control of his dull blade, collapsing to the ground, howling in agony as his arms hung limply, broken by the spiral force. Another swift kill. After Kai's entrance, he had only needed 2 strikes, one in dragon form to eliminate Wu Li Shun Ba, and the second, even more outrageous, defeating Tong Chow Yi air ren with a single hand from a distance. Now, the remaining 5 blades were utterly deterred from acting recklessly, even the most bloodthirsty and deranged. Hui Leia could not help but swallow hard. How can he be this strong? Indeed, how could he be so formidable? This reflects the true thoughts of the remaining blades. These few have long since gained fame, weathering countless storms. Yet such depravity might be reminiscent of the times during the Great War. Not only were the enemies astonished by Kane's prowess, but even those from Mai were profoundly impressed by his strength. Is this truly the might of Lord Kane? Jishui pondered that he would not flinch in a one-on-one confrontation with any of the 7 ninja swordsmen, yet whether he could secure victory remained uncertain. Observing Kane's swift dispatch of 2 foes left him utterly astounded. Why have they not arrived yet? Kane furrowed his brow, murmuring as he glanced at the 2 nearly lifeless opponents. Though the owners of these blades possessed commendable strength, Kane's greater interest lay with the 7 swords themselves. Even if their power would not greatly enhance his own, their mere collection would be a joy. Why have such peculiar thoughts been arising lately? Kane seemed to sense his yearning for exquisite weaponry, shaking his head in confusion. Could it be that after unburdening my heart, my true nature has been liberated? However, Kane did not dwell on this for long, for Minato finally arrived at the scene. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Minato surveyed the silent surroundings, perplexed. Upon seeing Minato's arrival, Kane was overjoyed, exclaiming that he had come at the perfect time. With that, Kane gestured towards the 2 sprawled on the ground. At the sight of Kane's expression, Minato understood immediately and wasted no time picking up the dull blade to commence his sealing technique. While Minato was occupied sealing the blunt sword, Kane squinted, assessing the remaining 5 blades. I must resolve these 5 swiftly and without killing them. Otherwise, we might inadvertently trigger the summoning mechanism. Chapter 59. Sealing completed. As Minato completed his first sealing, the master of the twin blades, Ping Jie, suddenly let out a terrified scream, revealing that they had come prepared. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, the others remained unconcerned. The scene clearly indicated foreknowledge. However, upon hearing the latter part, their emotions turned equally tense. Their goal is the ninja swords. This is bad. The blonde is sealing the ninja sword. Quickly, use secret techniques to notify the village. Realizing Minato's intentions, Suigetsu began frantically forming seals, striving to alert the village's elders before Minato could complete his sealing of the explosive sword. You seem to know too much. Kane shot a glare at the loquacious Suigetsu, snorting as he charged forward. Slash. Gale foot decapitating blade. Rapid fire finger gun. With Kane's decapitating blade and rapid fire finger gun, the 5 formidable masters of the ninja swords barely had time to mount an effective counterattack before they lay on the ground, crippled and groaning. Had Kane not been concerned that their deaths would trigger the summoning mechanism, these oddly shaped individuals would likely have been severed in half by a single decapitating blade. As Kane surged towards the opposition, Jishui activated his Sharingan, attempting to keep pace, but he had not anticipated Kane's extraordinary speed. By the time Jishui had formed the body flicker technique, Kane had already concluded the battle. That strange body technique is incredibly swift. So rapid was Kane that even Jishui, the possessor of the Sharingan, failed to discern his movements, only hearing Kane's disdainful snort. By the time Kane's figure emerged within the crowd, the conflict had already reached its conclusion. Sensing the overwhelming stench of blood, Kane wrinkled his nose in distaste. forcing himself to endure the nausea as he rummaged through the pile of severed limbs to retrieve several ninja swords. Decapitating sword, great sword of the shark, thunderblade fawn. Twin blades of Pingdia, long sword Sojin. With only half a body remaining, Suigetsu was on the verge of death. Kane, unable to marvel at his resilience, quickly delivered a forceful blow to the writhing shark blade before tossing it to Minato. Minato, upon receiving the unconscious shark blade, wasted no time and half-knelt on the ground to begin forming seals. Kane then emerged from the blood-soaked pit, laden with clanging swords, casting an irked glance at the trembling lower ninjas. Can't they see? If they cannot fight, at least they should assist their senior in carrying these swords. Perhaps stunned by Kane's might or frightened by his ruthlessness, Kai, Hybe, and Shinken trembled, unable to step forward, instead seeking assistance from the gentle Jishue. With the body flicker technique still clenched in his hand, Jishue noticed their predicament and quickly dispersed his chakra to accompany several Uchiha toward Kane. Lord Kane, allow me to assist. After all, these three have sustained significant injuries. Jishue provided a way out for the trio. As he spoke, several admiring Uchiha clan members scrambled to lift 4 swords, placing them before Minato, while those who failed to secure a sword looked on in frustration at Jishue and Kane's conversation. To think that the 7 ninja swordsmen fell without a single exchange. Jishue subtly complimented Kane as he approached him. Kane recognized Jishue's desire for conversation, and he, too, found the young Uchiha prodigy intriguing. Indeed, now you should believe my words. Just as Jishue prepared to engage in dialogue with Kane, several members of Kane's team surrounded him, lavishing praise upon him. That is certain. Last time Lord Kane must have shown mercy by letting the Tsuchikage off the hook. Otherwise, the IWA ninjas might have already begun their election. The communicator from the small clan began with a fierce compliment, seemingly intent on delivering the most flattering praise possible, leaving his companions with nothing to say. 2 young Uchiha could not manage such fervent flattery and instead bowed deeply to Kane, expressing, "My lord, we previously meant no offense. Please forgive us." In the face of absolute strength, sometimes yielding is the wisest choice. Kane waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference to their apologies. Jishue, observing Kane surrounded by admirers, chuckled softly as he stepped back. "I shall seek another opportunity upon returning to my. It seems today is not the day." After a brief courteous exchange with the crowd, Kane approached Kai and inquired about their injuries. "Show me." Upon seeing Kane genuinely concerned for their well-being, Kai was immediately stirred, muscles tensing with gratitude. "Thank you immensely for your concern, but a man's youth cannot be defeated by such trivial setbacks." With that, Kai presented Kane with a signature gesture. Kane found it rather amusing as he watched Kai give a thumbs up, showcasing his brilliant smile. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in a mortal form, you are a true warrior. Not only is your strength formidable, but your spirit is even stronger. With that thought in mind, Kane extended his hand, glowing with a soft green light. "Do not overexert yourself. I possess some healing ninjutsu. Let me tend to your wounds." This was a healing technique Kane devised by simulating medical ninjutsu through his own Mokutan chakra, proving effective for both external and internal injuries. Witnessing Kane's concern for his comrades, Hybe and Shinken eagerly gathered around him. Kane had come to tend to the injuries of the three, not only to observe the future Emperor of the Sun at close range, but also harboring a wicked thought. He had heard whispers of a flamboyantly dressed clanswoman named Wu from the Xinjiang clan, and wondered if such a person truly existed. With this in mind, guided by an inexplicable grand ambition, Kane unwittingly inquired, "Xinjiang, I have heard that you have a clanswoman named Wu. Is that true?" Xinjiang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Kane knew of his name, let alone inquired about his family. Could it be that the fortune of the Bougie family has arrived? The thought excited him to the point that he nearly lost his composure. "Why, yes, it is possible," he stammered. "Huh? There really is someone named Bougie Huo Wu." Kane was slightly taken aback, pondering whether this was a fate decreed by the heavens. Before Kane could indulge in his musings, Xuanjian's words plunged him into despair. "Yes, my sister has yet to be named. I will discuss it with my father upon returning. By the way, the name Wu is indeed quite melodious. Yet to be named." Kane glanced at the younger-than Kakashi Xinjian and suddenly felt he might have miscalculated his approach. "My apologies, I must have been mistaken." With that, Kane hurriedly made his way to Minato's side, thinking, "I almost became a pervert." Xinjian, watching Kane's sudden and awkward retreat, was left bewildered. "Did I err in some way?" Kane, noticing Minato, who was drenched in sweat after sealing the last blade, reached out to steady his faltering figure. How could this consume so much energy? Minato, upon realizing it was Kane supporting him, weakly waved his hand. When it comes to you, everyone is like you. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan inherently require an immense amount of chakra. Is that so? This is the first I'm learning of it. Kane, unfamiliar with the principles of sealing techniques, had assumed they were akin to regular ninjutsu. But then again, for a technique that serves as the hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, wouldn't the consumption be significant? In Chapter 60, titled The Pleasure House, the incredulous news spread that they had completely annihilated the enemy and even brought back the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jiraiya watched as they carried the dismembered corpses and quickly beckoned the sealing team to encase them in specialized scrolls. No, it wasn't me, it was Kane. Minato, hearing Jiraiya's praise, hastily denied that the 7 ninja swordsmen had barely laid a finger on Kane. Oh, so it was Kane who acted. In that case, it's no big deal. Jiraiya, upon learning it was Kane, felt that the 7 ninja swordsmen were hardly worth mentioning. A confrontation with Uchiha Madara would be far more exhilarating. Hey, you lecherous toad. What do you mean it's no big deal? Kane retorted, displeased with Jiraiya's tone. When Minato acts, you commend him, but when I do, you dismiss it? You are quite hypocritical. I simply meant that with Kane's prowess, a few measly ninja swordsmen are hardly a challenge, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Indeed, Kane's renown had now spread throughout the shinobi world, having vanquished the 8 tails, captured the 4 tails, and even injured Inoki, all while destroying the sole mountain range of the Land of Grass to eliminate a multitude of rock ninja. The shinobi world remained oblivious to Kane's obliteration of the entire 7 ninja swordsmen, and if word were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout. Moreover, various ninja villages had issued orders that any encountering the calamity beast of Konoha could abandon their missions without penalty. Jiraiya expressed his envy at this. Kane remarked that this was merely the standard procedure of the strong, prompting Jiraiya to exclaim in jest that Kane was being overly pretentious. Meanwhile, while Kane and Jiraiya engaged in playful banter, Minato was laboring under a heavy workload, drenched in sweat. Have the battle reports been relayed to the village? He inquired. Good. Once we receive their response, we shall disseminate the news of the complete annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Are there traces of suspected Miss Ninja? Dispatch 2 reconnaissance teams immediately. Have our forces been consolidated? Yes. Ensure all troops are gathered at the main camp to prevent any retaliation from the Mist Village. Upon completing this series of tasks, Minato discovered that Kane and Jiraiya had slipped away from the encampment. As the sun began to set, Minato could only smile wryly, thinking, those 2 must be off to the nearby town for some leisure. With the battle essentially concluded, what other good deeds could Kane and Jiraiya pursue except for a visit to the pleasure house? However, Minato greatly misjudged Jiraiya's intentions. Indeed, Jiraiya and Kane had ventured to the town, but not for research purposes. They had brazenly entered a pleasure house. Welcome to our establishment, gentlemen. Do you have any familiar ladies? The Mama-san, upon seeing Jiraiya's lascivious demeanor, recognized a lucrative opportunity and approached them eagerly. No. Bring forth your finest lady. I intend to indulge with my friend tonight, Jiraiya declared, deftly teasing the hem of the Mama-san's kimono, causing her to blush and then beckon Kane. Come. Today, let me introduce you to the pleasures of adulthood. Seeing Jiraiya reveling in the moment, Kane, unable to contain himself, kicked his backside and remarked, what happened to the news about the 3 tails? Is it hidden beneath the lady's garments? What? Is there such a game? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. I thought my playful interrogation of the ladies was thrilling enough, but it seems you are the true connoisseur, Kane. Wait. I was merely jesting. Don't take it so seriously. By the way, Kane, you have become increasingly serious lately. Jiraiya, noting the absence of natural energy around Kane, understood he was merely teasing and feigned surrender. Though Jiraiya sometimes appeared frivolous, his actions this time genuinely touched Kane. Earlier, when Kane had expressed his interest in the tailed beasts and their unique physical structures, Jiraiya had remembered and even sought information on his behalf, even traveling to the Land of Water. After their playful exchange, Jiraiya pulled Kane aside to a more secluded spot and suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Do you prefer the large or the small, the mature or the tender? Jiraiya's words came out in a hurried rush, and his serious tone caught Kane off guard, leading him to inadvertently reveal his thoughts. The larger, the better. You lecherous toad. How dare you try to extract my preferences? Realizing he had been ensnared in Jiraiya's playful trap, Cain felt a surge of anger, yet he could only blame himself for speaking candidly. He could only lift his cup and drink in silence. Across from him, Jiraiya, basking in his victory, said, "Don't suppress yourself, Cain. What is wrong with a man being lecherous? If you keep this up, your prostate will eventually face issues." Cain ignored Jiraiya, continuing to drown his sorrows in drink. It is not that Cain is angry. Rather, he finds Jiraiya's words to be quite accurate. However, he is reluctant to agree with Jiraiya at this moment, fearing ridicule. Raising his glass, Cain gestures towards Jiraiya, indicating that he is not a stingy person. In the end, their table is filled with empty bottles, yet no ladies have arrived, which causes Jiraiya to grow increasingly frustrated. He slams his hand on the table, loudly demanding to know why there are no women present. The atmosphere in the establishment feels unusually quiet, and Cain, slightly inebriated, begins to sense something amiss. Just as he rises to investigate, he suddenly spots a bold-dressed girl with brown hair. "Someone's here, Jiraiya. Hey, what did you go over there?" Cain intended to alert Jiraiya, only to realize that Jiraiya had already noticed the audacious girl and had stealthily approached her. "That girl looks so familiar. Where have I seen her before?" "Huh. Beautiful lady, may I inquire if you are here alone?" With a flush of drink on his face, Jiraiya resembles a drunken lecher, shamelessly showering attention on the girl. "Oh, I am not alone. Do you take me for a frog?" The girl, observing Jiraiya's lascivious demeanor, speaks with a hint of sarcasm. Unfortunately, Jiraiya seems oblivious to her implication and continues, "How could I be a frog? Even if I were, I would be a frog that covets you, the elegant swan." Watching Jiraiya, who appears to have completely lowered his guard, Cain feels reassured. After all, Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin, well acquainted with grand spectacles. Upon hearing Jiraiya refer to her as a swan, the girl feigns shyness, covering her face with her hand. "I am not a swan. You are simply too charming with your words. Oh, please, allow me to treat the lovely lady to a drink." Chapter 61. The distinction between mature women and young maidens. Hey, Jiraiya, you've gone too far. Cain thought Jiraiya would merely flirt a bit, but to his surprise, Jiraiya leaned in with an exaggerated pout. "TCH, what a disgusting man." The brown-haired girl, growing increasingly uncomfortable with Jiraiya's proximity, momentarily displays a hint of distaste before unleashing a torrent of viscous liquid towards him. So that's why she looks so familiar. Cain realizes that this girl is none other than the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. I never expected the difference between a mature woman and a young maiden to be so pronounced. In the future, Terumi Mei will be a graceful, kind, and gentle beauty, yet at this moment, Cain sees only a fiery-tempered young girl. It is understandable, as Terumi Mei is merely 14 years old and lacks the voluptuous figure that would make her easily recognizable. Seeing her sudden attack, Jiraiya, who is already prepared, nimbly jumps back. Does a lovely lady have such a fiery temper? What do you expect from me, the Toad Sage? I have seen countless storms. Do you think a little girl like you can intimidate me? Jiraiya certainly would not be so easily swayed by a young girl. He thought of her as mere entertainment. After witnessing Jiraiya evade her attack effortlessly, Terumi Mei pulls out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and demands, "You, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, and that handsome young man, state your intentions." Hey, why do I get called by name while he is just a handsome young man?" Jiraiya protests. Standing beside Cain, Terumi Mei ignores him, her focus unwavering on the two, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Cain, observing Terumi Mei's vigilant demeanor, nudges Jiraiya with his elbow and asks, "Where did you find this town?" "We barely sat down with a few drinks and already encountered a mist ninja. I wasn't paying attention. I usually gather materials around here." Jiraiya replies, equally perplexed, as he had frequented this area without ever noticing her before. In truth, this town is not far from the Mist Village. It is considered an outer settlement, as the unique geography of the water country results in villages that encircle the Mist Village in a crescent shape. Furthermore, while gathering materials, Jiraiya's attention was primarily drawn to the scantily clad women, leaving little room for concern about the geographical layout. Despite Terumi Mei's watchful gaze, she shows no inclination to attack, seemingly waiting for something. Cain feels a sense of dread, anticipating the fallout when news of this incident reaches back home. Shocking. A lecherous man in his 40s leads a 17-year-old youth into the pleasure quarters of the water country. Is this a reflection of humanity's depravity or the decline of morality? "We should leave." Jiraiya glances at Terumi Mei. "Ah, a wealthy young lady. She has quite the assets at such a young age. Perfect for you, Kane. As Jiraiya prepares to make his exit, Kane hastily follows suit. Stop. Terumi Mei, realizing the two intend to leave without regard for her, grows anxious. State your intentions. Damn it, where is Ao? I cannot face the legendary Sannin alone. Terumi Mei refrains from attacking out of respect for Jiraiya's strength, but she also hoped for her teammates to arrive soon. Today was initially meant to be a day of rest following a patrol mission. As Terumi Mei intended to visit a familiar town to purchase daily necessities. However, upon her arrival, she unexpectedly spotted a lecherous old man with white hair accompanying a young man with red hair into an establishment. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a simple case of youthful indiscretion, but now, in wartime, she cannot afford to overlook it. As a skilled ninja, Terumi Mei is well aware of the identity of Konoha's commander. To see the opposing commander in the heart of her territory prompts her to signal her teammates and stealthily follow. Observing Kane and Jiraiya brazenly leaving the establishment, Terumi Mei, wary of Jiraiya's abilities, grits her teeth and follows at a distance. Kane and Jiraiya stroll confidently down the streets of the town, trailed by the seething Terumi Mei. Are mist ninjas always this brave? Kane glances back at Terumi Mei and inquires of Jiraiya. Noticing the piercing gaze directed at them, Jiraiya casually shakes his head. Whether they are brave or not is uncertain. It is certainly quite bloody. Currently, the Mist Village is not under the rule of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, but rather the 3rd Mizukage, although it is not the infamous blood mist of the future, due to the existence of the 7 powerful swords. The method of training new generations remains brutal, foreshadowing what will become of the future. This is grounded in reality. The lower-ranked ninjas of the Mist, raised in such an environment, possess a temperament and strength that are slightly superior to those from other villages, although they cannot be compared to the will of fire. As Jiraiya and Kaien exited the small town, they were surrounded by a group of Mist Umbu clad in uniform, led by the youthful Ao. Gentlemen, passage is prohibited here. In fact, Ao had arrived with the Umbu much earlier, but Terumi Mei had persistently followed in their wake. Ao chose to surround them outside the town for her safety. As Kaien licked his lips in excitement while observing the encirclement, he exclaimed, "Impressive! There are at least 100 of you. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist are far too few to contend with." Terumi Mei, who had just rejoined the main force, was baffled by Kaien's words. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Had they not set off to ambush Konoha? At this moment, the higher echelons of the Mist had received news through secret techniques of the demise of the 7 swordsmen's master. However, when the elders attempted to summon the 7 ancestral swords, they discovered they had lost contact with them. After reporting to the 3rd Mizukage, he took the matter very seriously and immediately dispatched a large contingent of Umbu to the front lines to locate the missing swords. Unexpectedly, Ao, who had set out with the Umbu, had not even left the heart of the Land of Water when he received an urgent signal from Terumi Mei, prompting him to hastily return to the town. "So, you have crossed blades with the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Ao inquired with confusion. For Kaien was at most the same age as himself. Ao did not believe that someone as young as Kaien could possess the strength to slay the master of the swords, so his focus remained on Jiraiya, the commander of Konoha. Little did Ao expect that Kaien, whom he had overlooked, would reveal the news of the defeat of the 7 swordsmen, causing Ao to question further. Chapter 62. The slaughter. Are the people of Konoha so proficient in boasting? As the leader, Ao had yet to speak when Terumi Mei, standing nearby, reacted unfavorably to Kaien's words. "The predecessors of the 7 ninja swordsmen are all elite jonin. You seem quite young. Are you not just bragging?" For some unknown reason, Terumi Mei felt a surge of anger upon seeing Kaien, a sentiment that exceeded her disdain for Jiraiya, the old pervert. Kaien, however, disregarded Terumi Mei's remarks and instead curiously inquired about Ao's right eye, which appeared to be injured. Upon hearing Kaien's words, Jiraiya's expression suddenly darkened. It is not an injury, but rather a transplanted eye that does not belong to him. The original leader of the Hyuga clan had not been Hisashi, but a distinguished member of the main family. After that clan member perished in battle, Hisashi took over as the squad leader of the Hyuga clan on the battlefield in the Land of Water. "TCH, Kaien scoffed. It seems that under your leadership, the ninjas of Konoha have not fared well." Jiraiya did not respond to Kaien, but instead fixed a penetrating gaze on Ao and stated, "Given your demeanor, you must be searching for the whereabouts of the 7 ninja swords. Go back and inform your Kage that Kirigakura has been defeated." Before Kaien and Minato arrived, the conflict between Konoha and the Mist had been somewhat balanced, But after their arrival, the 7 ninja swordsmen were annihilated in just 2 days. Thus, Jiraiya's claim that Kirigakure had already fallen was not unfounded. Jiraiya's reasoning was sound, yet the Umbu of the Mist were unwilling to accept such a statement. Oh, filled with anger, retorted, "Do not speak nonsense. If we capture you, it is Konoha that will be defeated. Do not hold back. Kill them." As soon as Ao finished speaking, the Umbu surrounding Jiraiya and Kaien simultaneously formed hand seals and unleashed the water release. Great waterfall technique. The combined might of hundreds of Umbu adept in water release, releasing a great waterfall, was a spectacle that could only be witnessed on a large battlefield or as a natural disaster. The waterfalls connected tightly, converging into a tsunami several dozen meters high, relentlessly charging towards Kaien and Jiraiya with immense force. Such a massive wave may not drown someone, but it could certainly crush them, Jiraiya remarked, frowning at the colossal wave. He reached for Kaien to retreat, only to have Kaien shake off his arm. "Why run? Have you never seen anything like this? This wave is nothing compared to 1% of your own strength." Jiraiya, taken aback by Kaien's lack of intention to evade, realized he had missed the optimal moment to avoid the oncoming tide and began to sweat. "Oh, my ancestors, you are strong and fearless. But my small frame cannot withstand this." A trivial matter. Kaien scoffed at the massive wave, then half transformed into a dragon, unfurling his wings to shield Jiraiya beneath them. After a full half-minute, the surging water wall gradually dissipated. Once the chakra supporting the water release was cut off, it quickly vanished. Ao and the Umbu fixated their gaze on the spot where Kaien and Jiraiya stood, only to find Jiraiya alone after the waters receded. "This is bad, scatter." Upon realizing Kaien was nowhere to be found, Ao did not assume Kaien had been swept away by the colossal wave, but instinctively shouted for the Umbu to disperse. Just as the Umbu received Ao's command and attempted to scatter, they suddenly spotted a ghostly figure charging towards Ao. Shave. To be honest, the water release had little effect on Kaien. It was less impactful than encountering a half-fruit beauty. Had it not been for his desire to protect Jiraiya, Kaien would have taken the opportunity to wreak havoc amidst the waves. "Hand it over." Kaien dashed before Ao and swiftly extracted the Byakugan from his eye. "If it does not belong to you, do not take it." Now that he had joined the Konoha ranks, Kaien was unwilling to see the Hyuga's treasures fall into the wrong hands, and he had his own plans for this clan's Byakugan. Kaien's speed was nothing short of astounding. It was only after Kaien had removed Ao's Byakugan and departed that Ao felt a sharp pain surge through him. Once he had obtained the Byakugan, Kaien felt no hesitation and turned to charge at the Umbu of the Mist. Water release, hidden mist technique. Terumi Mei, quick to react, unleashed the hidden mist technique to obscure Kaien's vision. Silent killing technique? You intend to use mist to obscure my sight? A clever plan, but in the face of my observation haki, it is all in vain. As he spoke, Kaien caught the kunai with an explosive tag that Terumi Mei had thrown with his empty hand. Then he heard Jiraiya's voice, fire release, great fireball technique. It seems Jiraiya's reflexes are not sluggish either. Hearing the explosions echoing from a distance, Kaien weighed the kunai in his hand, realizing it was not suited for him. Such weapons were best wielded by skilled assassins. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, yet Kaien emerged unscathed. Even the Byakugan he clutched in his other hand remained unharmed. TCH. Now even the unsuitable weapon is gone. But that is of no consequence. I am far more adept at using my fists. Subsequently, Kaien discarded the kunai, which had been reduced to a mere handle, and plunged into the dense mist. The slaughter begins. As Kaien plunges into the dense fog, sparks flicker amidst the haze, accompanied by the incessant clashing of metal and the resonance of weapons. This cacophony arises from the collision of Kain's armed haki and his weaponry. Following this, a chorus of anguished cries emanates from the mist. Perhaps a solitary scream signifies a mere injury or death, but a relentless stream of wails heralds a massacre unfolding. Standing frozen in place, Huomei-in, still reeling from the shock of Kain's confrontation with the explosive talisman, is jolted back to reality by the harrowing cries. Witnessing her comrades being butchered, she exclaims in dismay and resolves to join the fray. "Wait, we must retreat." Ching, kneeling and clutching his right eye, urgently implores her. "Why? We have over 100 Umbu here." Huomei-in replies, perplexed. "There is no time for idle chatter. That boy is the calamity beast of Konoha." Perhaps Kain's appearance is misleading, or perhaps Ching has only seen pictures of Kain in his human form, causing him to fail to recognize the red-haired youth as the beast of calamity. By the time Qing comprehends, tragedy has already struck. Upon hearing the term calamity beast, Huamain grits her teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. She hoists Qing and hastily retreats. Whenever one encounters the calamity beast of Konoha, they may abandon their mission without fear of punishment. It has barely been a moment, and yet figures akin to Konoha's White Fang emerge, two in succession. Are the prodigies of Konoha truly inexhaustible? As Qing retreats, he cannot help but glance back at the fog filled with anguished cries, suddenly feeling a wave of despair. First, there was the first Hokage, overwhelming all, then the second Hokage, wise beyond measure, followed by Konoha's White Fang and the legendary Sannin, and now the calamity beast has arrived. Is this the foundation of the strongest village? Regrettably, no one hears Qing's inner thoughts, nor can anyone provide him with clarity. Perhaps the blood-scented fog behind them offers an answer. Chapter 63. Transitional Chapter. Ah, devil. You are a devil. A failed escapee from the mists, Umbu sits on the ground, terrified and shouting. Less than 5 minutes have passed since Huamain and Qing fled, and already hundreds of Umbu have been slain or have fled before Kane and Jiraiya. Of course, most of the carnage is wrought by Kane. Jiraiya, though no soft-hearted adversary, merely trails Kane's speed. Stop wailing. Kane impatiently kicks the last remaining survivor, flipping him over. Now, you answer my questions. Fail to do so, and I shall send you to enlightenment. As he prepares to extract information from the Umbu, Jiraiya intervenes. Enough, Kane. These are trained Umbu. Without the interrogation unit, we will likely glean no useful information. Trained? Kane retorts, gripping the quivering Umbu. Are you certain he is proficient? The Umbu, already paralyzed by fear, shows no sign of resistance. Jiraiya, appearing somewhat disheartened, shakes his head and states, just observe. As soon as Jiraiya's words fall, the Umbu on the ground convulses and falls silent. Kane gazes in astonishment at the twitching figure. Did he just take his own life? Yes, with a poison technique. Jiraiya replies, his tone growing somber. This is a method employed by all Umbu in the ninja world. If you knew, why didn't you stop me? Kane, feeling a hint of indignation, exclaims, are you mocking my ignorance? Waiting to see me fail? No, Kane. Jiraiya suddenly adopts a serious demeanor. We have triumphed. The war is over. Why torment a wretched soul who seeks only death? Witnessing Jiraiya's demeanor, Kane is momentarily dumbfounded, envisioning the stone beneath Jiraiya's feet transforming into a lotus, his kunai morphing into prayer beads, and the remaining mist around them becoming a sacred light. You were far more ruthless when you struck than I have ever been. I at least grant a swift death. Those caught in your jutsu either burn alive or suffocate in a mire. Are you truly in a position to lecture me? Have you lost your mind writing fiction, Jiraiya? He is a mist ninja, an enemy. Kane declares, puzzled. Hearing Kane's question, Jiraiya exhales deeply. That is not my intent, Kane. You have only recently emerged from Myobokuzen and have already begun to resemble a true ninja. Have you not noticed? Indeed, Kane has only recently joined Konoha, but has become one who approaches slaughter as casually as one might partake of food and drink. What then must the ninjas, who have grown up in the shinobi world, be like? Jiraiya's attempt to dissuade Kane is not born from a desire to see him fail, but from a recollection of the Sannin's words regarding a child destined to change the fate of the ninja world. Jiraiya understands that Kane is not a savior, but at most a superlative powerhouse capable of altering the ninja world's destiny, as the Sannin foretold. Yet, after spending time with Kane and grasping his true strength, Jiraiya feels compelled to guide Kane towards the ideals of peace. It is not that Jiraiya seeks to alter another's will. Rather, he fears that with Kane's level of power, without proper guidance, even if Senju Hashirama were resurrected as the destined child, the ninja world would still be dictated by Kane. No, I must disagree with your words. Kane shakes his head and solemnly addresses Jiraiya. Let me tell you, Jiraiya, war has never arisen from hatred. Observing that Kane appears to possess his own insights, Jiraiya wishes to discuss the matter of ideals. Let us converse as we walk. It is fortuitous that I can take you to find the three tails. On the path to seek the three tails, Kane elaborates, from what I understand of ninja history, war and slaughter are inextricably linked. As Kane and Jiraiya walk, he continues, but I wish to assert that war will never diminish. Even in times before ninjas, soldiers were warriors and conflict persisted. Later, it is said that a being known as the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja doctrine and created chakra. Perhaps his intention was to connect people through chakra, hoping for mutual understanding and the attainment of peace. At this point, Jiraiya interjects. Alas, he failed. Though, it seems these tales may merely be legend, correct, Kane? What of Senju Hashirama? Kane counters. He assessed the chaotic world. Yet afterward, did things not remain the same? Even after his death, people continued to engage in slaughter. Wait. Hold on. Jiraiya feels he is being led astray by Kane's perspective and quickly retorts. But his aim was also for peace. I never claimed that Senju Hashirama sought anything but peace. Kane pauses, then adds, let me put it this way, Jiraiya, to achieve peace. Either all people must perish or everyone must unite against a common enemy. And it must be a foe formidable enough to require the combined strength of all villages to defeat. Wherever there are people, there exists conflict. And conflict is never in short supply. Kane offers a precise summation. Observing Kane's increasingly distant thoughts, Jiraiya shakes his head in exasperation. You misunderstand my intentions, Kane. It is not my desire for you to become the one to end the chaos. I merely wish for you not to be blinded by slaughter. From the very beginning, Jiraiya never intended for Kaien to become a savior. He merely wished to prevent Kaien from losing himself amidst the carnage. After all, once Kaien commenced battle, he transformed into an exceptionally ruthless and bloodthirsty individual. Jiraiya feared that Kaien might become irretrievably addicted to slaughter, and by the time he sought to dissuade him, it would be too late. So that was your intention, Kaien remarked with a hint of amusement after hearing Jiraiya's words. I have already stated that I am merely a lost traveler. To you, I might just be a fleeting visitor. Furthermore, it was Myaboka Mountain that drew me into the Konoha camp, and it was the higher-ups of Konoha who urged me onto the battlefield. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly realized that the chaos Kaien had unleashed in the ninja world originated from his own actions. Look here, Jiraiya. It was the Great Toad who invited me to Myaboka Mountain, the scroll you entrusted to Kushina, and it was your master who requested my participation in the war. The slaughter, just now, was also provoked by your insistence on bringing me to indulge in revelry. At this point, Kaien pointed at Jiraiya's prominent nose, enunciating each word carefully. You discovered an extraordinary weapon and wielded it to slay countless individuals. The war was won, yet you lament that this weapon is too sharp and too deadly. Do you not think this describes both you and me? I apologize, I'm a bit confused. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Jiraiya found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty, even beginning to question the righteousness of his actions. Shockingly, the mastermind is none other than myself. Kaien chuckled at Jiraiya's self-doubt. In truth, Kaien had always held a clear perspective on the matter of war. You strike me, and I shall strike you back. You've harmed me, and yet expect me to empathize with your suffering. Are you not speaking nonsense? A week later, Jiraiya had initially attempted to discuss the nature of life with Kaien, only to find himself questioning his own existence after Kaien's words. Eventually, Jiraiya made a special trip back to Myaboka Mountain, where the sacred site provided him with a response he found hard to accept. Kaien is indeed correct. From the very outset, it was Myaboka Mountain and Konoha that invited Kaien, and whether one deemed his actions as assistance or transaction, it was evident that both parties had achieved their aims, even surpassing the anticipated outcomes of Myaboka Mountain and Konoha. Now that your objectives have been met, and the war is concluded, how can you criticize Kaien's methods as cruel? Is it not akin to eating from a bowl while cursing it afterward? The Great Toad Sage worried that Jiraiya's conduct might anger Kaien and thus issued a stern warning. I advise you not to meddle too much. Although Jiraiya refrained from discussing this issue with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he believed that if he dared to broach the subject, the outcome would likely be far worse, potentially leading to his own confinement. Even after a week had passed, Jiraiya felt a lingering gloom, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Kaien, leisurely enjoying grilled fish, secretly chuckled at Jiraiya's perplexity. This was merely a clash of idealism and realism. Most of the higher-ups were politicians, solely concerned with immediate and long-term gains. Now, Kaien not only brought them short-term benefits, but also promised long-term advantages. For the higher-ups, war was merely a means to divert contradictions outward, of course. Waging war was also motivated by resource issues. In such circumstances, Kaien was undoubtedly a coveted asset. In comparison, Jiraiya seemed rather unappealing at this time. During the war, you did not exert much effort, yet now that the conflict has ended, you enjoy the hard-won peace while criticizing the bloody methods of the higher-ups. Nevertheless, Kaien did not harbor any disdain for Jiraiya. On the contrary, he held great admiration for them. Indeed, perhaps they nurtured some laughable ideals that resembled tales from fairy tales. However, It was precisely because such individuals with grand ideals existed that the world did not seem entirely hopeless. The misguided Nagato, Obito, and even Madara all underwent profound suffering before being manipulated by Kurizetsu in pursuit of a false peace. Even Jiraiya, at the very least, had traversed the entire ninja world, witnessing countless partings and reunions before choosing to pursue a path towards peaceful coexistence. Yet, all of this was irrelevant to Kaien. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having endured their own hardships. The premise was simple. You do your thing, and do not involve me. Having eaten his fill, Kaien discarded the fish bones and comfortably leaned against Jiraiya's broad back. Do not dwell on it, you old toad. Some questions cannot be resolved through mere contemplation. Then what should we rely on? Jiraiya sighed and inquired. On imagination. Get lost. Haha, I was just teasing you. Time will provide an answer. Though whether you will be satisfied is another matter altogether. Kaien referred to the imminent birth of Naruto. However, with the war as premature conclusion, whether Naruto would still be Naruto depended on whether Minato could slow down. After engaging in playful banter with Kaien, Jiraiya felt considerably uplifted. Perhaps time would indeed yield the best response for him. Having satisfied their hunger and adjusted their spirits, the two figures, each bearing a scroll, set forth once more on the journey to locate Sanbai. Jiraiya was accustomed to carrying a scroll, and as for its contents, there was no need for elaboration. Kaien's scroll had been specially delivered by Minato, and it contained the very gift that Sarutobi Hiruzen had once bestowed upon Kaien, now enriched with a plethora of wood-release techniques. Kaien had long anticipated that the whereabouts of Sanbai would not be revealed immediately. After all, Sanbai could submerge itself, and the land of water was abundant in water. Therefore, Kaien seized this opportunity to diligently study the techniques within the scroll. He had already committed the contents to memory, eagerly awaiting the chance to master them, ensuring that he did not squander the opportunity to learn from the finest instructor in the ninja world. Master Jiraiya, what lesson shall we explore today? Kaien inquired as they walked along. Master Jiraiya? Jiraiya paused, suddenly recalling the day he first met Kaien. You brat. My name is Jiraiya. Haha, don't be like that. You should be pleased to be called master. Look, now your talented disciples have increased by one. Kaien's words carried no pretense. Everyone who had studied under Jiraiya had become a significant figure in the ninja world. Minato Namikaze, Yahiko, Nagato, Konin, and now the registered disciple Kaien, with the future Naruto Uzumaki destined to become a savior. At the outset of his training in ninjutsu, Kaien had worried that his lack of talent would lead to ridicule from Jiraiya, especially since he had often been called a fool by Zephyr and Garp during his time in the world of pirates. However, as he continued his studies, Kaien discovered that perhaps the world of Naruto was more suited to him than the world of pirates. With his naturally strong physique and spirit, Kaien possessed a remarkably abundant chakra, yet he was astonished by his own precise control over it. In merely 3 minutes, Kaien transitioned from climbing trees to treading water. Observing Kain's adept control over chakra, Jiraiya promptly began to instruct him in ninjutsu. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Kain effortlessly grasped the two fundamental techniques he was taught, which were tailored to his water and earth affinities. Undeterred, Jiraiya presented Kain with several more advanced techniques, only to find that Kain mastered those with equal ease. This ignited Jiraiya's enthusiasm, compelling him to impart all the water and earth ninjutsu he had mastered over the years. Remarkably, Kain assimilated all of them within just 3 days. However, while he could unleash these techniques, enhancing their potency would require considerable time, even for a prodigy like Kain. Now, Jiraiya could only guide Kain while he developed chakra of other attributes and self-studied the forbidden techniques inscribed in the scrolls. To Jiraiya's surprise, Kain had indeed unlocked the wood release. As he examined the wooden boat crafted by Kain, Jiraiya was filled with profound reflections. Watergate had always held the belief that the existence of wood release should remain undisclosed, even to Jiraiya, preferring to discuss it upon their return to Konoha. The nature of this bloodline limit was intriguing, and they would deliberate on it at a later time. Kain remained focused on the scroll's insights on wood release, responding to Jiraiya without lifting his gaze. Initially, Kain presumed that learning wood release would pose some challenge, but he was taken aback by how easily he succeeded. The traditional hand seals for wood release should involve combining earth and water seals. However, Kain observed that this was not the case in the original narrative. Finding it cumbersome, Kain decided to channel his refined chakra through his meridians in sequence, culminating in the formation of the necessary seal. and thus effortlessly unleashed would release. This revelation raised concerns. It seemed that as long as the unlocking conditions were met, the technique could be released with a mere thought. Shouldn't we dispose of this boat? Cain, might someone notice? Jiraiya inquired, watching the small wooden vessel drift farther away. As an experienced ninja, he believed that leaving no trace was paramount. It matters not, Cain replied, still engrossed in studying the wood release insights. Even if they know I can perform it, what of it? I fear that some may not wish to see the chaos of the wood release re-emerge in Konoha. Jiraiya expressed his concerns. Are you trying to make me laugh to inherit my forbidden scrolls, Jiraiya? Cain retorted, now setting aside the scroll with a flourish. Without wood release, I can still dominate the ninja world single-handedly. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Cain's confidence. Indeed, even without wood release, Cain had proven capable of overwhelming the ninja realm. Let us go. Cain gently clapped Jiraiya on the shoulder. Rest assured, with our bond and my relationship with Watergate and Kushina, Konoha feels like a second home to me. I will not allow anyone to bully it. One must acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan had succeeded. The seasoned politician had finally emerged victorious, relying solely on a forbidden scroll and unwavering trust. Cain's feelings for Konoha were largely shaped by his previous life's experiences with the manga, but his affection for Watergate, Kushina, and Jiraiya was genuine. Oh, and let us not forget about the Loyalisuma. Cain was not simply a beast devoid of reason. He experienced a spectrum of emotions, which was why he had not hesitated to let Inya follow him. To hear you say that is unexpectedly touching, Jiraiya remarked, discreetly wiping a tear from his eye. What do you mean by that kind of relationship? Please clarify. Given his age, Watergate could be considered your elder brother. It would be inappropriate to address Kushina as sister-in-law. As expected, Jiraiya could never maintain a serious demeanor for more than a second. After sharing a heartfelt moment with Cain, he swiftly shifted to a more provocative tone. However, Cain was unperturbed by such banter and quickly retorted, "You are the one who failed to clarify. Clearly, it's that nothing is more delightful than dumplings, cough cough. You're incorrigible." Jiraiya felt a hint of embarrassment as Cain's rapid-fire quips struck home. By the way, what about that lady Tsunade? Cain redirected the conversation back to Jiraiya. Upon hearing Cain mention Tsunade, Jiraiya instinctively braced himself but soon relaxed, recalling Cain's preference for mature women. It's nothing. We were merely young and foolish. Cain interjected. You should be quiet. Your words imply that you and Tsunade were more than friends, yet you've never even held her hand. Nevertheless, Cain understood that had the fateful events not transpired, Jiraiya might have had a chance to win her affection. Alas, the untimely demise of the illustrious Kato meant that he would forever remain the singular memory for Tsunade, leaving Jiraiya with little hope of rekindling the relationship. And what about you? Jiraiya, assuming Cain was momentarily speechless, shifted the focus back to him, inquiring about the qualities he sought in a partner. I mean, what are the conditions to become a lover, not merely to engage in relations? Cain pondered this carefully, responding, I prefer long hair with voluptuous waves. Is that truly all? Jiraiya questioned, skeptical that such a simple criterion aligned with Cain's usual demeanor. Although long, wavy hair was indeed favored by many mature women. 2 criteria? Cain rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, declaring, Are you foolish? There are clearly 3. 3? 3. Jiraiya marveled at the implications of Cain's words, exclaiming, Truly, you are remarkable, Cain. I, Jiraiya, shall regard you as the pinnacle of the realm of desire. Noting this, Jiraiya began to jot down Cain's preferences in his notebook. What are you writing, Jiraiya? Cain inquired, intrigued by Jiraiya's sudden note-taking. Talking to this old lecher, I nearly forgot he is a best-selling author. If placed in my past life, he would surely be a legendary figure. I believe you will become a great ninja, Cain. Hence, I must inscribe your name in my book, Jiraiya remarked, continuing to scribble in his notebook while conversing with Cain. Originally, when Jiraiya made this statement, Cain felt a twinge of excitement. However, upon seeing Jiraiya's notes, he was instantly infuriated. Character card. The Genius Ninja Cain. Gender. Male. Interests. Women. Mature. Long-haired. Voluptuous. Background. Sometimes human. Sometimes dragon. Half human. Half beast. Abilities. Extraordinary physical strength. Immense chakra. Exceptional talent in ninjutsu. And possesses the wood release bloodline limit. Note. Suspected to have lacked maternal love during childhood, thus harboring unusual feelings towards mature women and voluptuous figures. Catchphrase, oh ho, it's my sister-in-law. What the hell? I only say oh ho. Where did this sister-in-law come from? Cain was enraged to find himself described as a half-human, half-beast pervert on Jiraiya's mission card. He immediately formed a colossal Rasen shuriken and charged at Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought Cain was merely trying to scare him. But when he turned around and saw the gigantic Rasen shuriken in Cain's hands, his hair stood on end from fear. Ah, Yamadi, don't run, you lecherous toad. Disperse that Rasen shuriken and let us talk things over. As Jiraiya attempted to flee, Cain swiftly performed the wood release technique he had just learned. With the activation of his jutsu, Jiraiya was ensnared in a prison of towering trees that sprouted from the ground. Cain approached the wooden prison and, upon striking it, found it surprisingly sturdy. Wow, this ability is unexpectedly effective. Indeed, wood release is far more than just a simple ninjutsu. Even after Cain dissipated his chakra, the trees remained steadfast, showing no signs of weakening. Hey, can you hear me? Cain noticed that Jiraiya was unresponsive, prompting him to knock urgently on the wooden bars. Speak up, you lecherous sage. You old pervert. Tsunade is here. There's a beautiful woman over there without clothes. Initially, Jiraiya did not react to Cain's calls, and Cain thought he was just playing a prank. However, even after Cain resorted to using his ultimate technique, Jiraiya remained silent, causing Cain to grow anxious. Release. Sensing something was amiss, Cain quickly formed a hand sign to dispel the jutsu. What on earth happened to you? Chapter 66. Be gentle. Upon canceling the wood release, Cain found Jiraiya lying on the ground, his eyes vacant and unable to move. Observing Jiraiya's gaunt appearance, with dark circles under his eyes, Cain would have thought he had fought for 3 days and nights if he hadn't known it was his own technique that caused this. Hey, pull yourself together. Seeing Jiraiya on the verge of gasping for breath, Cain rushed over to channel chakra into him. As Cain infused Jiraiya with his potent yang chakra, Jiraiya gradually regained vitality, his once withered face becoming more robust. Noticing the effectiveness of his chakra transfer, Cain increased the flow. Is this heaven, Cain? Have you died too? Jiraiya's first words upon opening his eyes were a bewildered inquiry about his own demise. No, because you are unworthy of heaven. This is hell, and I am the malevolent dragon from the depths. Once he confirmed Jiraiya was all right, Cain remained cautious, continuing to provide chakra while jesting. Indeed, a reaper like me is destined for hell. It was unclear whether Jiraiya was feigning ignorance or genuinely confused, leaving Cain momentarily stunned. You can't be serious. I hadn't heard that wood release could turn someone into a fool. Wood release? That's right. You kill me. Come and take my life. Upon hearing the term wood release, Jiraiya immediately adopted a comical, monstrous pose. Witnessing Jiraiya's antics, Cain quickly understood he was merely pretending and kicked him in annoyance. Get lost. I wasn't afraid of you as a human. Why would I fear you as a ghost? Haha, I didn't expect you to care for me so much, Cain. Unfazed by the kick, Jiraiya shamelessly draped an arm over Cain's shoulder and said, Right. If I really died, you'd be heartbroken, wouldn't you? After all, we are good friends. Not at all. I would immediately pursue Tsunade. After all, I wouldn't want her to be wooed by someone from another village. Cain replied with a straight face. Jiraiya, even when we were strangers, I mourned her death. How much more so now that we are friends? In a previous life, Cain had wept more than once for Jiraiya's demise, and there was a time he couldn't bear to hear words like toad, hero, or ninjutsu. It was not only Jiraiya. The deaths of Minato, Itachi, Niji, and even the father-son confrontation between Gaara had brought tears to Cain's eyes. However, now that Cain had entered the world of Hokage, such tragedies would not be repeated. Please don't criticize me. I know some may say I'm being melodramatic, but I truly cried for a long time. Being a mere passerby may seem carefree, but where is the authenticity in that? You little pervert. I knew you had no resistance against mature women. After hearing Cain's comment about not letting good fortune flow to outsiders, Jiraiya jumped back, striking a comical pose and exclaiming, Draw your sword, you wicked dragon. TC, how childish, playing such immature games at your age. With that, Cain took a stance as Jiraiya struck a pose resembling a crane spreading its wings and formed claw-like hands. Dragon Claw Attack. Oh, what a vile technique. You truly are an evil dragon. Behold my invincible destructive beam. Rebound. What? There's such a technique? How infuriating. The rebound is ineffective. You are doomed. You are doomed. You are doomed. You are doomed. And so, the two playful scamps continued their antics as they made their way to the next location. Still nothing, Cain said, shaking his head at Jiraiya. Well, there's south only one last place left, but while it's the farthest from us, It is also the location where the Three Tails is most likely to appear. As Jiraiya pulled out a map to point out their route, he said, "Look, we started from here, and our next destination is the final stop. Thankfully, we're not far from it now. Then let us go. We've been searching for over 10 days, and if we don't find it soon, we might miss the auspicious day of Minato's inauguration as Hokage." At this moment, the four great nations had already expressed their intent to sign a peace treaty with Konoha, and once the agreement was finalized, Konoha's fourth Hokage would soon rise to power. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. In the blink of an eye, Minato is about to become Hokage. How time flies. A few days ago, Jiraiya was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy upon receiving the news from Ganma Xiangjia about the confirmation of the fourth Hokage. Indeed, time is a relentless force, transforming grapes into raisins and bananas into mush. Kane subtly teased Jiraiya with his words. Jiraiya shot Kane a sidelong glance, questioning whether he was implying something indecent. Absolutely not. Kane quickly denied. After a brief exchange of banter, Kane conjured a wooden boat from the water's surface, setting off towards their final destination. "Why aren't you getting on?" Kane asked, puzzled by Jiraiya's hesitance to board the vessel. "Is this boat, crafted from Mokutan, safe?" Jiraiya inquired, his face clouded with doubt. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kane frowned. "Haven't you ever ridden a wooden boat before? What I mean is, it won't drain my chakra again, will it?" Jiraiya recalled his previous harrowing experience with trepidation, pondering whether he should feel fortunate or mournful for narrowly escaping the legendary Mokutan. Upon hearing Jiraiya's concern, Kane suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail while joking around. "I forgot to ask, how did you lose your chakra while trapped in the Mokutan prison?" After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya recounted, "Initially, I was intrigued when you ensnared me in the Mokutan prison, but as I attempted to break free, I felt my chakra rapidly depleting. In mere seconds, I lost all my chakra." Observing Jiraiya's lingering fear, Kane remarked, "So, it only began absorbing your chakra after you resisted?" "Yes." Jiraiya nodded emphatically, and it did so at an alarming speed. "I want to test it again." Kane, puzzled by the mechanics, decided to seek verification through practical application. Wait. Jiraiya exclaimed, alarmed by Kane's seriousness. "It could be deadly. If I weren't a sage with an abundance of chakra, I might have perished on spot. I'll use a milder force. Just don't resist. I promise to save you at the first sign of trouble." Kane assured him. Reluctantly, Jiraiya nodded. "Just be gentle." Kane reminded Jiraiya not to resist, warning of the potential consequences. Then he clasped his hands together, invoking the technique. Mokutan, thorn vines. This time, Kane intentionally suppressed the output of his Mokutan chakra, causing the thorns to take several seconds to completely ensnare Jiraiya. "Are you feeling any chakra being absorbed now?" Kane inquired, noticing Jiraiya's lack of reaction. "Not at all, just a sensation of tightness," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. "Should I try resisting?" With Kane's nod of approval, Jiraiya began to struggle against his bonds. Unfortunately, the thorns proved exceedingly resilient, and after a considerable effort, Jiraiya still found himself trapped. Kane suggested, "Try using your chakra." "All right." Initially, as Jiraiya gathered his chakra, the thorns remained unresponsive. However, once he directed his chakra towards resisting, the thorns immediately reacted. "Kane, hurry and release me," Jiraiya shouted, panic rising as the Mokutan began to siphon his chakra once more. "Release." Kane, wary of the situation, acted swiftly, remembering Jiraiya's prior ordeal. With Kane's release, the thorn vines lost their vitality, flopping limply to the ground, with only a few remaining upright. Observing the subdued thorns, Kane noted they were not entirely dormant yet. "Jiraiya, stay within the bounds of the technique," he instructed. "What? Why?" Just as Jiraiya's curiosity piqued, Kane raised his fingers again, commanding rise. This time, Kane did not use a ninjutsu, but relied solely on his will and chakra. At his command, the thorns sprang back to life, ensnaring Jiraiya once more. Through repeated experiments, Kane arrived at a startling conclusion. These trees possess life and can even be commanded by my will. They seem to harbor a faint consciousness. Jiraiya, astonished by Kane's demonstration, marveled at the power of Mokutan, having never witnessed the original's capabilities. Indeed, Mokutan is remarkable, possessing such abilities. He remarked enviously at the thorns that had once again bound him. "But can they absorb chakra through my will?" Ignoring Jiraiya's exclamations, Kane directed his will towards the thorns, commanding, "Absorb chakra." As Kane's command resonated, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of horror. "It's coming." Cain, it's coming again. After releasing the technique, Cain looked at Jiraiya, who was visibly frightened, and scoffed. Stop overreacting. If you didn't know better, one might think I had sinister intentions. Jiraiya, upon witnessing the thorns slacken once more, quickly exited their grasp. It's easy for you to say. Excessive chakra extraction can be fatal for a ninja. No wonder Jiraiya was alarmed. Chakra is a fusion of mental and physical strength, and overextraction could lead to malnutrition, reduced lifespan, or even death, leaving one a mindless husk. All right, it was merely a small experiment, Cain assured Jiraiya, approaching him to channel chakra while comforting him. Besides, with my abilities, as long as you're not dead on the spot, it would be difficult for you to perish. That is still perilous. I've heard that excessive chakra extraction can lead to becoming a sage. I'm still young. Jiraiya murmured softly. What did you say? Cain, unable to hear clearly, asked for clarification. Nothing, I was just saying that Mokutan is indeed the bane of tailed beasts, granting me the ability to absorb chakra and replenish myself. I could take on the QB, Jiraiya boasted. Sure, with that capability, you'd probably just end up tying it up, Cain retorted, and together they boarded the small boat, heading towards their final destination. I sensed something off about my Mokutan. There is a significant issue. I recall that only Senju Hashirama S with Dragon Technique can absorb chakra. I never heard of ordinary Mokutan doing the same. Although Cain harbored doubts about Mokutan, he did not dwell on them too much. As a traveler in another world must possess unique traits. What concerned him more was that the chakra absorbed could also replenish energy for the system. This was indeed splendid, as Cain could now extract chakra from enemies beyond tailed beasts, marking a monumental breakthrough from consciousness to the physical realm. If there were an opportunity to acquire the Rinnegan in the future, Cain could absorb the chakra that had undergone a transformation, thus creating another avenue for replenishing energy. It seems my journey in this world of Hokage has not been in vain. With so many methods to absorb energy, and with some careful development and modification, perhaps I could utilize them in other realms in the future. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Cain suddenly felt a sense of unease. Wait a minute. I recall that the clan of public enemies in the world of Hokage was ostracized for engaging in such practices. Am I unwittingly embodying the archetype of a villain? This must be the final destination, Cain mused, observing the vibrant lake before him, stroking his chin. It doesn't seem very large. Jiraiya, after meticulously surveying the surroundings, turned around and asserted confidently, not at all. Do not be deceived by the lake's modest size. I can assure you it is quite deep. Really? I find that hard to believe. Cain, gazing at the lake that could only accommodate 4 or 5 soccer fields, expressed his skepticism regarding its depth. Yet, Cain's doubts were soon met with a stark reality. Activating his Kinbunchaku, Cain discovered the lake's profundity far exceeded his expectations. I refused to believe it. Entering Sage Mode, Cain continued to utilize his Kinbunchaku. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Upon reaching a depth of 1,000 meters, Cain's sage perception reached its limit, for unlike on land, the water and the depths below impose a restriction on Kinbunchaku. It truly is that deep. After disengaging from Kinbunchaku, Cain's voice was laden with a sense of defeat. Huh, I told you this lake is undoubtedly deep. Cain, you were so skeptical, weren't you? Jiraiya chimed in, relishing the moment. Isolated from civilization, the water is unfathomably deep, and it flows with vitality. Now you must ponder how to entice the Sanbai to surface. Although the Sanbai is a tailed beast, it cannot escape the fact that its true form resembles a giant tortoise. Timidity is inherently a trait of tortoises. If the Sanbai is determined to flee, with Cain's current water release mastery, he may find it difficult to retain it. TCH entice. Cain glared at the gleeful Jiraiya, simmering with indignation. In just a few days, I shall demonstrate to you that in the face of absolute power, all else is rendered insignificant. Chapter 68. Capturing the Sanbai. Had it not been for the Sanbai's refusal to emerge from the lake's depths today, Cain would have completely forgotten about his ability to transform into the Qinglong form of the Yu fruit. Upon his initial arrival in the world of Hokage, Cain felt that this fruit was somewhat of an affront to the celestial dragon of his previous life. Thus he refrained from utilizing it. However, upon deeper reflection, considering it was merely an animated creation, why should he, as an interloper, be concerned about such trivialities? Although Cain had come to terms with this, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it until today. After a prolonged absence, Cain once again transformed into the Qinglong form, stretching comfortably. This is it. Jiraiya, witnessing Kane's transformation into a dragon, wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this all along. After all, it is a divine dragon. Its affinity for water is undoubtedly superior. Unfortunately, Jiraiya had no comprehension of the powers inherent in the Qinglong form, mistakenly assuming Kane's transformation was intended for direct combat with the Sanbai. Kane, observing Jiraiya's singular perspective, shook his head and said, "Watch closely, Jiraiya." With that, the wingless Qinglong soared into the sky, its form swelling with the wind, followed by the emergence of vast flames beneath him. "Rise for me." As the flames enveloped the small lake, the water was lifted, forming a crystalline sphere. Within this sphere, the Sanbai stared in bewilderment as its home ascended amidst the flames. This, Jiraiya, initially expecting to see Kane dive into the water, was taken aback as Kane employed this method to raise the entire lake. In the original narrative, Kaido had once lifted an entire island with flames. Now, with Kane's powers far surpassing Kaido's, lifting a mere small lake was trivial. Once Kane elevated the lake, he also spotted the Sanbai encased within the water. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Found you." With that, Kane exerted his control, pulling the Sanbai from the depths to the surface. "Little creature, you certainly hid well." As the Sanbai emerged from the water, it was met with the terrifying visage of a dragon, nearly unleashing a tailed beast bomb in panic. What a magnificent divine dragon! Although Kane was clearly an adversary, the Sanbai, influenced by its aquatic instincts, found Kane's dragon form incredibly imposing and majestic. The Sanbai had been separated from the Ten Tails by the Sage of Six Paths. Yet upon its division, each tailed beast developed its own consciousness. Setting aside the others, the Sanbai, with its tortoise-like form, was undoubtedly an amphibious creature, and a rather unique one at that. A tortoise. Throughout various mythologies, tortoises have often been depicted as the wise advisors of dragons. However, despite perceiving Kane as formidable, this did not quell the Sanbai's instinctual urge to resist. After exchanging a few glances with Kane, the Sanbai exerted itself to escape the water sphere. Oh, it runs quite swiftly. Observing the massive crater created by the Sanbai's escape, Kane witnessed the creature scurrying through the forest on its short legs, leading him to abruptly dispel the flames, allowing the vast water sphere to plunge into the parched lake. Seeing Kane return the water sphere, Jiraiya, concerned that the Sanbai might plunge back into the lake, swiftly intervened to temporarily restrain its movements. Doton, Kai no Mata. As Jiraiya unleashed his jutsu, the ground beneath the Sanbai transformed into a damp and slippery swamp. Roar. Trapped in the Hokai no Numuda, the Sanbai emitted an enraged roar, vigorously struggling to escape the mire. Just as it appeared the Sanbai would break free, Kane reverted to his human form and approached Jiraiya's side. Mokutan, Shirchu no Aro. Enormous wooden pillars erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Sanbai. Howl! The Sanbai, confined within the wooden prison, emitted a series of pitiful cries, seemingly recalling unpleasant memories. After a brief moment, the intensity of its roars began to wane. Not bad, the charging is finally complete. Now we await the upgrade. After restraining the Sanbai, Kane, without needing to exert conscious control, found that the mutated Mokutan was voraciously absorbing the Sanbai's chakra. Kane, perhaps we should stop now. If the tailed beast were to perish, it could take a long time for it to revive. Jiraiya, observing the now silent Sanbai, cautioned Kane. Jiraiya knew that while the death of a tailed beast might lead to its eventual resurrection, it was not surprising, given his training under the esteemed sage. And the peculiar creatures of Mayaboka Mountain would surely rival any historical lesson. Just a bit longer, Kane insisted, withholding his jutsu, for within the feedback of the Mokutan, the Sanbai's vitality and chakra remained robust. This cunning little creature is merely feigning. Feigning? Jiraiya gazed at the silent wooden prison, incredulous at the Sanbai's cleverness. Upon hearing this, Kane cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, remarking that he underestimated the tailed beasts. Even a pig that lived for 1,000 years would likely gain wisdom, let alone a tailed beast endowed with self-awareness. As soon as Kane's words echoed, the wooden structure ensnaring the Sanbai began to tremble violently, suggesting that the Sanbai, realizing Kane was not easily deceived, intended to engage in a desperate struggle. Humph, I knew you would resort to tricks. Kane sneered, increasing the output of his chakra as the wooden prison threatened to be breached. Even without having read the original work, Kane doubted that a mere wooden prison could contain the Sanbai, a creature known as the embodiment of disaster, no matter how effective the wood release might be against them. It was inconceivable that a basic technique could hold it captive. As the Sambai prepared to unleash a tailed beast bomb to shatter the wooden prison, Cain, sensing its movements through the feedback of his wood release, shook his head in lament. Indeed, even the Sambai, despite its lower ranking, cannot be confined by such a rudimentary technique. But fear not, I possess another strategy. Cain's alternate approach involved utilizing the wood release he had created as a medium to activate the ability of Ito absorb the chakra of the tailed beast. This idea had just struck him, and he was eager to test it on the Sambai. If I can use the wood produced by wood release as a medium, it would signify that these wooden forms are extensions of my own body. With this thought, Cain closed his eyes to communicate with I. Indeed, it works. Although the progress bar was already full, Cain could still sense that he had momentarily acquired a significant amount of energy. If the wood release absorbed the chakra of the captive, then he was effectively plundering energy. The Sambai fell silent, and had it not been for the faint life force feedback, Cain would have assumed the beast had been completely drained. After dispersing the wood release, Cain approached the Sambai, though his focus remained on I, which was on the verge of leveling up. Please do not disappoint me, my golden finger. Almost everything Cain possessed stemmed from this mystical icon. Disappointment was not an option. Even if this entity transformed into a ravenous demon, Cain would never forsake it. Without power, I might as well perish. Chapter 69. Providing Cain a warm home. Cain, how do we transport this creature back? Jiraiya inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Capturing the Sambai was not particularly challenging. However, tailed beasts were typically sealed immediately upon capture, rarely brought back to the village due to their inherent danger. Cain's desire to bring it back for research posed a significant dilemma, especially since it had not been long since Minato assumed the role of Hokage. Time was of the essence. After contemplating, Cain decided, let us return using the Soryu form. He could grasp the Sambai with his claws and fly back. But it would lack the grandeur of being supported by the flame cloud. That works, Jiraiya stated, positioning himself in front of the Sambai, ready to touch it as they approached Konoha. Both Kushina and Minato were proficient in sealing techniques, and there was also a sealing team available. Indeed, Cain nodded heavily, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. I wonder how Kushina is doing. It was understandable for Cain to feel awkward. After all, Kushina was his contracted partner, and he had unceremoniously left her behind. Jiraiya's shoulders involuntarily shook at this remark, as if he were struggling to contain his amusement. Did you just laugh? Cain questioned, his expression one of suspicion. No. Jiraiya denied fervently. Impossible. You clearly laughed. I might have recalled something amusing, Jiraiya replied, hastily attempting to change the subject. Let us hurry. We are not close to Konoha yet. Seeing Jiraiya's reluctance to elaborate, Cain had no choice but to transform into the Soryu form. Lifting both Jiraiya and the Sambai into the sky, Jiraiya sat calmly atop the flame cloud, but internally he was howling with laughter. Ha! Cain, once we return to Konoha, you will understand why I found it so funny. Once, Cain had clashed with the Kyuubi within the realm of consciousness, and naturally, Kushina could also reach that space. Upon awakening, Kushina decided to consult the Kyuubi, only to discover that the spiteful creature had revealed Cain's true appearance. Upon learning that Cain was actually a red-haired youth, Kushina could hardly contain her excitement and hurriedly relayed the news to Minato and Jiraiya. However, as they were amidst a war, the two managed to deflect her inquiries. After the war concluded, Minato and Jiraiya conspired to fabricate an identity for Cain as a wanderer from the Uzumaki clan, claiming that his awakening of a peculiar bloodline limit had transformed him into a dragon. Knowing Cain's true identity, Kushina eagerly awaited his return home, longing for a reunion with her brother. Indeed, Kushina regarded Cain as her sibling, given that she was the princess of the Uzumaki clan, and none of her contemporaries held a higher status than she. However, Cain remained oblivious to these developments, as Minato and Jiraiya had conspired behind his back, with Minato declaring that they would provide Cain with a warm home. I heard that those with blonde hair are often black at heart, and it seems the rumors hold true. Jiraiya laughed, considering Kushina's personality. Should Cain return to Konoha, the carefree and unrestrained Kushina and the proud and aloof Cain would likely create quite the spectacle. The thought of the immensely powerful Cain living under Kushina's nurturing gaze made Jiraiya unable to suppress his laughter. I must resist. If I reveal myself now, Cain will surely devour me. Ha ha ha. I can hardly wait to witness Kane's flustered expression. I'm truly looking forward to it. The Calamity Beast, the inheritor of Wood Release. Ha ha. Just imagining Kane, who bears such titles, being treated like a baby by the maternal Kushina fills me with mirth. Time passed as Jiraiya sat atop the flame cloud, envisioning Kane's future encounters with Kushina. In the forest surrounding Konoha, Jiraiya stated, "This is far enough. I have already informed the village through secret techniques." His voice was calm, but his shoulders betrayed him with their incessant trembling. "Kushina, why do you seem so peculiar? Are you hiding something from me?" Kane, despite his usual bluntness, sensed an unusual tension. No, I merely recalled something amusing. Could you turn around and speak to me? For some reason, I feel a chill creeping down my back. With my current strength, as long as that family does not arrive, there should be no significant issues. Why do I have this inexplicable sense of déjà vu? Moreover, his observation haki provided no warnings, forcing Kane to focus his gaze on Jiraiya. It must be that colorful toad that is up to no good. Before Kane could press further, a team of ninjas, led by Minato, arrived in haste. A gathering of ninjas with a vibrant display of hair colors, blonde, white, black, blue, and red, danced atop a grand tree. Ah, indeed the world of the second dimension. While the choices for science may be limited, it seems that Konoha does not have many options left either. Kane remarked. Suddenly, he caught sight of a striking red-haired woman at the rear of the group. As he recognized her, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Could it be? Before Kane could ponder further, the red-haired Kushina rushed towards him, embracing him tightly and weeping. "Oh, Kane, I had no idea you were one of our lost Uzumaki clan members. You should have told me sooner." As she clung to him, tears streaming down her face, she affectionately patted his head and pinched his cheeks. "Jiraiya, this must be the ludicrous scheme concocted by that lecherous frog," Kane thought, utterly taken aback by Kushina's unexpected display of affection in broad daylight. He felt so embarrassed that he could almost carve a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. After nearly 40 years of life, being called little brother by a girl in front of Konoha's elite was simply mortifying. Eventually, the third Hokage, unable to bear the sight, intervened. What is the meaning of this? How can a soon-to-be bride embrace a handsome youth in such a manner? This is utterly disgraceful. Unfortunately, Kushina paid no heed to the third's admonitions, leaving him helplessly exchanging glances with Kane. Realizing that the third could not assist him, Kane quickly shifted his gaze to Jiraiya. Why not look at Minato? That would be far too awkward. Gazing into the eyes of a husband while embracing his wife, Kane had come to regard Kushina as family, and pushing her away might only deepen her sorrow. As Kane attempted to signal Jiraiya for aid, he turned and was met with Jiraiya's mischievous grin, camera in hand. "Jiraiya, what are you holding? You scoundrel, put that down." Snap. The moment was captured. Kane, in an agonizing pose, was being embraced by Kushina, who was tearfully pinching his cheeks. 3 days had passed since the confrontation with the Three Tails in the Namikaze household. Rin and Kakashi sat in the inner room with Kane's younger brother, Asuma, along with Itachi and Shursui, who had accompanied Mikoto. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina were entertaining guests, Konoha's upper echelon, clan leaders, and even officials from the capital of the Fire Country. Kane could not recall the exact moment in the original story when Minato wed Kushina, but in this timeline, they were set to marry during Minato's ascension. As Jiraiya, Minato's teacher, should have been attending to the guests as an elder, he now found himself kneeling in front of Kane, bruised and battered. "This matter will not be forgotten," Kane declared, arms crossed and looking quite proud. In the 3 days since their return to Konoha, Jiraiya had endured more beatings from Kane than meals consumed. Alas, the stubborn Jiraiya refused to surrender the film. "Lord Kane, might I be excused to greet the guests? It would be quite rude of me not to attend the wedding of Minato," Jiraiya implored, sensing Kane's mood had slightly lifted. "I recently found a particularly splendid—" "No, Jiraiya, you shall not corrupt Kane, and certainly not take him as spy." Kushina had arrived, accompanied by her group of friends. "What nonsense are you spouting, Kushina?" Jiraiya stammered, feeling cornered. "Do you believe I am incapable of anything but spying? Is there anything else?" Both Kushina and Kane retorted in unison. Kushina flashed Kane a thumbs up, proud of her little brother. In the past, Kushina had viewed Minato as the epitome of a perfect boyfriend, husband, and even Hokage. However, since discovering her bond with Kane, she felt there was now another perfect person, Kane. Recently, she sensed something was amiss with Minato, and she would not attribute the blame to anyone other than Jiraiya, convinced he had led Minato astray. Seeing Jiraiya attempt to corrupt her only brother, Kushina could not remain passive. Aside from gathering material, I have many other tasks to attend to. Jiraiya weakly protested. His notorious lechery was deeply ingrained in his being, almost a part of his DNA, passed down through generations. In simpler terms, during his youth he was affectionately dubbed the perverted little brat, and as he aged the names evolved to perverted young man, perverted uncle, and eventually perverted old man. Even at his peak, in sage mode, he was still referred to as the perverted sage. For Jiraiya, spying was as essential to his existence as food and water. If I could choose my death, I would prefer to perish in a women's bathhouse, he mused, recalling the time he nearly met his end while peeping on Tsunade. Surely, you do not mean your material is for novels? Kushina retorted, frustrated. Why are you always engaged in such activities? Do you not find them tedious? Is it really that amusing? Amusing, Jiraiya muttered under his breath, though he dared not vocalize it. Amusing, Kane thought as he observed Kushina tearing into Jiraiya, remaining silent in defense of the lecherous sage. Amusing. Kakashi and Shursui exchanged glances, feeling an unspoken camaraderie. Amusing. Asuma, watching Kushina's vibrant red hair flail like an octopus, quietly inched closer to Kane. Amusing? Though Itachi found no humor in the situation, he decided to go along with the crowd. Amusing. Minato and the third Hokage, drawn by the commotion, expressed in unison. This is a fine tradition of our clan. Amusing. The dignitaries attending Minato's wedding felt it was necessary to engage in conversation with Jiraiya. At that moment, all the men in Minato's modest home seemed to unite in spirit, their collective will coalescing into an unwavering sentiment, fervently sending forth a singular message to the world. Amusing. Alas, no one dared to voice it, not only due to Kushina's animated rebuke of Jiraiya, but also out of respect for her brother Kane's formidable prowess. After all, no one dared to cross the family of the bride. Jiraiya, at your age, instead of considering settling down, you are preoccupied with leading astray the youth. Truly despicable. Gyo-Xinai was preparing to enter her preaching mode. The relatively gentle Mei-Chin gently tugged at Gyo-Xinai, saying, "All right, Gyo-Xinai, the guests are here." Upon hearing her friend's reminder, Gyo-Xinai suddenly realized that today was the day of her grand celebration with Minato. Oof. With a cold snort, Gyo-Xinai left the inner room. Once she departed, the atmosphere in the room took a long time to recover, while Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground. Devoid of hope, Kane approached Jiraiya and treated his injuries before turning to signal Shirei to step outside for a brief conversation. The prodigious Uchiha Shirei had exhausted all his efforts to persuade Fugaku to allow him some time alone with Kane. Seeing Kane beckon him outside, he hurriedly followed. After Kane and Shirei exited, Kakashi and Asuma exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. If Itachi had followed them, it would have been expected, given that Gyo-Xinai and Mei-Chin were close friends. However, strictly speaking, Shirei was an outsider. Lord Kane, Shirei said hurriedly after they reached a secluded grove. You must have some inkling of my intentions. Minato had informed Kane of Shirei's purpose earlier, but Kane had yet to find the time to address it. I learned of your intentions from Minato, Kane replied, feeling rather exasperated at Shirei's hopeful expression. The tense relationship between the Uchiha and the village should not be a concern for you as a young man. Or have you set your sights on the position of clan leader at such a young age? Lord, the relationship between our clan and the villagers is increasingly strained, and I wish to request your assistance. Shirei began, but Kane interrupted. Shirei, you need to understand that I only know you casually, and my ties with the Uchiha are limited to being fellow villagers. As for the issues you mentioned, I believe you should discuss them with Minato, as he will be the one to assume the role of Hokage the day after tomorrow, not me. In the original story, Danzo had suppressed the Uchiha too severely, leading them to rebellion, and Shirei had foolishly revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, which was capable of controlling hearts. However, with Minato about to become Hokage and Danzo meeting his end, the third Hokage was now busy searching for young maidens from the clan to prepare a matchmaking event for Kane, leaving him no time for these matters. Upon hearing Kane's response, Shirei remained somewhat unconvinced. But my lord, enough. Kane interrupted Shirei once more. All these issues can wait until Minato takes office. Furthermore, I am neither the Hokage nor a candidate for the position, so please do not persistently follow me. With that, Kane departed from the secluded grove. Chapter 71. Gyo-Xinai's labor. I have not written the plot for Minato's wedding. I can't seem to come up with anything, so let's just skip ahead. It has been quite some time since then. After emerging from his experimental base, Cain felt as if it had been just a day. The memories of Minato's wedding and his ascension, not to mention his inauguration as the fourth Hokage, were still vivid in his mind. The day Minato took office was relatively uneventful, but the day of his marriage was filled with events. Those few days were the happiest for Minato, as he not only was a beautiful heiress but also became Hokage, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Even more delighted was Nai, who not only gained a husband about to assume the role of Hokage, but also had a brother from the same clan who could single-handedly dominate the ninja world. The most discontented, without a doubt, was Jiraiya. First, he had endured 3 consecutive days of beatings from Cain due to his reckless behavior, followed by public admonishment from Nai, his junior. Later, Tsunade returned to the village and, upon meeting him, proceeded to beat Jiraiya for another 3 days. Soon after Minato became Hokage, Jiraiya also lost his good friend Orochimaru. Alas, while Tsunade wandered outside, Jiraiya was also lost in his own way. After Danzo's demise, Tsunade returned to Konoha, only for Orochimaru to defect. Nevertheless, Jiraiya remarked that brothers were meant to endure such trials. Later, when Sarutobi Hiruzen pursued Orochimaru, Cain refrained from intervening, allowing their master-student relationship to play out. By the time Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived, only Sarutobi remained, silently grieving. Upon returning to the village, Sarutobi seemed to have lost his former vigor as a Hokage and even contemplated resigning from his elder position. However, after Jiraiya's persuasion, Sarutobi decided against resigning, choosing instead to continue contributing to Konoha. Since Minato reached the pinnacle of his achievements, Cain, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, embarked on a research journey, exploring everything from chakra to ninjutsu, from bloodlines to Kekkei Genkai, and from tailed beasts to natural energy. For a full 2 years, Cain remained secluded, not venturing outside. Had it not been for Minato personally informing Cain of Nai's impending labor, he might not have considered leaving his sanctuary. "Brother, I would like to return home for a moment," Cain's companion Asuma said as they exited the laboratory, gazing at a distant monkey summoning beast. "Yes, but don't go out unnecessarily for the next few days," Cain replied, mentally calculating the time and realizing that Naruto was born on the same day as in the original story. How intriguing. Who said the world of Hokage lacked a sense of destiny? As Cain strolled through the streets of Konoha with Enya, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. After arriving in the world of Hokage, he had created chaos in just a few months. Even the timing of Minato's wedding and his inauguration had changed. Yet the date of the destined child's birth remained unaltered. "Are we going to Lord Hokage's house?" Enya asked. Since returning to Konoha, Sarutobi had provided Cain with a rather nice residence, where he and Enya had been living together. Initially, Cain thought Enya possessed some special bloodline, but after researching her, he discovered that she merely had a commendable physique, with no apparent awakened Kekkei Genkai. It seemed she only had a trace of a rare bloodline, lacking even any outward characteristics. Enya's talent could only be considered above average, but Cain had asked Nai to advocate for Enya's training with Tsunade. Fortunately, although Enya's ninjutsu talent was lacking, she excelled in human research, which might prove beneficial to Cain in the future. Upon hearing Enya's words, Cain paused to ponder. "We won't be going to Minato's place. The couple is currently very busy. You should go find your friends to play. And remember, don't go out recklessly these days." Cain had matters to attend to, and it was inconvenient to bring someone with weaker abilities like Enya along, so he decided to send her away. "Oh," Enya replied, feeling somewhat dejected at being sent away again. "Once I finish my tasks, I'll take you around Konoha properly." Cain reassured her, gently patting her head. With that, his figure vanished from the streets of Konoha. What a convenient technique. Enya watched Cain disappear using the flying thunder god with a hint of envy, feeling somewhat disheartened. "If only my talent were better, I could keep up with my lord." Enya's talent was indeed commendable, but catching up to Cain seemed daunting. "Perhaps, dear girl, you should consider acquiring some enhancements from the multiverse trading market." "My new book, haha." Cain then used the flying thunder god to arrive at a more secretive laboratory. "Oh, it appears this frog has succumbed to heat stroke." Upon arriving at the secret base, Cain found Jiraiya lying motionless on the operating table and promptly retrieved the scalpel. No, Sage, I am merely fatigued," Jiraiya exclaimed upon noticing Cain brandishing the scalpel, hastily supporting his aching back to stand. "You're not the same, Jiraiya. In the past, you would come to me for recharging once a week, and now you can barely last 3 days." Cain mocked while channeling chakra into Jiraiya. "Alas, perhaps I have aged," Jiraiya lamented, resting his chin on his hands with a look of resignation. Half a year ago, under Kane's encouragement, Jiraiya had attempted a drunken night raid on Tsunade, only to be met with a devastating counter that left him partially paralyzed, perhaps due to being injured by Tsunade. I have now become a mere shadow of my former self. Injured? Nonsense. Are you truly unaware of the reason behind your frailty? Kane retorted mercilessly. Do you dare claim you sleep at home every night? Have you forgotten that it has been me, not a dog, who has provided you with chakra every day for the past 6 months? While Jiraiya was indeed injured, he had also received attentive care from Tsunade. Perhaps it was the passage of time that made him desire companionship, or perhaps he was moved by Jiraiya's unwavering devotion over the years. In any case, the two had taken up residence together and returned to the Senju clan stronghold. Moreover, after Tsunade discovered Kane's would release, she designated a plot of land within the Senju clan for her own personal use and gifted Kane the pendant left to her by the first Hokage. Yet, it was evident to all that Tsunade's gratitude was aimed at Kane for his relentless support of Jiraiya. Upon hearing Kane's jibe, Jiraiya laughed shamelessly. I can honestly say, I reside in my own home daily. Indeed, Mr. Senju Jiraiya, you are absolutely correct. Kane replied sarcastically while pinching his nose. This comment left Jiraiya feeling quite embarrassed. Typically, when a woman marries into a man's family, she adopts his surname, unless there are exceptional circumstances, such as Kushina and Minato. Kushina, due to her unique status, retained her name and did not become known as Namikaze Kushina. Yet, Jiraiya was now adopting the Senju surname. All right. Weren't we supposed to discuss Kushina's impending childbirth today? Jiraiya attempted to steer the conversation back on track. It's Kushina giving birth, not Tsunade. Why are you so anxious? Kane was determined not to let Jiraiya off easily. Let us provide this colorful frog with a fitting conclusion. The original story was nearing a romantic resolution with Tsunade, yet now, in the world of Hokage, many were known only by their first names, which conveniently allowed for Jiraiya to adopt a surname. Senju Jiraiya, 3 days later, in stark contrast to the original setting where Kushina was assigned a sterile delivery room. With Kane's formidable prowess as an ally, Konoha merely set up a few false delivery rooms for appearances. The actual delivery room was at the Namikaze residence. It hurts, Minato. Kushina cried out, clutching Minato's hair from her makeshift birthing bed. No. Kushina, I am in pain too. I'm about to go bald. Minato, equally distressed, pressed his forehead against Kushina's in a futile attempt to comfort her. Suddenly, amidst the intense pain Kushina was experiencing, she inadvertently punched Minato in the face. They both cried out in agony. You should step outside, Minato. You can't help here. It's getting too cramped. Sarutobi Bawako sighed, deciding it best to have Minato leave. In the original story, only Sarutobi Bawako, the former Hokage's wife, had attended Kushina's delivery for confidentiality. But now, Rin, Inya, Shizune, and Tsunade were all present. Given this situation, one could assert that not only could the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails manage childbirth, but even the Nine-Tails itself could handle it. Outside, the assembly was even more impressive. Kane, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and various skilled individuals lying in wait. The presence of Kane alone was enough to keep the Nine-Tails in check. Over the past 2 years, Kane had engaged in extensive communication with the Nine-Tails while researching tailed beasts. Were it not for the Nine-Tails' seemingly boundless chakra, it likely would have suffered a fate similar to the Three Tails, having been thoroughly subdued by Kane. Tailed beasts are, after all, manifestations of chakra, their physical forms and wills intricately linked to their chakra. Perhaps due to Kane's incessant use of the Three Tails as a source of chakra, it appeared to be broken, reduced to a mere empty shell devoid of spirit, driven only by its instinct to absorb chakra. Upon learning of the Three Tails' plight through special means, the Nine Tails mourned for a moment before turning its attention back to Kushina. The situation. Now, as Kushina approached childbirth, the Nine Tails, having completely lost its dignity, not only refrained from causing chaos, but even released chakra to nurture Kushina's body, benefiting the unborn Naruto immensely. It hurts. I can't do this anymore. I don't want to give birth. Tsunade, can I just wait until tomorrow? Kushina begged tearfully. Tsunade, helpless, patted Kushina's head, unsure how to console her, as she had never given birth herself. Enough nonsense, Kushina. For the sake of your child, you must persevere, Sarutobi Bawako asserted, invoking her authority as an elder. Several young girls who had not yet given birth, along with an elderly woman, were left in psychological shock by Kushina's distressing condition. Meanwhile, inside the delivery room, the atmosphere was charged with activity while outside. Minato, please sit down. With Tsunade and her disciples here, Kushina will be fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat calmly on the sofa, smoking a pipe. How can I sit still? Minato fidgeted, looking more like a restless monkey than Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it comes to it, we can always opt for a cesarean. Kane proposed. Upon hearing Kane's suggestion, Minato hesitated before ultimately declining. Even though the Nine-Tails has been well-behaved, we can't take that risk. Kane merely shrugged in response to Minato's words, then turned to engage in a game of shogi with Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Not far from the Namake's residence, in a shadowy corner where visibility was poor. Do you not call yourself Uchiha Madara? Why do you now cower in the shadows? Pain taunted the masked man who was trembling with fear. Madara had not perished outright. Instead, he had used a secret technique to locate the hidden places of Zetsu and Obito, subsequently altering Obito's will through an illusionary eye, before ultimately passing away. This indicated that Obito was not fully developed, as Rin had never been attacked by mist ninjas, nor had she died under Kakashi's Raikiri. Obito's belief that Rin had died was merely a fabricated illusion created by Madara's Jinjutsu, one that could not withstand scrutiny or verification. As his strength continues to grow, Dai too has begun to question the truth of the matter. After all, he possesses a Sharingan, albeit not a Jinjutsu, and the oppressive influence of Ban's Jinjutsu on him is diminishing. Daito even finds himself sneaking into Mai to observe the false Lin. It is not that I fear them. Rather, we are simply not in a position to reveal ourselves, absent the deeply ingrained experiences from the original narrative. Daito can at best be considered a half-darkened, adolescent youth. Nagato and Konan have at least eaten more meals than Daito, and not only has he failed to deceive them, but he almost fell prey to their persuasion. Had it not been for Heiju's interference, Daito might have nearly embraced their ideology. Uchiha Ban, if you cannot demonstrate the strength to sway Akatsuki this time, our collaboration will come to an end. Nagato stated coldly. Indeed, Daito, if you cannot present the strength to impress them, they will leave. A voice from the shadows remarked sarcastically, belonging to Kane, who had approached using his Kenbunchaku. Do not call me Daito. I am now Uchiha Ban. Have you lost your mind, Ju? Daito retorted, irritated. Nagato thought, what a clever boy. You are actually an undercover agent. Ju, I did not speak. Who is it? As Daito was lost in thought, he became aware of the unsettling situation only when Nagato had already distanced himself, ready to flee. It is no one. I am merely a passerby, a traveler. You may continue your discussion without concern for me, Kane said languidly from the rooftop. Alas, my wallet has been bleeding profusely recently. I just gave Minato a generous wedding gift and now must contribute to his child's full-month celebration. I hear Kakashi and Lin are also getting married soon. More expenses await. In truth, Kane's words were mere nonsense. Even if Kakashi and Lin were in a romantic relationship, it was unlikely they would marry anytime soon, as they were still but children. However, upon hearing this news, Daito was momentarily stunned, and his face darkened. Not from darkening in nature, but for being possessed by Heiju. Our collaboration is over. Nagato, having sensed the change in circumstances, soared into the sky, shouting Uchiha Ban. The last four words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. Kane paid no mind to Nagato's assent, but leisurely formed a hand seal, continuing to tease Daito's day. Should I call you Daito or Ju now? Kikik, it is more fitting for you to call me Uchiha Ban. As he spoke, Heiju manipulated Daito to unleash Kimui in an attempt to escape, while Kane watched Ju's performance with a mocking expression. I had anticipated this move. It is the perfect opportunity to test my newly developed space-time barrier. Indeed, Ju and Daito emerged from the vortex, and when Ju looked up in confusion, the small barrier was already filled with people. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi revealing his left eye, Jiraiya in Sage mode, and Two Toads stood ready. Ju exclaimed, What the hell, Daito? Are you an undercover agent? In this world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 73, You May Still Call Me Ban. The participation of Shursui and Fugaku in this operation was entirely due to Minato's goodwill. After all, Minato is a kind-hearted individual who, upon taking office, relaxed the suppression of the Uchiha clan, and with the relationships between the two high-ranking ladies, the ties between the Uchiha clan and Mai gradually improved. The most significant transformation occurred due to a military exercise organized by Minato. Minato set Kane as the antagonist, with all the clan ninjas of Mai as the protagonists, uniting to combat Kane. That battle was utterly tedious. Kane utilized his armed color to the fullest, and with the enhancement from Sage Mode, the Uchiha clan, along with other clans in Mai, besieged Kane for 3 days and nights without breaking through his defenses. The leader of the Yamashiro clan even suffered a mental backlash from attempting to attack Kane, reportedly needing 6 months to recover. After that exercise, the leaders of the various clans in Mai were left disheartened, leading to a surge in population, unable to defeat him in battle and unable to outlast him. And considering Kane is a mythical being, he could easily live for at least the age of the Sage of 6 Paths. Let us simply return home and start families. After a meeting with the clan members, Fugaku, from the clan elders down to the lower-ranked ninjas, unanimously believed that the Uchiha clan serving as the security team for Mai was quite beneficial, as long as they refrained from unnecessary turmoil. With absolute support from Minato, the suppression of the Uchiha clan was lifted, and now, aside from fulfilling their duties as the security team, many ninjas from the Uchiha clan are actively forming teams and undertaking missions, showing little difference from ordinary clans. The Uchiha clan was indeed intimidated by Kane. After all, the wicked fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. To dare cause trouble in Mai, not even the Uchiha clan could stand against it, let alone the Senju clan from back then. Returning to the main point, Uchiha Dai 2. The clan leader Fugaku glared at the masked man surrounded by everyone. Speaking through gritted teeth, I advise you to think carefully. You scoundrel, if you wish to die, do not drag the Uchiha clan with you, you bastard. Suddenly summoned to accompany Sure Sui on a task. Fugaku was enraged to discover that the attackers on Mai were actually from the Uchiha clan, nearly causing him to faint. Fearing that Kane and Minato would find an excuse to turn against the Uchiha, Fugaku even activated his Mangekyo, showing no concern for exposing his own strength. Now, Fugaku awaited Kane's command, ready to take Sure Sui and turn Dai 2 into pulp before extracting his eyes. He is not Dai 2 now. Whether or not he can be saved depends on you. Clan leader Fugaku. Kane patted Sure Sui's shoulder and cleared space for his fellow clansmen. Kakashi showed no surprise upon hearing Kane call out Dai 2's name. He only wondered why Dai 2 would attack Mai. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Dai 2 had not perished, a conclusion reached collectively by the group. Upon receiving Kane's command, Fugaku called on Sure Sui to advance alongside him. Fire style, storm dance. Although he could not use Kimyui to escape, this did not prevent Ju from utilizing Kimyui within this confined space. As Dai 2 unleashed a fire technique, Kakashi swiftly demonstrated his hand speed to the others, water style, water wall, as the fierce flames clashed with the water technique. A massive cloud of smoke engulfed the small space sealed by the barrier. Kakik, I have learned my lesson this time. We shall meet again, Calamity Beast. After the smoke cleared, Ju stood at the edge of the damaged barrier, grinning mischievously. With the barrier shattered, Kamui was no longer restricted. As Dai 2 prepared to flee, Kakashi, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his head and glared at the vortex's center with his left eye, invoking Kamui. With a scream from Dai 2 and the loss of an arm, the spatial ripple caused by Kamui dissipated. He escaped. Kane was not surprised by this slip-up. With Ju wielding Yin-Yang release, if he truly wished to flee, even Kane would find it challenging to detain him. The spatio-temporal barrier, managing to hold it back for a moment, surprised Kane immensely. Everyone should disperse. Disperse. Kane picked up the arm lying on the ground and handed it to the ambush team lurking nearby, then waved his hand, signaling everyone to return from whence they came. However, Fuyue and Sure Sui showed no intention of leaving. With a cold sweat, Fuyue spoke, Lord Kane, Uchiha Bido was merely an accident. Our Uchiha clan has always been loyal to Konoha. All right, I'm well aware of that. Just continue as you normally would. There is no need for concern. Kane impatiently interrupted Fuyue's display of loyalty. Let us go, Sage of the Toads. You've been here for quite a while without uttering a word. Those unaware might think you are practicing the silent meditation of the Buddhist path. Kane led the contemplative Jiraiya away from the scene. Kane understood that Jiraiya was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yahiko. After all, Nagato, Konin, and Yahiko had once been his disciples, and only Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. Now, witnessing Yahiko bearing a pair of Rinnegan, Jiraiya sensed there might be a significant secret behind it. On their way back, Kane found Jiraiya's anxious demeanor amusing. Sage of the Toads, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Sage, Jiraiya struggled to find the right words. You saw your former disciple, did you not? He was clearly dead, yet now he has returned, even bearing another disciple's Rinnegan. You truly understand, Jiraiya exclaimed, recognizing he had found the right person to confide in. I do not possess extensive knowledge, but I am aware of some information regarding the Rinnegan. Subsequently, Cain recounted the specifics of the Rinnegan to Jiraiya in detail. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. So, Yahiko is indeed dead, and the current Yahiko can be considered a puppet? Clever. Cain snapped his fingers. While I am uncertain why the Sage of Six Paths, who also possessed Rinnegan, never created puppets, I can assure the authenticity of this information. In that case, the Uchiha and Senju clans, Jiraiya stroked his chin, hypothesizing, when the powers of these two clans merge, they could unlock the eye of the universe. It is a matter of fusing these two powers and cultivating them to their utmost potential, then experiencing death once to unlock it, Cain added. Thus, Cain, you too have the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. Jiraiya counted on his fingers. Your wood release is even more formidable than the first Hokage's. Yet before Jiraiya could finish, Cain interrupted. You may be mistaken. Perhaps the first Hokage's greatest strength lay in his wood release. But I can assure you that the power of the Senju of the forest cannot be succinctly articulated. The conditions for awakening the Rinnegan are not as simple as I described. And please note my phrasing. It is the unique powers of Madara and Hashirama merging to elicit a new force. Cain realized that conveying the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths in just a few sentences was impossible. So he clarified, moreover, wood release is wood release. The first Hokage's wood release is his own, and my wood release is distinctly mine. Remember this. With that, Cain dragged the bewildered Jiraiya into Minato's home. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 74. Obito is a derivative character to prevent an ambush on Konoha. The third Hokage and others stayed at Minato's house until dawn. Cain, I find it perplexing why you did not choose to detain Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked while pouring tea for Cain. Jiraiya and Minato looked on with equal confusion. Cain swiftly consumed the hot tea. That fellow named Kurizetsu is elusive. Even if we captured 1,000 Obitos, it would be futile. Without eliminating Kurizetsu, destroying Obito and Nagato would only cause him to hide once more. Now we at least know all their intelligence. If Kurizetsu were allowed to lay low for several hundred years, who knows what could transpire? So, Obito was under Jinjutsu. Attacking Konoha against his will? Minato's words drew several glances. You are being rather biased in favor of your disciple. Indeed, Cain affirmed Minato's statement. That kid does harbor feelings for Konoha. I can confirm he was misled by Jinjutsu last night. The crux of the matter is, if we capture Obito, where we find such a derivative character? In the original narrative, Obito, although deceived, was not under Jinjutsu control, leading to the attack on Konoha, which resulted in the deaths of Minato and Kushina, raising concerns of betrayal. However, the original story is merely a narrative. This is a parallel universe. And the current Obito is undeniably under Jinjutsu, a fact no one can refute. If this is not Obito's true intent, Minato hesitated, glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ho ho ho. I am merely a retired former Hokage. These matters are better suited for the fourth Hokage to address. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no desire for power struggles. Power? What use is that? Does it make my younger son appear more impressive than my elder son? If not, please refrain from speaking, as it emits an unpleasant odor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's greatest wish was to see some girl from the clan marry Cain, but unfortunately, this decision was not solely his to make. He subsequently began arranging for his eldest son to hurry up and have children, yet this too was beyond his control. Over time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mindset inexplicably calmed down. After all, his youngest son was constantly with Cain, and as long as their bond remained intact, that was sufficient. I must interject. Jiraiya raised his hand to speak. I still do not comprehend what you mean by the unique powers of Hashirama and Madara. Upon hearing the names of these two deities, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato turned their attention to Jiraiya. Cain pondered for a moment before daring not to reveal the truth. Just remember, their unique powers do not solely originate from the Senju and Uchiha clans. Observing Jiraiya's curious expression, Cain quickly cautioned him. This secret pertains to the family matters of a powerful individual, and that individual is not yet fully deceased. There are certain things that I cannot comfortably disclose. If you truly wish to know, then inquire with the great Toad Sage at Mayaboka Mountain. He possesses ample knowledge, and if he is willing to share, his explanation will undoubtedly be far more detailed than mine. Indeed, it would be far more detailed. After all, it was the great Toad Sage who orchestrated the grand scheme involving Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. However, as a native being of the world of Hokage, the actions of the great Toad Sage were justifiable. This world is their home, and how could they allow outsiders to wreak havoc? Although we may lack strength, it matters not, for the descendants of our enemies shall become our allies. Kane, on the other hand, had become increasingly cautious since Kushina became pregnant with Naruto. After all, he had already altered the entire ninja world, and most crucial child of destiny must be born at the appointed time. If one were to claim that there were no hidden forces at play, would you believe it? Kane certainly would not dare to gamble, especially since the state of the ninja world is at the mercy of the Sage of Six Paths. As an outsider, one ought to tread carefully, for if one dares to disrupt their grand designs, one may find oneself facing dire consequences. However, Ken had not refrained from probing the boundaries of the higher-ups, as evidenced by his act of sending the Sharingan to Mayobo Kuzan, followed by a gift of a branch family's Byakugan. A few days ago, the Sage of the Six Paths had informed him that progress had been made in the research of these ocular artifacts, leading Cayenne to suspect that a certain influential figure was behind it all. Yet, he remained uncertain about what precisely these powerful individuals required of him. While a few men sat in a somber mood, some smoking and others sipping tea, Tsunade emerged from the room, supporting her waist. The teacher had been so fatigued that she had already retired for the night. "Oh, is that so? You have all worked hard." Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly entered the house to assist his wife and bid farewell to the others, stating, "We shall take our leave. My wife has been remiss today." Sarutobi referred to the fact that his wife had fallen asleep at someone else's home, considering her status as the former Hokage's wife and a respected elder. "Not at all. It is I and Kushina who should express our gratitude." Minato also grasped Sarutobi's hand in appreciation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively and signaled for a few umbu to escort his wife away from Minato's residence. "Cayenne, teacher, excuse me for a moment." Minato hastily entered the house as soon as the ladies exited. Noticing that both hosts were absent, Cayenne, as Kushina's clansman, took the opportunity to express his thanks to the remaining individuals. Thank you all for your assistance." Tsunade let out a yawn, clearly fatigued, and stretched her limbs. Observing Tsunade's prominent features, Cayenne quickly turned his gaze away, adhering to the principle of do not look, do not listen, do not see. Jiraiya, with a look of disdain, watched as Cayenne averted his eyes, then subtly positioned himself in front of Tsunade. To his surprise, Tsunade was unappreciative, delivering a resounding blow to Jiraiya's head. "You scoundrel! Why are you getting so close to me?" Tsunade, accustomed to the mixed reactions regarding her figure, found Cayenne's blatant attempt to look away quite rare. "Lord Jiraiya, we shall take our leave." The other girls yawned in unison, bidding farewell to Jiraiya. "Ah, you may all return. Your efforts are appreciated. I thank you on behalf of the Minato couple," Jiraiya said while covering his right cheek and conversing politely with them. "Wait," Cayenne called out to the departing girls. "Ensure you take this." He handed each of them a kunai belonging to his Flying Thunder God technique, instructing, "Remember, do not separate during these days. And this must not leave your person for even a moment. For safety's sake." Cayenne discreetly left behind a Flying Thunder God technique on each of them as a hidden safeguard. This arrangement had been previously discussed with Minato the night before. To prevent retaliation from the assailant of the previous night, the most powerful Cayenne would need to endure a little longer. For only he and Minato were currently proficient in this technique within Konoha. Tsunade and Sarutobi Bawako were not to be worried. One was among the legendary Sannin, and the other was the wife of the former Hokage. If the assailant's target were to be either of them, the consequences could very well be unpredictable. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 75. The radiant appearance of the Goose Factory, a long while later. At the outermost perimeter of the Senju clan's encampment, a notification echoed in Cayenne's mind. "Upgrade complete. Please check specific functions." "Oh, has the upgrade finished?" Upon hearing the notification, Cayenne promptly released the struggling Five Tails. During this period, Cayenne's primary endeavors had revolved around researching various forbidden techniques and capturing tailed beasts. Indeed, capturing tailed beasts was his objective. Cayenne believed that as long as he achieved his enemy's goals, they would never prevail. L has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, with rewards from the all-encompassing worlds added to the gift bag. Please rename L. This marked the first change. Then I shall call you Goose Factory. Cayenne whimsically named the new system and continued to examine the details. The Great Clock has completed its update. Random teleportation and energy bars have been removed. You may now traverse only in worlds with coordinates. Current coordinates: One Piece World, Devil Fruits; Naruto World, none. The Naruto world had yet to acquire coordinates. Cayenne stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of the Great Clock's updated functions. The removal of the energy bar signified that he would no longer need to replenish energy for traversal, yet he could only journey to worlds with established coordinates. What could the coordinates for the Naruto world be? Cayenne glanced at the coordinates for the One Piece world and then at the nearby Five Tails, and a semblance of an answer began to form in his mind. The functions post-upgrade were a mix of advantages and disadvantages. The positive aspect was the update of the gift bag with treasures from various realms, while the negative was the Great Clock, which, although it no longer required Cayenne to actively charge energy, necessitated fixed coordinates, thereby diminishing his chances of reuniting with companions. Special coordinates: Number Z. Note: please be cautious when utilizing this coordinate. This number Z coordinate reminded Cayenne of the first time he traversed with his friends, when the Great Clock had been ensnared by a mysterious force due to the unique identities of Zoro and the others. While he had a general understanding of what the Z coordinate entailed, he deemed it unwise to utilize it just yet, at least not until he had secured the coordinates for the Naruto world. Current number of gift bag openings: 2, with 2 opportunities remaining. Cayenne felt an irresistible urge to open the gift bags. No, I must resist. Naruto has yet to mature. I shall wait until he grows up a bit, and then take him along to open the gift bags. Cayenne did not intend to traverse with Naruto, but rather hoped to bask in Naruto's luck once he matured. After all, with a ready-made Lucky Charm at hand, why should Cayenne seek blessings from other deities? It seemed he needed to accumulate some good fortune. For the time being, he must refrain from drinking with Jiraiya and Tsunade. While he could not predict Jiraiya's luck, Tsunade's fortune was. The Five Tails, feigning death behind Cayenne, perceived his distraction and attempted to make a stealthy escape. Where do you think you're going? Cayenne Sominu voice resonated. Upon hearing it, the Five Tails froze in place. When Cayenne had initially captured it, the creature had not struggled. But after experiencing several suppressions and the lessons learned from the Three Tails, the Five Tails seemed to have become considerably more compliant. Little one, if you wish to avoid a fate akin to that of the nearby turtle, it would be wise to remain obedient. Cayenne ominously warned the Five Tails while draining its energy. For added security, he conjured a wooden cage to confine the Five Tails. It was time to venture to Myobo Kuzan. Ever since Cayenne had sent the Sharingan and the branch families Byakugan, the Sage of the Six Paths had reached out through Fukasaku, requesting that Cayenne discreetly deliver a portion of Hashirama's flesh. When such sensitive matters are articulated by Shunzwa Xianren, Cayenne initially felt a sense of unreality. For Jiraiya had already wed into the Chien Chinsho family, making such actions unavoidable. However, upon further reflection, he came to terms with it. After all, the flesh and blood of Hashirama did not belong solely to him, but to all of Konohagakure. With a sudden force, he invoked the reverse summoning technique. Shinzwa Xianren awaits my arrival. As Cayenne stepped into Miyamu Mountain, he immediately spotted Shinzwa Xianren meditating atop a colossal stone. Elder Cayenne has arrived. Come with me. Shinzwa beckoned. Cayenne's presence was no surprise to Shinzwa, as he had sent word beforehand. Together, the two ventured into a concealed cave, a place of utmost secrecy within Miyamu Mountain. Unknown even to Jiraiya, Shinzwa Xianren introduced Cayenne to the laboratory. The kaleidoscope you sent last time has undergone significant changes, he remarked, retrieving a scroll. A senior entrusted me with this for you. Once opened, all will be revealed. Trusting the sage, Cayenne unfurled the scroll, and suddenly the world spun around him, plunging him into darkness. When his senses returned, he found himself enveloped in pitch blackness, standing on a surface resembling water, where his slightest step created ripples. Initially, Cayenne's instinct was to believe he was within the shadows of Miyamu Mountain, yet he quickly dismissed this notion. If Miyamu Mountain harbored ulterior motives, they would have acted long ago, rather than covertly assisting him. Cayenne had never considered his would release a mere coincidence, which is why he had previously explained to Jiraiya that there was a significant distinction between would release and other forms. Even if someone were plotting against him, Cayenne remained unperturbed, fully aware of the potency of his void seals. Cayenne attuned himself to his surroundings and proceeded in a specific direction until a distant point of light appeared before him. He deliberately moved slowly, step by step, as if imprinting the ground beneath his feet. You think your tricks can deceive me? I know you have been observing me all along. Cain first ruled out the giant toad, for if it had something to say, it would have done so openly instead of resorting to such theatrics. This left only the larger presence. The luminous end of the darkness revealed a dilapidated palace, its ancient facade marred by neglect. The cracked blank plaque bore clear signs of having its inscriptions deliberately erased. 8 weathered pillars and a seemingly useless wooden door depicted a scene reminiscent of a forsaken shrine. The only ones capable of bringing me here are those two. The younger is still singing with his mother, leaving only the elder. Though Cain himself was a formidable force, the thought of soon encountering a legendary figure made him feel somewhat intimidated. I acknowledge my strength, yet the elder within is no mere pushover. I might as well announce my identity as Zonlong. Damn, my master is Lu Zonlong. What do I have to fear? Cain shouted loudly, ensuring he was heard within. With that, he clasped his hands together, entering sage mode, and unleashed his void conqueror's haki. A thunderous roar echoed, prompting a gruff exclamation from within. How rude of you, young one. Cain's spiritual assault, enhanced by the void seal, transcended a mere mental impact, manifesting as a dual-layered offensive, both psychological and physical, inflicting genuine damage. The moment Cain unleashed his void haki, an individual inside groaned, returning with a fierce mental counterattack. Came the voice of surprise from within. Typically, the counter to a pressure of this nature would be to reciprocate with equal force. Yet this tried-and-true tactic failed miserably this time. Attempting to show off before me is no simple feat. Even the Sage of Six Paths would be at a loss against my prowess, I declare. Cain's bravado left the individual inside utterly speechless. What was meant to be a standard online meetup had devolved into an unexpected showdown. Ah, young friend, perhaps you should temper your abilities, the voice sighed, retracting its aura. Observing the lack of malice, Cain reciprocated by withdrawing his haki and stepped into the temple. At the heart of the temple stood a statue, adorned with dual horns and 3 eyes, its ancient hair styled in a traditional manner. The statue's arms were bent forward, hands poised as if about to unite, with symbols of the sun and moon depicted at the center of its palms. As Cain examined the statue, he mused internally. It possesses an air of solemnity mixed with an undertone of menace. Could it be a malevolent deity? Just as Cain scrutinized the effigy, he felt an unsettling sensation. The statue appeared to be observing him. Is it true that the Sage of Six Paths is merely a remnant of chakra? How does this statue exude such formidable life force? At that moment, Cain noticed the statue's eyes flicker, and with a commanding voice, the Sage of Six Paths, Daitang Yui, declared, "Who dares to disrupt my sanctum?" As the sage's consciousness descended upon the statue, Cain was caught off guard by his antics. "Young man, since you have come here, cease your foolishness." The sage sighed, indicating Cain should adopt a more serious demeanor. Witnessing the sage alive, Cain immediately straightened up, respectfully stating, "I humbly greet you, sage. I was unaware it was you testing me. My actions were hasty." The sage's expression darkened upon hearing Cain's words, realizing he was alluding to being brought here without cause and subjected to scrutiny. Although Cain held reservations about the sage's actions, he chose to remain discreet. Despite the sage's seemingly fragile state, Cain was certain that should he dare to strike, the elder would transform from a jovial figure into a formidable philosopher in an instant. Moreover, Cain understood that the sage's current frailty stemmed from dispersing his chakra throughout the world to monitor the ninja realm. After all, Daitami Kagaya was merely sealed and not dead. Hence her threat persisted, and it was not impossible for her to break free from her confinement. To ensure absolute safety, the Sage of the Six Paths chose to sacrifice his individuality for a greater cause, dividing his chakra into countless fragments and employing a sophisticated, telescope-like ninjutsu to monitor the ninja world. However, even with his chakra partitioned, Cain remained vigilant. One need only recall the Fourth Great Ninja War, where this old man casually bestowed 2 buffs upon the prince and the second pillar, allowing 2 lower ninjas to soar and humiliate numerous formidable opponents in succession. Furthermore, Cain surmised maliciously that the reason Naruto and Sasuke appeared weakened in Boruto was not only their humiliation of Madara, but also the same sequential humiliation of Daitami Kagaya. Indeed, Cain's conjectures were not entirely unfounded. At the level of the Sage of the Six Paths, the physical form became largely irrelevant, as there was no need for sustenance or bodily functions. Yet, Cain held a different perspective on the sage's greatness. Even if granted immense power, he would never forsake his corporeal existence, preferring death over the loss of his flesh. This might have resonated with the greater will of the universe, leading to his acquisition of the eternal forest mark, which promised infinite growth and the ability to regenerate lost limbs. Welcome, young traveler, to the ninja world. The sage of the six paths greeted, sounding like a local elder. Cain thought to himself, it is evident he either watches me or maintains ties with the great toad. As a guest, however, was Cain being somewhat excessive? The sage began with a polite inquiry before questioning Cain further. Cain feigned innocence. My apologies, sage. I acted rashly. He completely overlooked his past transgressions against that group of small creatures. Nevertheless, compared to other transmigrators, Cain exhibited remarkable restraint. While others would have endeavored to charm every woman or schemed to become the new patriarch of the sage's three brothers, Cain, having traversed so long, remained a virgin, indeed a rare sight. It is commendable for youth to aspire for power, yet moderation is also essential. Observing Cain's dismissive antics, the sage of the six paths pointedly remarked upon him. This caused Cain to feel a twinge of anxiety. Technically, his actions mirrored the original intentions of the Daetongmu clan's arrival in the ninja world. However, the Daetongmu clan's greed led to their destruction of the world, while Cain's methods were subtler and less detectable, as most remained oblivious to his motives for energy absorption. Besides, with his extraordinary yang release and wood release, how could he possibly lack chakra? Suddenly reminded of wood release, Cain looked up to see the sage regarding him with a knowing smile. He mused that Daetongmu Yui and Daetongmu Yurin were indeed cunning figures. Yurin was tolerable, but Yui was particularly insidious. She had long been observing the ninja world and had effortlessly granted buffs to Naruto and Sasuke. So Cain found it hard to believe that Yurin could not also seal Daetongmu Kagaya. In Chapter 77, regarding wood release, Cain tentatively inquired. The sage explained that wood release stemmed from the power of the divine tree. Long ago, a beautiful princess consumed the fruit of the divine tree, acquiring the power of all creation. Rinnegan? That can't be right. Cain interjected, old man, I am well versed in the original tale. Do not attempt to deceive me. As Daetongmu Kagaya was the sage's mother, the sage endeavored to embellish her story, but Cain's interruption caught him off guard. The sage, feeling slighted but unable to retaliate, acknowledged Cain's mystique. It seems you are indeed enigmatic, he remarked cryptically, but Cain had no intention of engaging further. Sighing deeply, the sage inquired whether Cain's abilities could drain or eliminate tailed beasts. While Cain did not grasp the sage's intent, he nodded, realizing the deception would only lead to embarrassment. The sage merely let out a long, drawn-out sound before falling silent. Cain sensed the sage was attempting to play a riddle again, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly felt a peculiar discomfort in his body. His entire being ached, and his consciousness began to blur. Please maintain your original intentions, traveler from another world. When Cain regained consciousness, he found himself back at Mayaboka Mountain, holding a scroll. That old man, he could be so vague. Upon inspecting the scroll and deeming it useless, he tossed it aside. The sage had already departed, perhaps alerted by some great toad, and on the stone table lay an opaque glass vial. Shinzo informed me that the Sharingan has undergone a transformation. I wonder what that change entails. Surely it cannot have evolved. Cain chuckled to himself as he reached for the vial. When he initially entrusted his Sharingan to Shinzo, he had never anticipated any significant research outcomes. It was merely a test for Gamma Maru. Cain had long suspected that his wood release was not entirely his own, but rather a special gift from the sage of the six paths. By presenting the kaleidoscope to Mayaboka Mountain, Cain intended to convey a single message: would release eternal kaleidoscope, Rinnegan. The rest was up to them. This was merely a casual test. Yet he had not expected it to yield results today. Holding the glass vial, Cain did not rush to open it. Instead, he spread his palms, observing the moon-shaped mark on his left hand and the sun-shaped mark on his right. Indeed, Cain thought to himself, his chakra was undeniably vast, a fact beyond dispute. For both his physical and mental strength were formidable. Later, when Cain discovered that his chakra possessed healing properties, he sensed something was amiss. But he attributed it to the mark of the eternal technique, which primarily focused on restoration. However, when Minato and Jiraiya absurdly insisted that he possessed wood release, Cain was initially perplexed, especially with their encouragement, which led him to experiment without concern for potential loss. On his first attempt, Cain secretly tested it without success. But soon an opportunity arose in the form of the corpses left by White Zetsu in the cave. After the events of today, Cain speculated that if he had not touched the trees left by Baiju back then, while on the outskirts of Konoha, he would undoubtedly have had the opportunity to awaken Mokutan. Do not inquire why he is so certain. Having an old man to look after him is simply delightful. Yet, he could not fathom what this old gentleman truly wished for him. While he could rationalize the other aspects, this particular point eluded his understanding. I hope you remain true to your heart as an interdimensional traveler. Cain repeatedly pondered this phrase, when suddenly a chill crept up his spine. He comprehended the meanings of otherworld and traveler, reminding him that he was an outsider, and it was time to embark on a journey. As for the first part, Cain believed that with the prowess of the Goose Factory in his grasp, no malevolent entities could wield mind-reading against him. Thus it was improbable that the Sage of Six Paths could discern his thoughts. If I consider my past behaviors, the implication of this phrase is astonishing. The gravity of its meaning was overwhelming, and Cain dared not dwell on it further, hastily shaking his head to refocus on the bottle in his hand. Let me conjecture. One capability of the kaleidoscope is yang, which bestows immense vitality upon its possessor, while the other symbolizes yin, greatly enhancing the owner's mental acuity. Van had once remarked that the powers of this kaleidoscope were not merely about deprivation without sensation, a notion Cain had previously disregarded, but now it seemed rather evident. I would wager that this kaleidoscope has now transformed into the eternal eyes, and whether it is the original pair remains debatable. As he spoke, Cain opened the jar in his hand to reveal a pair of crimson eternal kaleidoscopes. Why call them eternal eyes? The patterns within had long shifted from an O shape to small circles entwined with a crescent moon. Indeed, upon recognizing the design, Cain could not help but ridicule the pair of eyes. This was irrefutable evidence. The design of these eyes must have been personally crafted by the Sage of Six Paths, and the power contained within may have been deliberately orchestrated by him. This truly spells disaster. Am I to approach the Sage of Six Paths with these eyes for a return? I can only wonder if he might take my life. No sooner had Cain uttered these words than a sudden thunderclap echoed outside the cave, where the weather had previously been calm. Observing the clear sky and the lightning, Cain smirked and rubbed his nose. This is it. The deposit has already been accepted, and now I cannot refuse to assist. They had provided the deposit, and Cain had no qualms about working for them, yet the task at hand was perilous. He was now certain that regardless of whether he could fulfill this transaction, he would not emerge unscathed. Should he complete the transaction, the best-case scenario would involve being coerced by several prominent figures to leave this world, while the worst-case scenario could see him forcibly expelled from it. As for opting out of the transaction, ridiculous. Cain's initial intent was to continuously supply energy to the Goose Factory and elevate himself, regardless of whether the prominent figures engaged in a trade with Cain. His ultimate goal remained unchanged, to drain the Ten Tails upon its emergence. If conditions permitted, he might also contemplate acquiring the QB's Rinnegan and Transmigration Eyes. Where there is a will, there is a way. Let us savor the cake presented before us first. After weighing the pros and cons, Cain gritted his teeth and plucked out his left eye, seizing the eternal eyes to press into his eye socket while his original eye had yet to regenerate. P.S. Whether or not the eyes will reappear depends on your opinions. I merely feel that having journeyed to the Naruto world, it would be remiss not to acquire some local specialties. What do you think? Entry 78 of Cain's diary, Konohagakure. Cain's residence Cain was currently bent over his desk, penning his diary. October 10th, 52nd year of Konoha, overcast. The mischievous child Naruto is already 4 years old. Today, this little rascal grabbed his little bird and told me that he felt this thing had great utility beyond merely urinating, leaving me utterly astonished. However, I believe he is still too young to bear this monumental discovery alone, so I relayed this matter to Kushina. Subsequently, Naruto cried, declaring he no longer liked his uncle. By the way, I slept for another 18 hours today. I wonder if I am entering a hibernation phase, leading to evolution? I have never heard of a devil fruit possessing such a function. December 20th, 52nd year of Konoha, overcast. Let me establish one fact. My slumber is linked to the eternal eyes and the two buffs. That old man is up to something. I have not been sleeping much these past few days. Perhaps the Sharingan is gradually beginning to merge with my body due to the influence of the Eternal Forest's mark. I believe that before long, when I remove the Sharingan, the eyes that regrow will also be Sharingan. Speaking of which, does that mean I will have an endless supply of Sharingan? Had I known this would happen, I should have fused with the Byakugan, at the very least. I will not have to worry about the Transmigration Eyes. February 7th, 53rd year of Konoha, light rain. I have begun to fall into slumber again. This is utter nonsense. I have never heard of a time traveler needing a hibernation period to fuse with the Sharingan. Did that old man enhance the eyes he gave me? Damn. Had I known, I would not have fused with this thing. July 23rd, 54th year of Konoha, cloudy. This morning, I specifically taught Naruto the advanced version of the 1,000 Years of Death, instructing him to give his good friend an unforgettable birthday memory. Sure enough, this afternoon, when school ended, Itachi came to the Namake's household with a sour expression, and seeing the diaper-clad Sasuke trailing behind him, I felt utterly elated. I have hardly been sleeping these days. The eternal kaleidoscope is now under my control, which is rather splendid. August 8th, 58th year of Konoha, cloudy. What on earth did the old sage put in those eyes? My body grows ever stronger, yet I have remained in slumber, and I can distinctly sense my mental prowess intensifying. I have slept for a full 4 years. I now suspect that the sage does not wish for me to meddle too much in the affairs of the ninja world. Nevertheless, this situation indicates that they remain wary of my strength, resorting to such indirect methods. It can be inferred that they're apprehensive of my void mark. December 21st, 58th year of Konoha, light rain. Today, upon waking, I discovered Enya lying beside me. Damn, I almost had a heart attack. Fortunately, nothing occurred. I was merely unclothed. I absolutely must refrain from drinking in the future. It leads to trouble. October 10th, 60th year of Konoha, light rain. Naruto has already become a genin. While I remain in slumber, how infuriating. Jiraiya left me a note stating that he has found traces of the Akatsuki organization and plans to investigate. Worry not, my dear Toad. After your demise, I shall take care of your wife. November 28th, 61st year of Konoha, light rain. Why is it that I always awaken to light rain lately? Quite peculiar. I have mastered all variations of chakra nature transformation, and my Sharingan's ocular power continues to grow exponentially. My body also seems to be undergoing remarkable changes. December 29th, 61st year of Konoha, light rain. It seems that every time I fall asleep, someone is up to no good. I have lost the 3 tails and 5 tails. Jushini unexpectedly suffered an attack. Fortunately, it was only a portion of the QB that was lost. I can guess who is responsible, but I shall remain silent. On March 3rd, 62 years in the Land of Fire. As per the original plan, there is less than a year until the onset of the Shippuden arc. However, there is no sign of it yet. The Color Toad is still alive. It is said that several Jinchuriki have been attacked, which is entirely within expectations. By the way, the Sharingan has now completely become my own possession, and I have also acquired the coordinates of the Hokage world. As I anticipated, the One Piece world revolves around devil fruits rather than hockey, while the Naruto world centers on the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Tenseigan rather than would release. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as the legendary Eye of the 5 Villages conflict. On November 1st, 59 years in the Land of Fire, the weather was pleasant. I hurried outside to bask in the sunlight. Mushrooms were already sprouting on the dragon scales. Normally, today would be Zoro's birthday. It has been several years since we last met, and I wonder if Zoro has grown a beard. However, I still appear as I did in my youth. When we meet again, Zoro will undoubtedly feel envy. Given that Zoro was mentored by Dr. Kazuki and Mihawk, he should not be losing hair before growing a mustache, right? I think not. Today is finally a sunny day, and I am happy. On October 10th, 62 years in the Land of Fire, it was overcast. Today is my nephew's birthday, and we celebrated. Children are fortunate to have parents. Naruto is practically a replica of Minato. Unfortunately, his personality resembles that of Juninai a bit more, but he has already become an exceptional ninja. Wait, when did I start to regard myself as Naruto's uncle? On January 1st, 63 years in the Land of Fire, it is yet another new year. Recently, my eyes have been filled with a peculiar force, yearning to awaken. Although there has been no evolution, I suspect it is because the ninja world now possesses a pair of Rinnegan, since the Rinnegan is the deposit. Does that mean the Tenseigan is the final payment? On May 5th, 63 years in the Land of Fire, I meticulously organized my thoughts and confirmed a rather chilling realization. A certain horned adversary is determined to be a dutiful son. They intend to provide me with the Rinnegan and Tenseigan, hoping that I will utilize my unique abilities to eradicate the 10 Tails. How audacious of them to involve their mother. I have my own schemes. Soon, I shall turn the tables. Certain diary entries have been incinerated. Uncle Kyan, I have arrived. A vibrant voice burst into Kyan's home, and its owner plopped down onto Kyan's stomach. You ungrateful wretch, do you wish to hasten my demise? although Kain no longer needed to slumber. He seemed to have retained a fondness for sleep, often dozing for an entire day. "Greetings, Lord Kain." "Hello, Uncle Kain." After tidying up after Naruto, Kain responded to their greetings. All right, Hinata, hello. Shikamaru, hello. Choji, you too." Today, Kain decided to open a lucky bag, considering his persistent streak of bad luck. He invited Naruto and his friends over to his home, hoping to bask in the aura of the protagonists. Niji was absent, as Kain had strictly forbidden him from approaching within 100 meters of his home. Observing that Kain had not even prepared any food, Naruto pouted, "Uncle, did you call us over to listen to your old heroic tales? I'm tired of hearing them. Why not teach us some ninjutsu today? I have completely mastered the Udama Rasengan." Over the years, Kain had frequently invited these children to his home, where he shared stories and taught them various ninjutsu techniques. Kain's intention was to bond with them and absorb some of their protagonist luck. They were unaware of the true circumstances and merely thought Kain was indulging in his usual boasting. Bang! Kain delivered a heavy punch to Naruto's head. "Kid, when an elder speaks, you should listen attentively. Your father becoming Hokage was largely due to my efforts." Wasn't the Hokage chosen by lottery?" Naruto exclaimed, rubbing the bump on his head in surprise. Kain dismissed it. "Never mind, let's do 5 consecutive draws from the lucky bag. Open it for me." In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 79, 5 consecutive draws, a peculiar item shaped like it has a unique activation method. Call out its true name. A seed, radiating with 7-colored light, can be planted, though the conditions are stringent. The training insights of a mysterious powerful being, double-click to use, does not break limits. A magical talisman, a beam of seemingly useless light. So, does this mean I am drifting further away from Zoro and the others? At this moment, Naruto and his friends had already been sent away, leaving Kain alone in the vast room. Cursed! Clearly, the factory upgrade is a good thing. Yet why do I always feel targeted? Kain scratched his head in frustration. In truth, apart from the peculiar item and the beam of light, Kain had yet to discern the nature of the other 3 items, which were all exceptionally high quality. Even in the novels of my past life, these 3 items would suffice to bring forth a protagonist's emergence. The seed, which emanated a 7-colored light. I knew without planting it that it must belong to a fruit-bearing vine. Furthermore, this seed serves as a coordinate. However, Kain was hesitant to venture into that world for fear of being captured as a guardian spirit. Mysterious training insights double-click to use? This insight can indeed be double-clicked. This is the training method of Saitama. Daily, perform 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. Oh, and during summer, refrain from using air conditioning. In reality, without this insight, even with 10-fold training following the prescribed methods, one could not break through, as one must also shatter the limits. However, Kain possessed no such limits. His modified Eternal Forest mark served as a super cheat code. As for the mysterious talisman, even the most envied dog talisman did not pique Kain's interest, let alone the seemingly useless tiger talisman. It was said that this item might even have certain side effects. And after drawing it, Kain had kept it in the factory space, never taking it out. The training insights will be double-clicked for use. The talisman would be set aside as a coordinate, and the seed would also remain untouched, as it could not be planted at present and would merely serve as a coordinate. After briefly dealing with these 2 items, Kain turned his attention to the 2 most enigmatic possessions. I recognize this shape. It represents the Chinese yuan. But what is the significance of this item? By the way, does this thing even have a true name? Unable to discern the purpose of the token after much contemplation, even Kain found it impossible to destroy it. Despite exerting all his strength, it was prudent to keep it in the space of a go, for with his current power, he could not harm it in the slightest. This alone indicated that the object was far from ordinary. Subsequently, Kain directed his attention to the mysterious beam of light. Should I take it out to examine? Kain hesitated. This object could not serve as a coordinate either, and since light is merely a means of energy transmission, Kain feared that it might vanish upon being removed. However, keeping it stored away would yield no clarity regarding its utility. Upon extracting the beam of light, a miraculous scene unfolded. It became fixed in Kain's hand, resembling a tangible lightsaber, albeit a slender beam. When Kain attempted to strike the table with this beam, it passed through the surface as if it were intangible. Intrigued by the beam's extraordinary nature, Kain's enthusiasm grew. He submerged it in water, scorched it with dragon flames, made contact with it using chakra. observed it with the eternal eye, sensed it through sage chakra, summoned a storm to attack it, and even tried to use it to replenish energy for ego. After exhaustively experimenting with these methods, Cain felt a profound sense of defeat while holding the beam. Perhaps its nemesis was the dark fruit of hay. With so many attempts failing to activate or destroy the light, Cain had no choice but to store it once more in ego. Overall, this series of 5 consecutive draws was more frightening than delightful. Cain assessed his first lottery after Ago's upgrade, although he did not obtain the coordinates he desired. The training manual from Teacher Chiyu was indeed startling, especially as it featured a one-click double-tap version. While this manual did not possess the ability to break limitations, Cain himself was boundless. Perhaps using this manual would enhance his speed beyond that of his teacher. As for the seed, radiating a rainbow of colors, it could not be planted in the world of Huoying, and he would need to wait until his strength grew before venturing there personally. Cain suspected that the gifts in a lucky bag post-upgrade were borrowed. If they were indeed borrowed, recklessly entering that world might not be wise. The talismans held no significance for Cain. Despite the world's wonders, he expressed no desire to visit, at least not at this moment. The token symbolizing the RMB was a significant treasure, yet Cain could not discern its utility at present and had to set it aside temporarily. As for the mysterious beam of light, he could only ascertain its complexity, and as for the extent of its intricacy, he awaited the final harvest. Once he had organized his items, Cain lay on his bed, gazing at the starry sky. Since uncovering the true intentions of the two brothers, he had remained in a constant state of readiness to flee, fearing they might renege on their word. Moreover, had it not been for the allure of the energy from the 10 tails, Cain would have already departed to embark on a new adventure. The energy from the 10 tails, needless to say, would enable him to open the lucky bag at least twice more. As for those extravagant contact lenses, Cain had once been envious of their powers. But after acquiring Teacher Chiyu's training method, he was now only intrigued by the various abilities that accompany the lenses, such as gravity and repulsion. After all, gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces of legend, and with proper development, it certainly holds immense potential. Cain reached out and touched his own eye, a cold smile gracing his face. You probably never imagined, did you? I possess the eternal forest mark, regardless of what hidden schemes you left behind. They are all in vain now. Even if Cain's eyes were to be extracted 100 times, the new ones that grew would still be Sharingan. And he bore no blood of the Uchiha clan, concerned that the Sage of 6 Paths might tamper with the eternal eye. Cain had repeatedly taken advantage of the chaos to remove his eyes amidst swirling dust and flames. Each extraction led to new growth. This cycle had been repeated over a dozen times, so regardless of any tricks initially present in his eyes, they could no longer affect him. Cain Darren, the 4th Hokage requests your presence, said a masked Umbu member crouching by Cain's window. How have you been lately, Sure Sway? Cain inquired as he rose, engaging in casual conversation with the Umbu. The Umbu did not respond to Cain's question, but simply reiterated the request. The 4th Hokage requests your presence. By the way, should I seek out Zoro? I plan to treat finding Zoro as the conclusion of this chapter. And has everyone decided where to go next? Please feel free to leave comments. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 80. This text contains garbled characters and missing sections. The complete and latest chapter is updated here. Hipswallen 010 PZC9I. Deployment regarding the whereabouts of the terrorist organization that attacked Konoha 2 years ago. There are now leads. Watergate sat in the Hokage office, donned in ceremonial robes, while the village's elite shinobi stood around him. Cain, the unwaveringly beautiful youth, remained perched on a window behind Watergate, his peculiar habit unknown. Assisting Hokage, Lujo picked up where Watergate left off, stating the S-rank rogue ninja Scorpion from the Wind Village, the S-rank rogue ninja Deidara from the Rock Village, the cultist Haiden, the immortal Kakazu, the Inyang user Jubi, Uchiha Bito, the paper jutsu user Konan, the leader Nagato with the Rinnegan, and the 3 rogue ninjas, Orochimaru, Cold Lord, and Jiraiya. This information had been gathered by Jiraiya under Cain's guidance, particularly after discovering that Orochimaru was also part of this organization, which led Jiraiya to keep them under close surveillance. To have 9 members indeed signifies quality over quantity. Hanging from the window, Cain meticulously counted the members and noted the absence of the honest man, Hashigaki Kisame. That made sense. Kisame's master had been slaughtered by Cain, and his body had been repurposed as rare materials for research, leaving no room for the later Zoro Tales Kisame. Cain's words drew the attention of the elite shinobi. Yet no one dared to challenge him due to the extraordinary status Kane held. Kane, do you have any insights regarding the Akatsuki organization? Watergate turned to invite Kane down. Insights might be too grand. Merely some small intelligence. Kane replied as he retracted his wings and returned indoors. Childhood, art, religion, wealth, rule, love, friendship, peace, power, kinship. These 10 wishes are humanity's greatest desires and the burdens each member carries. Kane Gidge, Asuma raised his hand. It seems their organization only has 9 members. The 10th member is unlikely to exist. The 10th was an utter tragedy, but thankfully, that tragedy has yet to unfold. Kane remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Shursui, Itachi, and Sasuke. With Kane's arrival, the Uchiha clan had been early on awed by his strength, thus remaining active in Konoha, albeit with a more subdued approach. Shursui and Itachi served as Watergate's guards, while Sasuke had already become an elite shinobi in the village, as had Naruto. Unlike the original work's clumsiness, although Naruto's character indeed resembles that of Gyo Exinai, the presence of his parents lends him the charm of a little son. I recall you once mentioned that this group gathered together because of Watergate's half-spoken words, yet Kane understood his intent. Their objective is the tailed beasts, a fact corroborated not only by Jiraiya, but also by various ninja villages that sent messages. Kane completed Watergate's unfinished sentence. Kane had subtly hinted to Watergate about being threatened by a mysterious entity, which forced him into seclusion. Thus, Kane's sudden activity signified a turning point for Watergate. According to ancient records, the 9-tailed beasts were split from the original 10 tails. Their gathering suggests an intent to recreate the 10 tails. After years of investigation, Jiraiya had gathered some insights, deducing from ancient texts the intentions of the Akatsuki organization. Is it possible they aim to summon the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki, utilizing its power for some nefarious purpose? Lugio, the foremost shadow aide, astutely inferred the general objectives of the Akatsuki from mere subtle clues. However, this seems erroneous. It is Naruto's strength that speaks for him. When Naruto spoke, all eyes in the room gravitated towards Kane. Indeed, what purpose would summoning the 10 tails serve? Kane alone could challenge all the tailed beasts. Had he not been dormant for a time, even the 5 tails would have been overpowered. Moreover, over the years, Kane had visited other ninja villages to borrow Jinchuriki for research, with tales of the god of ninjas capturing tailed beasts as easily as catching chickens. I recall the 2 Jinchuriki from Raijin village, who upon seeing Lord Kane, became weak-kneed and powerless. The cool-headed Sasuke, known for his jealousy, still remembers the time Kane taught Naruto the 1,000 years of death. The others detected the implications in Sasuke's words, raising their eyebrows in amusement. Weak-kneed and powerless, indeed. Lord Kane is a giant dragon. Upon hearing Sasuke's remark, Itachi discreetly tugged at his lips, maintaining a composed demeanor. The atmosphere turned awkward with Sasuke's words. Yet Kane remained unperturbed, recognizing that the jest from years past had indeed crossed a line. Kane had underestimated Naruto, who had been nurtured by the chakra of the 9 tails since childhood. The birthday gift back then had caused Sasuke, already 6 or 7 years old, to wear diapers for an entire year. While physical wounds heal swiftly, the scars on the soul take much longer to mend. Coughing lightly to ease the tension, Watergate interrupted the strange atmosphere, also intending to provide Kane with an exit. It is true that Kane taught Naruto the 1,000 years of death, but it was Naruto who poked Sasuke. Since the last message conveyed by Jiraiya, the Akatsuki had concealed themselves, making future encounters with them rather challenging. The Konoha ninja Kakashi expressed his opinion, suggesting that it might be the ability of that enigmatic figure, Ju. In the face of such infiltration prowess, all our battle strategies seem utterly defenseless. After Kakashi's words, the room fell silent. Knowing of the 10 tails' might, they felt no fear. Even when they learned that the rogue ninja leader possessed the legendary Rinnegan, they did not falter. However, upon understanding Ju's stealth and transformation abilities, the hearts of Konoha's elite shinobi grew heavy. Ninjas do not fear formidable foes, but they dread the leakage of intelligence. Even a mighty second Hokage and Watergate found their speed hampered following the detailed information leak regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, as they are currently in a phase of strategic deployment, the enemy need not confront Konoha directly. They merely wish to play a game of hide and seek and buy time. If the enemy becomes aware of their strategies, they could effortlessly evade Konoha's pursuit or even launch a counteroffensive. Recently, the one-tailed Jinchuriki was attacked, and Gaara is now missing. The Sand Shinobi have sent emissaries seeking aid. Yet Watergate has yet to decide whom to dispatch. The two-tailed beast has been captured, while the three-tailed, four-tailed, and five-tailed beasts have all fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki. The six-tailed beast's whereabouts remain unknown, and according to Jiraiya's intelligence, he witnessed the seven-tails captured, but unfortunately, Obito escaped too swiftly. After being attacked, the eight-tailed beast lost a tail, while Joxin, although attacked, was unharmed, though the nine tails did lose a small portion of its chakra. Presently, it seems that, apart from the six tails, the enemy has gathered the chakra of all the tailed beasts. Even more troubling is the fact that Konoha has received no news regarding the six tails. During the intermission of the Jonin meeting, 3 Uchiha, including Itachi, remained in the Hokage's office. Obito's Kimui is indeed formidable. Could it be that space-time ninjutsu is the most powerful technique? Kakashi, stroking his left eye, spoke with an undeniable sense of melancholy. On the day Naruto was born, Obito clearly still had thoughts of Konoha, as evidenced by Ju's forceful control over him at that time. However, something must have transpired later, for when they next encountered Obito, he had completely forgotten Konoha and Rin. The true power must lie within the cells of Hashirama. Giving Obito only half of Kamui would lead to blindness after just a few uses. Kane poured cold water on the situation, calming the impassioned and nearly furious Sasuke. Shouldn't the Uchiha be the powerful ones? Once the cursed eye is awakened, an individual's strength undergoes a qualitative leap. Sasuke expressed his discontent. Kane stared in astonishment at the rash Sasuke, thinking, "Young man, you are indeed bold. Had it not been for Watergate's leadership, your words alone would have demoted the Uchiha from their guard duties to that of a mere doorkeeper. What is gay? One should not speak frivolously before the Hokage." Itachi gently restrained Sasuke, preventing him from continuing his nonsensical remarks. How dull. I'm off to find my buddy." Sasuke haughtily turned to seek solace from his companion. It's over, he's bent. Both Watergate and Itachi sighed internally. Ever since the backdoor blooming incident, the healed Sasuke seems particularly fond of spending time with Naruto. Even sometimes, the extroverted Joxin wonders if Sasuke is being a tad too clingy with Naruto. Do you know the deeper interpretation of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Just as Sasuke was about to exit the office, Kane suddenly spoke, and upon hearing the term Mangekyo, Sasuke halted, having already stepped halfway out of the office. The Mangekyo is simply the eye that surpasses the 3 Tomo, possessing greater ocular power and granting an additional ability. What is wrong with that? Pertaining to the secrets of the family's bloodline inheritance, Itachi disregarded any potential rudeness and quickly inquired. Yes, but it is incomplete, Kane clarified, shaking his head as he perceived their confusion. The Mangekyo is also known as the mirror of the mind's eye, and the abilities acquired are not just 1 but 2. 1 for each eye. However, these abilities do not manifest randomly. They have a specific direction. Kane paused, building suspense. At this moment, Jishuei is particularly silent, for his own Bai-Shinshin can elucidate everything. It is merely that Kane had previously made an agreement with him, forbidding the arbitrary use of Bai-Shinshin. Thankfully, it is Minato in power, otherwise, Jishuei would have had to sacrifice his life to ensure the safety of the Hokage lineage. The Kamui space, as its name suggests, is a realm deeply yearned for by Obito, a place he has conjured in his mind to save Rin. Kane's startling remarks now allude to Rin, causing everyone's gaze to converge upon Kakashi's head. Kakashi, perplexed, considers that although Rin participated in the Third Great Ninja War, she faced little danger and returned to Konoha shortly thereafter. Thus, how could there be a need for Obito to save her? Does Lord Kane imply that Obito is under the influence of Genjutsu? Itachi pondered briefly and, in light of Kane's words, formulated a bold hypothesis. Firstly, Kane has no reason to lie, so his revelations regarding Obito's abilities must be true. Based on this assumption, even if it were not Rin, Obito must have witnessed the death of a comrade firsthand, and he must have been in a situation where he was on the verge of saving them. For had he learned of a comrade's demise afterward, it is highly likely that he would have awakened a technique to resurrect the dead, or even to reverse time, rather than resorting to the Kamui space. Thus, the truth is singular. With this thought, Itachi's sharp gaze fixed upon Kakashi, who was absent-mindedly touching his own head. Kakashi, feeling the weight of everyone's inquisitive stares, awkwardly adjusted his mask and explained, "Rin and I were indeed once comrades of Obito, and he harbored feelings for her. As for your marriage to Rin, it was merely a mutual affection, correct, Kakashi?" Kane did not allow Kakashi to finish his sentence, instead leaning ominously closer to him and adding, "Indeed, Kakashi's marriage to Rin was entirely a facade, aimed at enticing Obito to return to Konoha upon hearing the news." Kane even invested a considerable sum in advertisements proclaiming the hero of his Sharingan, the butt ninja Kakashi, inheritor of his comrades' eyes and unfulfilled wishes, as well as the love of his partner. Unfortunately, Obito was not deceived, while Kakashi inadvertently turned his act with Rin into a genuine relationship, becoming a couple in name only. What relevance does this have to our plan? Minato pondered the significance of Kane's words. It had long been established that Obito was under Jinjutsu, as Minato hoped to one day resolve the machinations of the puppet master and bring Obito back to Konoha. "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to convey that I possess a method to locate Obito, albeit with the assistance of Kakashi's eyes." Kane suddenly recalled that the talismans representing the tiger not only have the ability to rend apart, but also to harmonize the powers of other talismans, and can even find the other half of an object. For instance, if a sword is broken into two pieces, it is incomplete, as long as the severed piece exists. Kane can utilize the power of the talisman to locate it. Minato pondered this notion of finding the other half. But let it be clear that this other half refers solely to the tangible counterpart, not in a broader sense. If you expect me to use this ability to help Naruto find his other half, I would simply inform you that the other half is Sasuke. "What nonsense are you spouting, Kane?" Minato replied, mildly annoyed. However, Kane's interruption prevented him from voicing his original thoughts. "Are you planning to depart, Kane?" Minato's eyes dimmed slightly. Ever since Naruto's birth, Kane has seemed like a different person, retreating from the world for years, only to re-emerge suddenly, claiming to be threatened by a mysterious, powerful entity. Minato had long realized that Kane did not belong to this world, for he was quite aware of the few toads residing in Mayaboka Mountain. And the ninja world had no bloodline limit as unique as Kane's, which allowed him to transform into both a giant dragon and a divine dragon. Kane himself had even stated that he was merely a lost traveler, separated from his companions. The ninja world is not so vast. Kane, how could you become lost to such an extent? Unless you are referring to another realm. Hokage-sama, we have received intelligence that the Six Tails has been captured by two ninjas clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. From the analysis of the intelligence, these two ninjas are none other than Haiden and Kakuzu. Chapter 83, Seeking the Dragon Vein. "Hey uncle, why didn't you go to assist Uncle Asuma, and instead followed us to rescue Gaara?" Several individuals traversed the jungle, and Naruto seized a moment to inquire. "By the time we arrive, the Six Tails will already have been captured. What significance would my presence hold?" Kane replied insincerely. "Foolish child, had I actually managed to catch up with the Six Tails? Would you say I should save it or not? If the Akatsuki organization fails to gather all the tailed beasts, their chances of resurrecting the 10 Tails would diminish significantly, and Kane's plans would become exceedingly difficult to implement." Having resolved to leave, Kane was determined to make one final surge of energy to replenish the Goose Factory. Presently, a laudable source of energy includes the Dragon Vein in the Land of Wind, and there is also something called Chime, although Kane is uncertain about that. "I recall seeing a red-haired boy in Konoha over a decade ago. What is your connection to him?" Granny Chio had encountered Kane once during her visit to Konoha to sign a peace treaty, when Kane was forcibly dragged out by Minato to maintain appearances. However, Kane did not respond to the old woman, recognizing her inquiries as attempts to extract information. It is an unavoidable habit of ninjas. Upon encountering unfamiliar individuals or matters, they instinctively seek to gather intelligence. Kane had no time to indulge the old woman's curiosity, for he had already sensed the distant Dragon Vein, which stood prominently along the path from Konoha to Sunagakure. The Sand Ninja's plea for help involves rescuing Kankuro, and only afterward can they hope to retrieve Gaara. As Kankuro possesses vital information, Kane was quite pleased to accompany them, for his primary aim was the Dragon Vein. Mokutan, Moku Bunshin. Taking advantage of the other's inattention, Kane discreetly clasped his hands together, and a wooden clone sprang forth from behind him. "I leave it to you." As the wooden clone dashed forward, Kane utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the path they had just traversed. The wooden clone hurried on, while Kane set off towards the Dragon Vein. Kane could have easily avoided such precautions, but due to the peculiarities of Zetsu, he realized that if he were not careful, this old trickster would surely detect him. For instance, the last time Kane had intentionally suggested a full-scale assault to locate the Akatsuki's lair and eliminate them, word soon reached him that the Akatsuki had slipped away. Since then, Kane has refrained from disclosing his plans, opting instead to carry them out quietly on his own. Nonetheless, Kane harbored no concern about Zetsu monitoring him. For his observation, Haki inherently provided a sense of malevolence. His only worry was that Zetsu would learn of his whereabouts through other means. Is this the Lulan ruins? Ken followed the essence of perception and unexpectedly discovered that a small town had formed here. To avoid drawing attention, he transformed into an inconspicuous middle-aged man before stepping onto the street. He recalled that in the original timeline, Mingren had encountered Shuaiman within the Dragon Vein, but the specifics of this timeline remained uncertain. With an intention to sense Shuaiman's flying thunder god Kanai, he attempted to tap into his chakra frequency, a skill he honed through frequent chakra transfers to Shuaiman over time, allowing him to imitate the latter's chakra frequency. This leads to an intriguing point. After experiencing several setbacks with Baiju, Kyan endeavored to replicate others' chakra frequencies, aiming to achieve similar effects. Initially approaching this endeavor with a casual mindset, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he succeeded. However, his imitation technique lacked the fluidity of Baiju's. He needed to thoroughly familiarize himself with an individual's chakra frequency before he could accurately emulate their essence. With a complete grasp of appearance and chakra frequency, Kyan could even mimic their ninjutsu if given the opportunity to observe them through his eternal eye for a while. "Uncle, are you a merchant from afar?" A group of chattering children, their faces brimming with anticipation, blocked his path. "Ah, I am indeed here to conduct business. What brings you little ones to me?" Kyan replied, remaining patient, aware that he needed to locate the entrance to the Dragon Vein before employing the Flying Thunder God technique, potentially due to the distortion caused by a loss of control. "Just a little money, and we can be your guides. No one knows this town better than us." The children, seeing an opportunity to earn some pocket money, eagerly spoke up. After considering their proposition, Kyan responded, "I have concluded my business. Yet I have not had the chance to truly appreciate the ruins of this town. I have heard it was once the site of Lulan. Could you perhaps show me?" Upon hearing the destination, the children's hesitation was palpable, as the adults had specifically cautioned them against going there. Noticing their reluctance, Kyan took out a stack of bills, stating, "Well then, here's a bit of money. Whoever can take me there will receive this as pocket money." The sum he offered was modest, as too much would attract undue attention. As the children hesitated, an older boy stepped forward, taking the money and declaring, "I am familiar with that place. I will take the uncle there." "Oh, Kinjiro always does this." "Yeah, it's been ages since we've earned any pocket money. Kinjiro, you must treat us to candy this time. Don't dream. Kinjiro is such a miser." The previously hesitant children, encouraged by one of their own, soon dispersed with murmurs, searching for their next target. "You are Kinjiro, correct?" "Let us proceed," Kyan said, ruffling Kinjiro's hair. "Uncle, please follow me. That place is usually deserted. Only I am brave enough to venture there," Kinjiro replied, pocketing the money and leading the way without hesitation. As they walked and chatted, Kinjiro suddenly inquired, "Are you a ninja, uncle?" "Not quite. Why do you ask?" Kyan responded, deflecting with a question. "Oh," Kinjiro replied, his tone somewhat subdued. "I wish I could meet a real ninja. I dream of settling in a ninja village and becoming one myself." Though not a ninja, Kinjiro continued, "I once saw a ninja when I was little, several years ago. A ninja with yellow hair, accompanied by a chubby man and a guy in sunglasses. They leapt so high. They seemed so powerful. Since then, I decided I wanted to be a ninja. The place they emerged from is where I will take you." Yellow-haired ninja, a chubby man, and a guy in sunglasses? Is that Shuaiman, Dingzhua, and Zhihui? Kyan thought, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected connection. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter with Orochimaru. This must be the entrance. Kyan observed the surrounding ruins, though they did not entirely match his recollections. "I remember there should be a cliff here." Guided by Kinjiro to the vicinity of the Dragon Vein entrance, Kyan rewarded him with a small amount of money and sent him on his way. "I must examine this place carefully. I need to find a gentle means of entry." Kyan meticulously scoured the ruins, searching for possible points of entry or seals. But his efforts proved fruitless. Could the Dragon Vein truly be sealed so perfectly? He pondered, doubting the situation. It was not that he lacked the ability to break the seal. After years of studying sealing techniques, his proficiency rivaled that of Shuaiman and Kushina. What astonished Kyan was that while Shuaiman had merely cast a barrier against chakra and intruders, it appeared the Dragon Vein now possessed a self-protective mechanism, as it had seemingly sealed itself away entirely. "I must keep searching for other methods." Kyan refused to give up and resolved to explore further. The Dragon Vein had the ability to distort time and space, and he feared that forcing his way through could lead to unpredictable consequences. If caught in a chaotic current, he could not afford to gamble on being the protagonist. This is nonviolent non-cooperation. Kaya muttered in frustration. He had cleared away the debris and overgrowth near the Dragon Vein entrance, even re-erecting broken stone pillars. In the original narrative, I recall this place being a cliff. Now it has transformed into a plain. Are you trying to deceive the spirits here? Although in the original timeline, after Mingren completed his mission, the Dragon Vein had collapsed. The current state suggested that unless someone had deliberately altered it, the ruins could not have remained upright on a plain. Never mind. I'll give the Flying Thunder God technique a try. Kayan thought, reluctant to cause any damage. If the Dragon Vein truly erupted, he was unafraid of the boundless chakra, but was apprehensive about the chaos that might ensue. Just as he prepared to attempt forcibly entering the Dragon Vein seal using the Flying Thunder God technique, he suddenly heard an imposing voice. Orochimaru, is this the entrance to the Dragon Vein you mentioned? It looks quite different from the intelligence we received. That voice belongs to someone with yellow hair. Upon noticing the approach of others, Kayan adeptly concealed himself. Did the artistic duo not go to attack the One Tail? Why is Deidara here, accompanied by Orochimaru? Without the presence of Yao, Orochimaru remains unscathed and continues to mingle with Akatsuki. Unlike the original narrative, Akatsuki now operates with heightened caution. The capture of the One Tail involves not only the art group, but also Orochimaru and Konan. After Konan secures the One Tail, Orochimaru is assigned a mission to lead Deidara to the Lulan ruins, seemingly with intentions to seize control of the Dragon Vein. Meanwhile, Scorpion, true to the original story, is tasked with covering their retreat. It appears my arrival has placed considerable pressure on Akatsuki. Kane speculates that their interest in the Dragon Vein stems from a desire to gather all 9-tailed beasts and immediately utilize the Dragon Vein to empower the 10 tails, enabling it to reach its peak state swiftly. Should I remain here or venture out? If I choose not to intervene, the recklessness of these two uninformed individuals could provoke an upheaval within the Dragon Vein, a scenario Kane wishes to avoid. The Dragon Vein has already been sealed, and the discrepancy between the terrain and the information is inconsequential, as long as the Dragon Vein remains intact. Orochimaru, sensing his surroundings with his tongue, detects no signs of life. The evidence here is all fresh, indicating recent activity. Have they concealed themselves? Kane, currently in a state of immobility, realizes that Orochimaru's method of detecting enemies through temperature means he is unlikely to find anyone. As long as the Dragon Vein is present, art is synonymous with explosion. Upon hearing the words of the blonde-haired fool, Kane nearly loses control and leaps out to stop him. But fortunately, Orochimaru restrains Deidara. Fool! Initiating an explosion near the Dragon Vein is far from a wise decision. Do you wish to perish in the ensuing chakra storm following an upheaval? Orochimaru is only partially informed about the Dragon Vein, but is certain of its boundless chakra. There exists a seal here, likely the work of the 4th Hokage. Let me study it further. Orochimaru holds back the reckless Deidara, retracing Kane's steps. After receiving a reprimand from Orochimaru, Deidara, rather than getting angry, retorts with sarcasm, "Oh, so it's the 4th Hokage." I recall that a certain individual defected after failing to secure the position of Hokage against the 4th. Are you perhaps unwilling to accept your defeat and wish to prove yourself by unraveling the 4th's techniques? Deidara's words strike at Orochimaru's vulnerabilities. Although Orochimaru is not overly concerned about the 4th Hokage's position, the aspiration to become Hokage has long been imposed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru has even crafted a charismatic leader persona, with this position serving primarily to strengthen his bond with his mentor. Tragically, Hiruzen later stripped Orochimaru of his hope for such recognition, severing their master-student relationship. Do you wish to die? The sarcasm from Deidara ignites Orochimaru's anger. Do you want to fight? Ha ha! I have long found you, this monster, intolerable. Come, let me teach you the true meaning of explosive art. Within Akatsuki, all members are S-rank rogue ninjas, and these dangerous individuals are not known for their patience. Aside from teaming up occasionally, they often engage in mutual ridicule. Particularly, when Deidara faces Orochimaru. Despite being a rogue ninja, he hails from a Wagakure, and his defection stemmed merely from practicing forbidden jutsu, leaving him with little conflict with his village. Konoha's overwhelming success during the Third Shinobi War, combined with the slaughter of many enemy ninjas, was inadvertently caused by Kane, resulting in significant losses for Wagakure. First at the hands of the Third Raikage and later nearly annihilated by Kane. Had it not been for Inoki's conservative nature, Deidara might have been playing alongside Kuratsuchi. The Tsuchikage. Just as a confrontation seems imminent, Orochimaru lets out a cold snort and resumes his study of the seal. Thank goodness a fight did not break out. That damn Deidara, sure, knows how to stir trouble. Kane breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing that a brawl has been averted. Had a fight ensued, Kane would have to intervene, for even with the sealing technique in place, the dragon vein remains a ticking time bomb. Deidara's explosive antics would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on the seals hidden below ground, and Kane cannot afford to let him act recklessly. Chapter 85, for Red Yang Formation. That's actually a tree here. Splendid. After holding it in for so long, I desperately need to relieve myself. Observing Orochimaru seemingly relent, Deidara ceases his provocations and finds a spot to relieve himself, inadvertently choosing the very ground beneath Kane's feet. I suspect Orochimaru won't uncover much of anything, just as I have re-established contact with the Flying Thunder God coordinates. With this thought, Kane confirms that he can indeed use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Just as he prepares to slip away, he realizes, what the hell? What are you doing, you little blonde? Seeing Deidara about to expose himself, Kane quickly comprehends Deidara's intention. You fool, perish. Would release. Violent pillar. Would release. 4-pillar prison. As Deidara prepares to relieve himself, Kane's transformed tree form thrusts several wooden spikes directly through the unsuspecting Deidara. Subsequently, Kane deftly seals Orochimaru with a single-handed hand sign. Damn it! With Deidara incapacitated and Orochimaru restrained, Kane resumes his human form. Observing Deidara's lifeless body, Kane fears he may not be entirely finished and delivers a final blow with a thorn-killing technique. Unexpectedly, someone understands would release. It seems Konoha isn't entirely virtuous. Although Orochimaru cannot see the exterior from within the 4-pillar prison, he recognizes the wood release technique. Surprised by Orochimaru's voice, Kane inquires whether he has no intention of escaping. Typically, a strong individual trapped would instinctively attack the wood release to escape. However, Kane's wood release reacts to chakra. A reckless attack would trigger a counter that could drain the assailant's chakra, as exemplified by Jiraiya. Haha, I have studied wood release for over a decade. How could I not have basic precautions? Orochimaru's raspy voice emerges from within the 4-pillar prison. In truth, Orochimaru is uncertain if the chakra absorption aspect of wood release is genuine, yet he refrains from taking any rash actions for safety. Although he feels exhilarated to encounter a former comrade, pressing matters demand his attention. Perhaps they shall meet again in the future. Kane has no intention of engaging in lengthy dialogue with Orochimaru, nor does he harbor hopes of eliminating him. The likelihood of killing Orochimaru is nearly non-existent. Even in the original tale, Itachi deployed the Totsuka blade, yet Orochimaru eventually reincarnated through other means, and Kane does not believe that was his sole method. Kane-kun, do you not wish to discuss matters before departing? Orochimaru presumes that Kane's wood release is based on his experimental findings, prompting a sense of urgency within him. There remain many incomplete aspects regarding wood release. Should you be willing to collaborate, I can assist you in perfecting it. If Kane truly acquired the wood release through the cells of Hashirama, then it warrants serious consideration. However, it is unfortunate that Kane's wood release is merely a gift from his grandfather, entirely unrelated to Hashirama's cells. Among your experimental results, one infant succeeded, albeit through sheer luck, and indeed inherited the wood release. If you wish to continue your research, it may be worthwhile to pursue the previous line of inquiry. Perhaps it will yield fruitful results. After Kane uttered this remark, before Orochimaru could respond, he drained his chakra, leaving him utterly devoid of both spirit and life, resulting in an irreversible death. It seems there may be no opportunity for another meeting. Orochimaru of the Cold Realm. In the original story, Orochimaru was resurrected to perform the Edo Tensei to bring back several Kage. Now, with Kane's intervention, not only the 4th Great Ninja War, but even the Akatsuki may find themselves in peril the moment they resurrect the 10 Tails, for Kane will surely come knocking. The Tiger Talismans, indeed a masterstroke. Kane has acquired the other eye of Obito, which is now Kakashi's left eye. Subsequently, utilizing the Tiger Talisman's ability to locate the other half of an object, Kane discovered Obito's hiding place. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to await the final confrontation. Initially, Kane sealed the Tiger Talismans out of fear of their ability to bifurcate a person into good and evil. Yet, upon later employing the Tiger Talismans, he unexpectedly found their function to be quite different. The tiger talismans surprisingly harmonized the yin and yang attributes within Kane's body, a power originally wielded by the Holy Master to balance other talismanic forces. The balance of yin and yang inherently symbolizes infinity. However, lacking control over these forces, Kane could only passively await their transformation of his being. Now, with the tiger talismans, this process is progressing at a remarkable pace. It is time to venture to the source of the dragon vein. I hope the seals there are not as troublesome as those here. With that, Kane directly employed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously teleporting to the Kanai left by Minato. Here it is. Kane arrived at a spacious hall, with the Kanai that Minato once left beneath his feet. Let me thoroughly investigate what seals are present. Kane wasted no time and crouched to examine the sealing techniques inscribed on the ground. The positive and negative 4-symbol seal, rather simple, resembling a bagua seal. The outermost and innermost layers of the sealing technique are a positive and negative 4-symbol seal, which together form a large bagua seal. What lies within? Kane ignored the 2 4-symbol seals and focused on the seals interspersed in between. The 5-element seal, used to isolate chakra. The dragon vein seal, located at the very center, which he cannot yet touch. He must first unravel the other seals. The dragon vein seal is the primary seal and the core of the dragon vein. Surely that is all? After surveying the area, Kane noted these numerous seals. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, for different combinations of seals yield varying effects. For instance, the combination of the positive and negative 4-symbol seals results in a bagua seal. And attempting to unlock just the 4-symbol seals would not suffice. Surely Minato would not have set a trap, considering that Naruto was present when Minato sealed it. It is unlikely Minato would have set a trap, as Naruto would eventually return. Setting a trap would only harm him. After confirming there were indeed no traps, Kane divided himself into 8 wood clones. Would release multiple wood clones, 1 for each of the inner and outer 4-symbol seals, 1 for the 5-element seal, 1 for the dragon vein seal, and the remaining 4 for the 4 Crimson Yang formation. As the remaining 4 wood clones formed hand seals, a massive crimson barrier unfolded. With Kane himself hidden outside the barrier, there was no choice, although the dragon vein in the original story was merely a mass of chakra. Who knows what might happen once Kane begins to absorb it? For precaution, Kane activated the 4 Crimson Yang formation just in case. No, that still isn't safe. Subsequently, Kane produced 4 more wood clones, surrounding himself with a smaller, yet concentrated 4 Crimson Yang formation. This should be sufficient. Shadow clones, commence your actions. Kane observed his shadow clone's distressed expressions and turned to squat in a corner, resembling a heartless boss. They are wood clones. I always misname them. The group of shadow clones simultaneously voiced their grievances before collectively forming hand seals. Positive 4-symbol seal, negative 4-symbol seal, 5-element seal, release. As several outer sealing techniques were unraveled, the dragon vein seal became apparent. Dragon vein seal, release. The spacious hall began to tremble as Kane sensed a boundless surge of chakra manifesting, silently placing his hand atop the 4 Crimson Yang formation. I believe it is wiser to be cautious. Kane infused the already capable 4 Crimson Yang formation, which could temporarily contain the 10 tails, with a vast amount of chakra. Chapter 86, Disorder Time and Space. Indeed, Minato's sealing techniques are remarkably effective. Cursing under his breath, Kane emerged from the rubble, disheveled. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, but as the sealing techniques unraveled, the true essence of the dragon vein was revealed. Kane, undaunted by the almost tangible chakra, approached it directly. He activated Wood Release, Birth of the Tree Realm, while still sheltered behind the 4 Crimson Yang formation. Then, extending his body through Wood Release, he began to absorb the energy of the dragon vein into his own domain. When he realized he was not absorbing enough, Kane suddenly faced a significant dilemma. If the dragon vein is indeed infinite, how can I completely absorb it? This presents a paradox. If the dragon vein were not infinite, it would merely constitute a massive chakra, not worthy of Kane's attention. Yet, the very fact that Minato could impose so many seals upon the dragon vein suggests it might indeed be infinite. Thus, a second question arose. If the dragon vein is infinite, how then can I successfully absorb it? However, Kane did not dwell on this dilemma for too long. As he recalled the descriptions concerning the dragon vein, it is the lifeblood of the earth, containing chakra far surpassing that of other regions. If mishandled, it could potentially annihilate the entire land. While it is true that the dragon vein is infinite, if Cain continues to absorb it. He would be performing the same task the God Tree Seed did in the past. As he observed the progress bar of the domain rising steadily, Cain was reluctant to release his hold, resulting in a stalemate, ultimately leading to Cain being swept into a temporal and spatial vortex by the enraged dragon vein. Alas, unchecked greed is indeed a poor habit. This is certainly the instinct of the great dragon influencing me. Cain clawed his way from the debris, placing the blame entirely on the instincts imparted by the great dragon, adamantly refusing to acknowledge his own greed. "Ah, young sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" Cain crawled out from the ruins. Standing before him was another dimension featuring Day and the Nuchi-Bon, a realm strikingly identical to the original narrative. Disregarding the four individuals who had grown wary of his presence, Cain brushed off the dust from his attire and prepared to depart. In this timeline, there was no Cain, and he had no intention of reintroducing himself to them. Once the dragon vein had fully restored, he would incite its tumult once more to return. I should be able to go back, right? Cain was uncertain if this method would succeed, yet the original text documented 2 nodes of the dragon vein, one during Minato's mission and another during Naruto's. Oh, but now there was a 3rd node, this instance of Cain triggering the dragon vein's upheaval. Hey, you haven't answered our question," Naruto called out to Cain, gazing at the red-haired youth before him. Naruto felt an inexplicable affinity arise within him. Why do I feel such a strange fondness for this red-haired individual? "What time is it now?" Cain inquired, lifting his head. "Huh? Oh, now it's idiot. Why would you casually answer a stranger's question? He could very well be an enemy." Just as Naruto was about to respond to Cain's inquiry, Sakura delivered a swift punch to his head. Observing Naruto clutching his head in pain, Cain muttered to himself, "I recall now. It's during Tsunade's administration. That blonde-haired fellow, never mind." Cain surmised that even if he asked, Day would not permit Naruto to answer, so he decided to devise his own means of obtaining information. Polite greetings, Hachinuaji, with a series of hand seals. A puff of white smoke enveloped him, yet nothing transpired. In this timeline, he had not signed a contract. A sudden realization struck Cain. His connection to Mayabo Kuzan was confined to the original timeline, and his name was absent from the scrolls of this realm. If I perform the hand seals again, I will be compelled to attack. He abruptly executed the seals, catching Day off guard, who had already drawn a kunai. Attack? With what? Only a fraction of Hashirama's strength and would release? Cain rolled his eyes at Day, then, with a hint of intrigue, remarked, "Since this is a different timeline, the tailed beasts must still be present. If that's the case, could I potentially summon the 10 tails and seal it away in this timeline? Especially since the Sage of 6 Paths hasn't noticed me yet." Would release. Advent of the Divine Tree. Upon hearing Cain's knowledge of would release, Day was instantly struck with dread, as this was a closely guarded secret of Konoha. Hey, can we discuss this properly?" Cain shattered a branch that came hurtling toward him with a punch. "Who are you, and how do you know Konoha's secrets?" Now, not only Day sensed something amiss, but even the typically slow-witted Naruto began to perceive the gravity of the situation. "I mean no harm. Strictly speaking, we can consider ourselves allies. However, you wouldn't comprehend my words." Since these individuals were unfamiliar with him, Cain resolved to introduce himself in another manner. Would release. Advent of the Divine Tree. Unable to dispel their suspicions, Cain decided to convince them through his power. As he unleashed the technique, towering trees erupted from the ground, transforming the once desolate ruins of Lulon into a valley filled with colossal trees. "Nanny, this is impossible," Day exclaimed, while Naruto and his companions gazed in disbelief. "Now, I speak, and you shall listen. Do you understand?" Cain proclaimed from atop a branch, looking down upon them. Perhaps realizing they could not best Cain, or perhaps stunned by his would release, the 4 merely huddled closer together, refraining from any further actions. "I harbor no ill intent. I am merely a traveler who has lost his companions. Now, I ask you, have you just arrived at Lulon, or have you already completed your mission?" Cain reiterated his benign nature, seeking to clarify the current timeline. "We have completed the mission and are preparing to return. May I ask, sir, is your surname Senju?" Daiha's tone shifted as if recalling something urgent. It was not surprising that Daiha would speculate Kai and belong to the Senju clan, for the prowess demonstrated in his wood release was far beyond that of a mere experimental product like himself. "I do not bear the Senju surname, but I do have a friend who does." The friend Cain referred to was not Tsunade, but rather Jiraiya, who had married into a prominent family. "Might I inquire as to where your esteemed friend resides? Could you share their name?" They pressed on. "In another world, But now it is I who is asking you. Kain replied, growing somewhat impatient. Sensing this impatience, Dave promptly fell silent, wary not to provoke him. Big brother, do you have a place to stay? Why not accompany us back to Konoha? Naruto, typically reserved, suddenly suggested, sensing that Kain did not appear to be a malevolent figure. If you are lost, it would be wise to come to Konoha first. Naruto, this person's identity is uncertain. How can you invite him to Konoha so easily? Sakura expressed her discontent, tugging at Naruto's sleeve. Yet, unusually, Naruto ignored her and gazed at Kain with anticipation. I would rather not intrude on Konoha, but let's return together. Kain initially intended to decline, yet a thought regarding the other half of the Nine Tails struck him. Minato's grave lies in Konoha. I cannot act against Naruto, so I must seek out Minato. Chapter 87. Minato's little secret Kain did not transform into his dragon form. In fact, the last time he had assumed that shape, he had been suspended upside down outside Minato's window. Hey, big brother Kain seems to be around my age, yet possesses such strength. He must surely be a genius. Naruto chattered away beside him. Were it anyone else, such inquiries would be seen as an attempt to extract intelligence from Kain, but Naruto's questions were imbued with genuine admiration. Not merely a genius. The caliber of this would release is beyond my capabilities. They, trailing behind with a backpack, quietly scoffed at Naruto's remarks. The power Kain had displayed was far more complex than met the eye, setting aside how he had caused the explosion of the Dragon Vein's ruins. The mastery of his would release revealed many subtleties. With palms pressed together, he unleashed large-scale would release without even forming seals, indicative of his profound skill, at least on par with the first Hokage's proficiency in Advent of the Divine Tree. Having executed would release without exhibiting any signs of fatigue, he continued to converse with the group effortlessly, suggesting an immense chakra reserve. Initially, he had effortlessly shattered the wood release technique with a single punch, showcasing physical prowess that approached the level of directly engaging ninja techniques. His mysterious identity, striking red hair, and familiarity with Konoha were evident, as he effortlessly recalled the names of all four individuals. As Day pieced together this collection of fragmented information, he was astounded to realize that Kain seemed to have lived in Konoha for many years. Particularly striking was when Naruto mentioned Ichiraka ramen. Without hesitation, Kain exclaimed that the spicy chashu pork ramen was delectable. What rendered Day profoundly unnerved was that, regardless of what Naruto uttered, Kain appeared to possess prior knowledge, even adeptly supplementing Naruto's forthcoming words. This familiarity extended beyond mere acquaintance with Konoha. He seemed to be intimately acquainted with the Jinchuriki as well. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Day's spine, compelling him to hastily pursue Kain. By the way, I still don't know your surname, he inquired. My name is Kain, but many acquaintances refer to me as Schwanwa Kain. Kain casually replied, reflecting on how he had borne the surname Schwanwa for over a decade, a duration that eclipsed even his time in the pirate world, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing Kain's surname, the four individuals exclaimed in unison, with Naruto momentarily struck dumb. Wait, you share a surname with Naruto. Could it be that you are of the same clan? Sakura pondered aloud, as one who believed she understood Naruto best. After all, he often shared his domestic tales with her despite lacking a family. Sakura was perplexed. Sajui, although equally astonished, managed to maintain a facade of insincerity, but it was Day who was most taken aback. He not only recognized Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also the true identities of Naruto's parents. I cannot allow him to continue. Regardless of whether he genuinely belongs to the Schwanwa clan, he must not reveal that information, Day thought, a flicker of doubt still lingering in his mind. But Kain's unmistakable crimson hair was irrefutable. Oh, what a coincidence. I wonder what kind of women you fancy. Kain, Day awkwardly attempted to divert the conversation, only to have Naruto interject, shoving Day aside. Kain, big brother, I also bear the surname Schwanwa. My name is Schwanwa Naruto. Do you know my parents? Unintentionally, Naruto's casual inquiry struck a chord. In his mind, his parents had long passed, making his question rather innocuous. However, today, Naruto's words resonated like thunder in a clear sky. Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? Kain is from a different village. How could he possibly know your parents? Day abruptly interrupted, striving to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let us continue discussing. Wait. Kain interjected, halting Day's words. Upon hearing Naruto mention his parents, Kain suddenly recalled an important detail. Though we inhabit different timelines, surely the chakra frequency remains unchanged. Kayan recognized a potential blind spot. If the chakra frequency in this dimension had not altered, then Minato's flying thunder god coordinates should still be operational. With this thought, Kayan resolved to test his hypothesis. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything to try. I may disappear for a moment. If I do not be alarmed. He cautioned the group before closing his eyes to sense the flying thunder god coordinates. As Kayan continually adjusted his chakra frequency, a series of coordinates manifested within his mental space. Found it. Indeed, these are the flying thunder god coordinates. Each coordinate bore its own designation. Not being Minato, Kayan was oblivious to how Minato had confirmed the various numbers associated with his flying thunder god technique, so he could only experiment one by one. The numbering was a small trick Minato had shared with Kayan. Whenever he deployed a flying thunder god technique, he would assign it a number to avoid confusion in the sensory space, ensuring he knew the precise location of each coordinate. For instance, Kayan's number 1 was the laboratory, number 2 was the bathhouse, and number 36 was Kirigakure. As long as he remembered the numbers, he would be fine. Minato is quite the devoted husband. His number 1 must surely be Kushina, but alas, she has passed. Perhaps I will try number 3. Kayan was undeterred by the potential dangers of the flying thunder god coordinates. If Minato could traverse certain locations, so too could Kayan, and vice versa. Flying thunder god coordinate 3, here I go. Having determined his destination, Kayan adjusted his chakra frequency. Accompanied by a flash of crimson light, he swiftly vanished from the sight of the 4. Wow, that was quick, Naruto exclaimed, marveling at the spectacle. Sakura and Sajui found the scene vaguely familiar, but could not place it, leaving them bewildered. Flying thunder god. Who on earth is this enigmatic Schwanwa Kayan? Could it be that the sealing book of Konoha has somehow come to life? They had already been left speechless by the previous use of wood release, and now, with Kayan demonstrating the flying thunder god technique, he felt as though he would not be surprised even if Kayan unleashed an exploding tag next. Where am I? Kayan mused as his gaze shifted, revealing a mist-laden realm akin to a celestial paradise. Upon closer inspection, he sensed trouble brewing. No, this cannot be. There is no reason for Minato to... Kid, if you are a lecher, this is a veritable paradise. If you are a gentleman, it is merely a women's bath. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Kayan's body froze in place. Discovered. Minato, you rascal, you truly live up to your status as Jiraiya's disciple. Hey, you with the striking red hair. If I'm not mistaken, you just utilized the flying thunder god technique, did you not? Had it not been for Kayan's vivid red hair and the recognizable flying thunder god technique, Tsunade would have already launched an attack. There can only be one dragon in the world of pirates. Chapter 88. Various baths. Damn it, Minato. I admit I underestimated you, you beast. In truth, Kayan had misjudged Minato. Konoha had been rebuilt after the Nine Tails attack. Originally, this place had been Kushina's favorite snack shop, and Minato had casually set up a technique here for the convenience of purchasing treats for Kushina. The second coordinate also pertained to Kushina. During the Nine Tails incident, a large crater had been created here. A merchant subsequently purchased the natural hot spring formed from the crater and constructed a bathhouse. However, in this timeline, Minato had not yet had the chance to witness the rebuilt Konoha before his tragic end. Kid, if you think you can play dumb, you are mistaken, Tsunade remarked, noting Kayan's silence. Behind you stands the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Do you not wish to turn around and take a look? Kid, if you dare to turn around, I will send you to meet Minato with a single punch. Only 2 individuals in the ninja world could proficiently utilize the flying thunder god technique. The second Hokage and Minato. When the second Hokage was alive, this area was still desolate, so the coordinates left here could only belong to the striking red-haired youth before her or to Minato himself. Ah, you're the 5th Hokage? I presume. My name is Schwanwa Kayan. Would you believe me if I said I had taken a wrong turn? Kayan weakly stated. Of course, Kayan dared not turn around. He was no Chow Chow. At your age, still a fan? You truly are remarkable, Lady Tsunade. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, Kayan had still beheld the formidable figure and 2 delicate cherries. Schwanwa? Upon hearing Kain refer to himself as a vortex, Tsunade raised her elegant brows. Yet the vivid red of Kain's hair left her little room for contemplation on the matter. Let us try the second coordinate. Surely it can't all be baths. Kain did not intend to escape, but rather felt that conversing with Tsunade in this context was highly inappropriate. At the very least, he ought to wait until she was properly attired. Greetings, 5th Hokage, until we meet again. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade realized Kane was about to make his exit. Before she could finish her sentence, Kane transformed into a flash of red light and vanished. Indeed, it was the Hiratian. Watching Kane's disappearance, Tsunade pondered deeply. Ah, splendid. I had intended to reside here for a while after returning to Konoha, as the dragon vein cannot be restored in just a day or two. After relocating once more, Kane leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Why does this wall feel so soft? He felt a peculiar warmth behind him. Could it be? In her youth, Kushina had two primary passions, indulging in snacks and playing pranks. However, she harbored a lesser-known affection for hot springs. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she could not freely interact with others. Yet, during that time, Konoha, being affluent, developed an open-air bathhouse on the outskirts of the village. Naturally, Minato would not establish a coordinate within the women's bath. Thus, this could only be, who are you? How did you suddenly appear in the bathhouse? Are you unaware that one cannot wear clothing in the hot springs? The imposing figure of Deidara sensed an unusual sensation behind him and turned to find Kane still dressed. With Deidara's inquiry, others began to gather, curiously assessing Kane. That red hair looks familiar. This came from the frowning Kakashi. Should the focus be on how he suddenly appeared in the hot spring? The masked Kakashi also wore a puzzled expression, and the manner of Kane's entrance struck him as oddly familiar. Youth, unexpected guests, care for a round of 500 push-ups with me? Kane, even in the hot spring, did not forget to maintain his physical fitness, though keeping his head submerged in water raised concerns about his well-being. 500 is unnecessary. I suffice with 100 each day. Kane surveyed his surroundings, noting that nearly every renowned jonin was present. Time to skedaddle, off to the fourth or perhaps the fifth coordinate. I refuse to believe it will lead me back to the hot springs. Kane felt as though he had encountered a ghost today. Why was it always the hot springs? Did he not remember how fond Minato was of bathing? Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. Faced with a gathering of unabashed men, Kane felt profoundly uncomfortable and quickly bid them goodbye. In a flash, Kane disappeared in a burst of red light. Hiratian no jutsu, Kakashi exclaimed. Currently, aside from Minato's former bodyguards, the individuals most familiar with this ninjutsu would be Kakashi and Tsunade. At that moment, Kakashi immediately recognized the technique. Before the jonin could discuss further, a commotion erupted from outside. Everyone, gather at the Hokage building immediately. The fifth Hokage has been attacked by an unknown assailant. What? Someone has dared to assault Konoha. The news sent a jolt through Yugo. Youth does not allow for retreat. I shall take the lead. Upon hearing this, Kane leaped from the hot spring with the agility of an antelope. Kane, you fool. Put your clothes on before you dash out. Deidara, quick on the uptake, seized Kane, averting a potential disaster. Could it be that the fifth Hokage has been attacked? I recall today is a rest day, that sudden appearing lad. Kakashi felt he had uncovered the truth. As for how Kakashi knew that the fifth Hokage frequented the hot springs on rest days, that remains a mystery. In the Hokage's office, oh you, thick-browed Minato, how could you rank the Hokage's throne fifth? Kane completely overlooked that Minato had spent at least 5 years mastering the Hiratian before ascending to Hokage. Just as Kane was about to express that there was no one left, he caught sight of the flustered Shizen seated at the desk. Ah, it's Shizen. I shall see you later. Kane had no desire to elaborate, for he had already heard the frantic cries from outside. The fifth Hokage has been attacked. The culprit is a red-haired lad. Time to skedaddle. We'll talk later. With a swish, Kane utilized Hiratian once more. Upon returning, Naruto and the others stood in place. Having awaited Kane's return, I merely conducted a small experiment. Everything is fine now. Kane waved his hand, signaling them to relax. Did your experiment succeed? Naruto inquired. Concern etched upon his face, perhaps due to their shared surname or the innate aura Kane exuded. Naruto felt an unusual fondness for him, and was particularly invested in Kane's affairs at this moment. Ah, theoretically, it was a success, Kane replied, feeling guilty, and silently added. Not only did I succeed, but I also uncovered a little secret about your father, though I shan't disclose it before I leave. This stubborn notion led Kane to believe that Minato's true reason for being elusive was that he simply forgot that this Konoha had been rebuilt. This version of Konoha had endured the Nine Tails assault and the plans for its destruction, having been rebuilt multiple times. Kane had spent so long in another world that he overlooked these seemingly trivial details. As long as it succeeded, that's enough. I knew Brother Kane was a genius. Naruto beamed, clapping Kane on the shoulder like an old friend. Enough of this. Extend your hands. I shall take you back to Konoha. Kane placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, gesturing for the others to rest their hand upon him. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 89. Is this paid content? Before Tsunade and the others returned to the Hokage's office, Kane had already brought the bewildered four to the Hokage's office first. It's Naruto. Shizune had yet to recover from the confusion of Kane's sudden appearance and disappearance, and when she looked up again, Naruto and his companions had already arrived in the Hokage's office. Where's this? This is where Granny Tsunade works. Naruto, too, appeared perplexed until he noticed Shizune and the stacks of documents on her desk, finally realizing they had returned to Konoha. I thought it looked familiar. Isn't this the Hiraishin no Jutsu mentioned in the 4th Hokage's biography? Sakura shouted excitedly in her mind. This guy, looking even cooler than Sasuke, is actually related to the 4th Hokage. Kane, observing Naruto's bewildered expression, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This is the Hokage's office. And I brought you back using Hiraishin no Jutsu. You need to look as if you've never seen the world before." Hiraishin no Jutsu? Naruto questioned, puzzled. But before he could continue, he noticed that his companion seemed familiar with the technique and quickly amended his statement. "Oh, so it's Hiraishin no Jutsu. I just momentarily overlooked it and didn't process it. Is that so?" Sakura felt something was off. Naruto, that fool, what could he possibly know? He can't even pronounce chakra correctly, calling it Kadola. Do you truly comprehend, Fei Lei Shin? Ming Ren pressed his face against Ming Ren's cheek, inquiring with a tone laced with curiosity. Fei Lei Shin, of course, I know it. It's an incredibly powerful technique of lightning release that allows one to fly. Ming Ren, stubbornly refusing to admit his ignorance, clenched his teeth. Fei Lei Shin was devised by the 2nd Hokage and gained renown in the ninja world under the 4th Hokage as a time-space ninjutsu. You, an uneducated lad. Better remember this. Just as Ming Ren felt the weight of embarrassment, an assertive voice from outside the door came to his rescue. How did the Dragon Vein mission go? Upon seeing Kai, Tsunade, intending to express her displeasure, was compelled to inquire about the mission's status due to the presence of others. Report Hokage-sama. The issue with the Dragon Vein has been resolved. The mastermind is... Before Yamato could reveal that it wasn't Lushan, Tsunade waved her hand to interrupt him. Just note that in the mission log, Shizune will review it when she has time. You all must be exhausted from this mission, so return and rest. Ming Reing, puzzled by Tsunade's lack of inquiry regarding Kai, attempted to speak but was swiftly pulled away by Yamato, Sai, and Sakura. Hey, why are you dragging me? Kai is still here. Ming Ren, it's obvious that Hokage-sama is in a foul mood today. Let us hurry. Let us go. Today I'll treat you to barbecue. After Ming Ren departed, Tsunade did not immediately question Kai, but instead sat in her chair, resting her chin on her hands while scrutinizing him. After a while, a commotion outside heralded the arrival of Konoha's elite jonin. Who dares to assault Hokage-sama? Upon entering, Kai spotted Kai standing at the center of the office and bellowed, ready to confront him. Wait a moment, Kai. Hokage-sama is still present. Judging the atmosphere to be tense, Riku quickly restrained Kai. You all come in. Tsunade glanced around and confirmed that all the active jonin were present before beginning her inquiry. Young man, state your name, origin, age, and abilities, and do so truthfully. My name is Xian Wu Kaiyan, Ninja ID 009700. Strictly speaking, I'm also a ninja of Konoha, ID 009700. Kakashi, most familiar with this number, noted that his own ID was 009720. You are lying. 009700 corresponds to the same class as Kakashi, and your age does not add up. Upon hearing Kaiyan's words, Tsunade slammed the table and stood up in fury. I suddenly find myself envious of Jiraiya. It truly does leap. Seeing Tsunade's anger, Kaiyan first touched his nose and then explained, "It is not that I am lying, but some matters are difficult to articulate. How much do you know about the Dragon Vein?" Dragon Vein. Upon hearing this term, everyone's gaze shifted from Tsunade to the 4th Hokage on the wall. Years ago, the 4th Hokage undertook a covert assassination mission, but over the years, some details have been disclosed to elite jonin. Please elaborate. Perhaps fatigued from standing, Tsunade sat down again. I will highlight the key points. Kaiyan began, scanning the room and noting the presence of elite jonin before continuing. When the power of the Dragon Vein erupts, it leads to time-space distortion. Just now, Ming Ren and others experienced time confusion, but Minato made everyone forget this memory using a forgotten technique. Unfortunately, We are in the future, not the past. If it were the past, you would still see the bruise on Kakashi's head, inflicted by Yamato. As soon as Kaien finished speaking, all eyes turned to Kakashi's head. Why did the topic shift to me? Kakashi expressed his bewilderment. To maintain secrecy. I indeed forgot that segment of memory. Was it the teacher's order? Kakashi only remembered executing a mission related to the dragon vein. But the specific details had slipped his mind. You are mistaken. The most rational Riku immediately seized upon the flaw in Kaien's words. If you came from the past, then your existence should be here in this timeline. Upon hearing Riku's inquiry, the group turned their gazes back to Kaien, awaiting his explanation. My situation is rather unique. The timeline I belong to differs from yours. Strictly speaking, it should be classified as a parallel space. Kaien himself was uncertain why this was the case and could only attribute it to the theory of parallel universes. Although everything you say seems plausible, how can we trust you? Tsunade pinpointed the crux of the matter. Well, Kaien scratched his head. If you Haven Tea renovated the fourth house, you should find a small dent in the southeast corner of the living room. I recall Minato telling me that it was caused by a previous Ninetales rampage. This mark was something Kaien had discovered by chance. He had asked Minato about it, who explained that it was a result of the Ninetales rampaging before Kaion's arrival, and the mark was made when Minato was thrown. Tsunade-sama, should we send someone to investigate? Riku inquired. No need, Tsunade shook her head. This alone is insufficient. A small dent does not prove anything. It could very well be something you stumbled upon. Kaien found himself in a bit of a predicament. I have a better idea. How about I recite the Book of Seals for you? This is a confidential document of Konoha. Tsunade? What did you say? How do you know the contents of the Book of Seals? The Jonin were taken aback. Is this a benefit we can enjoy for free? There can only be one dragon in the world of pirates. Chapter 90. Senjutsu, True Thousand Hands. That will not be necessary. As Kaien was about to begin reciting the contents of the Book of Seals, Tsunade quickly interrupted him in alarm. Let us change the approach. In truth, Tsunade was beginning to believe Kain's words, but the entire situation was too fantastical, and she had to remain cautious. Changing the approach is acceptable. Allow me to demonstrate a wood release technique. Kaien, unrelenting, unleashed another bombshell after the Book of Seals. The crowd thought, could this young man be the manifestation of the Book of Seals taking human form? You can use wood release too? Upon hearing that Kaien could perform wood release, Tsunade's expression darkened. Currently, the only known wood release user in Konoha was Yamato, whose abilities derive from his grandfather's cellular research. The idea of using the body of the deceased, especially one's own grandfather, for such jutsu greatly displeased Tsunade. Do not misunderstand. My wood release is unrelated to Orochimaru and Danzo. It is a bloodline limit I developed myself. Kain's declaration drew the attention of those present. Given that the last individual to develop a wood release bloodline limit was the first Hokage, upon hearing that Kaien claimed his wood release was his own creation, Tsunade suddenly became intrigued by his strength. Strong? Kaien scoffed at Tsunade's words and boldly proclaimed, let me make this clear. I can dominate the shinobi world without using wood release. In fact, utilizing wood release requires both hands. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned, feeling that Kaien was boasting excessively. Only one person, rather naively, asked why. Kaien retorted, because it requires both hands to form the hand seals for wood release. Surprised that someone dared to undermine him, he turned to see it was Kai, and he thought to himself, never mind, there is no point in arguing with a fool. One arrogant young man, Tsunade exclaimed, rising from her seat in anger. Don't think just because you can use the Flying Thunder God technique with both hands that you're exceptional. The shinobi world is vast. Oh, I see you don't believe me, but some things are simply facts. Kaien declared, brimming with arrogance. At present, there was no information about Kaien in the shinobi world, and he intentionally chose to reveal his wood release ability, hoping to attract the attention of Obito and Nagato. If you can't use wood release today, I will strip you and hang you at the entrance of Konoha. Tsunade threatened before pushing past Kaien and heading toward the 7th training ground, observing their leader's displeasure. The Jonin cast Kaien hostile looks, seemingly ready to teach him a lesson with their glares. Yet one individual stood out, questioning, why can't you dominate the shinobi world with just one hand and a hand seal? You could use a foot, perhaps even just one foot. Kaien thought, forget it. There's no point in arguing with a fool. Wait a moment, this guy might actually be able to dominate the shinobi world with just one foot. Kaien remembered that the fool he was referring to might indeed possess the capability to do so. Let me be clear. Although your identity is uncertain, As long as you can demonstrate a wood release powerful enough to rival Yamato, I will allow you to reside in Konoha. Tsunade stated earnestly, her arms crossed. However, Kane saw through her intentions, thinking, who says a big chest means a small brain? Even if I cannot use wood release with just a flying thunder god technique, I could at least earn a reputation as the red flash in the shinobi world. You truly have nothing to lose. Don't even mention Yamato. If you can't produce a wood release stronger than that of the first Hokage, I will consider myself defeated today. Kane was not planning to remain in this world permanently. His true objectives were the nine-tailed beasts and the Rinnegan. If it weren't for the time required for the dragon vein to recover, he would have already attempted to eliminate Nagato. Based on Kane's calculations, aside from the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, there should only be one pair of Rinnegan in the shinobi world. Thus, the immediate priority was not to confront Nagato or collect tailed beasts, but rather to await the revival of the dragon vein. Occasionally revealing bits of information about his wood release might draw their attention, as long as he did not go too far. Akatsuki would likely attempt to engage with Kane rather than avoid him. If you can demonstrate a wood release more powerful than that of my grandfather today, I will serve you. Tsunade was invigorated by Kane's words and made a promise on the spot. You need to serve me, though, Kane thought, casting a discreet glance at Tsunade's face. What good would it do for you to serve me? Should I release wood release or sage art wood release? Kane pondered seriously as he formed the hand seals. If I unleash sage art wood release, will it frighten them away? He was referring to the Akatsuki, especially Obito and Zetsu, but the Konoha ninjas assumed he was speaking of them. Young man, that's enough. Tsunade interjected, reminding Kane that there should be limits to boasting. The recovery of the dragon vein will take about 3 days, at most 7. Never mind, let's make a splash. Kane calculated the time, and feeling it feasible, immediately entered Sage mode. Sage art would release, true 1,000 hands. With a low shout from Kane, the ground of the 7th training ground began to undulate like a raging sea, the soil transforming into waves. In mere moments, countless small wooden pieces surged from the earth, swiftly assembling into a colossal Buddha head. The next instant, a tremor akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake rolled through, accompanied by the emergence of a gigantic statue of Kanon with 1,000 hands. How formidable is the true 1,000 hands? According to lore, it is the ultimate wood release technique wielded solely by the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. In an instant, Hashirama would enter Sage mode, forming hand seals to summon a massive statue of Kanon with 1,000 giant arms, its size comparable to the 10 tails. A single hand could crush the 9 tails, rendant les techniques insignifiants. The size of the statue's hands was clearly comparable to mountains. In the Valley of the End, Hashirama used this technique to contend against Madara Susanoo. There are those who claim Hashirama was not strong, merely exaggerated. If you dare to say that the old Madara was weak, therefore, if Hashirama defeated Madara, was he truly lacking in strength? The answer is a resounding no. This was Kane's first time unleashing the true 1,000 hands. Standing atop the statue, he gazed below and realized that not only could he see all of Konoha, but he could also see the expansive forest beyond. I feel that if I simply move the statue's foot, Konoha would be significantly diminished. Kane found himself frozen in place, fearing that any significant movement might obliterate Konoha. Eventually, Kane decided to dispel the wood release, but it was too late. Not only could Kane see all of Konoha, but the entire village could also see the statue. After all, it was simply too colossal. What is that sudden appearance? A gigantic Buddha statue? The villagers were unaware that this was a wood release technique, and some even knelt in prayer, bowing their heads. Upon receiving news from underground, Danzo almost suffered a fit of old age dementia. This is the true 1,000 hands of the first Hokage. No, this wood release is even larger than what was recorded of the first Hokage's technique. The ninjas hastily made their way toward the statue, while spies hidden within Konoha, after overcoming their initial shock, quickly employed their skills to relay intelligence. Immediately seal off the village. Everyone must be on alert. We cannot allow this news to escape. Tsunade had never anticipated that Kane had spoken no falsehoods. He had genuinely unleashed a wood release even more powerful than that of the first Hokage. Especially when Tsunade found herself craning her neck and still unable to see the top of the Buddha statue, she pondered. Can we truly contain the news of such a massive statue appearing in Konoha? In a world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 91. Conspiracy. By the time the aftermath was managed, 3 days had passed. during these 3 days. Each shinobi village had even publicly issued letters demanding an explanation from the Hokage, but Tsunade rebuffed them, stating, "If my village has been destroyed, it is of no concern to you." "So, you really are from another dimension?" Tsunade asked, her expression unreadable. Over the past few days, Tsunade had endured immense pressure, not only from the external villages, but also from many within her own village. Although everyone knew who was behind the giant Buddha incident, no one dared to probe Kane. The reason was simple. The true Thousand Hands was far too immense, reminding even the seasoned ninjas of the days when they were dominated by the god of shinobi and the Shura of the shinobi world. As he gazed at the expressionless Tsunade, Shun Shu shrugged and remarked, "Does it truly matter that I hail from another timeline? What should concern you is whether I pose a threat to Konoha." Perhaps it was the memories stirred by Kane's Mokuton that resonated with Tsunade. Or perhaps she realized that if Kane were inclined to harm Konoha, the village would likely be unable to withstand him. Thus, Tsunade maintained a cautious approach, merely assigning Yamato and Kakashi to accompany Kane during his activities. "If you intend to act against Konoha, no amount of conversation will suffice," she stated wisely and rationally. Kane responded, "I do not expect to remain here for long. In light of my connection to Minato from another timeline, I can assist you in some manner before I depart." Tsunade appeared somewhat swayed by Kane's words, yet he refrained from allowing her to set any conditions and turned to leave. Upon exiting, Kane seized the opportunity to visit the Dragon Vein, discovering that its restoration would require considerable time. Consequently, he initiated a plan to gather tailed beasts. The Mokuton he had employed a few days prior yielded several unexpectedly positive revelations. First, the Sage of Six Paths in this timeline seemed entirely indifferent to his presence, focusing instead on the two saviors, prepared to bestow upon them enhancements. Second, possibly due to Naruto and Sasuke's growth, Kane found his thoughts extraordinarily lucid upon realizing he was in this timeline. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Sage of Six Paths, who might have employed some means to envelop him in a veil of ignorance through the will of the greater world. Kane deduced that the fundamental narrative of this world had commenced, merely awaiting the final confrontation. As long as the reincarnated saviors emerged victorious, the rest would pose no significant issues. This realization also clarified why the Sage of Six Paths had previously suppressed him in another timeline, leading to his prolonged slumber. The rationale was straightforward. Despite Kane's unwavering allegiance to Konoha in his original timeline, the sage harbored concerns about the potential adverse effects of Kane's arrival on the saviors, ultimately deciding to induce his dormancy. The timeline of Kane's awakening hinted that the climactic battle was imminent. Kane mused to himself, "The Sage of Six Paths may be cunning, but your scheme shall come to naught." In truth, Kane had never quite grasped why the sage, with no familial ties to him, would extend kindness or grant him extraordinary abilities. It was only upon entering this timeline that Kane vividly sensed a dulling of his intellect in a previous realm. This phenomenon resembled the plight of characters ensnared in fatalistic narratives, where logic failed to prevail, yet they pressed on regardless. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, Kane experienced a remarkable clarity of thought and consciousness. However, as time progressed, following his mastery of Mokuton, he felt increasingly unwell. His cognition dulled, and his logic became muddled. He overlooked many inconsistencies. Was this not a manifestation of being ensnared by a grand calamity? Yet, the Sage of Six Paths could not have anticipated that Kane would not only break the curse placed upon him by the Sharingan through unique methods, but also traverse timelines, uncovering the underlying conspiracies. What schemes could the sage possibly harbor? For reference, one might consider the Black Zetsu from the original narrative. The curse placed upon Obito's heart was pivotal in reviving Madara at a critical juncture. The second layer involved Madara. Despite becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and successfully entering its mode, was ultimately manipulated by the relatively powerless Zetsu, culminating in his role as Kagaya Otsutsuki's vessel. Rather than viewing Obito and Madara as mere Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, it may be more accurate to regard them as vessels for Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya herself was once the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, later sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths and stripped of the beast. In this narrative, once the tailed beasts are extracted, the Jinchuriki typically perish. Kushina, upon losing the Nine Tails, died. Even after Madara's immense power, he too succumbed after Kagaya was sealed. Following the extraction of the tailed beasts, Kane suspected that Kagaya had employed some unknown means, as she was intrinsically linked to the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails embodied Kagaya, and Kagaya was the Ten Tails. After Kagaya's sealing, the 10 tails, as her source of power, was presumably removed by the Sage of Six Paths. Although the Sage claimed the 10 tails were too powerful and divided them into 9 parts, one must ponder why, given Kagaya's sealing, the 10 tails themselves were not sealed as well. Kane's analysis suggested that the Sage sought a new, limitless host. As the progenitor of ninjutsu, the Sage must have been acutely aware of humanity's inherent malice. In such circumstances, he irresponsibly allowed the 9-tailed beast to roam freely within the ninja world, leading to a series of tragic events. Humans coveted the power of the tailed beasts, while the proud and formidable tailed beasts scorned any notion of peaceful coexistence with their weaker human counterparts. This ultimately resulted in the tragic fate of the tailed beasts, captured and sealed, becoming infamous war machines within the ninja realm. It can be asserted that after sealing Kagaya, the Sage undoubtedly uncovered something significant, which enabled Black Zetsu to wreak havoc. The Sage of Six Paths had consistently monitored Naruto and Sasuke, ultimately intervening at a crucial moment to grant them enhancements. Kane doubted that the Sage was unaware of Black Zetsu's machinations. Therefore, to ensure his plans, Kane resolved to initiate the tailed beast capture plan immediately. In this timeline, Kane had not descended upon Mayaboka Mountain, and the Sage would likely not discover his status as an outsider for some time. Even if he did, he might merely perceive Kane as a traveler from another timeline, leading to a relaxation of vigilance. Kane contemplated, Naruto possesses the 9 tails, while Minato harbors the other half. After weighing the significant cost of involving the saviors, he ultimately decided to visit the land of whirlpools, resurrect Minato, and reclaim the other half of the 9 tails. The 9 tails, 8 tails, and 1 tail were confirmed to be at large, while others had likely already been captured. Kane held no objections to the Akatsuki's acquisition of tailed beasts, as long as they had not gathered them all. Once Kane had organized his thoughts, he resolved to follow through with this plan. Upon obtaining the half of the 9 tails, he would disseminate the information and prepare for a strategic ambush. As he walked, Kane muttered to himself, envisioning that after resurrecting Minato, he would immediately extract the half of the 9 tails and then brazenly present himself at a specific location to lure the Akatsuki into his trap. This course of action is unavoidable. The Shao organization conceals itself too deeply. If Kane were to recklessly pursue them, he would fear they might uncover his true intentions. At that point, they would hide, and Kane would lack the luxury of time to indulge in a game of hide-and-seek. Rather than engage in such frivolity, Kane would prefer to fish with the 9 tails. At the border of the water country lies an obscure, dilapidated ancient city. Kane curiously surveys his surroundings. The remnants of ruined structures and toppled stone totems are omnipresent. After enduring years of rain and wind, these totems still exude a majestic aura, reminding one of the prosperity that once flourished here. It is a pity that this ancient city, steeped in history, fell victim to the machinations of a nefarious rat. Following the details imparted by Jukusenai from an alternate timeline, Kane meticulously searches and finally arrives at his destination, the ruins of the Uzumaki hidden village. Uzumaki clan, Kane murmurs to himself. Before him lies a familiar emblem, a swirling mark deeply etched into a stone tablet. This symbol is well known to all Konohagakure ninjas, as it represents the enduring friendship between 2 villages. Kane approaches and lightly touches the stone, finding it remarkable that after all these years, the Uzumaki seal remains steadfast. Indeed, this village nearly ascended to the status of the 6th great village. Kane's fingers glide across the symbol, marveling at it. The prowess of the Uzumaki clan is not solely defined by their immense chakra, but also by their remarkable vitality. Their chakra is vast, and they are inherently long-lived. Yet their fiery tempers make them less endearing to others. Ultimately, this powerful race fell victim to envy and fear due to their unique and formidable sealing techniques, leading to their complete obliteration under the aegis of Kirigakure. An innocent man bears the burden of his wealth. Their strength and distinct attributes incited envy and ultimately led to their demise. Kane sighs deeply. Continuing forward, he passes the stone tablet, entering what remains of the village, now devoid of walls and gates. He recalls Jukusenai mentioning that the shrine is located at the farthest end, necessitating passage through residential houses and shops. Perched atop a colossal tree, Kane surveys the area and finally identifies a relatively intact, large house within the village. Noting its considerable distance, Kane unfurls his dragon wings and flies directly to it. This must be the place, he muses, gazing at the decaying wooden door. Upon pushing it open, the spacious interior reveals itself, devoid of tables or chairs. Yet, the walls are adorned with grotesque demon masks, their hollow eye sockets seemingly fixated on Cain, inducing discomfort. No wonder the place has been stripped bare, leaving only these masks behind. It seems the invaders found them ominous. Shaking his head, Cain activates his Sharingan to scrutinize the masks. Not this one, nor that one, he mutters as he carefully examines each piece. Despite their eerie appearance through the eternal eye, he discerns they're merely ordinary masks. This is peculiar. I recall that Orochimaru discovered the Death God mask here, which he used to resurrect Minato and the first and second Hokage. Cain searches the vicinity, but finds no trace of the distinctive mask. His curiosity piqued. Just then, a broken deity statue in the corner captures Cain's attention. He approaches it for a closer inspection. The statue is missing everything below the chest, with the head being the only relatively intact portion. Cain studies the statue intently before solemnly declaring, "I do not recognize this at all." Having traversed the Naruto world for over a decade, Cain has extensively researched its history, including ancient texts and documents relating to the Death God and even the malevolent deity worshipped by Haiden, albeit with limited success. However, the statue before him, despite its horns, bears a grotesque and twisted face with a mouth full of broken teeth that Cain is certain he has never encountered. This statue must symbolize something significant. He carefully examines it, noting the absence of an offering table, revealing that it once received veneration. The base that should have supported the statue is also missing, leaving it to stand directly on the ground, with only faint traces of incense remaining. Cain scrutinizes the statue with his eternal eye, but still uncovers no anomalies. Just as he prepares to leave and continue his search elsewhere, a memory surfaces. Juxunai once mentioned that their clan revered many gods, but one was particularly special. What was its name? Juxunai had spoken of this a decade ago, when Naruto had just begun attending the Ninja Academy. The memory feels distant. Yet suddenly he recalls Yomi Hirana. Legend has it that Yomi Hirana is the path to the underworld, and in Naruto, the Death God appears precisely after the Shiki Fujin is utilized. With clarity dawning upon him, Cain returns to the statue and asserts, if I am not mistaken, this statue originally held a short blade in its mouth, which the invaders must have believed to be a treasure, either taking it or destroying it. The broken teeth serve as the best evidence of this. The case is solved. Cain finally understands. This statue represents the Death God, embodying the Uzumaki clan's greatest sealing technique, the Shiki Fujin, summoning the Death God to seal an enemy's soul, with the sacrifice being a living life. With this realization, Cain decisively seizes the statue's head and shatters it. Indeed, among the fragments scattered on the ground, the Death God mask is nowhere to be found. Cain remains unfazed. If I am correct, the original Death God mask should have adorned this statue's face. Beneath the mask lies the true visage of the Death God. The Death God depicted in the anime actually wears a mask. However, due to the invasion, the mask must have been lost amidst the chaos. With that, Cain approaches the entrance, locating a suitable position before transforming into his dragon form. The Death God mask is not so easily destroyed. I am left with no choice in this matter. I seek the understanding of all divine beings. Though he speaks of regret, Cain's actions betray no hesitation. With a fierce roar, he unleashes a torrent of searing flames. In mere seconds, the entire shrine is enveloped in an inferno, vaporizing everything in its wake. When Cain resumes his human form, a gleaming, ghostly mask lies quietly amidst the molten lava. At last, he has found it. Cain walked over and picked up the mask, letting out a long sigh of relief in his heart. If he could not find the mask, there would be no way to retrieve the water gate that had already fallen into the belly of death, and he would be unable to obtain the other half of the Kyuubi. In such a scenario, if he wished to recreate the Jubi, only two paths remained. One path involved the reanimated brothers Jinjiao and Injiao, while the other path was Naruto. Cain was unwilling and unable to act against Naruto, not only because Naruto was the child of destiny, and the cost of disturbing him was far too great, but primarily because Cain had truly spent over a decade interacting with Naruto, establishing at the very least a foundational emotional bond. Even a stone held in one's hand for a decade would warm up, let alone a living person. Although Jinjiao and Injiao bore the chakra of the Kyuubi, Cain did not possess complete confidence. Not everyone was Nagato, and moreover, Cain lacked the outer path divine figure, the very vessel of the Jubi. Kyan's plan was to allow the QB to see the light of day once more, parading it boldly through the streets. The Akatsuki organization, targeting tailed beasts, would undoubtedly come to assess the situation upon the QB's reemergence, at which point Kyan would have room to maneuver. Whether he stormed directly into their lair or destroyed the 6 paths of pain on the spot, the subsequent plans would become significantly easier. If Conan could arrive, that would be splendid. Kyan stepped onto an open space, murmuring his plans. Conan was Nagato's only companion. If she were to come, after capturing her, Kyan would possess absolute certainty in locating Nagato's hiding place. As for whether Conan would betray Nagato, that was a consideration Kyan had never entertained. The forbidden techniques learned over the years were not for naught, let alone interrogating a female ninja, even if Hashirama Senju were to appear. As long as the old man of 6 paths did not intervene, Kyan was confident he could extract the information he desired from Nagato's soul. This constituted the current depth of Kyan's capabilities. What worried him most now was the possibility of Nagato hiding away, or that Ketsu and Obito, sensing danger, might directly gouge out Nagato's eyes and take away the outer path divine figure. If that were to happen, Kyan would also be at a loss. 4 Ketsu's stealth abilities were extraordinarily formidable, and Kyan could not afford to waste centuries of time on him. If it weren't for the fact that Kyan dared not venture into the Hulu, a domestic term, full name omitted, world at present, he would have long begun his cultivation journey, rather than spending time in the world of Hokage, playing games with a bunch of mediocre wild gods. Even if this temporal undertaking failed, Kyan would not lament. After the Dragon Vein-S energy was replenished, he could return to another timeline to continue his endeavors. With the plan laid out, the critical factor now was whether the first step would unfold smoothly. After reviewing the plan once more, Kyan sighed deeply and donned the mask. As he placed the mask of death upon his face, the world before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally vibrant world gradually lost its color, leaving only shades of black and white. Having grown accustomed to high-definition blue light televisions, it was somewhat disconcerting to suddenly behold an old-fashioned black and white television. Kyan made a quip and then commenced his planning. First, he retrieved 2 sealing scrolls and unsealed them. One scroll contained the relics of this world's Minato, while the other housed the white Zetsu he had captured from another timeline. At this moment, this white Zetsu was inscribed with sealing techniques, rendering not only chakra unusable, but even the simplest cognitive abilities sealed away. The relic from Minato was also meticulously chosen by Kyan, consisting of a small fragment of bone from the vertebrae of Minato's corpse in this timeline. As for how he acquired this bone, one could only say it was on a moonless night with a fierce wind. Subsequently, Kyan placed the offerings and the bone that bore Minato's aura apart, and then arranged the reanimation technique, completing the preparatory work. The composite materials were ready. Now, it was time to synthesize the equipment. After meticulously inspecting everything, Kyan pressed his palms together and entered Sage mode. As Sage Chakra surged into the mask of death, Kyan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, and his breathing became somewhat labored, as if a large hand were squeezing his heart. Enduring this unpleasant sensation, Kyan suppressed the restless presence of his conqueror's haki and continued to channel chakra into the mask of death. Soon, a ghostly figure of death appeared behind him, brandishing a short blade and extending its arms, seemingly emitting a silent, sinister grin. Kyan's current state was also quite peculiar. It felt as if his consciousness had been split into 2 parts. One remained within his body, while the other observed from a third-person perspective. Watching himself donning the mask of death and pressing his palms together, he could also see the ghostly figure of death looming behind him. Within the belly of the death figure, spheres of light were colliding violently, as if attempting to burst forth from within. These spheres represented the souls sealed by death. Kyan carefully sensed the surroundings and ultimately identified a familiar aura. Found it. This should be Minato. However, upon locating Minato, a new problem arose. By rights, he should now be able to manipulate the ghostly figure of death to cut open its belly and release Minato's soul. Yet why did he not feel the ability to control the figure of death? As Kyan spoke, the mouth of death also opened and closed, as if echoing his words. I understand now. Observing the ghost of death mimicking his movements, Kyan finally comprehended what he needed to do. His second consciousness waved a hand, and the ghost of death followed suit, mirroring his gestures. As Kyan opened his mouth, the ghost did the same, resembling an upgraded version of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. However, Ken did not blindly command the ghost of death to stab itself. If the soul escaped, he would only have one offering left. Should the ghost inadvertently implicate him, it would lead to an encounter with this malevolent deity. Subsequently, Cain attempted to immerse his consciousness within the belly of the ghost of death, and upon succeeding, he initiated the next step. With Cain's actions, the soul belonging to Minato was finally captured by his consciousness, and then the ghost of death opened its mouth, expelling a blue soul sphere. As soon as the soul sphere belonging to Minato emerged, it darted away frantically, seemingly attempting to flee from the scene. Seeing this, Cain was alarmed and quickly grasped the soul sphere, exclaiming that it could not be allowed to escape. If it did, Minato's son would suffer the consequences. Whether or not Minato understood the implications of Cain's words, he surprisingly remained docile within the palm of Cain, not daring to move. Originally, the plan was to conclude at this point, merely awaiting the ghost of death to harvest the soul of the offering, after which placing Minato's soul into the offering's body would complete an upgraded version of the reanimation technique. However, as Cain waited patiently, he discovered that the ghost of death simply would not collect the soul of the white Zetsu, and even when Cain attempted to manipulate it with his consciousness, the ghost remained unresponsive, instead staring intently at Cain's second consciousness. Oh no! Observing the greedy gaze of the ghost of death, Cain felt an ominous premonition. I warn you, this is merely a transaction. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. In this world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 94. Death God 2. Upon hearing Cain's warning, the ghost of death not only did not retract, but instead gazed at Cain's soul with even greater greed, as if it were staring at a delectable cake. As the scythe of death loomed ominously, Cain glared with fury, uttering a scathing remark about the lack of gratitude. The Void Sovereign's aura enveloped the specter of death, causing it to waver as its essence faltered under the immense pressure. Unmoved by the wailing ghost, Cain confidently declared, "You have two choices. Depart with the soul of the sacrificial offering, or face my wrath, wherein I shall summon you repeatedly until your true form emerges." Cain doubted that the apparition before him was the true embodiment of death. It was likely but a fragment or mere thought. Thus, he asserted that he would summon the true form until it manifested. Perhaps Cain's words struck a chord, or perhaps the specter realized its inability to withstand the might of the Void Sovereign. With a sinister chuckle, it retreated, taking the sacrificial soul with it. Once the specter had departed, Cain exhaled in relief, sensing that he had successfully navigated that perilous encounter. Although he boasted of having bested death, a flicker of uncertainty lingered within him. In Cain's perception, even the mere soul of this specter was extraordinarily potent. He surmised that his Void Sovereign could inflict genuine harm, yet slaying it would demand considerable effort. Furthermore, Cain possessed no means to defend against soul attacks. Should death descend in wrath, feeling humiliated by a mere junior, he would likely have to flee the battlefield. After all, attacks originating from the soul instill fear in all, including Cain himself. With the specter of death driven away, events began to unfold favorably. Cain first placed the soul orb of Minato into the gradually lifeless body of Baiju, watching as an enigmatic layer enveloped him. In due time, this obscure substance coalesced, revealing the distinctive visage of the Edo Tensei Minato. Here it is, Baiju began, but before he could utter another word, Cain thrust a cursed kunai, affixed with talismans, into his skull. "Forgive me, Minato. I shall make amends upon our return to another realm." Under Cain's control, Edo Tensei Minato transitioned into the Nine Tails chakra mode. Cain's eyes widened as he activated his Eternal Eye. Following this, everything transpired as anticipated. Cain utilized his Sharingan to observe the complete form of Nine Tails Minato, recording vital data before forming hand seals to extract the beast. It is widely understood that once a Jinchuriki is stripped of their tailed beast, they meet immediate demise. Only those with extraordinary vitality, like Kushina, can endure for a time. As Cain began extracting the nine tails from Minato's body, an intriguing spectacle unfolded. Edo Tensei Minato's form disintegrated into a flurry of paper fragments. Yet, before these remnants could dissipate, they swiftly reconstituted themselves under the Edo Tensei technique. This cycle of disintegration and restoration continued until Cain had fully extracted the nine tails, at which point Minato's form completely shattered into a heap of scraps. This time, Minato did not immediately reform. Instead, after a considerable interval, the scraps, as if expending their last vestiges of strength, struggled to reassemble. Witnessing this astonishing phenomenon, Kane slowed his sealing process, meticulously observing Minato's transformation. Eventually, after the final restoration, the talisman embedded in Minato's head lost its efficacy. "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" the awakened Minato demanded. Although Minato had regained consciousness, his body remained uncontrollable, rendering him incapable of any actions detrimental to Kane. Kane opted not to engage in conversation, allowing Minato to question him, as the unsealed Ninetales continued to thrash about. It wasn't until Kane had completely sealed the Ninetales that its colossal form collapsed with a resounding thud, rendered immobile. With his hands freed, Kane approached Edo Tensei Minato, eager to validate his hypothesis. It is said that the chakra of Edo Tensei is infinite. Kane was determined to uncover the truth behind this claim. He had long harbored skepticism regarding infinite chakra, recalling the example of the dragon vein. While the chakra of the Earth's vein is indeed boundless, any attempt to manipulate it would result in the entire shinobi world retaliating. Now, with a living specimen of purported infinite chakra before him, Kane felt his scientific curiosity reignite with fervor. For this experiment, Kane chose the relatively less potent wood release, silent killing binding technique, which, while not as formidable as other wood release techniques, possessed a remarkable ability. It silenced Minato. Minato's incessant mutterings and inquiries regarding Kane's identity had become intolerable. With the wood release, silent killing binding technique in effect, Minato could no longer speak. Kane then initiated his wood release, allowing it to act in place of his own hands, as a surge of energy flowed into the Goose Factory. Kane had previously concluded that the Goose Factory had no chance of unlocking a fortune bag in this world, as the same energy had been exponentially amplified there. However, with an increasing influx of energy, Kane felt as though he was being dealt a powerful blow. 10%, 11%, 20%, 30%. The energy demands escalated. Yet Minato's chakra continued to be siphoned by the wood release, seemingly endless in supply. Could it truly be infinite chakra? Kane pondered as he observed the rising energy gauge, his heart racing with trepidation while preparing for a potential escape. Regardless of the source of Edo Tensei's infinite chakra, there must be a wellspring. Kane's reckless extraction was akin to plundering another's resources. Ultimately, as Kane watched with anticipation, the progress bar for unlocking the fortune bag finally reached its zenith, advancing to the next stage. 0.1, 0.11. When the progress bar hit 3%, Edo Tensei Minato's form shattered, and his soul transformed once more into a blue sphere. As if manipulated by some mysterious force, the instant the soul sphere materialized, a peculiar rift appeared, drawing Minato's soul into its powerful vortex. This all transpired so swiftly that Kane barely had time to react. The soul sphere and the enigmatic rift vanished without a trace. Rushing to where the rift had been, Kane sensed a familiar aura and pondered, "What good is speed if your presence has betrayed you, my dear Lord of Death?" From this familiar essence, it was evident that Minato's infinite chakra was sourced from the realm of Yomi. There can only be one dragon in the world of pirates. Chapter 95. Gyo Hashilama. Upon deducing the infinite source of chakra for the Edo Tensei, Kane found himself hesitant to recklessly revive others for the purpose of extracting chakra. The chakra available was insufficient for the Goose Factory's needs, and Kane deemed it unnecessary to offend the god of death for such trivial progress. He opened his final treasure bag in the world of Naruto. As he beheld the rewards that emerged, a wry smile crossed his lips, and he stowed them away in his inventory, incredulous at the outcome. After a brief moment of tidying up, Kane approached the QB and released its sealing technique. Before the QB could resist, a potent ocular power altered its consciousness. "You are a foolish creature. You are not the QB. You are but a husky," Kane incessantly chanted while locking his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan onto the QB's eyes. Gradually, the initially fierce and wrathful gaze of the QB transformed into one imbued with wisdom. Observing the creature tilting its head, tongue lolling, Kane felt a profound sense of accomplishment and declared, "From now on, you shall be known as Gyo Hashilama." Instead of exhibiting anger at Kane's words, the QB, now Gyo Hashilama, circled around Kane joyfully, as if expressing its delight. Witnessing the exuberance of Gyo Hashilama, Kane's sense of achievement deepened. "Let us proceed to the shinobi world and make our presence known, my little darling." Subsequently, Kane leapt onto the head of Gyo Hashilama and gestured for it to set off. Unfortunately, While Gyo Hashilama could comprehend Kane's words, it utterly disregarded his commands, continuing to spin in place, chasing its own 9 tails. Kane, observing the foolish antics of Gyo Hashilama, helplessly formed a hand seal and used his ocular power to guide its movements. Kane maneuvered Gyo Hashilama as it bounded over mountains and splashed through waters. Aren't you going to stop him? It appeared that Kane intended to control the QB all the way back to Konoha. As they approached the seaside, the disguised figure of Kuro-ju, resembling a carnivorous plant, could no longer remain still. He emerged from the ground and addressed the masked man standing atop a great tree. These two were none other than Uchiha Obito masquerading as Madara and Kuro-ju. Upon hearing Kuro-ju's words, Obito did not appear anxious, as if anticipating someone. Kuro-ju, noticing Obito's lack of response, grew somewhat impatient. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Obito. "Ju, I believe my name should rightfully be Uchiha Madara." Obito interjected in a chilling tone. At that moment, Kuro-ju realized a slip of the tongue in revealing Obito's true name and promptly fell silent. Obito is far more rebellious than Madara. He is certainly not an obedient child. Yet, the mysterious red-haired ninja intrigued Kuro-ju, raising questions as to why he possessed would release and an unencountered eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kuro-ju, over the millennia, had maintained control over the entire shinobi world, ensuring that no remarkable ninja escaped his notice. Yet, this exceedingly powerful youth before him was entirely unexpected. This should not be. How could such a formidable ninja remain nameless in the shinobi world? I do not recall any genius from the Uzumaki clan roaming freely. The downfall of the Uzumaki clan likely bore the fingerprints of Kuro-ju, as they possessed the strongest sealing techniques in the shinobi world, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was ultimately defeated by such techniques. Therefore, Kuro-ju remained cautious. While Kuro-ju could traverse underground and withstand any elemental ninjutsu unharmed, he felt it prudent to exercise caution against sealing techniques, which he deeply respected. Just as the atmosphere between Obito and Kuro-ju grew increasingly tense, a voice shattered the silence. Is that the mysterious powerhouse proficient in wood release? It was Pain, the Deva Path, who had arrived first. The sound emanated from above, yet Obito and Kuro-ju exhibited no signs of surprise. "If you do not come soon, I shall take action myself." Obito feigned indifference. Despite his bravado, when faced with Kane, who was adept in sage arts and would release, Obito chose to inform Nagato, requesting that Pain be dispatched. Moreover, even if Obito refrained from notifying Nagato, Kuro-ju would have found a way to summon Pain, as he would never permit Obito to confront Kane alone. The original Hokage had once quelled the strife through his formidable wood release and sage arts. Kane, this young red-haired boy, was no less formidable than the legendary Senju Hashirama in his prime. Kuro-ju doubted Obito's ability to contend with the first Hokage at the height of his power. "If you can capture him alone, why do you require my assistance?" Pain countered Obito. "Only you have the ability to summon the outer path Geto Mazo. What use is there in capturing the QB?" With that, Obito deftly sidestepped the topic. "What are the others?" Before Pain could respond, a colossal avian summoning beast arrived, bringing with it other members of the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Kane, perched atop Gyo Hashilama, was nearly dozing off when the sage technique perception finally yielded a response. "6 paths chakra signal source detected. Splendid. The Pains have arrived." The Akatsuki organization was observing Kane, and Kane was likewise sensing their presence. "Has you also come?" Kane could detect a faint aura from White Zetsu, but he was unable to perceive Black Zetsu at all. Black Zetsu had roamed the shinobi world for over a millennium. It was no exaggeration to say that the history of the shinobi world was crafted by him, and it was entirely normal for him to possess methods for concealing his presence. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 have arrived. Do they hold me in such low regard? After assessing the number of individuals present, Kane furrowed his brow, realizing that not all members had mobilized. He was acutely aware of Obito's presence, and even remembered the frequency of his chakra. The brash yellow-haired Deidara had not shown up either. Kane was familiar with his chakra, having previously defeated him. However, he found himself uncertain about the other 2 individuals, yet could ascertain that Itachi was absent since he had recorded Itachi's chakra frequency in another timeline. Aside from Obito and Ju, only 2 remain. It seems a particular duo has arrived. This poses a problem, as Conan's absence leaves a critical component of my plan lacking. Nevertheless, I have plan B. With this thought, Kane rose from Gyo Hashilama's head to stretch. In truth, Cain had more than just Plan B to ensure success. He had prepared plans A through Z. If the alphabet allowed for more, he would have devised further contingencies. Only Conan knew the precise location of Nagato, and while Obito and Ju might also be aware, Cain had no confidence in capturing them. Obito possessed Kimui, and Cain's modified time-space barrier could confine him. But Ju would undoubtedly intervene to prevent Cain from seizing Obito. Thus, the time-space barrier would only serve to delay. Should Conan arrive, Cain could swiftly gather information on Nagato while stalling Obito and Ju. If Conan did not come, Cain would have to resort to Plan B or even Plan Z. At this moment, as Cain was stretching and preparing, Obito's eyes narrowed sharply as he realized, he has detected us. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 96, Confrontation. He has discovered us. With a fierce shout from Daito, the members of the Akatsuki organization ceased their concealment and rose to move outward. Fade Wan, the most arrogant and least intelligent among them, brandished his scythe and rushed to the forefront. In contrast, Jiao Du hesitated, perhaps recalling some unpleasant memories, unwilling to advance. Jiao Du, do you intend to defy the orders of the organization? Zetsu, sensing Jiao Du's reluctance, ominously reminded him. It is him. Senju Hashirama is Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing Zetsu's warning, Jiao Du snorted coldly, unleashed the power of Dunyu, and charged forward. Daito and Pain, observing that their two subordinates had taken the lead, were not in a hurry to follow, but instead sauntered behind them. Ha ha ha! It seems Senju Hashirama truly lives up to his title as the god of ninjas. Even Daito, who claims to be Uchiha Madara, and Pain, who is known as a god, are hesitant. Daito and Pain were not wary of Cain, but rather the sage arts and would release. Though they spoke boldly, their pace was slow. In his prime, Uchiha Madara had suffered a crushing defeat against Senju Hashirama, and Daito, aware of his own limitations, was reluctant to charge ahead. Although Pain, under Nagato's control, believed he had no fear of Senju Hashirama, he decided it prudent to let others advance first and assess the situation. Zetsu, lacking formidable combat capability, chose to remain behind as well. As the scene unfolded, it became evident that Fade Wan was in the lead, while Jiao Du lagged hesitantly behind. When they reached the vicinity of the QB, they realized that Akatsuki and Pain had yet to arrive. Jiao Du, sensing the dire situation, discreetly retreated behind Fade Wan. Fade Wan also noticed the situation, but his lack of intellect led him to boldly approach, exclaiming, "You are the recently renowned wood-release ninja?" The news of a powerful wood-release ninja emerging from Konoha had spread throughout the ninja world, and the members of the Akatsuki organization were well aware of it. Cain, observing the arrogant Fade Wan and the timid Jiao Du, nodded and said, "If you refer to the one who summoned the Buddha statue in Konoha, then that would be me." Indeed, is it possible that the two leaders are so cowardly, allowing their subordinates to charge ahead? Cain was aware that others were approaching. Yet Daito and Pain had yet to emerge from the forest. This hardly seemed like a loyal team strategy. Upon hearing Cain's response, Fade Wan raised his scythe and, with a wicked grin, declared, "A wood-release ninja? The Lord of Evil will surely appreciate this." Without regard for the QB beneath Cain, Fade Wan leaped into the air, swinging his scythe, exclaiming, "Let me taste the blood of the wood-release ninja." Cain, observing Fade Wan's wild antics, felt no excitement. It was utterly tedious. Were the minions of a god truly such mindless fools? In midair, upon hearing Cain's remark, Fade Wan's sinister grin transformed into rage. "Dare you mock the Lord of Evil? You shall perish." However, Cain's words were double-edged. From Fade Wan's perspective, he believed Cain was ridiculing the deity. Yet, Pain in the forest held a different view. Ignorant mortals dare to question the choice of the gods. After uttering this, the six Pains surged forth from the treeline, ready to join the fray. Before Pain could engage, a tremendous noise erupted from the battlefield, followed by a wave of intense shock. Boom! Daito and Zetsu exchanged worried glances before hastily following. "Ah, it hurts." How exhilarating. By the time Daito arrived at the battlefield, Jiao Du had long vanished, and Fade Wan lay on the ground, reduced to half a body. What transpired? Daito inquired urgently, noticing that Pain remained silent. "A single punch," the Devapath Pain replied gravely. He only used one punch to obliterate half of Fade Wan's body. Additionally, he destroyed 3 of Jiao Du's hearts in the process. Hearing Pain's words, Daito's heart raced. A single punch? Before their conversation could continue, Cain raised his fist once more, declaring, "That was merely a casual punch. Now I shall employ a standard punch. Kane spoke truthfully. Since acquiring the training insights from Saitama-sensei, he had diligently honed his physique, performing 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily. Although Kane's training period was short, his strong foundation made a difference. The punch that had reduced Fade-Wan to half a body was indeed a casual strike from Kane. Yet Pain, unaware of Kane's capabilities, assumed he was being mocked and seethed with anger. Ignorant mortal. With that, the Devapath Pain raised his palm towards Kane, invoking Shinra Tensei. As Kane unleashed his ordinary punch, Pain's Shinra Tensei was simultaneously released, and the two invisible yet immensely powerful forces collided, producing a colossal roar. This commotion was far more significant than the last. The small battlefield by the coast was instantly torn asunder by these two tremendous powers, and the sea surged with waves several meters high. However, Kane's ordinary punch ultimately could not withstand the repulsive force of the Devapath Pain. Under immense pressure, Kane struggled to maintain his footing, but was forced back over 10 meters. "You have indeed shown strength," Pain observed, relieved that Kane had not withstood his attack, while simultaneously beginning to boast. "These eyes of mine are regarded as the most exalted among the three great ocular techniques. They are the Rinnegan, possessed only by the progenitor of ninjutsu, the sage of six paths. With these eyes, I have attained divinity. Before God, all resistance is futile. Surrender, and I shall grant you a dignified death." Kane paid no heed to Pain's self-aggrandizing speech. He possessed far more knowledge about the Rinnegan than Pain realized. With some information even unknown to Kuro Zetsu, Kane remained silent, contemplating which six Pains were present to devise a strategy to eliminate them efficiently and avoid unnecessary complications. The animal path, responsible for summoning, has a lowly voice that has been confirmed. The animal path not only summons ninja beasts, but can also summon the other six Pains to evade harm. She is Kane's primary target. The hell path can repair the damaged Pains. He is the second. Having identified these two, Kane then focused on the remaining Pains. The third is the human path, whose soul extraction ability is somewhat peculiar. Caution is advised. However, with my immense chakra reserves, I need not fear too greatly. The speed of soul extraction by the human path is linked to chakra volume, and with Kane's reserves, it would take until dawn for the human path to succeed. The hungry ghost path is of little concern. After all, I utilize taijutsu, not chakra. The human path and the hell path are likewise inconsequential. I refuse to be intimidated by a mere false Yama. As for the final Tian Dao, devoid of the support from the other six paths, I wonder what significant achievements you believe you can accomplish. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 97. Pain's six paths. Tian Dao, observed Kane, who remained silent and fixated on Pain's six paths, mistakenly thinking that Kane was merely curious about them. Before Tian Dao could finish his words, Kane clasped his hands together, and dozens of wood-release clones emerged from behind him. As Kane's wood clones dispersed swiftly, Tian Dao let out a cold snort and unleashed Shinra Tensei. A powerful shockwave struck several wood clones, obliterating them, yet many others burrowed deep underground. Once Shinra Tensei concluded, a dozen wood clones resurfaced from the depths, charging towards Tian Dao Pain. Observing the clones, whose chakra signatures mirrored Kane's, Tian Dao coldly remarked, "Futile, utterly futile. Before these eyes, all efforts are in vain." Pain initially believed Kane's target was himself, but Obito's urgent shout alerted him to the impending danger. "Be cautious. His target is the other six paths." Before Tian Dao Pain could react, Kane suddenly erupted from the ground, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the animal path to pieces. The six paths of Pain shared vision, and upon witnessing the destruction of the animal path, the remaining paths swiftly responded. Tian Dao raised his hand, invoking Bansho Tenin. Normally, Tian Dao would rely on Shinra Tensei for support, but since it had just been tricked out of him, he could only release Bansho Tenin in an attempt to draw back the hell path. Obito, not daring to be careless, quickly activated Kamui to assist the six paths of Pain. Risenka, in light of the situation, Kane refrained from using Shunpa to accelerate towards the hell path, opting instead for a basic version of Infinite Combo. As a barrage of blue energy blades erupted around him, Obito disregarded supporting Pain, hastily activating Kamui to evade. The hungry ghost path, seeing the multitude of energy blades, calmly leaped in front of the hell path, opening its palms to absorb the attack. With a series of muffled thuds, the hungry ghost path was reduced to fragments, while the human path and Azura path bore their own injuries. Despite the heavy losses, it was all worthwhile, for the most crucial Hell path was preserved. As long as the Hell path remained intact, all sacrifices were justified. Quite the clever tactic. But might I inquire where you acquired intelligence regarding the Rinnegan? Tian Dao spoke in a calm, yet cold tone, the underlying fury audible even to Obito. Pain, this is not the time for suspicion. I would never divulge your secrets. Even the Akatsuki's knowledge of Pain's 6 paths was limited. It was only natural for Tian Dao to suspect Obito of leaking information. Ignoring the mutual distrust between the two, Kane swiftly approached the animal path to seal it. Just as he prepared to seal the hungry ghost path, Tian Dao could no longer remain passive. Hastily releasing Shinra Tensei and following up with the Azura path's various laser cannons and missiles. The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei and the barrage of the Azura path struck Kane simultaneously, while Obito once again slipped into the Kamui space, waiting for his moment. This time, Kane chose not to resist the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, allowing it to propel him away. Observing Kane's actions, Tian Dao assumed Kane sought to evade the Azura path's firepower, coldly scoffing, naive. The Azura path's attacks did not miss due to Kane's movement. Instead, they followed him as if equipped with a tracking device, ultimately engulfing him in a storm of explosions. As the explosion subsided, Kane seized the opportunity. In the first moment, he executed a 3-step Shuinpa, vanishing like a phantom and leaving Obito's actions thwarted. Not disheartened by Kane's rapid movement, Obito once more entered the Kamui space. Kane's target was the now vulnerable Tian Dao, a mere few dozen meters, insignificant before Kane's Shuinpa. Bansho Tenin, unperturbed by Kane's sudden advance. Tian Dao released Bansho Tenin to disrupt his rhythm, while his other hand readied a black rod, poised for action. This was Tian Dao's customary tactic, one hand utilizing Bansho Tenin to draw the enemy close, while the other thrust the black rod to pierce them. The black rod, a product of yin-yang release, harbored the power of the Rinnegan and could disrupt chakra flow against an ordinary ninja. Being struck by this rod would typically signify the end of battle. I've been waiting for your Bansho Tenin. Kane sneered inwardly, relaxing his body and allowing Bansho Tenin to draw him closer. In the second moment, Kane found himself confounded by Tian Dao's 2 formidable abilities, the repulsion and attraction. Initially, he believed his physical prowess could withstand them. However, reality struck him. This was the world of Naruto, where the rules dictated that no one could resist the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei and the attraction of Bansho Tenin. Even if these abilities could not inflict harm on Kane, he remained unable to break through. It was a matter of rules. As Kane's body was uncontrollably drawn closer, the black rod pierced his abdomen. Unlike previous encounters, where the sensation was either resilient or soft, this time the feedback of the black rod felt as though it had struck an impenetrable steel. Surprise, modèle FruitWielder. Kane coldly smirked, raising his fist. This black rod was impervious to all defensive ninjutsu, and even the most formidable physical strength could not withstand it, as it was inherently designed to counter all forms of defense. Regrettably, not even Tian Dao could fathom that Kane's reliance was not on defensive ninjutsu or physical might, but on haki. In the third moment, a mighty impact ensued. This time, even Obito was caught off guard. Under the force of Kane's punch, Tian Dao and the Hell Path behind him were reduced to unrecognizable dust, leaving no remnants. Kane did not cease his assault, employing Shuinpa to evade Obito's grasp and position himself before the human path. Hello, God. Goodbye, God. Without granting the human path a moment to react, Kane's ordinary punch reduced it to dust. In the fourth moment, the Azura path no longer aimed to attack, but began to retreat under Nagato's command. Witnessing the frantic retreat of the Azura path, Kane clasped his hands together, summoning thorns from below to shred the Azura path into pieces. After the thorns had decimated the Azura path, Kane transformed his seal into the Tiger Seal, unleashing a fierce inferno that vaporized the Azura path. Don't think I am unaware. Nagato must be frantically forming contract for summoning. Not only could the animal path summon the 6 paths of pain, but Nagato himself was also capable of forming contracts to summon them. The reason Kane painstakingly devised a plan was due to his concern that Nagato might take action and summon the 6 paths of pain directly. If it were a life-and-death battle with no chance of escape, Kane would not have needed to formulate any combat strategy. He could simply have relied on his Senjutsu Mokutan and the sheer force of his punches to wear down Nagato. In the 5th second, there can only be one dragon in the world of pirates. Chapter 98. The Plan Succeeds. After annihilating the 6 paths of pain, Kane speculated that Nagato would undoubtedly be severely weakened, so he did not rush to confront him, instead turning his attention to dealing with Obito and Zetsu. "You intentionally went to seal the Beast Path and the Hungry Ghost Path," Obito stated, revealing himself several dozen meters away from Kane, his tone grave. This distance was deliberately chosen by Obito. Kane's Shunshin was incredibly swift, so fast that even Obito, with his Sharingan, could not discern it clearly. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless, and selected what he considered a safe distance. Intentionally? Perhaps, as it is indeed part of my combat strategy. Kane did not deny it. While Kane's ordinary punch might not rival that of Saitama, it certainly surpassed the defensive capabilities of these low-defense ninjas. The reason he did not pulverize the Beast Path with a single punch was to mislead Nagato into believing that Kane's attack power was merely that strong, giving him the opportunity to use the Hell Path to restore the Beast Path. Otherwise, if Kane had turned the Beast Path to ashes with one blow, Nagato, not being foolish, would have summoned Pain and fled. If Pain were to escape, the ninja world was vast, and Kane would have no means to track him down. After all, Kane did not intend to linger here. If the 6 Paths Elder from this timeline took notice of him, it would be quite troublesome. Kane aimed for a swift resolution, initially using Mokutan to attract the Akatsuki's attention in Konoha. With Zetsu present, they would certainly not miss the chance to test him. Kane's second appearance was in the land of whirlpools, where he deliberately did not conceal his trajectory, providing Zetsu the opportunity to track him and bring others to ambush him. In truth, Kane's plan was highly successful. Zetsu had no suspicion, believing his identity was unknown, and fell into his trap. Once Zetsu was deceived, Obito, the brainless fool, naturally followed suit and came rushing over. Both possessed unique abilities. Even if they could not defeat Kane, they would not be unable to escape. However, the 6 paths of pain that accompanied them were thoroughly ensnared. Even worse was Nagato, who controlled the 6 paths. Not only was he severely weakened, but he also failed to protect the body of his dear friend. This was why Nagato had fainted. Once he regained consciousness, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Kane. Do you think he has the strength? Sorry, there is nothing a god cannot accomplish. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon hearing Kane's unabashed admission that all of this was his plan, Obito was momentarily flustered. How does this guy know the detailed information about the 6 paths of pain? Is it possible that the legend of the Rinnegan is recorded in detail within the ninja world? Impossible. Zetsu clearly stated that he had destroyed all ancient texts regarding the Rinnegan. Contemplating this, Obito's gaze turned filled with suspicion and distrust. After losing faith in Pain, Obito began to harbor doubts about Zetsu as well. On the surface, Obito appeared to be carrying out Madara's will with the Moon Eye plan, yet deep down, his heart belonged solely to Rin. He obediently pursued the Moon Eye plan only to see Rin once more. Yet, Zetsu was the embodiment of Madara's will, and with Obito's newfound suspicions, he would certainly be on guard against Zetsu. In fact, it was not just Obito who doubted Zetsu. Uchiha Madara had never trusted Obito from the outset. Otherwise, he would not have implanted the same curse on his heart that he used on Rin. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm taking the QB and leaving. Kane observed Obito deep in thought without interrupting him, until his contingency plan was activated, prompting him to remind Obito. Upon hearing Kane's words, Obito lifted his head, about to respond, when Zetsu hurriedly emerged from the ground, stating, "We've been trapped in a space-time barrier." Hearing Zetsu's words sent a chill down Obito's spine, and he quickly attempted to enter his Kamui space. With a rush of spatial fluctuations, Obito entered the Kamui space and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kane watched Obito's actions with a mocking expression, thinking to himself, is this truly the Azura of the ninja world? One might mistake him for a mere rat. Obito paid no heed to Kane's sardonic remarks and desperately tried to break through the spatial barrier with Kamui, but to no avail. Finally, Zetsu, unable to stand by, interjected. This space is isolated from the outside world due to the space-time barrier. We are trapped in a separate domain. Such a fool. Zetsu silently cursed. If not for Obito's potential usefulness, Zetsu would have abandoned him and fled long ago. However, Madara precisely chose Obito for being a fool. After all, controlling a simpleton is far easier than managing a clever individual. Black Zetsu had a profound understanding of this, having spent decades in close quarters with the ever-suspicious Madara. Living in constant trepidation was no easy feat. By the time Obito realized he could not break through the spatial barrier, Kane was already bored enough to create several wood clones to play card games. What do you ultimately want? Obito, suppressing his fear, gritted his teeth and asked. His fear stemmed from the failure of Kamui. After all these years in the ninja world, Obito had relied on Kamui to sustain himself. Without it, he was merely a shadow-level expert at best. Now that Kamui had failed, Obito felt entirely uncomfortable and especially insecure. After warning Obito, Zetsu had already burrowed underground. Kane knew he was attempting to destroy the space-time barrier, but chose not to stop him. As long as they do not uncover my true intentions, everything will be manageable. What is my purpose? Shouldn't it be your purpose that concerns you? Kane feigned ignorance. Determined, Kane maintained the space-time barrier with his wood clones while engaging in banter with Obito to buy time. On the other hand, once Kane was certain he had stalled Zetsu and Obito, he abandoned the QB and flew directly towards the Land of Rain. From the very beginning, Kane had dispatched more than one wood clone, and it was also a wood clone that engaged with Akatsuki while carrying the QB. This was Kane's plan B. Before the confrontation, he had secretly left the wood clone when he suspected Conan might not arrive, while his main body had taken to the skies, lying in wait. Only when the wood clone had split off more clones and established the space-time barrier did Kane feel confident enough to head to the Land of Rain in search of Nagato's whereabouts. The reason he had delayed until now was due to his concern that the wood clone could not hold the situation. However, it now appeared that the combat capabilities of the wood clone were more than sufficient. In truth, had Kane's main body intervened, he could have potentially captured Obito. Even killing him was a possibility. However, while the space-time barrier could confine Obito, it could not hold Zetsu. If Zetsu discovered Kane's intentions, he would undoubtedly abandon Obito to go to Nagato. In a realm where swiftness reigns supreme, Ju traversed the terrain with remarkable speed, while Kane found himself uncertain of Nagato's whereabouts. Yet, it was evident that Ju was surely a step ahead of Kane. Should he, in a moment of desperation, seize Nagato's Rinnegan, all of Kane's meticulously crafted plans would come to naught. Kane firmly believed that Ju possessed the means to execute such a maneuver. Thus, his objective was not merely to eliminate Obito, but to simultaneously restrain both Obito and Ju. This constituted the essence of Kane's comprehensive battle strategy. In the world of pirates, there could only be one dragon. Chapter 99. The Rinnegan in hand at this juncture, the Land of Rain continued to be drenched in torrential downpour. However, Kane discerned that this rain was merely a common precipitation, devoid of the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Indeed, with Pain having been vanquished by Kane, Nagato must be significantly weakened, especially following the tragic demise of his dear friend. It was likely that Nagato lacked the strength to retaliate. Kane no longer felt the need to conceal his form. He took to the skies in his dragon form, gliding low over the various hills, endeavoring to sense Nagato's location. In truth, Kane had already detected the outer path golem, yet he refrained from engaging it. His true aim lay in obtaining the Rinnegan that Obito had entrusted to Nagato. Uncertain if he would awaken the Rinnegan after eliminating Nagato, Kane pondered in silence. He had come to realize that in another timeline, he would undoubtedly be unable to awaken the Rinnegan, for the Sage of Six Paths had employed some unknown means to sever Kane's potential for the evolution of his Sharingan. Currently, Kane bore the powers of Yin and Yang from the Sage of Six Paths, alongside an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he discovered that he had inexplicably acquired all chakra natures. Initially, Kane possessed only wood and water attributes, yet he suddenly found himself endowed with additional elements, all of which hinted at the awakening of the Rinnegan. However, he found himself unable to take that final step, as though something vital was missing. As Kane was lost in contemplation, a pained howl resonated from a distant cave. Yahiko! The moment he heard this cry, Kane's eyes sparkled with realization, and he flapped his wings to soar toward the source. It was fortuitous, for Nagato had fallen unconscious after the complete annihilation of the Six Paths by Pain, and he had just awakened, unable to comprehend the loss of his dear friend, resulting in an involuntary cry of anguish. Following the sound, Kane confirmed that Nagato was indeed in the cave below and began to devise a strategy for the Rinnegan. Directly eliminating him was not out of the question. However, Nagato represented a crucial element in the narrative. If he would be killed outright, would it not attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths? Kane was now confident that if he killed Nagato and destroyed the Rinnegan, he would have a considerable chance of awakening it himself, though he was uncertain how long this process would take. Conversely, Nagato was the final link in the transformation of the Child of Destiny. If he were to perish, Cain feared that he would not fully awaken the Rinnegan before being discovered by the Sage of Six Paths in this timeline. Not killing Nagato posed certain challenges, especially since he was currently in a semi-mad state. If he became aware of Cain's intentions, it could jeopardize his plans. Cain's initial strategy had been to ensnare Nagato, extract his Rinnegan, and absorb its ocular power, all while ensuring that Nagato remained alive to facilitate his awakening of the Rinnegan and seal the Outer Path Golem. The advantage of this approach was that Nagato would not die. As long as Nagato lived, the timeline would remain largely unchanged, allowing those hidden ancient beings to remain oblivious to his schemes. After meticulously comparing both plans, Cain opted for the second approach, deeming it the more prudent choice. The rationale was simple. Nagato must survive. As long as he could secure Nagato, whether through absorbing the Rinnegan's ocular power or gradually synthesizing a pair of Rinnegan, it would not pose a problem. Resolute in his decision, Cain inhaled deeply and then descended outside the cave, manifesting dozens of wood clones. 8 of them formed an intersecting 4 red suns formation, while 2 prepared sealing techniques behind him, standing ready for action. Once the second group charged in, they would follow suit and swiftly seal Nagato's chakra. Another clone was prepared with wood release, ready to unleash an attack on Nagato once Shinra Tensei was deployed, aiming to ensnare him and drain his chakra without extinguishing his life. For clones would entice Nagato into using Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, while the remaining clones would hold Flying Thunder God coordinates, awaiting orders at various hidden villages. The 2 4 Red Suns formations were established as a contingency against Nagato's escape. Although he was impaired and lacked mobility, Cain preferred to err on the side of caution and thus implemented multiple layers of security. The wood clones tasked with luring Nagato into using his skills would be effective, as long as Nagato's Shinra Tensei was on cooldown. Cain would possess absolute confidence in sealing him instantly in Sage mode. The wood clones dispatched to other hidden villages were a calculated strategy by Cain. Should he awaken the Rinnegan and have time to spare, he would not hesitate to obliterate other villages as a form of compensation to this timeline's Minato. With the personnel assignments complete, Cain reviewed the details, ensuring everything was in order before taking a deep breath and issuing the command, action. At Cain's command, 2 wood clones charged into the cave, exclaiming, "It's you, Shinra Tensei." Mere moments after their entrance, a tremendous repulsive force erupted, obliterating the 2 clones and causing the entire cave to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. Wood release, birth of the world tree, intersecting 4 red suns. Charge. The clones responsible for wood release exerted their chakra to the utmost as trees rapidly dismantled the mountain. The outer 8 wood clones initiated the intersecting 4 red suns formation after Nagato unleashed Shinra Tensei. The beauty of the intersecting 4 red suns formation lay in its ability to instantly replenish itself should the first formation be destroyed from within, allowing the second formation to immediately take its place. As long as chakra remained, these formations would alternate indefinitely. Cain had no intention of directly intervening. He remained concealed, observing from shadows. The wood clone designated to draw out Nagato with Universal Pull had not had the chance to act, as the clone responsible for wood release reported that Nagato's chakra had been fully depleted and he was on the verge of collapse. Upon receiving this news, Cain swiftly commanded the wood release to extract Nagato. Once the tendrils of wood release brought Nagato forth, the 2 clones assigned to sealing lunged forward, and countless symbols of seals materialized upon Nagato's body. Observing Nagato's sealing, Cain still felt uneasy, prompting him to create dozens more wood clones. You all proceed to establish barriers, sealing arrays, and chakra isolation formations, and finally, add 3 layers of Flying Thunder God guiding seals. After issuing these commands, Cain added, "Don't forget to arrange for the heavens and the earth." "Understood. No problem. You are exceedingly cautious, my true self." As the wood clones began their labor, Cain wasted no time, advancing toward Nagato and decisively extracting his eyes. Subsequently, Cain, without waiting for Nagato to cry out in pain, placed one hand on his back to channel chakra for healing, while the other hand struck directly at the nape of Nagato's neck, rendering him unconscious. Curiously, as soon as the Rinnegan made contact with Cain, it rapidly deteriorated, ultimately disintegrating into dust and scattering with the wind. I had always believed my eyes met all the necessary criteria for evolution into the Rinnegan. It turns out I was merely lacking the most crucial element. With his eyes closed, Cayenne savored the essence of his newfound ocular power. In the world of pirates, there can be but one dragon. In the 100th chapter, after contemplating the nature of his Rinnegan, Cayenne finally comprehended why he had been unable to awaken it in another timeline. The Sage of Six Paths had meddled with the power of Yin and Yang. Initially, Cayenne had thought that the Mangekyo Sharingan was the one that had been tampered with. But he had completely overlooked that the Sage of Six Paths had personally bestowed the Yin-Yang power upon him. Alas, it seemed that as soon as I arrived in the world of Hokage, the old toad from Iobo-Kuzen had already begun plotting against me. Cayenne analyzed with his eyes closed. This tactic resembled those in past novels, wherein a great calamity ensnares one's consciousness, causing one to overlook vital matters. The mere thought of this sent a shiver down Cayenne's spine, even though he occasionally released the remedy for scurvy. Being under the influence of the Genjutsu should not have rendered him so utterly bewildered. In reality, Cayenne had remained in a state of confusion, a capability far more terrifying than the Genjutsu itself. He was frightened by this method, which rivaled that of the Genjutsu. It was nowhere near as formidable as he imagined. The Toad and the Sage of Six Paths had managed to deceive Cayenne simply because he had let his guard down. Had he maintained even a modicum of vigilance, such tactics would ultimately have had little effect on him. At most, they would merely leave him puzzled as to why he could not awaken the Rinnegan. Moreover, with Cayenne's eternal forest mark, it would not take long before he regained his clarity in his original timeline, no longer swayed by this deceptive mental force. Understanding the situation was sufficient. It was time to check on the state of the Dragon Vein. With that, Cayenne dispatched several with clone jutsu to various ninja villages to inform them to make their move, while he utilized Flying Thunder God to reach the Dragon Vein. He had no time to slowly explore the abilities of the Rinnegan, for the sky outside the barrier was already flashing with lightning, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Surely someone is angry, attempting to chase me away. Upon arriving at the ruins of Lulon, Cayenne found that this sky was brewing a storm of thunder and lightning as well. Seeing this, he let out a cold laugh and remarked, "If you are truly displeased, why not engage in a battle?" As Cayenne's words echoed, the dark clouds in the sky gradually coalesced into a sinister visage, which bore a striking resemblance to the Sage of Six Paths. Recognizing that these ominous clouds were not to be underestimated, Cayenne speculated that they were likely conjured by the sage using his own power. "Comparing my thunderstorm to yours? Your status simply does not measure up, old man." The power of the thunderstorm that Cayenne wielded stemmed from the demigod Volibear, while he was unaware of Volibear's full strength at his peak. It was certain that he surpassed the Sage of Six Paths in the world of Hokage. Upon unleashing the might of his thunderstorm dominion, the lightning and storm brewing within the dark clouds began to subside, yet the face formed by the clouds remained. The Dragon Vein has nearly consolidated. It is time to probe your depths. Regarding the true strength of the Sage of Six Paths, this was a question Cayenne had long sought to answer, and now he finally had the opportunity to unravel this mystery, which he certainly would not squander. Having prepared for battle, Cayenne wasted no time. He first assumed a horse stance, placing his fists on his waist, then drew his right fist back to gather power. As Cayenne's aura reached its zenith, the space before his fist became distorted, emanating waves of energy. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "A punch that shatters the void." As he swung his fist, a series of colossal booms erupted, shattering the space between him and the chakra conglomerate of the sage above. Although the sage did not seem to react, Cayenne faintly heard a cry of agony. "TCH, I failed to ascertain your true nature." Throughout the encounter, the Sage of Six Paths had not made a move. After uttering a cry, he vanished without a trace. Once Cayenne confirmed the sage's departure, he could no longer control his legs, collapsing onto the ground. It was indeed unwise to forcefully unleash my teacher's ordinary strike. Cayenne lay on the ground, groaning in pain. At that moment, every bone in his body had been shattered by the recoil of that punch, and his recovery relied entirely on the nourishment of the eternal force mark. Were it not for my mark, I would never dare to engage in such reckless behavior. Not only in the world of Hokage, but even in my previous life, I had never sustained such severe injuries. In my past life, during the car accident, I felt not a hint of pain, only a sensation of dizziness. And when I awoke, I found myself in the world of pirates. Who would have thought that in all my lifetimes, the most significant injury I ever endured was self-inflicted? Cayenne wryly chuckled at his predicament. As time passed, Cayenne's bones began to heal, and his strength gradually returned. Truly, The quality of the Goose Factory is unparalleled. Even if it exploits energy, in terms of the quality of its blessings, it remains exceptional. Noticing the changes in his body, Cayenne stood up and moved his limbs, discovering he was even stronger than before, and he sincerely praised the Goose Factory. Now, only one final matter remained to be confirmed. As he spoke, Cayenne formed hand seals to perform the summoning technique. Invoking the outer path, Getomazo, a blinding flash of white light erupted, but nothing materialized. Faced with the failure of the summoning, Cayenne was not surprised. I knew it. With my unexpected presence, there is no way the Sage of Six Paths would allow me to summon the outer path. What a pity. Only 1/3 of my ideal plan has been achieved. In Cayenne's envisioned plan, the Rinnegan, the outer path, and the nine-tailed beasts each accounted for 1/3. Now he had obtained only the Rinnegan, with neither the outer path nor the tailed beast to speak of. Nevertheless, he was still quite satisfied to have accomplished the most pivotal step. It is time to depart, Cayenne resolved, refraining from the foolishness of forcibly gathering tailed beasts in this world. Subsequently, he placed his hand into the dragon veins chakra, observing the Goose Factory's progress bar growing at a glacial pace. With a slight smile, he turned to the tardy Naruto and the others, saying, "Farewell." Once again, he experienced the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloping him, and when Cayenne opened his eyes again, he found himself back in this realm that continually suppressed him. What a displeasing situation. What is this eerie and silent atmosphere? Upon sensing the familiar feeling of oppression, Cayenne merely twisted his neck to voice his discontent, only to suddenly discover a colossal energy entity emerging in the distance. Damn, could it be that the Ten Tails has already appeared? That would truly be splendid. When Cayenne departed, Naruto had already commenced his mission to rescue Gaara. If events had unfolded as originally intended, the Shinobi Alliance would not have formed until after the Five Kage Summit, necessitating a much longer development period. Initially, Cayenne believed he would have to bide his time before making a move, but upon arriving in this dimension, he was pleasantly surprised. Now, he need not laboriously gather the tailed beasts. Cayenne had never envisioned himself collecting tailed beasts, as the original Ken lacked the Rinnegan, rendering such efforts largely futile. However, after traversing a parallel universe and acquiring the Rinnegan, he was naturally eager to discover the true nature of the Ten Tails. Let me search for my companions. Where could they be? In this realm, Cayenne was not without his resources. As he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, a flash of red light illuminated the space. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 101. The initial starting point. Konoha, I rely on you. Under the command of Kazuku, the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi group advanced together, unleashing their fire release techniques. Fire release, great fireball technique. At this stage, Cayenne marveled at the familiar scene before him, realizing he had returned just in time. If the plot continued, it would soon lead to Obito becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and at that point, depriving him of the beast would be a formidable challenge. It appeared that his timing was impeccable. Despite the cacophony of the battlefield, Cayenne's roar, amplified by chakra, captured everyone's attention. Who is that red-haired boy? One disgruntled young ninja from the mist remarked. Indeed, while everyone is engaged in battle, that boy dares to hide away. Another young ninja from the rock chimed in. It was no wonder that the younger ninjas harbored grievances against Kent. His thunderous shout had certainly drawn undue attention. Silence. A slightly older lightning ninja reprimanded the two youths. That gentleman is the calamity of Konoha, although Cayenne had been absent from the ninja world for many years. The tales of his past exploits, wherein he nearly annihilated the rock and mist villages, were etched deeply in the memories of the survivors. A calamity? The young rock ninja pondered the implications of the title, suddenly recalling the horrifying events that had led to the destruction of the land of grass. Be quiet, an elite Konoha ninja admonished. This is a time of war. No personal vendettas are permitted. Despite the distance, the murmurs of the crowd reached Cayenne's ears. Observing the mixture of fear, astonishment, and reverence directed towards him, Ken remained unfazed. Senjutsu, true thousand hands. After joining his palms in prayer and invoking the technique, Cayenne effortlessly commanded the colossal Buddha towards the Ten Tails. Retreat. Everyone, quickly retreat. This area is no longer safe. Kazuku, from the command center, relayed this urgent directive telepathically to all. During the ninja's withdrawal, both Obito and Cayenne refrained from engaging, patiently awaiting the retreat of the lesser ninjas. Once the area was cleared, Uchiha Obito, with a relaxed expression, remarked, "It appears you are finally embodying some of Hashirama's essence." Though Obito feigned ease, those beside him could sense his underlying tension. After all, Obito had once nearly lost his life to the Senjutsu, true Thousand Hands, surviving only through the sacrifice of one of his Sharingan. The realm of ninjas was not known for its leniency. Having been forced into a faked death by Kaien, and now confronted by the very technique that had led to his first demise, Obito had every reason to be irate. In response to Obito's taunts, Kaien remained seated atop the Buddha statue, eyes closed. "As long as I keep my eyes shut, no one will discover my Rinnegan. Truly, I am a genius." With the final objective within reach, Kaien was determined to avoid any complications. Thus, he kept his eyes closed, for under the perception afforded by Senjutsu, see-through vision, there was no discernible difference between keeping his eyes shut and open. For the truth was, it was not mere boasting. The Senjutsu, true Thousand Hands, had the power to defeat Obito. Now, with Kaien's Void Sovereign while enhancing the technique, it could very well slay Kagaya Otsutsuki. 1,000 fists, imbued with dual-colored haki, descended with genuine force. One could only ask if they feared it. "Your old friend seems to have ignored your presence. He hasn't even glanced at you," Obito remarked sarcastically. "No, that's not at all." Upon hearing Obito's comment, Kaien suddenly interjected, "I simply have been suffering from my discomfort lately." Obito's words had already incensed Obito. Now, hearing Kaien's retort, he furiously snapped, "You sharp-tongued brat. It seems my last lesson wasn't sufficient. Come at me." Kaien deplaith, still with his eyes closed. "You." Obito was left speechless by Kaien's response. "Enough chatter, let us battle." Feeling the weight of this world's oppression intensifying, Kaien realized that time was of the essence. With a resounding shout, 1,000 colossal fists, adorned with dual-colored haki, struck the Ten Tails with tremendous force, eliciting agonized roars from a beast. Roar, roar, smoke, explosions, and howls continued for several seconds, and just as it seemed Kaien would vanquish the Ten Tails, the entire world appeared to freeze in time. "Damn it, I do not belong to this world. The boss that should be fought by the protagonist is now facing me. It is no wonder that I am targeted by the will of the world." Kaien's consciousness was alert, yet he found himself utterly immobilized, even struggling to breathe. "Just one final step, break free," he mentally screamed, exerting all his power to unleash the Void Sovereigns while in an attempt to shatter the world's constraints. Perhaps it was due to Kaien's inherent strength, which had reached the limits of what this world could bear, or perhaps the Void Sovereigns will play a role. He felt as though he had shattered some barrier. He understood that he had temporarily breached the will of the world. Before he could move his limbs, however, the sensation of binding returned, and Kaien cursed under his breath, "What a nuisance." Without wasting any further time, with the Ten Tails right beside him, Kaien swiftly rolled onto its back and opened his eyes, forming a hand seal. Immediately, the Ten Tails surged into his eyes, as if being absorbed just as it had been by Obito in the original story. Once Kaien had fully absorbed the Ten Tails, thunder and lightning erupted, as if the very heavens were in a rage. Space-time rifts appeared around him, seemingly intent on obliterating him. "Ha! I finally understand who you are." Upon completing the absorption, Kaien suddenly grasped the crucial piece of the puzzle. "I realize now that the old sage who granted me power acted on his own accord, while the will of the world has since sought to suppress me. The sage hoped I would either acquire the Ten Tails or destroy it, allowing him to break free from the constraints of the world's will. When Kaien acquired the Lin Hui Yin, he realized that his power had exceeded the limits of the world's will. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths had always suppressed him, preventing him from obtaining the Lingguan. In retrospect, the entity present in another timeline was not the Sage of Six Paths, but the world's will. "Old man, I misjudged you." Kaien apologized to the sky, and then urgently activated his next traversal. After Kaien departed, the worlds will momentarily paused, as if it were stuck. Haha, change is indeed a good thing. The next reincarnation will no longer have him. In the brief interlude of the world's will's stasis, the Sage of Six Paths suddenly appeared in the shinobi world. After forming several seals, he became indifferent, devoid of any vitality. Initiate the next reincarnation. With this command, the world of Naruto shattered like a mirror, with ninjas and civilians alike, even the minutest blade of grass, vanishing with the world's fragmentation, leaving only the moon in the sky. The Naruto world was rebooted. In the world of pirates, there could only be one dragon. Chapter 102. A new adventure unlike his previous experience of traversing into the Naruto world, Kaien. upon urgently traversing, did not enter the grand clock's interior, but instead fainted amidst a cacophony of garbled sounds. Before losing consciousness, Kane vaguely heard data intrusion, timeline adjustment failure, and recoordinating. Where am I? Kane opened his eyes to a vast, white space filled with dazzling, colorful light spots. He found himself appearing as a soul amidst this brilliance. How warm! A comforting sensation enveloped Kane's soul, reminiscent of his mother's embrace. The powers of two fruits were expelled, swirling around Kane before merging back with his soul as one red and one blue. It felt like a dream. Kane pinched himself, but alas, there was no response. Darn it, I forgot I'm a soul now, Kane lamented. Opening the goose factory, he gazed at the immobile energy bar and for the first time felt a slight sense of helplessness. Despite the boundless energy surrounding him, the goose factory was unable to absorb it. It was astonishing. The goose factory had never faltered since its inception, yet here it stumbled in this unknown realm. Kane assessed that the level of this new world was exceedingly high, sufficiently so that the goose factory dared not act recklessly. Just as Kane's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed through the blank void. I would like to ask for your assistance. What is wrong? Kane instinctively replied, then suddenly froze. Was there someone else here? Upon hearing Kane's response, the voice in the void seemed delighted, and a vague figure manifested before Kane's soul. I apologize for meeting you in this manner. It is truly wonderful that you can agree to help. Kane gazed at the towering soul figure, his perception warning him that he was in the presence of a high-dimensional being. Originally, we were meant to be one and the same, but I am too weak now. The path ahead rests solely upon you. Wait, when you say one and the same. Kane felt a sense of foreboding. The tall soul figure did not respond to Kane's inquiry, perhaps due to a lack of time. Your powers are overly chaotic and have not fully merged with you. I have purified them with my light. They now belong entirely to you. A portion of the power was malevolent, and I expelled it. Power itself is neither good nor evil, but some can cloud the owner's heart, which is unacceptable. There are two more powers. Their beastly nature is too strong, and I have modified them. However, due to their high lower limit and even higher upper limit, I could not completely transform them in one go. You will have to manage that yourself. There are many dark forces capable of annihilating the universe wandering outside. Your mission is to help me retrieve those special blacks and seal them here. For certain reasons, I cannot leave this place, but I can suppress and purify them here. Of course, if you can purify them directly, that would be even better. Kane, why are you chattering so much? I never agreed to this. The figure chuckled lightly. There is no need for such gloom. You are a person of justice, for I have read it in your heart. Scary. You can read minds. Kane was somewhat frightened, instinctively wishing to cover his head. In the previous two worlds, Kane had been a top-tier powerhouse, but before this figure, he felt as fragile as an infant. It is not mind-reading. I can only comprehend darkness and light. Fortunately, you belong to the light. Upon hearing this, Kane fell silent. Indeed, it was fortunate to belong to the light. What if he belonged to darkness? Where should I collect them? Kane raised his head and asked. The multiverse, countless universes. I will share my light with you. When you approach that darkness, it will reveal itself to you. The figure extended its hands, and a small yet brilliantly radiant light appeared in its palms. Upon seeing this light, Kane's expression turned peculiar as he unconsciously drew out another beam of light from the goose factory. Compared to the light in the figure's hands, Kane's light was exceedingly dim. Yet aside from that, they were indistinguishable in size. You two possess light. For the first time, the figure's tone wavered. Wonderful, young one, no partner. We are the same kind. As the figure expressed this, its voice brimmed with yearning. Unfortunately, it is too late, partner. The figure's form flickered twice, and then its voice became urgent. Since this is destiny's choice, let's not waste words. Let go of your mind and do not resist me. Although knowing that the figure bore no malice, Kane couldn't help but shiver upon hearing those words. Don't say such dreadful things. Subsequently, the figure's essence surged into Kane's soul, leaving only a stream of consciousness wandering in the space. Partner, light is not just a single beam. This. Was there truly no sensation at all? Kane had expected some form of transformation, perhaps immense strength or becoming a giant shouting, bam, cut. Yet, the reality far exceeded his expectations. He felt nothing at all, nor did he experience any illusion of growing larger. After a familiar wave of dizziness, Kane finally arrived within the great clock. The interior of the great clock had been entirely transformed. It was vast and empty, adorned with intricate patterns resembling various clocks. Items capable of locating coordinates floated in mid-air, with portals beneath them. Yet these portals were dim, and the feedback from the great clock indicated they were temporarily unusable. Even that mysterious code floated in the air, surrounded by chains of time data that firmly bound it. This all serves to illustrate the perilous nature of this enigmatic code. The only entity responding is a beam of light, which is currently darting around Cain, occasionally rushing towards him, only to halt before his body, seemingly awaiting Cain's command. Rather than immediately seizing this light, Cain first closed his eyes to deeply contemplate his own powers. There was no discernible change in his physical strength or spiritual energy. His imposing aura, chakra, and Rinnegan, along with the 10 tails, appeared to have been purified. However, the purified primordial energy remained, now seamlessly integrated into his soul. The 2 major seals showed no signs of alteration, indicating that the gifts acquired from the Eve factory were indeed quite resilient. Ultimately, Cain immersed his consciousness in this primordial energy, savoring its essence. Gravity, repulsion, wind, fire, earth, wood, lightning, and water transformed into powers uniquely belonging to Cain, as if they had always existed within him. The most remarkable transformation involved 2 beams of light, one red and one blue, which silently lurked within Cain's being. In the world of pirates, there can only be one dragon. Chapter 103, M78, a nation suffused with dazzling white light. Architecturally, it bore no resemblance to any specific era, instead resembling a futuristic world. Gigantic beings of red, blue, and silver soared through the sky, bustling about in a lively manner. In this nation resides a resounding name, the Kingdom of Light. The Kingdom of Light, also known as Aot Shing, is the birthplace of Ultraman. Established on a planet named Aot Shing within the 78 Nebula, it lies 3 million light-years from Earth. This kingdom boasts a vital structure, the Plasma Spark Tower, revered as a sacred site among all Ultramen. In its earlier days, the Kingdom of Light was akin to humanity, but a sudden solar cataclysm nearly led to its demise. Subsequently, scientists urgently developed the Plasma Spark Tower to replace the sun. Under the illumination of this tower, imbued with mysterious powers, the citizens underwent transformations. This should have concluded the tale, but unforeseen changes emerged over countless years, culminating in the rise of the Galactic Patrol, a force that instilled fear in all evil across the universe. How can this child be? Ultraman Father, with a grave expression, pointed to a beam of light coiling within the plasma spark. Although this beam was also light, it clearly contrasted with the plasma spark. Ultraman Father referred to this beam as a child, sensing the vitality emanating from it. It was not uncommon in the Kingdom of Light to refer to a beam of light as a child. As most children, they are born of light. Ultraman King, wielding the Ultraman scepter, stepped forward, extending his right hand to gently beckon the light into his grasp. Cain, nurture this child well. I can sense pure light emanating from within. This is the finest gift fate has bestowed upon the Kingdom of Light. Ultraman Father, though perplexed, accepted the beam of light at Ultraman King's behest. How should I cultivate him? Let him enjoy a happy childhood like any ordinary child. Thereafter, Ultraman King fell silent, standing atop the spire, gazing below. In a dim chamber deep within the 78 Nebula, a chaotic array of bottles and peculiar mechanical devices entwined with various circuits cluttered the space. Positioned against the wall were 2 enormous crosses, each tethering a 30-meter-tall Ultraman. One bore a silver and red body, adorned with a crescent-shaped headpiece, while the other was entirely crimson, sporting 2 small horns. Ace and Taro. Their gazes converged upon a singular point. Before them stood a much younger Ultraman, joyfully observing from before the crosses. Taro, feeling drained, remarked, Cain, is the experiment not yet complete? The Ultraman referred to as Cain glanced at him. Not yet. Why the rush? I feel awful. The energy within me is nearly depleted. Can't we find a place illuminated by the plasma spark to conduct the experiment? Cain shrugged. Give up that notion. Today's experiment aims to drain your energy completely, to observe Ultraman's data under corresponding conditions, so a dark environment is imperative. Taro was taken aback. Drain our energy? Does that mean we'll perish? He hastily turned to Ace. Hey Ace, say something. Cain intends to kill us. Ace looked at him and nodded gently. It's fine. In the Kingdom of Light, we cannot die. As long as we return to the plasma spark's illumination, we will revive. Moreover, Cain is quite prudent in his endeavors. And isn't this the price for acquiring his skills? Darn it. Taro silently cursed, recalling the foul language learned from Cain. However, he only dared to express it internally, fearing that if Ultraman Mother discovered his swearing, she might break his legs. Watching Cain deep in contemplation, Taro felt a surge of anxiety. Cain, I now regret. Before he could finish, Cain suddenly raised his hand, hurling a green beam towards him. The beam struck his face, binding his mouth. The remainder of his sentence devolved into muffled sounds. Cain observed Taro with a benevolent gaze. Taro, I am not unreasonable. How about this? I grant you the freedom to choose. Hearing this, Taro's eyes brightened. He never expected Cain to exhibit such a humane side. Then Cain continued, if you wish to discontinue the experiment, simply blink. Taro thought, blink? Since when did Ultraman possess this ability? Amidst his astonishment, Cain gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the Prince of the Kingdom of Light, I knew you wouldn't refuse. Thus I shall proceed. Proceed with what? Taro whimpered, desperately writhing. In his desperate gaze, Cain cheerfully manipulated the ray with his Ultraman consciousness. Instantly, Taro felt his internal energy dissipating rapidly. A wave of overwhelming weakness washed over him, causing him to convulse twice before his head drooped, blissfully losing consciousness. Observing Taro's state, Cain shook his head. So soon to succumb. What a useless man. Next time, I must inform Ultraman Father to assign Taro additional training modules. Ace, who had yet to faint, silently mourned for Taro for 3 seconds. After the experiment concluded, Taro ran away in tears, exclaiming as he fled, just wait, Cain. Once I become stronger, I will definitely seek vengeance. Oh, welcome, welcome. Cain lazily waved his hand. Meanwhile, Ace, while recovering his energy, approached Cain. Cain, this morning, Father of Ultraman came to the school looking for you. Upon hearing the name of Father of Ultraman, Cain let out an awkward laugh. You two didn't betray me, did you? Ace shook his head. No, I didn't say anything. Taro wanted to speak up, but he didn't have the courage at that moment. Cain let out a satisfied hum. It seemed his guidance of Taro had been quite effective. After reporting the situation regarding their adversary, Ace glanced apprehensively at the room and hurriedly departed. Watching the direction in which they left, Cain slowly sat down and exhaled leisurely. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in a land of light for over 5,000 years. According to the age ratio between Ultramen and humans, he was soon to be 16 years old. The scenes from within the plasma spark remained vividly etched in Cain's memory, for he was not a genuine Ultraman infant, but a traveler who had lived through several worlds. Another journey is about to begin, Cain sighed inwardly. Chapter 104, Ultraman Graduation, Stepping Out of His Home. Cain stretched lazily and then soared towards the Ultraman school. Although he traversed with memories intact, the prolonged period of growth had nearly caused him to forget his past selves. Cain was certain that he was distinctly different from other Ultramen. During their early years, most Ultramen appeared rather naive, and even in their youth, aside from a few exceptional ones, the majority seemed rather unwise. Conversely, the promising warriors demonstrated remarkable intelligence and learning abilities during their youth and prime. Particularly after acquiring human forms, their growth accelerated, leading Cain to ponder whether there existed a hidden connection between the land of light and earth. If not for the occasional glimpses of the Goose Factory, Cain felt that the memories of his previous lives would have been lost in the passage of time, perhaps even obliterated. He could hardly recall what his companions and friends from previous lives looked like, only faintly remembering their names. In contrast, he felt quite familiar with the land of light. Every building, the mountains and plains, and the Ultraman school he frequently visited were all vividly present in his mind. Look, that Ultraman with the peculiar skin is coming to school. Yes, Cain Ultraman, sharing the name with the captain of the Cosmic Patrol. Though he seems strange, he looks incredibly strong and handsome, right? I think so too. And I heard he can easily defeat adult warriors. If it were the later generations, Sai Xiao here, he would have already begun boasting, yet Cain paid no heed to the whispers of the giggling girls. It was unavoidable, although Cain had scant memories of his past lives. His appreciation for the opposite sex was indelibly inscribed in his soul. The flowing waves of long hair, this instinct, deeply embedded within his essence, was comparable to Jiraiya's instincts ingrained in his DNA. In Cain's eyes, aside from a few exceptional individuals, all Ultramen appeared rather similar. The Red Clan Ultramen were born warriors, believing that great strength yields miraculous results, and they typically excelled in Ultraman telekinesis. The Silver Clan Ultramen were equally formidable, though they leaned more towards being mages, showcasing a diverse array of light skills. The Blue Clan Ultramen, while comparatively weaker than the first two clans, were known for their intellect, often assuming roles as researchers. Yet, exceptions existed. Should a Blue Clan member emerge as a warrior, they would undoubtedly be a fierce combatant, such as the renowned chief researcher Hikaru. Kane's arrival infused a unique hue into the Land of Light. His primary body color was silver, yet his accent color was a striking green, albeit in sparse strands, making it quite conspicuous. Much like Seven, Kane lacked a timer on his chest. Even his appearance bore a resemblance to Zero, the son of Seven, save for the absence of a timer and different colors. Regarding his looks, Kane speculated that when he transformed from Light into Ultraman, he had been envisioning Zero's appearance. In Kane's aesthetic judgment, if he had to become an Ultraman, Zero's visage was quite acceptable. The green on Kane was precisely why his classmates referred to him as the strange Ultraman. However, those Ultramen who had visited Earth were rather fond of Kane, or rather, they appreciated the green accent color he bore as it symbolized life. How fortunate it is that my green accent does not manifest on my head. Standing on the playground, Kane carefully scrutinized his appearance in a reflective surface, internally expressing gratitude for the 5,000th time. Had his green accent appeared on his head, Kane would have willingly chosen to perish at that moment, seeking to reconstruct his body with the enigmatic shadow from before. Are you admiring yourself again, little brother? A deep voice resonated from behind, accompanied by a heavy pat on Kane's shoulder. No need to look any further. I am 1,000% certain you are the most splendid child in the Land of Light. Zophie, when did you return? Kane exclaimed with surprise. Members of the Cosmic Patrol were typically quite busy, often executing missions away from the Land of Light, with only rare moments of respite. I just returned, coincidentally in time for your graduation. Zophie patted Kane's shoulder a couple more times, his tone filled with nostalgia. You have grown, Kane. Zophie vaguely recalled when Father of Ultraman brought a peculiar-looking little Ultraman, obviously a newborn, to them. At that time, Father of Ultraman summoned Ultraman Jack, Zophie, and Seven to discuss who would take care of Kane. They were all young back then, lacking the capacity to raise a young Ultraman. After much deliberation, they ultimately sent Kane to the Ultraman kindergarten. Most of the children there were war orphans, their parents having perished in battle for the Land of Light. And the kindergarten was the finest early education center in the Land of Light. However, Kane soon triumphed over all opponents in the kindergarten, even besting children several hundred or thousand years his senior. Left with no other choice, Father of Ultraman had to retrieve Kane, but by that time, Kane was on the verge of starting school. Zophie, as the eldest among the brothers, reluctantly brought Kane home. Who could have known that Kane would be exceptionally well-behaved and mature, almost unrecognizable as a young Ultraman? This delighted Zophie immensely, and thus the two began to refer to each other as brothers. Why speak such inexplicable things? Haven't I always been this way? Kane questioned, puzzled by Zophie's sudden melancholy demeanor. Let us proceed, for the graduation ceremony is about to commence. Today marks your debut. With that, Zophie dramatically flung his cloak and leaped onto the elevated platform of the playground. Debut? Cayenne pondered the term, acknowledging the accuracy of Zophie's statement. The graduation ceremony of the Academy, aside from the inspiring speech by the Father of Ultraman, primarily aims to select the most exceptional new Ultraman to represent on Earth. This tradition has long been upheld by the Kingdom of Light. The selection process is straightforward yet brutal. A battle. The strongest contender shall be identified. How fittingly Ultraman. Cayenne stroked his chin, surveying his surroundings with a scoff. Not a single worthy opponent in sight. The young Ultramen present, upon hearing Cayenne's remark, fell into silence, some casting him glowering glares, their fury stifled by fear. Consequently, a few of the young Ultramen were restrained by their companions, creating a path for Cayenne. After all, the last individual who dared to challenge Cayenne has yet to emerge from the hospital, not due to severe injuries, but rather from the profound psychological trauma inflicted. Have you ever witnessed a 30-meter diameter modified 8-point light wheel? Such a colossal weapon, endowed with formidable cutting power. Once this technique was unveiled, it was classified as forbidden by the Father of Ultraman, prohibiting not only Cayenne from utilizing it in the Kingdom of Light, but also forbidding his peers from learning it. For if struck by this modified 8-point light wheel, there would be no chance for rescue. Chapter 105. Ultraman fears the cold now. Let the Grand Ultraman competition commence. As the Father of Ultraman's words resonated, Zophie stepped forward to announce the rules of the competition. This year's Ultraman competition differs from previous ones, as it employs an elimination format. In past competitions, Battles were fought against instructors, followed by the best contenders facing off to determine a victor. However, with the emergence of the anomaly that is Cayenne, the outcome is already predetermined. Thus he shall not participate. After Zwifei established the rules, the young Ultramen ascended the platform in order as per the numbers previously assigned to them. When a victor ultimately emerges, Cayenne will decide whether to engage in battle with him. Observing the lackluster exchanges among them, Cayenne felt a tinge of boredom. The Eternal Forest Mark, a testament to the excellence of its creators, continues to play a significant role even now as Cayenne, having surpassed the limits of ordinary Ultraman warriors 3 millennia ago, ventures into uncharted realms. This is without Cayenne having experienced true combat. Were he to engage in a proper battle, one can only imagine the extent of his prowess. Remarkably, the training insights of Teacher Kiaitu are fascinating. Daily, he commits to 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Such rigorous training is trivial for an Ultraman, especially as Cayenne stands at a height of 40 meters, effortlessly completing a 10-kilometer run in a few strides. However, this training regimen defies logic. Regardless of whether his long legs allow him to cover dozens or even hundreds of meters in a single step, completing the daily exercises results in enhancement. Yet, the extent of this enhancement pales in comparison to that achieved in human form, perhaps due to the inherent differences in the essence of life between Ultramen and humans. Cayenne. A warm and gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Cayenne looked up to see the mother of Ultraman calling him. I'm here, he promptly replied. Why aren't you discussing strategies with your companions? The mother of Ultraman inquired, her hand lightly resting on Cayenne's shoulder. Cayenne momentarily faltered, searching for words. The father of Ultraman approached, snorting. Perhaps some individuals consider themselves too powerful to regard their companion's strengths. Despite his stern words, the father of Ultraman expressed concern, educating Cayenne. You should engage more with your peers, rather than behaving like a taciturn elder. Over the years, the father and mother of Ultraman have come to regard Cayenne as their own child, employing a similar educational approach as they did with Teluo. It's not that I don't want to play with them, but they are simply too immature, Cayenne retorted. Upon hearing this, the father and mother exchanged a knowing glance, acknowledging the truth in Cayenne's words. The young reserve Ultramen, when compared to Cayenne, not only lacked in strength but also in maturity. To be precise, Cayenne was simply too mature, appearing almost unlike a child of the Ultraman race. At Cayenne's age, the thoughts of the young Ultramen were often consumed by play and petty squabbles. They were not concerned with learning, and their abilities grew merely through natural development. In contrast, Cayenne had been aware of the importance of training since childhood. By the age of 2000, he had already developed his own fusion light skill. As he matured, at the age of 4000, he devised his own Ultra 8-point light wheel along with its upgraded version, the cell-cutting 8-point light wheel. This formidable forbidden technique, upon its introduction, severely injured Cayenne's instructor in its inaugural battle. Though unintentional, it left a lasting psychological scar on his classmates. It was only through the intervention of the mother of Ultraman, who provided psychological counseling and the categorization of this skill as forbidden, that the turmoil was quelled. Moreover, Cayenne continued, observing the silence of the father and mother of Ultraman. Brother AC is fine, but Teluo, despite being so much older than me, cried like a baby when I scared him. Unable to contain herself, the mother of Ultraman chuckled at Cayenne's remark. Teluo was several thousand years Cayenne's senior, even at an age suitable for heading to Earth. Yet, facing his younger brotherkin, he had been reduced to tears and even went home to complain. He hardly resembled a nearly mature Ultraman. Oh, you must frighten your elder brothers less. I think AC has become a bit peculiar lately. The father of Ultraman sighed, patting Cayenne on the shoulder. Nonsense. ISNTAC's peculiarity perfectly normal? Even without me, the 8-point light wheel is his signature technique. Cayenne silently scoffed. By the way, when will I be able to learn the advanced light skills of the Kingdom of Light? Surely, I cannot be relegated to wielding the 8-point light wheel in close combat forever. After all, I am of the Silver Clan. Cayenne voiced the question that had long burdened his mind. How fare the series of auxiliary skills I tasked you with developing? The father of Ultraman countered. Cayenne pondered for a moment before raising his head to respond. Well enough. I have developed the most crucial one, but I lack interest in the others. The development of skills was a small task assigned to Cayenne by the father of Ultraman. The skills devised by elite Ultramen may not necessarily suit ordinary Ultramen. Yet the talents of these ordinary Ultramen often fall short, hindering their ability to create skills that align with their capabilities. Thus, this task remained unaddressed until Cayen's arrival. Upon hearing Cayen mention the development of the most critical skill, the father of Ultraman's curiosity was piqued. "Do share." Ahem. The mother of Ultraman cleared her throat, seemingly to remind the father of Ultraman. "What is it, Molly?" The father inquired, puzzled. We agreed not to discuss official matters while spending time with the children," the mother of Ultraman straightforwardly pointed out. This agreement was mutually established by the couple, with the intention of providing Cayen with the warmth and happiness of a joyful childhood, akin to that of ordinary parents, rather than maintaining a strictly formal relationship. After all, Cayen is still some distance from adulthood. Although the father, Aot, hesitated momentarily, the essence of Cayen's words captivated him profoundly. This time, Mary understood that comprehending the child's scientific results was of paramount importance. Aot's mother did not prevent the interaction between the two. She was well aware of the priorities. She simply wished to remind Aot that Cayen was not merely his subordinate, but his adopted son. "No need for that, Aunt Mary. Compared to typical parent-child interactions, I prefer discussing combat techniques with the adults," Cayen reassured Aot's mother. Indeed, Mary. Look, Cayen does not relish acting like a child. He prefers to engage in battle like a true warrior." Aot was invigorated by Cayen's remarks and gestured vigorously, proclaiming, "Behold, the mightiest of the Ultra Warriors is none other than Cayen." As Cayen conversed with Aot and Aot's mother, Zophi's loud shout echoed, "Quick, to the infirmary." Chapter 106. Aot fears the cold too. Zophi's exclamation captured everyone's attention, causing even the battling young Ultras to halt and curiously stretch their necks to observe. Within a nearby training room, a silver-clad young Ultra, wielding an incomplete version of the 8-point light wheel for close combat, stood frozen in shock. His opponent, a red-clad young Ultra, lay motionless on the ground, his chest indicator flashing erratically before falling silent. In the land of light, particularly under the coverage of plasma sparks, Ultramen typically do not perish. This is because Ultramen are energy conglomerates, and the area shrouded in plasma sparks can infinitely replenish energy. However, unforeseen circumstances can arise. One such scenario occurs when an Ultra endures an attack too powerful to allow for energy restoration, resulting in death. Another possibility is within the training room, which is specially constructed to block the effects of plasma sparks, simulating a genuine combat atmosphere. The fallen Red Ultra faced a combination of both situations, having sustained an attack that exceeded his limits, while simultaneously being in an area devoid of plasma spark exposure. Training incident. Just as panic spread among the onlookers, Aot soared into the sky, commanding silence with a powerful shout. Upon hearing Aot's authoritative voice, all Ultramen looked up at him, as if finding their guiding star. "Continue the match. The injured Ultra will receive medical attention. Do not let your focus waver due to unrelated matters." As if to affirm Aot's words, Cayen flew toward the training room, first delivering a kick to disperse the still-spinning 8-point light wheel, then unleashing a green light that enveloped the fallen Ultra. The green light lasted only a few fleeting seconds, after which the Red Ultra's chest indicator flickered briefly before illuminating brightly, its hue rivaling that of the plasma spark exposure. "Take your companion to the infirmary. Although he is fine now, he seems to have been frightened," Cayen advised before departing the training room. Watching Cayen leave, the Silver Ultra expressed gratitude as he helped his fallen companion rise, reflecting that Cayen was not the domineering outsider he had been rumored to be. The term outsider had been assigned to Cayen by male Ultras who envied him, as there were no green-hued Ultramen in the Land of Light, nor any green armor. Upon returning to the playground, both Aot and Aot's mother applauded, with Aot's mother praising, "That was an excellent life beam." The life beam is a healing skill, akin to the effects of plasma sparks, albeit significantly less effective. Currently, the most proficient user of the life beam in the Land of Light is Aot's mother. However, based on Cayen's performance today, the title of the strongest life beam user may soon change hands. In response to Aot's mother's sincere compliment, Cayen bashfully scratched his head, saying, "It's nothing. I merely relied on my own strong vitality." "That in itself is remarkable," Aot interjected, "and not everyone can wield the life beam." This statement held truth, as different races of Ultramen excel in varying skills, some in light manipulation, others in hand-to-hand combat, and some in scientific research. Yet, the life beam is a specialized skill exclusive to the silver-clad Ultras and is of a relatively advanced nature. "Oh, it's nothing to write home about. Let us discuss my new discovery instead." Cayen deftly shifted the topic, understanding one, Ultraman's own matters. Kane's life beam stemmed entirely from his robust vitality and the enhancement from the mysterious Ultra. Life, gravity, repulsion, wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, and even mutated attributes such as ice, lava, vibration, magnetism, and other positive and neutral attributes were all gifts from the enigmatic Ultra. This being purified and evolved the bloodlines or abilities from various worlds, integrating them into Kane's essence, thus becoming his innate capabilities. Therefore, Kane modestly claimed that his life beam was inconsequential, solely reliant on the ability to transmit energy to others. Subsequently, Kane began explaining his new findings and the skills developed in response. It is well known that Ultramen have a fear of the cold, a trait possibly rooted in their past as humans. However, numerous space criminals possess the ability to create extreme cold, and there are countless frigid planets in the universe. To remedy this shortcoming, I have specifically developed a unique ray which does not target enemies but rather is intended for our own kind. Upon hearing this, Aot nodded, requesting further elaboration on the purpose of this ray. In essence, this ray envelopes the Ultramen, and after a period of adaptation and evolution, it allows the light within them to gain cold resistance. Is it merely a basic cold resistance training? Aot pondered, suspecting the matter to be more complex. Certainly not. Kane retorted, this ray is not a cold ray. Rather, it is a fusion of multi-elemental rays, designed to confer cold resistance to the light within the Ultramen, rather than imparting cold resistance to the Ultramen themselves. While Aot mulled over Kane's words, Aot's mother's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that your ray can enable the light within Ultramen to retain its efficacy in extreme cold environments? Indeed, Kane praised Aot's mother as the wisest female Ultra in the Land of Light. Do you have confidence in this, Kane? This is no trivial matter. Aot inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Fear not, Kane replied nonchalantly. I have already tested it on Taro and Ace. There were no issues whatsoever. Aot's apprehensions were not without merit. If one were to suggest that Kane merely alleviated Ultraman's aversion to cold, it would undoubtedly bring joy to Ultraman's father. For fear of the cold could indeed hinder combat efficacy. However, Kane fundamentally altered the essence of Ultraman's light, thus encroaching upon the core of Ultraman's power, which necessitates a degree of caution. In simpler terms, Ultraman's fear of cold parallels that of humans. Yet the distinction lies in the fact that while humans may suffer frostbite, an Ultraman's light becomes dormant in frigid conditions, thereby diminishing combat prowess. Kane's objective is to modify the inertia of the light within Ultraman's body, rendering it impervious to cold. Although Ultraman himself may still fear the cold, the crucial difference is that if the internal light remains undeterred by cold, his light-based abilities will retain their potency. Additionally, I possess a second set of beams designed for Ultraman's training, which, once mastered, will allow them to enter a state of intense heat, thus eliminating their fear of cold. Kane's revelation left Ultraman's father profoundly astonished. The 107th Ultraman Conference concluded its graduation ceremony splendidly, without Kane needing to intervene as a climactic presence. Kane accompanied Ultraman's father to the meeting, while he awaited the outcome downstairs. The resolution of Ultraman's fear of cold is indeed far more significant than a mere competition. Unfortunately, a certain young Ultraman who had been plotting revenge after acquiring new skills returned home dejected, clutching a trophy. Regarding the two sets of beams developed by Kane, I have resolved to promote them vigorously within the Kingdom of Light and incorporate them into the essential curriculum of Ultraman Academy, announced Ultraman's father from the head seat of the conference room. The management team unanimously concurred, echoing calls for reconsideration. This new inclusion of beams also presents an opportunity for Kane to learn the skills he has long admired, Ultraman's father added. Zophie glanced at his brothers beside him, hesitating as he pointed out that Kane is still quite young. Allowing him to learn such potent beams could be problematic. The education of beams in Ultraman's realm is not merely a matter of desire. One must contribute to the Kingdom of Light, and the learner's age and strength must be adequate as well. Otherwise, as energy beings, Ultramen risk energy depletion or shortages by releasing excessive light. For Ultramen, the absence of energy equates to the absence of life. There is no need for concern on this front. Kane's strength has been personally vetted by me. You have been away on campaigns for many years and may not be fully aware of Kane's capabilities, Ultraman's father reassured Zophie. In that case, I have no objections. Zophie conceded, acknowledging the authority of Kane's guardian. However, concerning Kane's future, Jack raised a pivotal question. By age, Kane should be undergoing higher-level training in preparation for future roles within the Cosmic Patrol or alongside the Ultraman brothers. Yet, in terms of strength, Kane has already attained the status of a complete Ultraman warrior. Aside from lacking combat experience, he has nearly grasped the minimum threshold of the Ultraman brothers' power. This indeed poses a significant dilemma, and Ultraman's father found himself at a loss. Recklessly assigning Kane to pursue escape or extermination missions would be irresponsible. Yet keeping him in the Kingdom of Light also seems neglectful, as he would not achieve substantial growth in that environment. He needs to engage in battle. In my opinion, it would be prudent to allow Kane to venture to Earth. Letting him remain idle in the Kingdom of Light is equally unwise, and he must mature. Ace proposed sending Kane to Earth. At this juncture, Ace had fulfilled his mission on Earth, which was currently in a transitional phase and in need of a new Ultraman for protection. Furthermore, Ace had his own vested interest in Kane's journey to Earth. Kane's newly developed version of the Hashiban light wheel and the ultra-cutting techniques were highly appealing to Ace. However, due to the regulations set by Ultraman's father, he could not engage with Kane as freely as he wished. Thus, Ace discreetly concealed a training insight somewhere on Earth, which could only be accessed using Kane's energy, thereby fervently advocating for Kane's journey to Earth. In terms of hierarchy, whether by age or strength, it is undoubtedly more appropriate for Taro to go instead. 7 asserted confidently. Are you certain? The others echoed in unison. Am I not being clear? What I mean is that Taro's strength is inferior to Kane's, and he requires further honing. 7 clarified. Allowing Kane to go poses no issue. I sense he is growing rusty from idleness in the Kingdom of Light. Ace reiterated his proposal, drawing the attention of the assembly. I say, Ace, you wouldn't happen to have struck a deal with Kane, would you? Perhaps regarding light techniques? Zophi mused thoughtfully. Indeed, otherwise, why would you persistently propose sending Kane to Earth? Jack concurred with Zophi's line of questioning. No, that cannot be. What could I possibly teach him? Ace vehemently denied. Ace, while Kane demonstrates maturity, it is prudent to refrain from allowing him to learn excessively destructive techniques. He will have opportunities to acquire them once he is truly matured. Ultraman's father advised, then inquired, what exactly have you imparted to him? That would be the Meterum light. Ace admitted rather meekly. Is that so? 7 expressed skepticism. I recall now. Kane lacks a timer, thus he cannot unleash timer light. So I also provided him with the technique for shock ray. Ace added, are you certain there is nothing else? The first Ultraman questioned doubtfully. The Ultraman barrier is self-explanatory. It is used to protect my younger brother. Ace retorted defiantly. I do not believe you. Zophi joined the interrogation. At most, there are the click light wheel, star ray, and double beam. None of these are forbidden techniques, and moreover, Kane learned them surreptitiously. Ace began to feel uneasy. You had better confess the truth. Jack slammed the table and demanded. I assure you, that is all. Ace insisted, his resolve wavering. Ultraman's father tapped the table and cautioned, Ace, I advise you to speak honestly. You are aware of the Hashiban light wheel, and Kane has developed it himself. Ace felt a sense of false security. Kane's Hashiban light wheel is merely a moniker. It is essentially a creation founded on the principles of the spiral shuriken, though the others assumed it to be a simplified or singular version, failing to give it due attention. Yet Ace was aware that Kane simply lacked the inclination to name it. His Hashiban light wheel would be more aptly termed the supercell destruction light wheel. Any monster struck by this technique would be left with naught but a void of cells. Ultraman's father broke into a cold sweat upon realizing that Kane had unknowingly acquired such a multitude of forbidden techniques. My king, it is not that I lack capability, but rather that this child you have brought forth is simply too prodigious. Ultraman's father silently lamented. His age is sufficient, yet his strength remains lacking. What are your thoughts on my suggestion to send Ankelo to Earth? Proposed the father of Ultra. Indeed, visiting Earth is a cherished aspiration for every Ultraman. In truth, a journey to Earth could induce transformative changes in an Ultraman's existence. Firstly, the mindset. Earth is starkly different from the utopian realm of Gongjaval, where both benevolence and malevolence coexist. Those Ultramen who have ventured to Earth exhibit a remarkable maturity. It is akin to a profound test of the spirit in the mortal realm. Moreover, the growth cycle of an Ultraman is exceedingly prolonged. However, upon arriving on Earth, whether they seek out a human vessel or otherwise, Ultramen will retain their age while simultaneously benefiting from the advantages of human aging. This is reminiscent of a human who spends 500 years in a wondrous world, experiencing profound spiritual and physical elevation. Yet their actual age only advances by 5 years. In the realm of pirates, only one dragon may exist. At this moment, The Ultramen were convening for a meeting. Following the submission of his abilities, Kun stealthily made his way to a prearranged location with a... He clandestinely unearthed a stone from the ground and illuminated it with a special ray, revealing a message. Kaiun Didi, I will strive to secure an opportunity for you to visit Earth. Once there, remember to seek out a girl named Nan Shiju on the moon. She will provide you with a box. Within this box lies a coordinate. It serves as a ruse, known only to her. Upon arrival, there will be another box, and the method to open it is the same as before. Upon reading this message, Kun nodded in satisfaction and casually shattered the stone with a light orb. Inside the box was a gift from U, a complete set of the Dento doll series. Although Kun had spent some time living with Fufuri, it did not imply that his relationships with other Ultraman brothers were lacking. His closest bond was with the melee master who had readily agreed to assist Kun in his experimental endeavors from the start. In the past, when Kun engaged in skirmishes at the Ultraman kindergarten, it was often who came to visit him, as he was not much older at that time. Hence, they became quite familiar with one another. What truly led to regard Kun as a prodigy was an incident where Kun injured a child who was a millennium his senior. Asu observed as Kun concentrated his abilities in his hand, forming a sphere. Initially, Su perceived it as a mere energy orb, but to his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary sphere executed a close-range attack, severely wounding another Ultraman. Upon grasping the principle behind this orb, Su was utterly amazed. Subsequently, he utilized this inspiration to develop another application for the cutting gun to doll. From that point on, Asu frequently imparted fundamental theoretical knowledge and techniques of energy manipulation to, in turn, Kaiun exceeded Isu's expectations, independently developing the Bafun Guanglun without professional guidance, relying solely on theoretical knowledge. Eventually, he even created the Chaoshi Bao Fen Sui Guanglun. Since then, Asu discreetly taught in forbidden techniques, believing it more prudent to directly share knowledge rather than allowing him to fumble through alone, observing how he would adapt it to suit his own style. These interactions persisted until Asu journeyed to Earth. After acquiring the coveted information, Kong contentedly returned to the capital of Gongzhou, the city where the plasma spark resided, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the meeting led by the father of Ultra. Kong himself was eager to visit Earth, for after millennia in a world of luminous giants, he felt stifled and on the verge of suffocation. However, reckless actions would not suffice. The approval of the father of Ultra was essential. While Kong was lost in thought, a gentle voice interrupted him. Ah, it is Shi Liya. What brings you here? He greeted her. Shi Liya, a senior who was a year ahead of him, now worked at the hospital in Gongzhou. I noticed you seemed lost in thought, so I came to chat, she replied, mirroring in his posture as she sat on the ground. Huh, I'm awaiting their meeting's conclusion, as it will determine my future, unremarked, gesturing toward the tall tower where the Ultraman brothers were convening. I assumed you would pursue a position at the Ultraman hospital. I didn't realize you were also a combatant, she mused, resting her chin in her hands. Kun glanced at her, bemused. Why would you think I would work at the hospital? Is my Bafun not formidable enough? Or is my laser beam lacking sharpness? Oh no, that is not what I meant. The young girl stammered, flustered. If were human, would have undoubtedly noticed her cheeks turning crimson and her eyes filled with affection. Alas, Xia was a towering 35 meters tall and weighed over 30,000 tons, a member of the Silver Clan of Ultraman. From the perspective of Ultraman, Xia was undeniably a petite beauty, possessing a gentle demeanor and striking appearance. Regrettably, with his firmly established aesthetic preferences, failed to appreciate the Ultraman's standards of beauty, leaving her disheartened. In reality, many Ultramen at the Academy harbored secret affections for him, both male and female, drawn to his formidable prowess, perfect physique, and remarkable lineage. However, his somewhat aloof personality set him apart, yet this was of little consequence. Aren't all geniuses a bit eccentric? I believe your Xingming Sirshan is far more impressive than your offensive beams. Shi Liya asserted. So straightforward, truly straightforward. This was Inna's impression of Xia. As a medical professional who cherished peace and abhorred conflict, she naturally deemed therapeutic beams as superior. This was understandable. Yet, dear girl, you are pursuing your idol with such methods to win his heart. It's fortunate that Ultramen possess straightforward temperaments. Otherwise, on Earth, one might find themselves manipulated emotionally in no time. Not wishing to delve further into which beam was superior, and redirected the conversation. How old are you this year, Xia? This was merely a casual inquiry. Yet upon hearing it, Xia covered her face and fled. Kun, you're so annoying. What has happened? He wondered, was my question too sensitive? Just then, I was lost in thought. The Ultraman brothers emerged from their meeting, descending from the tower to land beside him. Oh my god, Didi has indeed grown up, even engaging in discussions of marriage with girls. Zuofei teased, stepping forward. Indeed. Sigh, if only I had not. Asu began, eager to join in the jest. But upon noticing the gong in his hand, he prudently held his tongue. What conclusions did the brothers reach during the meeting? Am I to pursue the galactic fugitive or join the security team for a mission? Kyan stood up, patted his backside, and began to contemplate his promising future. He silently prayed, please, don't pursue the fugitive. The notion of chasing down a fugitive, traversing vast distances from one galaxy to another, might sound thrilling, yet in reality, it is a profoundly lonely endeavor. With no companions or family, one is left to engage in relentless battles alone. If it were not for the formidable inner strength of the Ultraman, the solitude would be unbearable for an ordinary individual. Go to Earth, Kyan. Your brothers all recommend you to gain experience there. Saiwan candidly conveyed the outcome to Kyan without any embellishments. What did you say? The sudden wave of happiness left Kai and momentarily incredulous. The several Ultraman brothers exchanged glances and then smiled, exclaiming, Go to Earth. Isn't it the place you have longed for? Upon receiving this news, Kyan felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy. Why must I go to Earth with this crybaby? Kyan pointed at Taeluo, struggling to accept the situation. Please, don't say that, brother. Taeluo replied weakly. Although he referred to himself as the elder brother, Taeluo appeared more like a younger sibling in Kyan's presence. Having been beaten by Kyan since childhood due to his tendency to cry, Taeluo was often embroiled in conflicts, leading to tears and further reprimands. Go to the high tower. Aotaji Fu and Aotaji Mu are waiting for you, Zofei instructed, dismissing Taeluo. After Taeluo's departure, Zofei turned to Kyan and explained that Taeluo would not descend to Earth directly, but would require the assistance of a human body. A body? Kyan questioned, somewhat perplexed. Isn't that the most basic understanding? No, not just any human body, but Taeluo needs to become that person. Zofei's startling revelation shocked Kyan. What about Taeluo's consciousness? Kyan inquired. If that happens, won't Taeluo cease to exist? Not as you envision it. Zofei countered, then elaborated patiently. You can think of it as a higher form of human embodiment, where everything that is Taeluo is directly conferred to that individual. In essence, they are the same person. I still don't comprehend, Kyan said, shrugging his shoulders in confusion. Zofei, noticing Kyan's lack of understanding, continued. You can understand it as that person being Taeluo as well. They are both Taeluo, yet neither is complete. Only by merging can the entirety of Taeluo be realized. Taeluo possesses a unique mission, hence the necessity of this special ritual. Now Kyan grasped the concept. It turned out that when Taeluo was born, Aotaji Mu had cast a part of him onto Earth, allowing them to grow separately. Due to the differing flow of time, both Taeluos matured simultaneously, one as a pure human and the other as an Ultraman. The plan was now set to unfold, and Taeluo was to reclaim his true self. The advantage of this approach is that Taeluo, having grown up on Earth, would possess a well-rounded worldview and a heart filled with justice, thus eliminating many challenges for him. Is there anything I need to do? Kyan asked, puzzled. According to this plan, I shouldn't need to go to Earth myself. My dear brother. Zofei placed his hands on Kyan's shoulders. True strength is not merely about physical power. The strength of the spirit is equally vital. Friendship, love, the protection of the weak, and even the experience of setbacks are what you truly need. Kyan's inability to fit in had long been a concern for Aotaji Fu, yet it was undeniable that Kyan harbored the purest essence of justice. Conversely, Aotaji Mu believed that Kyan's upbringing in the Land of Light had caused certain personality deficiencies. Thus, to facilitate Kyan's early experience of these essential elements and achieve his spiritual transformation, the decision was made to send him to Earth to discover his true self. All right, Kyan shrugged, indicating his understanding. They may not grasp the situation, but how could I be unaware? This is fundamentally a matter of fixed aesthetic perception. These older brothers have all been to Earth, allowing for more relatable communication. However, the younger Ultramen I frequently encounter seem as alien to me as beings from another world. If I had no fixed aesthetic perspective, I would merely perceive it as living in another realm. Yet, my values have long since solidified, making it impossible for me to relate to them. Moreover, there's an essential point to consider. Ordinary Ultramen experience a passage of 1,000 years. which is akin to a few years for ordinary humans, a necessary pathway of growth based on their soul's uniqueness. However, Kai's soul is not light. He is a living being. This distinction has caused Kai to endure for year after year, and to date, he has persevered for over 5,000 years. Kai felt that if he continued this way, he would either have to become stronger or become unhinged. Are you ready? Then let us embark. Out Jimu soared from the high tower and landed before the group. Kai did not see Teluo. He surmised that Teluo had transformed into light and was concealed within the Ultraman insignia, awaiting the fusion with Dong Guang Tailong to bring forth a complete Teluo. No wonder I vaguely recall that in Teluo's first episode, Aojimu announced that the sixth Ultraman was to be born. It all makes sense now. Kai mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Moreover, it dawned on me why Teluo often cried. He is nearly an adult, yet can still be frightened to tears. The root cause lies in this missing part, the most crucial portion. Kayan. I see nudge Kayan with a shoulder, asking, what is wrong? You look lost in thought. Is something bothering you? And no, nothing at all. Let us set off. Kayan quickly replied. Seeing Kayan was ready, Aojimu nodded and took the lead, soaring into the starry sky. Once the Ultraman departed, I seized Kayan's arm, reminding him, don't forget. Remember the moon. I know, Kayan replied. By the way, brother, you're not still pining for Nan-Shizi, are you? It is Beidou Xingzi who is pining for Nan-Shizi, not I responded stiffly, causing Kayan to smirk. Who does not know that once an Ultraman merges with a human host, they truly become one? If Beidou Xingzi is still yearning, that is tantamount to you. Kayan hesitated for a moment, but still reminded Kayan that once they arrived on Earth, he should refrain from forming romantic attachments with humanity. AIC's advice was not without merit. Ultramen possess an almost endless lifespan, and typically, most do not die of old age but rather in battle. Should one develop feelings for a human woman, it would inevitably lead to a painful reminiscence. Yet, who can truly predict the nature of love? Did not AIC's fellow Ultraman brothers each find themselves ensnared by their affections? Surely, when they returned to the land of light, they did not fail to impart advice to AIC. However, AIC ventured to Earth, and everything transpired as it did. Observing that Kan had scarcely heeded his words, AIC sighed deeply before taking flight with Kan, pursuing the already distant mother of Ultra. Chapter 110, The Ultraman Voyage Kayan. Since this is your inaugural experience with supergalactic navigation, you must dedicate yourself to learning diligently. Mother of Ultra instructed Kayan. Supergalactic navigation is a method by which Ultramen spin their bodies at hyperspeeds, creating a special space known as subspace. To an outside observer, this subspace appears as a red sphere. Utilizing this space, Ultramen can leap through interstellar travel, teleporting to distant galaxies using this technique. At this moment, Kayan was acutely aware of the seriousness of supergalactic navigation. A momentary lapse could result in injury or a jump to an unknown galaxy. We shall proceed in order, with Kayan placed second to last and AIC bringing up the rear, Mother of Ultra declared. Once arrangements were complete, she no longer hesitated, launching into the sky and spinning at high speed, transforming into a red sphere. Children, I will await your arrival on Earth. With those words, the red sphere soared into the cosmos, gradually accelerating. As it reached a certain threshold of speed, the red sphere vanished in a burst of light. Let us depart as well. Dear Ken, be sure to study diligently and do not act recklessly. Sophie Goshchen Kayan. During supergalactic navigation, others could not intervene to aid Kayan, so any mishaps would be solely his burden to bear. In truth, supergalactic navigation can accommodate passengers, as evidenced by numerous occurrences in the original narrative. However, Kayan would eventually grow. Undertaking supergalactic navigation independently is a fundamental skill for an accomplished Ultraman warrior. Even fledglings must learn to soar. Before departure, Kayan suddenly paused and directed a question at AIC. AIC, taken aback by Kayan's unexpected halt, struggled to comprehend the nature of his inquiry. You little rascal, are you perhaps feeling frightened? AIC speculated mischievously. He was not mistaken. Kayan indeed felt a tinge of fear. The Ultraman universe is no laughing matter, filled with formidable beings. As guardians of the cosmos, every Ultraman has faced death at some point. Still a tender fledgling, worried about leaping to an unfriendly planet. AIC, with your mastery of beam techniques, why have you not devised a method for temporal jumps? Kayan posed a question that seemed somewhat naive. AIC found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer. This inquiry was akin to asking a star player on a basketball team why they did not join the NBA. It is not a matter of desire, but rather of capability. Perhaps this question is better left for you to ponder. Dearkin, AIC replied evasively. Kayan shot him a skeptical glance. I can already sense my brother's essences. I feel I can teleport instantly. He declared, startling AIC. The light within Kayan was rather unique. And while AIC had some awareness of it, he had not anticipated this particular ability. I advise you to exercise caution. Ici admonished gaillons impulsiveness. You are not yet able to control the light within you perfectly. I suggest waiting until you reach maturity. By then, the light within you will stabilize, allowing for safer experimentation. Once an Ultraman matures, the light within them stabilizes, meaning the quality of their power becomes fixed, at which point they can begin to explore energy development. For immature Ultramen, energy is in a phase of growth and can occasionally become uncontrollable. This is why AIC urged caution when sending Kayan to Earth. It was not a matter of Kayan's strength, but rather his age. In terms of sheer power and combat ability, Kayan would easily surpass the current Taro. Seeing Kayan deep in thought, AIC felt a twinge of anxiety. Do not dwell on it too much. Once you arrive on Earth, within 3 to 5 years, the light within you will stabilize. Fearing that Kayan might act recklessly, AIC continued to urge him. Your priority now is to hasten your journey to Earth. Through AIC's persistent encouragement, Kayan transformed into a red sphere and soared into the cosmos. Observing this, AIC swiftly followed, using his mental focus to guide Kayan's direction. In the solar system, a group of Ultramen floated in space. They were the Ultraman brothers. As Kayan gazed down upon the enchanting blue planet, excitement surged within him. At last, I have returned to Earth. Despite being in another world, Kayan's affection for it remained undiminished. Brothers, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Kayan eagerly proclaimed. Wait, Zafi called out, halting Ken. Is there something else? Kayan quidith passive. After exchanging glances with the other Ultraman brothers, Zafi spoke solemnly. The King of Ultra has informed us that the original trajectory of fate has been altered. You must exercise extra caution. Upon hearing this, Kayan paused momentarily. Initially, he had planned to refrain from intervening unless necessary, not out of concern for the narrative's progression, but because it was a vital stage in Taro's development. However, Zafi's warning compelled him to reconsider. What about Taro? Kayan inquired anxiously. He feared that if he acted impulsively, it might hinder Taro's growth, as the absence of rich combat experience would indeed be detrimental. Do not worry about Taro. The monsters on Earth appear to be agitated for some mysterious reason. I assure you, you two will not lack for battles. Hearing that reassures me. Kayan nodded. Is it due to the influence of darkness? He pondered quietly. The mysterious Ultraman's instructions weighed heavily on Kayan's mind, and he could not shake the thought that this enigmatic figure might be Noah, the first light of the universe. However, upon further contemplation, Kain felt a sense of dissonance. If it were indeed Noah, he would undoubtedly entrust the Paragizzi shield, capable of traversing time and space, to himself. The Paragizzi shield possesses a degree of the wings of Noah. Moreover, if it were Noah, he would not confine himself to the realm of light, but would seek a time and space more conducive to Kain's growth, such as that of Nei Kusu Cao Te Man. Go now. Kain, upon your arrival on Earth, your silly brother Taro is counting on you. Zophie observed that the Mother of Ultra had already bestowed the Ultra Badge upon Dongguang Tailang, signaling that it was time for the Ultra Brothers to make their entrance. Kain nodded in acknowledgement and turned to soar into Earth's atmosphere. The mysterious dark force seemed to have been dispersed. Kain sensed a small yet pure darkness stirring on Earth. Chapter 111, The Ultra Flying Kick. How magnificent Taro is. At this moment, Kain concealed his form as he flew above, witnessing Taro's debut, valiantly battling Asteromus. This was Taro's first appearance, and Kain had initially no intention of intervening. However, unforeseen events often arise. When he saw Asteromus ensnaring Taro's neck with its tendrils, Kain found it hard to remain passive. Having lived in the realm of light for thousands of years, Kain regarded these ultras as comrades. Taro, being of similar age and a childhood companion, stirred a protective instinct within Kain. With his resolve firm, he altered his trajectory and dove from the heights. Ultra Flying Kick. Kain aimed at Asteromus below, executing the classic finishing move of the later Leo. As ultras cannot speak, The onlookers could only hear a fierce roar, followed by a brilliant flash descending from the heavens. What is that? Wondered ZAT member Nan Yuanzhong Nan, a keen fishing enthusiast. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling it's heading straight for the super beast. Another ZAT member responded gravely. At this moment, Asteromus was mercilessly assaulting Taro with its scythe. But after dodging its attack, Taro managed to push Asteromus away. Boom! Having already locked onto Asteromus, Kane seized the opportunity to descend with a forceful kick that obliterated Asteromus. Taro was momentarily perplexed by the sudden appearance of another Ultra. As the smoke cleared, Kane's form gradually became visible. Upon recognizing Kane, Taro excitedly nodded in acknowledgement. However, while Taro knew Kane, once transformed back into Dongguang Tailang, he would no longer recognize him, and it might take some time for him to remember. Though Taro exuded a majestic presence and handsome visage, in the eyes of humankind, Kane's appearance might be deemed even more striking. When Kane transformed into an Ultra, he envisioned the visage of Sai Luo, with only the color differing. Wow, the newcomer is far more handsome than the Red Ultra, exclaimed ZAT member Romain Letterelf Tion Sheilong. Indeed, and this Ultra possesses extraordinary strength. Nan Yuanzhong Nan concurred. They must be acquainted, observed the vice captain, Yuan, noting this detail. When the second Ultra first appeared, the Red Ultra seemed somewhat bewildered, but as the smoke dissipated, it was evident that the Red Ultra was visibly excited and even nodded at him. The onlookers buzzed with discussion about the two Ultras. While the two stood face to face, their four hands clasped tightly together. Brother, I fear it may take a long time for you to remember me. Please bear with it, Taro communicated apologetically to Kane. At present, Dongguang Tailang had not fully merged with Taro, hence Taro's sentiments. No worries. You will remember in due time, Kane assured him with a nod. This may well be the last of Taro. In the future, he will truly become Taro Aote Man. Unlike the other Ultras, Kane does not require a human form to exist on Earth. In fact, if Kane so desired, he could maintain his Ultra form indefinitely on Earth. Contemplating this, Kane hesitated as he glanced at the people below. This transformation back to human form may very well determine Kane's true identity. Currently, Kane exists solely as a spiritual entity. When he reverts to human form, if he resembles his first incarnation, it would signify that he remains himself. However, if he takes on Kane's appearance, it would imply that his essence has long since transformed into Kane, irrevocably becoming Kane. What troubles you, Kane? You seem somewhat disheartened. Taro perceptibly noted Kane's melancholic demeanor. No, it's nothing. I merely feel a tinge of sadness at the thought of you forgetting me soon, Kane evasively replied. It's all right. Dongguang Tailang is a splendid individual. You two shall surely get along. Taro nodded, choosing not to delve further into Kane's human form. Time is of the essence. I must depart. Despite the profound reluctance in his heart, Taro's time on Earth had come to an end, and he had no choice but to leave. However, with this departure, Taro would temporarily vanish until Dongguang Tailang fully matured and returned the Ultra badge to the Mother of Ultra. Only then would the transformed Taro make his reappearance. Farewell, brother. This was Kane's first time addressing Taro as such. Previously, Kane had always referred to him as Taro Gugu. This new title signified his complete integration into the family. Good, truly wonderful. Taro had not anticipated that. At this moment of parting, Kane would bestow upon him such a delightful surprise. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The timer flashed urgently, seemingly urging Taro onward. Farewell, brother. Taro patted Kane's shoulder and then leapt vigorously into the sunset. Farewell, brother. After Taro's departure, Kane's form transformed into light and dissipated into the ether. Meanwhile, after Taro became Dongguang Tailang, he was invited by ZAT Captain Asai Nayu Talang into the ZAT team, where he was currently being introduced to his new home. All right, this will be your home from now on, Asai Nayu Talang firmly stated as he pulled Dongguang Tailang closer. Initially, Dongguang Tailang was somewhat hesitant, but upon catching sight of Saji, his resolve shifted. Ahem, I still need to consider this carefully. With that, Dongguang Tailang dashed out, ignoring Asahi Nayu Talang's calls. After running a distance, facing the setting sun, he untied his scarf and, through it, seemed to glimpse the green granny, Mother of Ultra. Dongguang Tailang, from this day forth, you shall fight on Earth. Remember to take good care of your brother. Originally, the Mother of Ultra should have questioned whether he would feel lonely, but with Kane's presence, she naturally wished for him to look after his brother. Brother? Do I have a brother? Dongguang Tailang felt a twinge of confusion. Yet soon a solitary figure came into his view. As Dongwang Tailong approached, he discerned that the boy was merely a child of about 15 or 16, distinguished by his striking red hair. Was this really a child? Such a vibrant hue was quite unconventional. With that thought, Dongwang Tailong stepped forward and grasped the boy's arm, inquiring, "What is your name? At such a young age, dyeing your hair red is quite inappropriate. You must return to your natural color, do you not think?" The boy, who seemed to have recently wept, turned to reply, "My name is Jiao Cayenne. I just cannot find my way home." This boy was indeed Cayenne. Several hours had elapsed since he parted ways with Tailuo, and he had spent those hours in a daze by the riverside. Wasn't I the one with black hair, not red? At that moment, Cayenne comprehended that he would never return to his former self. Chapter 112. "Oh, to Cayenne cannot find your home?" Dongwang Tailong pondered, bemused. A child of this age should be in junior high school. How could he possibly be lost? However, being inherently kind-hearted, Dongwang Tailong did not press too hard and gently asked, "What are the names of your family?" "My family?" Cayenne glanced at Dongwang Tailong and chuckled, "Kamali." And his voice trailed off too softly for Dongwang Tailong to catch. Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Dongwang Tailong stroked his chin and mused, "That sounds like foreign names. Did you become separated from your parents? Is there anything else you recall about your family?" Dongwang Tailong continued to inquire. Yet, regardless of his questions, Cayenne simply shook his head, either stating he did not know or could not remember. This left Dongwang Tailong feeling somewhat at a loss. "You cannot possibly be suffering from amnesia?" Dongwang Tailong thought that Cayenne did not seem to be feigning ignorance, but rather appeared genuinely forgetful. Upon hearing Dongwang Tailong's words, Cayenne's eyes brightened. "Oh, how clever! Why did I not think of this excellent excuse?" Cayenne was also troubled. To adapt to Earth in his human form, he would require some means, and claiming amnesia was a perfect pretense. "After all, I remember nothing," Cayenne declared bluntly. Dongwang Tailong scratched his head in distress, uncertain of how to proceed. If only he had his own home, he would gladly take Cayenne in for a spell, but he himself was currently residing with the captain. "Let us visit the nearby police station," Dongwang Tailong suggested, reluctant to abandon Cayenne, a half-grown boy and a supposed amnesiac who might cause untold mischief. Cayenne nodded in agreement, indicating his consent to this proposal. "Go ahead and try. If you manage to find Kun and Molly, I shall be impressed." Subsequently, Dongwang Tailong led Cayenne to the captain's home. At that moment, the captain of his AT team had replaced his deputy and was awaiting Dongwang Tailong's return for dinner. The captain, a longtime friend of Captain Bai Niao, had not anticipated that Dongwang Tailong had once traveled the world with him. What a coincidence! "You returned with a half-grown child after such a brief outing," Kairi Nayu Tailong remarked in bewilderment. Hearing Kairi Nayu Tailong's words, Dongwang Tailong scratched his head, explaining, "You see, I stumbled upon this child. He seems to be suffering from amnesia, and since the police station is closed for the day, I thought perhaps he could stay with us for a night." Fearing that Captain Bai Niao might object, he quickly added, "Just for one night. He can share my bed." Captain Bai Niao, far from being opposed, stepped closer to scrutinize Ken and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this child is likely a foreigner." "A foreigner?" This revelation astonished several individuals, and the captain's son, Jian-yi, rushed over, curiously gazing at Cayenne's red hair. Jian-yi, that is quite impolite." Bai Niao Saudi hurried over to pull her brother away, repeatedly apologizing. "I am so sorry. Jian-yi has never encountered such a handsome young man before, and his curiosity got the better of him. Please forgive us." Cayenne chuckled, indicating he bore no offense, and then plucked a small strand of his hair, offering it to Jian-yi. "Isn't red hair quite rare?" At that moment, Dongwang Tailong seized the opportunity to closely observe Cayenne's features. This sight took him aback. The boy was so strikingly handsome, he seemed to have stepped right out of a comic book. Dongwang Tailong's comment garnered agreement from all present. Indeed, at first glance, one might mistake him for a cartoon character. Kairi Nayu Tailong exclaimed in amazement. "Isn't he just a character from anime? I quite literally emerged from a comic." Cayenne inwardly lamented. While he might be considered average in the realm of anime, in the three-dimensional world, he was exceedingly handsome, with ruby lips and pearly teeth, arched eyebrows and starry eyes, complemented by his short red hair that accentuated his remarkably fair complexion. How could the captain think Cayenne is a foreigner? Dongwang Tailong questioned. Upon hearing Dongwang Tailong's inquiry, Captain Bai Niao lightly tapped Dongwang Tailong's head and replied, "You, the unlearned lad, have traveled the world with me for so long. Yet you cannot distinguish between naturally colored hair and dyed hair?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dongwang Tailong scratched his head. I have never paid much attention to such details. He had not given it much thought when he first brought Cayenne over. From the very first moment, he laid eyes on Cayenne. He felt an innate familiarity and affection towards him. In any case, let us settle here for now. We shall address any matters later. For now, it is time to eat. The final word came from the head of the household, Captain Bai Niao. That seems prudent. The police would likely be of no assistance. Ultimately, they would just send Cayenne to some random family. Bai Niao Xiaoji concurred with her father. A boy like Cayenne, on the cusp of adolescence, would find few willing to adopt him. If his parents could not be located, this amnesiac youth would struggle to fend for himself. It would be far better for Cayenne to stay here for the time being. As for financial matters, the Bai Niao household did not appear to be lacking in funds. Let us eat, let us eat. Ah, the food is getting cold. Kairi Nayu Tailong chuckled, emphasizing that dining was of utmost importance. Come, Cayenne, let us eat together. Dongwang Tailong took Cayenne by the hand and led him to the dining table. Captain Bai Niao was an exceedingly warm-hearted individual. Do not feel shy. Cayenne could not dispute Dongwang Tailong's assertion. Captain Bai Niao was indeed generous. Otherwise, he would not have offered to take him on a free journey around the world. Moreover, he likely had thoughts of recruiting him as a son-in-law. Reflecting on this, Cayenne glanced at Xiaoji. Indeed, she was the epitome of a devoted wife and mother. After dinner, as Kairi Nayu Tailong departed, Cayenne temporarily shared a room with Dongwang Tailong, awaiting the morrow to visit the police station and determine his fate. The moon shone brilliantly. Cayenne reclined with his head resting on his hands, occupying Dongwang Tailong's bed, while Dongwang Tailong made do with a makeshift bed on the floor. I raised my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my homeland. This was one of the few sentences Cayenne could recall, likely conveying the sentiment of longing for home while gazing at the moon. Cayenne? Cayenne? Dongwang Tailong called out as he observed Cayenne lost in thought. Huh, what is it? Tailong. Cayenne snapped back to reality. Ah, you little rascal. It seems I am clearly your elder. You ought to address me as brother. Dongwang Teru initially intended to inquire about what Cayenne was pondering, but he was taken aback when Cayenne casually uttered his name. Oh, very well, Guang Teru, I understand. Cayenne replied with an impassive expression. Hey, what an unlovable fellow, Dongwang Teru thought to himself, feeling somewhat speechless. However, considering that Cayenne was a foreigner, it was possible that using first names was simply their mode of communication. Still unable to recall his hometown, Dongwang Teru tentatively asked, Is it far from here? Chapter 113. The Ultraman boxer. From the moment Dongwang Teru had met Cayenne, he sensed something peculiar. Although Cayenne claimed to be suffering from amnesia and appeared somewhat despondent, Dongwang Teru observed that Cayenne seemed far from forgetful when eating, conversing, or even interacting with Jenny. Dongwang Teru began to suspect that Cayenne might have run away from home due to a disagreement. My hometown is indeed far away, but you shall learn of it in due time, Cayenne replied nonchalantly. Far away? Dongwang Teru mulled over this statement twice, just as he was about to ask another question, when, suddenly, the Ultraman badge began to shine brightly. I must step out for a moment. You should hurry and get some rest. Upon seeing the badge illuminate, Dongwang Teru mistakenly thought a monster had appeared and rushed outside, clutching the badge. In truth, the badge's radiance was merely a trick orchestrated by Cayenne, who was struggling to manage Dongwang Teru's multitude of inquiries. However, it was not yet the right time for Cayenne to be honest with Dongwang Teru. He feared that revealing too much might jeopardize the synchronization between Dongwang Teru and Taro, leaving him no choice but to resort to such tactics. When Dongwang Teru returned, his expression clouded with gloom. He found Cayenne turned away, appearing to be asleep. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to ask. But was this merely a coincidence? Observing Cayenne, who seemed to be in a deep slumber, Dongwang Teru scratched his head in confusion. A week later, Captain Shiratori clapped Cayenne on the shoulder, smiling. Cayenne-chan, you can feel free to stay at my place. Once you come of age, you can seek out your parents without any rush. A week had passed since Cayenne and Taro arrived on Earth, during which Cayenne had only visited the police station once. For the remainder of the time, he resided at Captain Shiratori's home. I truly appreciate your hospitality, Captain Shiratori, Cayenne said, glancing at the temporary identification in his hand, feeling a lump in his throat. Initially, Dongwang Teru had brought Cayenne to the police station, where they merely recorded some basic information and told them to await further news. After a week of waiting, when Captain Shiratori took Cayenne back to the police station, they simply issued him a temporary identification that listed Captain Shiratori's home as his residence. Don't mention it. Once you recover your memories, It won't be too late to find your family, Captain Shiratori said, showing no concern about Kane staying there. Kane's presence did not impose any economic burden, as Dongguang Teru had already stated he would cover all of Kane's expenses, and as a member of the ZT team, his salary was quite substantial. I will take you to the boxing gym. Dongguang Teru is training there. With that, Captain Shiratori started the car and drove Kane to find Dongguang Teru. At the boxing gym, it was drizzling lightly outside, but the atmosphere inside was lively. Dongguang Teru was currently wearing boxing gloves, engaging in a sparring session with a fighter clad in black athletic wear. After a fierce exchange, the fighter managed to block Dongguang Teru's onslaught, then retaliated with a powerful hook that struck Dongguang Teru's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. Brother Dongguang Teru, Vien Yi Iklamit, rushing over to help him up. All right, that's enough for today. We'll continue next time. You all can rest now. A coach, clad in a red sweater and wearing black-rimmed glasses, assisted Dongguang Teru to his side. Mr. Dongguang Teru, you performed admirably. I greatly admire your perseverance. A middle-aged man in his 50s said with a smile. Your basic footwork still needs refinement, but if you aspire to be a boxing champion, you'll need to exert significantly more effort. Thank you, Dongguang Teru replied, somewhat begrudgingly. The middle-aged man, noticing Dongguang Teru's reluctance to accept criticism, merely chuckled and refrained from further comment. As soon as Dongguang Teru and Jian Yi took their seats, a clear voice broke through the air. What he said is not entirely accurate. Your footwork is not only unsteady, but your strength, reaction time, and offensive rhythm are also rather mediocre. That must be Kane, Dongguang Teru thought, just as he was about to retort. Upon looking up, he saw Kane approaching. Kane and I, why do you speak only to outsiders? Jian Yi ran over and, somewhat displeased, tugged at Kane. Kane patted Jian Yi on the head and smiled. I speak the truth. And stern criticism is far more beneficial than empty consolation. Wouldn't you agree, Dongguang Teru? You do have a point, Dongguang Teru admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He had always considered himself the elder brother in front of Kane, but this moment of defeat allowed Kane to seize the opportunity. Young man, it seems you possess some knowledge of boxing. The middle-aged man, hearing Kane's remarks, approached with newfound interest. Kane was initially reluctant to engage, but then he thought it would be a good opportunity to showcase his skills. The rewards for boxing champions were quite enticing. I have a bit of understanding. Kane nodded politely. The middle-aged man, noticing Kane's humble demeanor but sensing a certain confidence in his posture, chuckled lightly. Given your age, you must be around 17 or 18. It is unwise to lie. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted among the boxers and coaches in the room. Indeed, Kane's appearance was misleading. His vibrant red hair was striking, but his delicate fingers and handsome face made him look less like a boy and more like a girl. Observing the laughter directed at Kane, Dongguang Teru impulsively stood up and declared, what is the point of mocking a child? If you have the guts, come and fight me. With that, he attempted to rush towards the ring, only to be restrained by Kane. Seeing Kane hold him back, Dongguang Teru assumed he was concerned for him and dismissively said, don't hold me back. Today, I'll show them a thing or two. That is not what I meant, Kane said, and with a swift tug, he sent Dongguang Teru tumbling backward, landing squarely on his backside. Ouch, my behind! You little rascal, you possess tremendous strength, Dongguang Teru exclaimed while rubbing his rear, astonished by Kane's power. At that moment, the laughter in the boxing gym had ceased. Those present could sense that Kane was no ordinary individual. Not to mention his skill, just the raw strength he demonstrated was enough to command their respect. The middle-aged man, witnessing Kane's prowess, was even more astonished. This young man, what incredible strength! With a mere tug, he sends an adult man flying. Such power cannot merely be attributed to brute strength alone. Khan observed the boxers and smiled, asking if anyone was willing to engage in a boxing match. As for the wager, he turned to Guang Taro, requesting a loan, promising to repay him later. Upon hearing this, Guang Taro instinctively covered his pocket, declaring that gambling was not a good habit, and he would not lend him any money, urging him to abandon the idea. Don't be so stingy, hand it over. When Guang Taro refused, Kane forcibly pulled his arm, retrieving a thick stack of bills from his pocket. This should suffice. Hey, that's our food budget for the month. Guang Taro quickly grabbed Kane, urging him to be sensible. Boxing is not just about strength. It requires skill. Indeed, brute force alone won't suffice, a middle-aged man approached, pulling out a hefty wad of cash from his pocket. How about this? I will set up a prize with this money. You can select any boxer here. If you can defeat 3 of them, all this cash is yours. What do you say? Initially, the The man held a certain admiration for Guang Taro. But Kane's impressive display caught his attention, making him consider the prospect of discovering a more talented and promising boxer. The amount of money seemed trivial in comparison. Kane, noticing the opportunity, felt a surge of excitement. Though his physical form had indeed been reconstituted, his strength far exceeded what it once was. Moreover, the expulsion of 2 animal-type fruits had not diminished his power. On the contrary, his strength had grown, honed by Chiyu's training insights. Kane felt confident that he could now contend with even some of the less formidable monsters. Then it's settled. Bring on anyone, Kane declared, leaping onto the ring with bravado. Or you can all come to me together. What did you say? The challengers were taken aback. Don't be so arrogant, kid. You think just because you're young, I won't strike you? As Kane's words echoed, a group of hot-tempered boxers began to scold him. One even jumped onto the ring. Let me show you. But before he could finish, Kane delivered a swift hook to his abdomen, sending the boxer flying off the stage and crashing into a crowd. Stop boasting. If you have the ability, come at me. Kane scoffed. The boxers exchanged glances, remaining silent. Although brash, they were not fools. Kane's strength was evidently abnormal, and they had no desire to suffer defeat. The middle-aged man added fuel to the fire, announcing, with 100,000 yuan at stake, you have only 2 chances. Whoever wins can take home over 200,000. At this point, Kane's victory or defeat was inconsequential. His speed and power had already established him as a promising fighter in the eyes of the middle-aged man. His actions were merely a means to garner Kane's favor. There's no need to waste effort. They have recognized the gap between us. Kane leaned against the ropes, swaying lazily. Upon hearing Kane's words, several boxers lowered their heads in shame, some concocting feeble excuses to leave. Seeing that no one dared to challenge Kane, the middle-aged man willingly handed over the thick stack of bills, mimicking Kane's posture against the ropes. Young man, may I ask your name? Kane looked at the old man, who wore a sly smile, and replied, What should I call you, old man? Observing the exchange, Guang Taro quickly stepped in, apologizing, my brother has lost his memory, so he may not be well-mannered. Then, Guang Taro whispered to Kane, You should answer others' questions first, especially when addressing someone older. Oh, Kane replied, visibly exasperated. Haha, no worries. Talented individuals often possess unique personalities. My surname is Honda, so just call me Honda. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Kane, Kane stated, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello. I heard from Guang Taro that you have amnesia. Honda inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, due to amnesia, Kane cannot find his parents. And I am temporarily caring for him, Guang Taro interjected. Honda's eyes sparkled with excitement. A genius young boxer searching for his parents due to amnesia. This has great potential for a story. With this idea in mind, Honda eagerly shared his thoughts with Kane. What do you think of this idea? Not much. I am not interested in basketball. I merely wish to earn some prize money to rent a place and live independently. I cannot stand watching Guang Taro and the landlady's daughter being all lovey-dovey every day. Kane rejected Honda's suggestion. However, Guang Taro believed it was a brilliant plan. Raising Kane's profile will certainly attract his parents to find him. Why not? If you become a champion, searching for your parents will be much easier, as you would be a public figure, Guang Taro urged. Honda chimed in, indeed. Not only that, but the exposure will increase significantly. Even if you cannot find your parents, you can still lead a good life through sponsorships. No, I have no desire for fame. If it were merely a boxing match, I would have no interest. But if it's underground boxing, the prize money must be substantial. Kane firmly rejected, pondering his origins in this world. If one were to speak of adoptive parents, perhaps otter father and otter mother could be considered. Underground boxing, Guang Taro exclaimed, then firmly stated, absolutely not. That is not only illegal, but also extremely brutal. Worried that Kane might make some strange agreement with Honda, Guang Taro immediately pulled Kane home. It's late. Children need to sleep early. Hearing the word sister, Jian jumped up excitedly. Let us go home. Let us go home. She must be worried. Guang Taro, energized by the mention of his sister, dragged Kane out. Kane did not resist, but followed Guang Taro home. However, before leaving, he exchanged a knowing glance with Honda, as if to say, we shall meet again here. All right, it's a deal. As the downpour intensified outside, Kane caught a whiff of a monster's scent in the rain. It seemed he would encounter Tai Luo again tomorrow. Upon returning home, Guang Taro, ignoring any conversation with Saori, pulled Kane into the house. Kane, pursuing underground boxing is not feasible. You should abandon this thought. Guang Taro, apart from his ability to transform, was no different from an ordinary person and naturally opposed Kane's desire to fight underground. Don't say that. I'm not insisting on it. I just noted that underground boxing offers higher prizes, Kane replied, looking helpless. Do you need money to move out? Guang Taro asked tentatively. Just a little, Kane responded. Is it true that you're not happy living here? Guang Tao hadn't fully grasped the reasons behind it. Please, I'm not exactly a child anymore. I can't stand watching you and Shaori being all lovey-dovey every day, Kane remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Guang Tao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, never expecting it to be for that reason. Chapter 115, Ultraman on the Moon that night, in an abandoned shack by the seaside. Several middle-aged men were drunkenly celebrating, flailing their arms in merriment. Oblivious to the looming danger, they indulged in their revelry. Ah, beer is truly a wonderful thing, exclaimed one inebriated man as he swung open the door, intending to sing loudly in the rain. Upon looking up, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. A colossal figure loomed in the valley, adorned with two long, pointed horns and a massive tongue reminiscent of a chameleon. Terrified, the man stumbled back into the shack, exclaiming in a panic, "You all have to see this. It's unbelievable." His companions, engrossed in their merriment, shoved him aside, annoyed. "What are you talking about? There's a monster. A monster." After some pushing and shoving, they finally noticed something amiss. A gigantic monster's head was blocking the door, its long tongue flicking eagerly at its lips. Help!" Panic ensued, and they sobered up instantly. The monster seemed to revel in their terror, its tongue darting out menacingly, just as it was about to ensnare them. A flash of red light sliced through the air, severing the monster's tongue. That was close. The rescuer was none other than Kane, wearing an Ace Ultraman mask. He had just dealt with a pitiful family of sea turtle monsters, sending them to the Bermuda Triangle. Originally, he had intended to seize the opportunity to visit the moon and meet with Nanshizi. However, just as he was about to leave, he caught the scent of the monster. Most concerning was the dark aura emanating from it. Monsters in the Ultraman universe are not inherently evil. Many are merely cosmic creatures. However, one thing is certain. Any monster with a dark aura is linked to malevolent cosmic races or forces. Using his telepathic abilities, Kane swiftly incapacitated the drunken men and erased their memories, observing the monster, Cosmorachide, with a bemused expression. Cosmorachide sensed an unusual presence. Despite being a small human, Kane exuded an aura of imminent danger. Should I make a hasty retreat? Cosmorachide suddenly entertained this peculiar thought. Yet, recalling that he had transformed into a super Cosmorachide, he dismissed the idea. Be brave, monster. Do not fear challenges. Cosmorachide silently encouraged himself. I'm a monster. How can I fear a mere human? Besides, with the enhancements granted by that esteemed individual, I will not yield. I shall avenge my severed tongue. Cosmorachide's expression fluctuated between sunny and stormy, from gritted teeth to a look of paranoia. It was astonishing to witness a monster display such vivid emotions. Hey, are you going to attack or not? Kane remarked, noticing that Cosmorachide stood still, seemingly dumbfounded. This monster must be a fool, he thought, as if a large obstruction was lodged in its throat. Snapping back to reality, Cosmorachide, upon hearing Kane's words, immediately adopted a fierce demeanor, attempting to project an intimidating presence. Kane found this slightly endearing, contemplating whether to spare its life. With a classic Ultraman battle cry, Kane transformed into Kane Ultraman. Do not be afraid, little monster. I will help you purge the darkness within you. Speaking thus, Kane ensnared Cosmorachide with his formidable telepathic powers, preparing to cleanse its inner darkness. A beam of pure, unblemished light emanated from Kane's hand, immediately calming the previously agitated Cosmorachide, as if it had been enveloped in a soothing aura. The creature's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Indeed, it is merely a cosmic creature, Kane mused. After extracting the darkness from Cosmorachide, the light did not induce discomfort. Rather, it instilled tranquility. Subsequently, Kane levitated Cosmorachide, guiding it into the vastness of space. I cannot harbor you on the moon. I must continue my journey across the universe to address the monsters tainted by darkness, Kane firmly declared. While Cosmorachide dramatically rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Having had its dark aura removed, Cosmorachide regained its basic consciousness, and, seizing the opportunity while Kane awaited Nanshizi on the moon, resorted to charm and affection, pleading for Kane to take it in. One must admit, Cosmorachide possesses commendable combat prowess, with a unique ability to liquefy its body rendering it nearly invincible. It can move along water currents, making it a formidable challenge to deal with unless one employs freezing rays. Yet, having it along would be quite inconvenient for Cain. Caught in a dilemma, Cain pondered whether to take it with him. It would be impractical, as it was a clumsy creature incapable of flight. However, abandoning it to wander the cosmos seemed equally unwise. Given Cosmorachid's evident lack of intelligence, leaving it alone would inevitably lead to its capture by cosmic monster traders. Just as Cain was torn in his decision, a gentle voice interrupted. If you find yourself in a quandary, why not let it stay on the moon and serve as my assistant? Startled, Cain realized he was in his Ultraman form. Yet someone had managed to evade his powerful telepathy. Turning around, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was none other than andBuggy, appearing in her ordinary human guise. andBuggy continued, rebuilding an ecosystem on the moon is unlikely, but establishing a comprehensive monster habitat is certainly feasible. Evidently, the moon had become a lifeless shell after being drained of heat by the rabbit super beast, and andBuggy had been grappling with how to restore it. Seizing the moment, Cain's arrival with Cosmorachid provided a potential solution. Since you, Sister andBuggy, have this notion, let us allow Cosmorachid to stay here with you. Cain nodded in agreement before transforming into his human form. Upon witnessing Cain's transformation, andBuggy gasped in astonishment. You chose a cosmic being as your human form? She questioned. Uncertain, Cain shook his head, offering no further explanation, merely stating, I have come to retrieve what my brother left for me. Upon hearing Cain's words, andBuggy nodded and gestured, prompting an influx of training memories into Cain's mind. This should not have been the coordinate that Cain expected, leaving him somewhat astonished. It was entirely different from what had been agreed upon at the outset. He had not anticipated that andBuggy possessed such capabilities. With a subtle smile, andBuggy explained, this rightfully belongs to Ultraman. Returning it to you is only proper. Cain fell silent, his heart heavy for Ace. For the techniques regarding light were the final shared memories between Beidou and andBuggy. Her actions were merely an attempt to convey to Ace that everything had passed. Chapter 116. Ultraman's mistakes. Subsequently, after ensuring the safety of Cosmorachid, Cain left within it a ray of healing light and soared into the cosmos. This light could prevent Cosmorachid from losing control of its emotions and would also mend its injuries. Although the light could not grow on its own, it could be replenished through the power of brightness, thus proving to be a commendable ability. Cain then turned his attention to the dark aura he had extracted from Cosmorachid. He was determined to examine this dark essence thoroughly to ascertain its origin, which had evidently instilled fear in that enigmatic giant of light. He had previously been preoccupied with absorbing the skills of light and preparing for a date with his sister-in-law, so he had temporarily set this darkness aside. However, when he finally examined it, he was horrified to discover that the darkness was attempting to merge with his light. Startled, Cain hastily separated them. Darkness was far from benign. It was, in a broader sense, the antithesis of light, yet simultaneously its nemesis. These two forces were in mutual opposition. The prospect of their fusion concerned Cain greatly. Not all power systems benefited from excess. In fact, it was best to avoid darkness entirely. Cain now sought to steer clear of any negative energy. Just as Cain was preparing to transport this force to that mysterious space, a long silent entity, referred to as Go Factory, suddenly responded. Wanna Go Factory timidly sent this message. Upon receiving it, Cain felt exasperated. You coward, hiding when trouble arises, yet now that no one is around, you emerge to indulge. Since arriving in the Ultraman world, Cain had sensed the presence of Go Factory. However, despite his best efforts to communicate, it remained unresponsive, feigning silence. Nevertheless, Cain reluctantly relinquished control, allowing Go Factory to absorb the energy. As for whether Go Factory would be corrupted by the energy, Cain felt assured that it would not be a concern. Since his arrival in the Ultraman realm, Cain had gradually come to understand that Go Factory represented a certain rule. It may not be particularly powerful, nor could it extract prizes of great strength, but one thing was clear. Aside from that, Go Factory feared nothing. The exception was due to its shared origin with that entity, which predated Go Factory's existence, necessitating a considerable amount of time and energy for Go Factory to grow. Their relationship could be likened to that of Cain and Go Factory, wherein Go Factory was Cain, yet Cain was not Go Factory. It was a peculiar relationship, requiring no further elaboration. Those who understood would comprehend. Watching the energy bar rise significantly, Cain felt a sense of satisfaction. It would not be long before he could draw again. Each time he entered a new world, the energy bar would reset. Each world possessed different energy intensities, purities, and essences, thus determining the quality of the rewards he could extract. In simple terms, the elevation of each world dictated the caliber of the prizes Cain could acquire. Could it be true that the energy, purity, and intensity of the Naruto world surpassed that of the pirate world? Cain suddenly recognized a point he had overlooked. The various bug level marks in the pirate world were exceptions, as they belonged to Go Factory's inventory, and whether more would exist depended on Go Factory's ability to replicate. However, other items, such as Valorant's notes, were devoid of Saitama-sensei's training insights as bugs. Yet, Cain seemed to forget that Saitama-sensei's training insights were not particularly strong. Rather, it was Cain's eternal force mark that was formidable. This mark effectively lifted Cain's limitations. Otherwise, relying solely on the teacher's insights for 100 years would merely result in baldness, not strength. As for the issue of world levels, opinions would vary. However, it was certain that the first two worlds were decidedly inferior to the Ultraman realm. After all, Ultramen were embodiments of idealism. Nonetheless, Cain need not dwell on such matters. His primary objective now was to locate the Dark Aura to recharge Go Factory. He decided to return to the Land of Light to inform Ace of this unwelcome news. The thought of facing Ace filled him with trepidation. There had once been a glimmer of hope, yet now that was extinguished. With that in mind, Cain transformed into his Ultraman form and lightly tapped his finger to his forehead, activating his instantaneous movement. Now, it should be referred to as time-space traversal. After a violent surge, Cain's figure vanished into the vast cosmos, leaving behind a chilling scream. What the hell? The energy is out of control. This is clearly an Ultraman blunder. Coldness and tremors enveloped him as a wave of intense pain surged through Cain. His situation was dire. Could it be that this familiar sensation indicated that he had not activated Go Factory? Was the Ultraman world a vast universe? This sense of familiarity led Cain to believe he had activated Go Factory's coordinate positioning and then traversed through time. He had forgotten that using instantaneous movement in his human form could hardly be considered true instantaneous movement. Once coordinates were set, as long as energy was sufficient, he could transform into Mondo and go wherever he pleased. However, once transformed, he was no longer Cain, but Cain Ultraman. Ultramen were embodiments of light. And what transpires when light accelerates? In the past, Cain would have claimed ignorance. But now he recalled what his teacher had said. Light traveling at high speeds results in time reversal or time travel, rather than spatial traversal. Lying on the ground, unable to move, Cain babbled incessantly. This meant he was either returning to the past, or traveling into the future, or perhaps, during the instantaneous movement, the space-time continuum shattered, leading him to a parallel universe. Cain now longed for the shield of perigee, which could stabilize time travel, allowing Sai Xiao to transform into Mondo Sai Luo. How he wished to go wherever he desired. The severity of his injuries far exceeded Cain's expectations, as the eternal forest mark frantically repaired his body, while the power of light continuously aided in the swift restoration. Yet, this remained insufficient. The deterioration of Cain's body accelerated, and the two forces were struggling to keep pace with one another. The situation was dire. What was the cause of this persistent damage? Cain felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of being extinguished amidst waves of pain. This persistent and excruciating torment was, in fact, an insidious erosion stemming from the very fabric of time and space. In a reckless moment, Cain activated his ability to traverse dimensions, coupled with the instability of his physical energy, which directly triggered a temporal and spatial storm. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Ultraman from that universe, the timeline would have been irrevocably shattered. Yet, Cain remained oblivious to these details. Ultimately, under the immense strain of these three forces, the mark of the eternal forest and the light were compelled to merge and evolve into a new ability, the mark of light. This new power retained the characteristics of the eternal forest mark while exponentially enhancing its efficacy. Most significantly, this ability could now affect the light within Cain's own body, a matter to be explored later. Gradually, Cain began to sense his injuries improving, and he sighed in relief, realizing he had survived. Chapter 117. Ultraman listening to music on the Azure Planet. Amidst the bustling city center, piercing screams and collapsing buildings shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Enormous monsters were engaged in battle with equally colossal giants, resulting in widespread destruction and peril for human lives. The panicked masses fled, seasoned evacuation teams operated efficiently, and sleek fighter jets soared through the sky, all unmistakable indicators that this was a high-tech world inhabited by Ultraman. Indeed, Ultraman was present. It is an indisputable fact that wherever there is Ultraman, there are monsters. The long-lost skyscrapers. How magnificent they are! Now, significantly recovered, Kane was filled with exhilaration. The previous two worlds were splendid, with charming ladies and exquisite wines, yet he had always felt out of place. Upon arriving in the Ultraman world and accompanying Taro to Earth, that feeling of dislocation intensified. The ambience was steeped in a Showa-era nostalgia. Kane perceived that the very sky of that world bore shades of black and white. Amidst the thunderous roars, monsters and Ultraman trudged heavily past the young man. "You all carry on. I shall linger a while longer," Kane mused as he turned over, inviting them to enjoy their battle. The fierce combat wreaked havoc on the surrounding structures, but with the assistance of the human forces, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Ultimately, the monster erupted in a dazzling explosion under Ultraman's radiant light. Strange data fluctuations resonated in the air, and amidst the debris of the monster's demise, particles began to merge. Sensing an unusual aura, Kane rose from his prone position, eyes wide open, directing his gaze toward the site of the particle fusion, where he beheld a monster figurine gently descending from the sky. Was this a shining toy? The monster that had just battled Ultraman had transformed into a lifelike doll under the latter's radiant assault. Lost in thought, Kane was suddenly startled by urgent calls nearby. From the wreckage emerged a girl clad in a black and red protective uniform, anxiously scanning her surroundings as if searching for someone. Upon spotting Kane, her eyes widened, and she hurried toward him. As she approached, the girl, Arisuna, looked at the unfamiliar face before her voice trailing off in disappointment. Kane, assessing her demeanor and deducing that she was a broad-minded girl, spoke up. "What's the matter? Are you not going to help if it's not the person you seek?" Arisuna, still grappling with her disappointment, pressed her lips together and shook her head. "Are you one of the civilians who didn't manage to evacuate? You must leave. There is a chance of further collapses here." While speaking, as a member of the Zio, she dutifully helped him to his feet. Yet, her gaze wandered, seeking the figure she truly desired to find. "My leg seems to be injured," Kane remarked, observing her contradictory behavior, one hand pressed against his forehead as he grimaced in discomfort. "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Arisuna finally turned her attention to him, noticing the blood staining his red hair. "You've lost so much blood. Your hair is all red. Am I the owner of the little deaf and blind fruit? I clearly stated my leg was hurt." Kane exclaimed, exasperated. "For goodness sake, could you take this seriously? My hair is naturally red." Realizing her mistake, Arisuna awkwardly nodded, apologizing profusely. "I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. Just wait here, it will arrive soon. I must go search for other survivors." Eager to find her comrade, Ozora Daichi, who had gone missing during the battle, she turned away before Kane could respond. Boom! Upon hearing a noise, Arisuna swiftly turned back to see the red-haired youth lying on the ground, his eyes closed. She paused in shock for a few moments, uncertain of how to react. Was he attempting to attract attention in this manner? She suspected Kane might be doing this on purpose. "Hey, are you all right?" Arisuna called out, but Kane lay unmoving, his brows furrowed as if he were genuinely gravely injured. With a sigh of resignation, she glanced once more at his wound. Puzzled as she muttered, "Is everything okay?" "Of course. Now would you like to disturb Ultraman's human form?" Kane internally scoffed. However, Kane's refusal to rise left Arisuna with no choice but to stay beside him, though her anxiety mounted. At that moment, a familiar voice called out in surprise, "Arisuna." Upon hearing this voice, Arisuna's heart soared with joy. "Daichi." She turned to see Ozora Daichi standing not far away. But her elation quickly morphed into anger as she rushed over to confront him. "Where have you been? I searched everywhere for you. Why did you act on your own? Don't you know I was worried sick?" Just as the monster's attack had landed perilously close to Daichi, she had been prepared to face the consequences. "I'm sorry for the worry. Ultraman saved me," Daichi said, scratching his head, feeling sheepish under Arisuna's fierce gaze. "Ultraman?" Arisuna inquired in confusion. The giant who had fought the monster had indeed emerged from the dazzling light, not only vanquishing the creature, but also saving her. Yet, how did Daichi know his name? "Oh no, I inadvertently revealed Ultraman's name," Daichi thought, scrambling for an excuse. Just then, he sensed a teasing gaze upon him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Who is that?" he asked hesitantly, recalling that Arisuna had been speaking to Kane moments before. "He is an injured civilian. I just saw him, Arisuna replied, turning to look back at Kane. In Daichi's sight, the young man who had just waved at him now lay unconscious, eyes shut tight. Is Dottie merely putting on a show? He was clearly awake just moments ago. That individual feels oddly familiar, almost like kin. Yet, I cannot recall his essence, Aikisu. Huh. Upon hearing this, Dottie glanced down at the terminal device in his hand, where a fleeting virtual image appeared on the screen, revealing Aikisu, who had just been battling the monster. What happened? Did you just say something? Oniran suddenly turned her head, regarding Dottie with curiosity. No. Feeling guilty, Dottie hastily shook his head and continued. All right. That person seems gravely injured. We should return him to the base, shall we? I have already contacted the medical team, Oniran murmured. Nevertheless, Dottie quickly approached, crouching down before the seemingly lifeless Kane. First, he mustered his courage to glance at the terminal in his hand, then quietly inquired, Hello? May I ask if you're all right? Dottie, why did you directly come over to ask? The Ultraman in the terminal spoke once more. Kane nearly burst into laughter, as he had already deduced the nature of this place, Aikisu's timeline. He opened his eyes, noting the startled Dottie, and then cast a glance at the terminal in his hand, revealing a glimmer of interest. Transforming an Ultraman into data and embedding it within a communicator was indeed intriguing. Moreover, this terminal could generate various cards for Aikisu's equipment. The technological advancements of this world were quite astonishing. Aikisu, can your headset play music? Kane had long been curious about this matter, and since he had the rare opportunity to meet Aikisu, he boldly posed the question. Aikisu, you know me. Synopsis, Sengoku. We must not allow a second dragon, uncontrollable by the world government, to appear upon the ocean. Kane, I shall go and slay Kawaii duo. This is the tale of Kane and his little, big companions, Thick, traversing the seas,